The man died tragically in the doomsday of 2029, watching himself being brutally dismembered. Until his death, his world was filled with despair and helplessness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a familiar bedroom, with a phone on the bedside showing January 28th, 2029. This poor man, who was tortured to death by his girlfriend and her adulterer and whose sister was missing, was now frantically drinking water from the water dispenser, shaking violently, unable to believe that he was reborn. Just as he was trying to digest this shocking fact, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded. The Canghai Space has been activated. The 1 billion cubic kilometers of pure water, vast and boundless, equivalent to the area of the entire Pacific Ocean, would become his biggest trump card to reverse his fate. What's even more terrifying is that this body of water has the ability to adjust flow and pressure and can cut through steel with a wave of the hand, making this water both life-saving and life-killing. He will never let the days of losing his dignity in order to get a sip of water happen again in his life. At this moment, a caller ID flashed on the man's phone screen, Chun Xiaojia. He was stunned, his nails deeply embedded in his palms, and blood seeped out. It was this couple who tortured him to death in his previous life and cruelly turned him into a human pig. In this life, he wanted to make them understand that some hells are specially prepared for animals. However, the man knew that he had plenty of ways to make the beast pay. But at this moment, his most important task was to bring his sister back safely from school in another city, and not let the tragedy of the previous life happen again. In the previous life, Chu Yemu's sister Chu Yinin came back just in time for the outbreak of Doomsday, which led to the various changes that followed. Now, Chu Yemu thought of this and felt heavy-hearted. He quickly dialed the phone and said anxiously, "The day after tomorrow is too late. Why don't you come back today? Pack up quickly and by the earliest flight." But I have something else today." Chu Yinin said. "Brother misses you." Chu Yemu interrupted Chu Yinin and unconsciously tightened the phone in his hand. He knew that no one would believe the doomsday unless they saw it with their own eyes. Even if he told them, no one would listen. Now, time did not allow him to make any explanation. Fortunately, Chu Yinin on the other end of the phone seemed to sense something unusual in his tone. "Okay, I'll change the ticket right away." "Brother, do you really have nothing to tell me? I'll talk to you when you come back." After hanging up the phone, Chu Yemu breathed a sigh of relief. At least, the worst situation had been avoided. His sister was his only relative in this world. In his previous life, he failed to protect Chu Yinin, which made him feel guilty and regretful all day long. Therefore, Chu Yemu made up his mind that in this life, he must do everything he can to ensure that his sister will not be harmed again. Time is running out, and he can no longer waste a minute or a second. Before Chu Yinin came back, he had to make adequate preparations. At present, the water problem had been solved, but other supplies still needed to be adequately stored. The first thing to do is to build a secret and safe shelter. He currently lives on the 17th floor of an ordinary residential area. After the apocalypse, the environment here is neither suitable for storing supplies nor has sufficient privacy and security. Even if it is rebuilt, it is necessary to choose a building that is originally suitable. Chu Yemu touched his chin, and suddenly he thought of a solution. How could I forget about him? He quickly took out his cell phone and dialed a familiar number. "Brother-in-law, what's the matter with you? I'm busy with the renovation. Tell me quickly." The impatient voice of brother-in-law, Chun Xiaowang, came from the other end of the phone. When Chu Yemu heard the word renovation, his face twitched. Almost everyone in the Chun family displeased him, especially his brother-in-law, Chun Xiaowang. Apart from being lazy and careless, he had made no progress at all and often spoke rudely to him, totally ignoring him. However, Chu Yemu's wife Chun Xiaojia is a Voldemort. Since her marriage, she has openly used the family's money to support her younger brother. But Chun Xiaowang not only did not show any gratitude, but instead took it all for granted. What made Chu Yemu even more angry was that the money he had saved with great difficulty some time ago was used to buy a villa for Chun Xiaowang as a wedding house. Isn't it ridiculous? He still lives in a shabby house left by his parents, but after so many years of hard work, his brother-in-law has already moved into a villa. What made him even more heartbroken was that in his previous life, he was brainwashed by the Chun family and finally chose to compromise in order to maintain the superficial harmony of his family. Thinking of this, Chu Yemu couldn't help but laugh. Why was he so stupid before that he was willing to be someone else's ATM? Although he was filled with disgust, his tone remained calm. "Xiaowang, do you have enough money for the renovation? I heard from your sister that it seems that there is still a lot missing." Do you want to come over and get some for me? Really? I'll be right there. Chen Xiaowang's voice was so loud and excited that it rose a few notes. Well, come on. I've prepared a surprise for you. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yimu put down the phone. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Brother-in-law, was there a thief in the house? How did it become like this? Chen Xiaowang was shocked by the scene in front of him as soon as he entered the door. After all, he had never bothered to pay attention to Chu Yimu's existence in the past, but today he was summoned. Nothing, just a water pipe burst. Chu Yimu said casually. Oh, okay. Chen Xiaowang nodded, without thinking anymore, and stretched out his hand without hesitation. Aren't you going to give me money? Give it to me now. I have an appointment tonight, and I'm leaving soon. The corner of Chu Yimu's mouth twitched, but he still pretended to be calm. Don't be in a hurry. Sit down and talk slowly. What do you mean? You're not lying to me. Chen Xiaowang frowned, with a hint of displeasure in his voice. Don't think I don't know. My sister must have asked you to give it to me. If you dare not give it to me, believe it or not, I will call and ask my sister to divorce you right away. Chen Xiaowang's tone became a little threatening, and his face began to become a little angry. I told you to sit down. Do you still want the money? Chu Yimu frowned and responded coldly. Okay, you better not lie to me. Chen Xiaowang sat down reluctantly, still looking dissatisfied. Chu Yimu looked at his defenseless appearance, sneered in his heart, and finally revealed a smug smile. He slowly took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff, then slowly asked, Let me ask you, do you have anything to say about your sister's cheating? Chen Xiaowang's expression suddenly changed, and a flash of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Then he quickly calmed down and said with a panicked and guilty smile, Brother-in-law, did someone tell you nonsense? How can my sister do something to let you down? But when he looked up, he saw that Chu Yimu was just squinting his eyes, staring at him with a smile, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Chen Xiaowang had always looked down upon Chu Yimu, but being stared at like this, he couldn't help but get a little angry. He blurted out, Yes, my sister is cheating on you, Mr. Chu. You call me here today just for this little thing? Fine. Now that you know, what do you want to do? Chu Yimu was silent for a moment, and his tone became calm. I just want to confirm it. Confirm what? Before Chen Xiaowang could finish his words, suddenly, the fruit knife in Chu Yimu's hand stabbed into his leg without any warning. Chen Xiaowang let out a heart-wrenching cry, and blood gushed out quickly. He had never expected Chu Yimu to actually do it, let alone use a knife. When he raised his head, what he saw was Chu Yimu's face that was still sneering. Shhhhhhh. Chu Yimu raised a finger, with a crazy smile on his face, and said in a low voice, Keep your voice down. I will keep your life for the time being. But if you dare to make a sound, I will kill you immediately. Chen Xiaowang was almost on the verge of collapse. The Chu Yimu in front of him was simply unbelievable to him. The severe pain in Chen Xiaowang's thigh almost made him faint, and his mouth began to tremble violently. Chu-yi, I advise you not to be impulsive. Killing someone will lead to jail time. Chu Yimu slapped him hard. Go to jail? On the eve of the end of the world, who would care about a person's life or death? Chu Yimu's eyes were full of sneers. Give me the key to your villa. Chen Xiaowang was a little dazed by the slap, but he still reacted angrily. Chu, fuck your mother. The villa belongs to me. Aw. Puff. Chu Yimu pulled out the fruit knife again and stabbed it into Chen Xiaowang's other leg. Before Chen Xiaowang could finish his curse, it suddenly turned into a scream like a pig being slaughtered. The severe pain tore at his nerves, and finally he fainted. This gets useless. Chu Yimu curled his lips and rolled his eyes. Looking at Chen Xiaowang, who was already unconscious, he could only helplessly search on his own. Not long after, Chu Yimu found the key to the villa in Chen Xiaowang's pocket and felt very proud. He also paid half of the down payment for this villa. Now that he is living in it, no one should object, right? Seeing that Chen Xiaowang was still unconscious and blood was constantly oozing out from his wounds, Chu Yimu knew that at this rate, Chen Xiaowang could only live for a while at most. However, he couldn't let him die now. He had to wait until that bitch came back and torture her in person. After all, a family should be together, right? Then, Chu Yimu went downstairs and bought several large buckets of pipe cleaners. Those who often kill people know that this stuff is perfect for dissolving corpses. Although the end of the world is approaching, Chu Yimu does not want to become a target of the police before that. Late at night, Chu Yimu stood on the balcony, lit a cigarette, and looked out at the night sky of Jiangchen. The streets were still bustling, and the air was still hot, no different from usual, so calm that it seemed as if the world was not ready for a disaster. At this moment, the sound of the door lock turning suddenly rang out from the entrance of the living room. Chu Yamu threw away his cigarette, but turned around, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Very good, that bitch is back. Chapter 4. I was thinking about life on the balcony. The door suddenly opened, and Chun Xiaojie staggered into the room, smelling strongly of alcohol. She took a few steps, and her high heels tapped the ground, making a crisp sound that was particularly abrupt in the quiet night. Chun Xiaojie threw her bag on the sofa with a muffled sound, and then rubbed her temples. My head hurts. This wine is really a disaster. She muttered. Her eyes blurred, and she looked around drunkenly. Cheheyuye? Cheheyuye? She called a few times, but there was no response from the room. She frowned, seemed a little impatient, staggered to the refrigerator, opened the door, took out a bottle of ice water, and drank a big gulp. Gudong, gudong. The cold water slid down her throat, sobering Chun Xiaojie up a little. She complained in dissatisfaction. What a loser. You don't even know where you've been. As she complained, she took out a cigarette from her bag, lit it, took a deep breath, and blew out smoke rings, with a hint of greed in her eyes. She still looked around with drunken eyes, but the alcohol made her unaware of the mess in the living room, which was different from the neat scene in the past. On the balcony, Chu Yi leaned over and patted the face of Chen Xiaowang, who was tied up tightly. His voice was low and ironic. So this is how you two siblings look at me. One thinks I'm a waste, and the other thinks I'm a fool. It's really a joke. Chen Xiaowang woke up suddenly. The sharp pain in his leg made him gasp. His vision blurred, and in front of him was Chu Ye's smiling face. He remembered that Chu Yi had stabbed him with a knife. Chen Xiaowang widened his eyes in horror. His heartbeat accelerated, and fear rose from the soles of his feet. Chen Xiaowang struggled desperately, trying to break free from the restraints, but could only make a faint whimper. No, don't. He wanted to shout, but no sound came out. He could only watch Chu Ye's face getting closer and closer. This brother-in-law is really crazy. Chen Xiaowang was panicked and instantly thought of his sister Chen Xiaojie. His mind was full of questions. Where is she now? Chen Xiaowang heard Chen Xiaojie's complaints from the living room and felt Chu Ye's malice. This was not only revenge, but also to completely destroy their lives and even take their lives. Chen Xiaowang didn't understand why the usually low-key Chu Yi became like this. Chen Xiaowang began to regret his contempt for Chu Yi. If he could do it again, he would definitely make a different choice, but there is no regret medicine in the world. Chen Xiaowang watched Chu Yi stand up and walk towards a glass door leading to the living room from the balcony. In the living room, Chen Xiaojie was sitting on the sofa. When she heard the noise, she quickly put out her cigarette. What? You're back? She asked in a surprised tone. Chu Yi walked up to her with a faint smile on his face and said, I'm thinking about life on the balcony. Thinking about life? Chen Xiaojie looked up at him in confusion. Chu Yi didn't say much, just smiled, lowered his head, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, I'm thinking about how to deal with you. Chen Xiaojie was stunned, obviously not understanding what Chu Yi meant. Deal with me? What do you mean? Chu Yi sighed and said calmly, Can I hear a word of truth from you? Aren't you tired of acting every day? Chen Xiaojie's eyes flickered, trying to hide her uneasiness. Acting? I don't understand what you're saying. Chu Yi sneered at her. His tone was ironic. Who is that person? Chen Xiaojie panicked and said in a flustered tone. Who? Who? What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Yi, what do you mean? Chu Yi said coldly. You found a man outside. Chen Xiaojie went from panic to anger. She stood up suddenly, pointed at Chu Ye's nose, and cursed. Chu Yi, you actually slander me like this? What evidence do you have? Why do you say this about me? Chu Yi looked at her hysterical appearance, his heart filled with disappointment, and said calmly, Evidence? The smell of your perfume, the ambiguous text messages in your phone, the missed calls late at night. Aren't these enough? Chen Xiaojie's face turned pale in an instant, and she hurriedly explained, Those are my friends. Why do you say they are men? You are making trouble for no reason. Chu Yi sneered and said, Don't you like money? If you can tell the truth, I will give you all the money. I just want to hear the truth. Seeing that Chu Yi had made up his mind, Chen Xiaojie stopped hiding it. She sneered and said, Yes, I have someone outside. What do you think? You're a useless person who can't give me the life I want. Why can't I find someone else? Look at yourself. You cook and wash clothes every day like a nanny. Are you still a man? Chu took a deep breath and said calmly, "So, from the beginning, you treated me as an ATM and a babysitter?" Chun Xiaojia glanced at him with disdain. "What else do you think I like? You don't dream? You are just a useless waste." Chewie closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, his eyes were as cold as ice. "Okay, in that case, there is nothing to say between us." Chun Xiaojia was drunk and blurry, and said vaguely, "Yeah, I have nothing to say to you. Where is the money?" Chewie pointed to the bedroom expressionlessly. "It's all in the bedroom. Go and see for yourself." Chun Xiaojia stood up shakily and staggered towards the bedroom. She pushed open the door and saw her brother, Chen Xiaowang, tied to the bed. Chun Xiaojia was almost sober and her eyes widened instantly. "Xiaowang, what's going on?" Chuyi walked slowly behind her and said in a cold voice, "Don't you like money? I'll give it all to you and burn it for you." Chun Xiaojia glared at him and turned to stare at Chuyi. "Are you crazy? He is my brother. What do you want to do?" She raised her hand, wanting to slap Chuyi, but before her hand fell, Chuyi grabbed it tightly. He held her wrist like an iron clamp, making her unable to move. "Let me go. You're hurting me." Chun Xiaojia struggled angrily, but couldn't get away. Chuyi looked at her coldly. "I warned you a long time ago. Don't challenge my bottom line." "Bottom line? What bottom line do you have? You're just a useless bully. What happened to my brother? What rights do you have to tie him up?" Chun Xiaojia continued to roar. Chapter 5. Do you know how it feels to be dismembered? Chen Xiaowang was tied up tightly, his mouth sealed, and he could only make a woohoo sound. Chen Xiaowang desperately shook his head, tried to warn his sister that he was in danger, but Chen Xiaojia was busy confronting Chu Yi and did not notice the fear in her brother's eyes. Chen Xiaojia was still shouting, "Let my brother go, otherwise I will call the police." Chu Yi smiled coldly and ignored her threats. Chu Yi took a step forward, turned slightly sideways, pressed the back of Chun Xiaojia's knees with his legs, and bent his knees gently. With a loud click, Chun Xiaojia's knees bent instantly, and she fell heavily to the ground. Her knees hit the hard floor with a dull sound. Chun Xiaojia was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes, and her mind finally came to her senses from her drunkenness. She then realized that Chu Yi in front of her was not joking. She struggled to stand up, but was held down by Chu Ye's legs. He grabbed her wrist and twisted it behind her back, and grabbed her hair with one hand, forcing her to raise her head. "Dear," Chu Yi whispered in her ear. His tone was cold, as if he came from hell. "I'm back from hell. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" After saying that, Chu Yi suddenly grabbed Chun Xiaojia's hair and slammed her head against the wall, making a dull bang. Chun Xiaojia screamed in pain, and blood immediately oozed from her forehead. Chu Yi let go of her head, and Chun Xiaojia fell to the ground helplessly. Chu Ye's leather shoes stepped on her shoulders mercilessly, and the severe pain made her utter a low whimper. He grabbed Chun Xiaojia's wrist and pushed it upwards. With a crisp sound, Chun Xiaojia's arm was completely dislocated. The severe pain made her scream, and the sound echoed in the room. "Do you know what it feels like to be dismembered?" Chu Ye's voice was low and cold. "My body was cut into pieces and dismembered. I'm not afraid to tell you that I died like this once." Chu Yi said. Chu Yi paused, with no expression on his face, and continued. "Your sister and the wild man she found killed him, and then I experienced the feeling of being dismembered." Chu Yi stood up and took out a sharp boning knife from the box next to him. The blade flashed coldly under the dim light, emitting a chilling aura. "They cut me into pieces," Chu Yi whispered, his eyes cold. "My internal organs were taken out." He walked up to Chun Xiaojia and scratched her cheek with the tip of the knife, leaving a long, bloody mark. Chun Xiaojia was so scared that she trembled all over, but she could not resist. "You know what?" Chu Yi paused, as if looking for a more appropriate word. "It felt like being skinned alive. Every inch of my skin was burning, and every bone was wailing." Chu Yi raised the knife, ready to point it at her chest. The coldness and madness in his eyes were about to explode. "Now, I want you to feel this pain too." Chu Yi's tone was so gentle that it made people's hair stand on end. Chun Xiaojia was stunned. She looked at him in horror, unable to understand this sudden tenderness. However, Chu Yi's expression quickly became distorted, and the madness in his eyes instantly broke out. "Laugh! Don't you like watching me being dismembered? Laugh!" Chu Yi roared. The tip of the knife flashed a cold light and lightly scratched her skin. Don't. Her screams intertwined with Chu Ye's roars. Blood gushed out, staining the floor, and Chu Ye's hands red. After a while, Chu Yi took out an ice pick from the box and walked silently to Chen Xiaojia. At this time, Chen Xiaojia was already dying. Her eyes were dazed, and she could only make weak groans. Chuyi turned her over so that she was facing upwards and slowly approached her eyes with the ice pick. You know what? I once watched myself die like this. Chuyi's voice was full of teasing. The tip of the ice cone touched her eyeball, and the intense pain woke Chen Xiaojia up suddenly. She opened her eyes wide, and everything in front of her became blurry. She couldn't break free. Chen Xiaojia could only watch the cold cone pierce her eyeball. Ah! With a shrill scream, Chen Xiaojia's left eye was instantly stained red with blood. Her eyeball burst, and a mixture of white liquid and blood flowed down and slid down her face. Chuyi did not stop. He pushed the ice cone deeper and deeper in her head, stirring it. I want you to watch how you die. At the same time, Chen Xiaowang was shouting incoherently, "Crazy, crazy." Chen Xiaowang's voice was intermittent and full of fear. Chuyi heard this meaningless mumbling, and he felt irritated. Chuyi raised the hammer and smashed it hard on Chen Xiaowang's mouth. With the sound of bones breaking, Chen Xiaowang's teeth were broken, and blood and broken teeth gushed out. "You are very lucky," Chuyi chuckled. "You will thank me after you die in the future, because hell will come to this world." After Chuyi finished speaking, he swung the hammer again and smashed it towards Chen Xiaowang's head without hesitation. Chen Xiaowang's head exploded instantly, and blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. At this moment, there was a crackling sound outside the window. At first, Chu Yi thought it was raindrops, but he soon realized that the sound was more like the sound of countless tiny particles hitting the glass. Chu Yi walked to the window and suddenly pulled open the curtains. The scene in front of him made his pupils shrink suddenly. The originally clear sky was shrouded in a dim yellow, with howling winds and dust everywhere, as if a giant beast opened its bloody mouth and was ready to devour everything. It started, Chuyi muttered to himself, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. In his previous life, he had been like this before, watching the end of the world approaching, but unable to change it. He whispered to himself, "System. Host, I'm here." A cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. "Check the Canghai system. Remaining reserves, 1 billion cubic kilometers." The system's voice echoed in his ears. Chuyi sneered. "Let's start." Everything was ready, and all that was left was to wait for his only sister to return safely. Chapter 6. Chaos at the Airport. The fishy smell still lingered in the air. Chuyi hurriedly washed off the blood on his body and changed into clean clothes. Time waits for no one. He must take his sister home before a bigger sandstorm arrives. Chuyi felt a little uneasy about his sister's safety. How could he feel at ease leaving her alone in this doomsday world? As for the two corpses in the house, who will care when doomsday comes? Outside the window, a sandstorm has begun to rage. The sky is like a huge hourglass, with sand pouring down from the sky mercilessly, as if the world is experiencing the final countdown. He quickly put on a dust cover for the car, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed out in the sandstorm. The sight was almost swallowed by the wind and sand, and the visibility was less than 5 meters. The car windows were hit by the wind and sand, as if countless ghost claws were scratching at them, as if they were going to tear the car apart. "Ineen, answer the phone." "Damn it." Chuyi anxiously dialed his sister's number, but there was only a cold, busy tone on the other end of the phone. He swore that in this life, he would never allow his sister to experience those tragedies again. The airport highway, in his memory, should be at the end of this road, but now there is nothing to see except the yellow sand. Chuyi gritted his teeth and relied on his memories from his previous life to move forward in the sandstorm. Suddenly, the fuel gauge warning light flashed. "Damn, I forgot to refuel." "Ineen, you must wait for me." Chuyi slammed the steering wheel hard. The car seemed to be drifting in a sea of sand and could be swallowed up at any time. Just as the fuel gauge was about to reach zero, the vague outline of the airport finally appeared before his eyes. He quickly unbuckled his seat belt, grabbed the backpack on the co-pilot's seat, and rushed into the sandstorm without looking back. The wind and sand stung his face like steel needles, making it difficult to breathe. Visibility was extremely low, and Chuyi could only squint and move forward with difficulty. With every step he took, he felt like he was struggling in a quagmire and could be swallowed by the sandstorm at any time. Finally, Chuyi rushed into the terminal, tumbling and crawling. He looked like he had just crawled out of a pile of sand, covered in dust and in a state of disgrace. Chuyi shook his clothes vigorously, and the sand fell off. He took off his goggles, wiped the dust off his face, revealing a face covered with dust. He took a deep breath, coughed violently a few times, and exhaled turbid air with sand. The scene in front of him made Chu Ye's mood sink to the bottom. The airport hall was crowded with people crying and cursing. On the flight information board, the red words delayed and canceled were eye-catching. The flight is canceled. When will it be resumed? I have to rush home. A man in a suit and tie roared at the staff angrily, spitting everywhere. You're still thinking about going home at this time? You've lost your life and your home. Another person retorted angrily. My child is still waiting for me. You must help me arrange it. A middle-aged man begged anxiously. Refund. I want a refund. I don't want to stay in this crappy place anymore. An anxious voice sounded. The crowd was filled with angry and helpless voices, and anxiety filled the air. Quiet. Everyone be quiet. A security guard shouted at the top of his lungs, but his voice was drowned out by the noisy crowd. Chuyi struggled to make his way through the crowd, anxiously looking for his sister and avoiding the strangers running around. At this moment, a thief with a shifty look took the opportunity to snatch a young girl's backpack and ran away. The girl cried and ran after him, but was knocked down in the crowd. Chuyi snorted coldly, rushed forward quickly, and kicked the thief. The latter staggered a few steps, fell to the ground, and his backpack flew out. The girl hurriedly picked up her backpack and looked at Chuyi gratefully. Thank you, thank you. Chuyi just smiled coldly, without stopping, and continued to look for his sister in the crowd. Time was running out, and he had to find Een as soon as possible. Finally, he saw his sister's flight number on the flight information screen. CXXX, diverted to a neighboring city. Diverted. Chuyi breathed a sigh of relief. At least his sister was still alive. Chuyi quickly ran to the airport service desk, but was told that all transportation to neighboring cities had been suspended. Damn it. Chuyi looked around the hall and found that there were a huge crowd of people in front of the service desk, and the surroundings were in chaos. Sighing, Chuyi decided to bite the bullet and squeeze through. After squeezing to the periphery, Chuyi discovered that a conflict had occurred inside. A burly man was roaring at a young female staff member, spitting and pointing at her face and cursing. What's your attitude? Do you know who I am? I want to complain about you. The man's voice was rough and excited. The scolded girl turned pale with tears in her eyes, but she didn't dare to refute. Although the people around her were dissatisfied, no one dared to intervene, and they just talked in a low voice. What a bastard. Did the girl provoke you? Shuya's emotions exploded at this moment. He had just escaped from the brink of life and death, and his nerves were tense. Seeing this kind of behavior of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, he was furious. He grabbed the man's wrist and pushed him hard. The man staggered a few steps and almost fell. It's not a big deal for a grown man to hit a woman. Chuya's voice was low and cold. The man was stunned, and so were the people around him. No one expected Chuyi to stand up. The man's anger gradually turned into shame, and he pointed at Chuya's nose and cursed. You, who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Chuyi sneered, took a step forward, and approached the man. I don't care who you are. Now, immediately apologize to this lady. The man struggled for a moment, but was eventually overwhelmed by Chuya's aura and could only take a step back. Trembling, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Chuyi threw him to the ground like trash. The man got up in a panic and fled from the crowd. Chuyi slammed the counter hard and was about to leave when a young girl who was wearing a staff uniform and had Lin Wan's name on her chest walked over. Sir, do you need help? Lin Wan's voice was soft and a little panicked. Chuyi looked up at her and said in a hoarse voice, I want to go to the neighboring city. Chapter 7. Finally contacted my sister. Lin Wan bit her lip, her eyes full of worry. All flights and ground transportation are stopped now. She twisted her fingers nervously, lowered her head, and did not dare to look Chuyi in the eye. Chuyi cursed under his breath. Damn it. He couldn't feel at ease without any news from his sister. Is there no other way? Chuyi's voice was hoarse and low, and his anxious emotion was faintly evident. Lin Wan pursed her lips, was silent for a while, raised her head, and looked into Chuyi's eyes. Maybe I could try to contact the airport shuttle driver. Maybe someone is willing to take the risk. A glimmer of hope suddenly rose in Chuyi's heart. He held Lin Wan's hand gratefully and said, Please. Lin Wan's face suddenly became a little flustered. She quickly pulled back her hand, lowered her head, and coughed softly. I'll try. Chuyi paced anxiously on the spot, like a trapped beast. Finally, Lin Wan's phone rang. Hello. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Lin Wan hung up the phone A look of joy finally appeared on her face. I got in touch. An experienced driver is willing to take you to the neighboring city. The smile on Lin Wan's face seemed to take away a trace of gloom in Chuye's heart. Great! Chuye breathed a sigh of relief, finally relieved. Where is he? Chuye asked impatiently. The airport logistics warehouse. He said to meet there. Lin Wan said, Thank you so much. Chuye once again tightly held Lin Wan's hand, his excitement beyond words. Lin Wan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gently broke free from his hand and said gently, You're welcome. This is what I should do. Where is the logistics warehouse? Chuye scratched his head, seeming to be unfamiliar with the layout of the airport. Lin Wan smiled and took out a ballpoint pen and a small notebook from her pocket. She tore off a piece of paper and handed it to Chuye. Let me draw a picture for you. Chuye took the paper and pen and looked at Lin Wan, who was lowering her head, with her long eyelashes trembling slightly. She skillfully drew a simple map of the airport, marked the location of the terminal, and drew a curved route, finally pointing to a box. Next to it was written in small words, Logistics Warehouse. Look, go out from here, turn left, and walk along this road. After passing a gas station, walk a little further and you'll see a blue iron house. That is the logistics warehouse. Lin Wan pointed to the map and explained softly. There may be some obstacles on the road, so be careful. Her voice was gentle, as if with a hint of concern. Okay, thank you. After Chuye thanked her, he said goodbye to Lin Wan and immediately rushed to the logistics warehouse. Along the way, he called his sister again, but the cold, busy tone was still heard. Yinyin, you must be safe. Chuye prayed silently in his heart. Just when Chuye was worried about this, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Yinyin. He answered the phone almost tremblingly. Yinyin, how are you? Are you okay? On the other end of the phone, Yinyin's voice was a little tired, but her tone seemed relaxed. Brother, I'm fine. I'm on my way back in a classmate's car. Don't worry about me. Chuye finally let go of his worries and breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves relaxing. Yinyin, where are you? I'll pick you up. No need, brother. We'll be there soon. You can go home first. Yinyin's voice sounded a little tired, but her tone was still calm. Brother, what's wrong with you today? I feel weird. Yinyin's timid voice came from the other end of the phone. What happened? Chuye's heart tightened. Of course, he couldn't tell Yin the truth about the impending end of the world. It's okay, Yin, it's just, I haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you a little. Really? Brother, you never said that before. Yinyin's voice was filled with suspicion. I miss you too, brother. Her tone was filled with warmth. Well, then, be careful on the road and pay attention to safety. Chuye reminded softly, but he still felt a little uneasy in his heart. After hanging up the phone, Chuye quickly contacted the old driver, changed his itinerary, and prepared to return to the city. The end of the world is approaching, and Chuye knows that he must race against time and be prepared. Although water is precious, he cannot survive on water alone. He needs food that can be preserved for a long time. More importantly, various antibiotics. After all, medicine is indispensable for survival in the end times. Chuye walked quickly to the shuttle bus stop, where an old-fashioned gasoline-powered medium-sized bus was parked alone. He knocked on the door, and the driver waved his hand impatiently from inside the car. It's out of service, find someone else. The car windows were tightly closed, and the driver obviously didn't want the wind and sand outside to blow in. Lin Wan asked me to come. Chuye shouted towards the car window. The driver was stunned for a moment, looked Chuye up and down, and then reluctantly opened the door. Come up from the side. Chuye got on the car, and a turbid smell of sweat and tobacco hit him in the face. The driver was in his 40s, with messy hair, unshaven beard, and a dirty t-shirt. He looked extremely slovenly. The driver yawned, and a few tears came out his eyes. Go to the largest supermarket in the city, Chuye said concisely. The driver lazily pulled out a crumpled cigarette, lit it with his lighter, and took a deep puff. Then, the driver said slowly, Why are you in such a hurry? Boy, wait a minute. Miss Lin is about to get off work, and I promised to take her home first. The driver exhaled a puff of smoke, looking impatient. Chuye snatched the cigarette from the driver's mouth, threw it to the ground, and crushed it with his foot. Listen, I don't have time to wait for someone here with you. I'm in a hurry. The sooner the better. The driver was stunned for a moment, and his face suddenly darkened. Boy, you are the one in a hurry, not me. If you want to hurry, wait. If you want to leave, get out. After that, the driver took out a crumpled cigarette and pretended to light it. Chuye was quick and knocked the cigarette out of the driver's hand. I'll pay more. Chuyi said, "It's not about the money." The driver stiffened his neck and said in a tough tone, "I promised Miss Lin to take her home. You're just doing it for the sake of convenience." "I'll double it." Chuyi's voice turned cold. "I told you it's not about the money. You don't understand what I'm saying, do you?" The driver also got angry and glared at Chuyi. Chuyi gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words. 3 times. The driver took a deep breath, as if suppressing his anger. 5 times. Chuyi suddenly raised his voice, his tone firm. The driver finally wavered, and he hesitated. 5 times, are you sure? Sure, Chuyi said firmly. Let's go now. No. The driver suddenly changed his mind. 5 times is too little, 10 times. Chuyi's patience was finally exhausted. He grabbed the driver by the collar and yelled, "Are you fucking kidding me?" The driver was not to be outdone and swung his fist at Chuyi's face. Chapter 8. Go home quickly and don't waste time. The driver raised his fist with a strong smell of sweat and rushed straight to Chuyi's face. Chuyi dodged the punch quickly and hit the driver hard in the stomach with his backhand. The driver groaned, bent over, holding his stomach, and his face turned pale instantly. Chuyi did not hesitate and quickly kicked the driver in the chest, knocking him down in the driver's seat. The driver struggled to get up, cursing, "You little bastard, you dare to hit me? Do you know who I am?" Chuyi grabbed the driver by the collar and said viciously, "I don't care who you are. Now immediately drive to the city." The driver still insisted, "I won't drive. I have to wait for Miss Lin to get off work. I promised her." Chuyi laughed in anger. "You can't even protect yourself, and you're still thinking about others? Do you think I will let you go?" As he said that, Chuyi punched the driver in the face, causing blood to gush out of his nose. The driver was beaten so hard that his nose was bleeding and stars were popping out his eyes, but he still gritted his teeth and refused to give in. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He raised his head suddenly and bit Chuyi's arm. Chuyi subconsciously retracted his hand in pain, and the driver took the opportunity to break free and kicked Chuyi in the abdomen. Chuyi staggered back a few steps and bumped into the car door. The driver took out a wrench from under the seat and hit Chuyi hard. Chuyi dodged sideways, and the wrench hit the car door, making a loud crash. Chuyi seized the opportunity and punched the driver in the chin. The driver screamed and fell to the ground. Chuyi pounced on the driver and rode on him. The driver struggled desperately, waving his arms to fight back. At this moment, there was a knocking sound. Chuyi looked up suddenly and saw a girl in an airport ground staff uniform getting on the car. It was Lin Wan. The driver saw Chuyi was stunned for a moment, so he took the opportunity to kick him away. As the door opened, a hydraulic sound was heard, and Chuyi fell out of the car and hit Lin Wan. Chuyi groaned, struggled to get up from the ground, and immediately reached out to grab Lin Wan, who had been knocked down by him. Lin Wan was wearing a neat ground crew uniform, which formed a sharp contrast with the disheveled Chuyi and the driver. She looked at the dust on the 2 people and noticed the blood on the driver's face, and his nose was still bleeding. She asked with concern, "Uncle Chin, what happened to you two?" The driver rubbed his nose, which was hurt by the hit, snorted coldly, and said as if nothing had happened, "Lin girl, are you off work? Uncle will take you home right now. Find a seat and sit tight." He deliberately avoided Lin Wan's question. Chuyi patted the dust off his body and said in a deep voice, "Wait, I haven't left yet." The driver glared at Chuyi and said in a tough tone, "Boy, you just hit me, and this matter is not over yet. Get out of here now, and don't delay me from sending Lin girl home." Chuyi sneered, "I spent 10 times the price, and you want to kick me out of the car before you even send me to the city?" Lin Wan looked at Chuyi, then at the driver, confused. "Uncle Chin, what is going on?" "You." The driver interrupted her impatiently. "Lin girl, don't meddle in adults' business. You are just a child. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask." Lin Wan was startled by the tense atmosphere between the two and said anxiously, "Uncle Chin, Chuyi, stop arguing. If you have anything to say, just talk it out." Chuyi looked at Lin Wan's anxious expression, took a deep breath, turned to look at the driver, and said in a softer tone, "How about this? If you take me to the city, I'll give you 5 times the price." The driver hesitated for a moment, then nodded reluctantly. "Okay, for Lin girl's sake, I'll let you go this time." Uncle Chin started the shuttle bus and drove all the way to the city. In the car, Lin Wan was quite talkative, chatting about some irrelevant topics, while Chuyi responded in a disjointed manner. "Hey, let's go directly to the supermarket." Chuyi reminded the driver again. The driver glared at Chuyi in the rearview mirror and said, "You have no right to speak in this car. If you want to take a ride, take it. If you don't want to take a ride, get out. Chu Yi sneered. 15 times the fare. You take me to all the supermarkets in the city today. Lin Wan looked at Chu Yi worriedly, then at the driver. Uncle Chin, stop arguing and go to the supermarket. I'm going to buy some things too. The driver sighed. Lin girl, don't be afraid. Don't worry about the boy. Uncle will take you home right away. He rolled his eyes at Chu Yi in annoyance and said, if it weren't for Miss Lin, I would have kicked you out of the car a long time ago. Chu Yi ignored the driver's provocation. Uncle Chin, let's go to the supermarket. I really need to buy something. Lin Wan advised softly. Uncle Chin, I saw you hesitated in the rearview mirror, so please do me a favor. Look, Chu Yi also gave you so much money for the fare. Uncle Chin, the driver, looked at Lin Wan in the rearview mirror, sighed, and softened his tone. Lin girl, it's not that I'm unkind. It's just that with this horrible weather outside, I suggest you don't run around outside and go home directly. Uncle Chin, please stop talking. Lin Wan interrupted the driver and turned to look at Chu Yi. Chu Yi, please stop talking too. Uncle Chin is doing this for my own good. Chu Yi nodded, tacitly accepting Lin Wan's advice. While driving, the driver Uncle Chin couldn't help but mutter, young people nowadays are really... Seeing that they were almost at the supermarket, Lin Wan could be considered to have helped him. Chu Yi turned his head and said to Lin Wan, it's right to go buy some things. It's best to buy more vacuum-packed food, which is not easy to spoil. Lin Wan smiled and said, you are so anxious. If you don't know, you would think the end of the world is coming. It's just a dust storm. It's not like we haven't seen it in the past 2 years. There's no need to be so nervous, right? The car stopped in the supermarket parking lot, and Chu Yi immediately rushed into the daily necessities area. Lin Wan was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Uncle Chin. The driver was also staring at the direction where Chu Yi disappeared in amazement. After a long while, he managed to utter a sentence. Is this kid seriously ill? Why is he in such a hurry? Is he crazy? Lin Wan frowned slightly, recalling Chu Ye's advice to buy more vacuum-packed food in the car, and felt a little uneasy. He just advised me to buy some food as well. Lin Wan hesitated and said, how about we go and buy some? Uncle Chin sneered. What are you buying? It's just a dust storm. What's the big deal? This kid is so jumpy. It's like the end of the world. Lin Wan bit her lower lip, but what but? Uncle Chin interrupted her impatiently. You are also joining in the fun. Go home quickly and don't waste time. Chapter 9. Is this guy coming to the supermarket to buy goods? Lin Wan looked towards the entrance of the supermarket, and Chu Ye's figure had already disappeared from her sight. She recalled the seriousness in Chu Ye's tone, which didn't seem like a joke. But he looks really anxious. Lin Wan whispered to herself. Uncle Chin sighed and softened his tone. Lin girl, I know you have kind heart, but this boy doesn't look normal at first glance. You should have less contact with him. Uncle Chin, Chu Yi, is actually a nice person. Lin Wan subconsciously defended Chu Yi and finally decided to follow him to the supermarket. Chu Yi had no mood to wait for anyone. He was already standing in front of the shelf, and the dazzling array of food in front of him made him feel satisfied. Instant noodles, compressed biscuits, canned food. Perhaps because of the weather, there were few customers in the supermarket, and it was almost empty. Under their astonished gaze, Chu Yi swept a large amount of food, whole boxes of compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and sausages, into the shopping cart. A young shopping guide in a red vest looked at Chu Ye's frantic shopping and whispered to his colleague, hey, look at that guy. He bought so much. Can he finish it? Yeah, it's too exaggerated, like someone is snatching goods. Is this guy coming to the supermarket to buy goods? Another shopping guide frowned. Look at his shopping cart. It's piled up like a mountain. Could he have believed some doomsday rumor? The older salesperson shook his head. Stop guessing and get back to work. Who knows? Maybe he has money and buys whatever he wants. Lin Wan quickly followed Chu Yi and asked in confusion. Chu Yi, why did you buy so much food? Chu Yi grabbed a few bags of compressed biscuits without even turning his head and said casually, it's always a good idea to stock up on more food, so you should buy more too. The more the better. Lin Wan was even more confused, but seeing Chu Ye's extremely serious expression, she finally obediently picked up a few bags of snacks and put them in her shopping cart. Chu Yi shopped very quickly, and the shelves he passed by were almost empty. Instant noodles, ham, canned food, chocolate. As long as it was food that could be preserved for a long time, he stuffed it into the shopping cart without hesitation. In addition to food, he also frantically purchased sanitary products and hardware tools, including toilet paper, sanitary napkins, soap, shampoo, kitchen knives, hammers, pliers, nails, and everything else. The driver Uncle Chin finally caught up and saw Chu Ye's frantic shopping. He couldn't help but complain, "Boy, why are you buying so many things? Are you planning for the end of the world?" Chu Yi glanced at the driver Uncle Chin, ignored him, and continued to shop. Lin Wan also thought Chu Ye's behavior was a bit strange and pushed a full shopping cart to a blind spot of the surveillance. While the driver and Lin Wan were not paying attention, he silently said, "Open the system space." A virtual interface that only he could see suddenly appeared in front of him. Chu Yi put the items in the shopping cart into the system space one by one. The originally full shopping cart was empty in an instant. Then, he continued to sweep other shelves and returned to the blind spot of the surveillance camera to put the things into the system space. After repeating this several times, Chu Yi carefully carried out the great task of emptying the supermarket. The system space was piled up like a mountain, and Chu Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. When Lin Wan met Chu Yi again, she found that his shopping cart was empty. She widened her eyes in surprise. "Chu Yi, where did you put all the things?" Chu Yi smiled, raised a finger, and made a silent gesture. "This is a secret." At this time, the driver Uncle Chin also came over. Seeing the empty shopping cart, he asked in confusion, "Boy, where are the things you bought?" Chu Yi shrugged and said calmly, "I suddenly didn't want to buy them anymore, so I put them all back." "Put them back? Why didn't I see you put them back?" Uncle Chin looked suspicious. "Your eyesight isn't very good." Chu Yi waved his hand impatiently. "Okay, let's go to the next store. Many of the products in this store are about to expire." Uncle Chin narrowed his eyes, watching Chu Ye's receding back, and lowered his voice to Lin Wan and said, "Xiao Wan, do you think this guy is a thief? So many things disappeared just like that. I've lived to this age, but I've never seen anything so weird." Lin Wan smiled helplessly. "Uncle Chin, what are you thinking? If he is a thief, where would he hide all those things? There are cameras everywhere in this supermarket. Can he disappear out of thin air? I think he was just in a whim. They didn't want to buy it anymore, but he was too embarrassed to admit it, so he said he put it back." Uncle Chin still didn't believe it. He touched his chin and said doubtfully, "But I just saw him pushing a full shopping cart, and now the shopping cart is empty. Those things can't have disappeared out of thin air, right?" After coming out of the supermarket, Lin Wan was still curious about Chu Ye's shopping cart that disappeared out of thin air. The two stood at the entrance of the supermarket waiting for Uncle Chin to drive over. Lin Wan couldn't help but ask, "Chu Yi, did you really put all the things back just now?" Chu Yi said indifferently, "Yeah, where else can I put it? Look, I don't have any pockets on me." Lin Wan looked at Chu Yi suspiciously, but still took out her phone and said, "Add WeChat. Thank you so much for today." Chu Yi smiled mysteriously, took out his phone, and shook it. He frowned, and although reluctantly, he still scanned Lin Wan's QR code. Uncle Chin's car also arrived at this time. Along the way, Uncle Chin looked at Chu Yi from the rearview mirror from time to time, his eyes full of suspicion, until he sent Lin Wan to the door of her home. Chu Yi watched her enter the community before saying to Uncle Chin, "Uncle Chin, let's go to 2 more supermarkets. I still need some things." Uncle Chin's eyes almost popped out when he heard this. "Boy, why are you buying so many things? Does your family run a supermarket?" Chu Yi replied calmly, "Stockpiling, a hobby." Uncle Chin's mouth twitched, and he secretly complained in his heart. Could this kid be a member of some organization? He hoarded so many things. Is he planning to do something weird? Chu Yi continued to shop frantically in the next 2 supermarkets. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening, when the supermarkets closed one after another, that Chu Yi finally ended his stockpiling journey. Uncle Chin waited for Chu Yi in the parking lot without complaint. Although he had doubts in his heart, Chu Yi knew that if it wasn't for Lin Wan, he would never be so patient. Chapter 10. As a man, career is the most important thing. After leaving the 3 supermarkets, Chu Ye's system space was filled with various supplies, enough for him to live alone for several years. But he knew that this was far from enough. "Uncle Chin, take me back to the villa." Chu Yi rubbed his sore shoulders, his voice sounding a little tired. Uncle Chin started the car, and all the way he kept thinking about Chu Ye's strange behavior. When they were almost at the villa, Chu Yi suddenly asked, "Uncle Chin, do you know anyone who works on the project?" "An engineer? I know him. Lin's dad is an engineer. We were comrades in arms." Uncle Chin said with a hint of pride. "So what are you doing? If you do anything illegal, I won't let you off." Uncle Chin had a serious face, and Chu Yi smiled secretly, thinking that Uncle Chin had a strong sense of justice. He said casually, "I just bought a villa, and I want to renovate it." Chu Yi paid the fare, watched Uncle Chin leave, and returned to the house. He took a deep breath. He could finally start dealing with the bodies of Chun Xiaojia and Chen Xiaowang. Looking at the blurred scene in the bedroom, Chu Ye's eyes did not fluctuate at all. Thanks to the system space, he could deal with the bodies quietly and store the two bodies directly into the system space. He thought to himself, Chun Xiaojia, Chen Xiaowang, this is the retribution you deserve. After cleaning up, Chu Yi returned to the living room and collapsed on the sofa. His bones all over his body seemed to be falling apart. Chu Yi rubbed his sore shoulders and felt like a migrant worker who had done heavy work all day. He took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Lin Wan. Ms. Lin, your father is an engineer, right? I want to renovate the villa, reinforce the walls, install an anti-theft system, etc. I wonder if he can help. Lin Wan replied quickly. I'll ask my dad and give you a reply later. While waiting, Chu Yi began to sort out the supplies he bought from the supermarket. Looking at the mountains of food, water, medicine, and other daily necessities in the system space, he felt a sense of security. At this time, Lin Wan's text message came. My dad agreed. See you at your villa at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you. Chu Yi replied. Nothing happened that night. At 10 a.m. the next day, Lin Wan and her father Lin Jiangwo appeared at the door of Chu Ye's villa on time. Lin Jiangwo was a burly middle-aged man with a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He looked like a typical soldier. Hello, Mr. Chu. Lin Jiangwo stretched out his hand and shook hands with Chu Yi. I heard from Xiaowan that you want to renovate the villa? Lin Jiangwo said with a smile. Yes, Mr. Lin. Chu Yi nodded. I want to redecorate the villa. Lin Jiangwo smiled and said, These are all trivial matters. We are very experienced in doing this kind of work. By the way, I heard that you helped Xiaowan yesterday. Don't worry, I will definitely not cheat you on the materials. By the way, are you married? Chu Yi was stunned for a moment. He was suddenly asked about marriage. He asked in confusion, Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Seeing his father suddenly ask this question, Lin Wan, who was standing by, quickly reached out and twisted her father's arm, saying coquettishly, Dad. Lin Jingwo laughed. Sorry, I'm used to it. Xiaowan is not young anymore, and her mother and I are worried that she doesn't have a boyfriend. So, when I see a guy her age, I habitually ask him, how about it? If you're not married, would you consider it? I agree. You don't even need a betrothal gift. Chu Yi secretly rolled his eyes in his heart and thought, the end of the world is almost here. Who has the time to think about this? Chu Yi decisively refused. As a man, career is the most important thing. To be honest, I haven't thought about finding a girlfriend yet. Lin Wan's face originally turned red with shame because of her father's abrupt behavior, but after hearing Chu Ye's answer, she felt inexplicably lost. Lin Wan secretly glanced at Chu Yi and found that he was discussing the renovation of the villa with his father in a serious manner, and it seemed that he really didn't take what happened just now to heart. Seeing Chu Ye's refusal so straightforward, Lin Jiangwo didn't want to continue the topic, so he turned to the main business. Well, since you are devoted to your career, I won't say much. Let's talk about the villa renovation. What specific ideas do you have? Chu Yi took Lin Jiangwo around the villa and carefully examined its structure and surrounding environment. Mr. Lin, you see, although this outer wall looks strong, it is actually vulnerable. I want to add a layer of lead steel plate inside. The thickness should be at least 10 centimeters. Chu Yi said, pointing at the wall. Lin Jiangwo frowned. 10 centimeters? Young man, what are you doing? Are you renovating a villa or a civil air defense project? Lead steel? What? Radiation protection? Aren't your requirements too high? This will cost a lot of money. Chu Yi smiled faintly. Money is not a problem. Safety comes first. The world is not peaceful now. What if one day, he paused deliberately and said in a low voice, what if he really has a falling out with a bald eagle? My family can hold on for a while, right? Lin Jiangwo couldn't help but burst out laughing. Mr. Chu, you are really worrying too much. We drove away the bald eagle in South Korea back then. How dare they come again? Chu Yi shrugged. It's better to be safe than sorry. Besides, if we reinforce the villa, it will be safer at ordinary times. Although Lin Jiangwo felt that Chu Yi was a little too worried, the customer is God, and he couldn't refute it, so he could only nod and say, okay, that's no problem, but the construction period may be longer. I want to install a few sets of high-power solar panels on the roof. Chu Yi pointed at the roof and said, it would be best if they are powerful and durable. I remember that our photovoltaic industry is very powerful. Lin Jiangwo muttered to himself. Who is this guy? He's talking about lead steel plates and solar panels. as if he's going to war. Also, I want to install a water collector on the roof to collect rainwater. Chuyi continued. In case the water supply is cut off, there will be a backup. Lin Jiangwo nodded. That's fine. Energy conservation and environmental protection are advocated now. Chuyi pointed at the windows again. I want to replace all these windows with explosion-proof ones, preferably completely sealed ones with good sound insulation. Lin Jiangwo couldn't help but ask, Young man, what are you doing? Are you turning your house into a fortress? Chuyi smiled but didn't answer. He just continued. I want to build a swimming pool on the second underground floor. I want to transform the first underground floor into a greenhouse. I like to plant some flowers and plants. And can this floor be transformed into a fish pond covered with tempered glass? Circulation. Lin Jiangwo was completely confused. Underground swimming pool? Greenhouse? Young man, are you planning to send this house to Mars? With the modifications you made, I think your house can be lived in even on Mars. Do you want me to build you a negative pressure buffer room and install 2 doors for your house? Chu Ye's eyes lit up. Mr. Lin, can this really be done? Chapter 11. The water is out. Lin Jiangwo was stunned for a moment and thought, is this kid really planning to do this? This is not the way to spend money, right? Chuyi paused and asked in a low voice. By the way, Uncle Lin, didn't you serve in the military? I wonder if you can get some retired stuff. I believe that stuff is of better quality. Lin Jiangwo originally thought that Chuyi was just a slightly neurotic, rich second generation. I like some weird designs, but when I hear retired things, I feel like I'm going to do something weird. He immediately became alert. He had served in the army before, so he naturally knew what retired things meant. Staring at Chuyi with sharp eyes. Xiao Chu, what do you mean by the things that were withdrawn? Lin Jiangwo's voice was low and serious, with a hint of interrogation in his tone. Chuyi smiled slightly, his tone relaxed and casual. There are some retired military materials, such as bulletproof steel plates, explosion-proof glass, high-intensity lighting equipment, and the like. I know these things are of good quality, durable, and highly safe. Lin Jiangwo was silent. He stared at Chuyi closely. Who is this kid? Why do we need to do these things? Does he know something? It's nothing, to be honest. I'm a military fan. I just like this tune. Lin Jiangwo looked at Chuyi suspiciously, but finally nodded and said, Okay, then let's do as you say. I'll contact your former comrades and see if I can get it for you. Seeing that things were basically settled, Chuyi immediately took out his cell phone and said, Uncle Lin, I'll transfer the deposit to you now. Let's start work as soon as possible. Lin Jiangwo was stunned for a moment and smiled awkwardly. Are you really going to do this? I thought you were just here to take a look. You haven't even prepared a budget or anything like that. And you didn't bring a contract. Chuyi said cheerfully, It's okay. I'll give you the money first. Let's start working as soon as possible and make up the contract later. We have Lin Wan here. If it doesn't work, I can just ask her to sign it directly. Uncle Lin, do you think we can start working this afternoon? At the latest in the evening, I can pay you more. Lin Wan listened from the side, covering her mouth and laughing. It's really rare to see my dad like this. Lin Jiangwo glared at Lin Wan, then turned to Chuyi with a complicated expression. Xiao Chu, it's not that Uncle Lin is trying to shirk responsibility, but the workload is huge. It involves lead plates and solar energy, and we also need to contact our old comrades. Even if we start work in the afternoon, we can't start right away. Chuyi nodded to show his understanding. Understand. It's mainly about preparing some materials. So, I'll transfer you a deposit of 1 million first. Do you think it's enough? Lin Jiangwo waved his hands repeatedly. Too much. I don't need that much. Just transfer 200,000 first, and I'll deal with the rest after the materials are in place. Chuyi insisted. It's okay, Uncle Lin. Just refund more and pay back less. You know, the world is not peaceful now, so I'll feel at ease if you get it done sooner. As he spoke, Chuyi had already completed the operation and handed a screenshot of the successful transfer to Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo looked at the account arrival information on his mobile phone and sighed. Okay, since you said so, Uncle Lin, just work harder. I'll contact my old comrades and ask them to deliver the stuff as soon as possible. I'll arrange for people to dismantle what needs to be dismantled this afternoon, and we'll try to officially start work as soon as possible. Lin Jiangwo smacked his lips as he looked at the information of 200,000 yuan arriving on his mobile phone. This kid is too generous. He accepted a deposit of 200,000 without even blinking an eye. Although this business is profitable, I always feel that the money is wasted. He muttered to himself, Chuyi seems to be a smart guy. Why is he so hasty in doing things? This isn't the way to spend money. Alas, I was still thinking about bringing him and Wanwan together. Could this boy be a prodigal son? If I really get together with Wanwan in the future, I'd better not squander all my family fortune. There is naturally a reason why Chu Yi is so eager and even spends money lavishly. Firstly, he knew that the end of the world was approaching and he didn't have much time left. Secondly, the money was not his in the first place, so he naturally didn't feel bad about spending it. After his rebirth, he clearly remembered that Chun Xiaojia's mobile phone contained a huge amount of savings left by her lover. It would be better to leave this ill-gotten wealth to Chun Xiaojia to squander. It is better to use it to prepare yourself for survival in the end times. Long before he killed Chun Xiaojia, he had already unlocked Chun Xiaojia's cell phone. The money was transferred to his own account without anyone noticing. Now, this is the money he spends. For him, it would be a waste if he doesn't spend the money. Chui took out a bunch of keys from his pocket and handed them to Lin Jiangwo. Uncle Lin, this is the key to the villa. I'll give it to you first. You can bring people over to start the construction. I may have something else to do today and may not be able to make it back. Lin Jiangwo took the key and was a little confused. Why are you in such a hurry? If it doesn't work today, try tomorrow. It won't make a difference in a day or two. He muttered to himself. Why is Chu Yi so anxious? How come this project is like the sky will fall if it isn't done well tomorrow? If you didn't know, you would think the end of the world was coming. Chu Yi shook his head, his tone firm. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. The sooner the better. I am really anxious. After seeing off Lin Jiangwo and his daughter, Chu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Return to your villa. The sky outside the window was dim. The strong wind showed no sign of stopping, and the air was filled with a strange heat. What he called other things was, of course, about his sister Chuyin. Since they contacted each other yesterday, there has been no news from Chuyin, which made him very worried. Chuyi walked to the window and opened the curtains. The originally green lawn downstairs was now covered with a thin layer of yellow sand, like a layer of strange snow. He tried to turn on the tap, and, as expected, the water supply was cut off. Chuyi picked up his phone and opened the villa area owners group. As expected, the owners group was in an uproar. 99 plus message prompts keep popping up. What's going on? Why is the water suddenly cut off? What is the property management doing? Where is the property management? Come out and explain. Property management. Does anyone know what's going on? When will the water come? My child wants to drink water. What should I do? Can the property management think of a solution? Send some water over here right away. I don't have any water at home. What should I do? I'm so thirsty. Who has extra water? Give me some. This property is so irresponsible. There is no warning at all. That's right. This is too sudden. There's no preparation at all. Property, come out and solve the problem. Stop playing dead. An owner with the online name Coco sent a voice message in the group in a bossy manner. Oh my, this is so annoying. What kind of crappy place is this? The water is out. I just got a manicure yesterday, and now I can't even wash my hands. Where's the property management? Hurry and bring me some water. I want Evian. Also, remember to bring me some food. I want Haagen-Dazs. Chuyi saw Coco at the gate of the community yesterday. She was dressed up beautifully. At first glance, it is obvious that she's a canary kept by some wealthy family. Now seeing her bossing around in the group, Chuyi felt even more disgusted. Chapter 12, Traffic Paralysis. Chuyi sneered and thought to himself, she's going to suffer a lot more later. This is just the beginning. Chuyi looked at Coco's arrogant face in the group. He deliberately egged the owner who had previously said that the child wanted to drink water. I still have some water here. I can share some with you. Please send me the room number in a private message. As soon as this news came out, the group exploded. Boss, give me one too. I'll pay for it. I want one too. I want one too. No matter how much it costs. Brother, please. My house is running out of water. Plus one. I want one too. The price is negotiable. Coco seemed to feel that she was being humiliated and sarcastically pouillette. Oh, some people are really generous. If you don't know them, you would think they are great philanthropists. They give away a piece of water, and if you don't know them, you would think it is some treasure. Chuyi ignored Coco's sarcasm and replied, I'm sorry, I don't have much water left. If you want to buy some, we could discuss the price privately. Now the group was in an uproar. The price is negotiable. Boss, let's chat privately. Private chat. Private chat. I've added you on WeChat. Brother, I added you too. Please approve. Plus 10,086. Boss, look at me. Coco was so angry that she stomped her feet in the group, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't expect that she just wanted to show off, but ended up being humiliated by Chuyi. In this kind of villa area, most owners only come here occasionally to stay for 2 days, so the sudden water outage has a great impact on them. Coupled with the weather, it was difficult to leave, so it was no exaggeration to say that they were trapped in the villa. Although it will recover quickly in the next few days. But there will always be a tough time. This time, Chuyi did not ask for an exorbitant amount of money when selling water, but only charged a symbolic fee. After all, his main goal now is not to make money. Boss, I'll double the price. 3 times? As long as you're willing to sell it to me. 5 times? If you can get me some water. 10 times? As long as you can guarantee my water supply. Chuyi looked at the news, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It seems that the sudden water outage has a greater impact on them than he imagined. Chuyi ignored those owners who asked for exorbitant prices and instead chose some who seemed more rational, and the owner who offers a reasonable price. He sold water to them at a price slightly higher than the market price and did not take advantage of the situation. After all, he just wanted to make a little money, not to offend everyone. Chuyi knew very well that in this doomsday, in addition to supplies, connections were equally important. After agreeing on a time to fetch water, Chuyi first delivered one to the family with children. The person who opened the door was a woman in her early 30s. Probably because the water supply was cut off early in the morning, she didn't have time to take care of herself, so she looked very disheveled. The children the woman was talking about were a brother and sister about 5 or 6 years old. Both children looked cute. In their voices of gratitude, Chuyi just left the water and mentioned, "If you have the conditions, you might as well save a little more at home after you come here." This is all he can do to help this family. At noon, Chuyu's cell phone finally rang, and the caller ID showed it was Chuyin. He answered the phone almost tremblingly. "Brother, I'm stuck in traffic. It's on the highway outside the city, and I can't move at all." The background sound is the noisy honking of horns and people shouting. The thing Chuyi was most worried about finally happened. "Where are you now? Where exactly?" Chuyi forced himself to calm down. "I don't know. The highway is full of cars. I think I saw a sandstorm." Chuyin's voice was intermittent. Chuyu's heart sank suddenly. "Inin, listen to me. Don't get out of the car now. Lock the door and try to stay calm. I will find a way to find you." Chuyi tried hard to make his tone sound calm. "Brother, I'm fine. I'm with some classmates. I'm just a little tired. I've been sitting in the car for a while, and I don't feel very well. Don't be afraid. Inin, I'll be there soon. Remember, stay in the car and don't go anywhere. Keep your phone connected at all times." Chuyi hung up the phone, grabbed his coat, and rushed out the door. He must get to Chuyin as soon as possible. However, when he rushed out of the villa area, he found that the situation was worse than he had imagined. The roads were completely blocked, and there were broken-down vehicles everywhere. The streets were like a boiling pot of water. The only difference is that what's boiling in the pot is not water, but people and cars. Most companies suspended work in the morning, calling it a holiday. The result was that the employees were packed into the street like sardines in a can. These damn bosses didn't even pick a good time for their holiday. Now the traffic is so congested. A man with a fleshy face stuck his head out of the car window. He yelled at a BMW that was driving slowly next to him. Not to be outdone, the BMW driver rolled down his window, revealing his greasy, bald head. "Who the hell are you scolding? Hurry up and reincarnate." "I'm scolding you. You idiot. Do you think you're so great just because you drive a BMW?" It seemed that a war of the century was about to break out. Chuyi cursed in his heart. Idiot. Instead of wasting time arguing, he might as well go home early. As he said this, he squeezed past the 2 drivers who were on edge. His eyes kept scanning the surrounding environment, trying to find a passable path. The car door that had been shouting just now suddenly opened, and the man with a ferocious face walked down aggressively. Pointing at Chuyu's back, he shouted, "Stop right there, you little bastard. You hit my car. Come here and apologize." The BMW driver had a look of gloating on his greasy face. I thought to myself, this is going to be fun. The guy who honked the horn should at least teach that guy a lesson, right? Chuyi didn't even look back and continued walking forward. The sturdy man slammed the car door, caught up with Chuyi in 3 or 2 steps, grabbed Chuyu's shoulder, and said viciously, "Boy, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Chuyi slowly turned around and stared at the burly man with cold eyes. Said in a calm tone, "If you have time to cause trouble, I advise you to think about how to leave this damn place." The sturdy man was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect Chuyi to react like this, and he laughed in anger. "Kid, you hit my car and you still don't admit it. Do you know who I am? Contemptuously. I don't care who you are now. Take your hand away." The sturdy man was so angry and humiliated by Chu Yi that he raised his fist and hit Chu Yi in the face. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. Chu Yi was prepared and dodged to the side, avoiding the burly man's fist. At the same time, he slapped the sturdy man's wrist with his backhand. Ah! The sturdy man let out a scream and squatted down, covering his wrist. Chu Yi looked at him coldly, then turned and left. He only left one sentence. At a time like this, it's better to rely on your own two legs than to rely on these iron lumps. Chapter 13. The Trouble of Avoiding the Wind. I saw Chu Yi knock down a strong man. The BMW driver was stunned. He had never expected this. This seemingly gentle young man is actually so good at fighting. If I had joined in the cursing just now, I might be the one lying on the ground now. He subconsciously touched his greasy belly. I secretly thanked my luck in my heart. Fortunately, I didn't meddle in other people's business just now. He has such a small body and doesn't look strong. How come you are so good at fighting? Knock someone down in just 2 moves. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. It seems that these days, the right thing to do is to mind one's own business and make a fortune quietly. He looked down at his shiny leather shoes, then looked at the street in the distance. He muttered to himself, "The world is becoming increasingly unstable. How about should I just do as that guy said and go back?" Chu Yi has no time to waste as his sister Chu Yin is still stuck on the highway outside the city. The wind and sand are like countless tiny blades, scraping on my face and causing pain. Chu Yi put on goggles and walked forward with difficulty. He wrapped his coat tightly around him, lowered his head, and let the wind and sand blow against him. This damn weather is terrible. Chu Yi cursed under his breath. After walking for a few kilometers, Chu Yi felt like he was about to collapse. My legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and every step was extremely difficult. Visibility was getting lower and lower, and everything around was shrouded in dimness. No, we have to find a place to hide. Chu Yi thought. He cursed in his heart. Why is this damn sandstorm getting more and more severe? Chu Yi turned on his phone, and the screen was almost covered with sand. Damn it. He wiped it twice vigorously, squinting his eyes, and barely saw the location. The surrounding area is desolate, and the map shows that the nearest building is a logistics warehouse area. It's better to have it than nothing. Chu Yi put the phone back into his pocket and groped towards that direction with gritted teeth. Perhaps because the online map has not been updated, this logistics warehouse has probably moved long ago. Only an empty house was left. The door was closed and rusty, as if no one had opened it for decades. Chu Yi shouted a few times, but his voice was instantly swallowed up by the wind and sand, and even he could not hear it. After walking around the warehouse, Chu Yi found a small door on the side that was ajar. It was like a way out was deliberately left for him. The warehouse was frighteningly empty, with some discarded cartons and sundries piled up. There was a thick layer of dust on it. The light was dim, and I could only barely see the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he walked deeper into the warehouse, found a corner to sit down, and temporarily avoid the wind and sand. He took off his goggles and wiped the sand off his face. I feel like I just crawled out of a grave. Before he could catch his breath, the roar of an engine suddenly mixed into the sound of the violent wind. Chu Yi's heart tightened, and he quickly stood up and walked towards the direction of sound. Soon, human voices were heard. "Hurry, unload the stuff, and make a few more trips. We might be able to get more while we can." A gruff voice echoed through the warehouse. Chu Yi hid behind a pile of cardboard boxes and quietly poked his head out. I saw a few young men carrying boxes into the warehouse. In the warehouse, a thin young man was carrying a box of something unknown. He stopped panting and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He turned and said to a burly young man walking in front, "Brother, this might be a bad idea, right? If we steal something at this time, what if we get caught? What are you afraid of? Who could find out? We have turned off all the surveillance cameras. The supermarket will probably be closed for a few days. When the sandstorm stops, if anyone asks about it, we could just tell Lizzie that the surveillance camera is broken." The burly young man stopped, turned around and glared at him, and said impatiently, "Just say it was damaged by the wind. Let's be careful. It's out in the middle of nowhere. How can anyone know? Hurry up. You've seen how many good things there are in that supermarket over there." The thin young man was still a little worried. But what buts? Get to work and stop talking nonsense." The burly young man interrupted him impatiently. "If you succeed this time, you will definitely get some benefits. Do you want a new phone? Do you want to buy a motorcycle? It all depends on this time." Hearing this, The thin young man's eyes lit up. Without further hesitation, he quickened his pace. Follow others to carry the goods. Another young man came over and said to the burly young man with a grin, Brother Hu, you are really smart. This sandstorm is a godsend. We can make a fortune this time. The burly young man, known as Brother Tiger, smiled smugly. Of course. Once this sandstorm passes, we'll sell all these things. The money we make will be enough for us to live comfortably for a while. Chu Yi hid in the dark, watching these people moving goods back and forth. I secretly guessed that these must be villagers from nearby who took advantage of the sandstorm. They went to some unknown supermarket to steal things, and the things they moved into this warehouse are the stolen goods. If you do not take what God gives you, you will be punished by God. Since these people brought the things to me, if I don't take some of the money, I would be really letting them down for their hard work. Brother Hu, there seems to be someone here. A shrill voice broke through the noisy movement of things in the warehouse. Brother Hu, who was directing the transportation of goods, turned his head impatiently and spat. There's no one here. This broken warehouse has been abandoned for so many years. There are only a few rats here. How can there be someone here? Have you gone crazy for moving things? The owner of the shrill voice, a young man with shifty eyes, pointed at a set of fresh footprints on the ground. Brother Hu, look at these footprints. They weren't there when we came here last time. Brother Hu looked in the direction the young man pointed and saw a clear set of footprints. It extends all the way to behind a pile of cardboard boxes deep in the warehouse. In this remote place, who else would come to such a ghost place except this group of people? Chapter 14. Black Eats Black. Everyone, grab your weapons. Find that guy. At Brother Hu's command, several young men immediately picked up the iron bars and crowbars at hand. They surrounded the pile of cardboard boxes as if they were facing a great enemy. Chu Yi hid behind a cardboard box, listening to the footsteps getting closer. My heartbeat is getting faster and faster. He originally wanted to wait until these people left before taking action. Take what they bring. It seems that it is not possible now. Chu Yi took a deep breath and started the system. 40 pressure, 1 flow, parameter setting completed. The nozzle of the water jet is as thin as a needle tip, but it contains huge energy. The pile of cartons was roughly pushed aside, with Brother Tiger taking the lead. Holding a rusty iron rod in his hand, he stared at Chu Yi fiercely. Kid, who the hell are you? What are you doing hiding here? Chu Yi didn't waste any words. The system started up and a line of water that was almost invisible to the naked eye shot out from his fingertips. Brother Hu only saw the boy in front of him waving his hand out of thin air. He was stunned, totally confused as to what this guy was doing. Then, I felt a pain in my lower abdomen. Brother Hu looked down and saw a tiny bloody hole in his lower abdomen, followed by a look as if it had been cut open. A cut was made, covering the flesh underneath the clothes. He raised his head in disbelief and looked at Chu Yi in front of him in astonishment. But I couldn't speak. You. Brother Hu covered his wound. His eyes widened in disbelief, his eyes full of horror. How did you do that? He clearly saw Chu Yi just wave his hand. So how did he get injured? What kind of witchcraft is this? It hurts so much. The pain made his eyes go black and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead continuously. He staggered back a few steps, staring at Chu Yi in horror, as if he had seen some terrible monster. Chu Yi looked at him expressionlessly. But I was secretly shocked in my heart. This system can actually be used as a knife. It's a water-based cutting knife. This power is unparalleled. The younger brothers behind Brother Hu did not notice Brother Hu's abnormality, and they still rushed up aggressively. He raised the iron rod and crowbar high in his hands, ready to teach Chu Yi a lesson. Chu Yi dodged the oncoming iron rod. He used the mountains of debris in the warehouse as cover and moved flexibly among them, avoiding the attacks of the younger brothers. With a bang, an iron rod hit the cardboard box where Chu Yi had just hidden. The cardboard box was flattened in an instant. Chu Yi snorted coldly, waved his finger lightly, and a line of water shot out, hitting the arm of one of his younger brothers. Ah! The younger brother screamed and fell to the ground, covering his bloody arm. Only then did the others notice Brother Hu's abnormality and the injuries of his companions. They all stopped their attacks and looked at Chu Yi in surprise and doubt. The remaining brothers looked at each other, their hands holding their weapons trembling slightly. They were so aggressive just now, but now they felt an inexplicable fear. What's going on? Brother Tiger, why is... A younger brother pointed at Brother Tiger, who was holding his stomach and looking pale, and asked in a trembling voice. Blood. Brother Chong is bleeding. This kid, what did he do? Damn it, this is weird. Brother Chong was clearly not touched by him. Yeah, this kid just waved his hand. How did Brother Chong get hurt? Witchcraft. It must be witchcraft. A younger brother shouted in horror. They had never seen anything so strange, even though there was no physical contact. Brother who was inexplicably injured, and his wound was still bleeding. This strange situation made them feel creepy. They unconsciously took a few steps back, clenched their weapons, and their eyes were full of fear. Who is this kid? Chuyi ignored their questions and launched another attack. The water lines followed like a shadow, leaving tiny tracks in the warehouse. A younger brother, holding a dagger, waved the dagger towards Chuyi. Chuyi waved his finger, and the water line accurately cut off the blade of the dagger. With a clang, the broken blade fell to the ground. The broken blade fell to the ground, and the younger brother stared blankly at the dagger with only the handle left in his hand, without reacting. Chuyi's second line of water had arrived, hitting his throat. He silently covered his neck and fell straight down. Seeing the miserable plight of their companions, the rest of the brothers were horrified. They turned around and tried to escape from the warehouse. Chuyi's eyes narrowed. These people have all seen his abilities. If he lets them go, it will undoubtedly bring him huge trouble. With a sudden thought, he decisively rushed towards the warehouse door, blocking everyone's way. Since you are here, just stay. Chuyi's voice was cold. Ghost, ghost. The little brother, whose dagger had been cut off, was covering his neck with blood gushing out. He let out a terrified cry before dying. Oh my God, there really is a ghost. One of the younger brothers was so scared that he dropped the iron rod in his hand and ran away. Don't leave me. Let's run together. Run, run. The remaining few brothers were also in chaos, scrambling to run towards the warehouse door. What they saw before them was terrifying, as if they were in a nightmare. Now they just want to escape from this horrible place. The farther the better. Who are you? Brother who was supported by his younger brother, and walked to Chuyi, who was blocking the warehouse door. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Does it matter who I am? Brother who was supported by his younger brothers, and walked with difficulty to Chuyi, who was blocking the warehouse door. He held his stomach, which was still aching slightly. His face was pale, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Supporting his weak body with one hand, Brother who forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, his voice trembling. This young man, we are the ones who have offended you because we didn't recognize you. Please be magnanimous and let us go. Several younger brothers around him also nodded in agreement and pleaded with sad faces. Yes, brother, we are wrong. Please let us go. Chuyi looked at them coldly. If you didn't want to cause trouble for me in the first place, I wouldn't have intended to embarrass you. Brother who was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that indeed, he had no floor before he found this guy. Brother, you misunderstood. We just want to borrow this warehouse. We will give you all these things. They are all yours. Please forgive us this time. Forgive you. Chuyi's eyes became sharp. You just wanted to kill me. Now you want me to let you go just because you know you are wrong. Isn't that too easy? Brother who was so scared that he trembled all over and said quickly, Brother, we are willing to compensate you. As long as you let us go, we will pay you no matter how much money you have. Money. Chuyi sneered. Do you think I'm short of money? Chapter 15, Kill Him. Brother who was suddenly speechless and thought to himself, I'm afraid I can't escape today. He could never have imagined that this seemingly harmless young man in front of him could be so cold-blooded and heartless. Just because they and others saw his appearance, they had to kill him and wipe out the root of the problem. A feeling of despair welled up in my heart. If he could do it again, he would definitely stay as far away as possible and would never provoke this evil star. But it's too late to say anything now. Then, a fierce look suddenly appeared in his eyes. Brother who cursed in a low voice. Since this guy doesn't want us to live, let's fight him. He picked up a crowbar and shouted, Brothers, grab your weapons. Attack. The young men were stunned for a moment. Then they reacted and picked up the tools in their hands. Then Brother who rushed to the door aggressively. Kill him. Shouts and roars echoed in the warehouse, breaking the original silence. Chuyi just quietly increased the system's water output and water pressure. The originally small water flow in the warehouse suddenly surged and turned into high-pressure water blades. It swept out with lightning speed. Brother who was rushing in the front, only saw a flash of white light before his eyes. There was a sharp pain, and then the body was cut in half at the waist. The huge impact force threw him away, and he fell heavily to the ground. Blood gushed out, instantly dyeing the ground red. The young man following behind him had not yet reacted to what was happening. It was ruthlessly cut into two halves by the water blade. Broken limbs and arms flew everywhere, and screams echoed throughout the warehouse. The warehouse instantly turned into a living hell. With just a wave of his hand, Chu-Yi dealt with this group of rabble, took care of those petty thieves in the warehouse. Chu-Yi looked around and saw the various goods that people had moved into the warehouse, mainly electronic products and the like. Most of them are things that were valuable in the past, but are useless in the apocalypse. Obviously, these people did not think that this sandstorm was the beginning of the end of the world. However, there were probably a few greedy ones among this group of hooligans. Chu-Yi found several boxes of canned food among a pile of electronic products. He picked up a can, opened it, and took a sniff. A rich, meaty aroma hit his nose. Canned beef. Not bad. Chu-Yi nodded with satisfaction and put the cans back into the box. Chu-Yi was more satisfied with this box of canned food than the pile of electronic products. I will accept these things with a smile. Chu-Yi looked at the bodies of Brother Hu and others on the ground. As for you, just stay here. After saying that, Chu-Yi pulled down his goggles, covering most of his face. Walk into the sandstorm. There were two cars at the warehouse door, a pickup truck and a black SUV. The person in the SUV's cab seemed to be dozing off. Chu-Yi walked over and knocked on the car door. The people inside were startled by the sudden knocking sound. What? Are you knocking on a funeral door? Chu-Yi imitated the tone of those hooligans in the warehouse and spoke anxiously. Brother Who wants you to come in. He said he has something to talk to you about. The person in the cab narrowed his eyes suspiciously and looked Chu-Yi up and down. Chu-Yi deliberately hunched his body to make himself look more like those timid minions. What's going on? You're so mysterious. I don't know either. I just came here to pass on a message. Chu-Yi rubbed his hands and pretended to be timid. Brother Who doesn't look very good. You should go in and take a look. The person in the driver's seat hesitated for a moment, but finally turned off the engine and opened the door. Before Chu-Yi walked towards the warehouse, the driver pushed open the heavy iron door of the warehouse, and a strong smell of blood hit him in the face. He couldn't help but frown. The scene that came into his eyes made him freeze in place instantly. My pupils suddenly contracted and my heart seemed to skip a beat. On the floor of the warehouse, several bodies were lying in a mess, with broken limbs scattered all over the ground. The blood dyed the ground red, gathering into shocking streams. The smell of blood filled everyone's nostrils. The driver widened his eyes in disbelief, his mouth slightly opened, but no sound came out. He subconsciously took a step back and stepped on a severed hand. The sticky touch made his stomach churn, and he almost vomited. The driver looked up in horror, left and right, tried to find a living person or a reason. However, he saw nothing but more bodies and more blood. There was deathly silence in the warehouse. There was only the sound of wind and sand hitting the iron gate. The driver was trembling all over, and his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. He remembered that someone had called him over, and when he looked up, he saw that the person behind him was waving his hand sideways at him. Immediately afterwards, the world spun around, and he was horrified to see his headless body, still maintaining the turning motion. After getting rid of the driver, Chu-Yi slammed the warehouse door shut. Directly store the cargo on the pickup truck into the system space. Chu-Yi opened the car door himself, got into the driver's seat of the SUV, and started the car quickly. He stepped on the accelerator, and the SUV roared out of the warehouse area. A cloud of dust was raised. The first time he killed someone, Chu-Yi felt a little uneasy. Chun Xiaojia's sister and brother don't count, because those two already have a grudge against me. But these people in the warehouse had no grudges against him. However, Chu-Yi did not indulge in this emotion for too long, because he knew what was most important now. It is to rush to where my sister is as soon as possible. He opened a map on his phone and found that with the car, he could no longer go in a straight line like he did at the beginning. Chu-Yi was looking for the path on the map leading to the location point sent by his sister. Avoid areas where traffic may be congested. Put the pedal to the metal and head there. The off-road vehicle was like a lone boat in the strong wind, shaking violently. The tires kept slipping on the sand and shook from time to time. Chu-Yi felt like he was going to flip over at any moment. Chu-Yi gripped the steering wheel tightly. I squinted my eyes, trying to see the road ahead that was obscured by the wind and sand. The wind and sand are getting stronger. The visibility was only a few meters, and Chu-Yi could only drive based on his intuition. He stepped on the accelerator hard. The engine roared even more violently, and the speed of the car increased again. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in front of him, and Chu Ye's pupils shrank suddenly. I slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. The off-road vehicle rushed straight out of the roadbed and flew out. The world was spinning around, and Chu Yi felt his body being thrown up into the air and then crashed heavily to the ground along with the off-road vehicle. The violent collision made his eyes go dark, and he lost consciousness instantly. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Yi slowly woke up and heard a buzzing sound in his ears. He tried to move his fingers and felt a sharp pain. He couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 16. People taking advantage of the fire. Chu Yi found himself trapped in a deformed car. The airbag had exploded, blocking his view. The seatbelt hurt Chu Ye's chest. He struggled to raise his hand and felt a sharp pain in the palm of his hand. He looked down and saw glass, shards embedded in his flesh. Bloody. Oh shit. Chu Yi gritted his teeth and took out a knife from the hardware section of the supermarket from the system space. Just cut the seatbelt randomly. As the feeling of restraint disappeared, he was finally able to breathe. After leaning back in his chair for a while, Chu Yi felt extremely dizzy, and everything in front of him seemed to be covered with a layer of fog. He tried to push the door open, but it didn't budge. Looking more closely, he saw that the door had been twisted and deformed. Hold! Chu Yi couldn't help but swear. He raised his foot and kicked the front windshield, which was already covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Bang! 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 The sound of breaking glass was particularly harsh in the silent wilderness. After a few kicks, the windshield covered with spiderweb cracks was kicked open. The strong wind, carrying sand and dust, rushed into the car. Chu Yi was choked and started coughing. He climbed out unsteadily, stood on the hood, and looked around. Everywhere you look, there are fields covered with yellow sand, lifeless. In the distance, the horizon and the gray sky merge into one, making it impossible to tell where the road is and where the end is. Damn, this damn place. Chu Yi wiped the blood off his face, feeling sticky and extremely disgusting. Fortunately, the phone is not broken. He opened the map, and the location showed that he had deviated from the planned route, but was actually closer to where his sister was. The time showed that he had been unconscious for nearly 2 hours. Chu Yi felt annoyed. What a crappy road, what a crappy car, what a crappy weather. He needed to find a place to rest and replenish his energy. Scanning the map, Chu Yi noticed a mark of a small village not far away. There's also a signed farmhouse next to it. There's a farmstay in this damn place? Chu Yi muttered to himself, but he couldn't care less now. Having a place to hide from the wind and sand was better than having no place at all. He jumped out of the car and walked towards the village, taking one step forward and one step back. Chu Yi dragged his tired body, walking for an unknown amount of time, one step deep and one step shallow, and finally found the village marked on the map. The wind was still howling, blowing up the dust and sand that cut on the face like a knife. This horrible weather is simply life-threatening. The village was dark. Perhaps the wind and sand destroyed the power supply facilities. Only in the nearest room could a flickering firelight come out, like a single eye flashing in the darkness. Chu Yi moved closer to the house and listened carefully with his ears pricked up. Intermittent conversations were heard from inside the house. You promised to take me home. Didn't I tell you that I'll pay you any amount of money? The woman's voice was intermittent and clearly contained a hint of tears. Money? You think I'm short of money? There are so many people stuck on a highway. How much money are you willing to pay to buy a bottle of water and a loaf of bread? Hee, as long as you serve us well tonight and make us feel comfortable, we will drive you into the city right away. As soon as the woman finished speaking, a vulgar male voice sounded. Chu Yi frowned and walked forward to the window. There was a dim oil lamp lit in the room, and 3 men with ferocious faces were surrounding a young woman. The woman's clothes were disheveled. Her hair was messy. Her face was full of despair, and she knelt on the ground begging desperately. Please, let me go. I have children at home. Child? Haha, that's perfect. When we get tired of playing, maybe we can even give you a boy. The villager's companion grinned lewdly and reached out to tear the woman's clothes. Damn it, a few beasts taking advantage of the situation. He touched the wound on his body and felt a sharp pain. The car accident just now made him feel pain all over his body. Now this kind of thing happened again, and he felt a nameless anger rushing to his head. Chu Yi took a deep breath and endured the severe pain. He suddenly kicked the tightly closed wooden door of the farmhouse. Bang! With a loud bang, the wooden door was kicked away and hit the table inside the room with a dull sound. Broken pieces of wood flew everywhere, and the oil lamp on the table fell to the ground. The flame flickered a few times and finally went out, plunging the house into darkness. The three men were startled by this sudden change and turned to look at the door. In the dim light from the window, they saw a figure standing at the door. The light is against me, and I can't see his face clearly. Chuyi stood at the door, swayed a bit, and felt dizzy, but he still forced himself to stand up straight. He walked into the house step by step. His eyes swept over the three men in front of him, as if he was looking at three dead people. Finally, it fell on the disheveled young woman. When the woman saw Chuyi, she felt like she had seen a savior, and a glimmer of hope ignited in her eyes. Who are you?" One of the men asked stutteringly, his voice trembling. Chuyi ignored him, just staggered to the table and fumbled to pick up the matches. The oil lamp was relit. The light was dim, barely illuminating the room, and at the same time, it also illuminated Chuyi's blood-stained face. He grinned, looking particularly eerie in the dim light. Coupled with his staggering steps, he has the charm of a zombie in a B-movie. "Ah!" The woman let out a terrified scream. One of the three men was so timid that he fainted from fright, collapsed to the ground. What do you want to do?" Another man asked bravely, but his voice was still trembling. "How do you want to die?" Chuyi's voice was hoarse and low, as if it was squeezed out from the depths of his throat. It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything, but after he spoke, the leading man finally reacted. "They are afraid of ghosts and gods. What would a human be afraid of?" The leader picked up the weapons beside him and started shouting at Chuyi. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Boy, you are tired of living. Brothers, come together and kill him." They waved sticks in their hands and rushed towards Chuyi. Chuyi secretly spat in his heart. He originally wanted to scare these scums. If he can avoid taking action, then do so. After all, you are still injured. But now it seems that we have no choice but to take action. Chuyi raised his hand and waved it gently. Puff! After two soft sounds, the two men didn't even have time to scream. Then he fell straight down. Blood gushed out from their necks, instantly dyeing the ground red. Everything seemed so terrifying, yet also permeated with a hint of weirdness. When the young woman saw Chuyi coming in, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. But now, hope was fleeting and turned into fear several times greater than before. She curled up in the corner, hugged herself tightly with her hands, her eyes wide open, as if she had seen something 100 times more terrifying than the three men just now. She bit her lip hard. "Don't let yourself make any sound. I was afraid of disturbing this man who was like a devil from hell." Chuyi wiped off another handful of blood and muttered, "Damn it, I had a car accident and encountered this kind of thing again. I am so annoyed." Chapter 17, Can You Take Me Away? Half of Chuyi's face was hidden in the shadows, and the other half was illuminated in a flickering manner, making him look particularly hideous, especially the blood on his face. Under the dim light, it looks even more shocking. He moved too fast just now. The woman didn't even see how he did it. The two men fell to the ground instantly, as if their throats were cut by an invisible blade. This made her think of stories about evil spirits and monsters. Could it be that he is really some inhuman being? The woman's heart was beating violently, and she screamed in fear. Chuyi rubbed his temples irritably and took out a bottle of mineral water and a piece of bread from the system space. He threw it at the woman impatiently. Stop, stop, stop. Can you please be quiet for a while? I'll just rest for a while and then leave." The mineral water bottle hit the woman's arm squarely, which stopped her from screaming. He stared blankly at the bread and water in his hands. She had probably been hungry all day and seemed a little overwhelmed by the things Chuyi threw at her. What does this devil-like man want to do? The woman felt uneasy and looked at Chuyi with suspicion. Could it be that he wanted me to eat something and then be like those three men before? When the woman thought of this, she subconsciously hugged her arms tightly, looked at Chuyi in horror, and her body trembled slightly. He looked at Chuyi timidly. What do you want?" Chuyi waved his hands impatiently. "I just want to be alone for a while. I just had a car accident, and there's no place to call an ambulance." The woman should feel more relieved. As long as he is a human being, at least they can communicate. She asked cautiously, Are you hurt?" Chuyi snorted unhappily. "Nonsense. Do you think this is red paint on my face?" The woman hesitated and asked again. Then why didn't you call the police or an ambulance?" Chuyi glanced at her and asked back, "Do you think calling the police will be helpful in this kind of weather? I don't even know where I am." The woman was silent, and she looked around. She lowered her head, tightly grasped the bread and water in her hands, and spoke in a low voice. Thank you." Chuyi sat at the table under the dim light. He carefully picked out the glass fragments that had pierced his palm, and the piercing pain made him gasp. After treating the wound, he remembered to ask the woman, "How did you get here?" The woman answered in a trembling voice, intermittently. I was stuck on the highway. They said they could take me to the city via a shortcut. Highway? Chuyi remembered that his sister was also trapped on the highway, and a feeling of worry suddenly arose in his heart. Chuyi asked, "How's the situation on the highway? Is the traffic jam serious?" The woman shuddered and whispered, The bus I was on was stuck on the highway this morning and has been stuck ever since. The cars haven't moved forward at all. The road is filled with cars as far as the eye can see, and the horns have never stopped honking." She paused and added, "At noon, there were people selling water, biscuits, bread, and other things there. They were very expensive. They dared to charge 100 for a bottle of water. 100 for a bottle of water? Jehu Yifronet. This was simply taking advantage of someone's misfortune." The woman nodded, looked at Chuyi cautiously, and explained, I didn't have that much money on me, so they asked me to." Having said this, she suddenly paused, as if she found it difficult to speak. Chuyi took a deep breath. The woman hesitated for a moment and spoke intermittently. "They asked me to exchange some personal belongings for food and water." Chuyi continued to ask, "Besides you, are there any other people being treated like this?" The woman nodded and spoke with sobs. I saw them, taking some girls away, and then, I don't know what happened. It was too windy and dusty outside." Chuyi couldn't bear it any longer. The village was not far from a highway. He took out his cell phone, opened the map, and confirmed the location. I glanced at the time. It was already evening, and the sky was getting darker. Chuyi quickly stuffed some food into his mouth. "I'll wash my face with the remaining mineral water. If the highway side is as bad as this woman says." There isn't much time left for Chuyi. Chuyi pushed open the shabby wooden door of the farmhouse, and a strong wind mixed with sand blew towards him. The wind was so strong that he could hardly open his eyes. Just as he was about to step out, someone grabbed the corner of his clothes. When I turned around, it was that woman. She cringed and hid behind him. "Can you take me with you?" Chuyi frowned. "I'm not going into the city now, so it's not on my way. I need to pick someone up on the highway." "It's okay. I can also go to the highway," the woman said timidly, but she was thinking in her heart, "This guy is so powerful. There will be no problem following him to the city. If I stay in this damn place with these two corpses, what's more, if other villagers come over, it's so windy and dusty outside that you can't go back by yourself." Seeing Chuyi hesitate, the woman continued to beg, "Please, take me with you. I'm scared. I don't dare to stay here alone." As she spoke, tears began to flow. Chuyi sighed. "If you want to leave, follow me closely. If you're holding me back, you'd better stay here. I'm in a hurry." He took out a pair of goggles and a scarf from the system space and handed them to the woman. The woman quickly took it and put on awkwardly. The two walked into the wind and sand one after the other. Chuyi opened the system map navigation and walked towards the highway with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The woman followed Chuyi closely, step by step, for fear that she would be swallowed by the sandstorm if she was not careful. What a horrible weather. Chuyi cursed under his breath. The sand was getting thicker and thicker, already above my ankles, and every step was extremely difficult. This pre-apocalyptic sandstorm is like a snowstorm. The sand kept piling up, getting deeper and deeper, hindering their progress. "Can we still get to the highway?" the woman asked in a trembling voice. She could hardly hold on any longer. Chuyi did not answer, but silently quickened his pace. The system map shows that the highway is still 3 kilometers away. 3 kilometers, which usually takes only half an hour to walk, now seems like an insurmountable chasm. The woman suddenly screamed. Her body tilted, and she almost fell. Chuyi quickly grabbed her. "What's wrong?" My feet." The woman was in so much pain that tears were about to fall. Chuyi looked down and saw that the woman's shoes were stuck in the sand, and the heel of one of her high heels was broken. In this case, high heels are simply a burden. Chapter 18 was captured. "Take off your shoes," Chuyi said. The woman hesitated for a moment, but finally took off her shoes. Although it is a bit prickly to walk on the sand barefoot, it is much easier than wearing high heels. After walking about another kilometer, Chuyi also felt a little tired. The sandstorm was stronger than he had imagined, and showed no sign of weakening. "Let's find a place to hide from the wind," the woman gasped, her face pale and her lips chapped. Chuyi looked at the system map and found that there was no place to hide nearby. He gritted his teeth. Hold on a little longer, we'll be there soon. Just then, Chuye's cell phone suddenly rang. The sharp sound of the bell was almost swallowed up by the wind and sand. The words, "een," were jumping on the phone screen. Sister. Chuye answered the phone without even thinking. Brother. Help. Ian's suppressed voice came from the other end of the phone, mixed with noisy noises and whistling wind. Ian, what's wrong? What happened? Chuye's voice trembled slightly because of anxiety. We are trapped in the car. There are a lot of bad guys outside. They're stealing things. Ian spoke intermittently. Chuye's heart sank instantly, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Don't be afraid, Ian. Tell your brother where you are. I'll be there right away. Chuye kept his voice calm. We originally wanted to drive to the city, but we encountered a sandstorm on the road. The car broke down, then a group of people came. They were holding sticks, smashed our car, and stole things. Yin's crying became louder and louder, and it was almost impossible to hear what she was saying. Yin, take a deep breath. Don't be afraid. Your brother will be here soon. Share your location with me now and tell me the license plate number. Yin sobbed and told Chuye the location and license plate number intermittently. She also said that there were several classmates trapped in the car with her. After hanging up the phone, he gritted his teeth. These damn beasts dared to touch his sister. He would never let them go. He turned his head sharply and looked at the trembling woman behind him and said, Either leave or stay, your choice. The woman was startled by his sudden change, and she stared at Chuye in a daze. I don't understand why the man who was so kind just now suddenly became so scary. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Chuye didn't give her any chance to explain. He just turned around. He strode towards the direction where Yin was on the map. The woman looked at Chuye's receding back, hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted her teeth. He limped after her, although she didn't know what happened to Chuye. In this doomsday, it is always better to follow a strong person than to face danger alone. Besides, the pair of goggles and scarf that Chuye gave her were simply life-saving treasures in this horrible weather. The wind and sand were getting stronger and stronger. Chuye's heart was filled with anxiety, and he wished he could fly to his sister immediately. Climbing a roadside sand dune, Chuye squinted his eyes, and the beam of light from the car lights shone into the distance in the wind and sand. The expressway is right in front of you, half covered by sand. Next, you can stay here. Chuye turned around and said to the woman following behind him, Or come with me, but it's definitely not safe there. I heard that a group of thugs have appeared on the highway. My sister is there. I have to pick her up. The woman wrapped the scarf Chuye gave her tightly and hesitated for a moment. The wind and sand made it impossible for her to open her eyes. She had seen Chuye kill people in a farmhouse. In this chaotic world, follow a strong man. It's much better than facing danger alone. I'll go with you. The woman was determined. Chuye didn't refuse, nor did he say much. He just nodded. Approaching the highway, the chaotic scene unfolded before our eyes. Faintly in the wind, one could hear cries, curses, and the sound of breaking glass. The window glass of a private car closest to the roadbed had been smashed, and the interior of the car was in a mess. The sand even reached half the height of the wheels. Chuye thought, if this continues, even if the traffic ahead is restored, these cars will not be able to drive out. Based on a location shared by Yin, Chuye quickly locked onto the target vehicle, a white SUV. But when he arrived, the door was open. There was no one inside. Chuye anxiously searched the car, hoping to find clues about his sister's whereabouts. But nothing was found. He walked over to a nearby car before he could speak. The driver in the car cursed his bad luck. What bad luck I have. The group of people just now robbed me of everything, even turned the trunk upside down, and now there's another one. What is wrong with this world? Am I going to die here today? Looking at his ferocious look, is he going to kill someone to silence them? Throwing his hands up in horror. Brother, I'm really out of things. I have nothing left. I'm really out of food and water. I haven't eaten or drunk anything for a whole day and night. Chuye suppressed his anger and spoke in a low voice. Shut up. I'm not here to rob. Did you see where the people in the white SUV in front of you went? The driver finally felt relieved and said tremblingly, I saw a group of people taking the people in the car away and heading to the front. He pointed tremblingly toward the highway ahead. The woman behind Chuye came up, patted Chuye's shoulder gently, and comforted him. Don't worry, he was just captured. He shouldn't be in any danger yet. Let's go forward and check again. Maybe we can find him soon. Chuye took a deep breath. He looked around. The driver looked at Chu Yi nervously and followed his gaze towards the front of the highway. He swallowed and spoke in a trembling voice. Brother, I know you are anxious, but that group of people is really not easy to deal with. They are numerous and powerful, and they have weapons in their hands. If you go alone, you will definitely suffer. They could do anything. I saw them with my own eyes. The driver seemed to recall some horrific scene. His face turned pale and his whole body trembled. I saw them dragging a disobedient woman right out of the car. He didn't dare say anything more and just wave his hands in fear. It's terrible, it's terrible. Brother, you'd better not go. It's too dangerous. Chu Yi said, it's none of your business. How dare they touch my sister? They must die. Chu Yi turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on a stone on the side of the road, which seemed to be stained with some blood. He walked over quickly, squatted down, and took a closer look. The bloodstains had dried up and were dark red in color, as if they had been blown by wind and sand for a long time. Chu Yi's heart sank suddenly. If anything happens to Yin, those people will be buried with her. As he said that, he ran in the direction the driver pointed. Most of the vehicles along the road had broken windows. There were people with terrified expressions inside. Many people in the cars saw someone coming. They all stretched their heads out to ask Chu Yi for help. Chapter 19, Robbery Gang. Brother, please give us some water. The children are dying of thirst. Please give us some food. We haven't eaten for a whole day. Good people, please help us. We are willing to pay any price. Various cries for help came one after another, like a noisy wailing. Chu Yi's footsteps did not stop at all. He just shouted loudly, if you want to live, walk home. At this moment, he had no intention of saving these people. His sister is the most important thing to him. But our home is too far away. We can't even walk back. Someone shouted in despair. No buts. Either die or leave. Chu Yi's voice became more resolute, without the slightest hesitation. The woman behind Chu Yi felt a little reluctant. She pulled the corner of Chu Yi's clothes and whispered, are we really not going to help them? Chu Yi didn't look back. I have no obligation to save them. It is better to save myself than to save others. Suddenly, his eyes fixed. A huge container truck was lying across the road. Chu Yi slowed down, lowered his body, and approached cautiously. Hide behind a car and observe the situation. There were several guards around the van, with sticks in their hands. We chatted with each other with laughter from time to time. This is it, Chu Yi whispered. It seems that this is the base of the guys who took Yin away. Behind Chu Yi, the woman also followed. The container has only one door, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Chu Yi signaled the woman to stay where she was, and he quietly approached the truck. He deliberately threw a can, making a loud clang sound. A guard immediately turned his head alertly and strode towards the direction where the sound came from. When the guards approached, he suddenly rushed out. The water jet started instantly with a puff sound. The guard's head was pierced instantly, and red and white splashed all over the ground. Chu Yi didn't hesitate at all. He snatched the crowbar from the guard and rushed towards the remaining guards. Who is it? The remaining guards roared and swung their sticks at Chu Yi. Chu Yi dodged sideways and hit the guard's knee hard. There was a crisp crack sound, and the guard screamed and fell to the ground. Chu Yi showed no mercy and swung the crowbar again. Hit the guard's temple. After dealing with the guard, Chu Yi quickly came to the door of the container. Chu Yi took a deep breath and suddenly pulled open the heavy iron door of the container. A sickening stench hit me in the face, having been fermenting for a long time in the enclosed space. The interior of the container is dark and cramped. Chu Yi suppressed his nausea and quickly scanned the crowd, searching for his sister Yin. Suddenly, a familiar figure came into view. It was his sister whom he had been thinking about day and night. Yin seemed to have seen him as well and raised her head suddenly. There was a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed. She shook her head slightly, signaling Chu Yi not to act rashly. Chu Yi followed Yin's gaze and discovered the depths of the container. A burly man was sitting on a simple chair, playing with a sharp dagger in his hand. There were several burly men standing next to the man. All of them looked ferocious and stared at Chu Yi like hungry wolves. Chu Yi's heart sank. He knew Yin was being held hostage. The man noticed Chu Yi's gaze, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hey, here comes another fearless guy. Looks like we have a dinner for tonight. He stood up, kicked away the person blocking his way, and slowly walked toward Chu Yi. The dagger in his hand flashed coldly in the dim light. Kid, who are you? What are you doing here? The man asked in a cold tone. Chu Yi suppressed his anger. I'm here to see my sister. Younger sister? Following Chu Ye's gaze, the man glanced at in the corner and smiled contemptuously. So he's the little girl's brother. Now that he's here, don't even think about leaving. Someone, tie him up for me too. Two strong men immediately stepped forward and tried to catch Chu Yi. Chu Yi sneered and kicked one of them over. Then he elbowed the other strong man hard in the face, taking advantage of the moment when the other man covered his face and screamed. He quickly took a few steps back to distance himself from them. Oh, you're quite good at this. The man raised an eyebrow in interest. It seems that this is not only a dinner delivered to your door, but also a toy that can help you stretch your muscles. He waved his hand. Come together, don't kill it. We need a snack tonight. If you kill it now, it won't be fresh by the evening. Several strong men rushed forward, and Chu Yi dodged and moved flexibly. He used both his fists and his feet, striving for quick and precise strikes with each one. Several strong men were soon injured and wailed in pain. However, the space in the container is limited after all, and Chu Ye's range of activities is getting smaller and smaller. Gradually, he was forced into the corner of the container. The man seemed to see Chu Ye's predicament, and a playful smile appeared on his face. What? You don't have the energy? Looks like tonight's extra meal will have to be brought forward. Just then, the woman rushed in from the container door, waving an iron rod in her hand. He smashed the back of a sturdy man's head hard. Chu Yi, let me help you, the woman shouted. With the addition of women, the situation of the battle turned around instantly. Although the woman was petite, she was ruthless in her attacks, and each blow was accompanied by a whistling sound. The man's face was gloomy, and he obviously didn't expect someone to show up out of nowhere. He roared, "You're useless. You can't even handle a woman." He jumped off the chair, drew his dagger, and rushed towards the woman. Seeing this, Chu Yi quickly stood in front of the woman and blocked the man's dagger with a crowbar. Your opponent is me, Chu Yi said through gritted teeth. The man sneered. You don't know your own limitations. He exerted force suddenly, and the dagger and crowbar collided with a harsh metal friction sound, sparks flying everywhere. Chu Yi only felt a sharp pain in the palm of his hand, and the crowbar almost slipped out of his hand. Go to hell. The man roared and swung the dagger towards Chu Ye's chest. The cold light of the dagger flashed before Chu Ye's eyes, and he could almost feel the coldness of the blade against his skin. Chu Yi suddenly dodged sideways. The dagger cut through his clothes, leaving a burning wound on his chest. The man's attack missed, and the ferocity in his eyes grew even stronger. He grinned and kicked Chu Yi hard in the abdomen. Chu Yi felt his internal organs churning, and a fishy sweet taste surged in his throat. He stumbled backwards, his back hitting the cold iron wall of the container. The crowbar in his hand also slipped out with a dull sound. Boy, your time of death has come. The man approached step by step, with the dagger in his hand against Chu Ye's throat. Chu Yi was breathing heavily, and his vision was darkening. Consciousness also began to blur. Chapter 20 Rescue. The woman used all her strength to strike, hitting the man right in the back. The man groaned, and the dagger missed Chu Ye's throat and cut a bloody wound on his shoulder. Chu Yi seized the opportunity, snatched the dagger with his backhand, and stabbed it into the man's abdomen. The man screamed. The woman quickly helped Chu Yi up and anxiously checked his injuries. Chu Yi, how are you? Are you seriously injured? Chu Yi waved his hands and said through gritted teeth, It's okay, I won't die. He walked to In, cut the rope, and held her tightly in his arms. In hugged Chu Yi tightly, and her fear and grievance turned into tears, which she vented out. At this moment, a sharp voice rang out. Murderer! You are a murderer! In, stay away from him. Chu Yi gently pushed In away and said softly, In, go over there and rest for a while. I have some things to take care of. In nodded, walked to the woman, and held her hand tightly, seeking a sense of security. Chu Yi turned around and looked at the thin girl with calm eyes. The girl was a little frightened by his gaze, but she still bravely said, You are a murderer. You killed someone. Chu Yi did not refute, but just asked, What's your name? The girl was startled by his sudden question. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, My name is Li Xiaoya. Xiaoya. Chu Yi lowered his voice. I killed people. So what? In fact, I should have kept them and left you to them, you idiot. Li Xiaoya's eyes were filled with fear. She didn't understand why Chu Yi could be so calm after killing someone. But killing is against the law. Li Xiaoya said tremblingly, Breaking the law? If it can keep my sister from getting hurt, then that's what I'm going to do. As for you, your life or death is none of my business. Chu Yi ignored her. He looked around and saw several tied-up women in the container, looking at him with hopeful eyes. Please, let us go. Yeah, we were also captured. We didn't do anything. Chuyi had no intention of caring about their lives or deaths. He just wanted to take Een away from this damn place. But Een grabbed the corner of his clothes and whispered, Brother, they are so pitiful. We can't just leave them alone. Chuyi looked at Yin's innocent eyes and his heart softened. He handed Een a dagger and said, If you want to save them, do it yourself. But we don't have much time. I have to take you home as soon as possible. Een took the dagger. Chuyi walked to the door of the container and observed the situation outside vigilantly. He must find a way to escape as soon as possible, otherwise he will be in trouble when those people find out something is wrong. Suddenly, voices of gratitude rang out in the container. The women who were untied by Chuyi all thanked Chuyi. Some even knelt on the ground and cried, Thank you, little brother. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would probably. Young man, you are so brave. When we were caught by those people, there were so many people watching, but no one dared to stand up. Only you. You saved all our lives. They caught me on the highway. Many people were afraid to move. I thought I was dead. Thank you. A plump woman even boldly came up to Chuyi, threw him a coquettish glance, and spoke in a delicate voice. Handsome boy, are you interested in staying and playing with us? I promise to make you feel like you are in heaven. Chuyi glanced at her coldly, ignored her, and walked straight to Een. Let's go. Een nodded obediently and hugged Chuyi's arm tightly. The woman who had helped Chuyi before also followed and followed closely behind Chuyi. Chuyi glanced at her and said calmly, Thank you for what you did just now. The woman smiled and said, Just now at the farmhouse, you helped me once and saved me from those 3 people. Now, I will repay you for that favor. Chuyi nodded, originally thinking that he was carrying a burden. Unexpectedly, when faced with danger, this woman really dared to take action. Now is the time when the end of the world begins to appear. Those who are grateful will die quickly. What's your name? Chuyi asked, accepting that the woman followed him. My name is Lin Xingya. The woman introduced herself, extending her slender hand. Chuyi shook hands with her and responded simply, Chuyi. He threw the clothes he had pulled off the corpse outside to Lin Xingya and said, Put it on. It's cold at night. The woman was stunned for a moment, then took the coat gratefully and put it on quickly. Chuyi took off another cotton coat from another bandit and handed it to Een. You should put it on too. We have to go back overnight. The sooner we get home, the safer we will be. Een nodded and put on her cotton coat obediently. Chuyi took Een and the woman out of the container and walked towards the city. As night falls, the temperature drops sharply in the wind and sand, and the cold wind howls, making people shiver. Een hugged Chuyi's arm tightly, her little face red from the cold. The woman also wrapped her cotton coat tightly and rubbed her hands constantly. As Chuyi walked, he observed the surrounding situation vigilantly. According to Een and the women in the container, there must be more than just a few bandits. More people were dispersed along the highway, snatching food and other things from those trapped in their cars. Sure enough, not long after they walked, they encountered several bandits with flashlights. Stop! The leading gangster, a man with a ferocious face, shouted viciously. Chuyi stopped and looked at them coldly. Hand over all the valuables you have. Another gangster shouted. Chuyi didn't say anything, but just silently clenched the dagger in his hand. Yo, there are 2 more girls. A tall and thin gangster blew a gangster whistle and stared at Een and the woman with lustful eyes. Boss, these 2 girls are pretty good, why don't we? Shut up. The gangster with a face full of flesh glared at him and said, Search the things out first. The gangster leader with a fierce face was obviously angered by Chuyi's attitude. He spat and cursed. Damn it. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. Come on, brothers, teach this guy a lesson. Don't let those 2 girls go either. Chuyi protected Een and Lin Xingya behind him. Come on, let's go together. Hurry up, we have to go home in time. The bandits rushed up, howling, and waved at Chuyi with sticks and steel pipes in their hands. Chuyi was not in a hurry. He pulled out his dagger and dodged the oncoming stick. With a backhanded blow, he hit the bandit in the throat. Blood gushed out, and the bandit covered his neck, making a ho-ho sound. He fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then became motionless. Another gangster wielded a steel pipe and smashed it towards Chuyi's head. Chuyi dodged sideways and swung the dagger again, slashing across the bandit's thigh. The gangster screamed and rolled on the ground, holding his thigh. Lin Qingya was not idle either. She picked up a stone on the ground and smashed it on the head of a bandit. The bandit groaned and swayed. Before he could react, Lin Qingya kicked him again. It hit the criminal right in the chest. The bandit fell to the ground, and there was no movement. The remaining bandits were shocked and angry when they saw Chu Ye's extraordinary skills. They drew their weapons and attacked Chu Yi and Lin Qingya. Chu Yi was agile and moved among the bandits. Although Lin Qingya did not have Chu Ye's skills, she picked up a wooden stick on the ground and dealt with the bandits. From time to time, he would hit the bandits on the head with stones to create opportunities for Chu Yi. In the melee, Yin hid behind Chu Yi in fear, calling him brother constantly. When Chu Yi heard his sister's voice, he became even more anxious. The attacks were even more ruthless. In the end, the bandits were defeated and fell to the ground, staining the ground red with blood. Chapter 21. Where did the new quilt come from? Brother, are you okay? Yin raised her head and asked with concern. Chu Yi touched Yin's head and said softly, "It's okay, brother is okay." Good, someone shouted, breaking the silence of the night. Drivers trapped on the highway stuck their heads out one after another and cheered. Good job, young man. Just now these bastards stole 2 bottles of water and half a box of instant noodles from me. A bald uncle leaned out of the car window and gave Chu Yi a thumbs up. That's right. These damn people are simply not human. My wife and children are waiting for me at home, and they are even trying to snatch the baby's milk powder. Brother, don't worry. If someone holds you responsible in the future, we will all testify for you. This is absolutely legitimate defense. Chu Yi sneered in his heart. The end of the world has begun. Legal and moral constraints are rapidly disintegrating. How could anyone possibly hold him accountable for taking care of a few bastards who took advantage of the situation? You guys should leave as well. Chu Yi said to everyone. While you still have the strength, hurry and walk home. It's not easy to open the highway. If you keep waiting, you will soon run out of water and food. Several drivers looked at each other. Chu Yi looted some food and water from the bandits, and then continued on his way. Yin hugged Chu Ye's arm tightly, not daring to say a word. Although she was afraid, she knew Chu Yi was trying to protect her. On the contrary, the smell of blood emanating from Chu Yi made her feel at ease, as if she had found someone to rely on. Lin Qingya looked at the intimacy between Chu Yi and Yin and felt a little envious. She knew that she and Chu Yi were just casual acquaintances, and there couldn't be much in common. The three continued walking towards the city. Along the way, we began to see abandoned vehicles in 2s and 3s. Apparently, those smart car owners also realized that continuing to wait would yield no results, so they simply returned to the city on foot. On the highway, cars stuck in the sand stretched for miles. Chu Yi held Yin's hand with one hand and carried the travel bag seized from the bandits with the other, observing the surroundings vigilantly. Brother, I'm hungry. Yin's voice was weak and tiny. Chu Yi took out a piece of compressed biscuit from his bag, broke it into 2 halves, handed one half to Yin and the other half to Lin Qingya. The wind and sand are strong. If you can hold on, I will find us a place to shelter from the wind as soon as possible. Lin Qingya took the biscuits and thanked him softly. This man looks cold and taciturn, but he shows amazing fighting power and sense of responsibility in times of crisis. He protected his sister and also took care of her, a stranger. As we got closer to the city, there were more and more buildings on the roadside. Chu Yi noticed that his sister and Lin Qingya's steps were getting slower and slower, and their faces were pale. We need to find a place to rest, Chu Yi said, looking at the buildings on the roadside. There are too many people on the highway. It's too chaotic and unsafe. He took the 2 of them off the highway and came to an abandoned factory building on the side of the road. The factory door was open, and the inside was in a mess, with all kinds of debris scattered around, graffiti all over the walls, and dust and mold in the air. Be careful, Chu Yi reminded, and walked into the factory first. After a careful check and confirmation that there was no danger, he let Yin and Lin Qingya in. Is it safe here? Lin Qingya asked with some concern. It's safer than outside. Chu Yi's words were concise and to the point. At least it's sheltered from the wind and rain. Although the factory building is simple, it can at least shelter us from wind and rain. Chu Yi found some discarded cardboard boxes and spread them on the ground. Let's just make do with it tonight. Yin will probably be home tomorrow. Yin sat obediently on the cardboard box without saying a word. Lin Qingya also found a corner to sit down. She wrapped her coat tightly around her to resist the chill of the night. Chu Yi walked around a room that looked like a staff dormitory. When he came out, He had 2 more duvets in his hands. There's even a quilt here? Lin Qingya was a little surprised. Chu Yi lied without changing his expression. I found it, so I'll just use it. He handed one quilt to Lin Qingya and the other to Yining. Yining took the quilt, wrapped herself in it happily, and rubbed her little face against the soft quilt. Thank you, brother. Perhaps because she had been worried all day, Yining fell asleep quickly wrapped in the quilt. The wind was howling outside the window, and the broken windows inside the factory were creaking. Chu Yi walked to the wall, sat down with his back against it, and closed his eyes to rest, listening vigilantly to the movements around. Lin Qingya wrapped herself in a quilt, but couldn't fall asleep. Although he appeared calm on the surface, there were waves of turmoil inside. She couldn't help but think of what happened to the farmhouse. The method Chu Yi used to kill the 2 bastards who wanted to violate her was too strange. She remembered that Chu Yi just waved his hand, and the 2 people died. Now he has conjured up 2 brand new down quilts. This abandoned factory is full of dust and debris. How could there be such a brand new, clean quilt? Lin Qingya's eyes swept across Chu Ye's calm face. Doubts abound in my mind. Who is he? Lin Qingya quietly observed Chu Yi, who was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, a dagger tightly grasped in his hand. This man was full of mysteries, yet he made her feel inexplicably at ease. Che Uye. Lin Qingya spoke softly. Chu Yi opened his eyes and looked at her. What's wrong? What did you do before? Lin Qingya hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question in her mind. Che Uye similet faintly. Before? I was a businessman, I guess. Lin Qingya obviously didn't believe it, but she didn't ask any further questions. And you? Chu Yi asked back. What did you do before? Lin Qingya smiled bitterly. Me? I used to be a lawyer. Lawyer? How many years do you think I'll be sentenced to for what I did today? Chu Yi raised his eyebrows and made a joke. Lin Qingya was amused by Chu Ye's sudden joke. If I were to defend myself, she said softly, they should consider legitimate defense and excessive defense, so the sentence won't be long. She paused, as if she remembered something, and added, aren't you convinced that the world is about to end? Chu Yi raised his eyebrows. Do you believe it? Lin Qingya lowered her head, her eyes flickering. Doomsday, what a ridiculous word. A few days ago, this would have been something out of a science fiction movie to her. Let her. Lin Qingya's voice was very soft. She walked over to Chu Yi, grabbed his hand, and pressed it against her chest. Che Uye. She lowered her voice, with a hint of pleading in her tone. Can you take me home? I have a daughter who is alone at home. She cooks for herself, but I'm really worried. Chu Yi's eyes fell on Lin Qingya's hand. Her fair and slender fingers tightly grasped his hand and pressed it against her chest. Chapter 22. The child is missing. Where is your home? Chu Yi asked, his tone calm. Waterfront garden. Lin Qingya gave an address with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Chu Yi quickly calculated in his mind, waterside Huating. Not too far from their final destination. Just a slight detour. Good, he agreed. Lin Qingya obviously breathed a sigh of relief, and her tense body relaxed. Thank you, Chu Yi. Lin Qingya's voice was gentle, with a hint of gratitude. Let's stay here tonight, and set off early tomorrow morning, Chu Yi said. Chu Yi gently pulled his hand back from Lin Qingya and said, rest early. We still have a long way to go tomorrow, and the road ahead will become increasingly difficult. Lin Qingya's hand froze in midair. A look of disappointment flashed across her eyes, and she nodded and said, I see. After saying that, she silently returned to her bed and curled up. Jehui Sikit secretly. Lin Qingya's daughter was a variable in his plan. Although taking a detour to Shui and Huading won't take too much time. But in the end times, any change may bring huge risks. He closed his eyes and dozed off. Since he had promised Lin Qingya, he would do it. She's just a woman. She can't make any waves. After daybreak, the sandstorm was still raging and visibility was no more than 5 meters. Chu Yi woke up Lin Qingya and Yining. My sister rubbed her sleepy eyes and seemed not to be fully awake yet. Chu Yi took out a few cans of beef from the system space in advance, and the 3 of them had a simple meal with water and bread. Yin ate voraciously, probably because she was very hungry. Lin Qingya seemed a little absent-minded, her eyes full of worry. After leaving the abandoned factory, they headed towards the city. The sandstorm lasted for a whole day and night and never stopped. The air was filled with the choking smell of sand. More and more people are beginning to realize that something is not right. Some people on the street began to brave the wind and sand to go out to buy supplies, and the supermarkets were crowded with people. The intermittent water supply scared many people. On the streets, plows and snowplows began clearing the roads to try to restore traffic, but the sand would not melt. And it's much heavier than snow. Restoring traffic is not an easy task. Those bulky machines looked clumsy and powerless in the dust. Shuayan Huading, once a wealthy area, is now like a ruin under the invasion of wind and sand. The green belts in the community have long been buried by yellow sand. Vehicles were parked in a haphazard manner on the roadside, most of them buried in sand. Lin Xingya stumbled in the community, her eyes full of anxiety and fear. She kept looking around, as if looking for some landmark building to determine the location of her home. Chu Yi and Yin followed her silently. It should be this building. Lin Xingya pointed to a building not far away. Chu Yi looked in the direction where her finger pointed and saw that the door of the unit in that building was already blocked by sand. Pushing the door open from the inside is not something that ordinary people can do. Go and have a look. Chu Yi said this and walked over first. Lin Xingya quickly followed, walked to the door of the unit, and tried to open it. But she definitely couldn't do it with her strength. What to do? Lin Xingya's voice was trembling, with a hint of crying. Seeing that she had reached the door of her house, but couldn't get in, she suddenly knelt down on the sand. He began to frantically dig at the sand at the door with his hands. The slender fingers were soon rubbed by the sand and began to bleed. Chu Yi remembered that he had gotten a shovel from the hardware section of a supermarket. I searched in the system space. He casually picked up a folding shovel. Don't cry, I'm here. Chu Yi walked to Lin Xingya and squatted down. Start clearing the sand blocking the gate. Lin Xingya stared blankly at the folding shovel that appeared out of thin air in Chu Yi's hand and forgot to cry for a moment. She didn't remember Chu Yi carrying this thing. Lin Xingya thought, where did he find it? Chu Yi unfolded the folding shovel. The shovel was very sharp and shoveled the sand easily. She opened her mouth, wanting to ask something, but didn't know how to start. Chu Yi didn't notice Lin Xingya's abnormality. He was concentrating on cleaning the sand. A passage was quickly cleared in front of the unit door. Lin Xingya rushed into the corridor impatiently. Chu Yi and Yin followed closely behind. The corridor was dimly lit and the air was filled with the smell of dust, making people feel a little suffocated. Lin Xingya's home was on the 3rd floor, and she ran up the stairs quickly. He took out the key and opened the door. Si Chen. As soon as Lin Xingya entered the room, she called out her daughter's name loudly, but the only response she got was an empty room. Although the house was a little messy, there were no signs of fighting and no bloodstains. Lin Xingya panicked and began to look around the house, muttering to herself. Si Chen, where are you? Si Chen. Chu Yi looked around, his brows furrowed. He walked to the window and looked out, only to see yellow sand all over the sky and extremely low visibility. This damn weather. Don't panic, maybe she's out. Chu Yi comforted him with a barely perceptible coldness in his tone. She can't possibly go out. There's such a big sandstorm. Lin Xingya's voice trembled and tears welled up in her eyes again. He collapsed on the ground, covered his face with his hands, and sobbed softly. Sichen, Miss Sichen. She muttered, her voice hoarse. Chu Yi felt a little bit reluctant when he saw Lin Xingya's collapsed appearance. Don't cry. Think about it. Where does Sichen like to go? Does he have any close friends? Chu Yi tried his best to make his tone sound calmer. In this horrible weather, where can a little girl run to? Yin also walked to Lin Xingya and comforted her. Sister, don't cry. The child will be fine. Lin Xingya raised her head and looked at Yin with tears in her eyes, trying hard to recall the places Sichen usually liked to go. Park? Supermarket? Or Shirhan. Sichen's best friend Shirhan lives on the 5th floor of this building. The two of them are inseparable and often play together. Lin Xingya stood up suddenly, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. He pulled Chu Yi and Yin and ran upstairs. Arriving on the 5th floor, Lin Xingya knocked hard on the neighbor's door. Shirhan, Sichen, are you in there? However, she received only silence in response. Chu Yi observed the door lock. It was an old-fashioned anti-theft door lock. This kind of lock was a piece of cake for him. He took out a set of lock-picking tools from the system space and opened the door in no time. The room was empty, with some toys and snack remnants scattered on the floor. There was a faint scent of milk in the air. Sichen has been here. Lin Xingya's voice trembled. I searched around the room, hoping to find some trace of Sichen. Suddenly, she found a folded note on the coffee table. Lin Qingya opened the note with trembling hands, and there were crooked handwriting on it. Mom, Shirhan, and I went to the underground garage to hide from the sandstorm. Chapter 23, You Dare to Hit Me? When Lin Qingya saw the message on the note, her heart suddenly dropped to the ground. She shouted with joy, "Found it! Sikhen and Shirhan are in the underground garage." Then she rushed out of the room quickly, not even noticing her smooth feet stepping on the rough concrete floor. He ran downstairs and headed straight for the underground garage. Chu Yi and Yinyin followed closely behind. The entrance to the underground garage was crowded with people, and the air was foul. The air was filled with the smell of sweat, instant noodles, and other strange smells that were hard to describe. It's almost nauseating. The sultry air seemed to be frozen, making it hard to breathe. It seemed that everyone in the community had taken refuge in the basement, where people were crowded together. Noisy sounds came one after another, rolling with all kinds of emotions. Lin Qingya tried desperately to squeeze into the crowd, constantly shouting, excuse me," trying to separate the crowd and find his daughter. "Stop pushing. What are you pushing for? Do you want to die? That's right. It's so late and still crowded. Do you want to go out and die?" Chu Yi and Yin finally squeezed next to Lin Qingya. Seeing her anxious look, Chu Yi hurriedly explained to the people around him, "Excuse me, we are also residents. The child is in the basement garage. We have to go find her." Even with Chu Ye's explanation, no one was willing to give way. Fear and anxiety were written on everyone's face. A woman with curly hair was suddenly bumped by Lin Qingya. Her high heels tilted and she almost fell. She grabbed Lin Qingya's arm and screamed, "What are you doing? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" Lin Qingya was startled by her sudden action and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I'm so anxious. Can you push and shove just because you're in a hurry? You stepped on my foot, did you know that?" The woman refused to give in, and her harsh voice echoed in the underground garage. She lifted her foot, showing her dusty white high heels, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "This is custom-made in Italy. Do you know how much it costs? Can you afford it?" Lin Qingya was extremely anxious at the moment and just wanted to find Sikhen as soon as possible. She had no intention of getting entangled with this woman. She apologized again. "I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to do that. My daughter is still down there. I have to go find her." Daughter. Who doesn't have a daughter? There are so many people in the underground garage. Who doesn't have a child? You are the only one who is so precious? You want to run away just because you stepped on my shoes? No way. The woman held Lin Qingya tightly. The people around began to point fingers at Lin Qingya and talk about her. Young people nowadays really have no quality. That's right. If you're so anxious, you won't be able to educate your child well. Do you think she is rich? Can she afford to pay for the shoes? Tears welled up in Lin Qingya's eyes. Seeing this, Chu Yi took a step forward, protected Lin Qingya behind him, and stared at the woman coldly. "Ma'am, she's already apologized. What else do you want?" The woman was startled by Chu Ye's cold eyes, but soon toughened up again. "What do I want? She stepped on my shoes, so she has to pay. At least $50,000. Chu Yi threw a punch without hesitation, hitting the woman's powdered face. The woman screamed and fell on her back. The white high heels also flew out. There was a sudden silence around, and everyone looked at the scene in amazement. Chu Yi, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He shook his hands, tilted his head in pain, and groaned. "Ouch, that hurts, I'm hurt." He pointed to his fist. "Your face hit my fist and hurt me. Do you think you should pay for the medical expenses? I don't ask for much, at least 50,000 yuan." The jaws of the people around them almost dropped. What kind of divine logic is this? The man who beat someone up can still ask for medical expenses? This man is too shameless. The woman covered her face and got up from the ground, her face full of disbelief. The delicate makeup was ruined, and bright red lip prints were left on Chu Ye's fist. She pointed at Chu Yi, her voice trembling and almost breaking. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? You dare to ask me for money?" Chu Yi blinked in confusion and asked, "Who do I care who you are? You hurt me. Shouldn't you pay me for it?" He turned to look at the people around him, as if seeking approval. "Everyone, please judge for yourself. Is this the truth?" The onlookers looked at each other, and no one dared to speak for a moment. Why is this man so unreasonable? Moreover, with this punch from him, the woman's face would probably be disfigured, right? This is not something that can be solved with 50,000 yuan. Lin Qingya was also stunned. She didn't expect Chu Yi to suddenly attack someone. She pulled at the corner of Chu Ye's clothes and whispered, Chu Yi, forget it. Let's go find Si-chan first. Chu Yi, however, protected Lin Qingyao behind him and spoke in a firm tone. I'm teaching this idiot a lesson. What time is it now? Instead of being more courteous to each other, you're still fussing over trivial matters. Everyone around was stunned by Chu Ye's actions. Some people covered their mouths for fear of making any sound and getting into trouble. More people were whispering and discussing among themselves. This boy is too fierce, isn't he? He actually dares to hit a woman. That's right. This woman doesn't look easy to mess with. Now we're going to have something interesting to watch. Isn't this man too arrogant? Is beating someone justified? That's right. Is there any law against beating a woman in broad daylight? I think this man is probably a psychopath. Who would do this? Some people also expressed understanding and even appreciation for Chu Ye's behavior. This woman is really something. It's already this late, and she's still fussing over this. She really deserves to be beaten. That's right. What time is it now? You're still showing off. You really don't know how to live or die. This young man did the right thing. People like this should be taught a lesson. In the crowd, a young man wearing glasses watched all this silently. He pushed his glasses up on his nose and muttered to himself, This kid is quite interesting. The woman's scream had not yet completely subsided. A thin man with a dirty face squeezed out of the crowd, almost stepped on the woman's hand. His eyes were burning. Brother, what's going on outside? Is it safe? I was called here by the property management, and I haven't been out all day. He spoke incoherently, completely ignoring the woman who was still crying on the ground. Chu also added, The wind and sand outside have not stopped yet, and the sand has accumulated very thickly. It took us some effort to get into the building. Traffic was cut off. I came from the highway. It seemed like someone was robbing over there. Chapter 24, Chaos in the Underground Garage. Chu Ye's voice had just fallen. The crowd that was originally whispering suddenly became noisy. What? There's still sandstorm outside? Traffic is also interrupted? Yes, I just saw that the wind and sand outside were very strong, and I couldn't see the road clearly. So what should we do now? We can't stay here forever, right? That's right. The property management can still send some food over now, but what if we stay here for too long? Robbery? Is this true? Is it so chaotic outside now? But staying here forever is not a solution. We had to find a way to get out. After explaining, Chu Yi ignored the people around him, pushed through the crowd, and made way for Lin Qingyao. Seeing how ferocious Chu Yi was, the people standing in front of him quickly made way. Chu Yi could hear the woman he knocked over talking on the phone. She trembled and cried, Hubby, someone hit me. Woo, come quickly. In the underground garage, Chu Yi rolled his eyes, leading Chu Yin and Lin Qingyao. They continued to look for the two little girls. The underground garage was dimly lit, with only a few emergency lights emitting faint light, illuminating people's frightened faces. Siken, Shirhan, Lin Qingyao shouted at the top of her lungs. Sound doesn't travel far in a noisy environment. Suddenly, Yin spotted two little girls in a corner in the distance, and a thin woman beside them. She was holding snacks she had found from somewhere, eating and whispering something. Sister, look over there. Are they Siken and Shirhan? Chu Yin pointed to the corner and said. Lin Qingyao looked in the direction Yin pointed and recognized her daughter at a glance. She rushed over excitedly, hugged Siken tightly in her arms, and cried with joy. Si-chun, my baby, you scare me to death. Lin Qingyao's voice trembled and tears flowed uncontrollably. Siken also saw Lin Qingyao and happily threw himself into her arms, calling Mom in a baby voice. Lin Qingyao hugged the child tightly and kissed her cheeks continuously. Afraid they would disappear again, she stroked their hair with shaking hands. Chu Yi looked at this scene and felt relieved. He walked up to Lin Qingyao. He patted her shoulder gently and said, It's okay, the child has been found. After confirming that Siken was safe, Lin Qingyao's emotions gradually calmed down. She raised her head, looked at Chu Yi and Yin gratefully, and said with a sob, Thank you. Without your help, I really don't know what I would do. Yin smiled and said, Sister, don't be polite. It's all my duty. Chu Yi just chuckled and said nothing. He looked around and found that there were many people in the underground garage and the air was very polluted. It's not a good idea to stay in such a mixed place. As time goes by, God knows what will happen. We also want to go home. What are your plans for the future? Chu Yi asked. When Lin Qingyao heard that Chu Yi was also going home, her heart skipped a beat. I am an orphan and a widow now, and the situation outside is so chaotic. The only way I can be safe is to follow Chuyi. She quickly hugged Sikhen in her arms and gently pushed her little head. Sikhen, call uncle quickly. Thank you, uncle, for helping me find you. Sicheng glanced at Chuyi timidly and called out softly, Uncle. Lin Qingyao looked at Chuyi expectantly. Mr. Chu, my child and I have nowhere to go right now. Do you think we can? Can we go with you? Chuyi shrugged. Whatever. As soon as he turned around, the corner of his clothes was grabbed by a slightly trembling hand. Lin Qingyao bit her lip with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Wait. I want to go with you. Please, take us with you. My daughter doesn't eat much. Chuyi stopped and looked back at Lin Qingyao. In the dim light, her pretty face looked a little haggard. Chuyi sighed inwardly. It doesn't seem like a big problem to take them with me. Okay. Chuyi nodded helplessly. But let me make it clear first. You can follow me, but don't cause me any trouble. When Lin Qingyao heard this, a happy smile immediately appeared on her face. No. I promise not to cause you any trouble. Wait a moment. I'll thank Shirhan's mother, and then I'll go with you. Just at this moment, Sichen's stomach growled, and he spoke in a baby voice. Mom, I'm hungry. Chuyi pretended to rummage inside his coat. In fact, 2 packs of biscuits and several bottles of mineral water were taken out from the system space. Passed it to Lin Qingyao. Feed the child first. Lin Qingyao took the food and water gratefully. Her eyes moistened again. She quickly broke the biscuits into small pieces, fed them to Sikhen and Shirhan first, and then gave some to Shirhan's mother. Eat slowly, don't choke. Lin Qingyao said gently, watching the 2 children eating with gusto. A relieved smile appeared on Lin Qingyao's face. The appearance of food made the eyes of the drowsy people around brighten up, staring straight at the food in Lin Qingyao's hand. The community property management did distribute some food and water to the owners, but the quantity should not be large. I guess it's just to help the owners get through these few days. There was a tension in the air. Chuyi cursed in his heart, oops. He underestimated the appeal of food in the apocalypse. Exposing food and water in such a crowded place is a hassle. Sure enough, a man with a face full of flesh. He took advantage of the chaos in the crowd and rushed towards the 2 women, tried to snatch the cookies from their hands. Chuyi was prepared. In a flash, he raised his leg and gave a fierce side kick, hitting the man in the abdomen. The man screamed, fell heavily to the ground, and groaned in pain, holding his stomach. Damn it, this guy is quite capable. Brothers, come together. Steal his stuff. The man struggled to get up and roared viciously. This completely stirred up a hornet's nest. People from the surrounding areas rushed in like a tide, and the underground garage suddenly fell into chaos. Chuyi protected Lin Qingyao and her daughter behind him and dealt with the people who were slowly surrounding them. Chuyin also understood what happened on the highway. Now is not the time to convince the other party with just words. You must show your fierce side. Inin, protect them. Chuyi growled, turned around, and punched a burly man who was trying to sneak attack Lin Qingyao, knocking him away. Brother, be careful. Chuyin shouted worriedly, kicking over a thin man who tried to attack from the side. Chuyi snorted coldly and glanced at the thugs around him with cold eyes. He knew in his heart that this was not a solution, and he had to find a way out as soon as possible to leave this dangerous place. Follow me, Chuyi shouted loudly, protecting Lin Qingyao and others, fighting and retreating. Move in the direction of the garage exit. Chapter 25, Return Home. Chuyi protected Lin Qingyao and her daughter and Chuyin, and moved towards the exit with difficulty. Sikhen hugged Lin Qingyao's legs tightly, his face pale. Shirhan hid behind her mother, trembling. Chuyin looked around vigilantly, ready to deal with any sudden danger at any time. Don't be afraid. I will protect you, Chuyi said in a deep voice. Just as they were approaching the exit, a sharp female voice cut through the noise. Honey, it's him. It was his brat who hit me just now. Chuyi cursed in his heart. What bad luck. What you fear is bound to come true. This was a woman who had just tried to harass Lin Qingyao, but was knocked down by Chuyi with a punch. As the woman screamed, a burly man with a fleshy face came out. He was holding a rusty steel pipe in his hand. With a few ferocious accomplices, he rushed towards Chuyi with great momentum. Damn it, you dare to hit my wife. I'm tired of living. The burly man roared, spit flying. If you want to leave, you have to rush through this group of people. Inin, protect them. Chuyi growled. Brother, be careful. Chuyin shouted worriedly. Chuyi ignored it and took a deep breath. He stared coldly at the burly man and his accomplices who were rushing towards him. A head-on confrontation will definitely not work. You have to use your wits. The underground garage is narrow, which actually becomes Chu Ye's advantage. He used the terrain to flexibly dodge the attacks of the steel pipe and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Bang! Chu Yi punched a skinny man hard in the face. Nosebleed gushed out instantly. Another fat man who tried to attack from the side was kicked to the ground by Chu Yi. He held his stomach and groaned in pain. Seeing his accomplice lose, the burly man got angry and attacked Chu even more frantically with the steel pipe. "You little bastard, you're quite good at fighting. I'm going to kill you today." The steel pipe attacked Chu Yi again and again with a whistling sound. Chu Yi calmly observed the opponent's flaws. He seized the opportunity, dodged the steel pipe coming towards him, and grabbed the man's wrist with his left hand. Twist hard. Crack. With a crisp sound, the burly man's wrist broke. The steel pipe also fell to the ground. The man screamed, covering his wrist and stepping back. Chu Yi did not press on to pursue the victory, but took the opportunity to shout, "Inin, take them away, quickly." Seeing this, Chu Yi knew that this was a hard-won opportunity, so she quickly pulled Lin Xingya and the child and ran towards the exit. The burly man saw this, and his eyes were bloodshot, ignoring the severe pain in his wrist. Rushed towards Chu Yi. "Don't even think about running away, little brat." Chu Yi sneered, raised his leg, and kneed the man right in the abdomen. The man groaned and bent over in pain. Chu Yi took advantage of the situation and grabbed his hair, pulling it down hard. The knee was raised again and hit the man's face hard. Bang! With a dull thud, the man's nose bridge broke and blood gushed out. Chu Yi took advantage of the burly man falling to the ground. Run towards the exit. He heard the minions cursing behind him, but he was too busy to pay attention to them at the moment. "I just want to get out of this damn place as soon as possible." Rushing out of the underground garage, the oncoming sandstorm made it almost impossible for him to open his eyes. The world was dim, as if covered by a dirty filter. He squinted his eyes and saw Chu Yin standing at the exit, waving at him anxiously. "Brother, are you okay?" Chu Yin's voice was torn into pieces by the wind and sand. "It's okay." Chu Yi waved his hand and walked quickly to her side. Lin Xingya and her daughter huddled together tightly, their faces pale and their eyes filled with fear. Sichin's small hands tightly grasped the corner of Lin Xingya's clothes, and her lips trembled slightly. "It's all right. It's all right." Chu Yi gently patted Lin Xingya's shoulder, trying to make his voice sound calm. "It's safe now." Lin Xingya raised her head and looked at him gratefully, her eyes slightly red. "Thank you, Chu Yi." Chu Yi smiled. "Don't waste time. If you want to go with me, hurry up." The wind and sand were very strong, and it was very difficult for the children to walk inside, almost unable to move. Sikhen was blinded by the wind and sand and couldn't help crying. "Mom, my eyes hurt." Seeing this, Chu Yi bent down and picked up Si-chun without saying a word. The two children found a sense of security in their arms and gradually stopped crying. Chu Yi held Si-chun in his arms and ran wildly all the way against the wind and sand that seemed to peel off a layer of skin. Chu Yin was supporting Lin Xingya behind him. Both of them lowered their heads, squinted their eyes, and took difficult steps. Lin Xingya tried to speak several times, but the whistling sand filled her mouth and choked her, causing her to cough. After finally reaching the door of the villa, Chu Yi almost crawled in. I quickly closed the door, and then I felt the world become quiet. Inside the villa, Uncle Lin's construction team was still working hard. Seeing Chu Yi suddenly come back, everyone was stunned and stopped using the tools in their hands. "Hey, isn't that Mr. Chu? Why is he back?" "That's right. I thought he had already run away. It's so chaotic outside, but he can still come back alive. He is really lucky." "Chu, keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. He is the owner of this villa after all. We work under him, so please be careful with your words." "Hey, you say, how can the owner of this villa live outside for a whole day and night? Does he have some secret weapon?" Uncle Lin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Chu Yi finally return safely. He thought to himself, where did Xiao Chu go for a whole day and night? He ran out by himself and came back safely. It's really not easy. Uncle Lin came forward to greet them and asked with concern, "Chu Yi, where have you been? What happened? You all look exhausted." He looked at Chu Yi and the others carefully, with worry in his eyes. "Uncle Lin, I just want to pick up my sister. Don't worry. How is the progress of the project?" Chu Yi put Si-chun down first. The little girl's face turned pale, and she hugged Chu Ye's neck tightly, refusing to let go. "Help me settle them down." Uncle Lin nodded blankly and quickly called several people from the engineering team to come and help. Chu Yin supported Lin Xingya and followed her into the villa. Uncle Lin scratched his head and pointed to the area under construction. The main structure has been completed. What remains is some interior decoration and equipment installation. If we speed up the process, it will take about another week to complete everything. Chuyi frowned. A week was too long. Things outside were different every day. No one knows what will happen next. Uncle Lin, it's very dangerous outside right now. The project must be accelerated. We should try to complete all the work within 3 days. Uncle Lin looked embarrassed. 3 days? Mr. Chu, this time is too tight, and we don't have enough manpower. If we don't have enough people, we'll add more. Chapter 26. Transaction with Lin Jiangwo. Chu Yi settled Chu Yin and Lin Qingya, mother and daughter, in a relatively quiet room in the villa. Chu Yin grabbed his wrist, her eyes full of worry. Brother, you're not going out again, are you? It's outside now. She bit her lip and didn't say the rest. Come down from the tell. She was frightened along the way. I'm fine. Chu Yi patted her hand gently and said calmly, I'll go check on the progress of the project, and I'll be back soon. You haven't slept well these past 2 days, and now that you're home, go get some good sleep. Chu Yin wanted to say something, but in the end she just nodded, her eyes slightly red. Chu Yi ruffled her hair, turned around, and walked out of the room. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Lin Jiangwo quickly approached him and said in a low voice, Come with me. Chu Yi raised his eyebrows and became alert instantly. Follow him to a storage room in the corner of the villa where no one was working on it. Lin Jiangwo locked the door immediately after entering. The room was dark and narrow, and the air was filled with the cold, hard smell of concrete and metal. Lin Jiangwo stood with his back to the door, his hands folded across his chest, his expression unusually solemn. Chu Yi, Lin Jiangwo opened his mouth, his voice low and slightly hoarse. Do you really know something we don't? Chu Yi did not answer immediately, but raised his chin slightly. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, his expression remained unchanged as he said, Uncle Lin, sometimes knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. This made Lin Jiangwo's eyebrows jump, and his tone was a little impatient. Don't try to play Tai Chi with me. You're just a young boy, but you can come up with the renovation requirements for these villas. We old guys have never heard of it. And now it's windy outside. I've been to the Northwest, and I've seen it often there, but this Jiangnan, even a fool can see that there is something wrong. I don't believe you're just guessing. Tell me, do you have any information? Chu Ye's pupils shrank slightly. He moved away concealingly and walked to the table in the corner. Cold tone. Uncle Lin, there are some things that you don't need to be too demanding. We have a contract, and you just need to fulfill your contract normally. Understand. Lin Jiangwo was choked, and his brows furrowed even deeper, obviously not satisfied with this answer at all. He was an old soldier with a hot temper. He slammed the table and roared in a low voice. Don't talk nonsense, kid. The steel plates and mechanical electronics you requested are not obtained through ordinary channels. It is impossible to get materials of this level without my manpower. If you want me to help you, you have to make it clear, otherwise I won't send you any of the incompatible materials. At this point, the air seemed to tense up. Chu Yi narrowed his eyes, his tone still calm. Uncle Lin, do you believe that the end of the world is really coming? Lin Jiangwo understood in his heart. Although Chu Yi seemed to have said nothing, it was enough for Qin Jiangwo to know that he guessed right. His breathing suddenly became faster. But before he could find the answer from Chu Ye's cold eyes, the latter suddenly turned around and walked towards the door. Wait! Lin Jiangwo strode forward and grabbed Chu Ye's shoulders. Did I let you go? Tell me, how much can I trust you? Is it worth sending my daughter Lin Wan here? Give me a real promise. Chu Ye's eyes flickered slightly. He looked at Lin Jiangwo, his voice low but with a hint of teasing. Uncle Lin, is your daughter's safety worth just these steel plates and equipment? Lin Jiangwo pursed his lips, and the lines on his face looked even harder. After a moment's silence, he sighed. Chu Yi, I know this deal is unfair, but I have no other choice. After I retired, I was doing well, but this world is so chaotic I was caught off guard. I can see that you're not ordinary. It's not a question of whether you can do things, but what you really know, understand. Chu Ye's hand was still on the door handle, so... Lin Jiangwo raised his head. Lin Wan is my life. I'm a rough man with a bad temper, and I don't like to hear what he says, but I only ask you for one thing. Can you protect her? Chu Yi was silent for a few seconds, and finally nodded gently, but he did not forget to say it without hesitation. I can protect her. I can only promise not to wrong her, but why should I do this? Lin Jiangwo heard the leeway in Chu Ye's words, but he didn't care. I can prepare some special thank you gifts for you. Absolutely what you want. I think I don't need to say more about what it is, right? Chuyi raised his eyebrows and said, Uncle Chin, can you really do it? If what you said is true, then who would care? My old friends should be able to help. And, Chuyi, to be honest, the road is blocked, and the steel plates and equipment you want can't be delivered at all. My manpower was almost blocked halfway. He lowered his voice. I can arrange for someone to go. If you have a better idea, I still hope you can think of a solution. Chuyi leaned against the door frame and glanced at Lin Jiangwo indifferently. In that case, I'll get it myself. Chuyi spoke lightly. His words were neither salty nor bland. Lin Jiangwo's heart was suddenly shocked. He stared at Chu Ye's face. You go? Can you really get it back? Lin Jiangwo frowned, his voice low and full of suspicion. Chu Yi said, You just need to let me know where to get it, and the rest is my business. Lin Jiangwo was so shocked by his words that he gasped in shock, but he couldn't come up with any words to refute. After a brief silence, he took out a crumpled note from his pocket and threw it to Chu Yi. Okay, that's all you need to say. Our lives are worthless. It doesn't matter, as long as you can protect Lin Wan. After saying that, he took out a handwritten map with compact handwriting and 2 communication encryption cards from his arms. Hand the thing to Chu Yi. The equipment and materials here are a batch of military stock that I modified and hid. They are not cheap and not easy to get. Find them at this address. Their name is Xiongpi. He will arrange the follow-up connection. You promised me to bring Lin Wan here. If she gets into trouble, I will definitely not let you go. Chu Yi folded the note and put it in his pocket. But before leaving, he paused for a moment and whispered, Uncle Lin, I wonder if your old comrades can get an extra batch of MREs. Lin Jiangwo narrowed his eyes and stared at Chu Ye's back. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The end of the world is real? Are you kidding? Chu Yi placed his fingers on the dilapidated corridor handrail. I'm not kidding. By the way, take care of my sister for me while I go get your batch of materials. Then leave quietly. His footsteps gradually faded away, echoing low and clear in the narrow echo of the storage room. Chapter 27 blocked. When Chu Yi left, he tapped the door handle with his fingertips and closed the door almost silently, leaving only a very slight click sound. In the corridor, the strong wind carrying sand and gravel had already penetrated in, like countless tiny needles, piercing his face. He quickly carried the light snow equipment on his shoulders, and with the faint red light of the emergency light, he carefully compared it with the map provided by Lin Jiangwo and plunged into the wind and sand without hesitation. The once prosperous city now looks like a gloomy ghost town. The tall buildings are looming in the wind and sand, and their huge outlines are like silent giants, baring their fangs and claws in the darkness. On the streets, the endless stream of cars in the past has long disappeared, completely buried by layers of yellow sand, with only a corner of the roof and hood exposed, like the wreckage under the sand dunes. Fortunately, skis glide smoothly on sand, which is much better than trudging through soft sand. The streets were empty and dead silent. The tightly closed doors seemed to be covered in dust by the years, or as if they were cursed by sand, keeping people away. Occasionally, one could glimpse flickering flames from the windows of the villa area, swaying in the darkness like ghost lights, adding a bit of weirdness to this dead silent city. The power system was completely paralyzed by the raging winds, and the entire city was swallowed by darkness and fell into endless chaos. For Chu Yi, this chaotic and disorderly environment actually became a perfect cover. When passing by Xuan Huating, he paused, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and he spat fiercely at the locked door. He knew that those guys who were usually so arrogant and conceited were now huddled in the underground garage and shivering like frightened mice, hoping that this terrible sandstorm would end as soon as possible. A bunch of idiots. Chu Yi cursed in his heart and pushed his feet hard. The skis shot out like an arrow, drawing a graceful arc on the sand. He has no time to waste in such a place, as the batch of goods entrusted by Lin Jiangwo is still waiting for him. According to the map markings, the warehouse is located in the north of the city near the hills. This warehouse was originally a civil defense project. With extraordinary perseverance, the builders hollowed out the entire mountain and transformed it into a secret storage base. Chu Yi didn't notice that after he left Xuan Huading, a sneaky figure quickly flashed out from the darkness and quietly sneaked into the community like an agile cat. The man was thin and wrapped in a thick windproof coat, making his figure blurry and difficult to distinguish. What Chu Yi had not expected was that the trouble came so quickly. He had just passed the residential complex when a deafening roar of an engine suddenly came from behind him. like an angry beast, violently tearing through the whistling wind and sand. Chuyi was startled and turned back suddenly, only to see several beams of strong light piercing through the wind and sand like sharp swords, approaching at alarming speed. Damn it! Chuyi cursed in a low voice, instantly realizing that the situation was not good. He immediately lowered his body and pushed his legs against the skis like springs, trying to use the reaction force of the sand to shake off the pursuers behind him. The skis drew two winding S-shaped tracks on the sand, raising a large cloud of sand mist, like two soaring salons. However, the vehicle was traveling much faster on the sand than he had imagined. The huge tires crushed the sand dunes madly, making a deafening sound, and approached with a roar like a devil. The people in the car were shouting frantically, their voices torn into pieces by the whistling wind and sand. But the words, "Stop. Don't run," were still clearly heard by Chuyi. "Fuck it. You want me to stop? Dream on." Chuyi roared in his heart, but not only did he ignore it, he slid even harder. In this dangerous environment, once caught up, you will undoubtedly be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth at the mercy of others. A modified off-road vehicle was rampaging on the sand, like a mad rhinoceros, biting Chuyi tightly. The figures in the car kept shaking, and someone leaned out from time to time to try to catch him. It was a thrilling scene. "C&M, stop right there." A rough voice mixed with gravel came from the car. Chuyi turned around and saw two off-road vehicles getting closer. He gritted his teeth and slid hard. After turning sideways and barely avoiding the impact of the off-road vehicle, Chuyi knew that he was being targeted by the person driving the car. The wind and sand blew on my face like a knife, making breathing difficult. Chuyi felt like his lungs were on fire, and his legs began to feel sore and weak. Damn it, this won't work. Chuyi's eyes swept across the surrounding environment, looking for a way to escape. Not far ahead is a low sand dune. If we can use the terrain to get rid of them. He suddenly changed direction and slid towards the sand dunes. The off-road vehicle also adjusted its direction, drawing a huge arc on the sand and stirring up a cloud of dust. Chuyi rushed up the sand dune, his skis slipped on the soft sand, and his speed dropped sharply. His heart sank, and he thought to himself that this was not good. The off-road vehicle seized the opportunity and rushed forward with a roar. The figure in the vehicle leaned out again, and a strong arm stretched out to him, trying to grab his backpack. At the critical moment, Chuyi suddenly ducked and avoided being caught. He turned his skis sideways, used the force to rotate his body, and then pushed hard. The skis actually flew off the sand dune. His whole body drew an arc in the air and fell heavily on the other side of the sand dune, raising a cloud of dust. Chuyi turned around and saw that the so-called sand dune was just a buried sculpture. On the side that was sheltered from the wind, the sculpture could still be seen. The off-road vehicle had no time to brake and crashed into the sand dune with a loud roar. The car body shook violently, and the front of the car sank deeply into the sand. The people in the car cursed and struggled to get out. Chuyi took the opportunity to get up, ignoring the pain in his body, grabbed his skis, and fled without looking back. "Don't let that boy get away. Chase him." There was an angry roar behind him, but Chuyi had already run far away. This is only temporary safety. Those people will definitely not give up easily. He must find Lin Jiangwo's warehouse as soon as possible and get the supplies. Just when he thought he had shaken off his pursuers and was feeling a little relieved, an abandoned construction site appeared in front of him. The huge reinforced concrete frame stands tall in the wind and sand. Chuyi curled up behind a pile of steel bars, squinting his eyes and observing the movements. The sandstorm was still raging, and the only sound was the angry curses of the group of people. They are numerous and powerful, and they may have weapons in their hands. We will definitely suffer a loss if we confront them head-on. Chuyi licked his cracked lips and thought to himself, "Alas, my system is auxiliary at best, but a fake one at worst." Chuyi secretly complained in his heart. Besides being able to conjure water out of thin air, it's useless. When I read novels, the protagonist systems could either fly or strengthen their bodies, or at least conjure up weapons or something. What about me? I can only conjure water. In the past, this would have been a life skill, but now it's useless. Chuyi sighed. It's a golden finger after all. Why can't it have some attack power? Look at him. Once the system is turned on, he can bend a steel pipe with his bare hands like it's a piece of cake. What about me? I guess I can't even break a brick. Oh, it's really frustrating to compare yourself to others, and it's really frustrating to compare yourself to other systems. He secretly stuck his head out and observed the movements of the group. Fortunately, there is a lot of construction waste scattered on the construction site, including steel bars, cement blocks, and abandoned pipes. It's simply a natural trap material. Chuyi used oil drums and rags to make a few Molotov cocktails and simply took off the nylon net bags and stuffed them into the bottles. This thing is extremely powerful, enough to give those guys a hard time. He also used steel bars and tripwires to set traps throughout the construction site. These traps are crude and simple. After doing all this, Chuyi climbed up a pile of rocks and waited quietly for his prey to come. Not long after, two off-road vehicles rushed into the construction site. Due to the complex terrain, the vehicle's speed slowed down significantly, and it moved clumsily like a turtle falling into a quagmire. Chapter 28, Ambush. The opportunity has come. Chuyi whispered, lit a Molotov cocktail, and threw it out with force. The Molotov cocktail drew an arc and landed precisely on one of the off-road vehicles. Boom! With a loud bang, flames shot up into the sky, and the off-road vehicle instantly turned into a fireball. Ah! The people in the car screamed in fear and crawled out. The remaining SUV also stopped, and the people in the car were panicked and didn't know what to do. Boss, what should we do? A skinny man asked in horror. The leading burly man spat. Damn it, this kid is so cunning and treacherous. Get out of the car and find him. The pursuers abandoned their vehicles and searched the construction site carefully. They dispersed and each sought cover, fearing that the next Molotov cocktail would fall on their heads. Chuyi curled his lips into a cold smile, thinking the time has finally come. He deliberately dragged a sound on the ground, and then threw a stone casually. The stones rolled down the sloping ground, and the sound of collision could be clearly heard echoing in the empty construction site. Several pursuers instantly became alert and looked in the direction of the sound. One of the shrill voices yelled, "There, he's in that building." Chuyi's figure flashed like a ghost and quickly disappeared into the thick shadows of the abandoned building. As expected, the pursuers were fooled and swarmed towards the abandoned building. The entrance to the abandoned building was filled with construction waste, with broken cement blocks, twisted steel bars, and scattered bricks piled up like a mountain, forming a natural barrier. Chuyi had already carefully set up a trap at the entrance. The pursuers stepped into the abandoned building cautiously. The sturdy man in the lead walked in front. He had a sharp gaze and scanned the surroundings vigilantly. He held a dagger tightly in his hand, and the blade flashed coldly in the dim light. Boss, it feels eerie here. Something seems to be wrong. The skinny monkey shrank his neck and whispered uneasily. What are you afraid of? How can he cause any trouble just by himself? The sturdy man spoke firmly, but a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he felt a little uneasy in his heart. The interior of the abandoned building was dimly lit and filled with a stench of decay and dust. Suddenly, a shrill scream broke the silence. One of the pursuers stepped into the trap set by Chuyi. A sharp steel bar instantly pierced his foot and blood gushed out. He fell to the ground in pain, clutching his injured foot with both hands, wailing. Be careful. This guy has set a trap here. The sturdy man shouted a warning at the top of his voice. The remaining pursuers suddenly felt like they were facing a formidable enemy and became more vigilant. They slowed down their pace, stared at the ground, and took every step carefully, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Chuyi hid behind a broken wall on the second floor. Through the gap, he watched them coldly as they walked step by step towards the trap he had set, with a mocking smile on his face. Damn it, this kid is a rat and only knows how to hide. The sturdy man angrily kicked away the broken bricks at his feet, cursing. The successive appearance of traps made him realize that blindly charging would only result in his brother's deaths. So, he waved his hand and ordered, "Don't move. Work in pairs, cover each other, and advance slowly." The pursuers immediately adjusted their formation, moving forward cautiously in groups of two, back to back. From time to time, they used daggers or iron rods to explore the way, and every step they took was like walking on thin ice for fear of falling into the trap again. On the second floor, Chuyi observed the pursuers' every move through the cracks in the wall. I saw a pursuer carefully stepping onto a seemingly stable wooden board. Crack! With a crisp sound, the wooden board flipped instantly, and the pursuer was caught off guard and was hung upside down in the air. Below, a sharpened steel bar flashed coldly like the fangs of a poisonous snake. With a shrill scream, the steel bar instantly pierced his body. Blood gushed out and splashed onto the ground, forming a shocking pool of blood. This scene frightened the other pursuers so much that their faces turned pale and they retreated one after another, not daring to move forward rashly. "Boss, what should we do?" The skinny monkey asked with a pale face and a trembling voice. The sturdy man's face turned pale, he clenched his fists and groaned inwardly. He knew that he had met a tough opponent. The traps set by this kid were interconnected and extremely ingenious. At this moment, another pursuer tried to climb the wall and wanted to outflank Chu Yi from the side. However, when he was halfway up, he triggered the rope trap set by Chu Yi. With a whoosh sound, a rope fell from above, tied him up tightly, and hung him in midair. "Help! Boss, help!" The pursuer shouted in fear and struggled desperately, kicking his legs in the air, but to no avail. Chu Yi walked out from the darkness, holding a Molotov cocktail in his hand. He looked at the pursuer hanging in the air with a grim smile. "Bye now." He lit the Molotov cocktail and threw it out with force. Boom! With a loud noise, flames shot up into the sky, and the pursuer instantly turned into a fireball. Sharp screams echoed throughout the abandoned building. The sturdy man looked at this scene, his eyes twitching. If this continues, sooner or later all of his people will be killed by this kid. "Retreat. Everyone retreat." He gave a decisive order and gave up the pursuit. Chu Yi looked at the retreating pursuers. "It seems we need to change the way we play." A sneer appeared on Chu Yi's lips. He took out a Molotov cocktail from his backpack and waited. "Since you like playing hide-and-seek, I'll play a big game with you." He lit a Molotov cocktail and threw it hard towards where the pursuers were gathered. Boom! There was a loud bang, flames shot up into the sky, and thick smoke suddenly billowed in the abandoned building. The pursuers were frightened by the sudden explosion and fled in panic. Cough, cough, cough. The thick smoke made it hard to breathe. The pursuers coughed and frantically looked for cover. With the cover of the thick smoke, Chu Yi nimbly climbed over piles of rubble and twisted steel bars. Stop from time to time and put your ear close to the wall, catching the hurried footsteps and curses of the pursuers. He found that the pursuers had been separated by smoke and flames. Thick smoke filled the gray ruins, swallowing up the last bit of light almost to nothing. The air was filled with a pungent smell of burning, and the footsteps of the pursuers seemed increasingly chaotic. He crouched behind a charred concrete slab, his eyes gleaming coldly. Suddenly, a familiar smell of rust rushed into my nose. It was the smell of blood. "Chance!" Chu Yi's mouth curled up slightly in a sneer. His hand reached silently to the ground and picked up a sharp steel bar. The next moment, the ground beneath his feet touched the steel bar, which pierced into the chest of one of the pursuers with a whistling sound. The scream was stuck in the other person's throat. The other pursuer had not yet reacted. His eyes suddenly dilated with fear. He only had time to shout out one word before Chu Yi swept the steel bar out. The force was so great that it cut his throat directly. Chu Yi succeeded in his attack without even looking at the person who fell down. He nimbly rolled over and behind another piece of broken wall, as if his figure had never been exposed. In the distance, the sturdy man looked at his subordinates who were losing one after another with ferocious eyes. Veins and arms throbbed. "This bastard is not even human," he growled. "Spread out. Each of you take a corner and surround him to death." The pursuers began to move quickly under the command, but at this moment they were like a pile of scattered sand. The smoke obscured their vision, making it impossible to make any sense at all. Chu Yi hid behind the broken wall, with a smile on his face all the time. He heard footsteps approaching, and without hesitation, he pushed the steel bar through the crack in the wall and directly pierced the calf of a pursuer. "Oh!" The other person screamed and fell to his knees. He staggered and tried to get up, but he rolled over and knocked over another companion behind him. "Idiot!" The strong man's roar came from a distance, but the next second, the roar turned into a swear word. "Watch your back." Before he finished speaking, Chu Yi rushed out from the side, grabbed the back of the head of the pursuer who was trying to help his companion up, and twisted it hard. With a click sound, the latter rolled his eyes and fell limply. Chapter 29 House Warehouse. Then, Chu Yi easily snatched the iron rod from his hand, weighed it with his hand, and sneered. "Not bad, it fits in well. Surround him. Surround this madman." The sturdy man's voice became more and more manic. His eyes were fixed on Chu Yi. The latter's face, which was covered with dust and sweat, made him extremely annoyed at the moment. "Don't mess with me. He can't get far." But Chu Yi stood there without moving. He raised his hand to brush away the sweat-covered hair on his forehead, and then slammed the iron rod to the ground, making a low metallic sound. Then, he raised his eyes slightly and looked directly at the burly man. "You think I'm going to run?" Chu Yi smiled, and his smile contained a bit of teasing, a bit of arrogance, and a bit of bloodthirsty excitement. He slowly raised the iron rod and pointed it at the strong man. "You come here." The strong man was stunned by these 3 short words, and then he became furious. "You're looking for death, little bastard." He roared, pulled out the machete from behind, and led the rest of his men. He pounced towards Chu Yi viciously. Chu Yi did not dodge or evade, but just stood there quietly. He only moved when the strong man rushed to him. The iron rod seemed to come alive in his hands. With a whistling sound, it hit the sturdy man's knee hard. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. The strong man let out a shrill scream, and his huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Chu Yi swung the iron rod again without any pause, this time aiming at the sturdy man's chest. Bang! A dull collision sound was heard. The strong man's sternum collapsed, and blood spurted out of his mouth. His eyes widened, full of disbelief. Chu Yi looked down at him condescendingly. "I told you, come here." He repeated his previous words again. The strong man's breathing became weaker and weaker, and his eyes became increasingly unfocused. Seeing this, the other pursuers were so frightened that they turned around and fled. Chu Yi did not chase after him, but just stood there quietly, letting the blood stain the ground beneath his feet red. The iron rod in his hand was still dripping with blood, and in the dim light, it looked particularly hideous and terrifying. Chu Yi casually threw the blood-stained iron rod aside, making a dull metallic collision sound. He walked out of the abandoned building slowly, stretching his figure out long. The air was filled with the smell of dust and blood, and the ruined streets were empty. An SUV was parked not far away, its body covered in dust and its doors open. It was obviously left by the pursuers who had just fled. Chu Yi walked straight to the Jeep, opened the door, and got in. The car key was still in the ignition switch. He turned the key, the engine roared, and then ran smoothly. Chu Yi stepped on the accelerator. He skillfully manipulated the steering wheel and drove the SUV onto the street. Driving on the empty streets, Chu Yi felt refreshed. With this car, he can reach his destination faster. We headed north, accompanied by the rustling sound of tires rolling over the ground. Chu Yi held the steering wheel with a stern look on his face, his eyes fixed on the front. "The sooner the better. I don't like wasting time," he whispered, pressing his foot a little deeper on the accelerator. The target was clear, an underground warehouse located on the northern outskirts of the city. It was not an ordinary civilian warehouse, but a hollowed-out mountain designed like a civil defense project. The journey was unexpectedly smooth. The sand covered the hood of an ordinary family car, and Chu Yi drove over it without hesitation. After all, there was no real trouble. This made Chu Yi feel relieved. When we arrived near the warehouse area, the sky was beginning to brighten. Standing in front of doomsday, Chu Yi has never cared much about the changes in time and nature. But at this time, he carefully parked the car in a hidden roadside a few hundred meters away from the warehouse. Don't expose yourself, obviously, especially for a military standard reserve like this. After turning off the engine, he took the telescope from the roof of the car and scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, he vaguely saw some cameras and hidden rectangular grooves, which were obviously hiding places for surveillance equipment or automatic weapons. He did not act rashly, but took out a communicator from his bag and dialed the number of the person Lin Jiangwo had mentioned earlier. Beep, beep. After a few rings, the call was connected. The other party's voice was low and slightly alert. "Who?" "I'm Chu Yi. Lin Jiangwo asked me to contact you. He said your code name is Xiongpia." After a brief silence, Bearskin's voice sounded again with a cautious bluntness. "Lin Jiangwo's friend? How can you prove that you're not a fake?" Chu Yi sneered and replied quietly. "Do you think I have the time to fake this favor?" Lin Jiangwo gave me a string of digital codes and a strange saying, "The old bear eats the pear without spitting out the core. You can figure out for yourself." The bearskin on the other end of the communicator was silent for a moment, then chuckled softly. "That's exactly what he said. What do you want from me?" "I want to go into the warehouse and get something." Chu Yi was too lazy to beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Do you know what this place is?" Xiongpi's voice suddenly turned cold. "This is not just a storage point, but also a core military facility. I'm in a hurry, so stop talking nonsense. Can you please give me a straight answer?" Chu Yi interrupted Xiongpi's chattering impatiently. There was silence for a moment on the other end of the communicator, followed by a cold snort. "What's your attitude, kid? Even if you were introduced by Lin Jiangwo, you still have to follow the rules. Chu Yi sneered. Rules? You promised Lin Jiangwo to get him something, and now you're telling me the rules? I only know that what I need is inside. Will you open the door? Xiongpi's breathing became heavy over the communicator, and he was obviously irritated by Chu Ye's tough attitude. After a few seconds of stalemate, he finally compromised. I can help you open the door, but you have to agree to one condition. What conditions? Chu Ye's tone remained cold. You can only take what you need from the warehouse. You cannot damage other items, and you cannot reveal the location of this place. Can. Chu Yi readily agreed. For him, as long as he could get what he wanted, it would be fine. Xiongpi reported a series of numbers and routes, then said, the gate will open automatically in 10 minutes. Go in and follow this route. At the end is what you are looking for. The password is. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yi walked into the warehouse door on foot. Just as Xiongpi said, the heavy metal door slowly opened, revealing a dark entrance. The door slowly closed after Chu Yi walked in, blocking out the light from the outside. As he went deeper, a huge underground space gradually appeared before Chu Ye's eyes. Various supplies were piled up like mountains, ranging from food, medicine to weapons and machinery. It's like a huge underground kingdom. Chu Yi followed the route provided by Xiongpi and headed deep into the warehouse. Chapter 30, The Bearskin Test. A dark shadow suddenly flashed out from behind the pile of supplies. He pounced on him with lightning speed. Chu Yi was prepared and dodged the attack by turning sideways, while quickly retreating and keeping some distance. With the dim light in the warehouse, Chu Yi could clearly see the person coming. This is a burly middle-aged man with a broad body, like a moving square. Chu Yi guessed that he was probably Xiongpi. You! Just as Chu Yi opened his mouth, Xiongpi pounced on him again, and his huge fist smashed into his face with the sound of wind. Chu Yi dodged again, cursing in his heart. This fat guy, he said he would open the door, but he actually played dirty. Xiongpi missed the first blow, roared, and attacked again. Although his movements were clumsy, his strength was amazing, and each attack was full of devastating momentum. Chu Yi dodged flexibly while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Old bear, what do you want to do? Chu Yi asked while dodging. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Xiongpi roared. That old fellow Lin Jiangwo actually dared to let you come here. He simply doesn't take me seriously. He just asked me to get something. Chu Yi explained. Bullshit. Xiongpi didn't listen to the explanation at all. You can't just take what you want from here. As he spoke, Xiongpi's attack became more fierce, and his huge fists smashed towards Chu Yi like raindrops. Although Chu Yi was agile, he gradually felt exhausted. This fat guy was too strong and had amazing endurance, as if he was tireless. Old bear, if you do this again, I won't be polite. Chu Yi warned. You try it. Bearskin roared and pounced on him again. This time, Chu Yi did not dodge. He saw the right moment and punched forward. Bang! The two men's fists collided with each other, making a dull sound. Chu Yi only felt a huge force coming, which made his arm numb. Xiongpi was in an even worse situation. His huge body was knocked back several steps by Chu Ye's punch, and he almost fell to the ground. You! Xiongpi widened his eyes and looked at Chu Yi in disbelief. He didn't expect that this thin-looking young man could have such a strong power. Chu Yi rubbed his numb arm and sneered. I said, if you do this again, I will not be polite. Xiongpi steadied himself, a fierce gleam in his eyes. He took a deep breath and assumed an attacking stance again. With a roar, he rushed forward again. Under the dim light of the warehouse, his fat body rushed around like a bull. Chu Yi frowned. This smell was like the strange smell of not having a shower for 3 days mixed with cheap cigarettes. He dodged nimbly to the side, and Xiongpi's fist slammed heavily on the metal shelf behind him. There was a deafening noise. Fuck, this fat guy is really strong. Chu Yi cursed inwardly and kept moving, looking for flaws in the bear's skin. When Xiongpi missed his attack, he became even angrier. He roared continuously and swung his fists even more wildly. He was like an enraged, wild animal, with no regard for his own defense. Chu Yi sneered. This bull-like fighting style was full of flaws. He no longer dodged, but took the initiative to meet the attack, his fists and kicks raining down on the bear's skin. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds echoed in the warehouse. Damn it. Xiongpi was panting, and he felt like his fists were hitting cotton with no power to exert. This kid's speed was so fast that he was completely confused. Chu Yi seized the opportunity and swept his leg to trip Xiongpi to the ground. Before Xiongpi could react, Chu Ye's fists were already falling like raindrops. Each punch hit Bearskin's vital points accurately. Ah! Bearskin let out a scream and curled up his huge body into a ball like a cooked shrimp. Chuyi stopped and looked coldly at Xiongpi, who was lying on the ground groaning. Now, can we talk properly? Xiongpi struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and glared at Chuyi fiercely. Who are you? Chuyi just said lightly. I just came to pick up something I needed. Xiongpi was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Boy, you're quite interesting. I like you. No wonder Lao Lin asked you to come. However, these things are very precious. Xiongpi panted for a moment, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Chuyi up and down. Kid, to be honest, your skills are not like those of an ordinary person. Tell me the truth. Where did you retire from? Special forces? Armed police? Or some shady unit? Chuyi was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then a smile appeared on his face. Me? I never served in the army. Xiongpi frowned, looking unconvinced. Bullshit. With your speed and strength, how could you have developed it without several years of devilish training in the army? Don't fool me with such excuses. I'm not afraid of being scared. Believe it or not. Chuyi shrugged, looking nonchalant. I've never been in the army. I'm just a tough guy. As I've lived longer, I've naturally acquired more skills. Hard life. Xiongpi snorted coldly, as if he thought Chuyi was being mysterious. Oh, that sounds weird. But damn, you're really ruthless, fast, and accurate. He looked down at his fists and ribs, grimacing in pain. I can't figure it out. Where did you learn these skills? Chuyi narrowed his eyes, and his voice became a little colder. Old bear, asking too many questions is not a good thing. I'm just here to get something today. You're Uncle Lin's friend, so... This faint threat seemed to make his Adam's apple roll, but he managed to speak with a firm voice. TSK, kid, you're really arrogant. But you don't look like a petty thief who would take advantage of troubled waters. Chuyi did not respond, but just looked at Xiongpi quietly, his eyes not fluctuating at all from beginning to end. This look made Xiongpi feel inexplicably uneasy. He had seen that kind of look, a look that many comrades who had seen blood would have. Chuyi raised his eyebrows. I'm really here to get some things, steel plates and stuff. Bear Pelt sighed. He brought Chuyi to the depths of the warehouse, pointed at the mountains of supplies, and said, Composite steel plates, power generation equipment, high-power radios, and engineering parts. They're all here. So what are you doing with all this stuff? Are you rebelling? Chuyi glanced at him and said in a cold tone, Furnish. Xiongpi was stunned for a moment, then burst into even louder laughter. Decoration? Ha ha ha. You really know how to joke. Fine, take whatever you want. Just consider it as making friends. Chuyi ignored his teasing and began to check the supplies carefully. The thickness and quality of the composite steel plate met his requirements. The power generation equipment is also brand new and unopened, and the power of the radio station is large enough. Not bad. Chuyi nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 31, Who is this kid? Xiongpi watched Chuyi checking the supplies one by one, and became even more confused. Who is this kid? I say, brother. Xiongpi rubbed his hands together and asked tentatively, How are you going to transport these things? This is not a small amount of money. It will take an 8-wheeled truck to carry it. Chuyi didn't even raise his head and continued counting the number of steel plates. That's all for you. Xiongpi was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. That's right. I was overthinking it. Since Brother Chuyi is capable of getting Lao Lin's letter, he is naturally capable of transporting these things. It's me who is short-sighted. He paused and asked again, But what are you going to do with all these things? Dismantle and move? Or... Chuyi finally raised his head and glanced at Xiongpi with a smile. Why? Brother Xiong wants to help too. Xiongpi waved his hands quickly. No. Im jus curios, purely curios. Do you want me to find you a car? Chuyi smiled faintly, glanced at him lightly, and then stood up. No need. You must be tired after helping to watch the door for so long. Go and have a rest. Xiongpi was stunned for a moment, his expression a little unnatural. Isn't this inappropriate? With so many things, I have to help you at least, right? Chuyi interrupted him. Who dares to come? This is your Xiongpi's territory, isn't it? There was a hint of coldness in his voice, which made Xiongpi scratch his neck subconsciously, and then nodded. Okay, since you said it's okay, I'll go drink some water, and you go do your thing. Xiongpi didn't think about it anymore and walked out of the warehouse. When he deliberately closed the door, he shouted inside, Boy, don't be so reserved. Call me if you need anything. Chuyi did not respond, but just took a deep breath. After confirming that Xiongpi had gone far away, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and then he spread out his palms. A faint light appeared on the pale palm, spreading like ripples, and the air in front of it instantly twisted into a whirlpool-like crack. In the deep crack, the vast and boundless space could be vaguely seen. Chuyi raised his hand and waved it. The mountain of composite steel plates in front of him suddenly disappeared without a trace. The power generation equipment, radio stations, and various engineering accessories were also as if emptied out by an invisible force, leaving no dust behind. Afterwards, he glanced around and found a few boxes of rations and canned food in the corner that had not been counted yet. He frowned slightly, reached out and grabbed those boxes of supplies, and quickly put them into his system space. Almost. Chuyi clapped his hands, and the vortex slowly closed, returning to a calm air, as if everything that had happened before had never happened. At this moment, the warehouse door was pushed open suddenly, and the bear's skin was folded back. "Hey, kid," he was originally shouting casually, but when he glanced at the empty warehouse, his throat suddenly got stuck, and he froze in place. "Where are these things? Where are the people?" Xiongpi stumbled forward 2 steps in shock, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. "I was just watching so many supplies, and, in the blink of an eye," Chuyi leaned against the wall, his arms folded across his chest, a smile on his lips. "Brother Xiong, you came back so soon. Are you reluctant to leave these things behind?" Xiongpi came back to his senses, pointed at the empty warehouse, opened his mouth, and took a long time to squeeze out a sentence. "You, how on earth did you do that?" Chuyi sighed softly, brushed away the dust on his shoulders, turned around, and walked out. "Leave a message. Secret." Xiongpi stood there in a daze, mumbling to himself. What kind of monster is this guy? Chuyi walked to the door of the warehouse. One foot had already stepped out and heard the sound of Xiongpi. He stopped and looked back. "Anything else?" Xiongpi rubbed his hands, walked quickly to Chuyi, and said, "Wait, this is what Lao Lin wants. Take it for him." As he spoke, he handed Chuyi a large rectangular metal box. It was cold to the touch and had an extraordinary texture. Chuyi took the box, waited, and said nothing. Xiongpi took out a slightly smaller metal box from behind him and handed it to Chuyi, speaking in a low voice. "Also, this is a little gift he asked me to prepare for you. This thing is against the rules. Don't let anyone see it, otherwise I'll be in big trouble. If it weren't for Lao Lin, I would never give you this kind of thing no matter what I said." Chuyi raised his eyebrows and looked at the bare skin with interest. "What's so mysterious?" Xiongpi chuckled and spoke mysteriously. "Good stuff. You'll know when you take it back. But I have to remind you that this thing is extremely powerful, so be careful when using it and don't hurt your own people." Chuyi took the big box, which was heavy in his hand, and he could vaguely feel something vibrating inside. He raised his lips with a playful smile. "It seems that old Lin is quite considerate. Of course, Lao Lin thinks highly of you. If you need anything in the future, just come to me and I'll do my best to help." At this moment, the warehouse door suddenly opened slowly, and a figure appeared at the door. "Old Bear, what are you doing?" The person who came was a young woman in military uniform, with a heroic appearance and a stern face. The female officer saw Chuyi, a stranger, in the warehouse. He quickly pulled out a gun from his waist and pointed it at Chuyi. The female officer frowned slightly, glanced sharply at Chuyi and Xiongpi, and asked in a deep voice, "Old Bear, what's going on? Who is this person? Why is he in the warehouse?" The smile on Xiongpi's face froze instantly. He didn't expect the female officer to appear suddenly. He explained hesitantly, Captain Li, this is Lao Lin's friend, here to get something." "Old Lin's friend." The female officer called Captain Li obviously didn't believe it. She stared at Chuyi warily, with the gun in her hand still pointed at Chuyi. "Why haven't I heard that old Lin has such a friend? What did he come to get?" Xiongpi wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at Chuyi nervously. Just some ordinary supplies. Lao Lin told me before." "Ordinary supplies?" Captain Li sneered. "Do you need to sneak into the warehouse to get ordinary supplies? Old Bear, you'd better tell the truth, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Facing Captain Li's cold gaze, Chuyi still maintained a calm and unhurried expression. He raised his right hand and slowly raised the metal box in his hand, his tone calm. "Captain Li, I'm only here to get something that old Lin entrusted to Brother Xiong for safekeeping. That's all. I have no other purpose." Xiongpi wiped the sweat off his forehead quickly and nodded in agreement. Yes, Captain Li. That's right. Lao Lin specifically told me before that Chuyi, this brother, is his friend." "Old Lin." Captain Li frowned slightly, looking back and forth between Chu Yi and Xiong Pai quickly, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Which old Lin? Chu Yi smiled and said, Lin Zhangwo. Chapter 32, What is the relationship between Lao Lin and you? As soon as the three words, Lin Zhangwo, came out, Captain Li's eyes suddenly tightened and his pupils shrank slightly. But after a moment, her expression returned to being stern, and she seemed particularly cautious and vigilant. Lin Zhangwo. Captain Li repeated the name in a low voice, as if he was confirming it, or as if he was thinking about it. She pursed her lips, her hand holding the gun never relaxed at all, and her eyes were still fixed on Chu Yi. What can you prove about your relationship with that old guy? Chu Yi narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Evidence. He spoke softly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. This metal box itself is the best evidence. Do you think Brother Xiong would take Lao Lin's things and give them to an outsider casually? Captain Li's eyes became sharper, but he remained cautious. Don't be so confident. You think holding up this box is evidence? You should give me a formal token according to the rules so that I can believe it. Chu Yi turned his head slightly and glanced at Xiong Pai with a smile. Xiong Pai's face looked a little grim, and he kept wiping his sweat, obviously realizing that the situation was developing in a dangerous direction. He swallowed and tried hard to force a flattering smile towards Captain Li. Captain Li, there's really no problem. Chu Yi is definitely on old Lin's side. If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask. Shut up. Captain Li interrupted sharply and raised the muzzle of his gun slightly. Who knows if you're using Lao Lin's name to make a fuss, or if he's been doing something behind my back for a long time. Do you want to get away with it now? No way. Seeing this, Chu Yi sighed and raised his eyebrows slightly. He seemed helpless, and also seemed a little tired of this meaningless confrontation. Well, since we have to waste time. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and slowly touched his left chest. I'll show you. Captain Li's eyes suddenly darkened, and the hand holding the gun trembled subconsciously. She was extremely alert and immediately raised the muzzle of her gun slightly, waving it threateningly at Chu Yi. Don't move. Slow down, slower. Chu Yi seemed not to have heard it. His expression was irritatingly indifferent. However, at this moment, bang! The air suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Chu Yi swung the metal box in his hand at lightning speed, with such force that it caused a whistling sound. The corner of the box hit the black muzzle of the gun accurately, and there was a crisp pop sound. The gun instantly slipped out of his hand and flew to the ground nearby. Captain Li obviously didn't expect Chu Yi to do this, and he took 2 steps back before he could steady himself. There was a hint of anger and a little shock in his eyes. She shouted, "Resist!" Chu Yi picked up the metal box and gently put it on the ground. The dull bang sound caused the entire warehouse's steel walls to tremble. He raised his eyelids, looked coldly at Captain Li, and spoke in a low voice. You don't have to believe me, but don't point your gun at anyone, especially me. The calm yet sharp tone made the entire empty warehouse seem particularly suffocating. The atmosphere was tense. Captain Li stared at Chu Yi with a hint of anger in his eyes. Realizing that his previous negligence had caused the situation to get completely out of control, it would undoubtedly be more difficult to regain the initiative at this moment. Don't get excited. Captain Li, we are all family. Xiong Pai seemed to be too afraid to even breathe, and hurriedly tried to smooth things over, waving his hands and moving closer. Brother Chu, this is a subconscious action. It's a misunderstanding. Absolutely a misunderstanding. Shut up. Captain Li shouted angrily, stopping Xiong Pai from speaking. She looked at Chu Yi again and snorted coldly. It seems that I didn't underestimate you. Your skills are great, but don't think you can act arrogant here. Chu Yi curled the corners of his mouth, but did not answer. Instead, he slowly bent down, picked up the gun he had just dropped, and brushed off the dust. He looked at the gun, then raised his eyes to look at Captain Li with a smile. This is a good gun, but it's not used in the right place. Then he turned off the safety. He threw the gun back at Captain Li's feet, as if he was talking about something insignificant. He stood up straight and said to Xiong Pai, "It's getting late, and I'm not interested in any more arguments. I have the stuff here, and it's up to you who you want to verify it with." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the warehouse door. And the moment he stepped out of the threshold, Captain Li's oppressive voice suddenly came from behind. "Stop!" Chu Yi stopped, but did not look back. He didn't say anything, just waiting for the other party to speak. The atmosphere became increasingly tense, as if another wave of trouble would occur in the next second. Finally, she suppressed her anger and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Chu Yi didn't look back, but just chuckled, and the laughter echoed in the empty warehouse. Seems a bit cynical. Employer, Lao Lin is helping me decorate the villa. After saying that, he left the warehouse without looking back, his footsteps echoing rhythmically on the metal floor. Captain Li looked at Chu Ye's departing back with a complicated look in his eyes. She didn't like Chu Ye's nonchalant attitude and the aura that he looked down on everyone. She bent down and picked up the gun from the ground. The coldness of her hand calmed her down a little. Xiongpi approached cautiously and asked tentatively, "Captain Li, what should we do now?" Captain Li took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and ordered, "Send someone to follow him immediately and make sure to find out his identity and background. Also, keep a close eye on Old Lin. I want to see what they are up to." After Chu Yi left the warehouse, he drove straight back to his villa. There were no more obstacles on the return journey. The villa is located on the outskirts of the city, with a quiet environment, which forms a sharp contrast with the dilapidated and desolate warehouse. When Chu Yi came back, the underground renovation is nearing completion, and Lao Lin is directing the workers to carry out the final finishing work, tiling that huge pool in the ground floor. The clanging sounds and the workers' rough shouts interweave into a slightly noisy symphony. Chu Yi's arrival surprised Lao Lin a little. He quickly put down the work in his hands and went to greet him. "Mr. Chu, why are you here? Have you dealt with the matter at the warehouse?" Chu Yi handed the metal box to Lao Lin. "Here's something for you." "What is this?" Then, he briefly told Lao Lin what happened in the warehouse in a calm tone. After hearing this, Lao Lin's expression changed slightly. "Captain Li, why did she get involved? This woman is a difficult one," he muttered under his breath. Chu Yi raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, "Oh, tell me, who is this Captain Li? And that Xiongpi, they all seem to respect you very much." Lao Lin hesitated for a moment, as if considering how to start the conversation. Finally, he decided to tell the whole story. "Mr. Chu, you don't know that Captain Li and Xiongpi are both members of the Sky Curtain organization. Sky Curtain is a military organization that is said to control many unknown secrets of the city. Chapter 33, Sky Curtain. It's just to deal with the current situation. Captain Li is the person in charge of that warehouse, responsible for mobilizing supplies to deal with extreme natural disasters. And Xiongpi is her subordinate. Sky Canopy?" Chu Yi repeated the name in a low voice, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Interesting. Mr. Chu, they don't belong to any department. They are directly under the top," Lao Lin advised with a worried look on his face. Chu Yi waved his hand and interrupted Lao Lin. He stared at Lao Lin's face. "So, Uncle Lin, who are you then?" Chu Yi suddenly asked, his tone neither hurried nor slow, but with a hint of tentativeness, like looking for some tiny flaw. Lao Lin stiffened slightly, and the expression on his face froze for a moment. He lowered his eyes, trying to hide something, but that moment of distraction had been captured by Chu Yi. "Mr. Chu, don't get me wrong, Lao Lin seemed a little embarrassed. He smiled awkwardly and then spoke in a nonchalant manner. How can a retired old man be considered a human being? Chu Yi was not fooled by this understated answer. He tilted his head slightly and asked, "An ordinary retired old man is called Old Lin or Brother Lin by these people in uniform. Even Captain Li doesn't look at you as if you were a subordinate or an insignificant person. Uncle Lin, are you missing something?" Lao Lin's smile froze on his face, and he tried to open his mouth. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. He then blew out a smoke ring and said slowly, "Mr. Chu, you are so observant. Don't change the subject, Uncle Lin." Chu Ye's voice remained calm, but his eyes were a little more severe. "Since I entered the warehouse just now, I noticed that their attitude towards you is both respectful and wary. This is not the attitude they would treat an ordinary person. What is your relationship with Sky Curtain? Or Uncle Lin, what is your origin?" Lao Lin's hand trembled slightly, and he pressed the cigarette but on the ground at his feet to extinguish the spark. This action seemed to be deliberately delaying time, but it also seemed a little clumsy. "Mr. Chu," he spoke slightly faster and was about to say something when he saw Chu Yi suddenly take a step forward. The distance between the two was instantly shortened. "Uncle Lin, you should know that the world has changed. Trust is a luxury, and my patience with people is limited. If you want me to protect your daughter, then you have to show some sincerity." Chu Yi's low voice sounded like advice. "Tell the truth, but let me dig out the truth by some trickery. Choose one." The air fell silent for a moment, with only the faint sound of Lin Jiangwo's heavy breathing audible. He finally sighed helplessly. "Mr. Chu, it's not that I intentionally concealed it, but knowing too much about some things may not be a good thing for you. Lin Jiangwo's tone was complicated and his face looked conflicted. Okay, then it depends on whether your Uncle Lin can say something good for me. Chu Yi remained unmoved, and his tone sounded calm, but with a hint of pressing force. Lao Lin smiled bitterly and raised his hands to indicate that he meant no harm. Don't be so nervous. Don't worry. I mean no harm. He pointed to his jacket and pants, which were covered with dust. You see, I'm just a contractor. As he spoke, Lao Lin's eyes became fierce for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Besides, you're doing me no good. Chu Yi let go of Lao Lin and took a step back, his tone still indifferent. Then tell me, Uncle Lin, who are you? Lao Lin was silent for a moment, as if he had finally made up his mind. Mr. Chu, I am also from Sky Curtain. Chu Yi raised an eyebrow, motioning for him to continue. Lao Lin walked to the side, dug out a piece of tattered canvas from the scattered debris, and spread it on the ground. He sat down casually and then continued. Or more precisely, I used to be a member of the Sky Curtain, the person in charge of this city. Chu Yi walked to him calmly, sat on the ground, and listened quietly. The original intention of establishing Sky Curtain was to respond to extreme natural disasters. Warehouses have been set up all over the country to store supplies, so that they can be deployed and supported in disaster areas when necessary. I am responsible for managing the warehouses in this city, and I'm also responsible for coordinating the deployment of supplies between several surrounding cities. Lao Lin paused, with a hint of self-mockery in his tone. Come to think of it, Shaoli and Xiongpi were both my subordinates. Chu Yi narrowed his eyes and tapped the ground lightly with his fingers. Then why do they? Chu Yi didn't finish his words, but the question was self-evident. Lao Lin sighed, his tone filled with disgust. This department has great power, and because of this, corruption is very serious. I was too lazy to go along with them, so I took the initiative to apply for retirement. He looked up at Chu Yi with a hint of complicated emotions in his eyes. Before I left, I recommended Captain Li to take over my position, but she was too inexperienced and was rejected by her superiors. Later, I heard that she was transferred to a remote small warehouse to be responsible for some unimportant chores. As for Xiongpi, he was smooth and slick, so he must have offended someone and was also excluded. So, Uncle Lin, you couldn't stay at Tianmu anymore, so you became a contractor? Old Lin smiled bitterly. I guess so. The world has changed, and people's hearts have changed. Instead of struggling in that quagmire, it's better to live a simple life. After Lao Lin was released, he took a few deep breaths, held his chest, and coughed a few times. After his breathing calmed down, he glared at Chu Yi and cursed. You're really ruthless, you little brat. If you use a little more strength, I'll be suffocating. Do you really think your Uncle Lin can't handle you? Chu Yi smiled, his tone relaxed. Uncle Lin, I'm worried too. Your identity is too mysterious. I don't want to keep an unstable factor around me. Lao Lin rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. You little brat, your Uncle Lin, am a good man. I have nothing to fear from my own shadow. Chu Yi shrugged, indicating that he was just being cautious. You shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others, Uncle Lin. The atmosphere between the two men eased a little, and Lao Lin began to talk about his experiences after leaving Sky Curtain. After retiring from the army, I used my savings to open a small construction company that specializes in undertaking small projects. As you know, the construction industry was profitable before the end of the world. Although the world is in chaos now, reconstruction is only a matter of time, so I made some preparations in advance. There was a hint of pride in Lao Lin's tone, as if he was quite proud of his foresight. Just do some small things and make a living. Lao Lin sighed, and his tone became low again. Chapter 34, The Sky Curtain, is a joke. Chu Yi listened quietly without interrupting. Sure enough, Lao Lin paused, as if he had finally made up his mind, and said, Mr. Chu, I have a daughter who works as a ground staff at the airport. I only have this precious daughter. You said, brat, you will protect her. Lao Lin emphasized it again, his eyes full of worry for his daughter. If you want, the things in that box are yours. Chu Yi followed Lao Lin's gaze towards the metal box and asked, What's inside? A military crossbow is extremely powerful and is definitely more than enough for self-defense. It also makes no noise and won't attract unnecessary attention. There was a hint of boasting in Lao Lin's tone. This is a good thing. I would not give it to ordinary people. Chu Yi weighed the metal box in his hand. It felt heavy, and a cold metal touch came through his fingertips. He glanced at Lao Lin. His tone was a little playful. Uncle Lin, are you sure this thing is more important than your daughter's life? Lao Lin's face froze, his eyes flickered, and then he spoke with his neck stiff. Of course my daughter is important, but this thing can also save your life. In troubled times, life is the most important thing. Chu Yi sneered and threw the box back in front of Lao Lin. You should take care of your daughter yourself. I would rather have you help me than take care of others. Lao Lin was stunned, as if he didn't expect Chu Yi to refuse. He originally thought that with Chu Yi's character, he would definitely accept this big gift without hesitation. After all, a powerful military crossbow is hard currency in the end times. Chu Yi looked at Lao Lin's confused expression and laughed inwardly. This old fox has a good plan. He wants to use a crossbow to exchange for his protection for his daughter. This old man is much more useful than a crossbow. With someone like this to help me, I will be able to relax a lot in the future. Lao Lin reacted quickly, coughed dryly, and put a smile on his face. Hey, look at me. I'm getting old and confused. Mr. Chu is right. Of course you have to take care of your own daughter. However, my young men are strong and healthy, and they may be able to help you. Let's take a look first. Tianmu has a plan for this kind of extreme natural disaster. Don't worry, normal order will probably be restored soon. Sky Mount. Chu Yi raised his eyebrows and sneered in his heart. No one in later generations had ever heard of the sky curtain, or this thing was a joke from the beginning. Either it was destroyed by someone, or it had been hollowed out from the inside, and it was completely unable to help the city recover. He remained calm on the surface and asked following Lao Lin's words. What is this sky curtain? How come I have never heard of it? When Lao Lin heard this, he immediately perked up as if he had found an opportunity to show off and began to explain with saliva flying. This sky curtain is the country's top secret. This time, the sandstorm was caused by the sky curtain that activated the emergency plan. I believe it will be restored soon. Chu Yi listened to Lao Lin bragging about the sky curtain organization, but he became more alert. Uncle Lin, is your information reliable? Lao Lin patted his chest and made the promise. Absolutely reliable. I used to work at the Sky Dome. He suddenly stopped and thought of the appearance of the sky when he left and couldn't help shaking his head. Chu Yi looked at Lao Lin with a smile, but did not expose him. Then we'll just have to wait and see. Chu Yi said something meaningful. He did not bother with Lao Lin anymore, but walked towards the basement without looking back, carrying the box of military crossbows. Old Lin looked at his calm and composed back and felt puzzled. I thought this guy was just a rich second generation, but I didn't expect to see through his plan as soon as he arrived. How can he remain calm in the face of adversity? What kind of method is this? He hesitated for a moment, but decided to organize his workers to complete the underground swimming pool that Chu Yi requested. The planting area on the underground level has not yet been completely transformed. The air was filled with the smell of lime and metal, which made people feel stuffy. Chu Yi raised his hand and turned on the light switch above his head, and the dim light illuminated the entire room. Decisively take out the materials stored in the system warehouse and pile them in the basement. After Lin Jiangwo arranged the details of the construction, he went upstairs and saw Chu Yi at the door of the basement. He coughed and was about to speak when his eyes were attracted by the steel plates, battery panels, and generators piled up on the underground floor. He frowned, walked forward, patted the steel plates, and asked in a low voice, Chu Yi, how did you transport all these things back? I remember you came back alone with only one car. Chu Yi tilted his head and looked at Lao Lin with a half smile, a hint of teasing in his eyes. Uncle Lin, why do you care how I got it back? Anyway, there's something for you to reinforce the villa. Lao Lin choked, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. He said in a deep voice, Hey, let's be serious. How did you do it? We are all family. It's okay to tell me the truth, right? Chu Yi shrugged and replied lazily, Yes. Lao Lin looked at him suspiciously, but didn't dare to ask any further questions. I could only stare blankly from his side. His eyes moved back and forth between the equipment on the floor, and he could hardly believe his eyes. Chu Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, seeming a little proud. Uncle Lin, are these enough? Lao Lin nodded subconsciously, and after 2 seconds, he suddenly reacted. He quickly grabbed Chu Yi's shoulders, his tone revealing an undisguised shock. Wait, kid, there's so many things you... His eyes were wide open, his breathing was rapid, and he thought of several explanations, but all of them seemed ridiculous. Don't ask too many questions. Chu Yi patted his arm casually and pushed him half a step away, his tone calm, but unquestionable. We have the supplies. Now it's time to get down to business. Uncle Lin, bring your daughter here tomorrow morning. My daughter. Lao Lin was stunned, then frowned. What do you mean? Didn't you just tell me to take care of her myself? Chu Yi continued in a calm tone. Uncle Lin, don't think too much. You should also know that in this world, it is very dangerous to stay outside. When Lin Jiangwo heard this, his face instantly turned gloomy. After a moment's silence, he frowned and sighed. Xiao Chu, thank you. As long as my daughter is safe, I will give you my life. Uncle Lin, why do I want a life? Chu Yi spoke in a calm tone, as if he was discussing a trivial matter. Besides, don't you know in your heart that the sky curtain is probably of no use? Since you believe that this is the end of the world, you should be aware of it. If a person does not care about himself, it is fatal. Lin Jiangwo opened his mouth, as if he wanted to refute. His shoulders slowly slumped, and he rubbed his forehead tiredly, mumbling. You're right. In this world, it's a blessing to have someone to help me. As long as you can take good care of my daughter, old Lin, even if I have to sacrifice my old bones, I can't do without your help. Chu Yi nodded, his tone still cold. That's good. Also, Uncle Lin, don't lower your status. After all, I ask you for help not only because you can bring resources, but more importantly, because I know you are not stupid. Upon hearing this, old Lin was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile. I hope you can see it right, Xiao Chu. Tomorrow morning, we will go and bring Wan Wan here in person. Chu didn't say anything else, just nodded slightly. Chapter 35, Pick Up Lin Wan. The next morning, the sky was gray and the air was filled with the smell of sand. Chu Yi was driving the SUV that he had stolen from the person who had caused him trouble. Sitting in the passenger seat was Lin Jiangwo, who looked anxious. Xiao Chu, Wan Wan has been stubborn since she was young. Even a bull can't stop her when she gets angry. But she has a good heart. Don't take her too seriously. Lin Jiangwo rubbed his hands, with a barely perceptible hint of nervousness in his tone. She was weak when she was young and was often sick, but she still liked to take care of stray cats and dogs. Sigh. Chu Yi held the steering wheel with one hand and placed the other hand casually on the car window, listening to Lao Lin chatter. Occasionally respond. He knew in his heart that Lao Lin was worried about his daughter. Oh, and Wan Wan likes to paint. She loves flowers and plants. If there's a chance in the future, you... Lin Jiangwo paused as he spoke, as if realizing that it was inappropriate to say this now, and sighed. Forget it. There's no point in saying this now. As long as she's safe, that's all that matters. Chu Yi glanced at Lao Lin in the rearview mirror and said lightly, Uncle Lin, don't worry. Since I promised, I will naturally bring her back. When the car drove out of the community, the scene on the road was a mess. Although officials have organized manpower to clean the streets, thick dust covers everything, making progress slow. Most of the vehicles parked on the roadside were buried in sand and dust, with only a corner of the roof exposed, like an isolated island in the sea of sand. This damn weather is really weird. Lin Jiangwo looked out the window with a frown on his face. It's winter, but the temperature is almost as high as summer. Chu Yi didn't say anything, but his eyes darkened. This is just the beginning, and greater disasters are yet to come. He steered the wheel carefully, avoiding vehicles and debris on the road that were half hidden by the dust. Not long after they drove out, a man wearing orange work clothes and a dust mask blocked their way. The man was a big man, holding a small red flag in his hand, signaling them to stop. The road ahead is closed and is being cleared. Please take a detour. The man spoke in a muffled voice, his voice a little muffled because of the mask. Lin Jiangwo rolled down the car window and stuck his head out. The dust and sand made him cough. Hello, comrade. I live in Jinxiu Garden Community. Can I go there now? The man looked at them, then looked up at the road ahead covered in sand, his tone slightly impatient. I said the road is closed. Didn't you hear me? Take a detour. No one can go through until the road ahead is cleared. Lin Jiangwo smiled and said, Comrade, please be flexible. My daughter is waiting for me at home. She is not in good health. The man was unmoved. Whose family doesn't have something wrong? If they're all like you, are you going to clean it up or not? Hurry up, take a detour. But Lin Jiangwo wanted to say something else, but Chu Yi reached out and patted his shoulder. Uncle Lin, stop talking. Chu Yi rolled down the window and said to the man, Comrade, which road can I take to get around? The man looked Chu Yi up and down, and his tone softened a little. Go east, go around the Canghai Bridge, and then go north for a while, and you will arrive. Chu Yi nodded, thanked him, rolled up the window, and turned the car around. Chu Yi was just about to step on the accelerator and leave when he heard the hoarse voice of the man behind him. Hey, wait a minute. There was suspicion in his voice, as if he had no intention of letting them go. He looked up in the rearview mirror and saw that the man had walked quickly to the car window and slammed the door several times. The eyes covered by the mask stared straight at Chuyi. Where did you get this car? The man's voice was lowered a bit, but it was full of temptation. Chuyi frowned slightly and glanced at him. Under the light of the thick dust, the black body of the off-road vehicle is particularly conspicuous. Chuyi snatched this car from the people who were chasing him. Judging from the guy's expression, he obviously recognized this car. My own car, he replied calmly. Did you buy it yourself? When a man heard this, his eyes suddenly became sharper, and he obviously didn't believe it. Lin Jiangwo was sitting in the passenger seat. Noticing that the atmosphere had become tense, he quickly joined in to smooth things over with a smile. Oh, this car belongs to Xiaoya. He's a businessman and has a lot of money. However, the man didn't buy it at all. His eyes were fixed on Chuyi, and his tone became increasingly hostile. Where's your driving license? Where's your ID card? Take them out and let me see. Chuyi raised his hand and pressed the horn on the steering wheel, a hint of coldness flashing across his eyes. It's a pretty clear check. Which department are you from? Is there such a rule recently? Rule? The man gritted his teeth and laughed strangely. The rule is that whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Don't waste time. Get your ID quickly, or else. He didn't finish his words and seemed to be gesturing. Several men wearing the same orange work clothes who were standing idly not far away immediately surrounded them. Several people surrounded the SUV in a fan shape. Chuyi's eyes swept over them, and from their standing positions to the subtle tension in their bodies, it was revealed that these were by no means simple road workers. Lin Jiangwo also frowned, realizing that something was wrong. He glanced at Chuyi and asked in a low voice, Xiaoya, what happened? What happened when you went out yesterday? And how did this car get here? What's the hurry? Chuyi lowered his head and pretended to look for the documents, while replying to Lin Jiangwo in a cold tone. He gripped the steering wheel loosely with his right hand, applying slight force with his knuckles. The other hand silently reached for a dagger placed next to the driver's seat. Hey, hurry up. Why are you taking so long? The man who had stopped the car before was obviously impatient and slapped the car window several times with his open palms. The harsh knocking sound almost made Lin Jiangwo jump up. Chuyi turned his head to look at him, curled the corners of his mouth, and his tone remained calm. Don't worry. These days, even showing your ID isn't fast enough. It's really embarrassing. The man obviously didn't expect Chuyi to still be in the mood to tease him. His gloomy face became completely long, and he raised his hand to force his attack. Stop talking nonsense and come down. Bang! At this moment, a huge muffled sound suddenly came from the distance, like some heavy object falling to the ground, and then the ground shook. The dust was blown up by the air currents, and the surroundings were suddenly covered by a layer of foggy barrier. What's going on? The people surrounding the car looked in the direction of the sound. The grim wariness on his face turned into a brief moment of uncertainty. Chuyi took this opportunity to hide the dagger in his sleeve and said to Lin Jiangwo in a low voice, Sit tight and don't move. Then he leaned forward slightly. Surrounded by dust, Chuyi's eyes fixed, and he stepped hard on the accelerator. Boom! The off-road vehicle was like a beast that had been accumulating strength for a long time, and it forcefully knocked away the people standing in front of the vehicle. Chapter 36, You Are a Lunatic. The man standing in front of the car didn't even have time to react before he was thrown out by the front of the car. The moment he hit the ground, he let out a muffled scream. His body curled up in an unnatural posture, twitched once, and then became motionless. The thugs around were frightened by the sudden violent attack and ran away in all directions. Someone tried to swing the iron rod in his hand to knock on the car window, but it was too late. The SUV rushed out like a hot knife through butter. Chuyi, you're crazy. Lin Jiangwo held on to the door armrest tightly in the passenger seat. His fingers were shaking slightly from using too much force, and one could even faintly hear his rapid breathing. Shut up and sit tight. Chuyi's voice remained calm, as if this violent scene had never affected him in the slightest. He gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands and increased the speed to the limit. The roar of the engine was in his ears, gradually merging with the shouts of the pursuers behind. Through the rearview mirror, Chuyi caught a glimpse of a few thugs trying to catch up, but the speed of the off-road vehicle was obviously not something they could match. He sneered, with a hint of sarcasm in his smile. The rear end of the car, covered in dust, gradually left these people behind in the blurry distance. For a second, I thought you were going to send both of us to hell. Lin Jiangwo blurted out sarcastically, although his tone was much lower. But the anger inside was not concealed at all. You're still alive, aren't you? Chu Ye's voice was as calm as still water. As he spoke, he unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to look at Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo did not respond, but his tightly pursed lips and his still violently heaving chest showed it. He had a lot of questions in his mind, but he didn't know where to start. Chu Yi leaned back in his chair. These people are obviously coming for us. Do you really think that being humble can save your life? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jiangwo could no longer hold it in. The key is why? Those people are obviously coming for you. Chu Yi, how did you offend them? Chu Yi stared at him for 2 seconds. This matter is a bit complicated. Complicated? Lin Jiangwo frowned, with doubt in his eyes. Okay, can you give me a reasonable explanation so that I don't stay in the dark like a fool? After a moment of silence, Chu Yi reached out and opened the small storage box on the passenger's side, took out a bottle of mineral water that had already been shaken to the point of bubbling, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Uncle Lin, who do you think you can rely on to survive now? The question was asked in a strange way, but Lin Jiangwo still asked it subconsciously. Of course it's official. No, Chu Yi, don't change the subject. Official. The smile on Chu Ye's lips deepened, full of coldness. Can they be trusted? Lin Jiangwo was stunned and speechless by these words. He knew what Chu Yi was going to say next, but he still nodded reluctantly. But at least Tianmu is still organizing a clearance team. Such a work-for-relief project. Work for relief. Chu Yi sneered. His eyes seemed as if he was listening to a huge joke. I see. Those yellow-skinned people are all wolves. The group of people chasing us just now claimed to be the obstacle clearance team, right? Did you see the look in their eyes? If they were really obstacle clearance people, would they block our way with murderous intent? You mean? Lin Jiangwo's gaze paused slightly. They are hooligans, a small gang in Shui and Huating. When I picked up Lin Qingyao's daughter a few days ago, I was in that community and did something to these guys. Having said that, Chu Yi paused, then revealed a smile that was clearly filled with evil humor. I had a fight with them at that time. Lin Jiangwo's eyes were as big as bells, his face full of disbelief. You little brat, do you think I'm stupid? What does a fight have to do with this car? You call it slightly tampering with it? Tell me the truth. What's wrong with this car? Chu Yi sighed softly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Uncle Lin, please calm down and listen to my explanation. This is what happened. Later, when I went to get the steel plate, I met this group of people again. Lin Jiangwo grabbed Chu Ye's arm with such force that it seemed as if he was going to crush his bones. Did you make things too big? He paused, as if he was organizing his words, and his tone became lower. They are so numerous and powerful, and they have weapons in their hands. I am outnumbered and can only what? Lin Jiangwo stared at Chu Yi. You can't really. Ahem, Chu Yi said with a casual smile. I could only defend myself. I ended up hitting a little too hard and accidentally killed a few people. Then their car was free and I thought, instead of letting others take advantage of it, why not use it to help us on our way? Don't you agree? Lin Jiangwo was stunned. He opened his mouth and couldn't say anything for a long time. He could never have imagined that Chu Ye's casual words of a little manipulation and killing a few people actually contained such a thrilling story. You, Lin Jiangwo pointed at Chu Yi. You are really a lunatic. Chu Yi spread his hands helplessly. Uncle Lin, the world is difficult. If you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. Don't worry about these details. The important thing is that we are safe now, right? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, with only the heavy breathing of the two people and the sound of dust raised by the wind outside the car being heard inside the car. After a moment, Lin Jiangwo finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Did you do it cleanly? Did you leave any alive? Otherwise, there will be trouble later. The car was silent, except for the low roar of the engine and the squeaking of tires over gravel. Chu Yi held the steering wheel, his eyes fixed intently on the bumpy road ahead. He killed someone. That's an indisputable fact. Although in the end times, human life is worthless. But those guys were once the official clearance team after all, and if the truth came to light, there would be trouble. He must find a safe place as soon as possible and plan his next step carefully. Lin Jiangwo looked solemnly at the desolate scene rapidly receding outside the window, his brows furrowed. Although he said that Chu Yi was a lunatic, he couldn't stop worrying in his heart. This kid was too ruthless, and I don't know if he left any traces. If those people come to their door, They may find it difficult to resist given their current situation. He silently thought about how he could help Chu Yi if something really happened. After all, this kid has too many secrets, and with him around, she can ensure her daughter lives a safe life. The off-road vehicle was bumpy all the way, and dust was flying outside the window, covering the sky and the sun. Just then, Chu Yi caught a glimpse of a black SUV in the rearview mirror, following them not too far away. He squinted his eyes and observed carefully for a while, and found that the car always kept a certain distance. Neither overtaking nor falling behind, it was closely following their tails. Chapter 37. Hand over the keys. Chu Yi nudged Lin Jiangwo gently with his elbow and asked in a calm tone, "Uncle Lin, do you recognize the car behind us?" Lin Jiangwo turned his head and took a look. A hint of doubt flashed in his cloudy eyes. "I don't know him. He looks ordinary. What's wrong?" Chu Yi did not answer. He stepped on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle roared and increased its speed instantly. "What are you doing? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" Lin Jiangwo was startled by the sudden acceleration and cursed. "Uncle Lin, sit tight. Let's play a game." There was a sly gleam in Chu Ye's eyes, and there was a hint of excitement in his tone. The off-road vehicle was speeding along the bumpy road, getting faster and faster, like a mad beast running wildly in the wilderness. The black sedan behind was not to be outdone and followed closely behind. The two cars, one in front and one behind, started a chase on the dusty road. Chu Yi looked at the vehicles behind him through the rearview mirror from time to time. He deliberately drove the car to some rugged roads, taking advantage of the off-road vehicle's performance and constantly leaving the SUV behind. However, no matter how Chu Yi accelerated or changed lanes, he was always keeping a close eye on them. Damn, this kid is pretty persistent. Chu Yi cursed inwardly. He originally thought it was just an ordinary tracking, but now it seems that the other party is well prepared and has a clear target, which is to target them. "Chu Yi, what's going on? Who is that car behind us?" Lin Jiangwo also noticed something was wrong, and there was a hint of nervousness in his tone. "I don't know, but he's definitely not a good person." Chu Yi's eyes narrowed, and his tone became serious. "Uncle Lin, hold on tight. I'm going to speed up." Before he finished speaking, Chu Yi stepped on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle made a deafening roar. As soon as Chu Yi finished speaking, a loud bang was heard from the rear of the SUV. The black SUV slammed into the rear bumper of the off-road vehicle, causing the vehicle to shake violently. Lin Jiangwo almost hit his head on the windshield. "Fuck, this bastard is serious." Lin Jiangwo cursed and grabbed the handrail on the roof tightly. A cold light flashed in Chu Ye's eyes, and he turned the steering wheel sharply, trying to get rid of the SUV behind him. However, the other party seemed to have anticipated this and held on tightly, with the front of the car hitting it again. "If this happens a few more times, this broken car will fall apart," Lin Jiangwo shouted. Chu Yi clenched his teeth, and his eyes quickly switched between the rearview mirror and the road ahead. He had to find a way to get rid of this SUV. He slammed on the brakes. The SUV made a harsh friction sound, and the rear end of the car swung violently. The SUV behind him was unable to dodge, and the front of the car rushed past the side of the SUV. "Good opportunity." Chu Ye's eyes flashed, and he quickly turned the steering wheel and aimed the front of the car towards a narrow road ahead. The trail is rugged and lined with tall rocks, making it unsuitable for ordinary vehicles. "You're crazy. Can you take this road?" Lin Jiangwo turned pale with fright and closed his eyes tightly. Chu Yi ignored Lin Jiangwo's exclamation, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the off-road vehicle plunged into the narrow road like a wild horse. The black SUV followed closely behind, trying to keep up with Chu Yi. However, the narrow road and rugged terrain limited its speed, and it could only watch Chu Ye's SUV pull further and further away. Chu Yi drove the off-road vehicle on the narrow road, looking at the SUV behind him in the rearview mirror from time to time. The black SUV jolted forward on the rough road, slowing down noticeably. Damn, this guy's really got some skills. A burly man in the driver's seat of the SUV slammed the steering wheel hard, his eyes full of anger. "Boss, we can't catch up. This road is too difficult to drive on," said the thin man in the passenger seat. "Chase him. Even if the car falls apart, you must catch up with him," the burly man roared. The black SUV swayed left and right on the narrow road, moving forward with difficulty. The off-road vehicle bumped violently on the narrow dirt road, and the body of the vehicle constantly rubbed against the rocks on both sides, making a harsh scraping sound. Chu Yi gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, gritted his teeth, and tried hard to control the direction of the vehicle. The road condition is extremely bad, and if you are not careful, the car will be destroyed and people will die. In the rearview mirror, the black SUV was chasing the SUV like a leech, almost hitting the rear bumper of the SUV several times. The driver of the SUV was obviously very familiar with the area and maintained an amazing speed on the rugged mountain road. He was willing to crash the car body into the rock to shorten the distance between him and Chuyi. Bang! With a loud bang, the SUV slammed into the rear wheel of the off-road vehicle. The huge impact force caused the off-road vehicle to lose balance instantly, and the body of the vehicle suddenly tilted to one side and almost overturned. Chuyi quickly adjusted the steering wheel, trying to stabilize the car, but it was too late. The off-road vehicle rushed out of the narrow path and slid for a distance on a deserted open space. The car slowly came to a stop. The car body was damaged in many places, and the rear wheels were severely deformed, making it impossible to continue driving. Damn it! Chuyi cursed inwardly, unbuckled his seatbelt, and turned to look at Lin Jiangwo. Uncle Lin, are you okay? Lin Jiangwo looked pale. It's okay, just a little dizzy. The two men quickly got out of the car and looked around vigilantly. Almost at the moment they got out of the car, the door of the black SUV was suddenly pushed open. A group of strong men in camouflage uniforms filed out and quickly surrounded them. Everyone held a weapon in his hand, with a ferocious and murderous look on his face. The leader was a burly man with a hideous scar on his face. He walked towards Lin Jiangwo with a sneer, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Director Lin, how are you? Lin Jiangwo's expression suddenly changed, but he quickly concealed it. He lowered his voice and said to Chuyi, Xiao Chu, I am the one who is holding you back this time. These people are from Tianmu. I retired from the army because of them. Skymount. Chuyi's heart trembled, but he remained calm on the surface. The burly man walked up to Lin Jiangwo, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Director Lin, let's be frank. We are here to take back what belongs to us. What? Lin Jiangwo asked, pretending to be calm. Key. The burly man spoke in a cold tone. Hand over the key, and we can let you go. Key? What key? Lin Jiangwo looked confused. I don't know what you're talking about. The burly man sneered. Director Lin, don't play dumb. You know very well. That key is related to our organization's material reserves and scientific research facilities. You must hand it over. Chuyi listened to their conversation quietly, thinking to himself, what exactly is this so-called key? What could have caused the Sky Curtain organization to make such a big fuss? Chapter 38, you guys weren't even born when I beat the monkey. The scarred man grinned and approached Chuyi and Lin Jiangwo step by step. The strong men behind him also surrounded them like hungry wolves. The scarred man glanced at Chuyi with contempt. Director Lin, your choice of people is getting worse and worse. Is this your new bodyguard? He has skinny arms and legs. What? Director Lin, are you planning to let him take the bullet for you? The tone was full of teasing. Boy, I think you'd better hide aside, or you'll be covered in blood. There was a tense atmosphere in the air. The crowd who were originally watching the excitement on the roadside began to get agitated, and whispers were heard one after another. These people are too arrogant. They actually dare to rob people in broad daylight. That's right. What era is this? How can such things still happen? It's really lawless. Looking at their appearance, they seem to be professionals. Each of them looks fierce and ferocious, and they have weapons in their hands. How can ordinary people dare to mess with them? This is in Xia country. How could someone dare to clash so blatantly? It's unbelievable. I guess they took advantage of the traffic blockage so that law enforcement officers couldn't arrive in time. The world is in chaos. The yellow sand was picked up by the wind, swirling in the air and falling on the crowd of onlookers. The scar man walked up to Lin Jiangwo, stretched out his hand, and spoke in a rough voice. Old man, I respect you and call you Director Lin for so many years. Don't hold the position hostage. Hand over the keys if you know what's best for you, or you'll be beaten. Lin Jiangwo frowned tightly, but showed no intention of backing down. He gritted his teeth and said, Who are you following? We have enough supplies at the moment. Why do you want the key to the main warehouse? The scarred man laughed loudly, his laughter full of mockery. You old man, are you still playing dumb? Do you think we don't know what you are thinking? Delaying time and waiting for rescue? Don't dream. What is the current situation of this city? Don't you have any idea? Communication is interrupted. Traffic is paralyzed. Rescue? Haha, they can't even save themselves. He paused, moved closer to Lin Jiangwo, and spoke in a cold tone. Old man, Your time is over. Now this city belongs to us, Tianmu. The little power you had before is nothing now. Just hand over the keys if you know what's good for you. Don't force us to do it. We, Tianmu, are not just good guys and girls. Lin Jiangwo suppressed his anger, looked directly into the scarred man's eyes, and spoke word by word. Who are you anyway? Tianmu's previous target was never supplies. What do you want to do? The smile on the scarred man's face gradually disappeared, replaced by endless coldness. Old man, it seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. Since you don't want to drink the toast, don't blame us for being rude. He stood up suddenly and waved his hand. Come on, take down this old man. And that pretty boy, catch them together. The strong men immediately rushed forward, waving their weapons, and pounced towards Chu Yi and Lin Jiangwo. Seeing this, Chu Yi took a step forward and rushed towards the scarred man who was rushing in front. He used all his strength to knock the scarred man to the ground. Bang! With a dull thud, the scarred man fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, the scarred man stared at Chu Yi in disbelief, his eyes filled with anger. This guy is really ruthless, boss. You were actually knocked away by him? How is this possible? The boss is the strongest among us, but he was defeated by a pretty boy. This kid is a little weird, boss. Let's go together. Don't let him capsize in the ditch. Together? You want to fight a brat together? Do you still have any shame? The scarred man roared in anger, struggled to stand up, and spat fiercely. Get out of my way. Let me show you how I deal with him. However, the scar man was a veteran after all, and he reacted quickly, rolling over and getting up from the ground. He glared at Chu Yi, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The scarred man roared, and his fist as big as a casserole, accompanied by the sound of wind, flew straight to Chu Yi's face. Chu Yi moved his feet lightly and slightly tilted his body to avoid the fierce punch. The scarred man's attack missed, and his body was unstable. Chu Yi seized the opportunity, raised his leg, and kicked the scarred man in the abdomen with a swift kick. Bang! With a dull sound, the scarred man flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. He fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. The scarred man struggled to get up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became even more fierce. He roared and rushed towards Chu Yi again. The two men then started a fierce fight with fists and kicks, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Although Chu Yi is young and strong, the scarred man is a veteran and experienced, and the fight between the two is difficult to determine. At the same time, the rest of the strong men took advantage of the fight between Chu Yi and the scarred man to surround Lin Jiangwo. Just surrender, old man. A sturdy man grinned and swung the iron rod in his hand towards Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo's eyes flashed, and he nimbly dodged the iron rod while throwing a swift straight punch. It hit the sturdy man hard on the nose. Crack! With a crisp sound, the strong man's nose was broken, blood gushed out, and he fell to the ground with a scream. The other strong men were stunned when they saw this. They didn't expect that this old man who looked old. He was so agile and ruthless. Lin Jiangwo sneered. You little minions think you can catch me? When I went to the south to fight the monkeys, you were not even born yet. He used his fists and feet together, like a tiger descending from the mountain, and knocked down the strong men who were besieging him. The first move is a killing move. The remaining strong men were even more afraid to act rashly after seeing this. They didn't expect that. Lin Jiangwo took the opportunity to break through, came to Chu Yi, and fought alongside him. Uncle Lin, have you really been to the south to fight? I never thought you had that ability. Chu Yi asked curiously while nimbly dodging the scarred man's casserole-sized fist. Lin Jiangwo groaned and delivered a fierce elbow strike right in the face of a burly man who was trying to launch a sneak attack on Chu Yi. The man screamed and fell down, holding his nose. In the 1980s and 1990s, there were round-the-clock battles. I went there. He gasped and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. At that time, I was only in my early 20s, full of youthful vigor, so I signed up. I stayed there for more than 3 years, running through gunfire and hail of bullets every day. What kind of scenes had I not seen? I shot every one of these little hooligans. Chu Yi was stunned. He didn't expect that the seemingly honest Lin Jiangwo had such a glorious life. Chapter 39, The Belated Protector. When the scarred man saw that Chu Yi was distracted, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. He seized the opportunity and punched Chu Yi hard in the chest. Chu Yi groaned and staggered back a few steps. Xiao Yi, be careful. Seeing this, Lin Jiangwo shouted, rushed forward, and used his body to block Chu Yi. Bang! The scar man's fist hit Lin Jiangwo's back hard. Lin Jiangwo groaned, staggered back a few steps, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Chu Yi rushed forward. "Come at me if you dare. I am your opponent." Chu Yi roared, his eyes red, raised his fist, and hit the scarred man hard in the face. Bang! With a dull thud, the scarred man was beaten so hard that his nose was bleeding and he screamed in pain. Chu Yi did not stop. He punched the scarred man one punch after another, and each punch carried the anger and worry in his heart. Bang! 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 The sound of punches hitting flesh echoed in the air. The scar man was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back and eventually passed out. The other strong men were so frightened when they saw this that they retreated and dared not move forward. We didn't expect that this seemingly weak young man could be so vicious. Chu Yi threw the scarred man to the ground like a torn sack, turned around and helped Lin Jiangwo up, asking with concern, "Uncle Lin, are you okay?" Lin Jiangwo waved his hands, enduring the pain, and said, "I'm fine, just a minor injury, nothing serious." Chu Yi looked at the blood at the corner of Lin Jiangwo's mouth. He said, "Uncle Lin, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that I got you into trouble." Lin Jiangwo patted Chu Yi on the shoulder and said, "Silly boy, what are you talking about? If it weren't for you, I would have died here today. You saved me, and I want to thank you." Chu Yi supported Lin Jiangwo and glanced vigilantly at the burly men around him. "What are you still standing there for? Get out of here!" Chu Yi yelled at the others. The strong men looked at each other and finally chose to flee. Chu Yi supported Lin Jiangwo and slowly left the alley. "Uncle Lin, let's go to the hospital," Chu Yi said worriedly. "No, it's just a minor injury. I could just apply some medicinal wine when I get home." Lin Jiangwo waved his hand. "But you, Xiaoya, you were really amazing today. I didn't expect you to have such skills." Chu Yi carried Lin Jiangwo and moved step by step to the dilapidated SUV on the side of the road. This car was hit by the group of people just now, and the body of the car is full of scratches. Just as Chu Yi took out the key and prepared to open the car door, several figures rushed out from the corner of the street like lightning, pushed Chu Yi away without saying a word, and stood in front of Lin Jiangwo. Like a guard, he glanced around vigilantly. Chu Yi was stunned by this sudden change and almost fell. Before he could even open his mouth, Lin Jiangwo burst out laughing. Hey, we're one family, we're one family. This is Xiao Chu, my friend." The young men then relaxed their guard and looked Chu Yi up and down with a hint of suspicion in their eyes. "Uncle Lin, these people are—" Chu Yi rubbed his hurt shoulder and asked in confusion. Before Lin Jiangwo had the chance to explain, one of the young men with a crew cut pointed at Chu Yi and spoke first. "Uncle Lin, we received an order from Captain Li to investigate this kid's background. We saw you fighting with someone just now, and we were afraid that something might happen to you, so we hurried over here." "Captain Li, how is Xiongpi doing these days?" Lin Jiangwo asked. "Brother Xiong is still guarding the warehouse with Captain Li. He is considered to be exiled. Those of us who followed him have also been marginalized. Now, those who are in power in Timu," the young man with a crew cut explained. Chu Yi suddenly realized that it was the person arranged by the woman named Li whom he met in the warehouse. He secretly complained in his heart, "This woman is quite cautious and sent someone to follow me." However, judging from the attitude of these young people towards Lin Jiangwo, they should not be enemies. "How's the situation over there, Captain Li? Are you encountering any trouble?" Lin Jiangwo asked with concern. "There's no news yet, but Captain Li has always been prudent in his work, so there shouldn't be any problems." The young man with a crew cut replied, That's good. Don't get involved in these things. Just take care of yourself. If they continue to mess around like this, something bad will happen sooner or later." Lin Jiangwo nodded, then turned and spoke to the young people. "Okay, you guys go back first. Xiao Chu and I can handle it. Go back and tell Captain Li to rest assured that I'm fine." Several young people looked at each other, seeming a little hesitant. "But Uncle Lin, it's nothing to worry about. I know my own safety." Lin Jiangwo waved his hand, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "You guys should go back quickly and don't let Captain Li worry. This guy is safe and one of ours. You don't need to investigate anymore. Oh, there are some small matters that need to be dealt with. Xiao Chu, where did you deal with those thugs? I'll let Xiao Li and the others clean up for you. It's in the unfinished building in front." Chu Yi pointed to a reinforced concrete skeleton not far away, which looked particularly eerie in the dim twilight. Lin Jiangwo looked in the direction Chu Yi pointed, nodded, then turned and spoke to the young people. "Xiao Li, take a few people to check over there and clean it up." The young man with a crew cut called Xiao Li looked embarrassed. Uncle Lin, this is not a good idea. What if? What's wrong with that? Can't you handle such a small matter? Lin Jiangwo glared, and his tone became more serious. But Xiao Li wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lin Jiangwo. Don't say but, just go. I still have to pick up my daughter. Lin Jiangwo waved his hands, looking impatient. Those materials are for Xiao Chu to renovate the villa. My daughter will also live there, so you can rest assured that it is quite safe there. If you have any problems, you can go there to find me. Seeing Lin Jiangwo's firm attitude, the young men had no choice but to nod and agree. Before leaving, the young man with a crew cut did not forget to remind, Uncle Lin, if anything happens, be sure to inform us in time, and we will protect you in secret. After watching the young men disappear into the night, Lin Jiangwo helped Chu Yi into the car. Chu Yi started the off-road vehicle, and the old engine roared like an old beast. The car slowly drove out of the alley and merged into the hustle and bustle of the city. Uncle Lin, didn't you retire? Why did those people come after you? Chu Yi asked curiously while driving. Lin Jiangwo sighed. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes and said, I have retired from the army, but I am still a key keeper and I may return at any time. Key custodian? Chu Yi was even more confused. Lin Jiangwo did not explain immediately, but fell silent. The car was completely silent, with only the roar of the engine and the rustling sound of the wheels rubbing against the ground. Chapter 40 High Temperature. The key custodian, to put it bluntly, is the one who is in charge of the key to the main warehouse in the eastern region of Xia country. There was a hint of self-mockery in Lin Jiangwo's tone. Fingerprints, voice prints, irises, passwords, all are essential, and I have to be there in person to open that damn door. Chu Yi raised his eyebrows. This didn't sound like an easy job. Why did I give you such an important thing for safekeeping? Lin Jiangwo snorted. It's because I have a good reputation in the army. I'm honest, reliable, and loyal. This thing will never be used unless it's absolutely necessary. There are so many warehouses in the country, enough for more than 1 billion people to eat for several years. Who would bother to touch the general warehouse? Chu Yi nodded. This was understandable. The existence of the general warehouse was more like an ultimate guarantee. It would not be easily activated until the last moment. So what exactly is this Sky Curtain project? 10 years ago, those scientists predicted a catastrophe that could cause a global food shortage. Lin Jiangwo said this and took a deep puff of a cigarette. So the Sky Canopy project was launched. He paused, as if organizing his words. To put it simply, a large number of underground warehouses were built across the country to store food and supplies in case of emergency. The scale of this project was terrifying, but it was completed secretly in a very short time. The stored supplies are enough for the people of the country to live for several years. Chu Yi was stunned when he heard this. The scale of this project was simply unimaginable. Such a big thing, and no news leaked out at all? Nonsense. If this gets leaked out in advance, it will be a mess. Just think about it. If someone steals the things in the warehouse in advance, or wastes them, how can we deal with the crisis? Lin Jiangwo said this and lit another cigarette. So, these warehouses are all managed and protected by the military. The main warehouse and branch warehouses are strictly guarded at every level. He sighed, with a hint of emotion in his tone. To be honest, the scale and efficiency of this Sky Curtain project is incredible even to me. If it weren't for this sudden crisis, I'm afraid this plan would never have been made public. Chu Yi was silent for a moment, digesting this information. For the rest of the journey, silence replaced the previous conversation. Outside the car window, the doomsday scene was in full view. Thick yellow sand covered the streets and buildings like a layer of strange frosting. In the distance, several army green trucks were driving with difficulty, and soldiers were helping to clear the yellow sand on the streets and distributed food and water to the trapped residents. They're trying to restore order in the city. It seems that this matter is more serious than imagined. Chu Yi sighed. Lin Jiangwo nodded. Yes, no one could have imagined that this sandstorm would come so suddenly and so violently. The car drove to an intersection and was stopped by fully armed soldiers. No passing ahead. Please show your pass. The young soldier saluted, his tone serious. Chu Yi spread his hands helplessly. We don't have a pass. The soldier explained. The city is currently closed temporarily. In order to ensure smooth street cleaning, private cars are prohibited from passing without a pass. Lin Jiangwo rubbed his hands, put on a smile, leaned forward, and spoke to the young soldier. Chu Yi glanced at Lin Jiangwo with a little surprise. This old man changed his expression really quickly. He was acting like a tough guy in the end times just now, but now he was bowing and nodding to a young soldier. Chu Yi could never imagine that Lin Jiangwo once held a high position because of his good-natured appearance. In charge of the country's most important material reserves. Young comrade, do you think this is okay? This is a special situation. Can you please make some concessions? My daughter is still at home. I have to go back and pick her up. This world is not peaceful. The young soldier had a blank expression on his face, but a firm tone. No, no vehicle can pass without a pass. This is an order. Lin Jiangwo's tone was a little hurried. Oh, little comrade, you see, I'm really anxious. The world is so chaotic. I'm worried about my daughter being home alone. Please be kind and make some concessions. I'll treat you to a meal later. Chu Yi also chimed in. Hey, young man, we do have an urgent matter. Can you please make some concessions? We promise to get through it as soon as possible and not delay your work. The young soldier remained unmoved. I'm sorry, please don't embarrass me. No one can pass without a pass. If you're in a hurry, you can walk through. Lin Jiangwo looked a little unhappy inside. Well, then, how long will the walk take? Lin Jiangwo looked at Chu Yi helplessly and finally nodded. Okay, little comrade, thank you. Chu Yi patted Lin Jiangwo on the shoulder. Let's go, Lao Lin, hurry up. Chu Yi sighed. It seemed like he had no choice but to walk. The two got out of the car and walked towards Lin Jiangwo's home under the increasingly scorching sun. The yellow sand made a crackling sound underfoot, like a strange march. Near noon, the temperature soared suddenly, as if someone had turned on the oven and a heat wave rolled in. The air became distorted. Chu Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the soldiers standing upright on the side of the road, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Lao Lin, you have worked in the army after all. Don't you have any privileges? When Lin Jiangwo heard this, his face darkened, and he said, It is precisely because I have served in the army that I know that the more difficult the situation is, the more we must abide by the rules. Privileges are not a reason to interfere with others' normal duties. Besides, I have already retired, so I can't delay others, right? Chu Yi curled his lips. Come on, Lao Lin, stop pretending. Lin Jiangwo glared at Chu Yi and interrupted him. What time is it now? It's the end of the world. It's a disaster. At this time, we must unite and abide by the rules to overcome the difficulties. If everyone is like you, thinking about privileges, then the world will be in chaos, right? Chu Yi was left speechless by what Lin Jiangwo said. He touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Okay, Lao Lin, you're right. I was wrong, but the weather is too hot. How long will it take to get there? Lin Jiangwo sighed and looked helplessly at the endless yellow sand ahead. We have no choice but to walk. It's because we don't have a pass. Let's go. Hurry up and try to get there before dark. Chu Yi felt that breathing became difficult, and a feeling of dizziness came over him. Lin Jiangwo's condition was not optimistic either. His clothes were soaked with sweat and his face turned pale. Uncle Lin, are you okay? Chu Yi asked with concern. Lin Jiangwo waved his hand. It's okay. I just had a bit of heat stroke. This damn weather is even worse than when I was on a mission in the desert. Chapter 41 Wild Dog. They found shelter in the shade of a building, but the heat was still unbearable, as if they were in a steamer. Lin Jiangwo took out 2 bottles of water from his backpack and handed one to Chu Yi. Have some water. The water was tepid, but better than nothing. Chu Yi unscrewed the bottle cap, gulped down a few gulps, and felt a little better. Lin Jiangwo looked at the city covered by yellow sand in the distance. I hope this disaster will pass quickly. He muttered to himself. Chu Yi closed his lips tightly, raised his head, and stared at the sky silently. The sky was clear and blue, but such good weather seemed out of place in this doomsday atmosphere. The sandstorm was not the end of this disaster. On the contrary, it was just the beginning of the end of the world. Uncle Lin, do you think this Sky Curtain project can really save us? Chu Yi asked for no reason. His voice was particularly clear in the dead silence. Lin Jiangwo was slightly startled. Then a bitter smile appeared on his face. I don't know either, but this is our only hope of survival. After a short rest, the two set out on their journey again. The scorching sun burned the earth unreservedly, and every step was extremely difficult. The hot air was like an invisible giant hand, strangling Chu Yi and Lin Jiangwo's throats. Beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads, but before they hit the ground, they were instantly evaporated by the high temperature, leaving sticky salt stains on their faces. Chu Yi licked his cracked lips and felt his tongue was as rough as sandpaper. The water I just drank was like a drop in a bucket poured into a boiling oil pan. It disappeared without a trace in an instant and was completely unable to relieve the burning heat in my body. Old Lin, can you still hold on? Chuya's eyes fell on Lin Jiangwo's slightly staggering steps with concern. Lin Jiangwo wiped the sweat off his face with his hand and forced a smile. Not bad. This damn weather is even worse than when I was in the Gobi Desert. It's almost the new year, and this is the first time I've experienced the feeling of celebrating the new year and summer in my entire life. He was breathing heavily, and every step he took was extremely difficult. The two men trudged through the scorching heat, their figures as small as ants struggling for survival in the desert. Suddenly, a low whimpering sound came from the nearby ruins. Then, several stray dogs jumped out from the shadows. Their eyes were bloodshot, their fur was disheveled, and they emitted a foul stench. The high temperature seemed to have destroyed their rationality long ago, leaving only the most primitive animal nature. Be careful. Chuyi was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed Lin Jiangwo and quickly retreated. The stray dogs bared their teeth, growled threateningly, and approached step by step. Chuyi bent down, picked up a broken brick, and threw it at the leading dog with all his strength. The broken bricks hit its head heavily, making a dull sound. The leading stray dog screamed in pain. Instead of scaring off the other dogs, the barking only angered them further. The pack of dogs rushed forward and pounced on Chuyi and Lin Jiangwo with their fangs and claws bared. Chuyi quickly stood in front of Lin Jiangwo, waving broken bricks and sticks to resist the crazy attack of the dogs. Although Lin Jiangwo is old, he was very skilled when he was young. At this moment, he picked up a stone and fought back hard. The leading vicious dog launched another attack, kicked the ground with its hind legs, jumped high, revealing its dirty claws, and rushed straight to Chuyi's throat. Chuyi dodged to the side and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. The vicious dog's sharp claws scratched his arm, tearing his sleeve and leaving a deep bloody mark on his arm. Beast! Chuyi roared, picked up the brick in his hand, and smashed it on the dog's head with all his strength. The brick collided violently with the dog's head, making a dull sound. The vicious dog howled and fell heavily to the ground. Chuyi, be careful! Lin Jiangwo's anxious voice came. The other stray dogs, stimulated by the lead dog, pounced on it even more frantically. There was a fierce light flashing in their eyes, like a group of hungry wolves, to tear Chuyi and Lin Jiangwo into pieces. Chuyi protected Lin Jiangwo behind him, waving the steel pipe in his hand to resist the attack of the stray dogs. Uncle Lin, are you okay? It's okay. These beasts are scarier than the wolves I encountered in the Gobi Desert. A smaller stray dog took advantage of Chuyi fending off the attacks of other dogs to jump out from the side and bite his calf. Chuyi was unable to dodge and was bitten hard on his calf. His pants were torn and blood oozed out instantly. Hiss! Chuyi took a deep breath and kicked the stray dog away. Uncle Lin, be careful. These beasts are crazy. Chuyi fought and retreated, looking for a suitable opportunity to counterattack. Uncle Lin, we have to find a way to break out. This is not a solution. Suddenly, Chuyi saw a pile of discarded steel bars not far away, and an idea came to his mind. Uncle Lin, cover me. While Lin Jiangwo was attracting the attention of the stray dogs, Chuyi quickly ran to the pile of steel bars, picked up a rusty steel bar, and swung it vigorously, forcing back several stray dogs that tried to approach. Come on, you beast! Chuyi waved the steel bars, like a god of war, and repelled the stray dogs that surrounded him. Lin Jiangwo also took the opportunity to pick up one and fought alongside Chuyi. Finally, after a fierce fight, the stray dog was driven away. Chuyi and Lin Jiangwo were both injured, and Lin Jiangwo was gasping for breath and looked pale. Chuyi's left arm and right leg were bitten and bleeding. Lao Lin, are you okay? Chuyi asked worriedly. Lin Jiangwo waved his hands and tried to remain calm. It's just that these old arms and legs are not very useful. They didn't dare to delay any longer and continued to move forward. Not long after, a supermarket appeared in their sight. Do you want to go in and take a look? Chuyi suggested. Lin Jiangwo narrowed his eyes, looked towards the supermarket in the distance, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke slowly. Well, let's go in and take a look. Maybe we can find something useful. Uncle Lin, do you have money? Chuyi looked at the supermarket in front of him and asked. Lin Jiangwo was stunned for a moment and reached into his empty pockets. No, how would I know I need to bring money when I go out? Chuyi smiled and said, why don't you say follow the rules now? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangwo was stunned at first, But then he reacted and slapped Chu Yi with a smile. Good boy. You are waiting for me here. You're always so talkative. But speaking of which, in this world, it is not too much to borrow a little, right? Chu Yi didn't say anything else. The two of them supported each other and walked into the supermarket. The roller shutter door of the supermarket was half open, and it was a mess inside, with shelves collapsed and goods scattered all over the floor. Apparently, someone had been here before. Chu Yi and Lin Jiangwo walked in cautiously and searched around. In the corner of the supermarket, they found some unopened bottled water and compressed biscuits, and they were overjoyed. It seems we are lucky. Chu Yi picked up a bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, and drank it all. Lin Jiangwo also picked up a pack of biscuits and started to eat them voraciously. Just as they were about to leave, the supermarket's roller shutter door suddenly fell down with a bang, trapping them inside. There was a noisy sound of footsteps and shouting outside. There's someone inside. Catch them. Chu Yi and Lin Jiangwo looked at each other. Damn it. Chu Yi cursed under his breath and clenched the water bottle in his hand. The people outside the rolling door began to bang on it, making a deafening noise. Chapter 42, I'm the boss here. Chu Yi and Lin Jiangwo stood back to back, watching the crumbling rolling door vigilantly. The banging sounds outside were like drums, hitting their nerves again and again. There was a tension in the air, like a taut string that could break at any time. Lao Lin, if you really can't hold on any longer, just run to the back of the supermarket. There's a small door there. Maybe you can escape. Chu Yi said in a low voice. Lin Jiangwo panted and replied in a low voice. What nonsense are you talking about? Let's go together. Your legs and feet are not in good condition, and you'll be a burden if you stay. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Jiangwo interrupted Chu Yi. I'm going to crawl out even if I have to. Chu Yi wanted to say something else, but the rolling door suddenly collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. The leader was a burly man with a fleshy face and a thick gold chain around his neck, a tacky glow in the dim supermarket. He looked at Chu Yi and Lin Jiangwo with a grin. Hand over the things if you know what's best for you, and I'll spare your life. The sturdy man said viciously, spit flying. Chu Yi sneered and looked at him fearlessly. If you want something, it depends on whether you have the ability to get it. Before he finished speaking, Chu Yi picked up the water bottle in his hand and smashed it hard on the burly man's head. The sturdy man was unable to dodge and was hit directly, letting out a scream. The glass bottle shattered and water splashed everywhere. While he was holding his forehead in pain, Chu Yi took a step forward and hit the sturdy man hard in the abdomen with his knee. The sturdy man bent down in pain, and Chu Yi grabbed his hair and pressed his head down hard. At the same time, he raised his right leg and hit him in the face with a fierce knee strike again. With a crack, the sound of the broken nose bridge can be clearly heard. The sturdy man let out a howl like a pig being slaughtered. He loosened the stick in his hand and fell to the ground, covering his face. Chu Yi didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the stick on the ground and hit the strong man's ribs hard. The strong man rolled on the ground in pain, wailing. Suddenly, a timid female voice sounded. Hey, you stop it. Don't do that. This is someone else's store. Why are you robbing it? Chu Yi looked up suddenly and found that there were more than a dozen men, women, old and young, standing behind the burly man, all looking at him in horror. The woman hid behind a gray-haired old lady with only half of her face showing. She looked away, twisted her fingers nervously, and continued speaking. My brother is the owner of this store. Since there is no water and no food, he is kind enough to share the food in his store with us neighbors. How could you? Chu Yi frowned and stopped what he was doing. He looked around at the residents around him, then looked at the strong man wailing on the ground, and asked, Is he the owner of this supermarket? An older man stood up and spoke cautiously. Yes, young man. We are all residents of this area. We really have no other choice, so... Chu Yi looked at the burly man lying on the ground with his hands covering his head. Are you really the owner of this supermarket? The sturdy man rolled on the ground, groaning and cursing incoherently. Ew, if you dare to hit me, you're dead. The eyes of the surrounding residents flickered, but they all nodded timidly, confirming the identity of the strong man. Chu Yi was stunned. This guy with a face full of flesh and looking like a bandit leader was actually the owner of a supermarket? He looked at the burly man suspiciously. The other party was covering his nose, blood flowing out from between his fingers. He looked quite embarrassed. He was still mumbling curses like a wounded beast. Chu Yi glanced around and found that there were indeed not many supplies on the supermarket shelves. Instant noodles, mineral water, and the like were basically sold out, leaving only some unsaleable canned food and puff food. He recalled the sound of fierce fighting just now and gradually made a judgment in his mind. He loosened his feet and watched coldly as the strong man struggled to get up from the ground. Li Chong staggered to his feet, pointing at Chu Ye's nose and cursing. You are tired of living. You dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? I will call the police to arrest you and put you in jail for life. Seeing this, the surrounding residents rushed forward to persuade them. Boss Li, calm down. This young man also misunderstood. A middle-aged man wearing glasses explained carefully. Yes, Boss Li, the world is not peaceful now. Thanks to this little brother. Otherwise, we would not be able to keep what we have. That's right. The young man is quite skilled and can protect us. Although Li Chong was still angry, he could not resist the persuasion of everyone and finally did not call the police. He rubbed his swollen nose and glared at Chu Yi fiercely, like an enraged bull. Only then did Chu Yi realize that the sturdy man was named Li Chong. Although he looked rough, he was a kind-hearted man and had always been helping the residents around him. After the water and power outages, he distributed the remaining supplies in the supermarket to everyone and did not keep much for himself. Chu Yi felt a little respect for Li Chong in his heart and also felt sorry for his recklessness just now. He walked up to Li Chong and said sincerely, Boss Li, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you and was a little too harsh just now. Li Chong snorted and said unhappily, Just saying sorry is enough? You almost broke my nose. I can help you heal your wounds. Chu Yi said somewhat awkwardly. Li Chong glanced at him sideways. You can treat injuries? You're not a doctor. I know some massage techniques that can relieve pain and promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. Li Chong looked at him doubtfully and finally nodded reluctantly. Li Chong felt that the pain in his nose was indeed relieved a lot, and his impression of Chu Yi also changed slightly. Boy, you are quite skilled. Have you practiced before? Li Chong asked in a muffled voice. I learned some self-defense skills before. In this world, it's good to have some skills to rely on. Li Chong sighed and continued. It's been a bit uneasy lately. A group of thugs who specialize in robbing supermarkets have appeared nearby. They've been eyeing my supermarket for a long time. If you hadn't shown up today, I'm afraid everything in the supermarket would have been looted. How many people are there in this group? What weapons do they carry? There were about 20 people with knives in their hands. Li Chong said with a serious expression. They are very vicious and have robbed several supermarkets. I heard that some people have been injured or even killed. These beasts. A cold light flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. Boss Li, don't worry. I will help you protect the supermarket and residents. Chapter 43 time is running out. Chu Yi remembered the purpose of this trip, turned to Lin Jiangwo and said, Uncle Lin, look, with all the stuff we have, can we rest here for a night and continue our journey tomorrow? Lin Jiangwo looked around and saw that the supermarket was crowded with frightened residents. He knew that help was needed here too. Of course, I think the situation here is not very good, so let's stay and help. Lin Jiangwo nodded. Chu Yi readily agreed. That's just what I want. I want to do my part. Li Chong glanced at him and snorted. Just you? Don't get yourself involved. Don't worry, I won't show off. Chu Yi smiled. But I need your cooperation. What kind of cooperation? We need to prepare our defenses and turn our supermarket into a fortress. There was a gleam in Chu Ye's eyes. Seal the windows, put up barriers at the door, and prepare some weapons such as Molotov cocktails, pepper spray, etc. Li Chong was stunned for a moment, and then a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Boy, you're really good. Okay, let's do as you say. I've never been afraid of anyone in my life. We need something else, a rope, a bamboo pole, a stick or something like that. Lin Jiangwo added. Li Chong was stunned and asked in confusion. Brother Lin, what do you want these things for? Chu Yi smiled and explained. Uncle Lin spent some time in the south before, and he is very good at dealing with the monkeys there. Li Chong suddenly understood. His eyes lit up, and he said, So that's it? Brother Lin learned his skills in the jungle. I'm so sorry. Lin Jiangwo waved his hand and said, I learned all these from those monkeys over there. They're not really any skills, but they should be useful against these thugs. So, under Chu Ye's command, the residents in the supermarket began to get busy. They brought in shelves, tables, and chairs to block the door and windows, reinforced the rolling doors with barbed wire, and made some simple weapons. As night falls, the lights in the supermarket dim, and the atmosphere becomes more tense. Chu Yi stood at the door, observing the movements outside through the gap. Suddenly, he saw several dark shadows swaying in the darkness, slowly approaching the supermarket. Chuyi narrowed his eyes. Although the movements of those shadows were concealed, they were visible to him. Here it comes. He growled, turned around, and rushed back to the supermarket. The atmosphere in the supermarket suddenly became tense, and the air seemed to freeze. The women hugged their children tightly, while the men held their weapons tightly. Mopsticks, wrenches, and even kitchen knives. They're coming. Get ready to fight. Chuye's voice echoed in the supermarket. As soon as he finished speaking, a dull banging sound came from the rolling door, and the whole supermarket began to shake. Bang, bang, bang. The thugs began to bang on a rolling door frantically, and the sound of metal twisting was teeth grinding. Quick, use the shelves to hold it up. Chuyi directed everyone, and the men worked together to push the heavy shelves to the rolling door, forming a simple defensive fortification. The rolling door groaned as if it could not bear the weight and was about to be knocked open. Chuyi picked up a gasoline bottle, lit it, and threw it out of the rolling door. Boom! There was a loud bang. Flames shot up into the sky, accompanied by several screams. Pepper spray. Quick! Chuyi shouted again. The residents who had been prepared long ago sprayed pepper spray into the gap of the rolling door. Suddenly, there were coughing and cursing sounds coming from outside the door. Bamboo poles were sharpened and inserted into the sand in front of the supermarket, forming a spike trap. Some thugs didn't pay attention and stepped on it, causing them to scream like pigs being slaughtered. He also made some simple traps with ropes and sticks, hiding them in the dark, waiting for the prey to take the bait. The thugs obviously did not expect the supermarket's defense to be so tight. Their attack was blocked, and they suffered heavy casualties. They originally thought it would be an easy robbery, but they didn't expect to hit a wall. The thug leader, hiding in the dark, couldn't help cursing when he saw this. Damn it, these unruly people actually dared to resist. He realized that he couldn't defeat them by force, so he rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. Go, find some flammable materials and burn them to death. Soon, the thugs collected some cardboard boxes, plastic bags, and other flammable materials, piled them in front of the supermarket entrance, and prepared to set them on fire. Seeing this, the residents in the supermarket suddenly became panicked. What should we do? They're going to set us on fire. A woman yelled in horror. Don't panic. Chuyi yelled to calm everyone down. He had expected that the thugs would do something desperate, so he prepared some gasoline in advance. He quickly poured gasoline into several glass bottles to make simple Molotov cocktails, then lit them and threw them at the flammable materials piled up by the rioters. Boom! With a loud bang, the fire was more intense than the rioters had expected, and it spread instantly, surrounding the rioters. Some rioters were engulfed by the fire and screamed miserably. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The leader of the thugs was so frightened when he saw this that he immediately ordered a retreat. The thugs fled in panic, leaving behind a mess and a raging fire. The residents in the supermarket cheered after surviving the disaster. Chuyi, you are so amazing. Li Chong patted Chu Ye's shoulder excitedly, his eyes full of admiration. Suddenly, there was a violent tremor, the ground began to shake, and the lights in the supermarket flickered. Everyone looked around in horror, not knowing what was happening. Is there an earthquake? Someone exclaimed. No, it's not an earthquake. Chu Ye's expression became serious. Chu Ye's pupils suddenly contracted, and he felt an inexplicable chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. This is not an earthquake, not at all. The scene of the end of the world in his previous life flashed through his mind, the same vibration, and then the sky would turn into a strange dark red. Then there was a sandstorm that covered the sky and the sun, swallowing everything like a tsunami. It's not an earthquake. Chu Ye's voice was low and hoarse. He suddenly grabbed Lin Jiangwo's arm with amazing force. Uncle Lin, time is running out. We must go now. Go find your daughter. Lin Jiangwo was startled by Chu Ye's sudden action. Before he could react, he was dragged out of the supermarket by Chuyi. Chuyi, what happened to you? No time to explain. Chuyi looked back at everyone in the supermarket, completely unaware that an even greater disaster was about to strike. If you want to live, go home immediately. Seal the windows. Use cabinets. Use anything you can. Ordinary glass can't block it. His tone was sharp and stern, leaving no room for doubt. After saying that, he ignored the puzzled looks of the people in the supermarket and rushed out of the supermarket pulling Lin Jiangwo. The world outside was in chaos. The fire was still burning, and the air was filled with a pungent, burnt smell. In the distance, The color of the sky has begun to become a little strange. It was like being covered with a layer of dark red gauze. Chuyi, what happened? What do you mean by not much time? Chapter 44. The storm comes early. Chuyi grabbed Lin Jiangwo and ran wildly, almost dragging him through the sandy streets. Lin Jiangwo was out of breath and almost tripped over the debris on the ground several times. Chuyi, what the hell are you doing? I think you are crazy, he complained while panting. Uncle Lin, it will be too late if you delay any longer. Chuyi shouted without even turning his head, with a barely perceptible hint of fear in his tone. Too late for what? Explain clearly. Waner is still at home. Lin Jiangwo couldn't understand Chu Ye's actions and was worried about his daughter's safety. The end of the world, the real end of the world. Do you think the sandstorm 2 days ago was a disaster? That was just the beginning. What comes next will be even more terrible than you can imagine. Sandstorms, high temperatures, radiation storms. The scale is beyond your imagination. Chuyi gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Uncle Lin, have you ever seen a tsunami? That's a sandstorm that's even more exaggerated than a tsunami. Staying outside is a dead end. Even if you hide at home, without electricity and water, you won't survive for long. Lin Jiangwo's expression also became solemn. He had previously guessed that Chuyi knew something. It seems that my guess was correct. This kid seemed to have experienced it himself. Chuyi did not answer, but just kept running forward without slowing down at all. When they ran to a relatively empty section of the road, Lin Jiangwo finally couldn't bear it anymore, and he grabbed Chu Ye's arm. Force him to stop. Chuyi, don't play dumb. You must know something. What do you mean by end of the world? Chuyi stopped, took a deep breath, and looked up at the sky, which had turned dark red. Uncle Lin, I'll explain it to you when we get to a safe place. Now, we have to get to Lin Wan as soon as possible. Lin Jiangwo seemed to suddenly remember something and asked tentatively. You hadn't heard of the Sky Curtain organization at that time? Chuyi was extremely anxious at the moment and didn't notice the probing tone in Lin Jiangwo's voice at all. Never heard of it. Never seen it at all. They didn't do anything. Chu Ye's answer verified his guess. Knowing what was going on, Lin Jiangwo stopped asking questions and just followed Chu Ye's footsteps. Finally, they arrived downstairs of the community where Lin Wan lived. Quick, go upstairs. Chu Yi grabbed Lin Jiangwo and rushed into the corridor. Lin Jiangwo's hands almost broke the door. His strength and frequency of knocking became more and more rapid. Sweat dripped down his forehead, wetting his graying temples. Chu Yi stood beside him, his brows furrowed, his eyes scanning the corridor vigilantly from time to time. The door was finally opened after a burst of hurried footsteps, and Lin Wan stuck her head out, wearing a light blue home clothes. There was still a look of confusion on his face, as if he had just taken off his headphones. Dad? Why are you knocking so fast, Ash? Before she could finish her words, Lin Jiangwo pulled her into the door. Ba now, hurry up. Let's go now. Lin Jiangwo stepped over the threshold and quickly locked the door. Lin Wan was stunned. The confusion in her eyes was obvious. What are you talking about? Brother Chuyi, is something wrong with you? Waner, stop talking nonsense. Lin Jiangwo spoke hurriedly. Just listen to Xiao Chu. Don't waste time. We'll talk in detail when we get to Xiao Chu's house. Lin Wan looked at her father hesitantly. What exactly happened in those 2 days? Hasn't the wind and sand outside stopped? Quick, Chuyi urged in a low voice. Lin Wan turned around and prepared to go to the room to look through some luggage, but Chuyi grabbed her arm. No time. Don't take anything. His voice was urgent. But if you want to live, listen to me. Chuyi spoke very quickly and glared at her coldly. She stopped struggling, bit her lower lip, stared at Chuyi for a few seconds, and hurriedly picked up the phone on the sofa and the small bag at the door. Let's go. As the three of them walked to the entrance of the corridor, a strong wind pressure almost slammed the security door onto Lin Wan's face. In just a few minutes, a strong wind suddenly arose. Lin Jiangwo was shocked. When he returned home just now, the wind and sand outside were not very strong. The debris picked up by the wind spun wildly in the air, making teeth-grinding noises. Lin Wan's face turned pale. She clutched Lin Jiangwo's arm tightly, her eyes filled with fear. Dad, what's going on? Lin Jiangwo had seen wars and deaths, but under the mighty power of nature, those seemed too insignificant. At this moment, he was also frightened by the apocalyptic scene outside. Chu Yi cursed inwardly. This sandstorm came earlier than he remembered. He grabbed Lin Wan. Chu Yi quickly glanced at the surrounding environment and said decisively, It's too dangerous to go out now. We can't even drive. Let's find a safe place to hide first. Lin Jiangwo came back to his senses and quickly agreed. Yes, yes, Xiao Chu is right. Let's find a place to hide first. Go back first, Uncle Lin, and take shelter at your house. Chu Yi grabbed Lin Wan and almost pushed her into the corridor of Lin Jiangwo's apartment and went upstairs along the stairwell. The strong wind, carrying sand and dust, madly hit the corridor windows, making a deafening sound. It seemed as if the whole building would be swallowed up in the next second. As soon as he entered the door, Chu Yi immediately began to give orders. Uncle Lin, hurry up. Use tape, plastic sheeting, and anything else you can use to seal the windows. Lin Jiangwo is a decorator and has a lot of materials he can use at home. He was frantically searching for usable materials at home, muttering to himself. Everything was fine. Why did it suddenly? Lin Wan was also frightened and grabbed the corner of her father's clothes tightly. Wanner, don't just stand there. Seal the windows with tape. Chu Ye yelled at her. Lin Wan was startled by Chu Ye's tone, but she still did as she was told. Chu Yi and Lin Jiangwo began to dismantle the furniture in the house. Chu Yi quickly checked every corner of the room, looking for any materials that could be used to reinforce the house. His experience in his previous life told him that this sandstorm was far more terrifying than it appeared on the surface. The wind was whistling outside the window, and the sound of debris colliding came one after another, as if they would break through the window at any time. With all the windows completely sealed, the room was plunged into darkness. Only the faint light from the mobile phone screen illuminated the nervous faces of the three people. Chu Yi wiped the sweat from his face, took out his cell phone, and called his sister Chu Yin. Hey bro. Chu Yin's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Yin, take everyone to the basement immediately. There is enough water and food stored in the villa. No one is allowed to come out before I go back. Chu Ye's tone was hurried and serious. What happened, brother? Outside. Chu Yin's voice was a little flustered. Don't ask so many questions. Just do as I say. Chu Yi interrupted head harshly. Remember, no one is allowed to go out. Okay, I understand. Chu Yin's voice trembled a little. Chu Yi hung up the phone, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a loud bang. Chapter 45, Malicious Neighbors. A stone blown up by the strong wind smashed the glass in the living room, but fortunately, it had been reinforced with tape before. The glass fragments did not completely scatter, but only cracked into shocking cracks. Damn it! Chu Yi cursed inwardly and quickly blocked the broken window with a mattress. The wind howled like millions of wild beasts roaring outside the window. Mattresses used to seal windows were blown up. Lin Jiangwo's face was pale and his lips were trembling. He thought of his comrades, the soldiers who were on duty outside to clear obstacles and distribute supplies. In the face of such natural disasters, human power seems so small and powerless. No wonder the sky curtain didn't work. This is simply beyond human power's ability to counteract. Lin Jiangwo muttered to himself, his voice hoarse. Those children, please hold on. Seeing this, Chu Yi patted his shoulder with a calm tone. Uncle Lin, good things will come to those who are lucky. All we can do now is to protect ourselves and our families. Lin Wan, who was standing by, was already trembling with fear and hugged her father's arm tightly. Chu Yi took out a small hand-crank generator and an emergency light from the system space and started charging. A ray of light finally appeared in the dark room, dispelling some of the fear. After a brief period of calm, a greater crisis loomed. The temperature in the room began to rise rapidly, and a strong wind brought high temperatures. The high temperature makes the room like a huge steamer. Before she could finish her words, Lin Wan suddenly fell beside Lin Jiangwo, covering her head and gasping for breath. Dad, I feel dizzy. Vanea. Lin Jiangwo panicked and quickly hugged Lin Wan in his arms. Chu Yi frowned and knew at a glance that it was heat stroke. He immediately took out a bottle of water from the system space and handed it to Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo hurriedly unscrewed the bottle cap and carefully helped Lin Wan drink a few sips, but it only took a while. The bottle of water was empty. Chu Yi took out a special anti-heat medicine from the system space, pried open Lin Wan's mouth, and stuffed the pills in. Then he gently wiped Lin Wan's forehead and neck with a wet towel, trying to help her cool down. Is this still winter? It's not even this hot in the summer. Lin Jiangwo couldn't help but swear and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Chu Yi just finished wiping Lin Wan's neck with a wet towel and hadn't had time to catch his breath. Then a sharp click sound broke the brief silence in the room. Bang! That's... The sound of glass shattering continued, as if some kind of chain reaction was triggered. At first, the sound only came from the outskirts of the room, but then the entire apartment building was engulfed by the creepy explosion. Chuyi frowned, picked up a wooden chair on the ground, and quickly propped it against the opposite window. He did not forget to turn around and give instructions. Uncle Lin, take good care of Lin Wan, and be careful of the falling glass shards. Chuyi walked quickly to the window and looked out carefully through the narrow gap between the mattress and the wall. Downstairs, the once neat street was now littered with broken glass, swept by the strong wind. These fragments are like a shattered reflective ocean, sparkling, yet full of danger. Some fragments were blown into the air and then fell heavily, making crisp crashing sounds. I hope it's just wind damage. Lin Jiangwo clenched his teeth and did not continue speaking. Boom strapia. A thunderous roar came from the next floor down, and the whole building shook 3 times. Chuyi turned his head suddenly, his eyes becoming heavier. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Jiangwo almost threw Lin Wan to the ground, his eyes fixed on the door. Everyone in the room's nerves were instantly tense. Lin Jiangwo subconsciously took a step forward to open the door, but was stopped by Chuyi. Uncle Lin, don't be impulsive. We don't know what's going on outside yet. It's too dangerous to open the door rashly. Chuyi lowered his voice, his tone filled with unquestionable determination. Lin Jiangwo paused, his face showing even more anxiety. I can tell it's the guys on the 3rd floor. They're usually very honest. Xiao Zhu. Chuyi did not respond immediately, but listened carefully to the movement outside the door. Amidst the noise of wind and breaking glass, there were several cries with sobbing tones. Uncle Lin, open the door. It's too dangerous outside. We can't hold on any longer. The young man's voice was indeed filled with fear. He reached out to grab the door handle again, but was stopped by Chuyi's quick eyes and hands. Uncle Lin, people's hearts are hard to predict in this world. If we open the door rashly, we will all be in danger. We can only look at the face of a person, but not his heart. God knows what they are planning to do. Chuyi's tone became more serious. The noise outside the door grew louder, almost turning into a wail. Uncle Lin, please, open the door. We are dying. A trace of struggle flashed across Lin Jiangwo's face. His lips trembled as he wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back. He looked at Chuyi's determined eyes, then at the closed door. At this moment, the tone of the person outside the door suddenly changed 180 degrees from begging to cursing. Lin Jiangwo, you old bastard. You want to open the door, right? You're watching someone die without helping. If we die, we won't let you go even if we become ghosts. This sudden change stunned Lin Jiangwo, and he looked at Chuyi in disbelief. As if seeking an explanation, Chuyi squatted down, squinting his eyes and carefully observing the faintly swaying shadow under the crack of the door. Uncle Lin, they didn't leave. Chuyi stood up, his tone cold. Besides, judging from the tone of his voice, I'm afraid he doesn't sound like a good kid. Lin Jiangwo's face flushed red, and anger surged in his heart. These bastards. They usually look quite honest, but now they are. He clenched his fists, then unclenched them weakly. Xiao Chu, even if they were just pretending before, now that they are really in danger, we can't just stand by and watch them die. We are neighbors. Chuyi looked at Lin Jiangwo's conflicted and painful expression. But now is not the time to be soft-hearted. Uncle Lin, I know you have a kind heart, but now is not the time to be soft-hearted. The more times like this, the more cautious we must be. We must first confirm whether they are really safe. Just then, there was a sudden series of violent banging sounds outside the door, accompanied by shouting and cursing. Old man, we heard the noise and knew you were home. Open the door. If you don't open it, I'll break it open. The banging noises grew louder and louder, and the door began to shake slightly. Lin Wan screamed in fright. Xiao Chu, what should we do? They are about to crash in. Lin Jiangwo looked at Chuyi. Chuyi took a deep breath. He took out a fire axe from the system space, held it in his hand, and said in a deep voice, Uncle Lin, protect Lin Wan. If they really come in, then... He didn't finish his words, but the murderous intent in his eyes made Lin Jiangwo understand his intention. Chapter 46, The Mob. With a loud bang, the door finally couldn't withstand the violent impact, and a gap appeared from the door lock. A young man with a ferocious face, holding a steel pipe in his hand, was trying to break the door open. Just as the gap in the door was about to widen, a strong wind carrying sand and dust rushed into the room. The wind made Chuyi stagger. The glass in the corridor must have been broken, and the heat wave poured into the entire building, raging, and the temperature in the room suddenly rose. The wind and sand blinded Chu Yi, and he subconsciously squinted his eyes and waved the fire axe in his hand. He chopped hard on the arm of the man who tried to squeeze in. Ah! A scream pierced the air, and blood spurted out, staining the door red. The young man's hand was cut off at the wrist, and the steel pipe fell to the ground. He covered his broken wrist and let out a shrill scream. The other people outside the door seemed to be frightened by this sudden change, and the sound of banging on the door stopped abruptly. All that was left was the wailing and cursing of the injured man. Chu Yi didn't hesitate at all, swung the fire axe again, and kicked the door open. 3 young men were standing outside the door, their faces covered tightly. One of them rolled on the ground, covering his broken wrist, while the other 2 stared at Chu Yi blankly, their faces full of horror and disbelief. You. The 2 guys were obviously frightened by Chu Yi's cruelty. Their calves were trembling, but they dared not make a sound. Chu Yi approached one of the tall and thin men step by step, and the other party retreated again and again. His eyes looked around in fear, as if looking for a chance to escape. The cold sweat on his forehead flowed down his temples, leaving clear traces on his dusty face. What do you want to do? The tall and thin man's voice was trembling, and it was almost impossible to hear what he was saying. Chu Yi did not answer, but raised a fire axe in his hand. The blood on the axe blade looked particularly dazzling in the dim light. The tall and thin man was so scared that he sat down on the ground, and a large spot on his crotch was instantly wet. Seeing this, another slightly fat man rolled his eyes and suddenly shouted, "Go and call for help. This old man's house is fine. His house is sealed tightly, and there is no damn wind blowing in. He must have hidden a lot of good things." After saying this, he turned and ran, without paying any attention to his companion, who was lying limp on the ground. Chu Yi sneered and did not chase the fat man who was running away. He squatted down and looked at the tall and thin man lying on the ground with a cold tone. "Tell me, who are you? Why are you here?" The tall and thin man raised his head tremblingly, his eyes full of fear. We are." Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside the door, accompanied by noisy shouting. Where is it? Where is it?" The third brother said there is someone here. Chu Yi tightly gripped the fire axe in his hand, his eyes as cold as a knife. He tilted his head slightly, paying attention to the shouts and footsteps coming from outside the corridor. The noise was not like an ordinary commotion. The tall and thin man lying limp on the ground seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. After hearing the voice, he inexplicably became braver. He struggled to stand up, and even though the fear on his face had not yet disappeared, he found some pitiful courage for himself. He stammered, trying to explain, We're not here for you. We're here to look for our neighbors. This is none of your business, so why are you doing this? Who do you think you are?" Chu Yi glanced at him coldly, causing the tall and thin man to pause. The second half of the sentence got stuck in my throat. "Why?" Chu Yi whispered to himself, a sneer on his face. He glanced at the axe blade still stained with blood, his tone grim. The sneer on Chu Yi's lips became even more intense. He slowly stood up, the fire axe in his hand dragged on the ground, making a sharp scraping sound. "Why? Just because I want to." Before he finished speaking, the axe was raised high and chopped down fiercely. The tall and thin man only had time to let out a short scream before he fell silent. The footsteps in the corridor were getting closer, and the shouting was becoming clearer. Chu Yi kicked the tall and thin man's body away, picked up the steel pipe on the ground, and walked to the door. "Third brother, where are you?" A rough voice echoed in the corridor. The tall and thin man couldn't help but shrink his body, but at this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly approached from outside the corridor, accompanied by the fat man's familiar and exasperated shouting. "Brother, come quickly, there are really good things here. Isn't it too much for him to occupy such a big place by himself?" Before he finished speaking, 5 or 6 strong men filed in. They were of different shapes and sizes, holding all kinds of weapons in their hands. Chu Yi only took a glance at these people and understood their conditions clearly. He noticed that although these men looked terrifying, they seemed to be just a mob that gathered together for a while. It was probably that the residents of the building were organized and took advantage of the situation to rob. He weighed the options in his mind, and even though he was at a disadvantage, he did not show the slightest sign of fear. The strong men who rushed in obviously also noticed their companion, who was screaming with a broken wrist on the ground, and the tall and thin man who was trembling beside them. They paused, their eyes moving between Chu Yi and the pool of blood on the ground. The leading burly man narrowed his eyes and asked in a gloomy tone, "Hey kid, who are you? Why are you here? Lao Lin is our neighbor. Why are you here?" There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Neighbors can just barge into other people's homes? Your rules are really overbearing. The burly man in the lead's face changed slightly, but he still retorted, "People in our building help each other. There's nothing wrong with that. There are good things here. Let's share them together. Who do you think you are? Why do you stop us?" Shui shook his head slightly when he heard this, as if he had heard a joke. His voice was soft, but it was chilling. Helping each other? TSK, that's new. The two people on the ground is your way of helping each other. He pointed to the corpse he had kicked away and another tall and thin man who was trembling. I don't remember any rule that says it's up to you bastards to decide whether others are willing to help you. The sturdy man was choked by his aggressive tone. Having said that, his eyes were a little vague. It was obvious that he didn't expect Chu Yi to be so decisive and powerful in the face of them. Chu Yi narrowed his eyes, and his smile disappeared completely. Don't give me these high-sounding nonsense. Do you think you can manipulate anyone? His tone gradually turned colder. Unfortunately, you found the wrong person today. The steel pipe slammed heavily on the ground. The fat man also came out, and when he saw Chu Ye's calmness, he couldn't help but get angry. He pointed at Chu Yi with his hands on his hips and said viciously, "Brother, this is the guy. The old Lin family must have good things, and they're sealed tightly to keep out the wind. That's why this guy is so anxious. I think he is a thief who came to the old Lin family to steal things." Chapter 47, Hitting a Wall. Thief? How do you say that? A group of people who came to steal things have the nerve to call others thieves. Chu Yi chuckled softly. His voice was hoarse, but full of disdain. He raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes swept over the fat man, and then over the 5 or 6 burly men holding weapons. Don't think I don't know what you are here for. Chu Ye's gaze swept across the crowd like a knife, finally stopping on the big man in the lead. Uncle Lin doesn't have what you want here. We'll just stay until the wind and sand stop and then leave. I don't care what you want to do after that. He spoke at a moderate pace. But before the sandstorm stops, you guys either go away or die. The big man who was leading the group was stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect Chu Yi to be so tough despite being in such a disadvantageous situation. His face looked a little ugly. Damn it, I'm just one person. Why are you pretending? The fat man roared impatiently, as if to encourage the big man. With so many of us, how can he still cause trouble? Brother, he said that without taking us brothers seriously. If we don't deal with him today, how are we going to survive in this building in the future? Upon hearing this, the big man's face turned completely gloomy and he raised the iron rod in his hand slightly. He sneered and said in a low voice, "Boy, you are so arrogant. Then don't blame us for teaching you how to behave. Be a human? Those who want to be human will soon die. The only ones left will be you, or a ghost like me." Chu Yi snorted coldly and slowly took a step back. But those strong men obviously would not act rashly. They gradually gathered around, and the narrow corridor was instantly filled with sturdy men. The fat man thought he had more momentum than Chu Yi and grinned. "Oh, are you scared? I'm telling you, hand over the useful things if you know what's best for you." Chu Yi remained silent, just leaned back slightly, leaning his back against the door frame, with the axe blade hanging at his side. At this time, the leading big man suddenly waved his hand and shouted coldly, "Stop talking nonsense and get on with it." Following his order, the strong men immediately pounced on Chu Yi. The narrow corridor became Chu Ye's hunting ground. Maneuver in a cramped space. The steel pipes whistled in the wind. The first sturdy man rushed up, but before he could swing the machete in his hand, Chu Yi hit him on the head with a fierce steel pipe. After a dull thud, the sturdy man fell straight down. Blood was running down his forehead. "Oh!" The big man in the lead cursed. He didn't expect Chu Yi to be so cruel. Someone was waving an iron rod, but Chu Yi dodged it. The axe flashed coldly and chopped hard on the strong man's thigh. A shrill scream broke the silence of the corridor, and the strong man fell to the ground holding his thigh with blood gushing out. Writhing in pain, the strong smell of blood filled the air. They thought it would be an easy robbery, but it turned into a nightmare. Chu Ye's ferocity and calmness frightened them. They began to hesitate and dared not move forward easily. Don't just stand there. Everyone, spread out and surround him. No matter how strong this guy is, he can't withstand our continuous attack. The strong men seemed to have just woken up from a dream, and they scattered and surrounded Chu Yi. They took turns probing, trying to exhaust Chu Ye's strength and find his weakness. Chu Ye leaned against the door, watching the enemies around him vigilantly. He wielded a steel pipe and an axe, blocking the attacks of the strong men again and again. Every collision was like the roar of metal, and sparks flew. Chu Ye's physical strength was rapidly depleting, but he still guarded the door tightly, not letting anyone get close. Just then, the door opened gently. Lin Jiangwo, holding a mop in his hand, walked out tremblingly. "Xiao Chu, let me do the rest." Chu Yi was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Jiangwo to come out at this time. "Uncle Lin, go back. It's dangerous here." Chu Yi shouted anxiously. Lin Jiangwo shook his head. "Xiaoya, you've done your best. Next, let me get to know my neighbors." As he spoke, the mop handle in Lin Jiangwo's hand suddenly stabbed out like a poisonous snake and hit a strong man in the throat. The sturdy man widened his eyes, covered his neck, and fell down. Chu Yi was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Jiangwo to have such skills. Lin Jiangwo ignored Chu Ye's surprise and stabbed out again with a mop handle in his hand. Another strong man fell down. "Back then, I also killed people on the battlefield." Lin Jiangwo growled. Chu Yi then remembered that Lin Jiangwo once told him that when he was young, he went to the south to participate in a war. Several strong men fell down one after another, and the remaining strong men were completely scared. They didn't expect that this seemingly frail old man was actually a killing god. The big man in the lead turned pale, and he finally realized that they had hit a wall. He stepped back in fear, trying to escape. "Run? Can you run away?" Lin Jiangwo's voice was cold. Finally, the strong man knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. "Uncle Lin, spare my life. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Lin Jiangwo looked at him expressionlessly, holding the mop handle high in his hand. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded in the corridor, accompanied by a woman's scream. "Stop! Everyone stop! Stop it!" The woman's sharp cry echoed in the narrow corridor. A middle-aged woman in a cheap suit stumbled over. The cheap foundation on her face was dripping down in streaks of sweat. She hugged the strong man who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, and cried and howled to the sky. "Xiaodong, my Xiaodong, how did you become like this?" Chu Yi narrowed his eyes, still holding the steel pipe and axe in his hands, without relaxing his vigilance at all. This woman's appearance was too coincidental, and there was a hint of shrewdness in her eyes despite her panic. She didn't look like an ordinary housewife at all. He whispered to Lin Jiangwo, "Uncle Lin, be careful. This woman doesn't look like a good person." Lin Jiangwo snorted, and the mop rod was still pointing at the crying Xiaodong on the ground. "Who are you? What's your relationship with these beasts?" The woman raised her head and looked at Lin Jiangwo with tearful eyes, her voice trembling slightly. "Uncle, I'm his sister. My name is Lu Mei. My brother was ignorant and offended you. I apologize to you on his behalf. Please have mercy on him and let him go." As she said that, she slapped Xiaodong hard. "Xiaodong, hurry up and apologize to the old man." Chuya took another step forward, a hint of warning in his tone. "Don't listen to her nonsense. These people just wanted to kill us." Lin Jiangwo stared at Lu Mei. "Your brother led a group of people with knives, axes, sticks, and clubs to break into someone else's house, and you still say he is ignorant? Do you know what they just did?" Chapter 48, The Lin Family's Secret Room. Lu Mei's face froze, her eyes flickered, and then she started crying again. "Uncle, I really don't know. The wind blew up some rocks from my windows and broke them into pieces. This guy said he wanted to ask the neighbors whose house could take shelter from the wind. He didn't come back, and I was worried that something might happen to him. So I came here. I didn't know he actually—" As she spoke, she began to sob intermittently, looking heartbroken. Chu noticed that when she spoke, her eyes would always glance intentionally or unintentionally into the depths of the corridor, and there seemed to be faint footsteps coming from behind. Chuya's heart was filled with alarm. He grabbed Lin Jiangwo's arm and whispered, "Uncle Lin, something's wrong. There's someone behind us." Almost at the same time, Lu Mei suddenly lowered her head, and a shining saber slipped out from her wide sleeves. He stabbed towards Lin Jiangwo with lightning speed. "Careful!" Chu shouted, and suddenly pulled Lin Jiangwo behind him. At the same time, he swung the steel pipe in his hand fiercely. Clang! With a sharp metal collision sound, Lu Mei's saber was blocked by the steel pipe. The huge force made her stumble back and fall to the ground. The saber in her hand also flew out and hit the wall with a crisp sound. As expected, several people rushed out from the depths of the corridor, each holding a weapon in their hands. Chu Yi sneered. I knew it wasn't that simple. He switched the axe to his right hand, held the steel pipe across his chest, and assumed a fighting stance. Come on, let me see what else you can do. The wind and sand were like a roaring beast, pouring into the corridor through the broken door. The wind made my eyes sore, and I couldn't open them. Chu Yi hadn't yet fully caught his breath. He looked at Lu Mei and her men warily, only to find that this group of people already looked troubled. Damn it, bad luck. Lu Mei cursed under her breath and covered her face with her hands, trying not to let the burning wind engulf her vision. Her men also began to stir. A bald man shook the iron rod he was holding tightly and whispered, Sister, the wind is getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on any longer. Lu Mei glared at him fiercely and wanted to refute something, but the violent dust storm was uncontrollably crushing her confidence. All right, retreat. Lu Mei gritted her teeth and glared at Chu Yi hatefully. Kid, don't think that today is the end. Let's wait and see. After saying this harsh word, she called her men. The group of people were like frightened birds, and their hurried footsteps gradually disappeared in the stairwell. Chu Yi watched their backs disappear until he could no longer hear any sound, and then he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He really wanted to rush up and give chase, but this temporary shelter could not be lost. Let's block the door first. This crack is like inviting sand to come in and have tea. Chu Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo nodded and silently picked up the scattered wooden boards and broken furniture on the ground. The two men worked together quickly to nail the scattered chair legs, door panels, and some wooden strips at the bottom of the box together, and roughly blocked the gap. As the wooden board was nailed heavily, a brief sense of stability finally returned to this cramped corridor. After finishing all this, Chu Yi and Lin Jiangwo collapsed to the ground almost at the same time. Call! Chu Yi let out a long breath and wiped his face, only to find that more and more beads of sweat were flowing down his neck. It sticks to clothes and makes people feel uncomfortable. Lin Jiangwo wasn't much better. His face was covered in sweat as if he had just washed it. He reached out and ripped open his collar, breathing heavily. This damn weather. If people don't gas to death, they will be steamed alive. Chu Yi couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Lin can even joke now. It looks like he's recovered well. However, this smile only appeared on his lips for a moment, and the tension in his heart could not be relieved. He looked out the turbid window. The wind and sand did not seem like brief passers-by. Uncle Lin, is there enough water? Chu Yi suddenly asked. Lin Jiangwo was stunned, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. The drinkable water is almost gone. Even the tap water has barely run out these days. As for those things that are always placed next to it, they're actually called water, but if you really drink them, I'm afraid your life will be even shorter. He quietly walked into an empty room, and with a thought, a bottle of mineral water appeared in his hand, and that was not all. The water in the system space can ensure that they have enough to drink and even swim. I'm just not sure if Lin Jiangwo would have any other ideas when he knows the fresh water he can provide. He returned to Lin Jiangwo with the water, a relaxed smile on his face. She casually handed the bag to him and spoke in a nonchalant manner. Here, Uncle Lin, drink it for now. Don't treat yourself badly. We still need you to do the hard work. Lin Jiangwo was stunned. He paused for a moment after taking the bag, then looked up at Chu Yi with a complicated expression on his face. Boy, where did you get all this water? Although he didn't express his doubt directly, he couldn't hide the inquiry in his voice. Chu Yi still pretended to be nonchalant and spread his hands. I looted some from outside before, but I didn't dare drink it all. It was just pure luck. After all, God doesn't know if I can come back alive if I go out again. It would be useless to keep it. Lin Jiangwo stared at Chu Yi for a few seconds. A smile gradually appeared on his tired face, and he patted Chu Yi's shoulder. Okay, that's a very realistic statement. I won't ask any more questions. No matter where you got it from, it's a life-saving thing. Chu Yi, thank you. Chu Yi just smiled and didn't say anything else. A scarce resource like water becomes inaccessible once too many people know they own it. That would bring about fatal disaster. Chu Yi thought for a moment, then took the initiative to propose. Uncle Lin, to be honest, I'm not too sure about the situation Lu Mei and her gang just had. Your house isn't very solid, and if another group of people come who are more ruthless than them, they'll be able to bring it down. How about we do some research and reinforce this place? Lin Jiangwo nodded after listening to this. He obviously had the same concerns. We should have done this a long time ago, but our conditions are limited. Do you think everyone could do the same as yours? Let's make do with it. We'll leave when the storm stops. The two of them made a preliminary division of labor, with Chuyi responsible for finding materials and Lin Jiangwo responsible for the repairs. After all, his strength depends on a strong frame. When Chuyi was looking for materials in Lin Jiangwo's bedroom, his eyes suddenly fell behind a wardrobe against the wall. He pushed the cabinet open tentatively and found a shabby iron door hidden behind it. "Uncle Lin, what is this place?" He knocked on the door with a dull sound. Then he looked at the axe in his hand and tentatively pried it with force. Chapter 49. You can still hide your private money here. This thing is so stubborn. He muttered and tried to pry it open several times without success. Lin Jiangwo came over and smiled when he saw Chuyi struggling. "To be honest, if you hadn't discovered it, I would have almost forgotten that I had partitioned off this small room when I bought the house. Please move aside and try with your old arms and legs." He gripped the axe, took a deep breath, and growled, the veins on his arms clearly visible. Crack! The door finally couldn't bear the weight and was completely pried open. Behind the door was a small, dark, and damp storage room. There were all kinds of old tools and broken supplies piled up in a mess. "I don't know if these things can still be used." Jiangwo checked everything up and down and sighed in frustration. "Uncle Lin, you built this small room just to store these junk, didn't you?" Chuyi looked at the pile of scrap metal in front of him and couldn't help but complain. Lin Jiangwo laughed and blinked mysteriously. "Of course not. There's still room for hidden money here." As he spoke, he bent down and rummaged under a pile of junk and actually pulled out a locked metal box. "Oh, there really is one." Chuyi also became interested and moved closer to take a look. Lin Jiangwo wiped the dust off the box with his sleeve with great effort, then took out a small key and fiddled with it for a long time. Finally, the lock was opened. As soon as the box was opened, Chuyi was stunned. There were only a few wrinkled, old banknotes inside. There's also a key with a strange shape. This key is much larger than ordinary keys and is completely black. "What's this?" Chuyi pointed at the key curiously and asked. Lin Jiangwo picked up the key, looked at it carefully, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. "Have you forgotten? I am a keeper of the keys to the sky curtain. This is one of the keys. The other one is in the hands of those who stopped us. It takes two of us to open the main vault of the sky curtain." "The sky curtain library?" Chuyi repeated it doubtfully. "That's right." Lin Jiangwo nodded. "The Timu General Storehouse is the most important resource storage place in the end times. Whoever controls the resources there will have the opportunity to change the status quo. However, it takes two people to open this storehouse together. The other key is probably in the hands of those who stopped us before." Chuyi frowned. His eyes fell on the black key. "Uncle Lin, these things are not completely useless. Let's just pick out the useful ones. For example, these iron nets and wires are exactly what we need. As for the toolbox, it's better to have it than not." Chuyi quickly gathered the things together and showed them to Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo raised his eyebrows and then smiled. "Okay, kid, you have a pretty good eye. Let's move out right away." The two returned to the corridor and sorted out the valuable materials they found. Chuyi looked at the materials at hand and began to think about how to use these resources next. Suddenly, an extremely faint click sound came from deep in the storage room, like the metal contacts of some precision mechanism being triggered. Chuyi's muscles tensed instantly when he heard this. He held Lin Jiangwo's sleeve with one hand and signaled him to keep quiet with his eyes. Lin Jiangwo was stunned for a moment, then carefully put the key back into the metal box. Chuyi leaned down slightly and glanced at the waste materials piled messily in the storage room. These things seemed to be piled up randomly, but upon closer inspection, they seemed to be deliberately arranged to form a concealing barrier. He walked lightly, sticking to the wall and slowly approaching the source of the sound. Click! There was another soft sound, which seemed to be accompanied by a slight vibration. Chuyi squatted down and carefully moved away a few rusty metal plates. Soon, Chuyi's fingers touched an inconspicuous metal panel in the corner of the wall. The surface was covered with old dust, and there was dried mud and sand in the cracks. If you don't look carefully, you won't notice that this is a cover of a secret compartment. He used the end of the crowbar to carefully feel around the panel, finally finding an angle to pry it open. "Uncle Lin, please help me. This is not easy to deal with," Chuyi said in a low voice, still remaining vigilant. Lin Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief and patted Chuyi on the shoulder. "I thought you were talking about something else. Don't be so alert. Why would there be so many traps in my house? This is just an ordinary secret compartment." He walked forward and pressed the metal panel. Sure enough, with a click, the cover popped open, revealing a small hidden storage room. Inside were several rolled-up old maps and several documents that were obviously very old. Lin Jiangwo picked up one at random and shook it. Look, there's nothing important in there, just some maps and documents. I used to keep them for a backup, fearing that if the door outside was broken, this place could still hold out for a while, triggering the alarm and self-destructing. As long as I'm here, you can take the information or not. Chuyi frowned and stared at the documents seriously. Self-destruct? Does that mean that if someone really breaks in, the place will blow up? His voice lowered slightly, and it was obvious that he did not take these self-destruct devices lightly. Lin Jiangwo waved his hands, seeming to disagree. Don't be alarmed. How could it possibly blow up? This is an apartment building, not an important facility. It will just spontaneously combust and destroy documents at high temperatures. After so many years, it is probably broken. At most, it will send out some sound and light warnings. If you think these things are useful, just take them all away. Chuyi was not so relaxed. He pointed at the hidden metal structure in the secret compartment and asked, since there is a trigger mechanism, there must be a way to cancel it, right? Uncle Lin, are you hiding something else? The smile on Lin Jiangwo's face froze for a moment, and then he shrugged as if nothing happened. You are such a demanding guy. He took out a small metal square from his pocket and threw it into Chuye's hand. Look, this is the key to disable the device, but it can only temporarily deactivate the alarm and self-destruct mechanism. After the people leave, they have to be reactivated. Chuyi did not answer immediately. He took out the document and flipped through it. I was surprised to see the words Sky Curtain Project engraved in bright red font on the cover. The fonts seem to have been specially printed and are still bright and eye-catching even after years of erosion. Sky Curtain Project. Chuye's eyes suddenly became sharp. He continued to look through the documents, the flashlight beam sweeping across the craft paper, and the blurred words and markings slowly appeared. This is a route map of various abandoned facilities, with several key locations specially marked on the map. Simple notes were marked in thick black pen. Some of these geographical locations seem to be related to the Tianmu General Reservoir. These points are all abandoned facilities, or at least that's how it appears. Chuyi looked focused. Lin Jiangwo said, if there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Chapter 50. It's not suitable to stay here for long. Chuyi quickly folded the Sky Curtain Project documents and stuffed them into the deepest part of his backpack. His brain was working rapidly. What was more important at the moment was how to survive rather than studying these documents. The increasingly noisy noises in the corridor made him nervous, and he had to strengthen the defenses of the apartment immediately. Uncle Lin, put these documents aside for now. Let's hurry up and reinforce the door. Lin Jiangwo nodded in agreement. You're right. In today's world, saving your life is the most important thing. I also did carpentry work when I was young. This little thing is not difficult for me. Chuyi took out a few rolls of high-strength fiber tape and a few remaining pieces from the system backpack. Steel plates obtained from bear skins. Looking at these steel plates with a metallic luster, a hint of doubt flashed across Lin Jiangwo's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. This kid has a lot of secrets. Chuyi is far from being as simple as he appears. However, in today's world, having more secrets is not necessarily a bad thing. At least, this guy agreed to help me. These secrets are enough to keep himself and his daughter alive. Were the steel plates in the basement brought back in this way as well? Lin Jiangwo asked casually. Chuyi responded vaguely, without further explanation. Seeing this, Lin Jiangwo stopped asking questions and just smiled and said, don't worry, this is your secret, I won't ask. I've been doing confidential work for so many years, I understand. He patted Chuye's shoulder with trust in his eyes. As time went on, the temperature in the apartment grew higher and higher, and sweat soaked their clothes. Chuyi and Lin Jiangwo simply took off their shirts and went into battle shirtless. Lin Wan looked at the two sweaty men. A trace of discomfort flashed across her face, and she silently retreated back to her room. This damn weather is terrible. Lin Jiangwo wiped his sweat and complained. Chuyi didn't respond. He was concentrating on reinforcing the windows with steel plates. Suddenly, a chaotic sound of footsteps, accompanied by shouts, came from outside the door like a tide. Someone is coming. Chuyi lowered his voice and spoke in a hurried tone. He quickly picked up a thick iron rod and inserted it diagonally into the inside of the door frame with precision. In the blink of an eye, he built a simple blocking device. What happened? Lin Jiangwo's expression tightened, and he clenched the wooden stick in his hand instantly, exuding an aura of vigilance. Then, there was a deafening bang on the door, accompanied by a series of urgent shouts. Open the door! Open the door quickly! Let us in! Chuyi looked out through the peephole with sharp eyes and saw a group of panicked residents gathered outside the door. Their faces were filled with fear, their eyes were wide open, and beads of sweat kept rolling down their foreheads, like a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment, the crowd outside the door fled in all directions like a flock of startled birds. The originally noisy shouts turned into screams of terror in an instant. Chuyi looked carefully and saw another group of people waving iron rods, machetes, and other weapons, chasing after him aggressively. Among the chasing crowd, Chuyi recognized several familiar figures at a glance. They were the same group of thugs who had attempted to break into Lin Jian's home before. At this moment, they had bloodthirsty grins on their faces and were even more ferocious and brutal than before, chasing the fleeing crowd like wolves. What's going on? Why is it so chaotic outside? Lin Jiangwo was extremely anxious, and the veins bulged as he clenched the wooden stick in his hand. Chuyi put down the iron rod and said in a deep voice, "It looks like an internal conflict. It's also possible that the people who tried to break in earlier are now attacking the entire building." Internal strife? At this time, they're still fighting among themselves. Lin Jiangwo's face was full of disbelief, his eyes filled with anger and confusion. The world has changed, and people's hearts have changed with it. Some people will do anything to survive. It seems that the situation in the building is worse than I expected. Chuyi took a deep breath and looked at Lin Jiangwo. Uncle Lin, go check the vents and the ceiling to see if there are any other places that can be easily breached. Lin Jiangwo understood what he meant and took action immediately, carefully checking every corner of the house. Chuyi continued to reinforce the door, while at the same time, he pricked up his ears, alertly capturing every movement outside the door. As time went by, more and more people came outside the door, and the sound of banging on the door became more and more deafening, as if the door would be smashed to pieces at any time. The existing defensive measures alone are undoubtedly a drop in the bucket in trying to resist this group of crazy thugs. Chuyi held his breath and pressed his ear against the door, trying to capture every slight movement outside. Gradually, the sound of banging on the door gradually weakened and was replaced by sparse footsteps. It was as if the crazy thugs had finally exhausted their strength and began to retreat. They're gone. Lin Jiangwo lowered his voice, his eyes full of doubt. I'm gone for now. Chuyi frowned and nodded, but the worry on his face did not diminish at all. But this calm is probably only temporary. Once they regroup, they will probably come back even more aggressively. Chuyi quickly glanced around the dim room and knew in his heart that this was not a place to stay for long. The sound of the wind outside the window gradually died down, and this doomsday-like weather was about to usher in a brief calm. For Chuyi, this is both a crisis and an opportunity. Uncle Lin, the defense here won't last long. We can't stay here any longer. Chuyi made a prompt decision and said firmly, we have to leave quickly and return to the villa while the wind and sand are getting smaller. Lin Jiangwo frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and nodded firmly. Uncle Lin, I promise you that as long as I am alive, I will protect Wanwan and bring you to life. Chuyu's voice was calm but firm, bringing some comfort to Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo stopped what he was doing, looked up at Chuyi, and the complicated emotions in his eyes gradually subsided. He sighed. Chuyi, I know you're reliable. I only have one daughter. She is my only hope to survive. As long as you can protect her, I will help you at the risk of my life. Chuyi smiled slightly, his eyes clear and filled with unshakable determination. Uncle Lin, I'm not just fulfilling my promise. You're already my few remaining family members. No matter how dangerous it is, I will not abandon you. Lin Jiangwo was stunned for a moment, and then a satisfied smile spread from the corner of his mouth. What a great word, family, Chuyi. It's worth it even if I, Lin Jiangwo, die. Okay, I believe you. Let's run to the villa as fast as we can. There might be a chance that we can survive this disaster. Chuyi nodded. Without saying anything more, actions speak louder than words. After a brief look at each other, the two of them packed up the necessary equipment together and prepared for the impending danger. Lin Jiangwo suddenly paused and added a sentence. But we must be absolutely sure. I don't want Wanwan to be in any danger. I know you have your methods and plans, but remember my words, her safety must come first. Upon hearing this, Chuyi glanced at Lin Wan, who was huddled in the room, pondered for a moment, and said, Of course, nothing can happen to any of you. Lin Jiangwo nodded with satisfaction, but added another sentence. Xiao Chu, I won't hide it from you. My daughter is frightened. Don't be too direct with your words. She can't stand it. Chui did not refute, but just said lightly. Chapter 51 The Way Out is blocked. The three of them walked down the stairs quickly. Chui walked in front, holding the knife all the way and observing the surroundings carefully. Lin Jiangwo walked to the door of the corridor and pushed the door hard, but the door panel did not move at all. He frowned and tried to push with his shoulder a few more times, but only heard a slight sound of sand sliding outside the door. The gap that was pushed open was immediately filled with new sand. Oh no, there's sand all over the outside, blocking the door. Lin Jingwo turned around and whispered to Chu Yi, with a hint of solemnity on his face. Chu Yi walked quickly to the door, squatted down and checked the gap, and sure enough, sand was seeping in from the corners of the door. The only way out was completely blocked. Damn it, Lin Jiangwo cursed under his breath. This sandstorm is too fierce. Are we trapped to death now? Chu Yi pondered for a moment and quickly glanced around. Finally, it stopped in the direction of the stairs. If the first floor doesn't work, then jump out. Chu Yi's voice was low and decisive. Lin Jiangwo was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Jump out? From where? Chu Yi pointed in the direction of the stairs. Go to the second floor and jump out of the window. Although it's a bit risky, it's our only option at the moment. Lin Jiangwo was silent for a moment, obviously weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he nodded. Okay, that's an idea. The depth of the sand outside is probably as high as a building. After saying that, he turned around and led the way towards the stairs, with Lin Jiangwo following closely behind him. The three of them hurried to the second floor, where the glass in the stairwell was already broken. He glanced out the window and saw the yellow sand, like a rolling wave, obscuring his vision. There were many sharp fragments left on the broken glass near the window. Through the holes in the window, sand and dust mixed in, and the gray-yellow sand had piled up into a small pool in the corridor. Chu Yi's eyes quickly swept to both sides. I found that the doors of the rooms on the second floor were almost all open and empty inside. The residents inside obviously did not leave voluntarily, and there were scattered bloodstains on the corridor floor. Some of the deposits have turned black in color. That was a sign of resistance. Chu Yi turned to look at Lin Jiangwo and Lin Wan and spoke in a low voice. Hurry up and don't stay too long. Those residents who were looting in groups may still be here. We'd better not alarm them. Lin Jiangwo nodded and helped the haggard-looking Lin Wan towards the window. Lin Wan held her father's arms with both hands, and her whole body was shaking slightly. Chu Yi glanced at the corridor again, and suddenly his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a dark shadow passing by in the distance. He was startled, but did not show it immediately. He quietly reminded the two of them first. Go through the window quickly. Be careful of the sharp edges. Lin Wan obediently came to the window and held the edge of the windowsill with both hands. The wind and sand blew directly on her face. She closed her eyes and subconsciously took a few deep breaths, trying to muster up the courage to climb out. But at this moment, a shout came from the end of the corridor. Wait, who's there? Chu Yi's face changed. He clenched the knife and turned back suddenly. Lin Jiangwo pushed Lin Wan's shoulder and half-dragged her to the windowsill. Sister May, it's the kid from that old man named Lin's family. A rough male voice sounded, his tone full of malice. Chu Yi's heart sank, knowing that he had been discovered. He quickly turned around and growled at Lin Jiangwo. Take Lin Wan away. I'll stop them. Lin Jiangwo was stunned for a moment, then realized the urgency of the situation. Without any hesitation, he pushed Lin Wan out of the window. Almost at the same time, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from the end of the corridor, getting closer and closer. Chu Yi took a deep breath, clenched the knife in his hand with his backhand, and stared at the end of the corridor with cold eyes. A tall woman with heavy and cheap makeup on her face appeared in Chu Yi's sight. Behind her followed several equally disheveled men, holding sticks and steel pipes in their hands, staring at Chu Yi fiercely. This woman is Li Mei. She has gathered a lot of desperate criminals and is usually domineering. Hey, isn't this the pretty boy from the Lin family? Li Mei smiled sarcastically. Why, are you alone? Want to jump down from here to escape? Li Mei stared at Chu Yi coldly, with a sarcastic smile on her lips. You want to run away after you hurt our people? You were so awesome just now, weren't you? Why? You want to run away now? Chu Yi snorted coldly, his eyes as sharp as a knife. I don't have time to waste here with you. I still have a lot of things to do before the next sandstorm comes. There was a hint of contempt in Li Mei's laughter. Oh, you think you can escape? This is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Chuyi remained unmoved and spoke in a firm tone. I don't want to get entangled with you, but if you insist on blocking my way, don't blame me for being rude. Li Mei's eyes turned cold, and she raised the stick in her hand slightly. Okay, I want to see what you can do. Chuyi slightly turned sideways, ready to attack at any time. The group of people in front of me are not easy to deal with. But Chuyi must buy time to allow Lin Jiangwo and Lin Wan to leave safely. I'll only say this once. Get out of the way. Oh, you're quite stubborn, kid. Lu Mei laughed shrilly. Today I'm going to make you suffer. Do you think I dare not? You dare to block us with just a few lackeys like you? Aren't you afraid that I will beat you all down? Seeing this, Lu Mei became anxious and shouted, Come on, whoever catches Chu Yi will be rewarded with 2 days' worth of food. Hearing the word food, several strong men under Lu Mei rushed over. Chu Yi raised his knife and rushed forward, and after a fight, the guy's arms were chopped off. There was just a shocking bloodstain on his face. Chu Yi, you're going to kill everyone who comes up to you. You think you're a tough guy, don't you? Lu Mei's eyes were vicious, and she gritted her teeth. She pulled out a dagger from behind and rushed towards Chu Yi. Chu Yi glanced behind him and saw Lin Jiangwo helping Lin Wan climb out of the window. As he urged himself, he relaxed a little, but he did not let his guard down. The immediate danger is not over yet. Lu Mei approached step by step with a short knife in her hand and a fierce look in her eyes. Chu Yi, I advise you to put down the knife as soon as possible. Those fancy tricks just now didn't scare me. Do you really think you can deal with all of us? Chu Yi sneered. Whether I can deal with you or not is another matter. But if you have the guts, come and try now and see who falls first. You're really tough. Lu Mei sneered, raised the dagger in her hand slightly, and quickened her pace, as if trying to force Chu Yi to make a mistake. Chu Yi stared at her coldly, his words like cold blades. I was just waiting for the sandstorm to end. What happened to you has nothing to do with me. But you insisted on seeking death. This time, you picked the wrong opponent. When Lu Mei heard this, her smile froze instantly. She paused, then suddenly jumped up and stabbed Chu Yi's chest with the dagger. Chapter 52, Sand Trap. Chu Yi was prepared. He turned his body to the side and swung the knife in his hand back, colliding with the dagger. There was a crisp metallic sound. Stop talking nonsense. Even if I risk my life today, I will take you down. Lu Mei screamed and attacked with her knife. His force was ferocious, but his movements were disorganized and completely dominated by murderous intent. Chu Yi seized the opportunity, blocked her attack with his knife, and spun around. He turned around and chopped Lu Mei's wrist where she was holding the knife. Lu Mei felt pain, and the dagger in her hand flew out of her hand, and the murderous look on her face instantly became more ferocious. Chu Yi, don't think you win just like that. She roared, raised her foot, and kicked Chu Yi in the abdomen. Chu Yi was kicked half a step back, but he used the force to quickly retreat to the window. He steadied himself, looked at the panting Lu Mei, and grinned. Lu Mei, goodbye. I'm not worthy of your play anymore. As he spoke, Lin Jiangwo dragged him by the clothes and pulled him out of the window. Lu Mei covered her bleeding hand, gritted her teeth, and a hint of cruelty flashed in her eyes. Don't even think about leaving. Even if I die, I won't let you get away with it. She gritted her teeth and rushed over, trying to hold Chu Yi back. But just as she rushed to the window, Chu Yi kicked the woman hard in the face. Fierce sandstorms blew in his face, and Chu Yi landed steadily on the sand pile under the window. He turned around and took a last glance at the window. Lu Mei was holding up her body and trying to grab him, but the strong force of the dust forced her to retreat again and again. Chu Yi snorted coldly, turned around, and went into the sea of sand with Lin Jiangwo and Lin Wanin, never looking back. The wind and sand are like an invisible and violent beast, raging and roaring in the sea of sand. Chu Yi and Lin Jiangwo held Lin Wan in the middle and hurried on. Blown by the wind and sand, he stumbled. He was too busy wiping the sand off his face. Although the sandstorm gradually subsided, the remaining wind still made it hard to breathe. The air was a mixture of heat and dryness, and every deep breath was like a flame passing through the throat. The yellow sand, accompanied by strong wind, was like an invisible stabbing blade, lashing everyone's face. It's not so much painful as it is like being pricked by needles. Chu Yi, I can't walk anymore. Lin Wan's voice was so weak that it was almost covered by the wind and sand, and her eyelids drooped. The cracks on his lips were covered with white, dead skin, and he looked like he might faint at any moment. Chu Yi's arms tightened, and his tone became calm. You'll be fine. Just listen to me. Stay awake, keep your eyes closed, and don't breathe in too much sand. Lin Wan nodded tremblingly, but still leaned on Chu Ye's shoulder uncontrollably. Lin Jiangwo was breathing heavily, looking up from time to time to check the situation around him. Because the terrain in front of me has long become unfamiliar, and familiar reference objects are buried under the yellow sand. Chu squinted his eyes and looked around in the wind and sand, but all he could see was a desolate scene. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, this damn world. The sandstorm is not only a natural disaster, but also a desperate test for everyone. We can't delay any longer. Chu gritted his teeth and shook his head vigorously. After walking a few steps, the slight vibration under his feet suddenly aroused Chu Ye's vigilance. He suddenly stopped and looked down to observe carefully. The gravel underground suddenly sank rapidly, and a dark hole appeared in an instant. Lin Jiangwo's face turned pale, his body suddenly became lighter, and he sank into the hole. What the hell? Is this a trap? Or was it created by Fengsha himself? The sand flow was like a giant beast, roaring and sweeping Chu Yi, Lin Jiangwo, and Lin Wan into the bottomless abyss. Yellow sand poured into Chu Ye's collar madly, stinging his skin and causing pain. All he could hear was Feng Lin Wan's screams. Lin Jiangwo, grab my hand. Chu Yi gritted his teeth and roared, holding Lin Jiangwo tightly with one hand, his face veins bulging from the force. Lin Jiangwo covered his face with one hand to prevent sand from getting into his eyes, while tightly holding Chu Ye's wrist. But the huge suction force made it almost impossible for him to hold on. Chu Yi, let me go. Lin Jiangwo kicked his legs in the sand flow and roared weakly. I will drag you down. Shut up. Who will take care of your daughter if you die? I want you to live and take care of your daughter yourself. Chu Yi snorted coldly, his tendons trembling but not relaxing at all. At this moment, Lin Wan screamed in horror. Chu Yi, I can't hold on any longer. Chu Yi turned back suddenly, his mind working rapidly. He pushed the ground with his legs, tried to use the slight force of the ground to stabilize the three people. As a result, the sand flow became more and more rampant, as if it were a living thing, and suddenly swallowed up all three of them in the next moment. Ah! Along with Lin Wan's desperate scream, the figures of the three people disappeared under the rolling yellow sand. Chu Yi felt dizzy, as if he had been spun dry in a washing machine 10,000 times. His body hit the hard ground so hard that almost all the air in his lungs was squeezed out. Ouch! Lin Jiangwo's voice came from the side, and he struggled to sit up from the ground, holding his waist. Is there a high-speed transmission system on this sand? That attack just now could have cost me half my life. Then, Lin Wan let out a slight whimper. She was almost unconscious from the fall and lay there coughing. His face was pale, and he was obviously not used to the current environment. Chu took a deep breath, and his heavy breathing gradually calmed down. His muscles felt as if they were torn apart, but he still forced himself to sit up. He quickly pulled out the lighting tool from his waist, and a bright light immediately pierced the darkness before his eyes. What is this place? Lin Wan asked weakly. After being roasted in high temperature, Chu Yi shivered when he suddenly cooled down. The lights swept around, and what came into the eyes of the three people were rows of vehicles, with a thick layer of sand and dust covering the outer shells of the vehicles. In just 2 days, it felt like 1,000 years had passed here. Is this an underground parking lot? Chu Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he was suspicious, he opened his mouth to test the water cautiously. Lin Jiangwo, is this a place near your home? Lin Jiangwo shook his head. He replied while rubbing his neck. That's hard to say. There are several underground parking lots near my home, but how would I know if this is the one? It's a little hard to tell in the current situation. Chu Yi cursed softly, but didn't get any answer in his heart. Stop making noise, at least it's not that hot here anymore, right? Lin Wan heaved a sigh of relief. She looked very weak, but as the temperature dropped, she felt much better. Chu Yi frowned and looked down at Lin Wan's appearance at this moment. Her lips were even more chapped. The pretty face lost its color due to long exposure to the sandstorm. Don't talk yet. Save your energy. Chu Yi pondered for a moment, looked around, and finally spoke in a low voice. We can rest here for a while and continue our journey when the wind and sand are less severe, he said, pulling out a few bottles of water and cans of food from his backpack. Carefully handed it to Lin Jiangwo and Lin Wan. Lin Wan's hands trembled slightly as she took the water. She looked up at Chu Yi, her voice hoarse but with a hint of gratitude. Thank you, Chu Yi. That's great. She frowned, unscrewed the bottle cap, tilted her head back and drank a few sips of water, but choked and coughed lightly twice. Chapter 53, Exploring the Underground Parking Lot. Chuyi frowned and stared at her. Drink slowly, don't guzzle it. If you're too thirsty, moisten your throat first so as not to hurt your stomach. There was a hint of concern in his tone. Lin Jiangwo, however, was not so particular. He simply wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, took a sip, and smacked his lips. Tisk, I'm finally alive. It's really not a place for humans to stay outside. I don't know how long this horrible weather will last. Lin Jiangwo sighed, but did not stop his movements. He pried open the can skillfully, turned it over, and sniffed it, feeling that the food was quite fresh. He carefully scooped up a piece of meat and handed it to Lin Wan's mouth. Lin Wan opened her eyes weakly, took a light bite, and swallowed it with difficulty. Her pale cheeks were stained with a faint blush. Uncle Lin, has the sandstorm always been so strong before? Chuyi's eyes were calm, but there was a hint of temptation in them. Seeing that his daughter was not seriously injured, Lin Jiangwo tilted his head back and drank some water. He wiped his mouth and sighed. I've seen sandstorms before when I was in the Northwest, but no matter how big the sandstorm was, I've never seen something this weird. It was as if the whole sky was falling down. Not to mention that this is in the South. I haven't heard of such a scene in many years. There was an exclamation in his voice. Chuyi listened quietly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and raised his hand to check the battery level of the flashlight again. He leaned against the wall and spoke in a low voice. Uncle Lin, you already believe it, right? This is the end of the world. The end of the world? Lin Jiangwo murmured and repeated it, then shook his head violently. We tried every possible means to prepare a natural disaster for ourselves. We never thought it would be like this. In the Sky Curtain's contingency plan, we considered floods, plagues, and solar magnetic storms. But no one thought that it would be a sandstorm. It is estimated that if such a storm came, the people of the Sky Curtain organization would need to be rescued. Those warehouses were buried in sand, and the people inside could not get out to rescue them. How can previous experience be compared with the present? Chuyi stared at him, his tone neither hurried nor slow. I don't know if you are still deceiving yourself, but the facts are right in front of you. Uncle Lin, look at the sand at your feet. If the end of the world hasn't come, then explain what these are. Lin Jiangwo was suddenly speechless. He moved his mouth, but no word came out. As if he was angry, he scooped up a piece of meat with the can lid, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it. I almost choked when I swallowed it dryly. He coughed twice again and just lowered his head to think. Lin Wan raised her hand and tugged at his collar. Dad, don't say any more. Let Chuyi think of a solution first. Lin Jiangwo sighed when he heard this, then scooped up some meat paste with the can lid and said softly, Eat more first and ignore Dad's nonsense. He carefully fed it to her mouth. His movements were clumsy, but full of clumsy kindness. Chuyi watched the scene calmly, without saying anything else, but his gaze turned to the depths of the parking lot. Lin Wan gently pulled Lin Jiangwo's sleeve and said softly, Dad, stop talking and let Chuyi think of a solution. She leaned weakly against the wall, her face frighteningly pale. Lin Jiangwo scratched his head awkwardly and said in a muffled voice, Okay, Brother Chuyi, you make the decision. I'll listen to you. Chuyi nodded, glanced at the two of them, and said in a deep voice, The road we were swept into must be blocked. Now we can only look for a way out upwards. You guys take a rest here first. I'll go check out the situation. Without waiting for a response from either of them, he stood up and walked deeper into the parking lot. The beam of the flashlight flickered in the darkness, illuminating a small area ahead. The parking lot was eerily quiet. The only sound that could be heard was the echo of Chuyi's footsteps on the concrete floor. Suddenly, the beam of light stopped on a conspicuous metal door. This door is more hidden than the parking area, and there are a lot of messy broken wood and steel bars scattered around it. Chuyi walked closer and reached out to try the door handle. But the door didn't move, and it was even reinforced with an iron lock. I hope there's something useful hidden in this damn place. Chuyi whispered to himself. He began to look around, throwing some of the lighter scraps aside. Finally, I picked out an iron rod that was relatively intact. Kneeling in front of the metal door, he gripped the iron bar tightly, wedged the tip of the bar into the gap of the lock, and took a deep breath. Pry upward with all your strength. The iron rod in the door lock made a harsh friction sound, and the echo echoed in the parking lot. Sweat dripped from his forehead into his eyes. The salt stimulated his tear glands and made his vision a little blurry. Chuyi clenched his teeth and used all his strength. With a click sound, the door lock finally opened. The darkness behind the door was overwhelming, and he shone his flashlight inside. I saw a narrow metal escalator extending upward, as if leading to an unknown abyss. Just as he took a step and was about to step onto the first step of the stairs, a loud voice suddenly came from above. "Hey, who the hell is doing something down there?" Chuye's feet froze in midair. Then he quickly took a step back and turned off the flashlight. The parking lot was suddenly plunged into absolute darkness, with only the faint sound of his heartbeat being audible. "I saw it. Don't think anyone down there can hide." The voice continued to come with vigilance and anger. Chuyi held his breath and tried to minimize his presence. It was indeed surprising that there were other living people in this place, but no one could immediately judge their intentions and positions. The footsteps sounded on the metal plates of the stairs, making a heavy and sharp clanging sound. The people above are coming down towards the entrance. Chuyi took out a small dagger and leaned against the door. The man walked up to the metal door and glanced back and forth, mumbling something. How could someone get in when the sand is so thick outside? Maybe they're dazzled. The sound came from the man's mumbling, and Chuyi vaguely heard other footsteps on the stairs. It won't be just one person. It could be a group of people. "Hey, what's going on down there? Could it be that the little bastard is still alive? It's been 2 days, and he's not dead yet." A rough voice came from above, with a hint of suspicion and impatience in the tone. "There's nothing here, boss. We've searched so many times. How could it be that little devil? The sand outside is so thick. How could he get in?" Another voice came from above the metal door, with a hint of confusion and fatigue. "It seems that he is somewhat unconcerned about this issue. But I clearly heard some noise down there. Could it be a rat? How could there be rats in this damn place?" The first voice was still skeptical and seemed unwilling to give up easily. "Maybe it was the wind, boss. There are gaps everywhere in this shabby parking lot, so it's normal for there to be some noise. Don't scare yourself. Hurry up and go up. I'm starving." The second voice urged, a hint of impatience in its tone. "No, I have to go down and take a look. What if it's really that little devil?" The first voice was a little hesitant, but finally decided to go down and find out. Chapter 54. This is a shopping mall. Chuyi thought that this group of people had bad intentions, but they were obviously not coming for him. It seemed that there was a child in the building who had offended these people and was being chased by them. What on earth is going on here? But thinking that Lin Jiangwo and Lin Wan were still downstairs, Chuyi stood up decisively and pushed open the metal door. "Who?" The sudden sound of the door opening and Chuye's low shout startled the 2 people who were about to go downstairs. In the dim light, Chuyi saw 2 people standing on stairs. One of them was burly with a fleshy face and holding a thick iron rod in his hand. He was the owner of the rough voice before. The other was thin and strong, with a twinkling eye and a shining dagger in his hand. "Who are you?" the burly man asked in a harsh voice, a fierce gleam in his eyes. "I." Chuyi had just uttered a word when he was rudely interrupted by the burly man. "Stop talking nonsense. Who are you? What are you doing hiding here?" Chuyi cursed in his heart. "Brother, 2 brothers, I am just passing by. If you don't believe me, search me." As he spoke, he took the initiative to open his arms. The thin man looked at him suspiciously and whispered in the burly man's ear. "Boss, this kid doesn't look like a good person, should we?" He made a gesture of wiping his neck. The burly man slapped him on the back of the head. "You are stupid. We are short of manpower right now. If this guy is willing to join us, we can keep him. Search him." At the command from the burly man, the thin man immediately and roughly searched Chu Ye's entire body. Only a small dagger and a flashlight were found. "That's all." The burly man took the dagger, weighed it twice, and threw it back to Chu Yi with disdain. "That's all? Boy, you're honest. How did you survive the sandstorm outside?" The burly man looked Chu Yi up and down, with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. "This kid looks skinny and weak, but he actually managed to survive in that horrible weather. He's really lucky." Chu Yi smiled, pretending to be calm. Lucky, I hid in a sheltered place and managed to survive." The burly man laughed. "You are lucky, and you have the ability. You are lucky enough. The sand outside is no joke. Many people have been buried alive." He paused and asked again, "What's your name? Where are you from?" Chu Yi rolled his eyes and made up a name. "My name is Chu Ming. I was just going home, but I ran into a sandstorm halfway. I accidentally stepped into the quicksand. Who would have thought that there was an entrance to an underground parking lot underneath the quicksand?" "Chu Ming." The burly man narrowed his eyes. "Go home." He seemed to be thinking about something, and after a moment, he asked again, "Since you're from outside, you should know a lot of news, right? What's the situation outside now?" Chu Ye's heart moved. This big man seemed to be very interested in the situation outside. He pretended to reminisce. It's not good. There are sandstorms everywhere. The sand outside is as deep as a floor. I thought I was really dead this time. Before the sandstorm came, I saw people clearing obstacles and dealing with the sand on the street. I guess those construction machinery are buried in the sand now. Obstacle clearing? The burly man sneered. It's already this late, and we're still expecting someone to come and rescue us? He turned to look at the thin man. Second brother, do you think what this guy said is true? The thin man shook his head. I don't know, but he doesn't look like he's lying. The burly man pondered for a moment. Whether it's true or not, keep it for now. It might be useful in the future. He patted Chu Ye's shoulder. Boy, you are lucky to have met us. If you follow us in the future, I guarantee you will have a good life. Chu Yi sneered in his heart, but pretended to be grateful on his face. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. The burly man pondered for a moment, then suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, By the way, kid, have you seen a kid in the underground parking lot? About 10 years old, wearing a red coat. Chu Ye's heart trembled, but he remained calm on the surface. He tried to recall what he had seen in the underground parking lot, confirmed that he had not seen any children, and shook his head. No, brother, I only saw some abandoned vehicles, no one else. The burly man frowned. Strange, the child should be nearby. He muttered something under his breath and then waved his hand. Forget it. If he didn't see it, then he didn't see it. Maybe the brat hid in a corner somewhere. He paused and continued. Boy, since you have joined us, you are one of us from now on. Let me be frank with you. Our boss is not a pushover. If you dare to play any tricks, I will be the first one to not let you off. Chewie nodded and bowed quickly to express that he absolutely dared not do that. After following the two back to the upper level of the parking lot, Chuyi discovered that this was actually a shopping mall. In the spacious space, various commodities were scattered around, the shelves were tilted, and it was a mess. Chuyi followed the two people into the deeper part of the mall, and there was dead silence all around. The power supply had been cut off long ago, and the entire space was shrouded in darkness. Only two beams of flashlight were flickering, illuminating the way ahead. Occasionally, beams of light swept across the display counters and shelves, as well as the broken goods scattered on the ground, making it look particularly desolate. How did this place become like this? Chuyi asked with a frown. The burly man walking in front snorted. What else can we do? It's just a sandstorm. At the beginning, the dust came in and many people were trapped here. We are the security guards of the mall. When the sandstorm first came, we wanted to help maintain order, but later, he seemed unwilling to say more and waved his hand. The thin man took over. Later, more and more people came. There was nothing to eat or drink. There was sand all outside and no one could go out. People who were so hungry started to grab things. In the end, the captain simply made the rules. We provided food and drink. If anyone didn't listen, don't blame us for being rude. About 100 people? Chuyi repeated in a low voice, with a searching tone in his voice. Where do these people get their food? There should be a lot of food in the mall. Oh, the thin man sneered and glanced back at him. A lot? Brother, this isn't a supermarket. It's just that some restaurants have some stock. What's more here is a pair, luxury goods, and the like. And the food is easy to say. The main problem is that there is no water. That's the problem. As he spoke, he stared at Chu Ye's face intently, as if observing his reaction. Chu Ye's mind moved, and he asked as if nothing had happened. Who is your captain? Chapter 55, who are you looking for? The burly man stopped and turned to stare at him. Boy, you're asking so many questions right after you came in. Are you planning to be the leader? Chuyi quickly waved his hands and explained repeatedly. Brother, you misunderstood. I'm just curious. This place has been able to last so long. The captain must be extraordinary. Seeing this, the burly man sneered and continued walking forward. Of course it's not easy. But remember, don't play tricks in front of the captain or else no one will collect your body when you die. The beam of light from the flashlight in Chu Ye's hand swayed, sweeping from a shelf to the entrance of the mall. At first, he just glanced at it casually without paying special attention, but at the moment when the light paused slightly, he was stunned. Looking closely, several distorted shadows came into view under the illumination of the light column. They turned out to be several figures, who looked no more than half a person's height. After taking a few steps closer, Chu Ye's brows gradually furrowed. He finally saw clearly that it was a group of people kneeling on the ground, and there was a black stain under each of them. Chuyi couldn't help but want to get closer to the kneeling figures. This, he muttered and was about to step forward. At this moment, the burly man stretched out his hand to stop him. Don't go over there. There's nothing to see. They're all dead. His tone was calm, as if the scene before him was commonplace. Chuyi stopped, looked up at the burly man, and asked hesitantly, "How do they die?" The burly man snorted coldly. His eyes swept over the kneeling corpses, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Killed during the sandstorm. He lowered his voice a little, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Chuyi was stunned for a moment, then continued to ask, "Who is that?" The burly man narrowed his eyes, leaned lazily against the shelf next to him, and his tone was full of contempt. The duty manager of them all. They were determined to oppose the captain at that time. They thought they were the official person in charge here and wanted to bring a group of people to ask for power from our security team. Huh? He sneered, his eyes full of mockery. Humph, do you really think that just because you have a crappy title, you can make people obey you? When the sandstorm hit, you actually wanted to lead others to overthrow the captain. This is what happened to them. Chu Ye's whole body trembled, and he subconsciously lowered his head to glance at the corpses lying on the ground. In the dim light, the outline of the corpse was vague, and a strong smell of blood filled his nose, causing ripples in his heart. However, his expression remained calm, and he only muttered in a low voice, "The security team is so cruel." The burly man glanced down at Chu Yi and said with a half smile, "Boy, if you want to survive in this damn place, you can't be soft-hearted. Our captain has shown mercy. If it were someone else, it wouldn't just be these few people kneeling who would die, but everyone in the entire mall would suffer." After that, he waved his hand and urged, "Okay, stop thinking about it, follow closely, and don't fall behind." Chuyi tightened his worn coat and followed the burly man and the thin man towards the second floor of the mall. The stairwell was filled with a pungent smell of blood. The emergency lights emitted a faint light, casting swaying shadows on the walls, giving people an eerie feeling. The three of them stepped onto the second floor, and Chuyi keenly noticed that the atmosphere here was a little strange. The second floor has a wide open space, and there are many more people coming and going on the first floor. Most of these people were in groups of 2 or 3, armed with simple weapons, patrolling back and forth with a vigilant look on their faces. Every few steps they took, they looked around vigilantly, obviously accustomed to being on guard at all times. The burly man raised his chin and walked towards a group of patrol officers. 2 men with rough faces were sitting on a chair with a missing corner, fiddling with their weapons, smoking and chatting. When one of them saw the burly man, he immediately greeted him warmly. "Hey, Laosher, you're back so soon? Didn't you get anything good today?" "What's good about that?" "I just ran into trouble." The burly man snorted coldly and pointed at Chuyi behind him. "But today I found a tough guy, so at least I didn't return empty-handed." The man called Laosher paused, flicked the cigarette but to the ground, and looked Chuyi up and down with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Where did this kid come from?" "Found it in the underground garage. His name is Chuyi, and he's a very tough guy. He stepped into quicksand, but he didn't expect that there was an entrance to the underground parking lot underneath, so he just crawled out of the parking lot. Just for this, he's quite capable." Laosher's companions were stunned and raised their eyebrows. They exclaimed in amazement, "How can you make it here alive from the sandstorm? Boy, you are really amazing. You are really lucky." Chuyi smiled slightly, without saying much, and just responded in a low voice, "Just good luck." Laosher swung the stick in his hand, glanced at the flashlight in Chu Ye's hand casually, and asked, "With your courage, it may come in handy later. By the way, when you went down, did you find any clues?" The burly man raised his head, pointed at the people patrolling around, and changed the subject. "Don't mention it. Apart from this kid, we didn't find anything. That guy hasn't been caught yet. Don't make us work in vain all day." When this matter was mentioned, Laosher's face darkened and he looked impatient. He crushed the cigarette, but on the ground with his foot. "Don't mention it. The little bastard is nowhere to be found. The mall is so big and dark. He could be anywhere he wants to be. We looked around and didn't see a single hair of him." The thin man spat and interrupted impatiently. "Damn it, he hid well. But where can this brat run to? He will get hungry after a while. When I catch him, I will teach him a lesson." Laosher shrugged and gave a disdainful smile. "Yeah, no matter how hard it is to find, you can't hide. It's just a rat." Chuyi stood aside and listened silently without interrupting, but he quietly memorized their names and the content of their conversation. His eyes swept over the men on patrol. More questions and dangers about this area began to form in my mind. "Okay, don't delay anything." The burly man retracted his gaze and patted Laosher on the shoulder. "Let's go. If that little bastard shows up, just let him know so the captain won't scold you." Lauscher waved his hand, too lazy to say anything more, and opened the cigarette box again. Chuyi lowered his eyelids, adjusted the flashlight on his shoulder, and silently followed the burly man's footsteps. The atmosphere around was quiet again. Chuyi followed the burly man and took a few steps, then asked casually, "I just heard you mention that little brat. Who is he?" The burly man paused, glanced back at him, and snorted with disdain. "What kind of person is that? He's just a little beast, a troublemaker." The corners of his mouth twitched, as if mixed with disgust and resentment, and he added in a low voice, "This brat killed several of our brothers a few days ago." Chapter 56, Security Captain. Chuyu's mind moved slightly, but he didn't show it at all. He just asked with a slightly puzzled tone, "Just one person? How'd he do it?" The burly man sneered, his tone containing a hint of contempt and anger. "Who knows what tricks he has used to make him think we are vegetarians in this place. Once we catch him, we will skin him alive." Chuyi nodded and didn't ask any more questions, as if he was just asking a few questions out of curiosity. A little kid who can make these people filled with resentment when mentioned is obviously not just causing trouble. Able to face these large and heavily guarded guys alone. There must be some unusual means behind this. He lowered his head and walked slowly, being even more careful to hide his emotions. It seems that the water in this shopping mall is much deeper than he imagined. Chuyi followed the security guard into the office on the 4th floor of the mall. The security guard at the door greeted the people inside, and then pushed the door open and walked in. In the middle of the office, Chuyi saw a middle-aged woman being beaten by the security captain. Her face was filled with fear and anger, as she tried to struggle, but to no avail. The security guard whispered to Chuyi, "This is the mother of that kid. The captain wanted her to find that kid, but she didn't want to. If she had obeyed our boss yesterday, wouldn't there be so many problems?" Chuyu's heart tightened as he realized the seriousness of the matter. This woman is clearly fighting for her child, but her resistance did not seem to gain any sympathy. The security captain noticed someone coming in, paused, and turned to look at Chuyi. Surprise flashed across his rough face, and then he loosened his hand that was pulling the woman's hair and gently patted the corner of his clothes. He smoothed out the wrinkled uniform and reached out to adjust the nameplate on his chest. "Hey, you new here?" The security captain looked at Chuyi with a smile. Although his tone was calm, he could not hide a bit of scrutiny. "You look unfamiliar. I didn't expect that someone could enter this mall right now." Chuyi showed no signs of abnormality and nodded in response. "Hello, Captain. I came into this mall by accident. I'm lucky." The security captain raised his eyebrows, seeming somewhat satisfied. He paced a few steps, put his hands behind his back, and spoke casually. "That's right. Now that you're here, you're family. You're welcome. Have you eaten? It must be hard to survive in the wind and sand. Do you want me to get you something to eat?" Chuyi smiled slightly. It was not important for me to be in this place. At least I had to gain the captain's favor first to ensure that Lin Jiangwo and his daughter would not be discovered. I also had time to find a way out of the mall. This will not make the security captain feel that he is a newcomer who needs special care. He said softly, "Captain, you are too polite. I am a newcomer. There is no need to take care of me like this. I have survived in the sandstorm for so many days, I can handle it." His tone was calm, yet revealed a sense of confidence. Chuyi continued, "I'm really flattered that you care so much about me." The security captain was slightly stunned, seemingly surprised by Chuyu's attitude. He looked over Chuyi, assessing the young man's courage. Chuyi did not retreat, but looked straight at the other party. Chuyi added, "I believe that those who deserve preferential treatment must be capable people who can contribute something to this place so that they can enjoy this meal, right?" The security captain's expression gradually relaxed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he was satisfied with Chuyu's attitude. He nodded to show his understanding. The woman next to them collapsed on the ground, her face red and swollen, but she watched the conversation between these people. Chuyi glanced at her. He deliberately changed the subject and asked, "I heard recently that there was a little devil causing a lot of trouble for people in our mall. Is it really that mysterious?" The security captain's face darkened instantly, as if he was very annoyed by the mention of this matter. "Don't mention it. That little bastard was running around like a rat and killed several of our brothers. Sooner or later, we'll catch him. I wonder how long he can continue to be so arrogant." Chuyi nodded and responded in a low voice. "I see. It's indeed a difficult situation. However, I think this woman..." He paused meaningfully. "What is her relationship with that boy?" The security captain snorted coldly, clearly showing no mercy to the woman on the ground. "That boy's her son, you shameless bitch." There was disdain and a bit of impatience in his tone. But judging by her condition, she won't be able to hold out for long. I think she'll give in sooner or later. Chuyi nodded and didn't say anything else, but stood there with a thoughtful expression. The security captain on the side didn't notice anything unusual and just thought he was preparing to adapt to the environment, so he didn't bother to pay any more attention to it. He returned to his previous nonchalant look. He stared at Chuyi with a half-smile, his hands behind his back, and spoke in a somewhat casual tone. How about this? Your name is Chu Ming, right? If you can find that brat, regardless of whether you can catch him or not, I will let you have a good meal and let you choose a woman. Chuyi's heart was shocked. He did not expect the other party to put forward such a condition. For a moment, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He asked tentatively, "Pick a woman? Captain, what does this mean?" Hearing Chuyi's question, the security captain raised the corners of his mouth even higher and spoke word by word. All the women in this mall are locked up on the 3rd floor. We have classified those women into different categories. Whoever performs well can pick one. If you're really capable of finding that kid, I will let you pick one that you like. Whichever one you like will be yours. Well, he smacked his lips, his eyes revealing complacency. Chuyi was shocked by these words. He didn't expect the rules of this place to be so absurd and cruel. He answered without showing too much emotion on his face. Captain, this rule is really unique. The security captain laughed and patted Chuyi's shoulder. Why? You don't think I'm not generous enough, do you? If so, maybe I really misjudged you. There was a hint of provocation in his words. Chuyi lowered his head slightly and replied with a forced smile. How dare I complain? I just felt that just to capture a child. The captain's conditions were too tempting, and I couldn't help but feel more stressed. The security captain was obviously very satisfied with this answer. He smiled again and waved his hand. Okay, it's settled then. Go and show your skills. Haha, don't let me down, Chu Ming. Chuyi nodded, but a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Hey, Captain, can I take this woman with me? I want to try to get some information out of her so that I can go find the child. Chapter 57 Subway, Maintenance Passage. The security captain looked Chuyi up and down and finally waved his hand impatiently. It's up to you. You can do whatever you want with this woman. The important thing is to catch that kid. You go out first. I'll have someone arrange a place for you to stay later. After Chuyi expressed his gratitude, he dragged the limp woman out of the room like a dead dog. As soon as he took a step forward, the security captain immediately stopped the security guard who brought Chuyi and asked, "Where does this kid come from?" The security guard also had only a vague idea and spoke hesitantly. "We found him in the underground parking lot. He must have come in from outside. We searched the underground garage so many times but never saw anyone." The security captain thought about it and found it more and more unbelievable. He frowned and asked the security guard, "He really survived the sandstorm on his own?" The security guard scratched his head, seeming to find it unbelievable. "Captain, I'm not sure either. He said he walked out alone. We checked and didn't see anyone following him." There was a hint of surprise in the security captain's eyes. It's not something that ordinary people can do to come out of this deadly sandstorm unscathed. This guy either has really good luck that makes people jealous, or he is really capable. Maybe he has more experience than the rest of us in dealing with the situation outside. The security guard asked hesitantly, "Captain, do you want to test him again?" The security captain snorted coldly with a gleam in his eyes. "Probing? We don't need to do it. With the chaos outside, if we leave him here, he won't have a good life for many days. When the time comes, we will know whether it's his real ability or just luck. But before that, we still have to be careful. His value may be greater than it seems." At this point, the security captain added another sentence. "Keep an eye on that woman and see what Chuyi does to her. I want to know what he wants to do." Chuyi dragged the woman into the assigned room. A musty smell hit him in the face. The room was small and cramped. There was only a shabby bed and a rickety table. The woman was thrown heavily onto the bed and let out a muffled groan. She stared at Chuyi in horror. His eyes were full of hostility. Chuyi pretended to rummage in his backpack and took out some simple medicines and bandages from the system space. He roughly bandaged the wound on the woman's face. The woman hissed in pain, but remained stubborn. "That's all you have? I won't help you. Don't even think about getting any information about my son out of me." Chuyi sneered and spoke in a low voice. "Your son? Huh? Do you think I need your help? I'm here just to have an identity so that I can find a way out of this damn place." The woman was stunned, obviously not expecting Chuyi to say that. She looked at Chuyi suspiciously, as if trying to determine the truth in his words. If you want to get Uncle Lin and the others out, you need to first understand the layout and security situation of the mall before you can formulate an escape plan. After the woman saw Chu Yi had treated her wounds, she no longer had any intention of paying any attention to her. I couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Chu Yi glanced at her impatiently. Chu Yi spoke coldly. His voice was light and low, but it revealed an unquestionable coldness. "I just came in from outside. Shouldn't I ask you what's going on here?" He paused and continued. "I have my own things to do. I don't intend to hang out with these people, and I have no interest in getting involved in your mess. But you better not get in my way." He smiled slightly, but there was no warmth in that smile. "You came from outside? What happened outside? With a situation like this, shouldn't no one be concerned about it?" The woman was stunned. She had been locked up here all her life and had no idea what was going on outside. "What do you think is going on outside? The mall is short of electricity and water, and these security guards are occupying the territory like bandits. And the only thing missing is to put a flag at the door. You don't want to follow normal procedures, do you?" Chuyi made a tisk sound and shook his head lazily. "It's a dead place outside now. Even if you want to come, you'll probably be skinned alive by the sandstorm." "Do you know what a sandstorm is?" "In the past 2 days, the whole city has been covered in yellow sand. If you go out, not only can you not see anyone, you can't even find the road." The woman's breath hitched, obviously not expecting such an answer. In the end, I could only ask with a tense face, "How could this happen? Wasn't it just a sandstorm before? How could it suddenly?" Chuyi interrupted her coldly. "Do you want Moshi to say hello to you before coming back?" The woman was silent for a moment, then asked cautiously, Then why did you save me?" "Save you?" Chuyi seemed to have heard some joke. "Don't be so conceited. I'm not trying to save you. I'm not in the mood to care about your life or death. I just need someone who can provide me with information." The woman's face turned pale, and she asked cautiously, If I know the way out, can you take me and my son with you?" Chuyi stopped observing the room, turned around, looked at her with a smile, and asked back, "Is this a deal?" The woman was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. "Yes, it's a deal. As long as you take us out, I'll tell you everything. Chehu Yisanidit. If you want to talk, just tell me and don't put forward any conditions. What I need is your cooperation, not any conditions from me." Having said that, Chuyi turned around and wanted to leave. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly said, "If you want to get out, you'll come find me again." Chuyi walked out of the room and ran into the security guard who had spotted him in the underground parking lot. The security guard seemed to be on patrol. When he saw Chuyi, he was stunned for a moment. Then he grinned. "Yo, you're out? How's that chick?" Chuyi shrugged and answered in a nonchalant manner. "What else can I do? You won't say anything useful. You're as stubborn as a donkey." The security guard frowned and said with a smirk, "Who asked you this? I mean, didn't you use any special means? Like taking advantage of the opportunity to have some fun with her? It's dirty and smelly. Who want to do this?" Chuyi curled his lips in disgust. The security guard chuckled, moved closer to Chuyi with a wink, and spoke in a low voice. "It's good to have one. Why are you so picky? Besides, this is better than the public ones on the 3rd floor. Those women are really stinky and disgusting." Chuyi waved his hands impatiently, interrupting the security guard chatter. Okay, let's not talk about this. This place is so stuffy. I want to walk around and get familiar with the environment. Do you mind?" When the security guard heard this, he patted his chest and said nonchalantly, "Hey, what's the big deal? There's no one else in this crappy mall except us brothers. I'll take you wherever you want to go." Chapter 58, No Way Out. Chuyi was secretly delighted. He was just worrying about not being able to find someone to help him familiarize himself with the terrain, and yet this security guard came right to him. The two walked side by side in the empty mall corridor. Chuyi took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to the security guard. "Want one?" The security guard smiled innocently, took the cigarette, and said, "Thanks, brother." Chuyi took out a lighter, lit it for the security guard first, then lit one for himself, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled smoke rings. "My name is Chu Ming. Let's get to know each other again." Chuyi took the initiative to introduce himself, but he was observing the security guard's expression out of the corner of his eyes. "My name is Shirley. Shir means like a stone, and Lei means upright." The security guard also introduced himself and grinned, revealing a row of big white teeth. "Brother Shir, how long have you been working as a security guard here?" Chuyi asked casually. "It's been more than 3 years. I'm familiar with every nook and cranny in this mall, so you found the right person to lead the way." There was a hint of pride in Shirley's tone. Chuyi pretended to look around curiously. All the emergency passages in the mall were blocked by debris. Chuyi strolled around with the security guard, observing the layout and security situation of the mall calmly. To make matters worse, there are almost no windows in the mall, making it difficult to escape from the enclosed building even if an escape route is found. How come a shopping mall doesn't even have a window? Chuyi asked casually. The security guard curled his lips. You don't understand. Every inch of space in a shopping mall is valuable. Of course there are windows. After the store was renovated, they were all covered up. Have you ever seen windows in a shopping mall? The only places where you see windows are in the emergency passages or toilets. Chuyi's heart sank. It seemed that the situation was worse than he had imagined. He followed the security guard to the lobby on the first floor. Through the glass door that was broken by the impact of the yellow sand, Chuyi saw that the sand piled outside had exceeded the height of one floor, completely cutting off the hope of escaping from the ground. Damn, the sand is too thick. Chuyi shouted in pretended surprise. The security guard smiled helplessly. That's right. The sandstorms have not stopped in the past few days. The outside has turned into a desert. Fortunately, our mall is strong enough, otherwise it would have been buried long ago. Chuyi looked at the desperate scene in front of him and secretly thought of an escape plan in his mind. There was no hope of escaping on the ground, so he had to find other escape routes, such as underground passages or ventilation ducts. By the way, does this shopping mall have underground passages or ventilation ducts? Chuyi asked casually. The security guard looked at Chuyi warily. Why are you asking this? Chuyi quickly explained. I'm just curious, just asking. This mall is so big. There must be these things, right? The security guard hesitated and said, there are underground passages, but they have long been blocked and used to store debris. There are ventilation ducts too, but they're all on the roof and very narrow, so you can't get through them at all. By the way, is there any secret passage in this mall? Chuyi asked persistently. The security guard sneered. Secret passage? Have you read too many novels? There is no secret passage in this mall. Chuyi pretended to sign disappointment and stopped asking questions. Chuyi suddenly thought of a woman in his mind. She seemed to be very familiar with the terrain here, and she was quite skilled. If we could find her, there might be a chance of survival. Are we really going to look for that woman? Chuyi pondered in his heart and hesitated for a moment. He pretended nothing had happened and continued to walk around the mall, scanning his surroundings, trying to find any details that the security guard had overlooked. He looked carefully at every door, every wall, even the vents in the ceiling. However, after a careful search, he still found nothing. This made him even more anxious. His brows furrowed, and his expression became serious. The security guard nearby noticed Chuyi's abnormal behavior and became alert. He stopped, stared at Chuyi suspiciously, and asked, What are you looking for? You're sneaking around like that. Chuyi was startled by the security guard's sudden questioning, but he quickly calmed down, smiled casually, and said, Nothing, I'm just looking around. The security guard obviously didn't believe Chuyi's explanation. He narrowed his eyes, and his tone became serious. Just looking around? I see you look like you're looking for something. What do you want to do? Seeing that he couldn't get away with it, Chuyi pretended to be curious and asked back, Brother, sure, you've been here for so long. Haven't you ever thought about going out? Or going home to have a look? The security guard was stunned for a moment. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes. He sighed and said, Go out, go home. You know what the situation is outside now. Going out is just suicide. As for going home, my home is in the countryside. How do you think I can go back in the current situation? Take a car? Or fly back? Chuyi continued to ask. So what are you eating here? This mall doesn't look like a place with food storage. That is a problem, but never mind. This is something the bosses above should think about. As for me, I'll just live one day at a time. Chuyi took out another pack of cigarettes, opened it, took out a cigarette, and handed it to the security guard. He took out another cigarette and put it in his mouth, then took out a lighter from his pocket and lit it for the security guard first. Don't be so pessimistic. Chuyi narrowed his eyes and spoke in a relaxed tone. I think it's a good idea to find a way out. There's nothing to eat here, and now the water supply has been cut off. If we stay here, we'll be trapped sooner or later. Hearing this, the security guard took a deep puff of cigarette, looked up at Chuyi, his eyes full of astonishment. Hey, brother, where did you get this cigarette? When we first met you, we searched you carefully and didn't see anything like this on you. Chuyi smiled and pretended to be mysterious, secret. The security guard stared at Chuyi suspiciously, trying to read something from his face, but Chuyi always maintained a relaxed smile, making him unpredictable. You are so mysterious, kid. The security guard shook his head and pressed the cigarette, but hard on the ground. Chuyi flicked the ash off his cigarette. It seemed like he had been overthinking about secret passages and the like. Shirley doesn't look like a secretive person, and it's hard to get any useful information out of him. Brother Sure, thank you. I'll go back first. Chuyi put out his cigarette, patted Shirley on the shoulder, and turned to leave. Shirley looked at Chuye's back and felt something was wrong. What did this kid want to do by asking so many questions? Chapter 59, I know a subway maintenance passage. Chuyi returned to the assigned room, which was actually a utility room in the corner of the mall. In the dim light, a woman huddled in the corner. Chuyi slowly walked up to her and looked down at her condescendingly, with no expression on his face. What's with that place you left? Chuye's voice was low and cold. The woman raised her head and looked at Chuye's gloomy face. She licked her cracked lips and spoke carefully. Does this count as a deal? Chuyi didn't answer, but just looked at her coldly, his eyes full of suspicion. Tell me how to get there, and then I'll consider whether or not to save you. Chuyi paused, a hint of threat in his tone. The woman hesitated for a moment. She knew she had no choice now. If she didn't tell him, Chuyi would probably abandon her and let her fend for herself. I know a freight passage, and I know how to open it. Really, as long as you're willing to lead us, I promise to lead you to that passage. Chuyi raised his eyebrows, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Freight passage? Do you know how thick the sand outside is? When I came out, the sand was as deep as a whole floor. Passage? Forget it. All the entrances and exits on the first floor are blocked by the damn sand. The woman's face changed, and she retorted eagerly. No, this passage is different. It's on the second underground floor. It's connected to the subway maintenance passage behind the mall. The entrance is in the underground parking lot of the mall. Chuyi walked up to the woman and looked down at her, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Parking lot? Subway maintenance passage? Are you sure you're not kidding me? If I find out you're playing tricks. The woman shuddered with fear and spoke quickly. I dare not. What I said is true. I work in this mall, and I happen to have seen the blueprint of the mall. My son, go find that road. Please, take us with you. Chuyi was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking about the truth in the woman's words. Underground parking lot, subway maintenance passage, perhaps this really is a way out, and this road seems to be easier to navigate than outside. Chuye's tone was full of doubt. What evidence do you have to prove that what you said is true? How do I know if you are lying to me? The woman's face was pale and her eyes flickered. It was obvious that Chuye's suspicion made her nervous. She bit her lip and said, I used to work in this mall. I happened to see the blueprint of the mall in the mall's data room. The location of this maintenance passage was marked on it. Coincidence? Oh, this is really a coincidence. Is it possible for an ordinary employee like you to casually see the blueprint of a shopping mall? The woman trembled with fear and explained quickly. Really, I'm not lying to you. I was in charge of organizing the data room at that time, so I saw the blueprint. But I'm not sure if the blueprint is still there. Organizing the data room? Chuye's tone was still full of doubt. Who knows if the blueprint is still there? Even if it is, who knows if it has been destroyed? The woman said eagerly. I don't know, but you can go and look for it. The inspection passage is in the underground parking lot on the north side. If you don't believe me, you can go and find it yourself. Chuyi stared at the woman for a long time. His eyes were deep and cold, as if he could see through all her disguises. After a long time, he slowly spoke, his voice low and hoarse. At night, he paused, with a hint of warning in his tone. Let's go and have a look at night. If I find out that you are lying to me, you know the consequences. The woman raised her head suddenly, a hopeful glimmer in her eyes, and she spoke in a trembling voice. What I said is true. Please, you must believe me. On the other side, Shirley found the security captain, a burly man with a face full of flesh, nicknamed Black Bear. Captain, I talked to that guy and felt something was wrong. Shirley moved closer to the Black Bear and spoke in a low voice. He was acting mysteriously, as if he was looking for something. Hearing this, Black Bear glanced at Shirley. Looking for something? What could he be looking for? What kind of treasures could there be in this mall? He asked a lot of questions about the structure of the mall, the exits. Now that you're here, you still want to leave? Black Bear snorted gruffly. Although this shabby place of mine isn't very good, it's still a place where I can settle down. This kid is quite capable. I have to keep him no matter what. If he can't be used by me, then I can only... The Black Bear made a gesture of wiping its neck, with a fierce look in his eyes. Shirley felt a little reluctant. He felt that Chuyi was not a bad person. Captain, I think that guy just got in accidentally. It's not worth it, right? You know nothing. The world is in such a mess right now. People's hearts are different. What if this kid gets out and brings people to grab the territory? We can't let this potential threat stay. The black bear glared at Shirley. But that kid doesn't seem to care about us. Shirley wanted to persuade him again. Black bear interrupted him impatiently. He doesn't care? If he really didn't care, why would he ask so many questions about the mall structure and exits? He's clearly trying to find out the truth. The black bear paused. This kid is really restless. It seems like we have to teach him a lesson. Captain, the food and water. Shirley recalled how Chuyi had previously asked indirectly about the food and water reserves in the mall. Black Bear waved his hands impatiently and interrupted him gruffly. Why are you asking this? When have I ever treated you badly? Have I ever skipped a meal for you? Shirley opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Although Black Bear spoke in a heroic tone, he still keenly caught the uneasiness in the captain's eyes. It was a cover-up of forced calmness, and Shirley's heart skipped a beat. It seems that the situation is worse than he thought. Captain, that kid, Chuyi, he asked me before. What's wrong? Why are you speaking for that guy today? Did he do you any favors? Black Bear glanced at Shirley with a hint of suspicion in his tone. Shirley waved his hands quickly. Of course, he couldn't tell Black Bear that Chuyi gave him 2 packs of cigarettes. At times like this, cigarettes are more rare than food. No. Captain, what are you thinking? We searched him when we found him, and there was nothing on him. Shirley wanted to explain further, but Black Bear interrupted him impatiently. All right, stop talking. I know what's going on. You've been with me the longest. Don't I know what you're like? Go make the arrangements and keep an eye on Chu Ming. Chapter 60, Reunion. It was completely dark, and everyone else in the mall had already fallen into a light sleep. 1 or 2 people were left vigilantly guarding the door. Chuyi waited quietly until the atmosphere became quieter late at night. Then he slowly stood up. He took out some food from the system space. These things were as precious as life to everyone now. Chuyi walked over to the woman curled up in the corner and gently kicked her calf. The woman was awakened and looked up at Chuyi with fear. Awake, Chuyi whispered, placing the water and canned food in front of her. The woman was stunned, and for a moment she seemed unable to understand the situation. When she saw the clear water and food, her pupils suddenly contracted and her mouth opened. But Chuyi reacted very quickly, covering her mouth with one hand and breathing cold air close to her ear. If you don't want to die, don't make a sound. If you alert those people, you know what will happen. The woman opened her eyes wide and nodded repeatedly, her voice almost choking in her throat. Chuyi slowly loosened his hand, but his cold gaze still made it hard for her to breathe. The woman looked at the water and the can tremblingly, then raised her head and asked in disbelief. Where did these things come from? Chuyi snorted coldly, crossed his arms across his chest, and leaned against the wall. You'd better not ask this question. Just remember, it's because you still have some value to me. If I feel that you are useless to me, they just like your life, can't be saved. The woman swallowed and turned pale, but she didn't dare to ask another question. She opened the can with shaking hands, and the air was instantly filled with a faint aroma of meat. She devoured the food ravenously, obviously having not tasted anything so delicious for a long time. After the woman ate, the paleness on her face faded a little, and her trembling hands gradually stabilized. It restored some strength to her weak body. She took a deep breath and was about to ask something, but Chuyi didn't give her a chance and spoke in a low voice. Let's go, stop talking nonsense. We don't have much time left. Let's get out of this damn place at night. The woman nodded, quickly stood up, and prepared to follow Chuyi. However, the footsteps seemed too harsh in the silence, and she stopped abruptly. He looked down at the old shoes on his feet, hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and took off his shoes. Barefoot, he followed quietly behind Chuyi. Her feet felt a dull pain as they stepped on the cold ground, but she dared not make a sound. The 2 men made their way through the mall, avoiding the few people who were on night watch, and quietly slid into the passage leading to the underground parking lot. Under the dim light, Chuyi led the woman along the way until a familiar voice came from the distance. Chuyi, Lin Jiangwo called out softly and emerged from behind a shabby SUV. Lin Wan followed closely behind, clutching the corner of her father's clothes, with a look of fatigue but more of vigilance on her face. Chuyi simply responded and glanced at the situation of the 2 people. Are you all right? Lin Jiangwo nodded. It's fine for now, except that we've eaten all the food you left. Luckily, no one has found this place. Otherwise, we wouldn't have survived until now. Lin Wan's gaze fell on the woman behind Chuyi, her frown revealing a questioning look. Who is she? Chuyi replied calmly. I know someone from above, and I picked up a person who is somewhat useful. Don't worry about it. Lin Wan frowned, but didn't say much. She could never understand Chu Ye's actions. What's the situation up there? Is there a way out? Lin Zhangwo asked in a low voice. Chu Yi shook his head. The entrances and exits in the mall are all sealed tightly, but I heard from this woman that there's a hidden way out in the underground parking lot. We have to try it. It's not good. Lin Zhangwo sighed. I didn't see an exit, but I noticed that there were a lot of traps set up in this parking lot. If I hadn't been a soldier before and hadn't been more careful, something might have happened a long time ago. Trap? Chu Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, and his vigilance could not help but rise. Lin Zhangwo took out a tissue, wiped his hands, and said, It's a very concealed trap. It's not easy for ordinary people to find it. The places I found have cover, so it's easy to step into them. When the woman heard this, she suddenly became excited. She took a few steps forward and looked at Lin Zhangwo eagerly. You just said a trap? Have you ever found a child? A child is teens, right? Lin Zhangwo was stunned and shook his head. The child has not seen anything. There are only a few dead bodies of small animals. I guess they were killed by traps. Chu Yi looked at her coldly and said indifferently, If you want to find a child, you should be more patient. You better not drag me down now. The woman lowered her head in silence when she heard this and said nothing, but the glimmer in her eyes did not go out. Just stop trying to argue back. Lin Wan glanced at her, then glanced at Chu Yi, her brows furrowed even more tightly. Brother, what's next? How do we find a way out? Lin Wan asked, her voice low and urgent. Chu Yi turned to look at the woman with a cold tone. Tell me, where's the passage you mentioned? How we find it? We're in the underground parking lot now. You should know where it is, right? The woman flinched, her eyes flickering. I have to look for it. After all, I only saw it on the blueprint. I'm not sure of the exact location. Chu Yi took a step closer, his tone becoming even more stern. You better not play tricks. If you dare to lie to me, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The woman hurried to explain. Really? I'm not lying to you. I used to work in the management of a shopping mall and was responsible for compiling some engineering drawings. I remember one of the drawings marked a subway maintenance passage, which was in the underground parking lot, but I need to recall the exact location. She clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, looking anxious. That blueprint is very complicated, with many marks and lines on it. It takes me some time to find the location of that passage. Chu Yi stared at her for a few seconds, as if trying to determine the truth in her words. After a moment, he snorted coldly. I'll give you some time, but you'd better hurry up. We don't have time to waste here. The woman nodded as if she had been pardoned. I will do it as soon as possible. I will do it as soon as possible. She began to try to recall the details on the drawing, muttering to herself. Second underground floor, parking lot C, near the fire escape. Chu Yi interrupted her impatiently. Stop nagging and just lead the way to find them. If we are discovered, those people might bring us trouble. When several people were discussing what to do next, a beam of cold light suddenly pierced through the darkness and shone directly on Chu Ye's face. Mr. Chu, there really is something wrong with you. Now that you're here, you're still thinking of leaving. Chapter 61, The Woman Must Stay. The muscles on Chu Ye's face twitched slightly. He raised his hand to block the sudden light source. His eyes were dazed for a moment, and he looked at a group of people gradually appearing in the distance. The man in the lead had a stern look on his face. He was the mall security Captain Black Bear. There were more than a dozen people following behind Black Bear, all holding weapons in their hands, and they walked towards him aggressively. He saw Chu Yi and his two companions, as well as the woman hiding behind Chu Yi, at a glance, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Is this what you said? There's only one person with the surname Chu here. What about the other two? Oh, there's also a girl. Black Bear questioned lay behind him in a rough voice, his tone full of dissatisfaction and suspicion. Lay rubbed his hands in embarrassment, avoiding looking into the Black Bear's eyes. This? I don't know either, Brother Xiang. We too did discover Chu Yi himself at that time. Maybe we met him later? You also know it's so dark down there. We didn't see it very clearly. Black Bear glared at him, obviously not satisfied with this explanation. Bullshit. With your little courage. If you really found other people, you would be scared to death. I think you just want to keep it for yourself. Tell me, do you want to hide that girl for your own enjoyment? Lei was so scared that he waved his hands and explained hurriedly. Brother Xiong, swear to God, how dare I have such thoughts? When we came down, we really didn't see anyone else, right, monkey? The Black Bear snorted coldly, His eyes swept over the woman, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. You're smart, kid. But since this girl is with a guy named Chu, she must be no good. When I catch her, I'll lock her up first, and then I'll hand her over to you when I get tired of her. Shirley didn't dare to respond. He just nodded with a smile. But I secretly complained in my heart, thinking that if I had known earlier, I would have been lazy and checked the parking lot carefully. Now, I have offended Xionghe, and my life will be difficult in the future. Chu Yi raised his eyes and looked at the black bear coldly, with a chill in his eyes that penetrated his bones. He stood up straight, his tone calm and almost disdainful. Let's go, and keep our distance from each other. I have no intention of interfering with your affairs. When Black Bear heard this, he snorted coldly, his tone low but threatening. Since you want to leave, I can't keep you, but the women have to stay. Such delicate women are rare. And he paused, slowly approached Chu Yi, and grinned. You have to promise not to reveal our situation here. Otherwise, oh, Chu Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, a sneer of contempt flashing across his lips. Otherwise what? Black Bear was choked for a moment, paused for a moment, then raised his chin and spoke in a hard voice. Otherwise, you have to stay here and get along well with each other. Chu Yi laughed out loud. He tilted his head and looked at the Black Bear with a squint, his tone relaxed but with a hint of sharpness. I don't want to agree to the 2 points you mentioned at all. The Black Bear narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he let out a sneer. Kid, don't refuse a toast. I have a lot of people here. Even if I kill a few of you, who would care in such a big mall? Chu Yi took a step back, put his hands in his pockets, his expression still cold and calm. You could try, but I advise you not to do it. Hearing this, Black Bear's face suddenly darkened. The younger brothers behind him also tightened their sticks. The situation became tense. The air seemed to freeze. Lin Jingwo protected Lin Wan slightly, his eyes showing a vigilant look ready to strike. The woman lowered her head, her fingers clenched into fists with nervousness. The Black Bear stared at Chu Yi for a few seconds and finally laughed sinisterly. All right, kid, you're pretty tough. I want to see whether the 3 of you can get out, or whether my dozens of brothers can tear you apart. Chu Yi took a deep breath, unsheathed the dagger in his hand, and a cold light flashed. He bent his body slightly. Then let's try it. Chu Yi moved. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the 2 strong men in front like a cheetah. The dagger flashed coldly, leaving a bloody mark on the arm of one of the men, and he froze in pain. Chu Yi took advantage of the situation and used his shoulder to slam the other person away, creating a gap in the encirclement. The security guards rushed towards Chu Yi, waving sticks in their hands. Although they were outnumbered, they were unable to get close to Chu Yi for a while due to his fierce attack. Damn it, come on. Why are you afraid of him? The guy is all alone. The security captain was shouting from behind, his face livid. He obviously didn't realize that Lin Jiangwo, a middle-aged man, could also be a threat. Lin Jiangwo shook the rebar in his hand and made an assassination gesture. I haven't lost the skills I learned when I was a soldier. Before he could finish his words, the rebar came out like a poisonous snake and stabbed a security guard who was rushing up into the stomach. The security guard groaned, held his stomach, and fell down. Lin Jiangwo took advantage of the situation and swung the rebar with his backhand, knocking the other security guard to the ground with a whistling sound. Old man, you're quite capable. The Black Bear roared angrily, waving the steel pipe in his hand, and rushed straight towards Lin Jiangwo. Well done. Lin Jiangwo shouted loudly, and instead of retreating, he advanced, swinging the rebar in his hand vigorously and fighting with the Black Bear. What are you all standing there for? Come on, kill them together. While fighting with Lin Jiangwo, Black Bear roared at his men. The security guards finally reacted and rushed forward. Wanner, stay away. While fending off the attacks from everyone, Lin Jiangwo shouted to Lin Wan. Lin Wan was already frightened out of her wits at this point. He glanced at Lin Jiangwo, who was besieged by the crowd, and thought to himself, Lao Lin, hold on a little longer. Chu Yi slashed a security guard's throat with his dagger, and blood spurted out. He took advantage of this brief gap to glance in the direction of Lin Jiangwo. Although Lao Lin is old, he is still agile. The rebar in his hand makes it airtight, and for a moment he is evenly matched with the Black Bear. Chu Yi calmed down a little, quickened his pace, and moved nimbly among the crowd, tearing a bloody path among Black Bear's men. Seeing that he was only a few steps away from Lin Jiangwo, Chu Yi was about to go over to support him, when suddenly a fierce gust of wind blew. The Black Bear had gotten rid of Lin Jiangwo at some point, and the iron stick in its hand swept towards Chu-Yi fiercely with a whistling sound. The attack was fast and fierce, obviously premeditated. Chu-Yi was shocked and wanted to block it, but it was too late. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Stop it, Shilei!" Everyone was stunned, including Chu-Yi. Shilei rushed forward, stood in front of Chu-Yi, and took the heavy blow from the black bear. Chapter 62, Killing the Security Team. "Shilei, you're fucking crazy," Black Bear roared. Shilei covered his wound, his face pale. "Captain, forget it. It's better to resolve a feud than to create one. Why we have to kill them all?" The security captain glared at Shilei. "You betrayed me?" Shilei did not answer, but just glanced at Chu-Yi. Chu-Yi grabbed Shilei's back and confronted the remaining security guards. "Shilei, why are you doing this?" Chu-Yi whispered, which made him even more confused. Why did Shilei want to help him? Shilei smiled bitterly. "I owe you that. Okay, I smoked your pack of cigarettes, so this is my way of paying you back." The security captain was furious when he saw Shilei betrayed him. He rushed forward again, brandishing his stick. "You two can go together." The black bear became angry and humiliated, and danced with the pole in his hand more fiercely, but revealed a flaw. Lin Jiangwo's eyes lit up. He seized the opportunity and thrust the rebar in his hand forward. He stabbed it hard into the black bear's abdomen. Ugh! The black bear let out a painful roar and waved the steel pipe in his hand wildly, like a trapped beast fighting to the bitter end. Lin Jiangwo took advantage of the situation to pull back the rebar, and blood dripped onto the ground along the grooves of the rebar. The black bear held his stomach and staggered back, his face full of pain. Seeing this, Chu-Yi hurriedly carried Shilei and retreated. After Lin Jiangwo succeeded, he did not slack off at all. He quickly took 2 steps back, steadied himself, and held the blood-stained rebar in his hand across his body. His eyes scanned the opponents around him like a hawk. The group of security guards surrounding him were completely shocked. The black bear fell to the ground, growling in pain like a dying beast. He covered his abdomen as blood was still gushing out. His legs were twitching weakly, and he tried to hold up his body several times, but to no avail. Judging from his pale face and unfocused eyes, he doesn't have much time left. Chu-Yi seized the opportunity and quickly flashed to Lin Jiangwo's side. His eyes were cold, and the blood-stained dagger in his hand reflected the chill. He warned in a low voice, "Old Lin, don't let up. Although these people's morale has been crushed, they will still bite you when they are desperate." Lin Jiangwo grinned, revealing a tough guy smile. "Even if I, Lin Jiangwo, die, as long as I'm still alive, I will never let anyone take advantage of me." Chu-Yi nodded and glanced around. His cold eyes fell on the remaining security guards who had not yet retreated. These people obviously did not dare to take the initiative to step forward. Their steps were extremely hesitant, and they were covered in sweat. Security Captain Black Bear shouted weakly, "You bunch of rubbish. Come on, all of you. Why are you still afraid? Kill them, kill them. I'm protecting you." Having said that, Black Bear's men had obviously begun to consider retreating. "If you're scared, get out of here." Chu-Yi spat out coldly. Although his voice was not loud, it was like a sharp blade dipped in ice water, piercing into the ears of these people. Several security guards looked at each other. Their hands holding the sticks became increasingly unsteady, and some had already begun to retreat. Chu-Yi saw that one of his subordinates was wavering, narrowed his eyes, tilted his body slightly, and stabbed out with the dagger in his hand. With a puff, it accurately cut through the arm of a security guard. "Ah!" The man screamed and let go of his weapon, staggering backward, covering his blood-stained arm. His scream seemed to trigger panic among the people around him. 2 of them almost ran away, dropping their sticks on the ground. Come back, you bunch of cowards." The black bear kept cursing. The remaining people were anxious even though they didn't run away. Looking at Chu-Yi, their eyes were full of fear. At this time, the black bear, half kneeling on the ground, tried to struggle to stand up again. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were red. He reached for the scattered steel pipes beside him with trembling hands, mumbling intermittently, no one can defeat me." Lin Jiangwo had sharp eyes and was closely watching the black bear's every move. He sneered, "You are such a fool. How can you still jump around?" The black bear was sweating profusely, but still tried to gather his strength and pounce on Lin Jiangwo. But after only taking 2 steps, his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. The black bear lay on the ground and died, and his men were left without support. Although he was yelling and cursing, the toughness on the surface could not hide the panic in his eyes. They finally collapsed completely. Seeing this, Shilei sneered, stood up and stood shoulder to shoulder with Chu Yi, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Among the newly selected mice, only the first one is the hardest to catch. The others will just scramble to dig holes." As he spoke, he looked around vigilantly and reminded Chu Yi in a low voice, "But who knows if these guys have some tricks up their sleeves, so don't relax." At this time, Lin Wan slowly poked her head out from the corner of the wall, and seeing that the situation had finally reversed, she immediately ran over. Chu Yi noticed the figure of the rescued woman behind Lin Wan. He walked quickly to her side and spoke in a low voice. "Let's go. If you can find that entrance, now is the time." His eyes remained alert as he scanned the surrounding environment. At this moment, a childish voice suddenly sounded behind the woman. "Mom." The woman turned around suddenly and saw a little boy about 10 years old standing timidly not far away. It was her son. The child was hiding in a car, but when he heard the fighting outside, he ran out in fright. But he found his mother unexpectedly. When the woman saw her son, she was overjoyed and immediately ran over and hugged him. Chu Ye's eyes were always scanning the surroundings vigilantly, and he said in a deep voice, "If you want to reminisce, it's best to find a safe place." The women also knew that now was not the time to take care of their children, as they were not out of danger yet. She responded and held the child's hand tightly. "Walk deeper into the underground parking lot. The entrance to the maintenance channel is a little further north in the underground parking lot." Chu Ye's attention was attracted by an inconspicuous piece of iron plate. A thick layer of dust accumulated on the edges. "Interesting." The corners of Chu Ye's mouth curled up slightly. I walked over and stepped on the iron plate, and sure enough, it was empty. He picked up a crooked steel pipe from the wall and pried it hard at a corner of the iron plate. Hiss! The sharp friction sound of the iron plate pierced the silence of the underground parking lot, and the echoes echoed back and forth in this enclosed space. Chu Yi calmly interrupted his concerns, then turned his head to look at Lin Wan. "Come on, lend a hand and move this iron plate away." Although she hesitated for a moment, Lin Wan still leaned down and supported one side of the iron plate with both hands. The three of them moved skillfully and in perfect harmony. Chu Yi used a steel pipe to pry, and the iron plate moved in response. Lin Wan and Lin Jiangwo quickly grabbed the edge and pulled it away from its original position in one go. It was a heavy-looking trapdoor with a number written on it in blue paint. Chapter 63, Subway Tunnel. Everyone worked together to open the trapdoor. The entrance to the subway maintenance passage was wide open. A cold breeze blew out from deep within the passage, bringing with it a damp smell. It is truly a luxury in this doomsday covered by yellow sand. Chu Yi turned slightly and looked at the woman holding the child beside him, his voice low. "The passage you mentioned before, is this what you meant?" The woman raised her head when she heard the voice. Her eyes fell on the entrance that was emitting cool air, and a hint of hesitation flashed across her face. But then she shook her head. Her voice was a little tired and uncertain. "I don't know. It should be here. I haven't seen any other places that look like entrances or exits around here." Chu Yi frowned. His gaze lingered on the woman's face for a moment, as if judging the credibility of her words. He took a low breath. "You don't even know where this place leads to." The woman hugged the child tightly in her arms, with a look of panic and guilt on her face. "I'm sorry. I really don't know. I just know there is a subway maintenance passage, but I don't know what it looks like." She spoke softly and lowered her head, perhaps out of fear or shame. He suppressed the coldness in his tone, stopped asking questions, and just whispered, "Are you sure there's no other danger going down here? If you're not sure, don't waste your time." The woman pursed her lips with a trace of struggle in her eyes, and finally shook her head. "I don't know, but if we have to run, we have no choice." Chu Yi sneered, a sharp look flashing in his eyes. "No choice? It's just a gamble of life." Shirley on the side couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted with a sneer. "It's better to gamble your life than to stay here and get stabbed. There's no time to hesitate. Let's just do it." Lin Jiangwo narrowed his eyes, raised the flashlight, and shone it downwards. The dim beam of light could barely illuminate the rusty escalator in the passage. He inserted the steel bar into his belt and climbed to the edge of the escalator first. "I'll go down and take a look first. You guys follow behind." He climbed down with swift movements. "And you?" Chu Yi turned and asked Shirley. "It's not too late to regret now. Are you sure you want to go with us? You can go back to the mall now. Following us may not necessarily lead to good results." Shirley was slightly startled, hesitated for half a second, but shook his head stubbornly. "I've already helped you, and the captain is dead. If I go back now, What do you think they will think of me? Those security guards will definitely not let me go easily. Going back is no less dangerous than following you. Chuyi raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he just sighed softly. Very clever. He said softly. Shirley did not flinch, and looked at Chuyi seriously. You just said that this is your way home. Although I don't know where the home you're talking about is, you are worthy of my trust. What's more, people like you live more soberly than anyone else. If I follow you, maybe I can survive. Chuyi stared at Shirley for a moment. He didn't refuse again, but nodded. Okay, whether it's impulsive or rational, since you have the courage to follow me, I won't stop you. Chuye's tone was calm. It revealed a rare sincerity. Thank you for helping me just now. Without you, it will be useless to hold on. I might really fall into the hands of those people. Don't be polite to me. Shirley scratched his head and spoke a little awkwardly. Besides, compared to your skills just now, my little help is nothing. He paused and added, also, no need to thank me. I don't have anywhere to go anyway. If you really feel like you're a burden, just treat me as a fellow traveler. After all, in this world, it doesn't hurt to have more companions, right? Chuyi smiled slightly. Then you have to be prepared. Not everyone can bear the pressure of traveling with us. Stop talking nonsense. Are you still going to fight? Lin Jiangwo's voice came from the maintenance passage. Chuyi turned around and glanced into the depths of the passage, then raised his hand and patted Shirley on the shoulder. Let's go. Don't try to be strong when you can't bear it anymore. Shirley nodded vigorously, indicating that he understood. The two of them grabbed the edge of the escalator and followed Lin Jiangwo's footsteps, climbing all the way to the unknown depths. The humid air was filled with coldness, and walking down the escalator seemed to lead to another world. After climbing down the last section of the rusty iron ladder, Chuyi landed on the ground, and a chill instantly spread from the soles of his feet to his whole body. He couldn't help but shiver. It's really cold. Shirley followed closely behind, and couldn't help rubbing his arms after landing. I should have bought some thick clothes from the mall. Who would have thought it would be like an ice cellar down here? Lin Wan also gently pulled her collar closer, her teeth chattering slightly, and asked Chuyi, what do we proceed next? Chuyi looked around. In the dim light, the abandoned subway tunnel seemed deep and silent. In the distance, the railway tracks stretched into the darkness, as if there was no end. He turned to look at the woman he rescued and asked, do you know which line this is? After asking, Chuyi realized that he didn't know the other person's name yet, and smiled slightly awkwardly. I'm sorry, I don't know your name yet. The woman wrapped her thin clothes tightly, seemed to be a little cold, and answered softly. My name is Su Qing. This should be line 3. Line 3. Chuyi repeated it in a low voice, and the city subway map quickly appeared in his mind. If we follow this line, we should be able to reach the south. Chuyi recalled the subway lines and wondered which subway station was near his home. Then he pulled his phone from his pocket and opened the compass app. The screen emitted a faint light. The pointer shook on the screen for a few times and finally stabilized and pointed in one direction. Let's go first. Maybe we can get warmer if we walk. It's better than freezing here. Chuyi put away his phone and pointed in the direction indicated by the compass. There, the subway has stopped running, and in the huge tunnel, there is no other sound except the footsteps of a few people. It seems particularly empty and quiet. Su Qing was not wearing shoes and walked barefoot on the cold railroad tracks, taking every step carefully. The speed is much slower than others. Lin Wan was very sensitive and immediately noticed something was wrong with Su Qing, so she stepped forward to support her. Sister Su Qing, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Chuyi noticed that Su Qing fell behind the team and was staggering, so he couldn't help but stop. What's wrong? Can't keep up. He stopped Lin Jiangwo, who was walking in front and exploring the way. Su Qing bit her lip, shook her head, her eyes flickering, and seemed unwilling to say more. She smiled weakly. It's okay, just a little cold. Cold? Who wouldn't be cold in this damn place? Shirley rubbed his red, frozen hands and muttered something. His carefree personality made him not notice Su Qing's abnormality. But Lin Wan didn't let her go easily. She helped Su Qing sit down beside the railway tracks. Don't force yourself. Tell us what's wrong, and we can work together to find a solution. As she spoke, she gently lifted up Su Qing's trouser legs. What came into view was a shocking sight. Su Qing's soles were covered with tiny scratches. Some places have scabbed over, some places are still bleeding, and the ankles are swollen and purple. This what's going on? Lin Wan took a breath and looked at Su Qing with heartache. Only then did Su Qing stammer and tell the truth. It turned out that when she was escaping, she threw away her shoes in order to avoid making any noise. I followed Chuyi barefoot all the way here. The floor of the mall was relatively flat, so she could still bear it, but after getting out of the subway tunnel, the sharp gravel on the tracks caused greater damage to her delicate feet. She was afraid of dragging everyone down, so she kept it to herself. Chapter 64 Subway Accident. Although he was harsh in words, he didn't have a bad heart. He took out a roll of bandages from his backpack, tore off some, and simply bandaged Su Qing. Okay, let's just make do with it for now, and we'll deal with it properly once we find a safe place. Su Qing looked at Chu Yi gratefully and whispered, "Thank you." Chu Yi raised his head and looked around. Huge cracks appear on the concrete above the subway tunnel from time to time, and some places have even collapsed. The soil and steel bars outside were exposed. This place won't collapse, right? Shirley's voice was trembling a little. He looked up at the crumbling concrete blocks above his head and felt a chill in his heart. Don't be such a jinx, Chu Yi scolded, but his heart was also full of worry. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Landslide, Lin Wan exclaimed, and tightly grasped Shir lay beside her. Su Qing lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. She covered her injured foot in pain, her face pale. Chu Yi quickly supported the staggering Lin Wan and shouted loudly at the same time. "It's an earthquake. Watch out for the rocks above your head. Be careful not to get hit." In the darkness, rubble continued to fall from the top of the tunnel, hitting the ground with loud bang-bang sounds. Ah! A scream pierced the night sky as Shirley was hit on the shoulder by a falling rock. He fell to the ground in agony, groaning in pain. "Shilei!" Lin Wan rushed to Shirley in horror and tried to help him up. Chu Ye's heart sank. The subway tunnel was empty, and there was not even a place to hide. If I were buried here like this, there wouldn't even be anyone to report it. Damn it, there was an earthquake in the subway tunnel. Logically, the location of the subway tunnel should be stable enough, but this time we are in big trouble. He reminded everyone loudly. "Everyone watch out for your heads. Try to follow me." The gravel fell like raindrops, hitting the ground with a thud. Chu Yi was quick-witted and quick-handed. He pulled Su Qing, who was almost hit by the falling rocks, and protected her behind him. Shirley was hit hard. He put one hand on Lin Wan's head and clenched his teeth. Not a sound was made. Now is not the time to cry out in pain. We must escape from this dangerous place as soon as possible. Chu Yi relied on his memory, trying to identify the direction, and led everyone to run deep into the tunnel. Fortunately, the earthquake did not last long and gradually subsided. When everything calmed down, Chu Yi slowly stood up. He looked around and saw that the subway tunnel was in a mess. "It's over." Lin Wan's voice trembled slightly. "Probably. There may be aftershocks. Who can tell for sure?" A bitter smile appeared on Chu Ye's lips, and he looked forward. At this moment, he suddenly heard a faint cry for help coming from not far away. Chu Yi was startled and stopped abruptly, holding his breath and listening. How could there be someone here? This subway tunnel has been shut down. How could there still be people here? Could it be that I am too nervous and have auditory hallucinations? But that faint voice, with a hint of help and a low moan, was so real. He turned to look at the others and asked in a low voice, "Did you hear any noise?" Su Qing bit her lip and nodded carefully. "I seemed to hear it too. It sounded like someone was shouting for help." Shirley frowned, covered his injured shoulder with one hand, and raised his head with difficulty. "It's not your hallucination, Chu Yi. I heard it too. There can't be any living people in this area, right?" Chu Ye's eyes darkened. This was obviously not an ordinary situation. He turned to Lin Jiangwo, who was walking in front, and shouted in a low voice, "Uncle Lin, wait. Is there anything ahead?" Lin Jiangwo turned around with a serious and strange look on his face. He waved his hand gently, motioning Chu Yi and the others to come closer, and then spoke in a low voice. "We found a discontinued subway train ahead, buried under a pile of rubble. Judging from the sounds, there may still be people alive in the subway." Chu Ye's breathing stagnated when he heard this. "Are you sure? How could there be anyone in a place like this?" "I'm sure. The sound came from the direction of the subway. I was closer and could hear it more clearly than you." Chu Ye's heart was churning. He thought that there must have been an earthquake when the sandstorm came 2 days ago, and the subway train was buried here before it stopped operating. "Let's go and take a look." Chu Yi and his group approached the buried subway wreckage cautiously. Just as Lin Jiangwo said, it was a severely damaged train with the front of the train deeply sunk into the collapsed rubble. The The car body was twisted and deformed by the huge rock. Fallen rocks blocked the subway tunnel, making it difficult to move forward. It seemed that the only way to get through was through this damaged subway car. This thing, is there really someone inside? Shirley covered his shoulder, his face pale, and asked doubtfully. Chuyi frowned and quickly looked around for the situation. A window at the rear of the car was completely shattered with jagged edges. It was unclear whether it was broken by humans or by falling rocks. In any case, this made it easier for them to enter the carriage. Uncle Lin, can you still move? Chuyi turned his head and looked at Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo stretched his muscles and said in a deep voice, "It's okay. I'm not that fragile. The pile of broken rocks just now didn't do anything to me. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Shirley, you're seriously injured, so stay here with Su Qing and Lin Wan. We'll go back quickly." Chuyi made arrangements quickly. Although Shirley was somewhat unwilling, he also knew that he was now a burden, so he had to nod and agree. Su Qing and Lin Wan looked at Chu Yi with concern. Chu Yi and Lin Jiangwo looked at each other, then used the scattered rubble around them to climb up to the broken window and got into the subway car. The interior of the carriage was in chaos, with seats crooked, armrests broken, and all kinds of debris scattered on the ground. The air was filled with a thick smell of dust, making it difficult to breathe. The carriage flipped off the tracks and the joints were twisted like a pretzel, but it could still barely pass. Chu Yi and Lin Jiangwo carefully passed through the twisted carriage connecting door, using the dim light. They saw several vague figures swaying in the carriage in front. "Anyone there?" Chu Yi called out tentatively. "Is it the rescue team? Great, someone is finally here." A weak voice came from the front, with surprise at having survived a disaster. When Chu Yi heard this, he knew he had been misunderstood. He was about to explain when suddenly a shrill voice came from deep in the carriage. "What are you guys in the rescue team doing? It took you so many days to get here. You've delayed my work, and I'll show you how I'll file a complaint against you later." The voice was sharp and angry, and Chu Yi raised his eyebrows. He snorted coldly, a sarcastic smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. "If you have the guts, get out of here on your own. I'll save anyone who wants to. Do you really think I'm here to serve you? Also, if you can find a place to complain about me, I'll consider you competent." Chapter 65, I'm not a rescue team. "You bastard. What's your attitude?" The sound was even more piercing, making people angry. Along with the angry curses, a thin man poked his head out from behind the seat. His face was pale and his clothes were disheveled, but his eyes were full of hostility and disdain. Chu Yi looked at him coldly. "If you had come earlier, we wouldn't have to suffer so much." Do you know how long we have been here?" 2 days. 2 whole days without a sip of water." The other people looked obviously embarrassed, and one of them, a middle-aged woman, quietly pulled the man's sleeve. He advised in a low voice, "On, don't be like this. They are here to save us after all." "Save? Huh." The man called On smiled contemptuously and shook off the woman's hand. "Did you hear what he just said? He acted so arrogant. Don't think I'll be grateful to them. They're committing a crime just by coming 1 day late." Chu Yi sneered, and his eyes fell on the man named On. His tone was gloomy. "You've been without water for 3 days, yet you still have the energy to yell here. You seem to be living a comfortable life. But if you're so stubborn, why don't you just crawl out by yourself?" On was choked and speechless for a moment. Then he snorted coldly. "I don't want to waste my time talking to you. If you guys still know some rules, you should find us some food and drinks, and then take us out. Otherwise, if something happens to me, you rescuers will be sued." The sarcasm on Chu Ye's face became even stronger, and he turned around and said to Lin Jiangwo, "These days, even trash can be so self-righteous." Lin Jiangwo sighed, patted Chu Ye's shoulder, and whispered, "Don't bother with this kind of person. We need to figure out how to get through first." "Well, everyone, stop arguing. The rescue team has a hard time. The roads have been blocked since the earthquake and the collapse. It's understandable that it's been delayed until now," the woman from before advised. Chu Yi glanced at the other person coldly and was about to speak when he saw Lin Jiangwo speak. His tone was calm and low. "We are not a rescue team. How long have you been trapped here? Do you know what happened before the subway collapsed?" There were a few whispers from deep inside the car, and then a slightly clearer voice answered, "We didn't know what was going on. We just felt the ground shaking suddenly. The car stopped, the lights went out, and then that was it. We had no idea what was going on outside." Chu Yi and Lin Jiangwo looked at each other. They quickly realized that the people in the car seemed to have no idea what was happening on the ground. I guess these people have been stuck in the subway for so long. Chuyi lowered his eyes, his tone slightly cold. Don't count on pie falling from the sky. The only one who can save you now is me. I am not a rescue team, and there will be no rescue team to help you later. When Ah-won heard Chuye's words, he immediately jumped up and pointed at Chuye's nose and cursed. What do you mean? What do you mean they're not a rescue team? Are you kidding us? We have been trapped here for so long, and we finally got someone to come. And you actually said they're not here to rescue us? Don't try to shirk your responsibility. Get us out of here right now. Others followed suit and started clamoring at the same time. That's right. We've been waiting here for so long, hungry and thirsty. You must be responsible. Hurry up and rescue us. We are starving to death. Are you a rescue team? If not, why are you here? Chuyi waved his hand impatiently, interrupting their quarrel, and sneered. Shut up. Listen carefully. I'll say it again. I'm not a rescue team. You have no idea what the situation is on the ground right now. Forget rescuing you. The people on the ground will have to rely on luck to survive. The people in the carriage suddenly became quiet and looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion and anxiety. A young woman asked cautiously, Outside? What happened outside? Chuyi uttered a few words in a cold tone. The whole city was buried by the sandstorm. There was dead silence in the carriage, and everyone stood there in a daze, as if they had been struck by lightning. Impossible. On muttered to himself, his face pale. You must be kidding. Then, what should we do? There was sarcasm in Chuye's tone. What should we do? Just wait to die. Expect someone to save you? Dream on. In this situation, no one can save you. You can only rely on yourself. After these words were spoken, the carriage fell completely silent. After a while, the man named Owen finally lost his temper and whispered, Okay, we'll listen to you. It's better than dying here. Chuyi glanced at them with a cold look. Since you are willing to follow my instructions, save your energy. We have to find a way to open the carriage. The people in the car nodded silently with complicated expressions. Chuyi had no intention of letting these people in the car touch his tools. God knows whether these strangers will have ulterior motives and use their own tools against them. He leaned against the car door, thinking about how to clear the obstacle next. He took out 2 axes from the system space, which he had saved when he cleared out the hardware section of the supermarket. It really came in handy. He handed one of them to Lin Jiangwo, his voice cold and low. Just decide where to start. Don't waste your energy. Lin Jiangwo nodded, gripped the axe tightly, and then the two of them started from the subway door tacitly. The metal axe blade hit the heavy subway door, making a sharp sound. The sound resonated on all 4 walls in the closed compartment. The loud noise made Lin Wan think that something unexpected had happened, and she immediately ran to the smashed car window. I want to see what happened to Chuyi. She leaned half of her body in and asked anxiously, Chuyi, are you in trouble? Why is there such a loud noise? Chuyi glanced back at her, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and responded coldly. It's okay, just opening the door. Lin Wan was obviously not reassured and asked with a frown, Open the door? Why is opening the door so noisy? Chuyi was too lazy to explain. He turned around, swung the axe, and chopped it down again. He used too much force, and the axe blade embedded deeply into the iron door, and strong vibrations came from his hands holding the axe handle. It makes one's bones feel numb. Chuyi caught a glimpse of the person in the car, staring at the tools in his hands with a strange look in his eyes. Someone among the trapped people shouted, Hey buddy, do you have any tools? We have more people and can help. It will take you forever to clear the way like this. A hint of alertness appeared between Chuye's brows. He deliberately gripped the axe tighter and glanced at the people coldly. Don't think too much. These tools are ours, not for you to use. Just stay with yours and don't have any inappropriate thoughts. These words were like a bucket of ice water poured down on everyone who coveted the tools, sending a sudden chill down their spines. They quickly lowered their eyes. The carriage fell silent again, with only the intermittent sound of the axe hitting hard metal. Chapter 66 The Dead Must Give Way to the Living. The deafening knocks echoed in the narrow carriage, and sparks flew. Chuyi and Lin Jiangwo took turns swinging the axes, chopping at the cold metal again and again. Fortunately, the interior materials of the subway were all made of lightweight alloys, and with the chopping of the steel axe, a hole barely big enough for one person to pass through was quickly smashed open. The people in the carriage couldn't wait to get out of the hole, with a gleam of survival in their eyes. A middle-aged man rubbed his hands, approached Chuyi cautiously, and asked tentatively, Brother, look at the world. Is there anything to eat or drink? Please share some with us. We haven't had any food or water for 2 days. Chuyi glanced at him coldly, his tone devoid of any warmth. No. Another woman followed suit. That's right, little brother. We are all in the same boat. It's only natural for us to help each other. Chuyi interrupted her impatiently. I've already said that we are not a rescue team. We don't have those things on us. We just happen to pass by here. In this situation, where people have been trapped for a long time, Chuyi did not dare to expose the water and food he had on him. Exposing the supplies would only cause unnecessary trouble. He did not intend to feed these people who could not help. He came to the broken window and pulled Lin Wan and Shirley into another carriage. The wound on Shirley's arm had not yet healed, and he grimaced in pain every time he took a step. Chuyi could only help him move forward. Then, Chuyi pulled the remaining 2 adults and a child into the carriage one by one. After gathering together again, everyone began to grope their way forward along the scrapped subway car. The air was filled with the smell of dust and rust, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, Chuyi stopped and looked back. I found that the people who were trapped in the carriage before had also followed us. Chuyi frowned, a trace of vigilance rising in his heart. Why are you following me? Chuyi asked in a cold tone. The middle-aged man quickly apologized with a smile. Brother, we have nowhere to go. I'll follow you, so that at least you can take care of us. Look after us. You don't know where we are going, do you? Chuyi sneered. The woman also spoke timidly. Brother, we really have no ill intentions. We just want to follow you to find a safe place. Chuyi ignored their explanation. He turned around and continued walking forward. We don't know where the way out is. We're just passing by here. There is no need for you to follow us. Despite Chuyi's tough attitude, these people still followed him closely, like a tail that can't be shaken off. Chuyi cursed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. Chuyi and his group continued to grope their way forward along the subway tunnel, and it was pitch black all around them. Only the beam of light from the flashlight barely illuminated the road ahead. After walking for some distance, they came to a new carriage. This carriage seemed to have experienced a disaster. The interior was in a mess, with seats tilted, glass broken, and all kinds of debris scattered on the ground. What is even more shocking is that there are several corpses lying all over the carriage. His body was covered in blood and dust, and it was obvious that he had been dead for a long time. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and decay, which made people feel sick. Su Qing hid behind Chuyi in fear, holding onto the corner of his clothes tightly, not daring to look at the corpses. Chuyi carefully shone the flashlight inside the car, and only after confirming that there was no danger did he lead everyone in. He noticed that one of the female victims was wearing a pair of relatively intact sneakers. The size looks about the same as Su Qing's feet. Chuyi's heart moved, and he bent down and took off the shoes from the victim's feet. Su Qing, come here, Chuyi said softly. Su Qing walked timidly to Chuyi and looked at the shoes in his hand puzzledly. This? Put them on. They're not new, but at least they're better than being barefoot. Chuyi handed the shoes to Su Qing. Su Qing hesitated for a moment, looked at the shoes in Chuyi's hand, and then looked at her own dusty feet. This isn't good, is it? These are someone else's shoes. Su Qing was a little hesitant. What time is it now? Why are you so particular? Are you planning to walk a few more kilometers like this? Besides, she is no longer useful, Chuyi said in a serious tone. Su Qing bit her lip and finally took the shoes and put them on her feet gently. Although shoes are personal belongings and the size is not suitable, at least you don't have to go barefoot anymore. Thanks, Su Qing said in a low voice. Chuyi said, come on, let's keep moving forward. Su Qing had just put on her shoes and stood behind Chuyi with some uneasiness. Those trapped in the subway, who followed Chuyi, began to murmur in low voices. These shoes were taken off a dead person's feet. How can you wear them again? A slightly mean woman whispered. That's right. It's really disrespectful to touch the things of the dead. Not only is it unlucky, but wearing something belonging to a dead person on your feet, who knows if it will bring you bad luck. If you don't like it, you can leave. Chuyi suddenly stopped, turned around, and shone the flashlight directly on those people's faces. I didn't stop you. The woman turned her face away due to the blinding light, but she still muttered unwillingly. We have no other choice. Who said that? Can't we just go the opposite way we went? I can tell you that there is a subway maintenance tunnel ahead. There's a shopping mall if you climb up. Chuyi interrupted coldly, his eyes sharp. Don't think I can't hear you whispering. You don't need to tell me what to do. Dead people stuff? That's what no one wants. And for us, nothing else matters except being alive. If you want to be respectful, you can lie down in front of each corpse and cry for 3 days and 3 nights. It depends on whether those monsters give you time to cry. The woman's mouth moved a few times, but in the end, she didn't dare to say anything more. She lowered her head and shrank into the team. When Chuyi turned around, she muttered one last word. "It's so cold-blooded." Chuyi didn't look back, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He raised his leg and continued to lead people forward, leaving behind a word. "It's good to be alive. It's better than being dead. The dead must give way to the living." Coming out of the abandoned subway, the crowd walked along the subway tunnel for a long time. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound coming from the front, as if something was moving. "What's that sound?" Lin Wan nervously grabbed Chuyi's arm. Chuyi signaled for everyone to be quiet. He tightly gripped the axe in his hand and looked ahead vigilantly. The beam of light from the flashlight moved slowly, illuminating a corner. I saw a group of rats surrounding a corpse and gnawing at it. The scene was bloody and horrifying. Lin Wan screamed in fright and hid behind Chuyi. The others also stepped back, their faces pale. Chuyi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He swung the axe to drive away the rats, and then carefully observed the condition of the corpse. Judging from his clothes, he should be a passenger on the subway. The cause of death is unknown. It seems that this place is not safe. Chuyi said in a deep voice. Chapter 67. These people are a hidden danger. Chuyi squatted down and shone the flashlight carefully on the corpse. The corpse was wearing ordinary casual clothes, and its body had been gnawed beyond recognition by rats. He couldn't tell the cause of death with his skills. Chuyi gently turned the corpse over with his hands. He checked the body's pockets and found only a crumpled tissue and a few coins, no identification documents or valuable clues. Chuyi stood up and shook his head. It seemed that he could not get any useful information from this corpse. Wow! Suppressed crying sounds were heard from the team. We won't become like this too. Let's get out of here. I don't want to die here. But where else can we go? Follow that person. He must have a way. Maybe we can find a way to survive. Yes, we can't give up hope. The people who were rescued from the subway followed Chuyi and whispered, but their words gave Chuyi a headache. Obviously, they regarded Chuyi as their hope. But Chuyi had no intention of leading these people who followed him closely. He wiped the blood from his hands on the corpse's clothes. He stood up and continued forward with Lin Jiangwo, Shirley, and others. Along the way, the image of rats gnawing at the corpse is lingering in everyone's mind. But due to Chuyi's fast pace, no one dared to complain or stop to rest. Su Qing followed Chuyi closely, holding her son with one hand. After a long period of panic and struggle, she looked extremely tired. As the shadow of the mall gradually receded, the feeling of safety gradually relaxed her tense nerves, and the toughness she had maintained before was no longer there. The whole person looks much weaker, with a hint of gentleness. She looked down at her little son whom she was holding, her eyes full of heartache and fatigue. The child was sensible and didn't say anything, but just stayed close to her, as if this could ease the burden on his mother. Su Qing pursed her lips, looked up at Chuyi in front of her, and finally silently retreated to Lin Wan's side. He slowed down his pace and asked in a low voice, "Lin Wan, how did you get to know Chuyi?" Lin Wan turned and glanced at Su Qing. She thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "I'm an airport ground staff. When the sandstorm first hit a few days ago, a passenger was unreasonable and wanted to hit me, but Chuyi helped me out. That was the first time I met him, and I was really grateful at the time." A faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she lowered her head and pulled her collar. "Oh," Su Qing responded softly, looked up at Chuyi's back, and then asked, "Then what kind of person is he? I feel like he's not like an ordinary person." She frowned slightly as she said this. Lin Wan smiled softly and shook her head as if expressing emotion. "I don't really know much about it. I just know that he asked my dad to renovate his villa. I was there when he signed the contract, and I thought he was a pretty ordinary guy, but when I saw the requirements for the renovation, I found it a little strange." Strangeness? Su Qing's curiosity was aroused. "Why is it strange?" Lin Wan whispered. He had very strict requirements for the decoration. Almost the entire house was reinforced with steel plates, and even the basement had a special protective design. At the time, my father thought he might have a mental problem, saying that the decoration would not look like a home at all, but more like a military camp. Su Qing was slightly startled and subconsciously raised her hand to tidy up the messy hair at her temples, laughing at herself in a low voice. This person is so mysterious. The outside world is already covered in yellow sand, and looks like the end of the world. What use is there for a villa? And it is decorated to such a high standard. Lin Wan laughed. Sister Su Qing, you don't know. When I heard the renovation request that day, I also thought it was ridiculous. But then I thought about it. Is it like he knew there would be this disaster? These words made Su Qing fall into a brief silence. She turned her head and glanced at the dark subway passage. Looking at Chu Ye's back again, he felt a sense of security. Finally, she sighed softly, said nothing more, and just walked even more lightly. Etc. Chu Yi suddenly stopped, raised the axe in his hand, and shone the flashlight forward. A small section of the tunnel collapsed, rubble blocking the way, leaving only a gap barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Lin Wan took a breath, and her face turned even paler. Let me take a look, Chu Yi said in a deep voice. He approached the collapse carefully and used an axe to push away some rubble. Observe the surrounding situation carefully. After confirming that there was no danger of further collapse, he turned around and spoke to everyone. I'll go over and take a look first. You guys wait here for me. Chu Yi squeezed sideways through the narrow gap, and the gravel scraped against his clothes, making a harsh sound. He tried to walk as lightly as possible for fear of causing a secondary collapse. After passing through the collapsed area, Chu Ye's eyes suddenly opened up. A subway station. Chu Yi was delighted. He used a flashlight to illuminate the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he spoke to the people behind him. Come on, there's a subway station here. As soon as Chu Yi finished speaking, the crowd became agitated. The depression and fear I had felt in the subway tunnel before now turned into a desire to survive. Everyone wanted to be the first to pass through the narrow gap and reach the safe station. I'll go first. I'll go first. A man shouted in a hoarse voice and pushed forward suddenly, almost knocking Su Qing and the child down. Don't push. Don't push. Lin Wan exclaimed and held the child tightly in her arms. The crowd was like ants in a fried pot, in chaos. Some people pushed each other, some cursed at each other, and the narrow passage was filled with noisy sounds. Be quiet. A roar sounded among the crowd like thunder. Lin Jiangwo, holding an axe, took a step forward and stood in front of the crowd. The axe blade reflected a cold light under the subway lights. If anyone pushes me again, don't blame me for being rude. If you don't want to die, be quiet. If anyone dares to mess around, my axe won't have eyes. He raised the axe in his hand. The crowd was frightened into silence by his words, and no one dared to make a sound. Lin Jiangwo looked around at everyone, and his eyes fell on Su Qing and Lin Wan. Wanner, Su Qing, take the children over first. Su Qing hesitated for a moment, glanced at the messy crowd, and finally nodded. She held Lin Wan's hand, protected the child, and carefully passed through the gap. After they all passed, Lin Jiangwo finally walked through the gap with peace of mind and came to Chu Ye's side. However, as soon as he stood firm, he heard faint whispers coming from behind him. Why should we let him go first, relying on the weapon in his hand? That's right, that's right. I'm just trying to scare you. Isn't there a subway station right in front of us? What else can I do when I get there? Humph. Once we get out of the subway station, I'll see if he can still be so arrogant. Why should I listen to him? Although the words were spoken softly, the passage was narrow and the sound could easily be heard. Lin Jiangwo listened attentively, his brows furrowed. Chapter 68, The Exit, was buried. Chu Yi led everyone up the mountain to the subway platform and walked along the passage all the way up. The subway station was spacious but deserted. The passengers must have fled when the sandstorm first came. When he reached the end, Chu Yi stopped, raised the flashlight in his hand, and shone the beam forward. Sure enough, the entrance and exit were completely buried, just as he had expected. Large areas of yellow sand completely blocked the entrances and exits of the subway station. Sand again, damn sand. Chu Yi frowned and muttered to himself. The people behind him also stopped and stood there in a daze after seeing this scene. After a brief silence, someone finally lost his mind. We can't get out. We can't get out. A middle-aged man suddenly roared and pounced on the pile of yellow sand, digging at the sand with both hands like a wild beast. I want to go out. I want to go home. Please let me out. The yellow sand was stirred up by his movements, and the dust flew, choking the people around him and causing them to take a few steps back. But the man had no scruples, and a wail in his throat was filled with despair. He used his hands and feet to dig at the sand, and his palms were soon scratched by the sharp gravel. Blood oozed out, but he didn't even feel the pain. Come on, calm down. Lin Wan couldn't help but kneel down and tried to hold him back. It's no use, you'll hurt yourself. The man tried hard to peel away a layer of sand, but only more sand fell. The effort of refilling the area he had just dug out seemed futile. That's enough. Seeing this, Lin Jiangwo quickly stepped forward, grabbed the man's arm, pulled him away from the sand pile, and shouted angrily in a low voice. Are you doing this to get everyone buried here? Calm down. I don't care. I don't care. I just want to go out. I want to go home. Do you understand? The man struggled desperately, sobs already filling his voice. My wife is still waiting for me. She is still waiting for me. I have to tell her that I am safe. I can't just die here. Hearing this heart-wrenching cry, the people around fell silent, and tears gradually welled up in their eyes. An elderly passenger came up and grabbed the man by the shoulders. Okay, kid, we all want to get out and go home alive, not just you. The old man sighed and patted his shoulder hard. You're only making the situation worse. Don't worry, okay? There will be a way. One can't give up so quickly. The man's body finally collapsed, and he fell to the ground, sobbing with his face buried in his dusty hands. There were a few suppressed sobs in the crowd, and no one said anything more. The air was filled with the smell of dust, and the same fear was hovering in everyone's heart. Chuyi stood there, looking at everything in front of him, and clenched the axe in his hand. These people who were rescued from the subway could get out of control at any time, and it would definitely be dangerous to keep them around. Chuyi ignored those desperate people. He turned and walked into the subway station. Seeing this, Lin Jiangwo hurriedly followed and asked Chuyi, "Won't you help dig a way out?" Chuyi shone the flashlight on the sign with the subway station name and said, "Save your energy. There's no need for us to help them. How many stops are there before we get to our destination? I came up here just to check out the situation at the subway station. I originally thought the sand wasn't that thick, but now it seems the situation outside is not optimistic. If they really want to get out, they can find a way themselves." Lin Jiangwo immediately understood what Chuyi meant and didn't say much. Chuyi continued, "These people are emotionally unstable right now. We'd be a burden if we took them with us. Besides, even if we get out, it's all sandy outside. How can we walk? In the subway tunnel, it's cooler than up there anyway. Instead of wasting time and energy, we might as well find another way out." Lin Jiangwo nodded, looked at the desperate crowd behind him, and sighed. "You're right. These people have lost their minds now, and we can't help them. I hope they can calm down and find a way out on their own." Chuyi said nothing more, turned around, and continued walking along the subway passage, with Lin Jiangwo following closely behind him. On the platform, two vending machines stood quietly. Chuyi walked forward and split the glass of the vending machine with a few strokes of the axe, revealing a wide variety of snacks and drinks inside. With a loud bang, the sound of the vending machine's glass shattering echoed in the empty subway station. He took out a few bottles of water and handed them to Lin Jiangwo, then stuffed a few bottles into his backpack. As for those colorful snacks, he didn't even look at them. He still had quite a lot in stock in his system space, so it wasn't worth it to rely on those snacks to fill his stomach. The noise of breaking open the vending machine attracted the attention of subway passengers. "What's that sound?" A hoarse voice sounded. "It seems to be coming from over there. Let's go and take a look." Soon, several ragged and dusty-faced men stumbled over. "There's food and water." Seeing the broken vending machine, a man shouted excitedly. His voice was hoarse from long-term thirst. The crowd suddenly became agitated, and the people who had been gathered at the exit rushed in like a tide. "Don't push. Don't push. Let me go first. Water. I want water." Chuyi was bumped into by someone and staggered a few steps, causing the water bottle in his backpack to clang against the wall. He frowned, glanced at the messy crowd with disgust, and snorted with disdain. "Be quiet." A burly man stood up and shouted loudly. "Whoever pushes again, don't even think about drinking water." His voice frightened the crowd slightly, but soon people started pushing and shoving again. "Why should I listen to you? Whoever grabs it first gets it. Don't cop. Don't grab. Everyone has a share." An elderly passenger stretched out his hand to maintain order, but was pushed to the ground. "Get out of the way, old man." The crowd fell into chaos again. Chuyi and Lin Jiangwo looked at each other. Sure enough, these people are all selfish guys. A little bit of profit can make them show their true colors. Chuyi did not stop them and let them fight for it. He just took Shirley, Lin Jiangwo, and others to the platform and prepared to return to the tunnel. "What are you doing? Where are you going?" A man holding a few bottles of drinks asked loudly. "We go our own way. What does it have to do with you?" Chuyi replied coldly. "You can't leave. Since you saved us, You have to find a way to take us with you. The man shouted, and the others echoed him. Save you? Chuyi sneered. I'm not a rescue team. I'm just saving myself. If you want to survive, you have to find a way yourself. You? The man wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chuyi. I'll say it again. I don't want to care about your life or death, so you'd better not bother me. Chuyi's tone was cold and full of warning. After saying that, Chuyi turned around and was about to leave. Stop! The man rushed forward and grabbed Chuyi's arm. You can't just abandon us like this. Chapter 69, Separation. A cold light flashed in Chuyi's eyes. He grabbed the man's wrist with his backhand and twisted it hard. The man let out a scream, and the drink in his hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. I'm warning you one last time, don't mess with me. Chuyi shook off the man's hand with a cold tone. The man covered his painful wrist, his eyes filled with fear, and he didn't dare to take another step forward. The coldness in Chuyi's eyes became even stronger. He pushed the man back with his backhand and threw him to the ground. The other person's body hit the cold and hard platform with a dull sound, and he grimaced in pain. But he dared not say another word. Chuyi patted his sleeves, as if he had just shaken off a piece of dirt that was in the way, and glanced coldly at the chaotic crowd. Let's go. He looked at Lin Jiangwo and Shirley. Several people quickly came to the edge of the platform, and Chuyi leaned over and glanced down at the dim railway tracks. Without hesitation, he turned over and jumped off the platform. Then he raised his chin and motioned Lin Jiangwo and Shirley to follow. The people who remained on the platform looked at each other at a loss. What now? A woman asked in a low voice. Instead of waiting to die here, why don't we dig a way out ourselves? Aren't there traces of construction over there? Maybe we can find it and dig up the sand at the exit. His proposal immediately caused a stir. Is this possible? The sand is so thick, how can we dig it? Some people expressed doubts. It's better than waiting to die here. Instead of pinning our hopes on others, we should rely on ourselves. His words resonated with many people, and some people began to get ready and were eager to give it a try. I think it's better to follow those guys. They look very capable and may be able to lead us to a safe place. Someone said timidly, You're stupid. They don't want to care about us at all. If we follow them, they might even abandon us. But can we do it on our own? What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Are you afraid that we can't dig a road? His words once again ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd, and more people began to support his proposal. Yes, we dig it ourselves. What's the point of following them? They don't care about our lives at all. We'll figure it out ourselves. In the crowd, people who supported the two opinions argued endlessly, and the scene was in chaos. Chuyi's figure was seen moving farther and farther away, gradually blending into the heavy shadows. At this moment, someone in the crowd on the platform couldn't hold back any longer, gritted his teeth, suddenly jumped off the platform, and quickly chased in the direction of Chuyi. This action instantly broke the deadlock in the crowd. Seeing this, 5 or 6 people also jumped off the platform and followed the man's footsteps, obviously determined to follow Chuyi. These guys are really crazy. What's so good about that cold-blooded bastard? All he knows is to run. If you follow him, you will die sooner or later. Some of those who stayed behind murmured indignantly. However, more people are in confusion and hesitation. They stood there, not knowing where to go. Hey, let's stop wasting time. The man who had previously suggested digging a way out looked at these hesitant people and couldn't help but speak again. Instead of wasting time here, why not try digging? What are you waiting for? Let's go. The man waved his hand and led the way to run towards the subway station entrance. Seeing this, more people joined the team that seemed to have found hope, and their steps were hurried and chaotic. They carried tools and supplies. Do you think those who chased Chuyi are right? What are you thinking? Following someone who refuses to save others is bound to end badly. Forget it, don't think too much. Let's go and help dig an exit. On the underground platform, the noisy debate gradually faded away, leaving only silence and darkness. The rails were covered with gravel and dust, and every step made a creaking sound, which was particularly clear in the silent tunnel. Chuyi walked in front, his steps brisk and steady, followed closely by Lin Jiangwo and Shirley. They all deliberately walked lightly, trying not to make too much noise. The group moved quickly along the railroad tracks, and the dark walls on both sides quickly swept away. Chuyi looked back from time to time and estimated that he was at least 200 meters away from the platform. Then he slowed down and finally stopped. Eat something to fill your stomach before you go, Chuyi said as he took off his backpack from his shoulder took out a few loaves of bread and canned luncheon meat from it, and distributed them to everyone. We can't make a fire here, so let's make do with this for now. We'll have something nice to eat when we get out. Shirley stared at Chu Yi creating food out of thin air, and subconsciously took the bread and canned food. He had wondered before why Chu Yi was so dismissive of the food in the mall, but now he finally understood. With this kind of food available, who would want to eat that kind of mush? Brother Chu, your backpack, when we searched it before, there was nothing inside. Where did this food come from? Shirley couldn't help but ask. Chu Yi smiled slightly and did not give a direct answer. Chu Yi had just opened a can of luncheon meat and was about to pry open the lid with a knife. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps was heard coming from deep in the tunnel. He raised his head sharply and looked around alertly. In the dim light of the tunnel, they could vaguely see several blurry figures approaching them quickly. Chu Yi quickly stood up, grabbed the flashlight, and shone it in the direction where the sound came from. A strong beam of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating 6 familiar faces. It turned out to be the person they rescued from the subway. Among them, what surprised Chu Yi the most was that An, who had been the most hostile to him before, was on the list. "Stop! Don't come over here!" Chu Yi shouted sternly. Seeing this, the 6 people stopped in their tracks. Owen smiled flatteringly and rubbed his hands. "Don't be nervous, brother. We are one of us. You got us out of the carriage before, and we didn't even have the chance to thank you properly." Chu Yi naturally would not easily believe An's lies. He looked at him coldly and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you following me?" At this time, a woman among the 6 people stood up. She had a neat ponytail and looked smart and capable. "We thought about it and decided that it would be better to follow you than those people. You must be able to lead us out, right?" The woman looked directly into Chu Ye's eyes and spoke sincerely. Chu Yi didn't answer, but just looked at them quietly. Owen caught a glimpse of the can of luncheon meat in Chu Ye's hand and couldn't help licking his lips and said cheekily, "Brother, look at us. We are following you sincerely, so why don't you give us something to eat?" Chapter 76 Burdens. The light in the tunnel was dim, and Chu Ye's eyes did not contain a trace of warmth in the beam of the flashlight. He glanced at the 6 people expressionlessly and spoke word by word. "I have no obligation to take you away." Chu Ye's tone was cold, and his voice echoed in the cramped tunnel. "I saved you, but we also need to pass through that subway. As for what you're going to do next, that is your own business and has nothing to do with me." He locked his gaze on An and sneered. "Especially you, An. When you were saying that I had ulterior motives before, you didn't seem so sincere. Now that you smell the aroma of luncheon meat, you want to come over and please me? When did you become so hypocritical?" The expression on An's face froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched, as if he wanted to argue something. But he found that he had no capital to argue anymore, and swallowed his words back. Chu Yi didn't intend to give him a chance to breathe, and swept over the other 5 people. "Listen carefully. I have no baggage, and I don't owe you anything. Don't expect me to hold your hands and walk you through every difficulty like a kindergarten teacher." An's expression quickly returned to normal, and there was a hint of flattery in his voice. "Hey, it's all a misunderstanding, brother. What happened before it was all because I was ignorant and didn't know how to talk properly." He rubbed his hands together, trying to sound more sincere. "I sincerely thank you for saving my life. We can see that you are a capable person, so we want to follow you." Chu Yi interrupted him coldly, and the flashlight fell directly on An's face like a sharp blade of judgment. "You said it yourself. Following someone who refuses to save others is doomed to a bad end. Now you come to me. Do you think your end is too good?" An was speechless, his face flushed red with embarrassment. He looked to his companions for help, but they all looked away subconsciously. She even took a few steps back deliberately, as if she didn't want to have anything to do with his embarrassment. At this time, the woman who had organized An in the subway before. He stopped An with one hand and scolded him in a low voice. "Can't you just keep your mouth shut?" Then he quickly turned to Chu Yi, forcing a smile on his face, but his voice was surprisingly steady. "We know that our previous attitude has displeased you, but now is not the time to talk about that. This is the apocalypse that no one can escape. If we want to survive, we must unite. We have no other choice." Chu Yi narrowed his eyes. The woman's tone made it hard to tell whether she was begging or trying to persuade. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at Lin Jiangwo and Shirley. "What do you think?" Lin Jiangwo frowned, as if he was considering something. Instead, Lin Wan stood up directly, her tone soft but firm. "Brother Chu, although their attitude is problematic, we can't really leave them here, right? If it were me, and you saved my life, I would definitely follow you wholeheartedly, right?" Chuyi didn't say anything. He just looked at Lin Wan quietly, his eyes as deep as a bottomless pool of dark water. The brief silence made the atmosphere even more tense. Lin Jiangwo finally spoke. Chuyi, what Lin Wan said makes sense. Look at our current situation. The road ahead is uncertain and full of dangers. 6 more people means 6 more strength. Although they don't seem very reliable right now, it's worth a try. 6 parts of strength. Chuyi sneered and cast his cold eyes towards the 6 people again. How much do you think you have to bear the 6th force? Yes, yes, yes. An quickly answered, his forehead sweating with anxiety, and looking at Chuye's expression, he quickly added, I'm not bragging. I really won't hold you back. If it really doesn't work, you give me the orders, and I'll do whatever it takes. The woman who had stopped An earlier spoke first. We all listen to you. We'll do whatever you say. Although we don't have any special abilities, we can still follow orders. Yes, yes, we will listen to you. As long as we can survive, you can let us do anything. We know our attitude was not good before, but we really just want to survive. Please give us a chance, and we will definitely prove our worth. Several people who followed rushed to express their loyalty to Chuyi. Chuyi never agreed, but instead lowered his head and thought for a moment. He knew that he couldn't expect everyone to be a trustworthy partner, especially someone so capricious. But what Lin Jiangwo said is not without reason. 6 more people means 6 more consumption. There may also be 6 more shields blocking the enemy's sword. Moreover, he also wanted to see how far these people could go. Food and water. I will only give you 1 meal. His tone was as cold as an ice knife. From now on, don't think I will carry you to the finish line. Life and death are your own responsibility. Don't hold me back and don't do anything tricky. The 6 of them breathed a sigh of relief and expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Shirley sighed silently and muttered something in a low voice. You are so soft-hearted, Xiao Chu. She immediately received Chuye's cold glance and swallowed the rest of her words. After simply distributing the food, the group quickly filled their stomachs and set off again. In the dim and depressing tunnel, the sound of dripping water and the echo of leather boots stepping on stone rose and fell. Chuyi walked in front, holding the flashlight firmly in one hand and quietly grasping the dagger behind his back with the other hand. His eyes had gotten used to the darkness and had even become more sensitive. He deliberately quickened his pace, and the sound of his leather boots creaking on the gravel was particularly clear in the silent tunnel. The 6 people following behind him were obviously struggling. An walked at the end. His face was pale, his breathing was heavy, and he looked like he was drained of energy. The woman behind him tried to reach out to help him several times, but she withdrew her hand under Chuye's cold gaze. I said, Chu, brother Chu. An finally couldn't help but speak, his voice trembling. Can we take a break? Chuyi did not stop, but said coldly without turning his head. If you can't hold on any longer, then I suggest you just stop, because the road ahead won't be any easier than this. It's better to die and put an end to it all than to suffer. An didn't dare to say anything anymore. He could only grit his teeth and continue moving forward with his heavy legs. He cursed in his heart. This kid is so hard-hearted and has no sympathy at all. If I had known that following this evil star would be so painful, I would rather have followed those people who stayed in the subway station before. Maybe they have all left by now. Shirley didn't have so many concerns and spoke carelessly. Xiao Chu, these guys are obviously a burden. Why don't we leave them behind? They won't get in the way. Chapter 71, Giant Rat. Chuyi glanced at him sideways, his tone cold. Shut up and do your job. Shirley shrank his neck, not daring to speak anymore, and just muttered softly. My kindness is taken for granted. Although Chuyi was harsh in his words, he was actually doing it for their own good. In the end times, indecision and mercy are both fatal weaknesses. Instead of letting them hold on to unrealistic fantasies, it is better to let them face the cruelty of reality as soon as possible. Chuyi's footsteps did not pause at all, and his eyes were always scanning the surrounding environment vigilantly. The reason why he brought these 6 people with him was that he hoped they could be his helpers rather than burdens. Follow closely, don't fall behind. Chuyi's voice echoed in the empty tunnel. Now is not the time to be gentle with women. If you don't want to rot here and become a corpse or a pile of bones, you'd better be alert. The chill in his tone made the 6 people shiver unconsciously, and then they realized it. Chuyi was not joking. They don't even have the ability to protect themselves now, let alone protect others. An gritted his teeth, endured the pain in his body, and tried hard to keep up with Chuye's pace. The woman behind him also silently quickened her pace. Lin Jiangwo walked in the middle of the team, always paying attention to the situation of the team to prevent anyone from falling behind or making any small moves. Although he also felt that these 6 people were a burden, he really needed manpower at the moment, so he could only take things one step at a time. Over time, abandoned equipment and signage began to appear on the tunnel walls. Under the mottled paint, words such as emergency exit and subway station can be vaguely seen. Everyone, be careful. Chu Yi lowered his voice. The subway station is just ahead. He stopped, picked up a piece of gravel from the ground, and threw it far ahead. The gravel hit the metal pipes, making a crisp sound that echoed in the empty tunnel. After confirming that there was nothing abnormal, Chu Yi continued to move forward. The group approached the subway station platform more cautiously. There was dead silence in the subway station. The air was filled with a sickening stench that made people shudder. Rest where you are, Chu Yi whispered. I'll go take a look ahead. He handed the flashlight to Lin Wan and walked quietly to the edge of the platform alone. He crouched down and moved slowly along the wall, looking around vigilantly. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on a shadow at the end of the platform. There seemed to be something moving there, making a slight, rustling sound. Chu Yi held his breath and slowly approached. As the distance shortened, he finally saw the thing in the shadow, clearly. It was a group of rats, huge in size, with dirty hair and fierce eyes. They were surrounding a corpse and gnawing at it, making a creepy chewing sound. Chu Yi's heart trembled. These rats had obviously mutated. Their size and aggressiveness far exceeded those of ordinary rats. If they were discovered by them, the consequences would be disastrous. He slowly retreated, preparing to return to the team and tell others about the situation. At this moment, a mouse seemed to sense his presence, raised its head, and stared at him with its scarlet eyes. Then, a sharp scream broke the silence of the platform. The other mice also raised their heads and turned to Chu Yi with fierce eyes. Chu Yi thought to himself that something was wrong and turned around and ran away. The rats gave a deafening scream and chased after them. As Chu Yi ran, he looked back to check the location of the rats. He found that these rats were extremely fast, and there were many of them. If he was surrounded by them, he would be in great danger. He had to find a way to get rid of them. His eyes swept across the platform, and suddenly he saw an abandoned steel pipe. A bold idea emerged in his mind. He stopped abruptly, turned to face the rats, and raised the steel pipe high. "Come on, beast," he roared. A series of teeth-grinding, squeaking sounds came from far away and were as creepy as sharp nails scratching on a blackboard. In the shadows, pairs of scarlet eyes stared at Chu Yi greedily, as if they were going to tear him into pieces in the next second. The group of giant rats moved. They came like a tide, and the stench was overwhelming. Chu Yi was not at all flustered. He quickly pulled out a folding engineer's shovel from his backpack and unfolded it neatly with a click. He growled and swung his engineer's shovel, slapping away the first few giant rats that pounced on him. Bang! Bang! The dull impact sound echoed in the empty platform. Although the giant rat is huge in size, its attack method is also simple. Chu Yi seized this weakness and used the length advantage of the engineer's shovel to continuously attack the giant rat's head, abdomen, and other vital parts. Dark, red, viscous liquid splashed, accompanied by a disgusting, fishy smell. There was already a layer of rat corpses piled up under Chu Yi's feet, but he didn't dare to relax at all. These beasts were fearless and rushed forward one after another, as if they wanted to drown him in this tide of rats. He began to use the terrain to lure the giant rats into narrow passages, and then killed them one by one with an engineering shovel. At the same time, Lin Jiangwo heard a strange noise coming from a distance. His heart tightened, and he immediately reminded the team. "Everyone cheer up. Something seems to be happening." Lin Wan nervously held the flashlight Chu Yi handed her, her palms full of sweat. The others were even paler and trembling. At this moment, Chu Yi appeared in their sight, covered in blood. "There are a lot of rats. They are huge. We must leave here immediately." He briefly explained the situation. Lin Jiangwo and Chu Yi exchanged glances, and they quickly reached a consensus. Just as everyone was preparing to evacuate, An accidentally kicked over a metal pipe because he was too panicked. The loud bang was particularly harsh in the quiet subway station. "Fuck, you're looking for death." Shirley couldn't help but curse. The sudden noise instantly attracted more rats, which came from all directions and surrounded everyone. "Run!" Chu Yi made a prompt decision, pulled out an engineer's shovel, and ran to the other end of the platform while protecting everyone. This way, emergency shelter. Chewie noticed the arrow on the wall and immediately changed direction. The passage leading to the shelter was narrow and dark, and the air was filled with a suffocating stench. The crowd struggled forward in the narrow passage, and giant rats occasionally jumped out from both sides, trying to drag them into the darkness. A scream cut through the night sky. A thin woman in the team had her leg bitten by a giant rat. "Help, help!" The woman cried out in despair. At the critical moment, Chuyi turned around suddenly and smashed the giant rat's head to pieces with a shovel. He pulled the woman up, protected her behind him, and continued to rush forward. Chapter 72, Emergency Shelter. Damn, how many rats are there in this damn place? Lin Jiangwo cursed while waving the iron rod in his hand. "Stop talking nonsense and go." After finally escaping the pursuit of the rats, everyone finally arrived at the door of the shelter. Chuyi pulled open the heavy iron door with force, and a musty smell hit him in the face. The shelter was pitch black and the air was foul, making people feel a tightness in their chests. Chuyi turned on the flashlight, and the dim light illuminated the small space. "Is it safe here?" Lin Wan's voice trembled a little. "Safe for now." Chuyi looked around and found some emergency supplies and some simple beds piled up in the shelter. "How long? Are we going to stay here?" There was a hint of fear in Arwen's voice. "Have no idea." Chuyi shook his head. "Take a break first and replenish your energy." Arwen shrank his neck, hid behind Lin Wan, and spoke timidly. "Do we really want to stay here? This place is small and dirty, and the air is bad. What if those rats?" Before he could finish his words, Chuyi interrupted him coldly. "You got a better idea?" Arwen stammered and couldn't speak, his eyes flickering, as if he wanted to say something but didn't dare to speak it out. He glanced at the emergency supplies piled in the corner, then looked at Chu Ye's blood-stained engineer shovel, and finally chose to remain silent. "It's safe here at least for now." Chu Ye's tone was firm. "There are rats everywhere outside. If you want to go out and die, no one will stop you." Arwen's face turned red. He bit his lip and muttered softly, "I didn't say I was going out." "Then shut up." Chu Yi waved his hand impatiently. "Save your energy. We don't know what will happen next." The woman limped to Chu Yi and said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Chu. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what would have happened." Her voice was still trembling, and she was still frightened. Chu Yi looked down at her calf. The wound was bloody and still oozing blood. "Can you still go?" he said. He asked, his tone brief, but revealing a hint of concern. The woman gritted her teeth and nodded. "Yes, I can still hold on." After saying that, she tried to take a step forward, but couldn't help but gasp. Chuyi took out some clean cloth and a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and simply cleaned the wound. Then he wrapped the strip of cloth tightly around the woman's calf. Although his movements were a bit rough, they were very careful. "Thank you, Brother Chu." The woman thanked him again, her eyes slightly red. "It's just a small favor." Chuyi responded calmly. "Now is not the time to be pretentious. Let's survive first." Just then, a rustling sound came from deep within the shelter, as if something was crawling. Chuya's heart trembled. He clenched the engineer's shovel in his hand and slowly walked towards the direction where the sound came from. Under the light of the flashlight, a dark shadow appeared in the corner. It was a huge rat, larger than any he had encountered before, and its fur was as black as ink. "What is this? A mouse is this big?" Lin Jiangwo took a breath of cold air. The giant rat let out a low roar and pounced towards Chu Yi. The fishy breath sprayed Chu Ye's face. The sharp claws waved, bringing up gusts of fishy wind. Chu Yi dodged to the side, avoiding the giant rat's attack, and smashed its back hard with the engineer's shovel in his hand. With a clang sound, the giant rat felt pain, as if it had hit an iron plate. Attack more violently. The narrow space actually became Chu Ye's advantage. He used the terrain to flexibly avoid the giant rat's attacks, at the same time looking for opportunities to attack. "I'll help you." Lin Jiangwo picked up the iron rod and smashed it on the giant rat's head. Others also joined the battle and attacked the giant rat with their weapons. For a moment, the sound of metal and flesh colliding could be heard one after another in the shelter. Chu Yi seized the opportunity and hit the giant rat's hind legs with a shovel. The giant rat felt pain, and its huge body fell to the ground, struggling to get up. Chu Yi didn't give it any chance. He raised the engineer's shovel high and chopped it hard on the giant rat's head. With a puff, the giant rat's head was split in half. The smelly blood splattered all over Chu Yi. The battle finally ended, and everyone sat on the ground exhausted, gasping for breath. Lin Jiangwo kicked the dead giant rat, but the rat's body remained motionless and was the size of a small teddy dog. My goodness, this thing must weigh more than 10 pounds. He clicked his tongue in amazement and pulled out the shiny dagger blade from his waist. I've lived for most of my life, and this is the first time I've seen a rat this big. As Lin Jiangwo spoke, he squatted down and poked the giant rat's belly with the tip of his knife. The rat's belly was punctured, and a strong, fishy smell filled the air. There's something wrong with this place, and the ones outside too. Chu boy, do you know anything? Chu Yi shook his head, his face solemn. I have no idea. Logically, a mouse can't grow this big. Lin Jiangwo used the tip of the knife to pry open the mouse's belly, and a stream of dark red blood gushed out. A rat this big is enough for me to have a meal. Chu Yi frowned, his stomach churning. Have you eaten it before? Lin Jiangwo chuckled. When we were fighting in the old forests of southern Xinjiang, sometimes the logistics were insufficient. I ate not only rats, but also centipedes, scorpions, and snakes. This thing smells pretty good when roasted. As he spoke, he actually reached out to grab the mouse's tail, as if he was measuring its fatness. Chu Yi resisted the urge to vomit and turned his head away. Uncle Lin, things are different now than they were back then. We are not at the point where we have to eat rats. And are you sure the taste is okay? After a short rest, everyone began to count the supplies in the shelter. Here are some compressed biscuits, mineral water, some bandages, and disinfectant. Lin Wanqing counted the supplies, with a hint of joy in her tone. Chu Yi noticed that there was a map hanging on the wall of the shelter, which marked an emergency exit leading to the ground. We can't stay here forever. We have to find a way out. Chu Yi pointed to the emergency exit on the map and said, but there are rats outside. On's voice trembled a little. It's better than being trapped here and dying. Chu Yi's tone was firm. Let's take a break, and then we'll set off. Everyone ate something simple to replenish their energy. Chu Yi arranged for Lin Jiangwo to guard the entrance, while he led the others to the emergency exit. The passage leading to the emergency exit was narrow and dark, and the air was filled with a sickening stench. Everyone moved forward cautiously, taking every step with extreme caution. Chapter 73, On's Courage. At the end of the passage is a steep iron staircase whose handrails are rusted due to age. Chu Yi was walking in front, and as soon as he stepped onto the first step, he felt the iron plate shaking slightly. It seemed like it might collapse at any moment. Be careful. The stairs are steep. Watch your step. Chu Yi reminded in a low voice, his eyes always scanning the surroundings vigilantly, fearing that any unexpected events might occur. Lin Wan followed closely behind, and after hearing Chu Ye's reminder, she grabbed the rusty handrail tightly. But the uneasiness in her heart remained unabated. The smell of rusty metal and the faint fishy odor coming from the stairs made her feel nauseous. She gritted her teeth and moved forward step by step, the soles of her shoes making a slight clang-clang sound. Every sound seemed particularly harsh in the dead silence. On behind him slipped when his steps were unstable, and the soles of his shoes scraped against the edge of the stairs, making a scraping sound, which scared him so much that his face suddenly changed. Shirley quickly grabbed him and whispered, "Boy, be steady, don't take us down with you." Sorry." On lowered his head, his voice trembling, and held the handrails with both hands. Try to keep your footsteps as quiet as possible so as not to cause more trouble. The stench in the air became stronger and stronger. Chu Yi couldn't help but frown, staring at the dim shadow at the end of the stairs. The higher you go, the easier the stairs seem to slide. In some places, the iron plates even make sounds like ice cracking when stepped on. Chu Yi stopped, turned around, and spoke in a serious tone. Take each step firmly, and don't move both feet at the same time. Remember, don't panic. Everyone was comforted by Chu Yi, and they tried to adjust their breathing, carefully following him as they continued to climb. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded in the silent passage. Chu Yi felt his feet go empty, and he lost his balance. His body suddenly fell downwards, and his fingers instinctively grasped the edge of the stairs, stopping himself from sliding further down. The sharp sound of the iron steps breaking pierced the air, echoing in the narrow space, and frightened everyone so much that their faces turned pale. "Jie!" Lin Wan screamed, her eyes full of horror. Chu Yi gritted his teeth to maintain his balance, but his palms were rubbed so hard by the rough iron sheet that he could hardly hold on for too long. He growled, Don't come near me." At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed up from behind. On didn't hesitate at all. He pushed Shirley and Lin Wan away and dived to the ground. He grabbed Chu Ye's collar tightly with both hands. On, what are you doing? Be careful. Shirley shouted hurriedly, his voice full of fear. Leave me alone. Pull him. There was anxiety and trembling in On's voice, but his actions were extremely decisive. His tense joints and arms with bulging veins showed his remaining strength. He almost pressed his entire body against the stairs to prevent himself from being carried down by Chu Ye's weight. Chu Ye's heart trembled. On's pounce almost got him killed. He calmed his expression, gritted his teeth, freed his other free hand, found a relatively solid iron plate above, and grabbed it with force. Don't let go. On gritted his teeth and held Chu Ye's clothes tightly with his arms like iron hoops. His forehead was covered with cold sweat and his hands were shaking, but there was no sign of relaxation. Chu Yi held onto the broken steps, took a deep breath, and exerted force suddenly. With the help of On, he climbed up a distance. He finally found a solid step with his hands, and then rolled over and climbed up, kneeling on the metal and breathing heavily. On collapsed on the stairs, still holding on to Chu Ye's clothes tightly. His face was pale, and his lips were trembling slightly. Chu Yi took a long time to calm down before turning sideways, grabbing On's arm and pulling him up. Are you crazy? What if we fall down together if we act so impulsive? On was panting, but a tired smile appeared on his face. No, I can't help it. I don't want to stay here and wait to die after watching you fall. Lin Wan rushed over anxiously to check on Chu Ye's injuries. Chu Yi, are you okay? And On, are you crazy? Why did you rush over in this situation? What if something goes wrong? On waved his hands, a look of helplessness appearing on his face. Someone has to do it anyway. Besides, if Brother Chu hadn't brought us here, I really don't know how we would get out of here. Shirley also came over at this moment, staring at On with a frown. A complex expression of wanting to curse, but also feeling a little admiration. You're brave, little brat. But if you do that again, you'll be asking for trouble. Chu Yi looked at On and said in a deep voice, Thank you, On. Just now I really thought. Okay, I'll remember this favor. Arwen scratched his head. Brother Chu, I know you look down on me. On was silent for a moment, raised his eyes, and quickly looked away, as if he didn't dare to look Chu Yi directly in the eye. I'm a person who is too afraid of being taken advantage of. I was cheated too many times in the past, and then I developed a habit of making myself look difficult to deal with. In fact, I also know that this kind of personality can sometimes make people dislike me, but I am really afraid of being cheated again and falling into trouble. At this point, he smiled awkwardly and shrugged his shoulders in a self-deprecating manner. So, I just let others treat me like a hedgehog and stay away from me. It's okay. I'm used to it. Chu Yi lowered his head and looked at On. His eyes were calm and deep. After a moment, he took a step closer and patted On the shoulder. On, I don't look down on you. I don't care what you've been through in the past, because this is the end of the world. At this point, who hasn't had a hard time? You saved me today, and we all saw it. I won't say more, but you are a human being and our brother, and that's enough. On's throat seemed to be stuck by something, and his eyes were slightly red. He scratched harder and spoke in a muffled voice with his head down. Brother Chu, I don't want you to be grateful to me, Okay. Chu Yi interrupted him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, his expression less cold and more real warmth. Who doesn't have principles in life? Even if you're a little defensive at ordinary times, it's not a big sin. But On, remember, when the crisis comes, you rush out. This is the real you. Owen paused and finally nodded heavily. After a while, he opened his mouth and revealed a slightly honest smile. Brother Chu, don't worry. I dare not say anything else in the future, but as long as I, On, am here, I will definitely not let you down again. At this time, Lin Wan came over. How long are you going to keep being sentimental? Let's go. If this place collapses a second time, we'll all die here. Chu Yi turned around, feeling a dull pain from the wound on his back, but he did not answer Lin Wan immediately. Instead, he looked at On and said in a deep voice, Let's go. Each relying on their own abilities, we still have to move forward. Chapter 74, Digging a Way to Survive. The simple banter eased everyone's mood a little, but everyone's expression became more solemn. Everyone, be careful. No one can fall behind on the road ahead. After he finished speaking, he stood up, steadied his steps, and continued to move forward. But didn't go far. Squeak! A familiar sound came from the front, and everyone was startled, knowing that the rats were coming. Chu Yi stopped, and his face turned pale in an instant. He cursed under his breath. These damn things are haunting us, right? Why are they everywhere? His tone revealed a bit of suppressed anger, but more of it was deep fatigue. Shirley quickly stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with him, looking towards the hazy darkness ahead. There was a hint of impatience in his eyes, but he remained calm. Fortunately, this place isn't too bad, he whispered, his voice low but full of confidence. Although this staircase is narrow, it can only accommodate 2 or 3 people passing side by side. Even if the rats are dense, they will not surround us to death here. Chewie took a deep breath and exhaled a wisp of white mist, his eyes fixed coldly on the movement approaching in front of him. He nodded and responded in a low voice. You're right, but we can't let our guard down. This is not the first time we've seen the strength of these things. Even if the place is narrow, the impact will be too much for anyone to withstand. That's something we have to stand up to. Shirley's mouth curled up into a hard smile. We can't just let them charge all the way down. We have people behind us. Brother Chew, you block the left, and I'll block the right. Don't worry about those fancy tricks. Just fight hard. We can't get hurt together. Let's hold on for a while first. Chewie turned his head to glance at Shirley, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Shirley's expression suddenly became fierce, and the weapon in his hand was already creaking. He looked at Chu Yi with eyes full of fighting spirit. As long as you can hold on, I have no problem. Even if the number of these beasts doubles today, I will kill them all. Stop bragging and focus. Chu Ye's voice was steady, with a hint of pressure that could not be ignored. He moved his feet and stood directly at the bottom of the stairs, holding the weapon tightly in both hands, his eyes as cold as a blade, staring at the direction where the rats appeared. Shirley followed him, blocking the narrow staircase on the left and right. Although everyone was tired, there was no slackness at this moment. Here I come, Chu Yi said in a low voice, and the familiar sharp squeak sound became more and more piercing. The red light of the rat swarm gradually emerged. Chu Yi growled, pulled out his engineer's shovel, and stood at the front of the team. Chu Yi wielded the engineer's shovel with great vigor, and every swing was accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air. He chopped the rushing rat with precision. Although the rats were numerous, they could not take advantage of their numbers on the narrow staircase. They can only rush up one by one to die. Shirley was holding a steel pipe. He was agile and could maneuver easily in the cramped space. Wherever the steel pipe went, rat blood splattered. Chu Ye's engineer shovel was steady and powerful. Every swing knocked the rat in the front away, creating opportunities for Shirley's attack. The two of them worked together seamlessly, like a solid wall of steel, and blocked the attack of the rats. During the battle, Chu Yi and Shirley gradually found the skills to deal with the rats. Eventually, the number of rats dwindled, and the remaining rats became timid and dared not attack rashly. Seeing the signs of the rat pack's defeat, Chu Yi and Shirley did not let down their guard. Rats are cunning and changeable, and may come back at any time. Shirley spat and slammed the steel pipe in his hand to the ground with a muffled sound. His body was covered in blood. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, his tone full of fatigue and disgust. I really can't stand this stuff. It's so disgusting that even death is creepy. He turned to look at Chu Yi, took 2 deep breaths, and continued. Let's hurry up and get out of this damn place as soon as possible. There are too many rats. If we continue like this, we will be exhausted without them biting us. Chu Yi looked around and noticed a small steel platform not far away. Perhaps there would be another exit there. Everyone ignited a glimmer of hope and dragged their tired bodies towards the platform. The steel frame platform was small and simple, with only a rusty iron ladder leading to the top. Everyone climbed up the iron ladder carefully. There was nothing on the platform except the tightly closed iron door blocking their way. The iron door was rusty, and it was obvious that no one had opened it for a long time. There is no handle on the door, nor any device to open it. Only a heavy iron lock firmly locked the iron door. Chu Yi smashed the iron lock. However, when they struggled to pull open the heavy iron door, they found that the exit was blocked by thick yellow sand. Everyone was stunned. Chu Yi did not show any panic. He took a deep breath. Don't lose heart. It's normal to have sand blocking the way. Weren't the entrances and exits of the previous subway station also buried in sand? Not to mention this place. If you want to survive, this little difficulty is nothing. He waved his hand, signaling everyone not to be discouraged. Shirley frowned, leaned against the wall with a tired look on his face, wiped the blood from the tip of his nose with the back of his hand, and said through gritted teeth, Okay, but we don't have much time to do that. The noise here has probably attracted a lot of beasts recently. Chui glanced at him coldly. He glanced at the others and spoke word by word. As expected, there's no way out of the subway. If we want to survive, we have to dig a way out. I need to get out of here. If you have any questions, we can say goodbye here. You can share the supplies found here. Everyone was silent, and their tired looks were gradually replaced by a sense of determination. Shirley took a deep breath, paused after hearing this, and nodded. Brother Chu, if you say so, then let's dig. Anyway, I'm going somewhere, and if I don't follow you, I don't know where to go. I've rested enough, and I can hold on. He picked up the steel pipe from the ground and swung it vigorously, as if to release all the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time. Chui said no more. He bent down and knocked on the gap at the corner of the iron door with an engineering shovel. Start digging. More and more people joined Chui, including Shirley, who was grunting and swinging a steel pipe to loosen the sand piled in front of the door and shovel it away. There was a somewhat bitter smile on his lips. Fuck the sea of sand. Someone will definitely hire us as archaeologists later. Chui didn't laugh, nor did he say much. He just kept waving the engineer's shovel. Time passed bit by bit, and the air was filled with their breath like bellows and the rustling sound of sand sliding down. The sand outside the door was finally cleared away to create a narrow gap. The wind blew in through the gaps, carrying with it the smell of dry sand, but it refreshed the tired people. Chui let out a long breath and looked up at everyone. Keep going. We will definitely be able to dig a way to survive today. Chapter 75 Trouble at the Doorstep. Chui looked outside through the gap. The sand behind the door was like a thick wall, crushing the exit layer by layer. The hot wind, carrying scalding sand, rushed in, hitting people's faces, making them turn their heads away involuntarily. The survivors who had just been rescued from the subway had not yet seen the apocalyptic scene of the desert covering everything. They all squinted their eyes with complicated expressions, coughed due to the choking sand and dust, but could not hide their curiosity about the outside world. Everyone started talking about it. Is it really all sand outside? Is there still a way to survive in this place? They said the city was buried alive by sand, but I didn't expect the subway to be unsafe either. Brother Chu, what is it like outside? Faced with a barrage of questions, Chu glanced at them, and the coldness and urgency in his eyes made them quiet down. His voice was a little hoarse, but every word was clear. It's blocked by sand. It's very deep, but it's not unsolvable. Some people looked gloomy, while others murmured in low voices. Some people began to wipe their faces covered with sweat and sand with their sleeves, but Chuyi did not give them time to think about it, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about it for now. Just hurry up and dig. With a little more effort, we'll be able to get out soon." His words drew everyone's attention back. No one said anything more, and everyone lowered their heads to continue working. The sound of tools hitting sand could be heard again in this small space. The gap was finally dug by everyone to a width that was barely wide enough for one person to enter and exit. Chuyi wiped his face covered with mud and sand, took a deep breath, bent his body, and tried to crawl out. He held the sand firmly with both hands and kept pushing his body out. Although the air outside was hot and dry, it was much better than the oppressive, stale air in the subway. The edge of the sand pit was a little unstable, and the sand slid down his arms, rough enough to make him frown. But he continued to climb up without stopping. After the head broke through the sand layer, what came into view was a dead yellow sand. The sandstorm had stopped, and the outline of the city was almost completely buried in the endless sand. The city before us may have once been prosperous and bustling, but has long been covered by yellow sand. The streets no longer look like what they once were. Chuyi climbed out of the pit, stood firm, and looked around with a cold and deep gaze. "Brother Chu, what's going on outside?" Shirley's shout came from the pit. Chuyi bent down, facing the pit mouth, and said in a deep voice, "The sandstorm has stopped, and the wind has died down. If we make the cave entrance wider, we can all climb out." After hearing this, Shirley responded loudly without hesitation. "Okay." Then he took the lead and continued to swing the tools to widen the hole. After a while, Shirley was the first to climb out of the pit, gasping for breath and looking around. For a moment, he was stunned, his mouth slightly open, as if there was something stuck in his throat that he couldn't say. This has really become a fucking sand city. Chuyi stood aside, his tone calm but chilling. "Do you see the end of the world now? This is just the beginning." One after another, other people also climbed out of the cave. When they stood on the yellow sand and looked up to see the completely buried city, they were all stunned. "Oh my God, Someone murmured in a low voice, with pain and confusion in his eyes. Is this still our original place? The entire team was filled with oppressive silence and a vague sense of uneasiness. The previous intense struggle temporarily masked their fear about the state of the world. But now, the scene before them crushed all their imaginations, leaving only the burning reality. Shirley suddenly pulled the corner of his mouth, smiled bitterly, and said to himself, "Brother Chu, in a place like this, can we really find a way to survive?" Chewie did not answer immediately. His eyes slowly swept across each face, and finally fell on the endless sea of sand in the distance. After a moment, he turned around and spoke in a low voice. "I know you followed me just to find a way out from down there." He paused, his tone steady. "Now that we are out, we have concluded this desperate trip." Everyone looked uneasy as they listened to his voice. Shirley opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't. Chewie didn't stop, nor did he pay attention to their reactions. He continued, "From now on, you are free. You have your own choice. If you want to leave, do it as soon as possible. This is the end of the world. Every step you take is a gamble of life. I will not force anyone to stay." The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and the yellow sand hit everyone's cheeks, stinging their eyes. Shirley clenched his fists tightly, sand squeezed out from between his fingers, and he cursed under his breath. "Brother Chu, it's already this late. Where are you sending us to?" Chewie glanced at him and said coldly, "I won't be anyone's babysitter. You can decide whether to leave or stay. Remember, no one can be truly trusted in this apocalypse, including me." After he finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the yellow sand outside the city without any hesitation. His words stabbed into everyone's heart like a knife. Some people subconsciously took a few steps back, lowered their heads, and had very complicated expressions on their faces. Shirley punched the sand dune next to him hard and cursed through gritted teeth. "What a hard-hearted man. But I won't leave. Wherever Brother Chu goes, I'll go." Some people nodded in agreement, some remained silent, but no one chose to turn around and leave. Finally, Chu stopped and did not look back, but his voice rang out clearly. "If you still want to follow, then don't hold me back. I hope you will always remember that in the end times, we don't support useless people. Only the strong can survive." After saying this, he raised his foot and took a step forward, his steps so firm that it seemed to split the endless and silent yellow sand. The team was silent for a moment, and finally someone took a step and followed without saying a word. Others also started to move. Although there was struggle in their eyes, there was more unwillingness. Just like that, behind Chuyi, the team set off again. The afterglow of the setting sun was swallowed up by the yellow sand, and a group of people dragged their heavy steps forward in the sea of sand. Chuyi's home is in a villa area not far from the subway station. It used to take him less than half an hour to get home. Now it seems like a century has passed. Finally, the familiar outline of the villa area appeared before everyone's eyes, but the once majestic walls had long been buried by yellow sand. Only a piece of broken barbed wire was exposed, swaying in the wind, as if silently telling the cruelty of the end of the world. Everyone looked at Chu Yi curiously, not understanding what the meaning of home was in this city that had been swallowed by the sea of sand. "At least it's safer there than outside. I don't have to worry about someone breaking into my house." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a noise in the villa area. Chapter 76. Come and change water if you want it. Chu Ye's pupils suddenly shrank, and a surge of anger rose from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, he saw a group of people surrounding his villa. The noise was constant. He quickened his pace, almost jogging, to see what was going on. A sharp and sarcastic female voice cut through the air, sounding particularly harsh in the crowd. "Chu Yi, come out. Don't think you'll be all right if you hide in there. You must give us an explanation." Chu Yi recognized the voice. It was the woman who had been bossing the property management around in the owner's group before. At this moment, she was screaming hysterically like a shrew. Chu Yi pushed through the crowd and pushed away the shouting woman. The woman stumbled a few steps and almost fell to the ground. He stood in front of everyone, his eyes cold, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, sweeping across faces that were either terrified or angry. "I'm here. What do you want from me?" When the woman saw Chu Yi, she was stunned at first. His body was covered in blood, as if he had just walked out of a battlefield, and he exuded a terrifying, murderous aura. She subconsciously took a step back, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. But she quickly remembered her purpose, suppressed the fear in her heart, and shouted with her neck stiffened. "Mr. Chu, You have water at home. Who in this villa area doesn't know that? It's already this late? Why don't you get the water out to save everyone's lives? Chu Yi sneered, his tone full of disdain. Just for this? The water is mine. What does it have to do with you? I just pour it out, throw it away, flush it to the toilet, and it's not your turn to tell me what to do. Chu Yi stared coldly at the shrew in front of him, with countless thoughts running through his mind, and then he remembered. Before taking Chu Yin home, in order to teach this woman a lesson, he did sell some of the water to the neighbors at a high price as a warning to her. Unexpectedly, she brought people to surround her villa while she was not home. Seeing that Chu Yi didn't say anything, the woman thought she had found his weak spot, and her voice became even sharper. Mr. Chu, are you so cold-blooded? You're just going to watch everyone die of thirst without helping them? Everyone, listen, does this Mr. Chu have any conscience? He just wants you to die of thirst. There was a commotion in the crowd, and some people began to talk in low voices, with obvious dissatisfaction in their eyes. Brother Chu, we've been without water for several days. It's not easy for everyone. Water is such an important thing. Shouldn't we take care of it a little bit? Yes, Xiao Chu. Everyone knows that your family has water. After all, we are neighbors who have lived in the same community. You can't be too selfish, right? The noisy discussions became louder and louder, and some people who had been silent before began to join in. There was a hint of hostility in his tone. Chu Yi glanced around. His cold eyes seemed to see through the shallow hearts of these people. He suddenly laughed, and that laugh was so cold that the people around him subconsciously fell silent. Hey, those who just call me cold-blooded and heartless, tell me, has anyone ever given me a sip of water on my doorstep? Ever held an umbrella for me? Or ever treated me to a meal? There was a complete silence among the crowd. No, his voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy stone hitting the hearts of the crowd. If that's the case, why do you ask me to share my things with you now? Just because of the words, living in the same neighborhood? Don't you think this request is ridiculous? Chu Yi walked forward slowly, gradually approaching the woman, with cold sarcasm in his voice. And you, knowing that my house is the only one with water in this area, you brought people here directly. What gave you the confidence? Am I easy to bully, or do you think everyone will cheer for your crying? The woman was silenced for a moment by Chu Ye's cold aura, but soon she bravely refuted. Don't change the subject. Even if we didn't owe you anything in the past, this is the end of the world. This water is life. We should all live together. This is human nature. Chu Yi sneered. Humanity? My humanity has long been used up by people who don't understand humanity. In the apocalypse, resources are life. If you want to survive, you should fight for it with your own strength instead of staring at other people's property. Mr. Chu, you are so shameless. People like you deserve to be struck by lightning. The woman finally couldn't help but explode, pointing at Chu Ye's nose and making a scene in front of everyone. Chu Ye was too lazy to waste words with her this time. He turned and looked at the residents around him, his eyes cold as ice. I warn everyone, if you come near my house, you are not looking for opportunities, and it is certainly not a sign of humanity. If you dare to cross the line again, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd instantly quieted down and felt a chill in their hearts. No one spoke up to refute. Shirley, Lin Jiangwo, and An pushed through the crowd and walked in front of Chu Yi. They were holding weapons they had brought from the subway station. Shirley spoke to the people around him in a muffled voice. Everyone go away. Everyone go away. If you want to drink water, find a way to get it yourself. Don't make trouble here. Lin Jiangwo pounded the fire axe into the ground. The people around were so scared that they took a step back. Brother Chu is right. If you want to survive, you have to find a way yourself. Don't always stare at what's in other people's bowls. An didn't say anything, but just stood quietly beside Chu Yi, scanning the crowd around him with sharp eyes that made people dare not look directly at him. Seeing that everyone was silent, the woman felt even more resentful. She gritted her teeth and tried to struggle a few more times. His lips slightly opened, and the sound just came out of his throat, but he suddenly met Chu Ye's gaze. Those were a pair of eyes as deep as a cold pond, icy without a trace of emotion, as if a slight glance could freeze all a person's courage. Her words were stuck in her throat, as if her throat was stuck by something, and she let out a dry cough that was difficult to utter. The bone-chilling chill made her take a step back. He avoided Chu Ye's gaze in panic, and a layer of cold sweat gradually broke out on his forehead. Someone in the crowd murmured, "We can't afford to offend them." That's right. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Let's go first. But I haven't found any water in the past few days. If I can't find any water, I'll really die of thirst. Chuyi looked at the group of people in front of him with different expressions. He knew that most of these people were fence-sitters who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Just now I was indignant and accused him of being cold-blooded and heartless, but now I see that he and his companions are not easy to mess with. His expression changed immediately. He smiled contemptuously and spoke. I can get the water, but you need to bring something in exchange. There was a sudden commotion among the crowd. Some people were whispering, and some were looking happy. Chuyi raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and continued. Don't talk to me about money or jewelry. I don't need them, and I'm not interested. He paused, glanced at everyone, and spoke in a more serious tone. I'm talking about useful things. Chapter 77. Cut off your arm. Anything useful? What? The crowd was buzzing like a boiling pot, and everyone's face was filled with confusion, yet also with a hint of expectation. As long as there's water, everything is fine. Someone shouted at the top of his voice, and was immediately echoed by many people. Chuyi raised his lips in a playful arc, and his voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. What I want is food, the same amount of food. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent instantly, as if the pause button had been pressed. Everyone looked at each other, and the expressions on their faces changed from anticipation to shock, and then to disappointment. What? Food? How can this be possible? Su-yun, the woman who had been standing in the front row, was the first to jump out, her sharp voice breaking the silence. Food is also very important to us now. Aren't you just taking advantage of the situation? Chuyi glanced at her with disdain, his eyes revealing impatience. It's up to you. You need water, not me who needs food. Immediately, he turned around and waved his hand at Shirley, Lin Jiangwo, and On, and ordered in a cold tone. Kick them all out. They are an eyesore. Shirley and the other two immediately sprang into action, driving the crowd away ferociously. Those who don't want to change, get out of here. Shirley waved the steel pipe in his hand and shouted in a rough voice. Lin Jiangwo slammed the fire axe to the ground heavily. There was a loud clang sound, which scared everyone. On said nothing, but just scanned the crowd with sharp eyes, as if looking for his next target. Everyone was frightened and retreated hastily. Let's go in. Chuyi ignored the chaotic scene behind him and walked straight towards the villa with the people following him. Seeing this, Su-yun stamped her feet in anger. She rolled her eyes and shouted to those who were hesitant. Don't be afraid. We are many. Come together. Force him to hand over the water. However, her words did not receive much response. Everyone looked at each other and retreated silently, and some people began to jog. Are you kidding? Chuyi's cold eyes and the fierce looks of Shirley and the other two left them with lingering fears. Fighting these people for a little water? Not worth it. Su-yun watched the crowd disperse, his face turning blue with anger. A bunch of cowards. Inside the villa, there was a completely different scene. As soon as they stepped through the door, a cool breeze hit them in the face, refreshing the spirits of these people who were suffering from the scorching heat in the apocalypse. They looked around curiously and were amazed by the luxurious decoration and exquisite furnishings. This place is like another world. Chuyi stood in the middle of the living room, looking around at the group of people. His voice was cold and emotionless. From today on, I have the final say here. If you want to live, listen to me obediently, otherwise. He paused, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Kill without mercy. These 4 words, like a heavy hammer, hit everyone's heart hard, and everyone's face turned pale in an instant. They had no doubt that this man would really do what he said. Yes, we will listen to you. Mr. Chu, we will do whatever you ask us to do. A voice of obedience rang out among the crowd, and everyone lowered their heads in submission. Lin Jiangwo walked to Chu Yi with a trace of worry on his face. Brother Chu, so many people came to change the water. Do we have enough water? Chu Yi didn't answer, but walked straight to the bathroom. He turned on the bathtub faucet and leaned over the control panel. 1 for pressure, 50 for flow. The parameters are set. The cold mechanical sound of the system echoed in the empty bathroom. Then, clear water gushed out from the faucet, quickly filling the entire bathtub. The people following behind were all stunned when they saw this scene. This is so much water. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Is this water clean? Shock, excitement, disbelief. All kinds of emotions spread among the crowd. Chuyi turned around, looked at the stunned people, and said calmly, "This is just for you to wash. Wash. Wash with such clean water?" This is such a waste. The crowd went wild again. Everyone found it incredible. In the end times, water is more precious than gold. Yet some people actually use it to wash. Chu Yi looked at their reactions, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. As long as you are loyal, water is not a problem. This sentence undoubtedly gave everyone a shot of confidence. They looked at the full bathtub of water with excitement in their eyes. There was jubilation in the villa. People enjoy the long-lost coolness and wash away the dirt and fatigue on their bodies. Outside the villa, another storm was brewing. Those neighbors who did not enter the villa went home and took out their treasured food to exchange for water. Su Yin stood in the crowd, his face looking terribly gloomy. She looked at those people carrying food towards the villa, her heart filled with resentment and resentment. She gathered a few hooligans who usually did nothing and discussed in low voices. When they exchange, let's rush in. I don't believe that Chu Yi really dares to kill people. Su Yin said, gritting his teeth. The gangsters looked at each other and saw greed and madness in each other's eyes. Okay, let's do it. Chu Yi had just finished taking a shower and walked out of the bathroom, feeling refreshed. He opened the door of the villa directly. Outside the door, those who were preparing to exchange food were all stunned when they saw Chu Ye's wet hair. He actually has water to take a bath. This is too extravagant. No, I need to change more water. There was a commotion among the crowd, and everyone longed to have sufficient water like Chu Yi. Chu Yi stood at the door, looking at the restless crowd, and said calmly, the rules remain unchanged, equal exchange. If anyone dares to make trouble, don't even think about changing the water again. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yin rushed out from the crowd with a few thugs. Chu Yi, you selfish guy, hand over the water. Su Yin pointed at Chu Ye's nose and cursed. Everyone come together, grab the water. She waved her arms, encouraging others. A few thugs also joined in the commotion, trying to create chaos. The leading thug, Yang Long, rushed directly towards Chu Yi and wanted to attack him. However, just as he rushed to the door, a cold light flashed. Yang Long let out a shrill scream and fell to the ground, covering his broken arm. The blood instantly dyed the ground red. His entire right arm was chopped off, and the bloody and horrifying sight. Chapter 78, What About the Police? The sudden bloody scene instantly froze the originally noisy crowd. Murder! Murder! The screams of women and the cries of children, mixed with Yang Long's pig-slaughtering howls, exploded in the air, spreading rapidly like a plague, implanting fear deeply into everyone's heart. It's over. Chu Yi, you're done. Su Yun's face turned pale, and his finger pointed at Chu Yi trembled constantly. You dare to commit a crime in public. Just wait. The officials will not let you go. Just wait to go to jail. She yelled at the top of her lungs, more to hide her inner fear than to threaten. Chu Yi glanced at her with contempt, as if he was looking at a dying ant. If you dare to incite trouble again, it will be more than just breaking an arm. Chu Ye's voice was icy cold, and every word was like a sharp knife, piercing into the hearts of everyone present, making people shudder. Su Yin was frightened by the cold gaze and instinctively took a step back. Almost subconsciously, she turned around and ran, disappearing into the crowd without looking back. Are you kidding? Even Yang Long had his hand chopped off. She doesn't want to test his depth. The rest of the crowd scattered like birds and beasts, scrambling to flee the scene, fearing that if they were a step slower, they would become the next victim. The entrance of the villa, which was bustling with people just now, suddenly became empty. Only Yang Long's broken arm and a shocking pool of blood were left, silently telling of the cruelty that had just happened. Only a tall and pretty woman was still standing there. That beautiful face, which was somewhat thin, was now filled with fear and anger. Stop! I'm a police officer. The woman took out her police ID from her waist and waved it in front of Chu Yi. You intentionally hurt someone. I want to arrest you. Police? Su Jingya. Chu Yi sneered, his eyes full of mockery. Beauty, you haven't figured out the situation yet, have you? Now is not the time for you to play house. In the end times, all order is gone. Su Jingya raised her eyebrows and shouted angrily. No matter what time it is, the law will not change. I must bring you to justice. She kicked her feet and rushed towards Chu Yi as fast as lightning. The fist was so fierce and whistling that it went straight to Chu Ye's face. Chu Yi dodged easily by moving sideways, then slapped Su Jingya on the shoulder with his backhand. Su Jingya reacted very quickly. She dodged Chu Ye's attack by leaning sideways, and, At the same time, she kicked Chuyi hard in the waist with a whip-like kick. The two men fought back and forth, punching and kicking each other, and a fierce fight broke out in front of the empty villa door. Although Su Jingya is agile, she is ultimately no match for Chuyi. After a few rounds, Su Jingya fell into a disadvantage and was forced to retreat again and again by Chuyi. Bang! Chuyi kicked Su Jingya in the lower abdomen, sending her flying and causing her to fall heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. Su Jingya covered her stomach and coughed painfully. She struggled to stand up, but she had no strength. You don't know what you are capable of. Chuyi walked up to Su Jingya and looked down at her. Su Jingya glared at Chuyi fiercely, her eyes filled with resentment and anger. She gritted her teeth, used all her strength, and rolled over, trying to escape. But Chuyi didn't give her any chance at all. He rushed forward, grabbed her ankle, and pulled hard. Ah! Su Jingya screamed and fell to the ground again, looking miserable. He used up his last bit of strength, seized the opportunity, and ran away without looking back. Brother Chu, this woman is a police officer. If we let her go like this, we might get into trouble. Lin Jiangwo walked to Chuyi worried. Shirley and Awen also agreed, worried that Su Jingya would return with reinforcements for revenge. Chuyi said indifferently, "Don't worry, she will soon understand that in this world, murder and arson will become commonplace. Human life is nothing and is not worth mentioning." He looked up at the sky, with a hint of inexplicable meaning in his tone. The temperature will continue to rise. When that time comes, she will know that she can only rely on herself. On the other side, Yang Long, whose arm was broken, was dragged back to the room by several thugs. Su Yun sat in the corner in shock, looking at the bloody Yang Long, feeling a wave of fear in his heart. "Brother Yang, what should we do now?" a gangster asked in a trembling voice. When Yang Long heard the sound, he immediately screamed, "Damn it! It hurts so much! Su Yun, you stinky bitch, it's all your fault." He struggled to get up, but fell down again due to the severe pain. "Brother Long, don't get excited and be careful of the wound." A gangster quickly stepped forward to support him. Yang Long pushed him away, pointed at Su Yun, and said viciously, "I am in this state today because of you. If you don't compensate me, I will kill you." Su Yun was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he stepped back repeatedly. "Brother Long, don't mess around. This has nothing to do with me." "It doesn't matter? If it weren't for you, would I have gone to grab the water? Would I have had my hands chopped off?" Yang Long roared, his eyes red like a wounded beast. "If you don't satisfy me today, I will make you wish you were dead." The gangsters looked at each other and smiled knowingly. They had long coveted Su Yun, but they did not dare to take action because of Yang Long's face. Now that Yang Long has spoken, they naturally won't be polite. "Su Yun, just obey Brother Long. We are the only ones you can rely on now." A gangster smiled obscenely and rubbed his hands as he walked toward Su Yun. "You don't come over here." Su Yun screamed in horror and struggled desperately. However, under the suppression of several men, her struggle seemed so powerless. Despair overwhelmed her like a tide. She could only submit and allow these beasts to vent their animal desires on her. Tears of humiliation fell silently. The hatred in her heart for Chu Yi grew wildly like weeds. The temperature continues to rise, like a huge furnace, scorching the earth. The tap water that we relied on for survival has long been exhausted. Those who did not get their water changed could only watch the last drop of water flow out of the faucet and fall into the abyss of despair. "Water! I need water! Give me a sip of water! I'm dying of thirst." Thirst and despair make people lose hope for the future. Here, Su Yin was tortured beyond recognition by those thugs. Their water has run out. In order to survive, she was forced to go out in search of water. Otherwise, only death awaits her. She stumbled down the street like a zombie. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. Chu Yi. He was sitting at the door of the villa, eating a popsicle leisurely. The cool white mist looked particularly tempting in the hot air. Su Yun's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had seen a life-saving straw. She rushed over regardless of everything and knelt down in front of Chu Yi with a plop. "Chu Yi, please, give me a sip of water. I'm dying of thirst." She begged with tears in her eyes. "As long as you give me water, I'm willing to do anything. I can accompany you as long as you let me in." She pulled at her clothes, revealing large areas of snow-white skin, tried to use her body to buy a chance of survival. Chu Yi looked at the disheveled woman with tear marks on her face. There was no trace of pity in his eyes, only disgust. Nausea. He spat out 2 words coldly. Now, twice the amount of food is exchanged for the previous amount of water. Chu Ye's voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. Su Yun was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. What did you say? Double? You're robbing, she screamed. Chu Yi ignored her and continued eating his popsicle. Su Yun was so angry that he was shaking all over, but he could do nothing. She knew she had no choice. In the end, she could only curse through gritted teeth and turn away. She walked aimlessly, desperately searching for hope of survival. Suddenly, an old man in his 70s blocked her way. Little girl, do you want some water? The old man narrowed his eyes and looked Su Yun up and down, his eyes full of greed. Su Yun looked at him warily. Do you have water? Of course. As long as you accompany me, I will give you water. The old man smiled greedily, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Get lost. Su Yun shouted angrily, walked around the old man, and continued walking forward. Although she was down and out, she was not willing to sell herself to an old man. This woman is so pitiful. Lin Wan stood by the window of the villa, watching Su Yun's departing back inside. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Chu Yi walked to Lin Wan's side and said calmly, she will soon give up her bottom line. Such a person does not deserve any sympathy. Chapter 79. A slut who could be fucked by anyone. Su Yun staggered back to his dilapidated residence, and as soon as he entered the door, he met Yang Long's sinister gaze. Where's the water? Yang Long stared at Su Yun's empty hands like a hungry wolf and let out a low growl in his throat. Su Yun's body trembled. Water! Before Su Yun could finish his words, Yang Long's big hand like a cattail leaf fan had already slapped over and knocked Su Yun to the ground. You're useless. If you can't even get your saliva back, what's the point of keeping you here? Yang Long's saliva sprayed all over Su Yun's face. He grabbed Su Yun's hair and pulled her up from the ground. Su Yun was in so much pain that tears were streaming down his face, but he didn't dare to resist. He could only beg bitterly. Brother Long, I really try my best. But Chu Yi, he refused to give me water. Bullshit. Yang Long kicked Su Yun in the stomach. Su Yun flew out like a rag doll, hit the wall, and fell to the ground. Fuck it. My hand is broken, and you dare to come back empty-handed? Do you want to watch me die of thirst? Yang Long approached step by step, and every step seemed to step on Su Yun's heart. Brother Long, I'll think of a solution. Please don't hit me. Su Yun curled up on the ground, trembling all over like a wounded little animal. Think of a solution? What the hell else can you think of? Yang Long grinned and grabbed Su Yun's clothes. Didn't you say that you would do anything as long as I gave you water? I'm giving you a chance now. Su Yun opened her eyes wide in horror. She shook her head desperately and struggled to escape, but Yang Long's hands were like iron clamps, holding her tightly. No, don't. Su Yun's voice was hoarse and filled with desperate tears. Don't want to? It's not up to you. Yang Long pushed Su Yun to the ground and tore her clothes roughly. The humiliation and pain made Su Yun completely collapse. She was like a soulless puppet, allowing Yang Long to vent his animal desires on her. She bit her lips hard to prevent herself from making any sound, but her tears could not stop flowing. Bitch, you are a slut who can be fucked by anyone. Yang Long slapped Su Yun hard, and blood instantly seeped from the corner of Su Yun's mouth. After a long time, Yang Long finally vented his animal desires. He immediately stood up and spat out a pool of saliva. If you can't find water, you'll have to bear the consequences. Su Yun lay on the cold ground like a discarded piece of trash. She raised her eyes and stared at the ceiling absent-mindedly. The hatred in her heart towards Chu Yi and Yang Long had reached its peak. Chu Yi, all of this is caused by you. In order to survive, she had to find water. She got up trembling and stumbled out the door. This time, she didn't hesitate and went straight to the old man's residence. Old man, open the door. Su Yun's voice was hoarse and a little crazy. The door opened, and the old man's wrinkled face appeared in front of Su Yun, his cloudy eyes flashing with greed. Little girl, have you figured out? The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Su Yun didn't say anything, but walked into the room silently. She knew that she had no way out. When Su Yun returned to Yang Long again, he had a pot of water in his hand. Yang Long snatched the kettle and gulped down the water, dispelling the heat in his throat. Where does this water come from? After Yang Long finished drinking the water, he looked at Su Yun with a strange look. Su Yun did not answer, but just lowered his head and remained silent. Fuck it, forget it. Yang Long waved his hands impatiently. I don't care how you got it, as long as there's water. Brother Long, I saw. Chu Yi and the others were still eating popsicles. Su Yun's voice was light, but every word was like an addictive poison, pulling fiercely into Yang Long's heart. What? Popsicle? Yang Long stood up suddenly, with a fierce light in his eyes. Damn it, these bastards actually have popsicles to eat. I'm almost dying of thirst. Brother Long, we can't just let this go. Su Yun added fuel to the fire. They have water and food, but we have to wait here to die. I can't swallow this. Yang Long gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound. Of course I can't swallow this. Damn it, I will make Chu Yi pay the price. Brother Long, we have to think of a way. We're no match for them with just a few of us. Su Yun fanned the flames. Damn it, of course I know. Yang Long scratched his hair in annoyance. We need to find people, more equipment, and supplies. How can we survive without supplies? Brother Long, I know a place with a lot of supplies. Su Yun suddenly spoke. Where? Yang Long's eyes lit up instantly. There's an old man not far from home. He has a lot of food and drinks hidden there. Su Yun lowered his voice, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Really? Yang Long rubbed his hands excitedly. Damn it, this old guy actually dared to hide so many supplies. I'm going to raid his house today. Brother Long, we have to plan carefully and not alert the enemy. Su Yun reminded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yang Long grinned. When it gets dark, we'll start. At the same time, inside the villa, Chu Yi sat on the sofa, playing with the black key in his hand, his eyes fixed on the route marking map on brown paper. These two things are what the Tianmu organization has always wanted. They could come knocking on your door at any time. When Chu Yi thought of this, a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. He knew very well that everything he had now was built on a fragile balance. Once this balance is broken, he will face a catastrophe. The Sky Curtain organization is far more terrifying than these gangsters. We must be fully prepared. Chu Yi said to himself. Zhang Wo, Shirley, An, and the 6 of you from now on take turns to be responsible for the reconnaissance around the villa. Don't let go of any disturbance. Chu Yi's voice was low and powerful. Yes, Brother Chu, several people responded in unison. Lin Wan, Li Qi, Su Qing. The 3 of you are responsible for preparing food and distributing water. Everything must be arranged by Chu Yin. Chu Yi looked at the other women. Understand, Brother Chu. Several women nodded. As night fell, the temperature finally dropped a little, but there was still a suffocating heat in the air. In the villa area, everyone was drowsy. At this moment, Yang Long, with a group of people armed with machetes, quietly moved towards the old man's residence. Bang! With a loud bang, the dilapidated wooden door was kicked open. The old man sat up from the bed in horror, but before he could react, he was knocked to the ground by a knife. Blood stained the bed sheets red. Search. Take away everything that can be eaten and drunk. Yang Long waved the machete like a bloodthirsty beast. A group of people rushed into the room, rummaged through the drawers, and took away all the supplies the old man had accumulated. Just as they were about to leave, a figure appeared at the door. It's Su Jingya. She came out to look for water and food, but unexpectedly saw this scene. You, what are you doing? Su Jingya looked at the bloody scene in front of her in horror, her voice trembling. Su Yin recognized Su Jingya's back at a glance. It's her, the policewoman in our villa area. Su Yin pointed at Su Jingya and shouted to Yang Long. Yang Long's eyes lit up instantly, flashing with greed. Policewoman? I'm going to have a taste of a policewoman today. Yang Long grinned and rushed towards Su Jingya with a group of people. Seeing this, Su Jingya turned around and ran away. Stop! Don't run! Yang Long chased after him relentlessly. Su Jingya panicked and ran into a residential building. She hid in a room and wanted to close the door, but was blocked by Yang Long and others. What? What are you going to do? Su Jingya looked at the group of ferocious men in front of her through the cat's eye in horror. What are you doing? Yang Long laughed obscenely and approached Su Jingya step by step. Su Jingya, we are all here. What do you think we are going to do? Su Yin stood behind Yang Long and sneered. Brother Long treats people well. Why don't you just obey him? Bah, you are committing a crime. Su Jingya shouted angrily. Criminal? Damn it, you have no shame. Su Jingya, don't be naive. Do you think it's still the same as before? It's the end of the world. Whoever has the fist is the boss. Several hooligans also echoed. That's right. Officer, you'd better be smart. Follow our brother Long, and I guarantee you will have good food and good drinks. Su Yun lost his patience. Brother Long, stop talking nonsense with her. Just do it. If you take action, you are attacking the police. Su Jingya cried out in horror. Assaulting a police officer? Ha. Yang Long laughed loudly. I assaulted a police officer today. What can you do to me? Bang, bang, bang. Loud bangs, one after another, echoed at the door. Su Jingya inside was also silent. Then, finally, there was a loud bang. The door was completely knocked open, and Yang Long rushed in first. He asked doubtfully, "Where are the people?" At this moment, Su Yun's voice suddenly rang out. "Wait, Brother Long, look." Su Yun pointed to the ground, where there was a trail of footprints that extended to the corner of the room. Yang Long looked in the direction Su Yun pointed and saw a corner of clothes vaguely visible behind a sofa. "Hey girl, do you still want to hide?" Yang Long grinned and walked towards the sofa. Chapter 80, Take off your clothes. "Come out." Yang Long grinned, his voice rough and hoarse. "Little policewoman, don't hide. I love you so much. Come out. I promise to make you feel like you are in heaven." He uttered obscenities and moved slowly along the footprints with a shifty look in his eyes. In fact, Yang Long was not completely blinded by desire. He knew that Su Jingya was a police officer and might have a gun, so he was extremely careful. The footprints disappeared in front of a worn-out sofa. "Hey, here it is." Yang Long waved his hand fiercely. "Come on." Several thugs immediately pounced on the sofa like wolves and tigers, but found nothing. "Damn it, where's the person?" Yang Long was furious. He turned around and saw Su Jingya stumbling towards the door. "You bitch, you still want to run?" Yang Long roared and chased after her with his men. On the second floor of the villa, Lin Jiangwo stood by the window, observing the movements outside in the faint moonlight. "Brother Chu, it seems to be the female police officer from the daytime." Lin Jiangwo frowned and turned back to report. "She's been caught up by Yang Long and his gang. Should we help?" Chu Yi was resting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing this, he slowly opened his eyes without a trace of emotion in them. "Don't worry about her." Chu Ye's voice was as cold as ice. "Let her fend for herself. In the last days, people's hearts are hard to predict. What's more, it's a policeman who may have a gun. Chu Yi would not take any risks." While running, Su Jingya tripped over the yellow sand under her feet and fell heavily to the ground, feeling a sharp pain in her ankle. Run. Just run." Yang Long chased after him, laughing triumphantly. A few thugs also gathered around, making sickening laughter. "This little girl is quite good at running. We are going to have some fun with her later." "You stinky bitch, aren't you usually very arrogant? Why aren't you so arrogant now?" Su Yun stood aside, his eyes filled with the pleasure of revenge. "Today I'm going to strip you naked and let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." She squatted down and reached out to tear Su Jingya's clothes. Bang! A crisp slap sounded. Su Yun covered his face and looked at Su Jingya in disbelief. "You dare to hit me?" Su Yun screamed, his voice distorted. "Brother Long, come on. Kill her. Girl, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink for me." Seeing this, Yang Long sneered and was about to take action. "Superior." Bang! When the gangsters just rushed over. A gunshot rang out. A thug who was rushing in the front fell to the ground with a bloody hole in his chest. "Gun! She has a gun." Everyone was stunned and looked at the gun in Su Jingya's hand in horror. The rest of the people immediately fled in all directions like frightened rabbits. Yang Long was also startled and quickly hid in the corner, shouting in a timid manner. "You stinky bitch, you dare to shoot. Just wait, Inside the villa, Lin Jiangwo listened to the gunshots outside with a frown on his face. "Why does this gunshot sound so familiar?" Lin Jiangwo muttered to himself, as if he was recalling something. "It seems to be my service gun." He looked at Chu Yi suddenly. "Brother Chu, the sound of the gunshot is not right. I have to go out and take a look. Look at the history of this gun." Chu Yi also noticed something strange. Lin Jiangwo had never lost his composure like this before, so he immediately rushed out with his guns and several other people. After everyone left, Su Jingya bit her lower lip tightly. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, and she endured the piercing pain in her ankle and moved forward with difficulty. "With every step I took, my body trembled slightly from the pain." Su Yin narrowed his eyes, keenly aware of something strange. Su Jingya has a gun in his hand. What is he afraid of? In an instant, his pupils shrank, and a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that this gun can only fire one shot? Damn it, this bitch has no bullets in her gun. Su Yin reacted instantly and shouted at the top of his voice, "She is bluffing." Yang Long hid behind the wall. After listening to Su Yun's words, he felt that they made a lot of sense. Brothers, go ahead. Give it a try. A few thugs looked at each other, plucked up their courage, and threw a few stones at Su Jingya. Some of them even cautiously stuck their heads out. Su Jingya was like a sculpture, without any reaction. You're out of bullets. Bitch, let's see where you can run this time. Yang Long suddenly jumped out from behind the wall and pounced towards Su Jingya with bared fangs and claws. Looking at the people rushing towards her like hungry wolves, Su Jingya closed her eyes in despair, her body trembling slightly with fear, tears welling up in her eyes. Bang! A crisp gunshot pierced the night sky. One of Yang Long's men screamed, covered his chest, and fell into a pool of blood. His body twitched a few times, and then he became motionless. Brother Chu, Lin Jiangwo rushed over like a gust of wind with Shirley and on. Damn, it's Chu Yi. The moment Yang Long saw Chu Yi, he was so scared that his face turned pale, his legs went weak, and he turned around and ran away desperately like a stray dog. Seeing this, the remaining thugs also scattered like birds and beasts. Su Jingya slowly opened her eyes and looked vigilantly at Chu Yi and others who suddenly appeared. Her eyes were full of caution and her body unconsciously shrank back. Don't move. Chu Yi stared at Su Jingya coldly with sharp eyes. He took a step forward, snatched the gun from her hand without any hesitation, and threw it to Lin Jiangwo. This is really my gun. Lin Jiangwo took the gun and examined it carefully. A look of shock appeared on his face, and his voice rose 8 octaves. Su Jingya, where did you get this gun? Su Jingya bit her lips, her eyes avoided, and she said nothing. Take him back. Chu Yi ignored Su Jingya's silence and gave the order in a cold tone. Inside the villa, warm lights dispelled the darkness, and the clean and tidy furnishings contrasted sharply with the apocalyptic scene outside. The water and food on the table exuded an enticing aroma, which surprised Su Jingya very much, as if she was in a paradise in the end times. Chu Yi took a bottle of water and placed it in front of Su Jingya, his voice calm and indifferent. Tell the truth, this bottle of water is yours. Su Jingya's eyes flickered. She struggled internally and did not respond. Don't want to talk? Then tie him up. When you want to talk, give him water and food. Shirley and An immediately stepped forward, roughly tied Su Jingya's hands behind her back, and tied her tightly with a rope. You are illegally detaining me. Su Jingya struggled desperately, but to no avail. Chu Yi sneered. Illegal detention? In this world, where is the law? He walked up to Su Jingya and looked down at her, his eyes revealing unquestionable majesty. You'd better think it through. Here, I am a law. Yang Long limped back to his hiding place, cursing all the way and insulting Chu Ye's ancestors for 18 generations. Damn it, I'm not done with this Chu Yi. As soon as he entered the room, Yang Long kicked over the table and cursed. Su Yun was so frightened that he shrank to the side, not daring to breathe. Waste. All of you are a bunch of waste. Yang Long became angrier the more he thought about it. He turned to look at Su Yun with a fierce look in his eyes. And you, aren't you usually quite capable? How come you can't even handle a woman today? Bang! Yang Long slapped Su Yun hard on the face, making her see stars. Brother Long, Su Yun covered his face and tried to explain himself aggrievedly, but Yang Long grabbed his neck. What do you mean by you? If it weren't for you, a bitch, how would I have ended up like this? Yang Long gritted his teeth. I'm going to kill you today. Brother Long, spare me. Su Yun was strangled to the point of being unable to breathe, his face turning purple. I still have a way to deal with Chu Yi. A solution? What other solution do you have? Yang Long loosened his grip, but still did not let go of Su Yun. We can pin the blame for what happened last night on Chu Yi. Su Yun uttered a few words with difficulty. Frame up? Yang Long was stunned. Yes, just say that Chu Yi and his gang killed people and robbed supplies. Su Yun said hurriedly, stir up public anger. Let everyone deal with him together. Yang Long's eyes gradually brightened. That's a good idea. Okay, let's do it. Yang Long let go of Su Yun, a sinister smile on his face. This Chu Yi, doesn't he like to show off? I'm going to make him die without a burial place. He turned to look at Su Yun, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. You are still of some use. The next day, the news about Chu Ye's murder and robbery spread among the crowd like wings. Have you heard? Someone was killed last night, and all their belongings were stolen. Who did this? So cruel. Who else could it be? It's that Chu Yi. He relies on his numbers to do whatever he wants. Damn it, I've disliked him for a long time. He usually pretends to be a decent person, but it turns out he's a robber. Let's go. Let's go find him and settle the score. Soon, a large group of people gathered at the entrance of the villa. They were holding all kinds of weapons, iron rods, wooden sticks, kitchen knives, some even had bricks. Chuyi, get out. Kill a life and pay with your life. Debts owed and pay with money. Give us our stuff back. Break open that broken door. Get in. The crowd was excited, and everyone wanted to eat Chuyi alive. Inside the villa, Chuyi stood by the window, looking at the dark crowd outside. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. These people are really looking for death. Since they want to play with them to the end. Brother Chu, what should we do? Lin Jiangwo looked outside. There were so many people there. If they started to cause trouble, it would be a problem. What are you panicking about? Chuyi snorted coldly. They're just a bunch of rabble, nothing to be afraid of. Kill them all and be done with it. As soon as Chuyi finished speaking, his men immediately picked up their guns and prepared to take action. Su Jingya, who had been silent the whole time, looked at them in disbelief. What do you want to do? You can't do this. Su Jingya raised her head suddenly, her eyes filled with fear. They were all deceived by Yang Long. You can't kill innocent people. Killing innocent people? Chu Yi sneered. Who is innocent in the end times? Besides, I'm doing this for you, to protect you. No, they are human beings, my compatriots. I am a police officer, and I have the responsibility to protect them. Su Jingya's voice trembled. As long as you let me go out and explain, they will definitely believe me. Believe you? Chuyi found it ridiculous. This woman was really naive. Do you think they would believe a policeman who was tied up? How do you know if you don't try? Su Jingya stared at Chuyi. Or do you simply not dare to let me out? Provocation. Chuyi smiled contemptuously. It doesn't work on me. That gun. Su Jingya gritted her teeth. Don't you want to know where that gun came from? Chuyi was silent. This gun is indeed a mystery. I can give you a chance, Chuyi said slowly, but you'd better not play tricks. Chapter 81. Am I slandering you? When Su Jingya appeared at the door of the villa, the crowd instantly boiled over. Look, it's that female police officer. Why is she with Chuyi? You two are in cahoots with each other. You stinky bitch. Beat her to death. All kinds of dirty words flooded towards Su Jingya like a tide. Everyone be quiet. Listen to me. Su Jingya took a deep breath and shouted loudly. But her voice was soon drowned out by the roar of the crowd. There's nothing to say. You're all in the same group. Give me back my stuff. Murderer. Su Jingya's expression became increasingly ugly. At the same time, she was also very anxious. If these people didn't believe her, Chuyi would really take action. Dear fellow villagers, I am our police officer. I am Su Jingya. How could I be in cahoots with this group of people? You must believe me. Su Jingya tried to convince everyone with her hometown ties. There was still little reaction from the crowd, and the verbal abuse was even louder than before. Su Jingya, you traitor. We were so blind to have trusted you so much. That's right. You don't deserve to be a police officer. Kill her. Kill this policewoman. Everyone, you really misunderstood. What happened last night has nothing to do with me. How could I commit murder and robbery for such a small amount of supplies? Su Jingya explained anxiously. When everyone heard what Su Jingya said, they felt that it made sense. They had all seen what kind of person Su Jingya was. Then tell us what happened last night. That's right. Tell us what happened. I originally wanted to see these people punish Chuyi, but when they saw Su Jingya, they actually wanted to turn the situation around. You're talking nonsense. Su Yin suddenly jumped out of the crowd, pointing at Su Jingya and shouting, It was you who robbed us with Chuyi and the others last night. And you want to kill us to silence us. Su Yun, you are slandering me. Su Jingya glared at Su Yun. I'm slandering you? Su Yun sneered. The wounds on brother Yang Long's body are the best evidence. How can he kill or rob people when he's injured? The crowd was boiling again, and everyone looked at Su Jingya with questioning eyes. What Su Yun said is correct. How can I go out when I'm injured in such a hot day? Now I'm wondering whose problem it is. Su Jingya was anxious and blurted out. Where Yang Long and his men live, there are 3 boxes of water they robbed, and 3 sacks filled with food. This sudden information made the noisy crowd quiet for a moment. Someone was skeptical. Is this true? You're not trying to trick us into going there, so that Chu Yi and his gang can escape. Su Jingya opened her mouth, but found herself unable to defend herself. I knew it. Su Yun screamed, squeezed out of the crowd, pointed at Su Jingya's nose and cursed. You bitch. You were so happy in Chu Ye's bed, right? And now you still want to help him? I think you are a bitch. A slut. Whoever believes you is looking for death. If anyone dares to leave, they will take action immediately. Su Yun's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads. The glimmer of hope that had just ignited was instantly extinguished. Yes, this female police officer came out of the villa. Who knows if she's been bribed by Chu Yi? You stinky bitch, did you kneel down under Chu Ye's crotch and beg for mercy? How powerful is he that you want to protect him like this? You actually want to hurt us like this? Bitch, we trusted you so much before. Get lost. Go back to your villa. Shameless thing. Just like Chu Yi, neither of you is a good person. The obscene language came flooding back like a tide, more violent and harsher than before. Su Jingya widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at the distorted faces in front of her. She looked to the front, where Uncle Wong and Aunt Lee were standing. Uncle Wong, Aunt Lee, Su Jingya's voice trembled with a last glimmer of hope. Don't you believe me either? I was the one who helped your family when they were in trouble before. Have you? Have you forgotten what kind of person I am? Uncle Wong and Aunt Lee looked at each other with a trace of sadness on their faces. Jingya, we know you're a good kid. Uncle Wong sighed and pretended, but people change. In today's world, who knows what they will do to survive? We can understand. Understand? Su Jingya only felt a chill running from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. She shook her head slowly, her eyes filled with despair. The trust and dedication that we once had have all become a joke at this moment. It's not worth it. Nothing is worth it. Inside the villa, Chu Yi sneered and walked to Su Jingya's side. Now you know what the real doomsday is. You are shameless. Chu Yi turned to look at these people, his voice cold and cruel. Since you don't want to leave, then all of you go to hell. You dare. Someone shouted fiercely. There are so many of us. If you dare to make a move, we will fight you to death. That's right. We are not afraid of you. Just shoot if you can. In the crowd, some people shouted in a self-righteous manner, saying that they did not believe that Chu Yi would really dare to kill anyone. After all, the law does not hold everyone responsible. Bang! There was a deafening sound of gunfire. The man who was shouting just now was shot in the middle of his eyebrows, and his body fell straight down like a wooden stake. Blood dyed the ground red. The crowd exploded instantly. Murder! Chu Yi killed someone. Run! Help! There were screams and cries everywhere. Everyone was running around like headless flies. At this moment, revenge and supplies became unimportant. Being alive is the most important thing. Su Yun, Yang Long, and others mixed in the crowd and ran desperately outside. Chu Yi pointed the gun at Yang Long. Bang! Another gunshot was heard. Yang Long screamed and fell to the ground, covering his right leg. Brother Long, Su Yun exclaimed. He pulled Yang Long and ran out madly. Seeing this, Lin Jiangwo and others wanted to chase after him. Don't chase them, Chu Yi said calmly as he looked at the fleeing crowd. Don't chase after desperate enemies. He turned around and looked at the distraught Su Jingya. Come on, follow me back to the house. Chu Yi casually handed Su Jingya some food and water. Now, can you tell me about that gun? Su Jingya didn't answer. She raised her head and looked at Chu Yi with empty eyes. That gun was left by my father. Your dad, Lin Jiangwo, who was listening, couldn't help but interrupt. Who is your dad? Su Mingda. Su Jingya spoke slowly. Lin Jiangwo was shocked, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Su Mingda? You are Boss Su's daughter. Boss Su? Who is Su Mingda? Shirley and An looked confused. Su Mingda. Lin Jiangwo took a deep breath, tears welling up in his eyes. He used to be my subordinate. Chapter 82, I am Brother Biao. Su Mingda. Lin Jiangwo murmured again and again, as if trying to salvage something from the depths of his memory. He was my former subordinate. He looked up suddenly. His eyes were moist, and his voice trembled violently. If it weren't for him, I would have died long ago. He blocked a bullet for me, broke his right leg, and had to leave the army. Since then, I haven't heard from him anymore. The past came to his mind like a tide, and Lin Jiangwo felt a sore nose. The figure who always rushed to the front on the battlefield, fearless like a tiger, seemed to appear before his eyes again. When Su Jingya heard this, her heart was shocked, and she asked anxiously, What's your name? Lin Jiangwo. Uncle Lin. Su Jingya fell to her knees with a plop, tears streaming down her face, and she tightly grasped Lin Jiangwo's hand. It's really you. This sudden change made Lin Jiangwo a little confused. He stared blankly at the tearful girl in front of him, his mind going blank. You, how do you know me? My dad. He mentioned you often before he left. Su Jingya choked up and spoke intermittently. Before he left some things behind, saying he wanted to hand them over to you personally. He also said something about a sky curtain. I don't know what it means. The things are in Huangshan Park on the outskirts of the city. Skydome? Huangshan Park? Lin Jiangwo's heart was shocked. He knew that place. On, come with us. Chuyi made a prompt decision without hesitation. This matter concerned the Sky Curtain organization and no mistakes could be made. He took out the map again, looked at the location of Huangshan Park, and his brows gradually frowned. This damn place is hundreds of kilometers away from Huangshan Park on the outskirts of the city. Boss, I know a place. Lin Jiangwo seemed to have remembered something and suddenly said, There's a modified car club nearby. I've been there for renovations before. I wonder if the cars there can still be used. Lead the way, Chuyi said concisely. The three of them moved quickly and arrived in front of the club. The scene before them made the three of them feel depressed. The once magnificent club is now mostly buried under thick yellow sand, with only a broken signboard left, swaying in the wind. In the end times, everything seems so fragile and vulnerable. Without time to sigh, Chuyi jumped into the sand pit first, waving the tools in his hand and began to dig downwards. Lin Jiangwo and An followed closely behind, and the three of them worked together to make sand fly. In a corner that they didn't notice, a pair of eyes were staring at them. He was a skinny man who hid behind a pile of rubble, having a full view of every move of Chu Yi and the other two. After confirming that Chu Yi and the others had all entered the underground, the man turned around abruptly and ran toward the building not far away. That building, originally a luxury hotel, has now become a living hell. In the hall, there are more than a dozen women lying in a mess, with chains tied around their necks, pinned to the ground like dogs, almost naked, with bruises all over their bodies. There was a sickening stench in the air. A fat man with a face full of flesh was sitting on the sofa in the middle of the hall. He was shirtless, with fat piled on his greasy belly, playing with a woman's hair in his hands, with an obscene smile on his face. This is Brother Biao, the emperor of this building. Biao, Brother Biao, there's someone outside. Outside. The thin man rushed into the hall, panting, and couldn't even finish his sentences. What are you panicking about? Brother Biao frowned impatiently and pushed the woman next to him away. Is the sky falling? No. Someone is trying to dig into that modified car club. The thin man explained hastily. 3 people. They seem to be looking for a car. Looking for a car? Brother Biao's eyes lit up instantly, flashing with greed. What the hell are you still standing there for? Keep staring. Brother Biao slammed the table and yelled, I'm going to call someone to go over and take a look. He stood up suddenly, his fat body trembling, and shouted upstairs, Everyone get up, grab your weapons. There's work to do. At the same time, in the underground modified car club, Chu Yi and the other 2 jumped down the dug hole and saw a mess in front of them. Various scrap vehicle parts were scattered all over the ground, rusted, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of engine oil. This place was once a paradise for modified car enthusiasts, but now it has become a ruin. This place is so big. An couldn't help but sigh. The faint light above is not enough to illuminate the entire space. Search separately. Chu Yi ordered in a deep voice, Be careful. The 3 of them dispersed and groped their way through the steel ruins. On the ground, Brother Biao and a group of people had quietly arrived at the cave entrance. He leaned over and looked down, but it was pitch black and he couldn't see anything clearly. Leave a few people to guard here. Brother Biao grinned and ordered his men, Everyone else, follow me down. He jumped down first, followed by a dozen men holding sticks. Hee, if we can find a drivable car. Brother Biao licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If we sell on the black market, we could buy a lot of food and drinks. He dreamed of owning a car. In this doomsday, having a car means a greater chance of survival. Boss, here, there's one here. Just then, An's surprised shout came from not far away. He was standing next to an SUV, dancing with excitement. The vehicle was intact except for some dust. An couldn't wait to get into the cab and tried to start the engine. Buzz! The engine let out a low roar and the lights came on, illuminating a small area around it. It works! It works! An shouted excitedly. Boss, come and see. Buzz! The roar of the engine seemed particularly harsh in this dead silent underground space. Brother Biao and his group followed the sound, and their footsteps echoed in the empty basement like the beat of a death-threatening drum, getting closer and closer. On was still immersed in the joy of starting the car when he suddenly saw a group of ferocious strangers. His heart trembled suddenly, and he subconsciously gripped the steering wheel. Who are you?" He pretended to be calm, but his voice was still trembling. "I'm your grandfather." Brother Biao grinned and walked forward with his fat body swaying, his saliva almost spraying on On's face. "You little bastard, do you think you can come to this place?" The younger brothers behind him were rubbing their hands together with fierce eyes, like hungry wolves eyeing their prey. Chapter 83, I Am Your Grandpa. "Go, catch this guy for me." Brother Biao waved his hand without any courtesy. Several younger brothers immediately rushed over and pulled On out of the cab. On struggled desperately, but how could he be a match for these people? "Let me go, you bunch of bandits." On roared, his voice full of anger and unwillingness. "Bandit?" Brother Biao seemed to have heard a joke, and his fat body was shaking with laughter. "I'm a bandit." "What? Don't you agree?" He walked up to On and looked down at him with contempt. "Boy, tell me the truth if you know what's good for you. How did you know about this place?" On clenched his teeth and refused to say a word. He knew in his heart that once he told the truth, not only would he be in trouble, but the boss and Uncle Lin would also be in trouble. "You're still so stubborn." Brother Biao sneered, raised his hand, and slapped On hard on the face. With a crisp pop sound, blood immediately oozed from the corner of On's mouth. "Tell it or not?" Brother Biao asked again, his eyes becoming more ferocious. On was beaten so hard that he felt dizzy, but he still gritted his teeth and refused to utter a word. "Fuck it, if you don't accept my toast, then I'll punish you." Brother Biao completely lost his patience. He grabbed On's hair and lifted him up. "Today I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." He raised his fist and punched On hard in the stomach. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of beatings echoed in the empty basement. Owen curled up in pain, uttering suppressed groans. "Tie them up for me." Brother Biao was tired from fighting, panting, and ordered his men. "Everyone else, hide for me. When those two bastards come, we'll deal with them together." He looked around with a sinister look in his eyes. "This is a good place. I'm going to occupy it today." Several younger brothers immediately took action, tied On up, and threw him into a corner. Others spread out, hiding in the darkness, waiting for their prey to take the bait. At the same time, Chu Yi and Lin Jiangwo had also met up. "Strange, where did this kid On go?" Lin Jiangwo frowned and looked around. The two looked around but still couldn't find On, and they were both confused. Could something have happened? Chu Yi felt vaguely uneasy. "Let's go and take a look over there." Lin Jiangwo pointed in the direction where On had just shouted, his tone serious. The two of them moved forward cautiously in the direction of On. "Boss, Uncle Lin." Just then, a faint cry for help came from not far away. On heard the voices of Chu Yi and Lin Jiangwo and struggled desperately to remind them. "Fuck, shut up." When Brother Biao heard the noise, he immediately rushed over and blocked On's mouth with a piece of rag. But it was still too late. When Chu Yi heard the faint voice, his face instantly turned gloomy. He stopped, squatted down, and looked at the ground carefully. "I saw some messy footprints on the originally flat ground, which were obviously made just now. Who was in there?" Chu Yi suddenly raised his head and shouted towards the darkness. He already had a bad feeling in his heart. "Hee, your observation skills are pretty good." Brother Biao sneered and walked out of the darkness with a group of his men. His fat body blocked most of the light, making the entire space seem even more depressing. "Who are you?" Chu Yi asked again with cold eyes. "Boy, you are so arrogant." A little brother next to Brother Biao curled his lips in disdain. "Kneel down and call me daddy, and I will tell you." Lin Jiangwo was furious. He could no longer bear it. He turned his wrist, and a sharp dagger appeared in his hand. "Court death," he growled, and with a flash of his body, he rushed towards the younger brother like a ghost. Puff! The knife flashed and blood splattered. The young man fell straight to the ground without even having time to scream. "If you dare to touch my people, you will all die." Lin Jiangwo's eyes were red, like an angry beast. Brother Biao was shocked by this sudden scene. He didn't expect Lin Jiangwo to be so cruel and kill people over a disagreement. "Damn it! Come on, kill them." Brother Biao came to his senses and roared in frustration. The dozen or so younger brothers behind him immediately rushed towards Chu Yi and Lin Jiangwo, waving their sticks. Chu Yi had a blank expression on his face, and his eyes were terrifyingly cold. He slowly raised his right hand and silently said in his mind, "Pressure 50, flow 1, parameters set." Bang, bang, bang. There was a dull sound of someone falling to the ground. The few younger brothers who were rushing in the front seemed to be hit by an invisible force. They flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. My legs, my arm, it hurts so much. Screams rang out one after another, and the remaining brothers were all terrified. They stood there stupidly, not daring to take another step forward. Brother Biao was even more terrified. He widened his eyes and trembled all over as he watched the incredible scene in front of him. You're a devil." He pointed at Chu Yi, his voice trembling, as if he had seen a ghost. Chu Yi ignored him and walked slowly to him, the saber in his hand flashing a cold light. "Uncle Lin, rescue L1." Chu Yi's voice was cold and emotionless. "I want to kill this fat pig with my own hands." Lin Jiangwo nodded and went to rescue On immediately. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Brother Biao completely collapsed. He fell to his knees with a plop and kowtowed desperately to beg for mercy. I have women, and water, and food. I'll give them all to you. All to you. I'm not interested in those things." Chu Yi looked at him coldly, his eyes full of disgust. No. I have something else. I know where the black market is." Brother Biao shouted incoherently, as if he had grabbed the last straw. "There is everything there. As long as you have something, you can exchange it for anything." Black market? Chu Yi frowned slightly. This was the first time he heard this word. Yes. The black market. Brother Biao explained hurriedly. That's a very large organization. They have no shortage of supplies and can exchange anything. As long as you can let me go, I will take you there right away." His eyes were full of hope, eager to use this news to exchange for a glimmer of life. Black market? Chu Yi repeated playfully, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. In this apocalypse, all kinds of monsters and demons have emerged. Yes. It's the black market. Chapter 84, Black Market. Brother Biao nodded repeatedly, like a pug, wagging his tail desperately. "As long as you let me go, I will take you there right away." A cold arc appeared on Chu Yi's lips. He leaned down, grabbed Brother Biao's neck, and lifted him up from the ground. "Lead the way." These two short words carried an unquestionable pressure. Brother Biao was strangled to the point of being unable to breathe. His face turned the color of liver. He nodded with difficulty, and his legs kicked wildly in the air. Chu Yi casually threw him onto the front of the car, tied him up tightly with a rope, and jumped into the driver's seat. "Uncle Lin, On, get in the car." Chu Yi called out and stepped on the accelerator. The engine roared, and the off-road vehicle rushed out of the cave like a wild beast, its tires rubbing against the ground, making a sharp scream. The car sped along and finally stopped in front of a towering building. This building is the black market that Brother Biao mentioned. Chu Yi jumped out of the car and walked in front of Brother Biao, the saber in his hand flashing with a cold light. Brother Biao was so frightened that his whole body trembled and his fat shook. He thought Chu Yi was going to kill him and closed his eyes in fear. However, the expected pain did not come. With a swish sound, the rope broke. Brother Biao suddenly opened his eyes and found that he was free again. He was ecstatic and jumped off the front of the car by rolling and crawling. Everyone in the black market. "Help! The slaves are rebelling. They're going to kill people." Brother Biao roared at the top of his lungs while running desperately towards the building. He looked so miserable, like a dog that had lost its home. A group of fully armed guards suddenly rushed out of the building, holding guns with the black muzzles pointed at Chu Yi and the other two. "Stop right there. Don't move. Put your hands up. Put down your weapons." The guards shouted loudly, full of murderous intent. Brother Biao felt very proud when he saw this. He hid behind the guards and pointed at Chu Yi and the other two with a sinister grin. "That's them. How dare these 3 lowly slaves attack me? Capture them and execute them all." He sneered in his heart. "Humph, you little bastard, you want to fight me? You are still a little naive. After entering the black market, you still want to get out alive? Dream on." "Oh, really?" A slightly joking voice sounded, which made Brother Biao's heart skip a beat. It was the chief officer. Brother Biao turned around suddenly, put on a flattering smile, took out a card from his pocket, and handed it over with both hands. "Sir, look, this is my ID card. Please make the decision for me. These unruly people, they're simply lawless. How dare they have any improper thoughts about me?" As Brother Biao was talking, He secretly observed his superior's reaction and prayed in his heart. I must kill these guys, especially the guy named Chu. I want to make his life worse than death. He didn't notice that there was a hint of barely perceptible contempt in the officer's eyes. In the end times, there are still people who believe in promises. How ridiculous! Brother Biao looked at Chu Yi and the other two who were being pointed at with guns and could not help but burst into laughter, venting his pride to his heart's content. You idiots! Do you know the rules of the black market? Without an ID card, you are worse than a dog. Only if you have enough water are you eligible to get an ID card. The more water you have, the higher the level of your ID card. And what do you have? A bunch of poor people. Trash. Waste. Alan was so angry at these words that he was shaking all over. He roared, shameless. Despicable. Shameless? Despicable. Brother Biao seemed to have heard a huge joke. In this cannibalistic world, talking about morality? Are you crazy? I tell you, the bigger the fist, the more powerful it is. I have people and guns. What do you have? You are just a bunch of lambs to be slaughtered. The more he spoke, the more proud he became, and he even twisted his fat body and did a funny dance. Sir, please help me. Brother Biao complained to his superior again. These unruly people not only robbed me, but also abused me. I am a good citizen of the black market. You must punish them severely to serve as a warning to others. The officer took Brother Biao's ID card expressionlessly, without even looking at it, and threw it to the ground. The guards behind him pulled the bolts of their guns in unison, and the sound of bullets being loaded was particularly harsh in the silent air. Chuyi was still calm and composed. He said calmly, "As for water, I have plenty here. I'm just worried that you guys on the black market can't have it. Can't eat? Ha ha ha." Brother Biao sounded like he had heard the funniest joke. Boy, who do you think you are? The water god? And you can't eat? What do you think the black market is? Do you think you can question the rules here? He pointed at Chu Yi and shouted at the guards. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and arrest these ignorant fellows. Lin Jiangwo and An looked at each other and saw worry in each other's eyes. Although they believed in Chu Yi, they were still worried at the moment. Chu Yi, is there really so much water? Are you just bluffing? Just then, Chu Yi moved 3 large boxes out from the back of the car. With a bang, the box fell to the ground with a dull sound. Chu Yi slowly opened the box. Inside were neatly stacked bottles of mineral water, shining brightly in the sunlight. Are these enough to exchange for an ID card? Chu Yi's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. The smile on Brother Biao's face froze instantly. He widened his eyes and stared at the 3 boxes of water, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. How is this possible? He screamed, his voice changing tone. Where did you get so much water? Lin Jiangwo and An breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts finally at ease. I knew Chu Yi would have a way. Great. Now we are saved. Brother Biao still didn't give up. He rushed to his superior and shouted at the top of his lungs. Sir, there must be something wrong with this water. He must have used some kind of magic. You must be vigilant, confiscate his water, and conduct a strict investigation. Bang! A crisp slap echoed throughout the venue. The officer slapped Brother Biao to the ground. He didn't even bother to look at Brother Biao again. He walked straight to Chu Yi with a respectful smile on his face. He handed over a card with both hands. The card was completely black and inlaid with a dazzling diamond, shining brightly in the sun. Dear guest, this is the highest level VIP ID card in our black market. Please keep it. The officer's voice was trembling with excitement and awe. Brother Biao collapsed on the ground, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 85. Snatching the Medicine Girl. He never dreamed that the person he had tried so hard to frame would suddenly become the most distinguished customer of the black market. That VIP ID card was something he never even dared to dream of. Intense jealousy, like a poisonous snake, gnawed at his heart. Chu Yi took the ID card without even looking at it and threw it directly to An. He walked up to Brother Biao, looked down at him, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'll remember this grudge. The cold voice, like the sentence of the god of death, made Brother Biao feel as if he had fallen into an icy cave. He trembled all over and could no longer utter a single word. The commander had no interest in the farce before him. He interrupted Brother Biao, who was about to say something, and turned to look at Chu Yi. Sir, you came at the right time. There's an auction going on in the black market. Are you interested in participating? A hint of curiosity flashed in Chu Yi's eyes. He was just worrying about how to get a deeper understanding of this black market. Now that the opportunity had come to him, how could he refuse it? He nodded slightly. It would be disrespectful to refuse. Upon hearing this, the officer's smile widened. He took out 3 black masks from his arms and handed them to Chu Yi and the other 2. Please wear these. This is the rule. Chu Yi took the mask. It felt cold to the touch. He had no idea what material it was made of. It felt quite strange. He put on a mask, and everything in front of him became pitch black. He could only vaguely see the light and shadow of the outside world through the fine mesh. When the commander saw Chu Yi and the other 2 all put on their gear, he immediately led the way. The 3 followed closely and walked into the black market. Lin Jiangwo and An looked around curiously. Although their vision was blocked, they could still feel the hustle and bustle of the black market. There are shops on both sides, selling a wide variety of goods. Even the waitresses standing on both sides were slim and pretty, with no signs of struggling to survive in the end times, which made the 2 men marvel. This black market is really unusual. It's like 2 completely different worlds from the outside world. Lin Jiangwo lowered his voice, unable to hide his shock. Yeah, look at those women. Each of them has delicate skin and tender flesh. How can they look like people who have experienced the end of the world? An echoed, his tone full of amazement. The commander listened to the whispers of the 2 and showed a bit of pride on his face. Of course, in our black market, the things we have the most are food and water. If you need anything in the future, just come here to exchange. As they were talking, they came to a heavy door and stopped. The officer reached out and slowly pushed open the door. The auction is inside. As the door opened, Chu Yi looked up and saw that the space inside was wide with several rows of chairs, and many people were already seated. Like them, they all wore masks, and their true faces could not be seen. When these people heard the door open, they all turned their heads and cast their sharp eyes on Chu Yi and the other 2. Hey, here come some more fearless people. Just them? They want to snatch the medicine girl? They are really like a toad, wanting to eat a swan's flesh. They are so ignorant that they will cry soon. Harsh, sarcastic voices came one after another, making no effort to conceal their contempt and hostility towards Chu Yi and the other 2. When has An ever suffered such humiliation? He clenched his fists and was furious. Watch your mouth. Why? Not convinced. The person closest to An stood up suddenly, pointed at An's nose and shouted, I scolded you, so what? Go ahead and do it if you dare. An's blood boiled, and he was about to rush forward, but was stopped by Chu Yi. Calm down. Chu Yi's voice was low and calm, with unquestionable majesty. They are deliberately provoking us. These guys clearly want us to make the first move so they can drive us out. Chu Yi understood clearly that this group of people just wanted to reduce the number of competitors. The officer nodded secretly and looked at Chu Yi approvingly. This little brother is indeed very observant. The black market has rules. Anyone who takes action will be permanently blacklisted and will not be allowed to trade again. Chu Yi frowned slightly. The competition here was more intense than he had imagined. He quickly asked, the medicine girl they are talking about? What is that? The officer smiled mysteriously and did not answer. Please be patient. We will know soon. He led the 3 of them to the last row to sit down. Then he stepped out and closed the door. The surroundings suddenly fell into darkness, and one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Lao Lin, An, you 2 sit here. Chu Yi took a deep breath and whispered an order, signaling the 2 to stay calm and wait and see what happens. At this moment, the sound of iron chains dragging on the ground suddenly rang out in the silence, harsh and dull. The crowd, which had been relatively quiet, suddenly began to boil, like a lake into which a stone had been thrown. Here it comes. Here it comes. Medicine girl. Medicine girl. I'm determined to get the medicine girl this time. The frenzied shouts intertwined into a noisy wave of sound that deafened people's eardrums. Everyone stood up at the same time, stretched their necks, and looked in the direction where the sound came from, with greed flashing in their eyes. The medicine girl appeared. A dazzling white light suddenly hit the auction table, instantly attracting everyone's attention. In the center of the beam of light was a petite figure in a short white skirt. Her limbs were bound with cold, iron chains. He lay powerlessly on the stage, his exposed skin covered with shocking scars. It's like having experienced cruel destruction. This is the medicine girl? An frowned, his face full of confusion. The girl in front of me looked no different from an ordinary woman, except that she was too young and adorable. I really can't understand why it has caused so much madness. You're a country bumpkin. You can tell at a glance that you haven't seen the world. Next to An A man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks sneered, his tone full of disdain. How precious is the medicine girl? How can someone like you understand it? On was immediately furious and was about to explode, but he forced himself to suppress his anger and questioned with gritted teeth. What's so special about her? Explain it to me. Explain. The man with a pointed chin and monkey face looked up and down at On, as if he had heard a huge joke, with even more contempt in his eyes. You look so poor. Do you think you deserve my explanation? Just then, a tall female auctioneer wearing a silver mask walked up to the auction platform with graceful steps. She held a small silver hammer in her hand and tapped the table lightly. The crisp sound instantly suppressed the noise in the venue. Dear guests, welcome to the black market auction. The auctioneer's voice was sweet and charming, yet it carried an unquestionable majesty. The auction of tonight's finale item, Medicine Girl, is now open. Chapter 86, Add Money. Each time you increase the price, it must not be less than a bottle of mineral water. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, bidding sounds rose from the audience. 2 bottles. I'll give you 3 bottles. It's only 3 bottles. I'll give you 5. The price soared all the way, and in a blink of an eye it broke through the 10-bottle mark. Seeing the bidding becoming more and more fierce, many people showed reluctance and regret in their eyes. Why is this happening? How come these people have so much water? I don't accept it. I don't accept it. What's the point of not accepting it? The highest bidder wins. Obviously, they're no longer able to provide more water resources to compete. After all, in this doomsday, water is life. Brother Chu, this medicine girl is probably not simple. Lin Jiangwo leaned close to Chu Ye's ear and analyzed in a low voice. Look at the injuries on her body. An ordinary woman would have collapsed long ago, but she's still alive. These people are so crazy. This medicine girl must have something they are plotting against. Chu Yi nodded slightly. What Lin Jiangwo said coincided with what he was thinking. He was worrying about how to get to know this place better. Perhaps this medicine girl was an opportunity. 11 bottles. Chu Yi immediately spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. The originally noisy auction hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Chu Yi, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. Is this kid crazy? Does he know what he is talking about? 11 bottles of water? Can he get them? Where did this fool come from to make trouble here? Doubts and ridicules came like a tide. The female auctioneer on the stage was also slightly stunned. Then her face darkened, and she warned in a cold tone. Sir, please be careful with your words. If you can't produce the corresponding amount of water, it would be a blatant violation of the rules of the black market. Provocative? Chu Yi sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. A bunch of poor bastards who can't even afford 11 bottles of water. Are you qualified to talk to me about rules? Chu Ye's words were like pouring a basin of cold water into a frying pan, and the reaction it caused was far beyond everyone's imagination. Who are you calling a poor bastard? A burly man wearing a black mask stood up suddenly, his eyes wide open and his voice as loud as a bell. Boy, you are so arrogant. He pulled off the mask on his face, revealing a rough face, and pointed at his nose and yelled. I'm Ma Hao, the director of the Yunlong water plant. Before the end of the world, I had tens of thousands of boxes of water in my hands. Do you dare to compete with me to see who has more water? The director of a Yunlong water plant? That's an important water source. Now we're going to have some fun. Everyone was in an uproar, looking at Chu Yi with eyes full of gloating. In their view, Chu Ye's competition with Ma Hao for water resources is like hitting a rock with an egg, which is a dead end. Why not? Chu Yi smiled contemptuously, his eyes as sharp as knives, staring straight at Ma Hao. How do you want to compete? You are such an ignorant kid. Ma Hao glanced at Chu Yi with contempt, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Today I will let you see what the difference is like. He raised his hand suddenly, and his rough voice made people's eardrums hurt. I'll add 2 more bottles. 13 bottles. Wow. The whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone was shocked by Ma Hao's heroism. 13 bottles of water. That is a fortune that ordinary people can hardly obtain in several months. This director Ma is really rich and powerful. He just handed over 2 bottles of water without blinking an eye. How inhumane. Is that kid dumbfounded now? Let's see how this ends. The whispers surged like a tide, and everyone was waiting to see Chu Yi make a fool of himself. In their opinion, Chu Yi had already lost completely and miserably. Facing the ridicule from everyone, Chu Yi just smiled contemptuously, as if he had heard some huge joke. You have the nerve to show off just 2 bottles of water? Are you trying to get rid of beggars? He raised his hand lazily and casually reported a number. I'll add 5 bottles, 18. This. The whole place was suddenly silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone felt as if their throats were being strangled, and even their breathing became cautious. 18 bottles of water. What does that mean? Not to mention ordinary people, even those businessmen with small assets have to consider whether their financial resources are sufficient. You know, 18 bottles of water are enough to exchange for a dozen charming beauties, and even those glamorous stars can be chosen at will. This boy, how dare he do that? The female auctioneer on the stage began to tremble uncontrollably. She tried hard to suppress her inner excitement, and her voice trembled a little. Sir, are you sure you want to add 5 bottles? 18 bottles of water. If the transaction is successful, she can get at least half a bottle as commission. This is an astronomical amount of wealth. Why, you think it's too little? Chuyi glanced at her sideways, with a hint of teasing in his tone. It's just 5 bottles of water. Is that a lot? I usually waste more than 10 bottles when I wash my feet. Wash your feet. More than a dozen bottles. Doesn't this kid brag without thinking? Water is so precious, and he uses it to wash his feet? Who does he think he is? Everyone was stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. In their opinion, Chuye's bragging was too outrageous. Ma Hao laughed so hard that tears were about to come out, and said sarcastically, Boy, you are such a boaster. You use more than a dozen bottles of water to wash your feet? Who do you think you are? The Jade Emperor. He pointed at Chuye's nose and mocked him mercilessly. Not to mention you, even I, the director of Yunlong Water Plant, wouldn't dare to waste water like this. You are just a clown, trying to attract attention. He took a deep breath, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Boy, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Today I will let you see what the real difference in strength is. I'll add 10 more bottles. 28 bottles. Ma Hao's voice exploded like thunder, shocking the entire audience. Boom! The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone was stunned by Ma Hao's crazy behavior. 28 bottles. Director Ma is serious. Oh my God, how much money is this? Does that kid dare to follow me again? If he dares to follow me again, I will eat shit live. Everyone believed that Chuyi would never follow again. 28 bottles of water is not a small number. Even if it is on the black market, it will take some effort to get them all out at once. The female auctioneer on the stage was so excited that she was at a loss. She had even begun to congratulate Ma Hao in advance. Congratulations to Director Ma. You are about to obtain the Medicine Girl. Chapter 87. You can only look up to me. Ma Hao looked at Chuyi triumphantly, his eyes full of provocation and disdain, enjoying the glory of the winner. Boy, do you see that? This is the gap between you and me. You can only look up to me for the rest of your life. You are too happy too soon. Chuyi just glanced at him calmly, without any emotion in his eyes. Oh, are you going to raise the price? I'll wait and see how long you can keep pretending. Ma Hao folded his arms and waited with interest. When did I say I wasn't going out? Chuyi chuckled, as if he was watching a clown. Since you want to play so much, I will play with you to the end. He slowly raised his hand. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. I'll add 20 bottles, 48. What? 48 bottles? Is he crazy? The whole place was dead silent. Everyone seemed to be petrified. They stood there in a daze, their minds blank. How much did you say? The smile on Ma Hao's face froze instantly. He widened his eyes and stared at Chuyi as if he wanted to eat him alive. 48 bottles. Why, you can't hear clearly? Chuyi repeated coldly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could he possibly get so much water? It must be fake. He's bluffing. There were waves of doubts in the crowd, and no one could believe the facts before them. Where's the water? Why don't you get out? Someone shouted at the top of his voice. If you can't take it out, don't embarrass yourself here. That's right. Get out of here right now. Catch him. How dare he play tricks on us? The crowd was excited, and everyone wanted to tear Chuyi into pieces. Facing everyone's doubts and abuse, Chuyi just smiled coldly. The water is right outside. Why are you in such a hurry? Just wait. Everyone looked at Chuyi and asked questions. Wait, you can't leave. Yes, we haven't seen the water yet. Who knows if you're lying to us? We can't let you go. If you run away, who can we go to for justice? Chuyi stopped and looked at the originally silent auction venue, which suddenly exploded as if they wanted to eat him alive. What's more, a brave one jumped directly into the aisle and blocked his way with open arms. Want to leave? Not that easy. We have to leave something behind. Otherwise, how can we feel at ease? The rest of the people turned their eyes to Lin Jiangwo and on. Otherwise, arrest them and use them as hostages. A sharp voice was particularly harsh in the crowd. That's right, let's keep those two people. They look decent. Maybe they can be sold for a good price. The person who spoke had shifty eyes, and his gaze flickered between Lin Jiangwo and on, with greed in his eyes. Lin Jiangwo's face turned red with anger, and his body couldn't stop shaking. On bit his lips tightly and was shaking with anger. They never thought that these guys would be so shameless. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi stopped and looked back. There was no panic on his face, but instead a hint of amusement. Hostages? Do as you please. Chu Yi shrugged, looking indifferent, turned around and walked outside. His nonchalant look angered everyone even more. What the fuck did you say? If you take your companions as hostages, are you still a human being? People like this should be beaten to death. The verbal abuse and threats continued one after another, and it seemed like it was about to turn into a riot. Ma Hao sneered in his heart. He hoped the situation would be as chaotic as possible. He concluded that Chu Yi simply could not come up with that much water, and was just bluffing and trying to escape in the chaos. It's not that easy to bid for the medicine girl. Ma Hao was secretly proud in his heart. Is the medicine girl finally in my pocket? He cleared his throat and shouted, "Everyone be quiet. Since this guy can't produce any water, let's start the auction of medicine girl again." Director Ma is right. Re-auction. Right. We can't let this kid break the rules. Everyone responded to Ma Hao's proposal. In their opinion, Chu Yi was already dead. On couldn't bear it anymore, and he roared at Ma Hao. What right do you have to re-auction? Are you afraid? Are you afraid that Chu Yi will really take out the water and you will lose? Afraid? Ma Hao looked like he had heard a huge joke. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Would I be afraid of him? How could a brat who is still wet behind the ears be worthy of my fear? Kid, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. I just don't want to waste everyone's time. He said this, but he was secretly calculating in his heart. The medicine girl is extremely important to him and must not fall into the hands of others. We must get the medicine girl as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. The auctioneer disagreed. Since he said he wanted to get the water out, according to the rules, we should wait for him. Upon hearing this, Ma Hao suddenly stood up from his seat and took out a black plate from his arms, on which was carved a hideous skull. Rules? Are my rules enough? Everyone was shocked when they saw this. VIP ID card. It's a VIP ID card from the black market. Oh my God, Director Ma is actually a VIP in the black market. There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd, and everyone was shocked by the sign in Ma Hao's hand. In the black market, VIP ID cards represent supreme status and power. Owners can enjoy various privileges and can even override the rules. Ma Hao proudly raised the sign in his hand and scanned the audience, enjoying everyone's awe-inspiring looks. He looked at the auctioneer on the stage with a hint of threat in his tone. Why? Don't you recognize this ID card? Beads of sweat oozed from the auctioneer's forehead. He didn't expect that Ma Hao was actually a VIP in the black market. There are rules in the black market, and the demands of anyone holding a VIP ID card must be met. However, if Chu Yi could really take out 48 bottles of water, he would be at a great loss. This is an astronomical amount of wealth, enough to save him decades of hard work. He was extremely conflicted and didn't know what to do for a moment. Seeing that the auctioneer had not responded, Ma Hao's face suddenly darkened. He slammed the table and roared, "What? Are you going to break the rules of the black market?" At this tense moment, a joking voice broke the deadlock. "Hey, what's wrong? You can't get water, so you want to bully others?" Chu Yi is back. He walked into the auction venue slowly, holding a cardboard box. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chu Yi, or to be more precise, on the cardboard box in his hand. Chapter 88. Sorry, I have it too. Bottles of crystal clear water were shaking in it. Water? Really water? Oh my God, he actually has so much water. How is this possible? Where did he get it? Everyone stood up excitedly, stretched their necks, and couldn't help swallowing. Seeing this, Ma Hao's face turned pale instantly. He widened his eyes and stared at the cardboard box in Chu Ye's hand, his eyes full of disbelief. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He muttered to himself, his body shaking uncontrollably. Chu Yi put the cardboard box on the stage, ignoring everyone's gazes. How about it, Director Ma? Do you believe it now? Chu Yi looked at Ma Hao with a smile. Who are you? Ma Hao's voice trembled and his eyes were full of fear. He couldn't understand how the young man in front of him could come up with so much water. I'm your father. Chu grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. You are looking for death. Ma Hao was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Chu Ye's nose and roared. So what if there is water? The medicine girl is mine. I have a VIP ID card, and the medicine girl must belong to me. VIP ID card? What kind of prestigious thing is that? Chu Yi smiled contemptuously, took out a black sign exactly the same as Ma Hao's from his pocket, and threw it in front of him. Is it rare? Sorry, I have it too. What? He also? The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone's worldview was completely turned upside down. Ma Hao was struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze, his mind going blank. He never thought that Chu Yi also had a VIP ID card. Hello, distinguished VIP guest. Originally, the auctioneer, who had been feeling dark in her heart, was trembling with excitement. She quickly ran to Chu Yi and bowed deeply. Congratulations, the medicine girl is now yours. You can enjoy her as much as you want. Ma Hao couldn't bear it any longer. He pointed at the auctioneer's nose and cursed. What the hell did you say? The auction hasn't ended yet. How dare you give him to the medicine girl? Do you want to die? The auctioneer asked bluntly. The auction is over. The highest bidder wins. Do you have any questions? Or do you want to break the rules of the black market? Come here, deal with it according to the rules. Several guards in black appeared behind Ma Hao at some point. Several people directly lifted Ma Hao and dragged him out. No one paid any attention to Ma Hao's wailing. Several men in black threw him out of the black market like a dead dog. With a bang, Ma Hao fell heavily to the sand, raising a cloud of dust. He struggled to get up, the flesh on his face twisted with anger, his eyes burning with rage. Chu Yi, just wait for me. He roared through gnashing teeth, his voice as hoarse as a broken gong. I'm going to make sure you die a miserable death. He struggled to get up from the ground and stumbled towards the Yunlong water plant. He wants to call for help. He wants to make Chu Yi regret coming into this world. Meanwhile, in the corner of the black market, Chu Yi slowly approached the medicine girl, who was tied with iron chains. The girl's body was trembling like a frightened deer. Please, let me go. She raised her head and looked at Chu Yi with tears in her eyes. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito and full of fear. This pitiful look, under normal circumstances, would be enough to make any man feel pity. But now, Chu Yi only had vigilance in his heart. Lin Jiangwo strode forward, stood in front of Chu Yi, and looked at the medicine girl in confusion. Why? Do they call you medicine girl? I don't know. I don't know anything. The girl shook her head in pain and tried desperately to curl up, as if this could help her escape reality. Don't ask me. Please don't ask me. Her eyes were filled with despair and fear, as if this question was a taboo that would lead to eternal damnation if touched upon. Chu Yi frowned. This girl must be hiding some secret. On, Jiangwo. Tie her up and take her away first. Chu Yi made a prompt decision, looked around, and lowered his voice. This is not the place to talk. We have delayed too long. The sandstorm may come again at any time. We must get to Huangshan Park as soon as possible. Lin Jiangwo also knew its importance and immediately responded to On. He stepped forward, held up the medicine girl on the left and right, and quickly left the black market. At the same time, in an alley not far from the entrance of the black market, Ma Hao and a group of people were hiding in the shadows, staring at the exit of the black market. Everyone was holding weapons in their hands, including iron bars, machetes, and even a few homemade guns. His eyes were red and bloodshot, like a wild beast ready to devour its prey. Director, they are coming out. One of his men pointed at the entrance of the black market and reminded in a low voice. Ma Hao raised his head suddenly and saw Chu Yi and his group walking towards him. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There's a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell, but you break in. Follow them. Don't let them get away. Yes. A group of people followed quietly. Master Chu, it seems like someone is following us. Lin Jiangwo lowered his voice with a hint of nervousness in his tone. Chu Yi smiled slightly and responded nonchalantly. I know. Don't worry about them. He deliberately took Lin Jiangwo and On to a remote corner, walked to a deserted dead end. Chu Yi stopped, turned around, glanced at the empty street, and said sarcastically, Director Ma, why are you like a coward? Are you afraid to come out and see people? As soon as he finished speaking, a noisy sound of footsteps was heard. Ma Hao rushed out from the shadows with a group of people and surrounded Chu Yi and the other two. Boy, you're really crazy. Ma Hao grinned and approached Chu Yi step by step. There's a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell, but you break in. Do you really think you can act so arrogant in front of me just because you got some broken water? There was a cruel gleam in his eyes, like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. Hand over the medicine girl, and I may consider sparing your life. Chu Yi smiled slightly and asked, what is the use of medicine girl? Is it worth it for you to go to such great lengths? He was confused, and if Ma Hao didn't tell him, he would take necessary measures. Ma Hao was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha. You don't even know what medicine girl is, and you dare to compete with me for it? This is really hilarious. He glanced at Chu Yi proudly and explained. Medicine girl has a drought-resistant gene. If anyone can extract it, they can go without drinking water for several days. In this devilish world, this kind of ability is the capital for survival. Chapter 89, You're the One Seeking Death. When Chu Yi heard everyone say this, his heart was filled with shock. Drought tolerance gene, this is really a treasure. He suppressed his excitement and showed a grateful smile on his face. Thank you, Director Ma, for telling me. To repay you, I will let you die quickly. The smile on Ma Hao's face froze instantly. He widened his eyes and looked at Chu Yi sarcastically. What did you say? You are just a few people. How dare you? It's not up to you to decide whether you deserve it or not. You can go die now. Chu Yi's voice suddenly turned cold, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Damn it, you have no shame. Ma Hao roared, go ahead, kill him. A group of people brandished weapons and rushed towards Chu Yi and the other two. At this moment, Chu Yi silently said in his heart, Pressure 50, Flow 1, parameters set. The next second, streams of water appeared out of nowhere, like sharp blades, cutting through the bodies of those people at lightning speed. My legs! Help! Screams rang out one after another. In just a few seconds, all the people brought by Ma Hao fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Some had their hands and feet cut off, some were cut in half. The blood dyed the ground red. The scene was horrifying. Ma Hao was terrified. He stood there blankly, looking at the bloody scene in front of him, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Yi, what have you done? He looked at Chu Yi in horror, his voice trembling. What are you doing? Chu Yi walked up to Ma Hao step by step, looking down at him, his eyes as cold as a knife. You're going to die. Why are you asking so many questions? Before he finished his words, a stream of water shot out and instantly pierced Ma Hao's neck. Ma Hao did not die immediately. He was like a dying fish, spitting out big mouthfuls of blood, his eyeballs almost popping out of his sockets, and squeezing out a few unclear words from the depths of his throat. You are actually a gene carrier, Janet? Chu Yi was stunned. The words sounded new. He had never heard of this statement in all the time he had been struggling to survive at the end of his previous life. Could it be that, in this life, some things are different because of the vast ocean space? A trace of doubt flashed through his mind. He bent down and was about to ask in detail, but he found that Ma Hao had completely lost his breath. Only a pair of eyes were left, staring blankly at the sky. Jiangwo, have you heard of gene manipulator? Chu Yi frowned and turned to ask. Lin Jiangwo looked confused and shook his head. Chu Yi, I really don't know. I never heard of this when I was in the Sky Curtain Organization. Haven't you heard of it in the Sky Curtain Organization? It seems that the term genetic person is either extremely secretive or has only recently appeared. Chu Yi thought to himself that now was not the time to worry about this. Never mind. He waved his hand and decisively put the question behind him. Get in the car first and go to Huangshan Park. Several people quickly got into the car and drove away, leaving behind only the mess and corpses on the ground, which looked particularly hideous in the gradually darkening sky. The car bumped along the way and finally arrived at Huangshan Park. However, the scene before him made Chu Yi's heart sink to the bottom. The lush park in my memory has now been mostly swallowed up by the endless yellow sand, with only a few scattered dead trees left, like dying strugglers, reaching weakly towards the sky. Jiangwo, are you sure it's here? There was a hint of doubt in Chu Yi's tone. Lin Jiangwo also had a look of disbelief on his face. He rubbed his eyes and tried hard to identify his surroundings, his voice trembling a little. Chu Yi, this has changed so much. I only remember the approximate location. How about, let's look around first. Chu Yi took a deep breath, suppressed the irritation in his heart, and nodded. At this point, we can only take one step at a time. At this moment, the medicine girl, who had been tied up, suddenly let out a painful groan. She covered her head tightly with both hands, her body trembled violently, and she kept repeating in her mouth, Don't. This sudden change shocked everyone. Chu Ye's heart shuddered, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. He vaguely felt that the abnormal behavior of the medicine girl might be related to the surrounding environment. Zhang Wo on alert. Chu Yi let out a low shout, signaling the two to be on high alert. He walked slowly to the medicine girl and carefully observed her reaction. The medicine girl's face was as pale as paper, with beads of sweat the size of beans oozing from her forehead. Her eyes were filled with fear and despair, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. Chui followed the direction of the medicine girl's gaze, and his eyes finally fell on a broken tree not far away. The trunk of the tree had completely withered, and the broken roots were exposed like a pair of ferocious claws, grabbing the ground. Chu Ye's heart moved, and an inexplicable intuition told him that there was something wrong with this tree. Without any hesitation, he walked quickly to the root of the tree and kicked it hard. Snap! With a crisp sound, the tree roots broke, revealing a dark hole, and a cold breath rushed towards me. Seeing this, Lin Zhangwo rushed forward, his eyes wide open, his face full of shock and confusion. Master Chu, what is this? Just go down and take a look, and you'll know. Chu Yi sneered. He turned to An and ordered, tie her up tightly. After saying that, he jumped into the black hole without hesitation. Lin Zhangwo followed closely behind. An hurriedly tied up the medicine girl and jumped down as well. The inside of the black hole is deeper than you imagine. The few of them fell for a long time before they finally landed on the ground. Everything that happened before their eyes stunned everyone. This is actually an abandoned laboratory. Broken test tubes, scattered medical equipment, rusty laboratory tables. Everything looked so dilapidated and weird. The air was filled with a pungent smell of medicine mixed with a nauseating smell of decay. What the hell is this place? Lin Zhangwo covered his mouth and nose, his voice trembling. Chui did not answer. His eyes were attracted by a half-open door in front of him. That door is the only source of light here. A faint light shone through the crack in the door, with a hint of weirdness. There seems to be something over there. Lin Zhangwo pointed at the door, his voice trembling slightly. He subconsciously tightened the weapon in his hand, and an inexplicable fear spread in his heart. After all, the unknown is the fear. Chui didn't say anything. He walked slowly towards the door. Every step seemed to be stepping on everyone's heart, dull and depressing. Lin Zhangwo followed closely, took a deep breath, plucked up his courage, and pushed the door open. Just as the door was pushed open, a deafening ape roar suddenly sounded. Chapter 90, You Are Actually a Gene. Roar. The deafening sound of the monkey was like a devil's roar from the depths of hell. The whole body is full of violence and madness. Having lived two lives, Chu Ye's perception has long been different from that of ordinary people. Alarm bells rang in his heart, and he yelled, Be careful. With lightning speed, he pulled Lin Zhangwo behind him. At the same time, a dark shadow pounced out from the door. The huge impact force directly shattered the surrounding medical equipment, and glass fragments flew everywhere. Chu Yi looked carefully and found that the black shadow was actually a huge ape. It was more than 2 meters tall, with muscles all over its body, bloodshot eyes, and fangs exposed in its mouth. It was beating its chest frantically and making a deafening roar. What the hell is this? Alwyn was so frightened that his face turned pale and his voice changed tone. Has the giant ape mutated? The giant ape seemed to understand what An said. It turned its head suddenly, stared at An with its scarlet eyes, and let out a low roar from its throat. The next second, it rushed towards An. The speed was so astonishingly fast that only a shadow could be seen. Be careful, Chu Yi yelled again. His mind raced. 50 pressure, 50 flow, parameters set. In an instant, a stream of water as thick as a bucket appeared out of nowhere, like a cannonball fired from a gun, and hit the giant ape hard. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant ape was blown away by the powerful impact and hit the corner of the wall heavily, letting out a painful howl. Chu Ye's gaze slowly fell to the corner of the wall. The giant ape, which was dying from the impact of the water column, was still trying to struggle to stand up. He frowned slightly. This thing has a very strong vitality. An, go over there and tie it up tightly first. Chu Yi ordered in a cold voice, his tone leaving no room for doubt. There might be something behind the door next to us. Don't let this beast ruin things. When An heard this, he was startled and responded quickly. He quickly found a rope and tied up the giant ape tightly. While tying it up, he glanced at the giant ape with lingering fear, fearing that the monster would suddenly attack. Chuyi turned his head, and his eyes fell on the door where the giant ape appeared. A trace of solemnity flashed in his dark eyes. There might be some danger behind the door. Jangwo, you lead the way and be careful. Chuyie's voice was low and calm. Lin Jangwo swallowed, tightened the machete in his hand, and nodded. He took a deep breath and walked carefully into the door. Looking ahead, there was a long corridor behind the door. The walls on both sides were inlaid with some unknown luminous materials, emitting a faint light, illuminating the entire corridor in shadows. At the end of the corridor, there is another door. Lin Jangwo stopped and turned to look at Chu Yi with a puzzled look on his face. Master Chu, there's a door right opposite this. Let's... Chu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced around, and said in a deep voice, be alert and move forward slowly. An inexplicable feeling of oppression permeated the air. The medicine girl suddenly lowered her head tightly, her body trembling slightly, and she kept muttering, no, no, please, take me away from here. Her voice was filled with fear and despair. Chuye's heart moved. He squatted down, looked at the pale face of the medicine girl, and asked softly, have you been here before? The medicine girl suddenly raised her head, her eyes full of fear, but she bit her lips tightly and said nothing. Are you fucking dumb? Master Chu is asking you a question. An roared on the side. He had long disliked this medicine girl. If Chuyi hadn't stopped him, he would have taken action long ago. An, Chuyi shouted at An. He turned to look at the medicine girl with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. She is ours now. Don't scare her. When the medicine girl heard this, her body trembled slightly. She slowly raised her head and looked at Chu Yi with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Since you don't want to say it, then don't say it. After Chu Yi comforted her, he continued to follow Lin Jangwo to the closed door. He put his ear to the door and vaguely heard a noise coming from inside, as if someone was arguing. There's someone inside. Everyone stand back and get ready to take action. Chu Yi's voice was cold and decisive. He kicked the door hard. Boom! With a loud bang, the door collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Chu Yi waved his hand to sweep away the yellow sand and dust in front of him, and what came into view was an empty and bright secret room. There were more than a dozen people standing in the secret room. Some of them were holding weapons, and some had fierce looks on their faces. After hearing the sound, they turned around and stared at Chu Yi and others sarcastically. Al-One and Lin Jangwo were stunned. What was going on? Why were there so many people? Oh, another group of people are here to die. It's pretty good to be able to kill that big monkey. What a pity. He is quite handsome, but his brain is not very good. He has to wade into this muddy water. Genetic drugs are not something you can get involved in. Everyone in the secret room was talking at once, their tone full of sarcasm and disdain. Chu Ye's gaze passed through the crowd and fell on a transparent box in the center of the secret room. In the box, a sealed test tube lay quietly, and the liquid inside the test tube was flickering with a strange light. Chu Yi understood instantly that this was the genetic medicine these people were talking about, and that giant ape is probably the monster guarding this potion. Suddenly, the corner of the medicine girl's eyes met the box of genetic medicine, and her body began to tremble violently. Her eyes were full of fear. She lowered her head tightly and kept uttering no from her mouth. The others looked over with teasing expressions on their faces. Tisk, TSK, and you brought a chick with you? This girl is so pretty, I like her. Boy, leave this girl here, so we can have some fun. Everyone in the secret room began to tease the medicine girl unscrupulously, and their words were full of obscenity and evil. A burly man walked out of the crowd. He looked at the medicine girl up and down, with a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Kid, my name is Ma Sheng, and my brother is Ma Hao, the director of the Yunlong water plant. If you know what's good for you, send this girl to me, or I'll kill you without a burial place. Chu Yi slowly raised his head, looked at Ma Sheng, and said coldly, get lost. Roll. Ma Sheng looked like he had heard a huge joke. He almost moved closer to Chu Ye's face with a drooling face and said in disbelief, Boy, do you know who you're talking to? I am ordering you, not negotiating with you. He cursed angrily, raised his big hand high, and with a strong wind, he rushed straight to Chu Ye's face. Chapter 91. Dare to snatch things from me. Ma Sheng. Chuyi looked at Ma Sheng's palm indifferently. If this slap is real, an ordinary person would probably have half of his face swollen. The people around were looking at the scene with a playful smile. However, the expected slapping sound did not appear in everyone's ears. Ma Sheng's wrist was seen being firmly grasped by a clamp-like hand less than 10 centimeters away from Chu Ye's cheek. Ma Sheng felt as if his wrist was about to be crushed by a jack. The severe pain caused cold sweat to instantly seep out of his forehead. Normally, he was invincible and proud of his brute force, but in front of Chu Yi, he was as fragile as a baby. When he met Chu Ye's eyes, a strong feeling of fear surged in his heart. How is this possible? How come this guy is so strong? Ma Sheng's heart was filled with turmoil. He struggled desperately. His face turned red and veins bulged, but he could not shake Chu Yi at all. Let go, let go. Ma Sheng gritted his teeth, and his voice came out from between his teeth with a slight tremor. So what if it doesn't loosen up? Chu Yi smiled coldly. You. Ma Sheng was shocked and angry. When the other people in the secret room saw this, some of them changed their expressions and became ready to make a move. Why? You want to take action? You dare to fight with Master Ma. You are tired of living. Several people were ready to rush forward. Wait! Lin Jiangwo suddenly shouted, pointing at the transparent box in the center of the secret room, his voice trembling. Look, that box is lit up. The transparent box, which was originally motionless, was now flashing a faint blue light, as if some mechanism had been triggered. It's lit? It's really lit. The testing of the genetic medicine is about to begin. My chance has come. The crowd was instantly boiling, and everyone's attention was attracted by the box flashing blue light, temporarily forgetting the conflict between Chu Yi and Ma Sheng. Chu Yi glanced at the box. The most important thing now was this thing. Immediately, he exerted force with his hands and threw Ma Sheng to the ground like a sack. If you dare to move again, I'll break your neck. Chu Yi looked down at him with an icy voice. Ma Sheng fell to the ground and was about to curse, but when he met Chu Ye's cold eyes, he was startled and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Master Ma, are you okay? Do you want us to? A shifty-looking guy rushed up, helped Ma Sheng up, and asked in a low voice. Ma Sheng rubbed his sore wrist and stared at Chu Yi with resentment, but did not dare to act rashly. He lowered his voice and said to the man, Don't move yet, this guy's a bit weird. Wait until I get the genetic medicine, and then I will slowly deal with him. Okay, Master Ma. The man nodded repeatedly. At the same time, Lin Jiangwo, On, and the medicine girl were the first to approach the box that was flashing blue light. Is this the test for the genetic medicine? Lin Jiangwo looked at the box in confusion. You country bumpkin, you don't even know this? It's obvious that he has never seen the world. Get out of the way, don't delay us from getting the genetic medicine. The crowd around burst into laughter and looked at Lin Jiangwo and others with contempt. This genetic medicine is not something that everyone can get. A man with a pointed chin and monkey face squeezed out from the crowd and explained proudly. This box is password protected and will only be unlocked at this time every day. If it is forcibly destroyed, the medicine inside will be automatically destroyed. We have been testing it for several days. So that's how it is, Lin Jiangwo thought. The man with a pointed chin and monkey-like face, who prided himself on being extremely smart, rushed to the box first, eager to enter the password. This gene potion must be mine. He was full of confidence, and based on his research over the past few days, he quickly entered a string of numbers on the keyboard on the box. However, the box did not respond. Fail. The man with a pointed chin and monkey face was dumbfounded. With your IQ, you still want to get the genetic medicine? It's so funny. The crowd burst into laughter. Chu Yi watched with interest from his side. Jiangwo, you go up and try it. Chu Yi suddenly spoke. Lin Jiangwo was stunned. He took a step forward, stared at the box, and a familiar feeling arose in his heart. This thing, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Let me think about it first. A bunch of trash. Seeing this, Ma Sheng snorted coldly. He pushed away the person blocking his way and strode to the box. Get out of my way. I'll show you what real strength is. I found out that this was set up by Su Mingda, and I found out his birthday. This genetic medicine is destined to be mine. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. What? Master Ma found out Su Mingda's birthday? Is this true? Then this time it's not. Master Ma is mighty. There was a commotion in the crowd, and everyone looked at Ma Sheng excitedly. their eyes full of anticipation and envy. Only Lin Jiangwo shook his head and talked to himself. The password definitely can't be his birthday. I know Sumingda. Wait, I think I have an idea. At the same time, Ma Sheng raised his head proudly, as if he had already seen the scene of getting the genetic medicine. He took a deep breath and slowly entered a string of numbers on the box. Everyone held their breath, stared at the box with wide eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The box still didn't respond. Fail. This. The smile on Ma Sheng's face froze instantly. He looked at the box in disbelief, completely stunned. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Ma Sheng turned around suddenly and roared at everyone. There must be something wrong with this password. There is no correct password at all. I'm going to tear it apart. Chu Yi watched Ma Sheng about to take action. Get lost. Chu Yi cursed angrily, flashed, stood in front of Ma Sheng, and kicked him in the chest. Ma Sheng screamed and flew out like a kite with a broken string, hitting the wall heavily and rolling to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. How dare you stop me? Ma Sheng struggled to get up, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and he roared angrily. Come out here. Following Ma Sheng's roar, nearly half of the people who were originally crowded in the secret room stood behind Ma Sheng. The rest of the people were all stunned, looking at each other, with shock and confusion written all over their faces. Ma Sheng, what's going on? Ma Sheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a ferocious smile on his face, he looked around with eyes full of contempt. You bunch of idiots. Do you really think I'm here to try my luck? Chapter 92, I want all women's potion. Ma Sheng sneered, put his hands behind his back, and looked at everyone proudly. Let me tell you, these people are my thugs. I came here to steal this genetic medicine in the first place. Now, the medicine is mine, and this woman is also mine. What did you say? You are shameless. Ma Sheng, how dare you lie to us? How despicable. The rest of the crowd was immediately in an uproar, filled with indignation and cursing Ma Sheng. Shameless? Despicable. Ma Sheng laughed loudly. A bunch of losers. You are worthy of talking to me about morality? I tell you, today I will kill you all. I will take this genetic medicine back and dismantle it slowly. You dare, someone shouted in a timid manner. What is there for me to be afraid of? Ma Sheng grinned and waved his hand fiercely. Go ahead. Kill this guy who's in the way. Go ahead. The thugs behind Ma Sheng pounced on him ferociously. Damn it, I'm not someone you can mess with. He fought directly with the person who spoke. In an instant, he was knocked to the ground by Ma Sheng's men, spitting blood. Ma Sheng looked excited, pointing at the person on the ground. Whoever dares to attack again will suffer the same fate. Immediately, he turned and looked at Chu Yi. Chu Yi, weren't you very crazy just now? Why aren't you crazy now? Ma Sheng stood at the back of the crowd, looking at Chu Yi smugly. Today I will let you know what it means to have strength in numbers. Go ahead, kill all those guys. Ma Sheng pointed at Chu Yi, Lin Jiangwo, An, and the medicine girl, and yelled at his men. Chu Yi sneered in his heart. These guys really don't know how to live or die. 60 flow, 1 pressure, parameters set. Chu Yi silently recited the system instructions in his mind. The next second, Chu Yi moved as fast as a rabbit. His figure was like a black lightning, rapidly shuttling through the crowd. Every time he swung his fist, it brought up a gust of fierce wind, and a sharp whistle seemed to be heard in the air. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds exploded like thunder, and the thugs who rushed towards Chu Yi seemed to be hit by an invisible force. They flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. They screamed like pigs being slaughtered, holding their injured parts and rolling on the ground in pain. How is this possible? The smile on Ma Sheng's face froze instantly. His eyes widened in disbelief. In just a blink of an eye, all the thugs he brought with him collapsed to the ground, hugging their arms and legs, groaning in pain. The scene was a mess. You were a gene carrier? Ma Sheng stared at Chu Yi in horror, his voice trembling and his legs shaking slightly unconsciously. Genetiza is actually a gene user. No wonder it's so powerful. The crowd around, which had been originally aggressive, now looked at Chu Yi in horror, their eyes full of fear, and retreated unconsciously. The gene generators have become a weird topic among the losers? Now, it's your turn. Chu Yi had a grim smile on his face as he approached Ma Sheng step by step. The oppressive feeling emanating from him made the air seem to freeze. What are you doing? Don't come over here. Ma Sheng was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly, pretending to be fierce and roaring. I warn you, if you dare to touch me, my brothers will never let you go. Really? Chu Yi smiled coldly. Who is your brother? How powerful can he be? My brother is Ma Hao, the director of Yunlong Water Plant. If you attack me, my brother will definitely seek revenge on you. Ma Sheng was panicked, and his voice was a little distorted. Before Ma Sheng finished his words, Chu Yi raised his hand like lightning and slapped him in the face with a loud slap. Ma Sheng was slapped and staggered to the ground, with a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. No, don't be impulsive. Ma Sheng lay on the ground, completely panicked. He never thought that Chu Yi would actually dare to attack him. Then he knelt on the ground with a plop, begging bitterly. Master Chu, Grandpa Chu, I was wrong, really wrong. Please forgive me. My Yunlong water plant has a large amount of supplies, food, water, weapons. I can give you everything, even a computer of the Tianmu organization, which contains rich information. As long as you let me go, everything will be yours. The computer of the Tianmu organization? Chu Yi's heart moved. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. He slowly withdrew his hand, a hint of thought flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Jiangwo suddenly shouted excitedly, I remember. I know the password. Chu Yi immediately turned around and signaled on to keep a close eye on Ma Sheng. Behave yourself. If you dare to move, I will kill you. Then, with some curiosity, he quickly walked to Lin Jiangwo's side. He also wanted to see what this so-called genetic medicine was. Lin Jiangwo took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and slowly walked to the box that was flashing blue light. He stretched out his trembling fingers and carefully entered a string of numbers on the box. Snap! With a crisp sound, the box opened. It's open. It's really open. Gene medicine. It's a gene medicine. The crowd around suddenly became excited, and they all looked at the open box excitedly, their eyes full of greed. How is that possible? Ma Sheng widened his eyes, looking at everything in front of him in disbelief. Envy, shock, anger, all kinds of emotions surged in his heart. Lin Jiangwo carefully took out a tray from the box. On the tray were 3 test tubes, 1 large and 2 small. The test tubes were filled with light blue liquid that emitted a faint glow under the light. Is this the genetic medicine? Oh my God, there are 3. I'm rich. I'm rich. The eyes of the remaining people turned red. They stared at the 3 genetic medicines, wishing they could pounce on them and grab them immediately. As the crowd left, a man coughed twice and stood up. He looked greedily at the genetic medicine in Chu Yi's hand and spoke. Well, since there are 3 doses of genetic medicine, I think it would be better to separate the 2 smaller doses so that everyone won't have to make a wasted trip. What do you think? Why? Alwyn glared at the man. We opened this thing. Why should we share it with you? Ma Sheng was excited when he saw Chu Yi and his companions arguing with others. Once these people confront Chu Yi, it will be a great opportunity for me to reap the benefits. Not only can I get the genetic medicine, but I can also avoid disaster. Make a fuss. The bigger the fuss, the more I like it. Ma Sheng thought of this and immediately ignored Chu Yi's previous threats and spoke in a stern voice. Fart! Chu, don't be so shameless. This genetic medicine originally has no owner, and whoever sees, it can have a share. Why do you want to take it all by yourself? He turned to look at the people around him and continued to fan the flames. Everyone, don't you think this makes sense? If this Chu guy eats meat, he should let us have some soup, right? Otherwise, what is the point of our coming here today? That's right. Chu Yi, don't go too far. Leave some space for us so we can meet again in the future. You took all the things away, what should we do? Just stop while you're ahead. Don't force us to do anything. Chapter 93, if you don't hand it over, I'll fight you. Some people in the crowd immediately began to agree with Ma Sheng. Everyone spoke in a bad tone, and the situation seemed tense. Anyway, they came here and got nothing, so it wouldn't be a loss if they could get a small one. Some people even tried to persuade them in an earnest manner. Brother, listen to my advice. You have 3 bottles of this potion. It won't hurt you to use 2 of them. Why bother? We are all trying to make a living in this apocalypse. It's not easy. What if by chance we piss everyone off? That won't be good for anyone. That's right. After all, you don't want to cause any more trouble, right? Lin Jiangwo was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at those people and scolded them. Do you still have any shame? Didn't we just agree that whoever opens it gets it? Why? You want to go back on your word now? Rules are dead, but people are alive. The man who spoke earlier chuckled and said, the situation is different now. Either you take out 2 small ones and we can live in peace, or we will join forces with Ma Sheng and fight you to the death. That's right. Fight them. Chu Yi, you are powerful, but no matter how powerful you are, can you stop so many of us? Hand over the potion now. Everyone was shouting, and their fear of Chu Yi just now seemed to have been replaced by greed for the genetic medicine. Some people even raised doubts immediately. You've already attacked Ma Sheng and the others. If nothing unexpected happens, you won't be able to keep up with the pace. Why take the risk? Chu Yi looked around and saw that everyone had an evil look on their faces. A sarcastic arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. It is true that people die for money and birds die for food. The ancients were right. It's just you guys are really overestimating your own abilities. You can come over and try to see if I still have the ability to attack you. Mr. Chu, stop being so pretentious. Seeing this, Ma Sheng spoke angrily. Brothers, don't listen to his threats. He is just a paper tiger. It will burst if you poke it. Everyone, come together and kill him. The potion will be ours. After thinking about it, the resources in the doomsday are getting less and less, and only strength can survive. Under his instigation, those who were originally still hesitant. At this moment, his eyes were completely red. You're right. It doesn't matter whether we die early or late. Why don't we fight now? Let's all go together. Immediately, one by one, they pounced towards Chu Yi like hungry wolves, holding various weapons in their hands. Ah! The medicine girl looked at the sharp knife coming towards them, screamed in fear, and subconsciously closed her eyes. When Chu Yi saw this, the system called out instantly. Flow rate of 50, pressure of 1, water flow setting is complete. Chu Yi used his hand as a knife and slashed at the nearest person. The man looked at the water flowing straight towards him. Careful, he shouted and quickly used his knife to try to resist. Then he saw an unbelievable scene the moment his knife touched the water. Just cut it in half like cutting tofu. The man's arm was cut off instantly, and he fell to the ground. When the others saw this, they all wanted to dodge backwards, but Chu Yi was faster. It swung directly towards them. It all happened in a flash. The medicine girl did not feel the expected pain for a long time, and what she saw before her eyes was a shocking scene. Those who rushed towards Chu Yi all fell to the ground at this moment. Some hugged their arms, some covered their legs, and each of them let out a wail like a pig being slaughtered. The scene was so miserable that it was unbearable to watch. Broken limbs were scattered all over the ground, blood dyed the ground red, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The medicine girl was stunned. She could hardly believe her eyes. Chu Yi, is he so strong? For a moment, she felt relieved. Fortunately, she was bought by him and not by anyone else. Otherwise, she would not know what her fate would be now. Others wailed. He is definitely a top offensive gene user. Devil, you are a devil. Please spare my life. I don't want to die. Please let me go. The survivors lying on the ground no longer had any of their previous arrogance. They cried for their parents and begged for mercy desperately. Ma Sheng was so frightened that his legs went weak and he fell to his knees with a thud. His face was as pale as paper. He swallowed and begged stutteringly. Master Chu, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was just bewitched by these people. You are still useful. Chu Yi kicked him to the ground and looked down at him coldly. I'll spare your life for now, but if you dare to make any unusual moves again, I'll kill you without mercy. Ma Sheng lay on the ground, trembling all over and kowtowed repeatedly. Yes, I will never dare to do it again, never again. Chu Yi ignored him and turned to Lin Jiangwo and On and ordered, tie up Ma Sheng, take the medicine girl with you, and let's go. Yes, the two came back to their senses from the action just now, and were even more amazed at Chu Ye's strength. He responded quickly, rushed forward and tied Ma Sheng up. The medicine girl also followed Chu Yi obediently, fearing that others would jump up and resist. The group left the secret room in a swagger. Those who were injured desperately called for help. We were wrong. Please save us. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Help. But Chu Yi and the others didn't even turn their heads, as if they didn't hear it at all. These people are not worth saving. In their eyes, there is only profit, not a trace of humanity. Chu Yi and his companions crawled out of the cave one after another. Outside, the sky was full of yellow sand, and the scorching heat rolled up the ground diagonally, like waves of the tide. Chu Yi asked Lin Jiangwo and On to drag Ma Sheng to the front of the beach buggy. Ma Sheng looked at the dune buggy in front of him with a look of surprise on his face. I thought he would still have to walk, but I didn't expect this group of people actually had a car. He hasn't seen it since the end of the world. Just as Ma Sheng was about to get into the car, he was caught by Lin Jiangwo. What do you want? Ma Sheng was puzzled. Didn't you ask me to take you to the Yunlong water plant? Chu Yi laughed. It's true that we are going to Yunlong water plant, but you're not worthy to sit with us. On, tie him to the front of the car with a rope. When Ma Sheng heard this, he looked at Lin Jiangwo and On without confidence and tied him to the front of the car with a rope. A feeling of discomfort and humiliation reverberated in his heart. Ma Sheng was furious. There was clearly a seat, but he was treated like this. When the time comes, I'll make them pay. Chapter 94, You Deserve to be Trapped in the Front of the Car. Lead the way to the Yunlong water plant. Chui didn't look at Ma Sheng and gave the order coldly. When Ma Sheng heard the voice, he was just indignant and raised his hand to point the direction. Let's go. He secretly swore in his heart that when he arrived at the Yunlong water plant, he would make Chu Yi pay 100 times the price. He must personally take revenge for today's humiliation. The engine roared, and the off-road vehicle sped away, stirring up a cloud of yellow sand. It was quiet and silent all around. The only sound that could be heard was the occasional sound of the beach buggy hitting sand and rocks. Inside the car, Chu Yi threw 3 genetic medicines onto an empty seat. Seeing this, Lin Jiangwo's eyes flashed with disbelief. He didn't expect Su Mingda to leave him such a thing. On grinned and smiled foolishly, his saliva almost dripping. Immediately, Chu Yi pushed all 3 genetic medicines in front of Lin Jiangwo with a calm tone. Jiangwo, these things were originally obtained because of you. You have the final say on how to distribute them. What? Lin Jiangwo looked at Chu Yi in disbelief, and he was a little panicked. He waved his hands repeatedly and pushed the potion back. No, Master Chu, this is absolutely not possible. Without you, I would have died long ago, not to mention any potion. Besides, we are still relying on you and seeking your protection. This thing should be distributed by you. Yeah, Brother Chu, without you, how could we be standing here? On also hurriedly agreed and looked at Chu Yi sincerely. Only if he made the distribution would everyone be convinced. For a moment, the atmosphere in the carriage was a little tense. He has never been a person who likes to exploit his subordinates, especially in an environment like the Doomsday. Only by winning the hearts of the people can he make the members of his future base more cohesive. However, at the moment, these 2 people will definitely not take the initiative to distribute the 3 genetic medicines. He pondered for a moment and suddenly said, in this case, why don't we just leave it to luck? No matter which potion it is, whoever is closest to it will get it. The words fell. Chu Yi immediately flipped his wrist and threw 3 genetic medicines into the air casually. The medicine drew several arcs in the air and finally landed on the seat. The largest potion rolled right next to Chu Yi. This, Lin Jiangwo and On looked at each other and then burst into cheers. Brother Chu, this is God's will. This is God's will. Arwen shouted excitedly. Lin Jiangwo also smiled and nodded. Master Chu, it seems that this potion is destined to be yours. Chu Yi looked at the potion beside him. I feel a little helpless. Sometimes my luck is really hard to predict. Well, since God has said so, I will not refuse. He stopped being pretentious and just reached out for the potion, taking it in his hand. Just at this moment, suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Detecting that the surrounding environment is safe, whether to absorb the gene medicine and upgrade the system level. Chuya's heart skipped a beat. A feeling of joy instantly filled my heart. There's such a good thing. You have to know that this system has not had any other unnecessary reactions for a long time. Without hesitation, he silently said in his mind, absorb. The original genetic medicine and the solution inside it disappeared while the guests were entertained. Congratulations to the host. The absorption was successful. The system has been upgraded to the 2nd level, and the new ability has been activated. Water curtain. Chu Yi was ecstatic again. He actually gained new abilities. It was a pleasant surprise. In his mind, he eagerly asked the system for detailed information about the water curtain. The system immediately gave an explanation. Reporting to the host, the water curtain, as the name implies, can create a water curtain barrier by adjusting the flow rate. The greater the flow rate, the stronger the attack that the water curtain can withstand. There was a gleam in Chu Ye's eyes. He already possessed powerful attack power, and now with the defensive means of water curtain, his safety factor has undoubtedly been raised to a higher level. Only by having both offensive and defensive capabilities can we survive better in this doomsday. However, Ma Sheng, who was tied to the front of the car, did not know that Chu Ye's strength had increased again. He looked at the Yunlong water plant in front of him, which was half buried by yellow sand, and his excitement was hard to control. In the water plant, homemade guns and cannons had already been prepared, just waiting for Chu Yi to fall into the trap. The humiliation he suffered will be repaid double immediately. Ma Sheng suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, turned his head in fear, and said in a trembling voice, "Chu, Master Chu, we've arrived. In front, there's a trap we dug in front. We can only get off the car and walk." Chu Yi glanced at him and didn't completely believe what he said. He raised his hand to signal Lin Jiangwo and On. "Go, throw those junk on the side of the road over there and try." Lin Jiangwo and On took action immediately. Jump off the beach car immediately. Pick up discarded metal sheets, tires, etc. scattered on the roadside. Throw in the direction Ma Sheng pointed. Bang! Boom! There were several muffled sounds in succession. Several deep pits were smashed into the ground, and yellow sand kept falling down. Chu Ye's eyes narrowed. It seemed that Ma Sheng did not completely lie. However, the environment here is likely to be full of traps, so you must be extremely careful. He untied the ropes on Ma Sheng and immediately gave him an order. "You lead the way, bypassing the traps. I've already brought you here, and now you want me to take you in? Just bring it if you're told to. Why are you wasting time talking?" Ma Sheng heard what Chu Yi said. On the surface, he agreed very reluctantly. But my heart was filled with joy. You asked me to lead the way. Whatever happens next is none of my business. Ma Sheng pretended to be calm, and his feet moved quickly, but in fact his eyes were wandering. The short knife held by Chu Yi. The tip of the knife was pressed against Ma Sheng's back, and any slight movement would kill him. Lin Jiangwo, On, and the medicine girl followed closely behind, forming a tight line of defense. "Master Chu, you have to be careful with your feet. The ground here is very dangerous." There was a hint of cunning in Ma Sheng's voice. Lin Jiangwo looked around and saw shadowy figures moving around in the Yunlong water plant. They were either leaning against the wall or standing by with their arms folded, staring at this side with wolf-like eyes, which was creepy. He was once a man who had fought in the military. Suddenly, alarm bells rang in my heart. An ominous premonition coiled around me like a poisonous snake, and I quickly lowered my voice. "Master Chu, this place, I'm afraid something is wrong." But his voice was still too loud and was heard by Ma Sheng. Ma Sheng turned around suddenly, and the fear on his face had disappeared. Instead, there was a twisted grin. "You guys actually discovered it, but it's too late for you to know. The words haven't finished yet." Suddenly, Chu Yi felt his feet were empty. Chapter 95. Stepping into Ma Sheng's trap. Under their feet, the ground was originally covered with yellow sand. At this moment, it was like stepping into quicksand and suddenly collapsing. Caught off guard, the four of them fell down together. Chu Yi hurriedly reached around with his hands, but there was yellow sand all around and there was nowhere to grab. Fell straight into a big hole. Amid screams, everyone fell heavily to the bottom of the pit. Chu Yi quickly looked up, as he expected. The pit is about 5 meters deep and has steep walls. If the ground wasn't covered with yellow sand, Lin Jiangwo would definitely not be able to withstand the fall. On the other side, Ma Sheng fell to the ground. However, he was obviously prepared. He rolled and crawled into the corner, shouting loudly, "Go! Go! Kill them!" Lin Jiangwo was so dizzy from the fall that he struggled to get up, cursing loudly. "Ma Sheng, you tricked us." On also rubbed his sore, but and roared, "Fuck your ancestors! I'm going to fight you." Chu Yi steadied himself immediately. "If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. I actually fell into this guy's trap. Damn it." He swung his hand back, and the short knife in his hand turned into a cold light, cutting accurately towards Ma Sheng's legs. Puff! After only hearing a sound, blood spurts out. Ma Sheng's legs were broken at the root. An intense and piercing pain made him let out a heart-wrenching howl. My legs. Damn you, Chu Yi, I'm not done with you." At the same time, accompanied by Ma Sheng's exclamation. Intensive bang-bang sounds kept coming towards them. "It's a gun." Lin Jiangwo suddenly reacted and his face turned pale. "It's over. It's all over. We're all going to die here." He never dreamed of it. Ma Sheng is so cruel that he wants to kill them. Lin Jiangwo looked at the sudden, desperate situation in front of him. Even though he had been a soldier for all these years, he had never encountered this before. and his heart sank to the bottom in an instant. In this situation, even the thought of running away could not arise. A strong shadow of death. It loomed over the hearts of Lin, Jiangwo, and On. After all, as they understood it, no one could solve this problem. But at this critical moment, Chu Yi thought of the water curtain ability he had acquired earlier. Now it can come in handy. He raised his hands suddenly, his mind racing. 60 flow, water curtain, setting successful. As the thought came to mind, a crystal clear water curtain appeared out of thin air. It was like a giant umbrella descending from the sky, protecting the four people firmly. Before Lin Jiangwo and On could react to what was happening. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets poured down like raindrops, hitting the water curtain madly. All you can see is the bullet, which enters the water like a mud cow entering the sea. It caused ripples, but was never able to penetrate even a little bit. The flowing water waves not only dissolve all attacks. The bullet, which was originally enough to be fatal, now hit the soft gauze like a piece of cloth. They fell to the ground weakly, making a puffing sound and splashing yellow sand. Ma Sheng was excited, thinking that Chu Yi and the others were all finished. He endured the severe pain of his broken leg and turned to look at Chu Yi and others. See them standing there safe and sound. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his face was filled with disbelief. He screamed, This is impossible. What the hell is this? What does this mean? Didn't we just fire a gun? What's going on?" Inside the Yunlong water plant, the crowd was shooting with guns. At this moment, there was a deathly silence. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. What is that? I don't know. It's like a magic trick. It's weird, too weird. Among them were Lin Jiangwo, On, and the medicine girl. At this moment, he was dumbfounded, his mind was blank. They stared in amazement at the magical scene before them. I couldn't believe my eyes. Is this a wall made of water? Lin Jiangwo stammered, his voice trembling violently. On pinched his thigh hard, and the severe pain made him gasp. But at the same time, it also made him certain that everything before his eyes was not an illusion, and he was not dreaming. "Brother Chu, what is your ability?" On's voice trembled, and his eyes were full of awe and admiration. Although the medicine girl did not speak, the look in her eyes when she looked at Chu Yi became unusually bright, flashing a strange light. She never dreamed that Chu Yi actually possessed such powerful abilities. It was simply like a miracle. This is what she thinks is a true gene person. Fortunately, she became his person. Otherwise, if she had really become his rival, she would have died without knowing how. Chu Yi didn't know what they were thinking at the moment. He slowly retracted the water curtain, secretly rejoicing in his heart. "Fortunately, I upgraded the system level in time and acquired the life-saving skill water curtain. Otherwise, I would probably have died here today. This water curtain is really useful." Chu Yi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Then he turned his gaze to look at Ma Sheng, who was lying on the ground, with murderous intent in his eyes. "This is all because of this guy, damn it. Ma Sheng, do you really think I dare not kill you?" Ma Sheng was trembling all over. He looked at Chu Yi, who was slowly approaching him, and felt an unprecedented fear. He originally thought that he could rely on the carefully laid traps and Li Min's firepower. It is enough to put Chu Yi and others to death. But he never expected that Chu Yi actually possessed such a terrifying ability. This kind of thing was completely beyond his understanding. "No, don't kill me." Ma Sheng's voice was hoarse, and he tried his best to lean his body back. However, there is no other way out. Ma Sheng became more and more anxious. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. Suddenly, Ma Sheng seemed to have thought of something. He still had a chance. "Earth cannon. Homemade cannon. Use the homemade cannon. Go to hell. I'm going to die with you. Chu Yi, no matter how strong you are still no match for me." Ma Sheng suddenly screamed like crazy, with an unprecedented madness in his voice. When Chu Yi heard this, he was stunned. Lin Jiangwo raised his head suddenly. His pupils dilated instantly, and he saw a black muzzle of a gun right in front of him. It was a homemade cannon half a person's height. Although it is simple, it is enough to cause devastating damage in this small space. "It's over. Master Chu, run away." Lin Jiangwo let out a heart-wrenching cry, his voice filled with despair and fear. He knew that once the cannon was fired, there would be no chance of them surviving. That was a cannon. Chu Yi must have expended a lot of effort just now, and now they are probably completely unable to resist this cannon. Chapter 96, the so-called miracle. Boom! The speed of the homemade artillery was faster than they had imagined. Chuyi heard the voice and turned around suddenly. All they saw was a black, smoking homemade cannon that cut through the air and headed straight for the deep pit where they were. Damn it! Chuyi cursed loudly. This Ma Sheng is really a madman. In order to kill them, he even used this kind of homemade cannon. I don't know if the water curtain can still withstand it. But now, it has reached a critical moment. He couldn't afford to hesitate, even a little. Chuyi gritted his teeth and started the system again. 100 flow, water curtain, setting successful. This time, he directly chose to pull it to the maximum. As soon as the words fell, in an instant, a water curtain appeared, which was much wider and thicker than before. Like a huge dome, it instantly unfolded above the pit. It was like the water in the abyss, surging and boiling inside. Cover the entire pit entrance tightly. In a moment when the water curtain covers it. Boom! The earth cannon hit the water curtain hard. Violent explosion. Flames shot up into the sky. Air waves rolled, and the deafening roar almost tore the eardrums apart. The water flow was even stirred to a height of 3 feet. Chuyi closed his eyes tightly. The expected disintegration did not occur. He raised his head and looked at the seemingly fragile water curtain. The ability to resist is even stronger than he imagined. The aftermath of the explosion shook violently. There are ripples one after another. In this way, the power of the earth cannon explosion was completely blocked. The shock wave generated by the explosion was firmly confined above the pit by the water curtain and could not spread downwards at all. There were only countless splashing water pouring down like a rainstorm and spreading all around. Except Chuyi, Lin Jiangwo, On, and the medicine girl. At the moment of the explosion, they instinctively closed their eyes, and only a sense of death emerged in their hearts. However, a few seconds passed, and the expected severe pain and crushing did not come. They slowly opened their eyes and carefully raised their heads. What came into view was the still intact pit wall and each other's frightened faces. Not dead. Lin Jiangwo's voice was trembling. He touched his arm and then his leg at the first moment. Fortunately, everything is intact. A feeling of ecstasy at surviving a disaster suddenly surged into his heart. We survived. We survived. On was the same. He was so excited that he was incoherent. He slapped his thighs suddenly, and then he was sure that he was not dreaming. Although the medicine girl remained silent on the surface, it was obvious from her tense body that she had relaxed. There was a hint of gratitude in his eyes when he looked at Chuyi. If it weren't for Chuyi, she would have been in dire straits now. At the same time, inside the Yunlong water plant, Ma Sheng's men were originally preparing to celebrate their victory. At this moment, I was stunned and stood there. They all opened their mouths wide, eyes widened, staring at the intact hole. And the surrounding area is full of water. The expression on his face was more terrified than seeing a ghost. His voice trembled. What the hell is this monster? The voice of a minion broke the deathly silence. His voice was trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. This is impossible. Even a homemade cannon can't blow it up. Another minion rubbed his eyes hard, suspecting that he was hallucinating. Weird. Too weird. Could this kid really be a monster? At the same time, Ma Sheng collapsed on the ground. The severe pain from the broken leg had numbed him. He stared blankly at everything in front of him, his eyes empty, as if he had lost his soul. No, impossible. This must be a dream. I must be dreaming. Ma Sheng murmured to himself, unable to accept what was happening before his eyes. Everything he had carefully planned was so easily resolved by Chuyi. Dream. Chuyi turned his head and looked at him. His voice was cold and cruel, like the god of death that belonged to Ma Sheng alone. Yeah, you're fucking dreaming. The words haven't finished yet. Chuyi kicked out fiercely, hitting Ma Sheng right on the head. Ma Sheng wailed. He lay on the ground in a daze, completely unconscious. Chuyi slowly retracted his foot. If Ma Sheng was not still useful, he really wanted to kill him. After dealing with Ma Sheng, Chuyi turned around and looked at Lin Jiangwo and On. With a thought, he took out 2 military crossbows from the Canghai Space and threw them to the 2 men. Here, Chuyi's voice was deep and powerful. Now, it's our turn to fight back. Lin Jiangwo and On took the military crossbow and felt a surge of blood rushing to their heads. They had been holding back their anger for a long time, and now they finally had the chance to vent. Master Chu, don't worry. Let's kill these bastards, Arwen said through gritted teeth. Lin Jiangwo also nodded fiercely, Fight with them. Oh no, they're coming out. Quick, shoot, fire. The remaining minions inside the Yunlong water plant still haven't recovered from the panic. Then Chu Yi and others rushed out. They screamed in fear and raised their weapons. They're coming out, shoot. Kill them now. Gunshots rang out one after another, trying to stop Chu Yi and others from rushing out of the deep pit. However, it was all in vain. Chu Yi waved his hand, and a water curtain instantly spread out in front of him, blocking all the incoming bullets and shells. I'll lead the charge. You guys go ahead. Receive. At the same time, the military crossbows in Lin Jiangwo and On's hands also let out deadly roars. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbow arrows broke through the air and accurately pierced the throats and hearts of those minions. Screams rang out one after another, and blood dyed the ground red. Happy, under the cover of Chu Ye's water curtain, Lin Jiangwo and On were like two killing gods, invincible. Go! The three of them rushed into the Yunlong water plant like a tiger, descending from the mountain, unstoppable. Those remaining minions had never seen such a scene before. They had long been frightened by Chu Ye's miracle. Seeing these people rushing up, Yingzi had no intention of fighting at this moment. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to admit their mistakes. Don't kill us. Don't kill us. We were all forced by Ma Shang. Please spare us. We won't dare to do it again. Chu Yi glanced coldly at the group of minions who were kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. He sneered, without a trace of mercy in his heart. In this doomsday, being soft-hearted will only bring you endless troubles. However, these people are not useless. Chu Yi pointed at the weapons in their hands. Where are the weapons you have hidden? Chapter 97. Still expecting someone to save you. These things are of great use to his current base. After all, with the continuous fighting with the Sky Curtain organization, it is difficult to form effective killing power relying solely on these military crossbows. On the second underground floor. Now that we've told you, you can let us go, right? A minion answered in a trembling voice. Chu Yi nodded. I can let you go, but it will only lead to your death. Then he looked at Lin Jiangwo and On and said, let's do it. Don't leave any of them alive. What? You lied to us. When these people's shocked wails fell, Lin Jiangwo and On didn't hesitate at all, and the knives were in hand in the blink of an eye. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered and the screams stopped abruptly. After a moment, the entire Yunlong water plant fell completely quiet. Only the strong smell of blood remained in the air. Chu Yi took a deep breath and calmed the murderous intent in his heart. In my 2 lifetimes, this is the first time I have killed so many people. In the future, I will only encounter more such things. Let's go and drag Ma Shang out. Chu Ye's voice returned to calm. On rushed to the front and helped the medicine girl crawl out safely. Then, he jumped into the pit again. Come to Ma Shang's side. Snap, snap. On swung his arms left and right, slapping Ma Shang hard several times. Ma Shang's cheeks swelled up instantly and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The severe pain made him open his eyes with difficulty. In his blurred vision, he saw the indifferent faces of On and Chu Yi. It woke him up completely in an instant. Don't kill me. Ma Shang's voice was hoarse and trembling. It was like being squeezed out of a broken bellows. I'll tell you everything, please. Spare my life. Chu Yi sneered in his heart. With all the cruel methods Ma Shang had used before, there was no way he could leave anyone alive. But for now, the information about the Sky Curtain organization is still useful. It's not too late to deal with it after you get it. Forgive you. Chu Yi pretended to be silent, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. It's not impossible, but you have to continue leading the way. You better not play tricks. If you dare to lead the way again. He paused, slowly raised the military crossbow in his hand, and the cold crossbow arrow was against Ma Shang's neck. Click! The sound of the crossbow being drawn clearly reached Ma Shang's ears. He trembled all over, and his face turned as pale as paper in an instant. No, I dare not. I absolutely dare not. Ma Shang's voice almost turned into tears. I will lead the way honestly. Put him up. Chu Yi didn't believe what he said and winked at Lin Jiangwo and On. The 2 men understood what he meant, and each of them took one side, lifted Ma Shang from the ground, and dragged him forward like a dead dog. Ma Shang was held up by 2 people, with his feet off the ground and his body suspended in the air. He was forced to look up and saw the bodies scattered on the ground. Those were his former brothers. A chill ran from Ma Shang's feet to his head. He was extremely frightened, But at the same time, a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. We must find a way to inform Ma Hao. As long as Ma Hao comes, I will be saved. Ma Shang screamed wildly in his heart, and he secretly made up his mind that he must not sit and wait for death. Under the guidance of Ma Shang, Chu Yi and the other two went deeper and arrived at the third underground floor. Right inside, Ma Shang pointed at the heavy black iron door at the deepest part, his voice trembling slightly. The thing is inside. Chu Yi glanced at Ma Shang, then looked around, not quite believing what he said. Bring it over, Chu Yi ordered coldly. Lin Jiangwo and On received the order and carried Ma Shang to the iron gate. Chu Yi suddenly raised his foot and kicked the iron gate hard. Bang! With a loud bang, the iron gate opened. In the narrow space, there was only a military computer quietly placed there. This is... When Lin Jiangwo saw the computer clearly, his eyes suddenly widened. A look of shock appeared on his face. This is indeed the computer used by our Sky Curtain organization. Just based on his previous identity, it would be easy to get in touch with him, just as Chu Yi and the other two focused their attention on the computer. They didn't notice that Ma Shang suddenly set his eyes on the gate. He used all his strength and pushed backwards. Boom! Ma Shang's back hit the iron door hard, making a dull sound. Chu Yi turned around suddenly, grabbed Ma Shang by the collar, and pushed him to the ground. What the fuck are you doing? Chu Yi roared, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. I didn't do anything. Ma Shang's eyes flickered, and he immediately started to quibble. I just bumped into it by accident. Careless. Lin Jiangwo was puzzled. Ma Shang was such a person that they could hardly believe him. He walked quickly to the iron gate, took a closer look, and was shocked. Brother Chu, there's something wrong with this door. This is specially made by the Sky Curtain organization, and there's a distress device in the interior layer. What? Chu Ye's face changed. When Ma Shang heard this, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. No, you're wrong. Lin Jiangwo interrupted him. That's absolutely true. No matter what I admit, I will never admit this wrong. Ma Shang immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you know so what? It's too late. Too late. The distress signal has already been sent out. My brother Ma Hao will bring people here soon. You just wait to die. He looked at Chu Yi and the other two with a ferocious expression on his face. You, why aren't you afraid? Why don't you run away? Ha ha, I'm telling you, Ma Hao brought more people than me. His weapons are better than mine. If I die, you won't be able to live either. Ha! On suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Ma Shang glared at On. I laugh at your stupidity. One spat. Do you think your useless brother Ma Hao can come and save you? What did you say? Ma Shang was stunned. I was a little skeptical before, but now I am finally sure. To tell you the truth, your damned brother has long been sent to see the king of hell. No, impossible. Ma Shang's eyes widened. You lied to me. Ma Hao is the factory director. How could he die? Arwen said proudly. He was the one who wanted to snatch the medicine girl from our brother Chu. When he couldn't win, he just wanted to fight, so he killed him. He really overestimated his own abilities. Ma Shang suddenly looked up and stared On. He couldn't believe it, or rather, he didn't want to believe it. How can Ma Hao die? He is the director of the Yunlong water plant, and he has guns and men under his command. How could he die so easily? Chapter 98. Harvesting a large amount of weapons. You are farting. Ma Shang screamed in complete disbelief, his voice distorted with fear and anger. You are trying to trick me. You want to make me lose my composure so that you can take advantage of the opportunity to kill me, right? I'm telling you, I won't be fooled. He walked slowly towards Ma Shang with steady steps. In the black market, your good brother Ma Hao sent his men to ambush me in order to snatch the medicine girl from me. Do you need me to tell you in detail how he lost his life? The red mole at the corner of his mouth was still trembling slightly before he died. Every word Chu Yi spoke was like a sharp blade, accurately piercing Ma Shang's heart. Ma Shang's whole body was shaking violently. His face turned pale in an instant, his lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a word for a long time. At this moment, he finally realized that what Chu Yi said was no joke. A huge fear, like a flood that broke through a dam, completely submerged him. With a plop, Ma Shang collapsed to the ground, begging with tears streaming down his face. Don't kill me. I was wrong, really wrong. Please spare my life. I'm willing to work like a slave for you and go through fire and water for you. Chuyi looked down at the man who was lying like mud at his feet, without a trace of pity in his eyes. With your appearance, are you worthy of being my dog? As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, and a cold military crossbow was already aimed at Ma Sheng's head. With a click, the slight sound of the mechanism was particularly harsh in the silent underground space. Ma Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted and his mouth opened wide, but no sound came out. Puff! The crossbow arrow shot out of the air like lightning and pierced Ma Sheng's head accurately. Blood mixed with brain matter spurted out instantly, leaving a shocking pool of blood on the cold concrete floor. Ma Sheng's body twitched a few times and then became completely motionless. Chuyi put away the military crossbow expressionlessly, not even bothering to look at Ma Sheng's body. In his eyes, this piece of trash deserved no death. Lin Jiangwo, please check what information is in this computer first. Chuyi turned around and gave instructions. In this apocalyptic world, such scenes have become commonplace. On, medicine girl. The two of you stay here and protect him. After making all the arrangements, Chuyi turned around and strode towards the second underground floor. He remembered that he had learned from previous inquiries that there was an armory on the second underground floor. After walking up the dim stairs and taking a few steps, Chuyi saw a heavy metal door. Without any hesitation, he kicked the door hard with bang. With a loud bang, the metal door opened and a pungent smell of stale gunpowder hit me in the face. What a strong smell. Chuyi muttered to himself, looking around the armory. The armory is not large, but all kinds of weapons are neatly arranged. 2 boxes of homemade rifle bullets lay quietly in the corner, with a dull luster on their surface. Next to them, there were 3 roughly shaped earth cannons, with their black muzzles emitting a chilling aura. With these, the villa's defense capabilities can be greatly improved. Ma Sheng, I didn't expect you to give me such a big gift. Chuyi did not hesitate. With a thought, he instantly stored all the weapons into the Canghai Space. In the blink of an eye, the warehouse that was originally full of weapons became empty. Chuyi clapped his hands in satisfaction and turned back to the 3rd underground floor. As soon as I stepped in, Lin Jiangwo came up to me with an anxious look on his face. Brother Chu, come over and take a look, Lin Jiangwo said in an urgent voice, with a serious expression and beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Chuyi's heart sank, and he quickly walked to the computer. What happens? Lin Jiangwo pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. This computer contains information about the Yunlong water plant. This is a base of the Sky Curtain organization. It says that the Sky Curtain branch in this city has been secretly capturing strong men and conducting human genetic experiments. And they're also looting supplies. The black market. The black market is the bait they set up. The higher the level of the black market identity card given, the more valuable this person is, and they will give priority to it. The ID card contains a positioning chip. Lin Jiangwo finished speaking in one breath, his face as pale as paper. Chuyi suddenly remembered the ID card he had obtained on the black market before. He quickly took it out of his pocket and squeezed it hard. Crack! The ID card shattered, and a tiny chip suddenly appeared before his eyes. It's really a positioning chip. Oh shit! Chuyi cursed, his eyes flashing with coldness. Leave here immediately. No more hesitation. Chuyi led a group of people to evacuate quickly, got on the beach buggy, and drove away. And shortly after they left, a team in camouflage uniforms appeared outside the Yunlong water plant, surrounded by a cloud of yellow sand. Leading the group was an officer with a sinister look on his face. He held a locator in his hand. On the screen, a red dot was hovering right in front of them. The prey is just ahead. There was excitement in the officer's voice. Speed up. When the team received the order, they immediately rushed forward madly without any hesitation. However, when they rushed into the Yunlong water plant, everyone stopped. All they saw was a mess. There were corpses everywhere, lying on the ground in all directions, already cold and stiff. The officer's face changed when he saw this. Following his locator, he walked to the 3rd underground floor. He picked up a broken ID card. His eyes were so vicious that blood seemed to drip out. Damn it, our plan has been discovered. The officer gritted his teeth, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. These guys are not simple. Look at Ma Sheng's body. They are attack-type gene users. He raised his head suddenly, looked around, and his voice was filled with anger. This was a great humiliation for their Sky Curtain organization. Everyone, search immediately. If he's alive, we must find him. If he's dead, we must find his body. We must find these people no matter what the cost. At the same time, in the villa area, snap! Yang Long was sitting on the ground, wearing only a pair of underwear. He patted the plastic kettle in his hand heavily, tilted his head back, and put his mouth to the mouth of the kettle. After trying for a while, I didn't see it coming out. Yang Long suddenly became furious and threw the empty plastic bottle to the ground. Looking across, I saw Su Yun, who was wearing thin clothes that could not hide his spring scenery at all. Yang Long was so angry that he stared at Su Yun and yelled at her. "Where's the water? Damn it. I'm so thirsty that my throat is about to smoke, and you bring an empty pot to fool me?" Su Yun was so frightened that his whole body trembled, his face turned pale, and his lips quivered, backing away again and again. Brother Long, calm down. Now the whole villa area has no water. I really can't get water. Chapter 99. Yang Long, you bastard. Su Jun et lai hudi din. At the same time, she was secretly groaning in her heart. In this damn apocalypse, even letting her drink a sip of water has become a luxury. In the past, even if she knew that the faucet was turned off and she forgot to turn it off, she would never take the initiative to turn it off. If she had known this would happen, she would have poured all the water into her mouth. Yang Long was not willing to listen to her explanation. With a ferocious face, he took a few steps to stand in front of Su Yun. He grabbed Su Yun's slender neck fiercely, lifted her whole body up. Su Yun lifted his feet off the ground and struggled desperately, but he was unable to break free from Yang Long's iron-like hands. "Yang Long, what are you going to do to me, Yang Long? What am I going to do to you? Can't you get any water?" Yang Long roared, spitting all over Su Yun's face. "Then what's the point of me raising a loser like you? Without water to drink, are you going to die of thirst? There is water behind you, so I will cut you up and drink it." Hearing Yang Long's voice, Su Yun fell into a state of panic. Yang Long actually wanted to kill her just for the water. I felt a choking sensation in my throat like a tide. Su Yun only felt that his vision was darkening. The fear of death gripped her heart. She used up her last bit of strength to squeeze out a few words from her throat. "Long, brother Long, spare my life, spare me. Give me another chance, give me another chance. I will find water for you this time, no matter what means I use." The fierce light in Yang Long's eyes flashed a few times. Compared to human blood, it would be better if we had normal water. After all, even though he doesn't take human life seriously, he still feels annoyed. Finally, he let go. Bang! Su Yun fell heavily to the ground and started coughing violently. A quick breath of fresh air. Before the feeling of relief for surviving the disaster could well up in my heart, Yang Long's next words completely devastated me. "Okay, get out there and find some water." Yang Long pointed at the door and spoke to her grimly, without any courtesy. "If you can't find the water, don't *King come back to me. Roll. I'm leaving now. Su Yun got up in a panic and crawled out of the villa. Bang! The heavy iron door slammed mercilessly behind Su Yun, making a deafening sound. Su Yun turned around and looked at the closed door. The whole person's eyes were filled with resentment. She bit her lips tightly, digging her nails into her palms so deeply that blood almost dripped out. "Yang Long, you bastard. I've been with you for so long, and you want to kill me just for my saliva." And that Chu Yi, he hogged so much water but refused to give even a drop. "You all just wait for me. When I find a chance, I will make you live a life worse than death." She was filled with hatred, but she also knew that the most important thing now was to find water. Otherwise, everything she did would be in vain. She suppressed her humiliation and anger and walked aimlessly along the road in the villa area, looking at the yellow sand all around. Damn it! Where on earth can I find water in this place? Sujun guset ang vili. Then there was a sudden noise of footsteps coming from the front. Su Yun looked up and saw several burly men walking towards her in a domineering manner. Looking around, everyone had an obscene smile on their face. Su Yun saw that those people's eyes were all focused on her, and a feeling of fear surged in her heart. She was a weak woman, and she couldn't even imagine what would happen if she was caught by these people. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. "Oh, this girl is quite pretty. Come and play with my brothers. Don't be in such a hurry to leave." The leading man whistled and blocked Su Yun's way. Su Yun suppressed the fear in his heart. He shouted sternly, "You, what do you want to do? In broad daylight, is there still any law? The king's law? Ha ha ha." Several men laughed unrestrainedly as if they had heard some huge joke. "Girl, you are so innocent and cute." A man walked up to Su Yun, looked her up and down, and spoke in a frivolous tone. In this world, whoever has the bigger fist rules the law. Su Yun avoided their gazes with disgust and threatened in a timid manner. I tell you, I am Yang Long's man. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, Brother Long will never let you go. With this group of people here, she can only bring out Yang Long's banner. But she was still wrong. Yang Long? Yang Long is nothing. The other man spat in confusion and disdain. You don't even recognize me. Do you really think I'm at Song? We are Brother Biao's men. Brother Biao, do you know? This piece of land will be our Brother Biao's territory from now on. Girl, you'd better be smart and have fun with us, brothers. Maybe you can save your life. Su Yan's heart was shocked. Brother Biao? Judging from the looks of these people, they're not the kind of people who are easy to mess with. Think about it. She suddenly realized that this might be a great opportunity. A great opportunity to take revenge on Yang Long and Chu Yi. If she could get these people to fight against them, wouldn't she be able to reap the benefits? Thinking of this, a hint of cunning flashed in Su Yun's eyes. She instantly put on a flattering smile and spoke in a delicate voice. Brothers, you have misunderstood. I was just afraid of the big brothers. They have disliked him for a long time. As long as you guys don't mind, I'm willing to follow you guys, serve you at your service, and let you do whatever you want. The men looked at each other and saw smug looks in each other's eyes. Girl, you know what's happening. The leading man laughed. But if you just talk, it won't work. You have to show some sincerity. Su Yun understood what he meant. It was just selling one's body. He said quickly, Don't worry, brothers. I will definitely satisfy you. However, I also have a small request. I hope you can help me get revenge. Revenge? It's a piece of cake. Several men readily agreed. Tell me, who do you want to die? A gleam of excitement flashed in Su Yun's eyes. She pointed in the direction of Yang Long's villa and said with gritted teeth, I want to make sure that bastard Yang Long and that guy named Chu Yi die miserably. Haha, it's just killing someone. Leave it to us, brothers. Su Yun was suddenly excited and couldn't wait to lead the way. Leading a few men, he came to Yang Long's villa in a menacing manner. Yang Long, you bastard. Get out here. Your great aunt is back. Chapter 100 Stab Yang Long to death. Su Yun stood outside the door and yelled at the top of his lungs. His voice was sharp and piercing, full of pleasure. Inside the villa, Yang Long was pacing back and forth anxiously because he couldn't get any water. Hearing Su Yun's voice, he immediately became furious. This bitch, it's okay that she couldn't find water, but she actually dared to come back and act wild? He opened the door angrily and was about to curse. Turning around, he saw the ferocious-looking men behind Su Yun. Yang Long looked at Su Yun in disbelief, and he directly asked a strong question. Su Yun, what do you mean by this? You brought these shady people back here. Are you trying to cuckold me? Su Yun sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Wearing a green hat? Yang Long, are you fucking worthy of it? I've had enough of you. You're always bullying others. What kind of man are you? As she spoke, she hugged the arm of a man next to her and said in a tender voice, Yes. This big brother is much better than you. What did you say? Yang Long pointed at Su Yun in disbelief, his entire body trembling. This woman actually sold him out after just one trip? You bitch. I'm going to beat you to death today. As he said this, he was about to rush forward to teach Su Yun a lesson. However, before he could take a step, he was kicked to the ground by the man next to Su Yun. Bang! Yang Long fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. A piece of trash like you is worthy of being the boss. The people in this villa area don't look any good either. The man looked down at Yang Long condescendingly, his eyes full of disdain. Yang Long covered his chest and wailed in pain. He never dreamed that he would fall into the hands of a woman. He struggled to get up, but found that he was too weak to do anything. You guys don't be so proud. Yang Long gritted his teeth and roared. I still have men. I will never let you go. All of you come out. Where did this blind bastard come from? How dare you touch our brother Long? As his voice fell, Yang Long's men rushed to the door cursing, and when they saw the situation in front of them, they immediately started cursing. Su Yun was a little scared. There are a lot of them, so you better be careful. The man next to Su Yun spat when he heard this reminder, his eyes full of contempt. Who are you looking down on? They're just another bunch of trash. Who are you calling trash? Yang Long's eyes turned red, and he immediately roared at his men. What are you all standing there for? They're scolding us. Kill them now. Kill them. Kill these sons of bitches. Yang Long's subordinates were used to following Yang Long's tyranny on a daily basis. So how could they have ever endured such humiliation? They howled and waved sticks and machetes in their hands, rushing towards Brother Biao's men. The man next to Su Yun ridiculed these people. It's just courting death. They are not vegetarians either. They were all ruthless characters willing to walk on the edge of a knife, and they went forward with a grim smile upon seeing the situation. For a moment, there were clashes of sticks, flashes of swords, screams, and curses. Crack! One of Yang Long's men was unable to dodge and was hit on the head by a stick. His head was immediately broken and bleeding, and he fell to the ground with a scream. On the other side, one of Biao's men was waving a machete. He struck hard on the shoulder of one of Yang Long's men, cutting off half of his body. Blood gushed out, staining the ground red. The battle was extremely brutal, a completely one-sided massacre. Although Yang Long's men outnumbered, Brother Biao's men were more ruthless and their moves were deadly, and they were quickly defeated. Stop fighting. I give up. Please spare us. We won't dare to do it again. Yang Long's men were beaten so hard that they cried for their parents and knelt down to beg for mercy. Trash. A bunch of trash. Yang Long cursed angrily. He watched helplessly as his men were chopped to the ground one by one, but was unable to do anything. A deep feeling of fear wrapped around his heart, and he knew that he was really finished this time. Before long, all of Yang Long's men were wiped out, lying on the ground in a mess, with blood flowing like a river. Brother Long, save me. One of his men, who was still alive, stretched out his bloody hand and asked Yang Long for help. Yang Long was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly. His face turned pale as paper and his whole body was shaking. These people are so powerful that he can't die. He must live. Don't kill me. I can give you my place. Yang Long fell to his knees with a thud and kowtowed to Brother Biao's man. I still have supplies. I have food and drinks. I'll give them all to you. Please don't kill me. Su Yun walked slowly to Yang Long, looking down at him with satisfaction in his eyes. Yang Long, you probably didn't expect that you would still have this day, right? Su Yun stepped on Yang Long's head and pressed his face to the ground. I remember you were very arrogant before. Weren't you very capable? Why are you like a dead dog now? But if you want to live, that's impossible. I have to kill you. Su Yun, you bitch. Yang Long's expression suddenly changed drastically. He struggled with all his might, but was unable to move Su Yun's feet. Su Yun, you will die a miserable death. I will die a miserable death. Su Yun sneered and exerted force on his feet. Yang Long's head was immediately stepped on and deformed. This is a joke. If I follow you, I'll be in trouble. If I don't torture you enough this time, I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. She leaned over, pinched Yang Long's chin with her hand, and forced him to raise his head. Look at how pitiful you are now. There's a crazy light in Su Yun's eyes. Don't you like playing with women? Today, I'll let you have a taste of being played with. She picked up a knife from the ground and waved it in front of Yang Long. What do you want to do? Yang Long let out a shrill scream. His body trembled violently, and his lower body was wet. Su Yun smiled cruelly and stabbed the knife in his hand fiercely into Yang Long's body. Once and again, Yang Long's screams became weaker and weaker, and finally disappeared completely. Su Yun stood up, wiped his bloody hands, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Brothers, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Oh, I didn't expect that a woman like you would have some skills. Not bad. I like it very much. Su Yun turned a deaf ear to the dirty hands extended by these people. She turned around and spoke to Brother Biao's men. I also want to take revenge on a man named Chu Yi. He has a villa that is more sturdy than this place. There's plenty of water in there, enough for you to take a bath without any worries. Chapter 101, How Could There Be a Grenade? When Su Yun finished saying this, the men's eyes widened and their Adam's apples rolled, obviously shocked by Su Yun's words. What did you say? Is this true? There's so much water. How much is that? A man asked in disbelief. Absolutely true. Su Yun swore solemnly. We all saw it with our own eyes. That guy must have hidden all the water in the villa. Let's go. Take us there. The leading man couldn't wait. One of the reasons they came here was to find supplies and water. Several people followed Su Yun and came to Chu Ye's villa. This door. Before I walked in, a man was already looking at the closed door and frowning. It looks pretty solid, but it's hard to handle. Yes, this is the same situation I encountered before. Su Yun nodded to them. This door is made of special materials. We can't force it. We have to think of another way. What's so difficult about this? A man pulled a grenade from his pocket and shook it triumphantly. Whatever the door is, I'll blow it all into pieces with one mine. This, a grenade? Su Yun screamed in fear and stepped back repeatedly. Ew, how come you have this kind of thing? Hey, don't worry about this. The man grinned. This is all thanks to Brother Biao. Just wait and see how we pull that guy named Chu Yi out of his turtle shell. Inside the villa. Oh no, there's someone outside. Shirley looked through the window and saw the commotion outside, and his face changed drastically. It looks like he's coming here for our villa. What should we do? Chu Yi is not here, Wang Dao asked anxiously. Why are you panicking? Chu Yin thought of Chu Yi leaving and told her to stay calm. Everyone, don't panic. Listen to me. Let's stay in the house and wait for Chu Yi to come back. No, Shirley hurriedly stopped him. I just saw that they have grenades in their hands. This door will definitely not be able to withstand it. What? Grenade? What should we do then? Everyone was panicked. They had only seen this kind of weapon on TV and had never dared to imagine it. Fight with them. A hint of determination flashed in Shirley's eyes. Chu Yi left behind a military crossbow before he left. Let's go out and fight them. There's still a chance of survival. Otherwise, if they break down the door, that'll be the beginning of real disaster. Okay, let's do it. Wang Dao and others also gave it their all. This is also an action to save themselves. Outside the villa, these people don't know the plan that Lei and his team have made yet. You guys be careful. Su Yun hid far away and shouted at the man. Coward! Several men laughed. What's this little scene? Haven't we seen all kinds of scenes before? Watch us carefully, and we will show you what our strength is. Unexpectedly, these people had just finished speaking. Their cheerful laughter came to an abrupt end. Swish, swish. The door of the villa suddenly opened, and the sound of several arrows breaking through the air reached their ears. Shirley's figure rushed out like an arrow, accompanied by a roar. Kill these sons of bitches. Several cold rays followed closely behind and went straight towards Brother Biao's man. When Su Yun saw this sudden thing, his pupils suddenly contracted and he screamed instinctively. Careful! The two men walking in front were pierced through the body by crossbow arrows before they could react. An arrow hit his throat accurately and blood gushed out. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His eyes were full of unwillingness and fear. Another arrow pierced deeply into his chest. He groaned and fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The sudden change left everyone stunned. Damn it, they actually have crossbows. Who the hell are these people? The man holding the grenade was frightened out of his wits. His eyes widened in horror, and he stammered, "Run, run." After he finished speaking, he clenched his teeth. He threw the grenade in his hand towards the gate of the villa and turned and ran. Shirley saw the grenade flying towards him and shouted at the top of his lungs. Retreat quickly! Grenade! Several people immediately turned around and ran into the villa. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded through the sky, and the grenade exploded in front of the villa's door. Flames shot up into the sky, airwaves rolled, and rubble flew everywhere. The whole villa seemed to be shaking violently. The aftermath of the explosion dissipated. Shirley and his companions got up from the ground covered in dust and looked at each other with lingering fear. After confirming that they were both safe, they breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, when Chu Yi first made it, it was at the level of a civil air defense project. But Shirley was still unhappy. He spat out a mouthful of saliva, his eyes burning with anger. Go out and catch these bastards. Several people rushed out of the door, but saw only a messy open space and corpses on the ground. Damn it, these guys run so fast. Don't let me see you again. Wang Dao spat fiercely on the ground, wishing he could tear those fleeing people into pieces. Damn, these bastards. Shirley was also filled with anger and punched the wall. And at the same time, Su Yun and the remaining men had already hidden in an abandoned corner, still in shock. It turned out that they were the ones threatening others, but today she was the one being threatened. And all this was brought by Su Yun. Why the hell didn't you say they had weapons? A man rushed forward in shock and anger, grabbed Su Yun's neck, and lifted her up. His eyes were red and bloodshot because his good friend had just died. Ahem. I really don't know. Su Yun's face was pale. He had difficulty breathing. His hands were struggling desperately, and his eyes were full of fear. Mercy, mercy. Spare me. You almost fucking killed us all. The man roared, veins bulging on his hands, but he hadn't made a move yet. A voice came from behind him. Third brother, calm down. Another man quickly stepped forward to dissuade him. It's useless to kill her now. The most urgent thing is to go back and tell Brother Biao that we must avenge this. The man called the third brother finally let go of his hand. Su Yin fell to the ground in panic, coughing violently and gasping for breath. Let's go. Go back and find Brother Biao. Several people supported each other and stumbled away into the night. And it was not long after they left. The beach buggy Chu Yi was riding and made a low roar, kicked up a cloud of dust, and sped towards them. The car stopped in front of the villa, and Chu Yi and others jumped out of the car. When Shirley and others saw Chu Yi, they immediately went to greet him excitedly. Brother Chu, you are finally back. Chapter 102. Human or Monster. Chu Yi looked at these people in confusion. He was still wondering why these people were still standing outside. Lin Jiangwo looked around with a frown on his face. He moved his nose and smelled the smell of gunpowder in the air. Looking at the several corpses on the ground that were pierced by crossbow arrows, he felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Why does it smell like a grenade explosion? Don't even mention it, damn. Upon hearing this, Shirley angrily told the story in detail about what had just happened. Someone brought a grenade to blow us up. If we hadn't run fast, we would have turned into a pile of meat by now. After listening to Shirley's story, Chu Ye's face became terribly gloomy. He looked around and said in a deep voice, "Let's go in first. We are probably being targeted now. This group of people might be related to the Sky Curtain Organization." What? Sky Curtain Organization? Chu Yin and Su Qing were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and Su Qing even grabbed Chu Ye's arm tightly. Then what should we do? Should we run away? They have guns and grenades. Escape. Chu Yi slowly shook his head. Right now, running away won't solve the problem. Everywhere is covered with yellow sand now. Where can we escape to? As Chu Yi spoke, he took out some earth guns and several homemade cannons from the Canghai Space and threw them on the ground. Chu Ye's voice was indifferent. Only after we hurt them will they realize the danger. If they dare to come again, we will use these things to teach them a lesson. Shirley, Wang Dao, and others took over the homemade guns and cannons, their eyes flashing with excitement. Guns and cannons. Good. With these weapons, we can rest assured. Shirley was rubbing his hands, eager to give a try. If these sons of bitches dare to come again, I will make sure they never come back. Yes, let them taste our power. Wang Dao also echoed, and morale was high. Chu Yi looked at everyone who was so excited and spoke immediately. All right, just calm down. It's too hot outside. Let's go in first. Chu Yi turned around and looked at the medicine girl. Come on, come in with me. Upon hearing this, medicine girl timidly followed behind Chu Yi. She was extremely nervous. Then, she walked in and looked around. His eyes were full of surprise and confusion. All she saw was that the villa was full of people, and everyone was looking at her. It made her feel a little uneasy instinctively. Her fair fingers unconsciously twisted the corners of her clothes, and she kept her head down, not knowing what to do. Don't be afraid. Chu Yi turned his head and noticed Bai Xiao's embarrassment. He stopped and spoke in a gentle and soothing tone. From now on, this will be your home. They are all your future family members. Home. Bai Xiao was slightly stunned when she heard Chu Ye's words. This word was both strange and warm to her. She hasn't heard it since the end of the world. She raised her head and looked at Chu Yi, a glimmer of hope flashing in her clear eyes. Then he nodded heavily. Chu Yin, take her to familiarize herself with the environment. Seeing this, Chu Yi smiled and turned to call Chu Yin. Okay. Chu Yin responded happily, with a bright smile on her face. She had long wanted to have a sister to keep her company. Now, I have finally achieved what I wanted, and I am overjoyed. She hurriedly walked forward, took Bai Xiao's arm affectionately, and asked softly, Sister, what's your name? White Peony. Bai Xiao's voice was as thin as a mosquito, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Bai Xiao, what nice name. Chu Yin couldn't help but giggle, grabbed Bai Xiao's hand, walked upstairs, and said excitedly, Come on, I'll take you to see your room. Chu Yi watched the two girls disappear around the corner of the stairs before he slowly withdrew his gaze. In an instant, his expression became cold and serious, and he turned to face Lin Jiangwo, On, Shirley, Wang Dao, and the other 5 companions. His eyes were sharp and his voice was deep and powerful. All of you follow me. Chu Yi strode forward. Everyone looked at each other. Although they didn't understand why, they still followed him closely. The group came to an open area in the center of the villa, and Chu Yi stopped. Chu Yi, do you have something important to tell me? Shirley spoke first. Chu Yi turned around slowly, his voice echoing in the empty hall. That's right. The enemy is becoming more and more rampant now, and their numbers and strength are constantly increasing. Guns and cannons alone are far from enough to deal with them. In this apocalypse, the most terrifying thing is not the mutant monsters, but the gene people. If we want to survive, we must become stronger. These words were like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Everyone had witnessed the fierce battle between Chu Yi and Ma Shang. The extraordinary power displayed by Chu Yi made them feel awe and aroused their deep yearning. But everyone was confused as to how to become such a powerful person. Chu Yi glanced at Lin Jiangwo and An's faces and said in a deep voice, "You two take out the genetic medicine and try its effect." When Lin Jiangwo heard this, his eyes lit up instantly, and he couldn't wait to take out a small glass bottle from his pocket. Under the light, the glass bottle exudes a mysterious and attractive luster. When the others saw this, they whispered to each other, their faces full of confusion. "Gene potion? Can you become a gene user after drinking it?" Chu Yi shook his head. "This is what we got before. We don't know the specific effect. We can only give it a try now. Let me go first." Lin Jiangwo volunteered, reached out to pull out the cork, tilted his head back, and drank the medicine in one gulp. In an instant, Lin Jiangwo's body trembled violently, and his originally dark skin quickly turned red, as if it was burned by fire. The muscles began to swell, and the veins popped out like earthworms. Lin Jiangwo roared in pain, his body twitching violently and uncontrollably, and he rolled and struggled wildly on the ground. There seemed to be a violent force running rampant in his body, trying to break free from the restraints of his body. Lin Jiangwo. When An saw this, his face suddenly changed, and he was shocked. He rushed forward and tried to support Lin Jiangwo, who was in great pain. "Don't go over there," Shirley shouted, but his voice was still a step late. Suddenly, Lin Jiangwo swung a punch and hit An in the chest. Puff! An spat out a mouthful of blood. The whole person slammed heavily against the wall. Shirley was also affected by this huge force. He groaned and staggered back a few steps. A fishy and sweet taste rushed up my throat. "Oh my God!" Wang Dao and others were all stunned when they saw this. "This is too fucking horrible. Does this potion make people stronger, or does it turn them into monsters?" Chu Ye's eyes were filled with excitement. The power of this genetic medicine is even more powerful than he had imagined. Don't control Lin Jiangwo anymore. I'm afraid his actions will destroy this place. Chapter 103, You Can't Join Tianmu. Chu Yi didn't dare to waste any more time. This was his base after all. Absolutely no destruction will be allowed. Immediately activate the water curtain ability. A light blue water curtain appeared out of nowhere, covering Lin Jiangwo. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break through this seemingly weak barrier. As time passed, Lin Jiangwo and the water curtain gradually stopped struggling, and his screams of pain gradually subsided. When Chu Yi saw Lin Jiangwo, there was no movement. Only then did he slowly remove his water curtain. When everyone looked over, they saw Lin Jiangwo slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Soaked in sweat, Lin Jiangwo looked at his hands blankly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What did I do just now? I feel like I'm 20 years younger now. Moreover, my strength has increased more than tenfold. Lin Jiangwo immediately looked around. His eyes fell excitedly on a steel bar as thick as an arm on the ground. He hurried forward, grasped the steel bar with both hands, took a deep breath, and suddenly broke it with force. Crack! Under the gaze of everyone, he bent the steel bar directly. What kind of power is this? That's rebar. Is this still a human being? Wang Dao was so shocked that he stumbled over his words. Shirley was also shocked. He swallowed hard. Looking at Chu Yi, they finally understood why they were brought here. With this destructive power, wouldn't it scare other women? An got up from the ground excitedly. He didn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and excitement welled up in his eyes. I want to try it too. Lin Jiangwo can improve this strength, so what about him? He quickly took out the genetic medicine that belonged to him from his pocket and poured it into his mouth without hesitation. With Lin Jiangwo's experience, Chu Yi was well prepared. As soon as An showed any abnormality, he was controlled with the water curtain. A moment later, An also successfully absorbed the genetic medicine. He did not show great strength like Lin Jiangwo, but rushed out suddenly and ran back and forth in the hall of the villa. His speed was as fast as lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages. After a few laps, His expression remained calm, and his breathing was steady. My speed. My speed has increased by at least 3 times. Arwen shouted excitedly. Also, my endurance has increased a lot. Chuyi looked at the scene in front of him and felt extremely excited. He clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with determination. He wants to obtain more genetic medicines and build an invincible army of geneticists. In this doomsday, completely control your own destiny and make everyone tremble. At the same time, Suyin has been brought to the base where Brother Biao is. Suyin looked around in confusion. What are we doing here? The man next to her spoke lightly. You'll know soon enough. They immediately pushed open a door. Suyin looked around and saw someone directly opposite her. A man with a scar on his face was having a flattering conversation with a man in camouflage uniform. Zhang Hongsheng, Commander Zhang. What's this about me joining the Sky Curtain organization? Brother Biao asked tentatively, but he had just finished speaking. The men with Su Yun had already knelt on one knee in front of him. Brother Biao. Brother Biao's words were suddenly interrupted. His face suddenly darkened, and a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. He stood up suddenly, glared at his men, and questioned them angrily. Fuck, what are you guys doing here? Didn't I tell you to go to the villa area to check out the situation? Why are you back so soon? Upon hearing this, several thugs trembled with fear. One of them, who was a little braver, explained haltingly. Biao, Brother Biao, we met a group of tough guys in the villa area. They had weapons and we couldn't beat them, so we ran back. Can't beat him. Brother Biao felt like he had heard a huge joke. A bunch of rubbish. I equipped you with grenades, and you King tell me you can't beat me? Did a dog eat your brains? Zhang Hongsheng originally had no interest in the quarrel between these minions, but when he heard the word grenade, he raised his eyebrows slightly, turned to look at Brother Biao, and a hint of sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brother Biao, these are your elite soldiers? You can't even deal with a bunch of rabble, and you still want to join our Tiamu organization? Zhang Hongqing's words made Brother Biao's face turn red. He angrily kicked the thug beside him and cursed loudly. A bunch of trash. What's the point of keeping you? You can't even deal with a few rotten fish and shrimps. You still have the nerve to come back and see me. Biao, Brother Biao, please spare my life. The beaten subordinate knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. They have crossbows. We don't dare to fight them head on, so we just retreat. Wait, what did you say? What crossbow? Zhang Hongsheng frowned and asked for details. Describe it in detail, without leaving out any details. When the subordinates saw Zhang Hongsheng asking questions, they did not dare to be negligent and answer quickly. That crossbow arrow looks very strange. It's gray-green all over and seems to be made of some special material. The structure is very complicated. It's a bit like Zhuge Liang's crossbow, which can fire continuously. Zhuge crossbow? Gray-green. Zhang Hongsheng stood up suddenly, grabbed the subordinate by the collar, and immediately questioned him. Are you sure you're seeing this correctly? The men were so frightened by Zhang Hongqing's aura that they were trembling all over, nodding repeatedly. Yes. Do you know his name? These people looked at each other and shook their heads. Next to him, Suyin kept his head down and said nothing. Seeing this person so concerned, he thought to himself that this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Chu Yi with a knife. I know who those people are. The leader, his name is Chu Yi. Jie Uye. A look of excitement appeared on Zhang Hongqing's face. It's him. I've been looking for him for so long, but I didn't expect him to be hiding here. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you break in. It's like searching for something but never finding it. But it comes to you without any effort. Zhang Hongsheng thought again about the situation in the Yunlong water plant. It was Chu Yi who caused this, and now there is finally a breakthrough. He turned to look at Brother Biao. Haven't you always wanted to join our Tiamu organization? Now the opportunity has come. As long as you help me catch Chu Yi, I will let you get what you want. When Brother Biao heard this, he suddenly became excited. Zhang Hongsheng actually took the initiative to ask him to join. This was simply a godsend. He rubbed his hands excitedly and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Master Zhang. Chu Yi and I have had a grudge for a long time. I will bring people to capture him and avenge you. Chapter 104. Just a good practice. Brother Biao immediately gathered his men, and a group of people marched towards Chu Ye's villa in a mighty and murderous manner. Zhang Hongsheng asked Suyin to walk in front and lead the way. Suyin quickly agreed. Looking at so many people, she felt excited. Chu Yi is definitely going to die this time. The group soon arrived in front of Chu Ye's villa. Brother Biao looked at the impregnable villa in front of him. There was a gleam of greed in his eyes. I wish I had a shelter like this. Zhang Hongcheng turned around and looked at Brother Biao. My target is only Chu Yi. As for the others, you are free to do as you please. With Zhang Hongcheng's words, Brother Biao was excited. He immediately walked to the door of the villa with a grin, screaming at the top of his lungs. Jie, you son of a bitch. Get out here. If you know what's best for you, surrender yourself, or I'll burn your doghouse down. At the same time, inside the villa, Shirley looked through the window and saw a crowd of people outside. His expression suddenly turned serious. He recognized the leader, Brother Biao, and also saw Su Yun standing next to Brother Biao. He immediately ran to Chu Yi and reported hurriedly. Oh no, that bitch Su Yun is coming with a bunch of people to kill us. Lin Zhangwo and An had just experienced the magical power of the genetic medicine when they heard Shirley's report. He immediately rubbed his hands and shouted excitedly. You've come just in time. I can use them as a training ground. Chu Yi waved his hand. Don't be impulsive. As he spoke, he walked to the window and looked out through the gap. He saw Brother Biao standing in front of the door and shouting, followed by a group of thugs with weapons. Su Yin stared at the villa with a resentful look on his face, his eyes filled with hatred. Seeing this, Chu Yi sneered. It's really interesting. Let's go out and take a look first. Then, the gate of the villa opened. Brother Biao saw that it was indeed Chu Yi. The flesh on his face was trembling with pride. He grinned widely. Jie, you little bastard, you didn't expect that, did you? Things have changed. Today it's my turn to deal with you. Su Yin twisted her slender waist, walked to Brother Biao's side with 3 swaying steps, and immediately echoed him. Mr. Chu, you have finally met your end. I have long said that you will not be able to survive for many more days. Today is the day you die. Chu glanced at them indifferently. They were just clowns. He looked past the 2 men and fixed his gaze on the man behind them who had remained silent. He saw that the man was tall, and although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, there was a hint of majesty of a superior between his brows. He was obviously not comparable to a gangster like Brother Biao. Are you from the Sky Curtain Organization? Chu Yi immediately spoke up and questioned Zhang Hongcheng. The black market is also your doing? Zhang Hongcheng sneered when he heard this. He admitted directly, not bad. Boy, you have quite a good eye. You're a good gene carrier, right? If you're smart, just follow me. Maybe I can spare your life and let you be my subordinate. He stared at Chu Yi as if he was looking at a tool that could be used at any time. After all, in his eyes, although Chu Yi had some skills, but after all, he is just an ant with some strength and is not worthy of being compared with him. When An heard this, he immediately became furious and started cursing. Bullshit. With your appearance, do you think you are worthy of being your subordinate? Dream on. When Brother Biao heard this, he pointed at An. You little bastard, you dare to scold Boss Zhang? You are tired of living, right? He suddenly pulled out a pistol from his waist, pointed the black muzzle at An's head, and his finger was already on the trigger. At this critical moment, a shadow flashed by. Brother Biao only felt a flash before his eyes, and then a huge force hit him, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. With a bang, the pistol flew out of his hand. It drew an arc in the air and fell into An's hands. An stood steadily beside Chu Yi, playing with the pistol he had just snatched from Brother Biao, with a mocking smile on his face. It all happened so fast that Brother Biao's men hadn't even reacted yet. Brother Biao got up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of saliva mixed with mud, with an expression of disbelief. What did you do? Su Yin was so surprised by this scene that his voice changed. This guy is so fast. She couldn't believe her eyes. Brother Biao, who was so aggressive just now, was beaten down in the blink of an eye. Brother Biao's men were all scared to death, involuntarily stepped back. The scene just now completely overturned their cognition. After all, no matter what, they're just ordinary people. Only Zhang Hongcheng showed no fear at all at this moment. Instead, it gleams with excitement. He stared at An intently, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Good, good, good. Another gene user with impressive strength. It's a pity that your practical experience is still too young. Chu Yi, if you only have this one helper, you will probably be doomed today. Zhang Hongcheng's excitement spread like wildfire. He thought it would be good enough to get a Chu Yi. I didn't expect that there was a gene user around him. This is a pleasant surprise. If he can recruit these 2 gene masters, he'll get a great help. Before he finished his words, there was a swish sound, and Zhang Hongcheng's clothes instantly burst. revealing his rock-hard muscles. His skin actually took on a strange blood-red color, emitting a suffocating feeling of oppression. I have fused the genes of a gorilla. Strength is my signature word. Zhang Hongqing's voice became low and hoarse, like the roar of a wild beast. He kicked the ground hard and rushed towards Chu Yi like a cannonball. His speed was so fast that he left a trail of afterimages behind him. Lin Jiangwo roared when he saw this. "And I'm here. Why are you panicking?" He went forward fearlessly, clenched his fists, and punched Zhang Hongqing hard. Bang! With a loud bang, the two men's fists collided fiercely. A powerful gust of wind erupted, causing the surrounding dust to fly up. Zhang Hongqing only felt a huge force coming from the opponent's fist. The shock made his arms numb, and his body involuntarily took a few steps back. His eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. "You, what genes did you fuse with? Why are you stronger than me?" Lin Jiangwo smiled contemptuously, his eyes full of disdain. "While I was undergoing devilish training in the Sky Curtain organization to strengthen my physique, you were still playing in the mud. My basic physique has long surpassed the limits of ordinary people." At this moment, Zhang Hongqing's heart was in turmoil. He always thought that he had merged the genes of the gorilla and his strength had reached the peak of human beings. But he didn't expect that this unremarkable guy in front of him could actually go head-on with him and not lose at all. A strong sense of uneasiness surged into Zhang Hongqing's heart. He realized that today's events might not be as simple as he imagined. He turned his head suddenly and yelled at Brother Biao and the men of the Tianmu organization who were still in a daze behind him. "What are you still standing there for? Come on, everyone. Attack me together." Chapter 105, I merged the gorilla genes. In an instant, Zhang Hongqing's men woke up from their dream. They shouted one after another, then raised their guns and pointed the black muzzles at Chu Yi. Immediately, pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Deafening gunshots echoed throughout the villa. Bullets poured out like a rainstorm. Draw long lines in the air. Go straight towards the direction of Chu Yi and the others. Zhang Hongqing originally thought that Chu Yi and his people would be so scared that they would run away. But now, he actually saw that Chu Yi did not run away. A trace of doubt flashed across Zhang Hongqing's face. Didn't this guy react? Did he think he could still withstand the bullets? It's outrageous, absolutely outrageous. What about genes? In front of hot weapons, it's nothing but a pile of rotten meat. No matter how powerful the genes are, they're still just mortals after all. This is the thought in Zhang Hongqing's mind right now. The whole person's mouth sneered secretly. Or maybe Chu Yi was just frightened silly? Anyway, standing there straight is definitely waiting for death. He was determined. However, the next second, Zhang Hongqing's pupils suddenly contracted. The arrogance on his face froze in an instant, replaced by endless shock and horror. Chu Yi slowly raised his arm, spread his 5 fingers, and faced his palm forward. In an instant, a crystal-clear water curtain appeared out of thin air, like a huge shield. He protected Chu Yi and the people around him tightly behind him. Zing dang dang. The bullets hit the water curtain one after another. It makes a series of crisp sounds. The bullet was like a drop in the ocean, unable to penetrate at all. The water curtain flowed and sparkled, swallowing up all the bullets and dissolving them into nothingness. How is this possible? Zhang Hongqing was so horrified that his eyes almost popped out of his head. He rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe what he saw. What kind of genes did this kid have? It is possible to create such a solid water curtain out of thin air that even bullets cannot penetrate it. In addition to being shocked, a strong sense of greed surged into Zhang Hongqing's heart. If I can integrate his abilities, then wouldn't my strength be raised to several levels? By then, not to mention the Sky Curtain organization, the entire world will be crawling at my feet. Chu Yi looked at everything in front of him expressionlessly. He knew Zhang Hongqing's shock and greed very well. He didn't say anything, just waved his hand gently. "It's your turn." On understood what he meant, and with a fierce grin, he disappeared in an instant as fast as lightning. While attacking, he mocked them. "You bunch of bastards, are you worthy enough to shoot Brother Chu?" Bang, bang, bang. On's figure shuttled among the crowd. The whole thing was so fast that it was almost an afterimage, and every time it appeared, it was accompanied by a scream. Zhang Hongqing's men had no time to react. In a flash, he was knocked to the ground by On, wailing in pain. Upon seeing this, Zhang Hongqing's eyes were red with anger rising in his heart. Boy, you're looking for death. He roared angrily, pointed at Chu Ye's nose and cursed. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you have a turtle shell? Let me tell you, I am a man with gorilla genes. You can't even imagine my true strength. Just now is just a warm-up. Now is the time to get serious. As he spoke, Zhang Hongqiang clenched his fists. The muscles in his arms swelled wildly, and the blue veins popped out like dragons. The skin also turned a strange blood red. A violent aura swept out from him, making people shudder. When Chu Yi saw this, his expression was slightly surprised. This person was the first time he had met a formal gene person. Suddenly, Zhang Hongqing roared angrily. Roar! He roared to the sky. His eyes were red, and he rushed towards Lin Jiangwo, who had just fought with him like an angry beast. Lin Jiangwo's face was solemn, and he was ready for battle. He took a deep breath, tensed his muscles, clenched his fists, and met Zhang Hongqing's attack. Bang! The two men's fists collided again, making a deafening noise. However, this time, Lin Jiangwo felt an irresistible force coming from the opponent's fist. The shock made his arms numb, and his body involuntarily stepped back. Crack! With a crisp sound, the ground under Lin Jiangwo's feet actually cracked under his feet. He staggered a few steps, but ultimately failed to keep his balance and fell to the ground. With just this little ability, you dare to fight me? Zhang Hongqiang laughed wildly with triumph, his eyes full of contempt and ridicule. I can crush you to death with just one finger. He turned his head, his eyes as sharp as knives, staring at Chu Yi. Boy, the next one is you. Su Yun was overjoyed when he saw this, and his originally pale face regained a hint of redness. She pointed at Chu Yi and screamed, "Ha ha! Chu Yi, you're dead. You're dead. Brother Zhang is invincible. No one can defeat him." Brother Biao stood aside with a frown on his face. Although he also hoped that Zhang Hongqiang could kill Chu Yi, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. He always felt that Chu Yi would not be defeated so easily. After all, this guy can even withstand a grenade explosion, so his methods are definitely more than just these. He couldn't help but remind Zhang Hongqiang, "Be careful, this kid. Maybe he has other tricks up his sleeve." Humph. Other methods. Zhang Hongqiang sneered and looked down on him. In the face of absolute strength, any means are futile. They're all just show. They are all useless. The words haven't finished yet. Zhang Hongqiang swung out his right fist violently. He brought a fierce gust of wind and rushed straight towards Chu Ye's face. He used all his strength in this punch. If anyone was hit by it, they would definitely die. Chu Ye's eyes were slightly cold, and his heart was indifferent. This guy's strength is indeed much stronger than those guys he met before. It seems that we can no longer hold back. His mind moved, and he recited silently in his heart. Flow rate of 100, pressure of 1, parameter setting is complete. Just when Zhang Hongqing's fist was about to hit Chu Yi, a stream of water as thin as a hair appeared out of nowhere. With lightning speed, it accurately hit an acupuncture point on Zhang Hongqing's fist. Laugh! With a slight sound, the water flow was like a sharp steel needle. It instantly penetrated Zhang Hongqing's fist, leaving a shocking bloody hole. Zhang Hongqiang let out a shrill scream. He pulled back his fist suddenly, only to see a penetrating wound on his palm, with blood gushing out like a fountain. What the hell is this? Zhang Hongqiang grimaced in pain. His face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Chapter 106. Kill him for being an eye-catcher. Zhang Hongqiang could never have imagined it in his dreams. He himself was actually injured by a tiny stream of water. This is simply unbelievable. He is now in a state of genetic explosion. Even if someone hit him with a knife, he would not be injured directly. Zhang Hongqiang was still in shock. Before he could react, Lin Jiangwo had already climbed up from the ground. With a roar, he punched Zhang Hongqiang hard in the face. Bang! Zhang Hongqiang was caught off guard and was knocked backward by the punch. He fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. You! Zhang Hongqiang covered his face, wailing in pain, blood spurting out of his mouth. What do you mean by you? You're a frog in a well. You don't even know Brother Chu's methods. How dare you speak nonsense here? Lin Jiangwo stood in front of Zhang Hongqiang, looking down at him with contempt in his eyes. Su Yun watched helplessly as Zhang Hongqiang, the strongest man on his side, was vulnerable to Chu Yi and was defeated in an instant. Fear was like a surging tide that instantly drowned him. He was so scared that his face turned pale and his legs went weak. Hurry up! Su Yin screamed at the top of his lungs, turned around, and ran away desperately. Brother Biao and Zhang Hongqing's men were also frightened to death, and their usual arrogance was gone. They rolled and crawled, running wildly towards the outside of the villa, fearing that if they ran a step slower, Chuyi would take their lives. Here's your chance to practice. Chuyi slightly turned sideways, his eyes as sharp as torches, sweeping over Lin Jiangwo and on. He keenly sensed that the power in Lin Jiangwo's body was surging like a volcano, and On was as fast as a ghost. Both of them had burning desire for battle in their eyes, and they couldn't wait to show their skills in this killing field. A bloodthirsty light flashed in On's eyes, and his muscles tensed like a cheetah ready to pounce. He licked his lips and gave a sinister laugh. Hey, it's finally my turn to take action. Before he finished speaking, he shot out like a flash of black lightning, so fast that he left a series of afterimages behind him. Scary screams rang out one after another. Those members of the Sky Curtain organization who were fleeing in all directions were powerless to fight back against On. Before they could even see On's figure clearly, they were knocked away by a powerful impact force. The sound of broken bones was clearly audible, and the blood from ruptured internal organs dyed the ground red. The injured members rolled on the ground and wailed in pain. It was a horrific scene. Lin Jiangwo followed closely behind and shouted, "Next, it's my turn." Although he did not have the terrifying speed of On, each of his steps was steady and powerful, and the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly with his steps. Lin Jiangwo bent down and picked up stones, broken steel bars, and even shrapnel left over from the explosion. With a hawk-like gaze, he aimed at the still struggling members of the Sky Curtain organization and threw them out without hesitation. Puff! A sharp piece of shrapnel cut through the air and accurately pierced the throat of a member of the Sky Curtain organization. The man opened his eyes wide, covered his neck with his hands. Blood gushed out like a fountain, but he could not make any sound and could only struggle in vain. After a moment, he fell down weakly, his body twitched a few times, and he was completely dead. This was undoubtedly a one-sided massacre, with no suspense at all. The open space in front of the villa turned into a bloody battlefield in the blink of an eye, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Chuyi watched coldly, without a trace of pity in his heart. In this cruel doomsday, kindness has long been the cheapest thing. Since these people chose to be his enemy, they must pay the price of death. On and Lin Jiangwo moved extremely swiftly. Soon, the last few members of the Sky Curtain organization stopped struggling and collapsed to the ground, their bodies twitching unconsciously and blood spreading beneath them. Chuyi then slowly walked to the side of Su Yun and Brother Biao, looking down at these two once invincible guys. At this moment, they were trembling like dogs that had lost their homes, and all their former prestige was gone. He bent down and picked up a pistol and put the cold muzzle against Su Yun's forehead. "No, don't kill me. Please give me another chance." Su Yun was so frightened that tears started streaming down his face. His entire body was shaking, and even his clothes were slipping off. She kowtowed desperately and begged for mercy. His forehead hit the ground with a bang sound and soon became a bloody mess. Brother Biao was so scared that he was paralyzed. His crotch was wet and hot, and it emitted an unpleasant, foul smell. He cried out, "Master Chu, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have gone against you. I deserve to die. Please spare my life. I will work like a slave for you. I will do anything for you." Chuyi chuckled. "Opportunity? I gave you opportunities more than once. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish them." His finger slowly pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and Su Yun and Brother Biao's heads exploded like watermelons, with red and white objects splattering all over the ground. Zhang Hongsheng was lying not far away, witnessing everything, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. He looked at Chuyi in disbelief, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. "Oh, who are you?" Chuyi slowly turned around and pointed the gun at Zhang Hongsheng. "You don't deserve to know. What is the current situation of Jiangxing Tianmu organization? Also, where are the more genetic drugs?" Chuyi went straight to the point. His tone was cold and left no room for doubt. He needs to master more information in order to survive better in this doomsday. Zhang Hongsheng clenched his teeth, enduring the severe pain, with a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. "Want to know? Sure, unless you want to go first." Chuyi snorted coldly, and his eyes instantly became sharp. Hostage? You're a hostage now. You have no right to negotiate with me. If you don't cherish the chance to live, then I will have no choice but to send you on your way. Don't kill me. Zhang Hongsheng felt the threat of death and panicked, but the severe pain in his thigh made him unable to move. Let me do it. I used to be in Tiamu and learn a lot about interrogation skills. Lin Zhangwo walked forward with a cruel light in his eyes. He grinned, suddenly raised his foot, and stepped hard on Zhang Hongqing's injured thigh. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard, and Zhang Hongqing screamed like a pig being slaughtered. It was so painful that my body twitched violently, and cold sweat instantly soaked my whole body. I have plenty of patience and 10,000 ways to make you live a life worse than death. Lin Zhangwo grabbed Zhang Hongqing's hair, lifted up his distorted face, and said viciously. He enjoyed Zhang Hongqing's painful expression, and a perverted pleasure surged in his heart. Intense pain hit Zhang Hongqing's nerves in waves like a tide. He finally broke down and roared. I said, stop torturing me. The genetic medicine is on the black market, on the 10th floor of the black market. Chui got the answer he wanted and nodded with satisfaction. He winked it on and said, kill him, he's an eyesore. Zhang Hongsheng opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. He could never have imagined that Chu Yi would be so decisive and kill without hesitation. He tried desperately to explain. What? You can't kill me. I'm one of the 3 major military commanders in the black market. If you kill me, you will offend the entire black market. Chapter 107, Is This a Head-Replacing Spell? When Allen heard this, a sneer appeared on his face. He just thought that Zhang Hongsheng was a fool. Black market. In this situation, what difference does it make whether I kill you or not? He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole was blasted in Zhang Hongqing's head, killing him instantly. His body fell directly to the ground. Pa! An exquisite badge rolled off Zhang Hongqing's broken body and fell into a pool of blood. Lin Zhangwo saw the badge. A look of confusion appeared on his face. He hurried forward, bent down, picked up the badge, wiped the blood off it, and looked at it carefully. On the front of the badge, there is a carving of a twisted giant tree with a poisonous snake entwined around the trunk. It is lifelike and exudes a chilling aura. His expression changed slightly. This is the identity symbol of the Sky Curtain Organization. Chuya's eyes fell on the sky badge in Lin Zhangwo's hand. I thought of what Zhang Hongsheng had said before, the wanted warrant for them. At the moment, going directly to the black market probably won't work. A bold idea gradually took shape in my mind. Perhaps we can take advantage of it. He secretly calculated in his heart that Zhang Hongsheng was dead and the black market would not be able to confirm the authenticity of the news for a while. If I can disguise myself as Zhang Hongsheng, sneak into the 10th floor of the black market, and steal the genetic medicine, wouldn't it be possible without anyone noticing? Hearing this, Lin Zhangwo hurriedly shook his head and frowned. No, that's too risky. Zhang Hongsheng looks very different from us. Even if he wears a badge, he could be easily identified. He was not timid. He just felt that the plan had too many loopholes and was extremely risky. Once exposed, they will face pursuit from the entire black market with disastrous consequences. Who said we can't pretend? Just put on makeup, and this problem will be solved. Just at this moment, a crisp voice came from the villa. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lin Wan walking out slowly with a confident smile on her face. Lin Wan? What can she do? Lin Zhangwo became even more confused. Everyone knows about makeup, but no matter how powerful makeup is, it can't turn one person into another person, right? This is simply a fantasy. Makeup. He immediately couldn't help but questioned. Xiao Wan, stop joking. How can makeup solve this problem? This is not a joke. Lin Wan didn't care. She raised her chin with a bright light in her eyes. You will know in a moment. I promise that what happens next will surprise you. She turned to look at Chu Yi and immediately smiled and waved at him. Chu Yi, come upstairs with me to my room. A hint of curiosity flashed in Chu Yi's eyes. Followed Lin Wan into the villa. He wanted to come and see what ability Lin Wan had that could transform him. When I walked into Lin Wan's room, I saw that the surroundings were decorated very warmly and full of girlish atmosphere. The air is filled with a faint scent of perfume, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. The most eye-catching thing is the dressing table filled with various cosmetics. There's so many bottles and jars, it looks like a cosmetics counter. Lin Wan walked to the dressing table, picked up an eyebrow pencil, and gestured in front of the mirror. The most basic skill for a flight attendant is putting on makeup. On weekdays, we need to leave a deep impression on guests according to different occasions. Chu Yi suddenly realized what was going on. It is true that flight attendants' makeup is indeed exquisite, and they often need to change their makeup according to different occasions. It seems that Lin Wan's makeup skills should not be underestimated. Maybe it can really be done. Let's get started. He didn't hesitate any longer and sat down on the chair in front of the dressing table. He believed in Lin Wan, but he believed in his own judgment even more. Lin Jiangwo and his companions returned to the villa lobby. Lin Wan usually looks quite steady. Why is she so unreliable at the critical moment? Lin Jiangwo sat down on the sofa, his tone full of worry. What's the use of makeup? Can it turn Chu Yi into Zhang Hongcheng? Shirley also agreed. Yeah, this is simply nonsense. Makeup is not a head replacement. How can it be hidden from those cunning people in the black market? Wang Dao and An also nodded silently, obviously not optimistic about Lin Wan's plan. Su Jingyao looked at their sad faces and couldn't help laughing out loud. You guys really underestimate the art of makeup. Just wait and see. I'll show you what it means to turn decay into magic. Time passes by every second. Half an hour later, Lin Wan's clear voice came from upstairs. It's done. Chu Yi, you can come out now. Lin Jiangwo and others heard this. I immediately looked up and saw Chu Yi slowly walking downstairs. The moment Lin Jiangwo saw Chu Yi, I was stunned. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was hallucinating. The Chu Yi in front of him was like Zhang Hongcheng resurrected. Whether it's facial features or expression and temperament, they are exactly the same as Zhang Hongcheng. An was also shocked. He looked at Chu Yi carefully and couldn't help but marvel at him. Oh my god, they look so alike. If I hadn't known in advance that this was Master Chu, I would have recognized the difference from Zhang Hongcheng at second glance. Shirley even gave a thumbs up, and he was full of praise from the bottom of his heart. Sister Lin Wan, your makeup skills are absolutely amazing. I admire you so much. Chu Yi heard everyone's comments about him. He walked to the mirror and looked at his new face carefully. In the mirror, he had sinister eyes and a wicked smile on his lips, looking like a complete villain. Yes, perfect. He nodded with satisfaction. With this face, plus some disguise, it was enough to fool the guards of the black market. Lin Jiangwo, An, Shirley, Wang Dao, the four of you take your weapons and follow me. Let's go and do a good job today. Yes. The four of them responded in unison, excitement burning in their eyes. They can't wait to get down to business. If you stay here every day, you will be bored to death. Several people quickly prepared their weapons and equipment, got on a dune buggy, and drove to the black market at lightning speed, in order to avoid alerting the enemy. When Chu Yi was still some distance away from the black market, immediately, let everyone get off the bus. Then he put the beach buggy into the ocean space. He took a deep breath and adjusted his expression. Then, he took big strides and walked towards the black market gate with his head held high. At the entrance of the black market, two guards were holding weapons and watching vigilantly anyone who approached. Chu Yi walked to the door and was about to go in, but was stopped by the guard. Stop! What are you doing? A guard shouted sternly, pointing his gun at Chu Yi. Chapter 108. Fighting to the death with you. Stop! The guard crossed his arms, blocking Chu Yi, and looked up and down at the unfamiliar face with his triangular eyes. Even behind him, there were Lin Jiangwo and others. Full of suspicion. Who are you? I've never seen you before. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangwo and his companions' hearts instantly rose to their throats. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. It's over. Has the truth been exposed so soon? Several people lowered their heads subconsciously, fearing that they would be recognized. Otherwise, if you die before achieving success, you will be finished. Chu Yi was not panicked at all, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, his face was instantly filled with violence. He slapped him directly in the face. Bang! The sound of a resounding slap echoed at the entrance of the black market. The guard was stunned by the slap. He staggered and fell heavily to the ground. You fucking... The guard covered his burning cheek and spat out a mouthful of blood foam. He pointed at Chu Yi in disbelief, his eyes bloodshot. You dare to hit me? You're looking for death. Do you know who I belong to? I'm a subordinate of Lord Yang Hu, one of the 3 great army commanders. You are looking for death. I'm looking for death. Chu Yi sneered. He took out Zhang Hongqing's badge from his pocket. The metal badge reflected a cold light in the sunlight. He shoved the badge right under the guard's nose. Open your dog eyes and see clearly what this is. The guard looked over in confusion and saw the outline of the badge. The whole person trembled suddenly. He quickly reached out and took the badge. It felt cold and heavy to the touch, and the skull and crossbones carved on it were very clear. In his mind, he suddenly remembered that this was exactly the symbol of Zhang Hongsheng. Thump! The guard's knees weakened, and he fell to the ground. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He kowtowed repeatedly, and his voice changed. Zhang, Commander Zhang, spare my life. I have offended you because I was blind and did not recognize you. I beg you to forgive me and spare my life. Chuyi snatched back the badge, his eyes full of disdain. He raised his foot and slammed his combat boot down heavily on the guard's shoulder. Open your dog eyes and do your job from now on. Then he kicked the guard to the ground. Yes, yes, yes. The guards seemed to have been pardoned. They endured the humiliation and crawled to make way. Lin Jiangwo and others breathed a sigh of relief. Their tense nerves relaxed a little, and they quickly followed Chu Ye's pace and entered the black market one after another. The guard got up from the ground and rubbed his numb cheek, looking at the backs of Chu Yi and his group as they walked away. He spat a mouthful of blood on the ground with a vicious look in his eyes. Damn it, you dare to hit me. Just wait and see. You'll be in trouble soon. He cursed under his breath, then turned around and limped away into the crowd of people in the black market. He had to go and inform the police immediately. This guy won't be so arrogant for long. He will die soon. At the same time, Chu Yi and his companions walked into the black market. There's a lot of noise inside, with all kinds of hawking and bargaining sounds mixed together. The air was filled with a foul odor of sweat and cheap cigarettes. Chu Yi looked around, frowning slightly. He turned his head to look at Lin Jiangwo and said, Jiangwo, lead the way according to the address found on the computer. Lin Jiangwo nodded and walked quickly in front. Several people turned left and right, shuttling through the narrow aisles. Suddenly, Chu Yi stopped in his tracks. He keenly sensed a strong hostility. He turned around suddenly and saw a burly bald man with a dozen people. He walked towards them menacingly. The sturdy man had broad shoulders and a big waist with knotty muscles. His arms were thicker than an ordinary man's thighs, and there was a tattoo of a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain on his chest. With every step, the ground seemed to shake. Next to the sturdy man was the guard from before. At this moment, he was covering his face, pointing at Chu Yi with resentment in his eyes, and muttering something to the man. Chu Yi understood instantly that this person was probably the Yang Hu that the guard had mentioned. Yang Hu stopped 10 steps away from Chu Yi, tilted his head, and stared at Chu Yi with eyes as sharp as knives. Zhang Hongsheng, you fucking crossed the line. Yang Hu immediately cursed. His voice was rough and hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against each other. Are you tired of living if you dare to touch me? The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and the crowd dispersed automatically. A large open space was cleared, and everyone's eyes were focused on Chu Yi and Yang Hu. They could smell gunpowder in the air. Lin Jiangwo and his companions turned pale. Their legs became weak, and they could hardly stand. They didn't expect to get into trouble with the tough guys in the black market so soon. What should I do now? Chu Yi remained calm. He glanced at Yang Hu coldly, his tone calm, but with unquestionable majesty. Yang Hu, what do you want to do? Do you want to take action in the black market? If you don't dare, get out of here. I'm not interested in talking nonsense with you. Before he finished speaking, whoosh! A flying knife with a flashing cold light flew out from behind Yang Hu with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. It brushed Chu Ye's cheek and barely passed by. When the flying knife pierced deeply into the concrete wall behind Chu Yi. The blade was still vibrating slightly, making a buzzing sound. The speed is astonishing. All around, there was silence in an instant. Everyone around was stunned by this sudden scene, wondering what was going on. Seeing this, Lin Jiangwo's Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed hard. The force of the flying knife hitting the wall made him clearly aware of Yang Hu's terrifying strength. Chu Yi felt that if his actions just now had not been fast enough, I'm afraid I'll get hurt. A feeling of anger immediately surged into my heart. Chu Yi immediately stepped forward, his eyes like a sharp blade tempered with ice, piercing Yang Hu directly. He immediately spoke up and questioned, Yang Hu, what do you mean? Openly breaking the rules of the black market? Yang Hu grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. His pride was evident on the surface. Zhang Hongsheng, don't you dare say that. I have already asked the commander-in-chief for permission to challenge you in a duel. Right here, let's fight to the death. He paused, emphasized his tone, and spoke word by word. The commander-in-chief has approved it, no matter life or death. As soon as these words were spoken, the already crowded black market exploded even more, and people came to watch the fun like a tide. The place was completely surrounded by people. The black market is too boring, and many people like to have fun everywhere. Each of them had excitement on their faces. Hey, there's something interesting to watch. This Zhang Hongsheng is usually arrogant and domineering. Has he hit a wall this time? Yang, who is a well-known, ruthless character, with a set of martial arts skills that makes him invulnerable to swords and spears. I think this Hongsheng is in danger. That's right. Apart from his title as the army commander, what other real abilities does Zhang Hongsheng have? Chapter 109. What kind of stuff? Whispers were heard one after another. When Chu Yi heard this, he secretly cursed in his heart. This Yang who clearly wanted to get rid of me in the name of a duel. If the capabilities of Canghai Space were to be exposed in public, the consequences would be disastrous. Chu Yi snorted coldly, suppressed the irritation in his heart, and said in a cold voice, I don't believe it. I want to ask the commander-in-chief myself. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Jiangwo. Lead the way. Immediately, he turned back. You want to fucking run? The guard at the door reacted instantly and rushed to Chu Yi. He opened his arms and blocked Chu Yi's way. His face was full of mockery. Why? Is Commander Zhang afraid? Don't you dare to accept the challenge? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you so scared now? I have a word for you. Get out of here. There was a flash of cold light in Chu Yi's eyes, and his tone was icy. Seeing this, Yang Hu waved his hand and signaled the guards to retreat. Don't scare this coward. He grinned, clenched his fists, and his knuckles made crisp, crackling sounds. He approached Chu Yi step by step, his voice low and threatening. But, Zhang Hongsheng, you want to leave now? It's too late. Today, you're not going to get out of here alive. Before he finished speaking, Yang Hu waved his hand violently. The dozen or so men behind him pounced on them like wolves and tigers, and surrounded Chu Yi and his companions in an instant. These people were all big and strong, with ferocious looks, and they were holding weapons in their hands, including iron rods and machetes, which were shining with cold light and full of murderous intent. Seeing this, Lin Jiangwo and others frowned slightly and subconsciously moved closer, unable to move even a step. Chu Yi's eyes flashed, his mind raced, and he quickly activated the Canghai Space. Pressure 100, flow 1, water flow setting completed. A tiny stream of water, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, shot out silently from Chu Yi's fingertips. With lightning speed, it slashed across the knees of Yang Hu's men. If you want to kill him, you must shock him as soon as he arrives. My legs! What's going on? In an instant, screams rang out in the black market. Yang Hu's men fell to the ground one after another. He held his knees and wailed in pain. A tiny blood mark appeared on their knees. Although the wound was not deep, it accurately cut the tendon, causing them to lose the ability to move instantly. This sudden change shocked everyone. Yang Hu widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. He turned his head sharply, looked around, and roared. Who the hell dares to do this in the black market? He swept his eyes around, and everyone who came into contact with his gaze stepped back in fear, fearing that they would be stared at by this mad tiger. Yang Hu's gaze finally fell on Chu Yi. He saw that Chu Yi and his companions were still standing there safely, unharmed, while the men he brought with him all fell to the ground, groaning in pain. My heart suddenly sank. Could it be Zhang Hongsheng? Does he have a backup plan? A trace of fear flashed through Yang Hu's heart. He could never have imagined that Zhang Hongsheng actually had such a method. The crowd watching in the black market were even more frightened. They all retreated, fearing that they would be affected by this sudden attack. The guard at the door was even more frightened. He ran to the door and hid far away, fearing that he would be implicated. Chu Yi looked at Yang Hu coldly. Yang Hu, I told you, I'm not interested in talking nonsense with you. If you don't want to die, get out of here. He turned to look at Lin Jiangwo. Lead the way. Yang Hu stood where he was, watching Chu Yi and his group leave. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking. His hands were clenched into fists. His nails were deeply dug into his palms, and traces of blood were seeping out. Zhang Hongsheng, what F***ing right do you have? Why do you keep putting pressure on me? He gritted his teeth, his voice low and hoarse, full of resentment and anger. At the same time, An lowered his head and hurried past, trying to hide in the crowd. However, the headscarf that covered his face did not obey him and slipped down a corner, revealing his angular profile. In the crowd, a black market member accidentally caught a glimpse of On's profile and was shocked. This face, this cold and familiar profile, seems to have been seen somewhere before. He racked his brains and tried hard to recall. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through his mind, and he remembered. A few days ago, he was on duty guarding the entrance to the black market and had witnessed this young man with his own eyes. Aren't he and the people around him the ones following the arrogant Zhang Hongsheng? The black market member shuddered, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He didn't care about anything else, pushed through the crowd, and stumbled towards Yang Hu. Brother. Something terrible has happened. The black market member was gasping for breath, his face pale. Yang Hu was immersed in Chu Ye's previous anger. Startled by the sudden shout, he frowned and shouted impatiently. You are so flustered. What's the matter? Tell me now. Brother Hu? They don't seem to be Zhang Hongsheng, but Chu Yi. The black market member took a deep breath and tried to calm his pounding heart. Yang Hu was stunned, then a hint of suspicion appeared in his eyes. He grabbed the collar of the black market member, lifted him up completely. What the hell did you say? Say it again. Brother, why? I saw those people when I was on duty at the gate a few days ago. They were the ones following Zhang Hongsheng just now. They are definitely not Zhang Hongsheng's men. This black market member was frightened out of his wits by Yang Hu's aura and shouted incoherently. Yang Hu narrowed his eyes and stared at the black market member, as if trying to determine the truth from his eyes. He gritted his teeth and asked word by word, Are you damn sure? I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure. Brother Hu, I guarantee with my head that those people are the ones I saw a few days ago. One of them is the guy who covered his face just now. The black market member nodded repeatedly, like pounding garlic. Ah. Yang Hu suddenly laughed out loud, his laughter filled with ecstasy and pride. He suddenly let go, threw the black market member to the ground, and rubbed his hands excitedly. Damn it, God is really helping me. This tremendous credit has actually fallen on my head. His eyes rolled, and a sinister thought came to his mind. The stranger who appeared just a few days ago replaced Zhang Hongsheng's men today? The only explanation is Zhang Hongsheng, the guy who has always been a burden on him, is probably in danger. Yang Hu smiled cruelly, waved his hand violently, and shouted to his men, What the hell are you all standing there for? Seal the exit of the black market. Don't let a fly get out. He paused, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. I will go and inform the commander right now, and let her see with her own eyes what kind of person this so-called Zhang Hongsheng is. Chapter 110, 5-ton prison cell. At the same time, Chu Yi and his group had arrived at the 10th floor of the black market. The heavy door was slowly pushed open, and a strong smell of blood hit me in the face, making me feel sick. Looking around, there's an extremely wide space in front of you. It's more like a huge slaughterhouse than a room. There were dark red bloodstains everywhere on the ground and walls, which was shocking to the eye. Lin Zhengwo suppressed his discomfort, squatted down, and looked at the ground carefully. He found a long trail of blood that extended from the door to the depths of the space, like the trace left by some huge creature being dragged. Master Chu, it seems we have found the right place. Lin Zhengwo stood up with a heavy face. The black market's genetic research base is probably just ahead. Chu Yi nodded, signaling everyone to be alert. He walked in front, his eyes sharp as torches, scanning everything around him. Suddenly, there was a noisy sound of footsteps behind me, accompanied by the sound of metal collision. It was getting closer and closer. Chu Yi turned around suddenly and saw Yang Hu and a group of people rushing towards him aggressively. Yang Hu, you're still haunting me, aren't you? Chu Yi's eyes were cold, and his voice was filled with anger. He was secretly alert. Yang Hu suddenly appeared again, bringing so many people with him. I'm afraid he has bad intentions. Chu Yi, you are so fucking pretentious. Do you think I am a fool? Yang Hu grinned grimly, playing with a sharp knife in his hand, and approached Chu Yi step by step. Do you really think that your little tricks can be hidden from my eyes? He paused, his tone full of sarcasm and pride. To tell you the truth, I already knew you were not Zhang Hongsheng. You were just a fake. Chu Yi's heart sank. This Yang Hu actually discovered his identity. He suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at Yang Hu coldly. Yang Hu, I don't know what you're talking about. You and I are both under the command of the commander. I advise you not go too far. Do you really want to force me to take action? Upon hearing this, Yang Hu curled his lips in disdain. Fight? Just you? Who the hell do you think you are? Are you worthy enough to fight with me? He clapped his hands suddenly, making a crisp pa sound. Chu Yi only heard a loud boom sound coming from above his head. He looked up, and his face turned pale instantly. A huge iron cage dropped from the sky and trapped Chu Yi, Lin Jiangwo, On, Shirlei, Wang Dao, and others tightly inside. Lin Jiangwo and others were horrified. They rushed forward and shook the iron cage desperately, trying to lift it, but the iron cage did not move at all. Don't waste your damn energy. Yang Hu laughed triumphantly. This iron cage is specially used to imprison those out-of-control, genetically modified people. It weighs 5 tons. You bunch of losers think you can lift it up? Dream on. There was a flash of madness in his eyes. Chu Yi, none of you will leave here alive today. Chu Yi, you are really good. Yang Hu paced around the iron cage and looked at Chu Yi, marveling at him. I've wanted to kill that loser Zhang Hongqiang for a long time, but I never found the chance. You saved me the trouble. He stopped and looked down at Chu Yi. To be honest, I admire you very much. You have courage and strength, but you're not very smart. How dare you pretend to be Zhang Hongqiang? Yang Hu stretched out a finger and gently tapped on the bars of the iron cage, making a dang-dang sound. How about this? Chi, you kneel down now, kowtow 3 times to me, and acknowledge me as the master. Then I may consider sparing your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for letting you experience what it means to be pierced by thousands of arrows. As soon as Yang Hu finished speaking, the men behind him rushed in like a tide and surrounded the iron cage tightly. Each of these people had a grim smile on their face. Brother Tiger is really courageous. Boy, why don't you kneel down quickly? This is a great opportunity. That's right, Brother Tiger likes you. It's your great fortune. Don't be so ungrateful. Hurry up and kowtow. Kneel louder. Maybe Brother Tiger will be so happy that he can reward you with a small official position. These minions were talking to each other, making the most of their sarcasm. It was as if Chu Yi was already a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. When has On ever suffered such humiliation? He rushed to the railing, his eyes red, and roared. Young, who the hell do you think you are? If you have the guts, challenge me in a duel. How can you be considered a hero hiding outside the cage? Yang Hu glanced at Ah Wan with contempt, shook his head slowly, and sneered. One-on-one challenge? Are you qualified? He didn't even bother to look at On again. Chu Yi was furious when he saw Yang Hu being so arrogant. He glanced at the sturdy iron cage, and a thought flashed through his mind. Can the water flow in the vast ocean space cut through this iron cage? He calmly called the system in his mind. 100 water volume, 0.1 pressure, setting successful. A tiny stream of water, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, quietly flowed out from Chu Ye's fingertips and shot towards the bars of the iron cage at lightning speed. Laugh! After a sound so slight that it was almost inaudible, the water left a shallow mark on the railing. Chu Yi was overjoyed. There was hope. Although the mark was shallow, it was enough to prove that as long as he had enough time, he could use the water flow to cut the iron cage open. He raised his head and looked at Yang Hu, deliberately delaying time. Yang Hu, if you want me to recognize you as my master, you have to give me some benefits, right? Who would follow you if you just talk nonsense? Yang Hu raised his chin proudly and pointed behind Chu Yi. Do you see that door? That's our commander's Genetic Research Institute. As long as you follow me, I promise to take your abilities to the next level and upgrade you directly to the 2nd level. Chu Yi was shocked. The strength of a gene person could actually be improved through acquired means. This was simply unheard of. This technology must be obtained no matter what. Just as Chu Yi was thinking, the crisp sound of high heels came from far away and reached everyone's ears. A tall woman wearing a black tight leather jacket and a pair of scarlet high heels walked slowly towards the door. She had long hair, delicate features, fiery red lips, but her eyes contained a chilling coldness. Master Commander, Yang Hu and his men saw this woman. Just like mice seeing a cat, they all knelt on the ground, their heads lowered, their voices filled with awe. When Lin Jiangwo saw the person coming, he was stunned at first, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He took a step forward and shouted, Shun Yinxiu, it's you. Chapter 111, Level 3 Genetist. Chu Yi turned to look at Lin Jiangwo in confusion and asked doubtfully, Lin Jiangwo, what's going on? Do you know him? Lin Jiangwo nodded immediately. Shun Yinxiu, the former ace agent of the Tiamu organization, codenamed Black Widow, and like Suda Hai, he was once my capable general. Upon hearing this, An jumped up excitedly. He shouted, Shun Yinxiu, we are an old friend. We are saved now. He rushed to the iron cage and shouted excitedly to Shen Yinxiu. Shen Yinxiu, Lin Jiangwo is here. We are old acquaintances. Shen Yinxiu was slightly startled when he heard On's voice. His eyes searched the crowd and finally fell on Lin Jiangwo. His originally cold face suddenly showed signs of rage. She stared at Lin Jiangwo with gritted teeth and spoke word by word. Lin Jiangwo, I have been looking for you for so long. I didn't expect that you would come to me on your own. Chu Ye's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition arose. Shen Yinxiu grabbed the bars of the iron cage with both hands, his knuckles turning white from the force. Her eyes were like a poisonous snake, staring at Lin Jiangwo and questioning him harshly. Lin Jiangwo, why are you still alive? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangwo was confused and puzzled. He didn't understand what Shen Yinxiu meant at all and couldn't help but ask back. Shen Yinxiu, what do you mean? Why don't I understand? Shen Yinxiu's beautiful face was distorted by anger. He wished he could cut Lin Jiangwo into pieces immediately. You still dare to ask me? Lin Jiangwo, you coward. If you hadn't deserted the battlefield, how could the Sky Curtain organization have fallen apart? How did he become like this? Neither human nor ghost. She raised her voice sharply, the shrill sound almost piercing her eardrums. It is enough to see how angry she is now. And Su Dahai died because of you. You are the culprit. I will kill you to avenge Su Dahai. Chu Yi saw Shen Yinxiu flip his slender wrist. He already had a gleaming dagger in his hand and threw it straight at Lin Jiangwo, his face suddenly changing. At the critical moment, Chu Yi silently said in his heart, 100 flow, water, curtain. Swoosh. The dagger came through the air with a sharp whistling sound and was about to pierce Lin Jiangwo's throat. In the blink of an eye, a crystal-clear water curtain appeared out of nowhere, blocking Lin Jiangwo. Bite! The dagger hit the water curtain with a crisp sound, as if it had hit an invisible wall and could no longer move forward, falling powerlessly to the ground. Shen Yinxiu's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. She turned her head suddenly and stared at Chu Yi, her voice trembling. What kind of ability is this? Chu Yi smiled coldly. He was too lazy to explain to this crazy woman. You don't need to know because... He paused, then spoke word by word. You'll be finished soon. Before he finished speaking, boom! The iron cage bars behind Chu Yi broke in front of everyone's gaze. The broken railings smashed to the ground with great force, stirring up a cloud of dust. The entire ground seemed to tremble a little, making a deafening roar. Yang Hu and his men were frightened out of their wits by this sudden turn of events. Everyone opened their mouths wide, their eyes almost popped out, and they stammered in surprise. How is this possible? Shen Yinxiu was struck by lightning. Her body trembled violently, and she took several steps back. Her eyes were filled with fear and dread as she looked at Chu Yi. You actually reached the threshold of a level 3 gene user. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How old is he? How could he reach the threshold of a level 3 gene user so quickly? Asterisk. Shen Yinxiu screamed wildly in his heart, completely unable to accept the facts before him. Chu Yi sneered in his heart. Level 3 gene person? A frog in a well. I'm a system. I am superior to you gene people. He stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes sharp as torches, looking down upon Shen Yinxiu. There was unquestionable authority in his tone. Shen Yinxiu, kneel down and surrender now. For Lin Jiangwo's sake, I can spare your life. Shen Yinxiu was frightened by Chu Ye's momentum and felt flustered. But she is the ace agent of the Sky Curtain organization after all, and she is strong-willed. How could she surrender easily? She suppressed the fear in her heart, and a hint of crazy determination flashed in her eyes. Chua! Shen Yinxiu suddenly pulled out a long black whip from his waist. With a flick of his wrist, the long whip drew a sharp arc in the air, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. She gritted her teeth and roared word by word. Submission? Absolutely impossible. You have only just touched the threshold of a level 3 gene user, and I, Shen Yinxiu, have officially entered the ranks of level 3 gene users today. When Yang Hu heard this, his whole body trembled, and a flattering smile instantly appeared on his face. He turned around suddenly and bowed deeply to Shen Yinxiu, his voice full of ecstasy. Congratulations, Commander. Congratulations, Commander. Promotion to level 3 is just around the corner. The rest of the black market thugs also seemed to be injected with chicken blood, cheering loudly and flattering. The Lord Commander is mighty. The Lord Commander is invincible. Ha! This kid has hit a wall. You are so ignorant that you dare to challenge the Commander-in-Chief. You are simply courting death. Lin Jiangwo's heart suddenly rose to his throat. Although he didn't know how strong the third-level gene users were, judging from Shen Yinchio's aura and the reactions of the people around him, he was definitely not an easy character to deal with. Chu Yi, can he do it? Lin Jiangwo was filled with worry, and his palms were sweating. Shen Yinchio, holding a long whip, approached Chu Yi step by step. Prepare to die, boy. Call. The long whip came down towards Chu Ye's head with a sharp sound of wind. Chu Yi dodged the attack narrowly. Bang! The long whip hit the bars of the iron cage hard, making a deafening explosion. The sturdy railing was actually shaken violently by the whip, and sparks flew everywhere. Chu Ye's heart trembled. Is this the strength of a level 3 gene user? It is indeed extraordinary, much stronger than Lin Jiangwo and on. However, I'm still a little weak against him. Shen Yinchio missed the attack and secretly praised Chu Yi for his quick reaction. Without stopping, she tapped the ground with her toes and moved forward like a ghost. She swung the long whip in her hand again, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, aiming directly at Chu Ye's vital points. Chu Yi did not dare to be careless and quickly recited in his mind, "Water curtain." A water curtain appeared again, blocking him. Snap, snap, snap. Chapter 112, Conquering Shen Yinchio. The long whip kept hitting the water curtain, making dense noises and splashing water everywhere. The two sides fought back and forth, and for a while, they were evenly matched. The fierce fight continued with splashes of water. Fine beads of sweat were already oozing out of Shen Yinchio's forehead. Ha! She can't hold on any longer. Chu Yi keenly caught this change, and his heart moved. There was another fierce collision. The moment Shen Yinchio retracted the whip in his hand, Chu Yi moved. 100 flow, 100 pressure, water flow setting is complete. The system's cold voice sounded in my mind. Since Chu Yi put his hands behind his back, an unparalleled force gushed out from under his feet. Boom! This sudden recoil force engulfed Chu Ye's body. Like an arrow shot from a bow, it slammed into Shen Yinchio with lightning speed. Shen Yinchio's pupils suddenly contracted. She never expected that Chu Yi would have such a strange and unpredictable method. What kind of ability is this? Water jet propulsion? Did he think he was a rocket? In such a hurry, she had no time to react at all and could only watch Chu Ye's figure rapidly enlarge in her field of vision. Bang! With a dull thud, Chu Ye's body crashed heavily into Shen Yinchio. This was like being hit head-on by a speeding truck. Shen Yinchio felt as if all his internal organs had shifted out of place. His throat felt sweet, and a hot and fishy liquid surged into his mouth. Puff! She could no longer control herself, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The huge impact force pushed Shen Yinchio and slammed him hard against the wall behind him. Crack! There are cracks on the walls. Chu Yi and Shen Yinchio were pressed tightly together. Shen Yinchio was pinned against the wall, unable to move. His face was pale, his expression was listless, and his breath was extremely weak. Lin Jiangwo, Owen, what are you still standing there for? Get started. Chu Yi shouted loudly without even turning his head. Oh! Lin Jiangwo woke up as if from a dream. His first reaction was to pick up a broken iron cage bar and rush towards Yang, who with a roar. Fuck him. On followed closely behind, waving his fists and joining the battle. The black market thugs were still immersed in the shock of Shen Yinchio being defeated. I was caught off guard and was caught off guard by Lin Jiangwo and on. Ouch! Screams rang out one after another, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Yang Hu's face changed drastically. He thought he had won the game, but he never expected that the situation would be reversed in an instant. He wanted to resist, but Lin Jiangwo was already in front of him. Bang! Lin Jiangwo kicked Yang Hu in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. Bah, you bastard. I've been tolerating you for so long. Lin Jiangwo rode on Yang Hu, wielding an iron rod and smashing him down on the head. Don't hit me. I was wrong. Yang Hu held his head, wailing and begging for mercy. Whereas any of his previous arrogance left. Chu Yi ignored the melee over there. He turned around and snatched the whip from Shen Yinchio's hand. He took out the rope that had been prepared long ago from the Canghai Space and tied Shen Yinchio up tightly. Shen Yinxiu struggled hard, but couldn't break free at all. After a while, the battle ended, and Lin Jiangwo and Aowen stood in front of Shen Yinxiu with bruised faces and breathless. Lin Jiangwo looked at Shen Yinxiu, who was tied up, with complicated eyes, and asked sternly, Shen Yinxiu, why did you frame me? Why do you say that I harmed the Sky Curtain organization? Why do you say that I harmed Su Dahai? What on earth do you want to do? Shen Yinxiu turned his head away, his eyes flashing with determination. He avoided Lin Jiangwo's gaze and said nothing. Tell me, what? Lin Jiangwo was very emotional. He took a step forward, grabbed Shen Yinxiu by the collar and roared. Kill me now. Give me a quick death. Shen Yinxiu suddenly spoke with a hint of determination in his tone, twisting his body wildly to try to break free from the restraints. Chu Yi frowned, took a step forward, pressed Shen Yinxiu's shoulders, and warned him in a deep voice. Shen Yinxiu, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I will do. He deliberately emphasized the words, what's the matter, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Shen Yinxiu felt the strength coming from his shoulder. His body stiffened, his face full of shame and anger. He glared at Chu Yi with gritted teeth and scolded him. Shameless bastard. How dare you? Chu Yi snorted coldly, ignored her, and turned to give instructions to Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo, you lead the way. Let's go to the black market's genetic research site. Good. Lin Jiangwo nodded, took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, turned around, and walked forward. The group walked through the messy black market and came to a huge metal door. It's right here. Lin Jiangwo pointed at the gate and said. Chu Yi raised his foot and kicked the door hard. Boom! The door opened and a strong smell of blood hit us in the face. What came into view was a horrific scene. There were incomplete corpses everywhere, both human and animal. The ground was dyed red with blood. Various internal organs were scattered on the ground. Broken limbs and debris were everywhere, and the air was filled with a disgusting smell. Is this a slaughterhouse? Chu Yi was deeply shocked by the scene before him, and his stomach was churning. How so? When Shen Yinxiu saw the scene in front of him, he cried out in shock, his voice full of disbelief. What was the original situation here? Chu Yi suppressed his nausea and questioned with a frown. Here, this is the research base of the Sky Curtain organization. Shen Yinxiu's face was as pale as paper, and his voice was trembling. There were originally many researchers inside, and also many living test subjects, both humans and animals. She pointed to an empty cabinet in front of her. There was originally a genetic medicine. Chu Yi looked around, his eyes sweeping across the corpses on the ground, his brows furrowed. He smelled the strong smell of blood and corruption in the air, and doubts arose in his mind. This place is too clean. Chu Yi slowly scanned the surroundings. There are no signs of a fight, no signs of a struggle, and even the direction of the blood splatter was wrong. It was like someone had cleaned up the scene in advance. Shen Yinxiu was still immersed in shock at the tragic situation at the base. When he heard Chu Ye's words, he was startled, and a picture flashed through his mind. Inspector, she murmured to herself, as if she had grasped something. What inspector? Chu Yi asked immediately. Before we came, there was a patrolman who claimed to be sent by our Sky Curtain Organization headquarters to investigate the situation of the Sky Curtain Organization in various regions. Chapter 113. The Man with the Trumpet of the End of the World. When Shen Yinxiu thought of this, her face became increasingly ugly, and continued to explain. He said he wanted to check the research progress and material reserves of the base. I didn't think much about it at the time and took him on a tour. Damn it. As she spoke, she angrily kicked her high-heeled foot against the metal wall beside her. There was a loud bang sound. She seemed to feel no pain and continued to scream. I was fooled by him. That man. He is not an inspector. He is from the Horn of Doom. The Horn of Doom. When Chu Yi heard this name for the first time, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Explain to me what the Horn of Doom is. Shen Yinxiu took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and explained. The Horn of the End of the World is an organization formed by several powerful gene people after the end of the world. They plunder resources everywhere to strengthen themselves. They are competitors of our Sky Curtain organization. Chu Yi understood what was said and sighed secretly, thinking that they were still a step too late. He turned to look at Shen Yinxiu, with a hint of sharpness in his eyes. However, he certainly would not choose to return empty-handed. Where are the black market supplies? What do you want to do by asking this? Shen Yinxiu was stunned when she heard this and turned her head. Chu Yi told her not to worry about it. Shen Yinxiu avoided Chu Ye's gaze, clenched his teeth, and remained silent. She thought to herself, supplies are the last hope for the black market and must not fall into the hands of these people. Then, he didn't say anything. Seeing that she was not cooperating, Chu Yi sneered, took a step closer, and lowered his voice with a threatening tone. Shen Yinxiu, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. You should know that I have many ways to make you speak. He paused deliberately and spoke each word in a suggestive tone. For example, let you experience what it means to live a life worse than death. Shen Yinxiu felt the chill in Chu Ye's words, and his body trembled involuntarily. Humiliation and resentment surged in his heart. She raised her head abruptly, glared at Chu Yi, and gritted her teeth. But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. She knew that Chu Yi was definitely not trying to scare her. He really could do such a thing. After a fierce psychological struggle, she reluctantly told him a place. Follow me. Under the leadership of Shen Yinxiu, several people came to a hidden room. Chu Yi kicked open the heavy iron door without hesitation. Boom! The iron gate collapsed with a loud noise, raising a cloud of dust. Inside the room, a wide variety of supplies were neatly stacked. Boxes of compressed biscuits, canned food, and bottled water were piled up like mountains. Rows of brand new guns and ammunition flashed coldly. There were even a few small generators and barrels of gasoline. Oh my God, I'm rich! Owen widened his eyes and exclaimed, with a look of ecstasy on his face. Lin Jiangwo was equally shocked. He had never seen so many supplies. It was like a huge treasure. Shen Yinxiu looked at the two people's excited expressions, felt contempt in his heart, and snorted coldly. With so much stuff, how much can you take away? She thought to herself, even if I let you take it, how much can you take? This amount of supplies is enough to sustain the black market people for a long time. Chu Yi seemed to see through her thoughts. You are still too young and have never seen the world. He walked to the pile of supplies and slowly raised his right hand. Buzz! A slight vibration came from Chu Ye's palm. The next moment, a jaw-dropping scene happened. The supplies in the room seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force. They floated up one by one, shrank quickly, turned into streams of light, flew towards Chu Ye's palm, and disappeared. In just a few minutes, the room that was originally filled with supplies became empty, leaving only the cold floor and walls. Shen Yinxiu's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She opened her eyes wide and stared at Chu Yi, her eyes filled with disbelief and deep fear. What kind of witchcraft is this? She screamed in shock, her voice changing tone. Chu Yi slowly lowered his arms, turned around, looked at Shen Yinxiu, who had a look of horror on his face, and smiled contemptuously. You don't deserve to know. Shen Yinxiu felt unprecedented humiliation, and a fire of anger burned in his chest. It almost swallowed her. She bit her lips tightly, trying not to lose her composure. But in my heart, the worry about other people in the black market surged like a tide. What would they do without these supplies? Chu Yi ignored Shen Yinxiu, turned around, glanced at Lin Jiangwo and An, and ordered, "Let's go." But after taking a few steps, he stopped again and looked back at Shen Yinxiu. Oh, I forgot to tell you that the way out has been blocked by our people. Chu Ye's voice was cold and emotionless, so you'd better take us out obediently, otherwise. He paused, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I don't mind killing people. You are simply a devil. Shen Yinxiu was so frightened by Chu Ye's eyes that her whole body trembled, and she cursed with gritted teeth. Whatever you say. Chu Yi shrugged, looking nonchalant. Lead the way or die. Shen Yinxiu closed his eyes in humiliation, took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, there was only deathly silence in his eyes. Follow me. Her voice was hoarse, as if squeezed from deep in her throat. She took a step forward. Chu Yi tied Shen Yinxiu with a rope and held her in front of him to prevent her from playing any tricks. The group returned to the first-floor lobby of the black market. Chu Yi! A roar broke the silence. Voila! A group of black market thugs poured out from all directions. They held guns in their hands and surrounded Chu Yi and the others, pointing the black muzzles of their guns at them. The tense atmosphere is about to explode. Upon seeing this, Shen Yinxiu immediately shouted, "Put down your guns." Her voice was sharp and trembling, echoing in the empty hall. The black market thugs were stunned. Then, As if a boiling pot had exploded, they put down their guns one after another and started shouting at Shen Yinxiu. Sister Chiu, what's going on? Don't scare us. The black market? Why is the black market going to be disbanded? What are we going to do next? Are we going to starve to death in this damn place? Facing everyone's questioning, Shen Yinxiu looked extremely cold. She took a deep breath and used all her strength to say, "Shut up. From today on, the black market will no longer exist. You, take care of yourselves." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like thunderclap out of the blue, and everyone in the black market was in an uproar. Why? Sister Chiu, you can't just ignore us. Chapter 114. You dare to come back and seek death. A sturdy man with a face full of flesh glared at Chu Yi fiercely. Is this kid threatening you? I'm going to fight him. Yes, fight him. We can't let him destroy our black market. The crowd was excited, and the black market thugs, with red eyes, surrounded Chu Yi and others again. Seeing this, Chu Yi's eyes gradually turned cold, and murderous intent gathered in his eyes. He slowly raised his hands, and there was a faint flow of water in his palms. He hates trouble the most. Since these people are determined to die, don't blame him for being cruel. After all, in the end times, being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Shen Yinxiu's sixth sense is extremely sensitive. She was keenly aware of Chu Yi's movements, and her heart trembled violently. She knew Chu Yi too well. This guy was definitely a devil who killed people without blinking an eye. If a real fight breaks out, I'm afraid none of these people in the black market will survive. After all, they were hers too. No, Shen Yinxiu screamed, his voice hoarse and with a hint of seriousness. She swallowed and turned around abruptly to face the people in the black market. Scold loudly. All of you get out of here. Whoever dares to take another step forward will be killed without mercy. Shen Yinxiu's voice was filled with unquestionable majesty. Everyone in the black market was shocked when they heard this. They looked at each other. Although they were unwilling, they did not dare to disobey Shen Yinxiu's orders and could only retreat slowly. They didn't understand. She was clearly standing up for Shen Yinxiu, so why would she threaten them like this? At this tense moment, everyone was confused and puzzled. A loud and arrogant laugh suddenly came from outside the door, breaking the solemn atmosphere. Ha ha ha, it's so lively. I haven't even arrived yet, and you guys are already fighting among yourselves. Chu Yi frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. A tall man in a black leather jacket walked in with a swagger. I clearly heard him laughing, but I didn't see any smile on his face. It looks a bit weird. Behind him followed a dozen burly men also dressed in black. Each of them looks ferocious and aggressive. When Shen Yinxiu saw the person coming, his face suddenly changed and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Then, this doubt turned into raging anger. She gritted her teeth and spoke word by word. Zhang Duxing, you traitor! How dare you come back? You are looking for death. Traitor? The man called Zhang Duxing laughed loudly towards the sky. Shen Yinxiu, you are so stupid. I told you I was an inspector, and you believe me. How can you blame me for this? As he spoke, he looked around triumphantly. As for what you said about seeking death, that's even more nonsense. Since I dare to come here, I'm not afraid of you. To tell you the truth, I am now a level 3 gene user. Zhang Duxing waved his hand suddenly, pointing at the dozen or so men in black behind him, his tone extremely arrogant. Even they're all second-level gene users. Today, I will take over the black market. His greedy eyes swept over Shen Yinxiu's curvy figure, and he did not hide the desire in his eyes. And you, Shen Yinxiu, from now on, you are my woman. Zhang Duxing licked his lips unscrupulously, his eyes full of lust. Upon hearing this, everyone in the black market turned pale and trembled. They never expected it. Zhang Duxing actually came back with a group of gene users. Level 2 gene users, level 3 gene users. This kind of strength is simply not something they can contend with. It's over. It's all over now. Someone murmured in despair, and all the light in his eyes had disappeared. Shen Yinxiu stared at Zhang Duxing, wishing he could eat him alive. She angrily shouted, Zhang Duxing, you shameless fellow, do you really think that you can do whatever you want? Do whatever you want. Zhang Duxing sneered, his eyes disdainful. Shen Yinxiu, you are so naive. In this end times, strength is everything. Do you think you can fight me? He turned his head and looked at Chu Yi, who was surrounded in the middle. Boy, I heard that you were wanted by the black market. You have some skills, and you can actually defeat Shen Yinxiu. Zhang Duxing looked Chu Yi up and down, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. How about this? I'll give you a chance. Now, strip Shen Yinxiu naked and kill everyone else. Then I'll let you join our horn of the apocalypse. How about that? As soon as these words were spoken, Shen Yinxiu's face turned pale as paper and his body began to tremble violently. She looked at Chu Yi in horror, her eyes filled with despair and pleading. My heart suddenly tightened, and a chill ran from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. She knew Zhang Dexing too well. This guy was cruel and ruthless and would do anything to achieve his goals. The Horn of the End Times he mentioned is even more notorious and is by no means a good thing. She looked at Chu Yi worriedly, her lips moving in silent pleading. Don't believe him. This bastard is talking nonsense and not telling the truth. Who is Zhang Dexing? He is an old fox who can thrive in the last days and has a first-rate ability in observing people's words and expressions. He saw through Shen Yinxiu's thoughts at a glance and immediately grinned. Shen Yinxiu, why are you so nervous? Aren't you afraid of nothing? Zhang Dexing deliberately provoked Shen Yinxiu. He liked to see this woman frustrated and helpless the most. He turned his wrist, and a bottle of light blue medicine appeared in his palm. In the dim light, it emits a faint glow. He shook the potion in his hand triumphantly. See? This is the treasure that can make people reach the top in one step. The third-level gene evolution potion. Boy, as long as you behave yourself, this bottle of potion will be yours. How is it? Is this good enough? What we in the Horn of the Apocalypse lack the most is talents like you. Horn of the Apocalypse is an urgent need of expansion, and any means will do as long as it can improve its strength. Shen Yinxiu's pupils suddenly shrank, and he cried out in surprise. Impossible. Level 3 gene evolution potion? Where did you get it from? This thing. There is definitely something wrong with this thing. She knew too well the value of genetic medicine, especially in this end times. Each one was a priceless treasure. How could Zhang Dexing be so generous as to just give it away as a gift? Unless this potion is a trap. Zhang Dexing had expected Shen Yinxiu to say this, and he snorted coldly. I knew you would say that. Women are just long on hair, but short on knowledge. He turned around and handed the potion in his hand to a man in black behind him. The man in black was flattered. He took the potion with trembling hands, his face full of ecstasy. Big brother, are you really giving it to me? Zhang Dexing urged impatiently. Nonsense. Drink it. Chapter 115. These people are actually corpses. The man in black didn't hesitate any longer and drank the potion in one gulp. Gulp. As the potion entered his throat, the man in black's body began to tremble violently, as if a violent force was rampaging through his body. His muscles expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his bones made crackling sounds, making his already ferocious face even more ferocious. It became more twisted and terrifying. Ah! The man in black roared to the sky, his voice hoarse, filled with pain and excitement. In an instant, a powerful aura burst out from him, like a beast awakening, making people terrified. The surrounding black market members were terrified and screamed and retreated, fearing that they would be affected by this aura. This is... Someone's voice was trembling, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Level 3. He really has become a level 3 gene user. Oh my god. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. They looked at each other, at a loss as to what to do. Chu Ye's eyes were surprisingly bright. Level 3 genetic evolution potion. This is good stuff. If I can get it, my own Canghai Space will definitely be taken to a higher level. By then, in this end times, who can stop me? Chu Ye's heart was beating violently, and a strong desire was burning in his chest. He looked at Shen Yinxiu quietly and gave her a hidden look. Get ready to take action. Shen Yinxiu was surprised that Chu Yi actually wanted to join forces with her and nodded quickly. At this moment, the arrow is on the string and must be shot. Not when she asked too many questions. Seeing this, Chu Yi curled up his lips into a sneer. Since these bastards are coming here to seek death, I will grant their wish. He took a slow step forward with a playful smile on his face. Zhang Dexing, your reward is indeed very tempting. But he paused, and his eyes gradually became cold. I'd rather kill you, and then take all your stuff. Get started. Chu Yi shouted loudly, kicked his feet hard, and rushed towards Zhang Dexing like an arrow. At the same time, his mind moved, and a black pistol suddenly appeared in his hand. Since he was going to take action, he would not be merciful and would not give the other party a chance to resist. Make sure to kill with one strike. Bang! Along with it, A gunshot ripped through the stagnant air. A bullet, carrying the breath of death, went straight to the center of Zhang Dusheng's eyebrows. Seeing this, Shen Yinxiu also moved at the same time. She gave a delicate cry, and the long whip in her hand danced like a spirit snake, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind as she lashed at the man in black behind Zhang Dusheng. Kill them! Lin Jiangwo and An roared, waved their weapons, and rushed towards the enemy. Ah! Screams came one after another. The men in black brought by Zhang Dusheng never expected that Chu Yi and others would suddenly attack. Caught off guard, they fell down in an instant. Blood dyed the ground red, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Those people in the black market were stunned at first, and then their eyes burst into ecstasy. Here you go. Kill these sons of bitches. Fight them. The people who were originally in despair now seemed to be energized, and they joined the battle, shouting one after another. Everyone is going to die anyway. So, I just decided to go all out and give it a try. The situation reversed in an instant. However, there was no joy on Chu Ye's face. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Dusheng, who was lying on the ground. Something is wrong. Something is so wrong. With Zhang Dusheng's strength, it's impossible for him to be hit so easily. He rushed forward and kicked the body of Zhang Dusheng. Puff! The corpse suddenly shattered into pieces like mud and turned into a pool of blood. What is this? Corpse? A corpse? Oh my God, run. Everyone in the black market was terrified. They rolled and crawled backwards, wishing their parents had given them 2 fewer legs. Shen Yinxiu frowned. She was the first to feel something was wrong. She walked slowly to the pool of blood. I suppressed my nausea, squatted down, and observed carefully. I saw countless tiny maggots wriggling in the blood, so densely packed that it made my scalp tingle. The broken parts of the body were not filled with fresh flesh and blood, but rather rotten, blackened tissue that emitted a disgusting stench. Vomit! Shen Yinxiu couldn't bear it any longer, so he covered his mouth and retched. My stomach was churning as if I was going to vomit out all my internal organs. These people seemed to have been dead for a long time. Her face was pale, her voice was trembling, and her beautiful eyes were filled with horror. Dead for a long time? Chu Ye's heart trembled when he heard this, and a long-forgotten memory suddenly emerged in his mind. In his previous life, a sudden tide of mutant animals swept through the neighborhood where he lived. Many people fell into it and were eaten by mutated animals. The survivors struggled in despair. At this moment, a mysterious team appeared out of nowhere, and they called themselves Undead. Possessing mysterious abilities, he captured those ferocious mutant animals one by one and resolved the crisis for them. Immortal, the trumpet of the end times. Chu Yi suddenly realized. It turns out that these guys are the ones behind this. No wonder those men in black were so vulnerable just now. He understood that they were just empty shells in the early stages of the experiment with no combat power. After figuring this out, Chu Yi felt relieved. This apocalyptic horn is nothing more than this. Do you think a few zombies want to kill him? You really overestimate your own abilities. No wonder he wanted to use him to get rid of Shen Yinxiu. It turns out he didn't have that ability. He suddenly thought, maybe these corpses were controlled by someone. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp as torches, searching the crowd. Sure enough, not far from the gate of the black market, a man in a white robe was stumbling and fleeing. Want to run? Not that easy. Chu Yi snorted coldly and turned to look at An. An, catch up with him. An had been holding back his anger for a long time, and when he heard the order, he immediately jumped out. His body was as fast as lightning. In a few jumps, he caught up with the man in white robe and kicked him hard in the lower back. Ouch! The man in white robe screamed, fell to the ground, and fell flat on his face. Chu Yi walked quickly forward and pulled off the hood of the man in white robe. Under the hood was an old face that looked as haggard as a stick. It was covered with wrinkles and age spots, with sunken eye sockets and prominent cheekbones, looking like a skeleton. Tell me, what happened to that living dead just now? Chu Yi asked harshly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The man in white robe coughed violently, his face gloomy, but he clenched his teeth tightly and said nothing. Boy, you'd better let me go, otherwise the Horn of Doom will make you endure eternal damnation. Chapter 116, I will make sure you don't get reincarnated. He spoke in a halting voice, hoarse like a broken bellows. Eternal damnation. Chu Yi laughed in anger, stepped on the white-robed man's head, and crushed him hard. Just relying on your mediocre skills in the Horn of the Apocalypse? I don't even take them seriously. He pushed hard with his feet, and the white-robed man's cheek pressed against the ground, being squeezed and deformed. Tell me, where's the lair of the Horn of Doom? Chuyi roared, his voice exploding like thunder. The man in white robe was trampled so hard that he vomited blood and his eyeballs almost popped out. The severe pain almost made him faint. And he uttered a few words with difficulty and finally couldn't hold it anymore. In the Oasis Park. Oasis Park? Chuyi's heart moved. He knew that place was the largest park in the city before the end of the world. It became a ruin after the end of the world, but unexpectedly it was occupied by the Horn of the End of the World. On, lift him up for me, Chuyi ordered. On picked up the man in white robe from the ground. Chuyi pulled Shun Yinxiu up and without saying a word, jumped directly onto a beach buggy parked nearby. Let's go. To Oasis Park. Chuyi stepped on the accelerator. The dune buggy roared and rushed out like a wild horse. Shun Yinxiu was startled by this sudden change. She held the handrail of the car tightly, her face turning pale. Chuyi, are you crazy? It's too dangerous to rush over like this, she exclaimed, worry thick in her voice. You are quite capable, but you can't be so arrogant. In Shun Yinxiu's opinion, although Chuyi is very skilled, he is outnumbered after all. To rashly break into the lair of Horn of the End Times is like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Arrogant. Chuyi sneered and glanced at Shun Yinxiu. Shun Yinxiu, you are my prisoner now. Do you have the right to speak? His tone was cold and contained a hint of sarcasm. Shun Yinxiu was choked and speechless. Her pretty face turned red and her chest heaved violently. She glared at Chuyi fiercely, turned her head away, and ignored him. We're here. It's right here. Suddenly, the man in white robe, who had been silent all this time, pointed forward excitedly with a trembling voice. Chuyi looked in the direction of his finger and saw a huge ruin in front of him, with broken walls, overgrown weeds, and a desolate scene. Chuyi looked around and saw nothing but a huge sand dune standing alone at the end of his vision. There was not a single ghost around, let alone any buildings. Are you fucking kidding me? Chuyi flew into a rage and grabbed the white-robed man by the neck. This old guy actually dared to make a fool of himself. The man in white robe had his throat strangled and was having difficulty breathing. His face turned purple, but he suddenly grinned. That smile was weird and eerie, making people shudder. Then, a sharp and piercing whistle came from the depths of his throat. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before the howling sound died down, several sharp sounds of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Dense gunfire poured out from the front like popping beans. Bullets cut through the air, carrying the breath of death, and headed straight for the ATV. Careful! Shun Yinxiu turned pale, screamed in fear, and instinctively wanted to find cover. In a flash, Chuyi's reaction was extremely fast. He directly held the man in white robe in his hand across the beach buggy. Puff, puff, puff. All the bullets penetrated the body of the man in white robe, bursting into blood flowers. The already emaciated body was instantly beaten into a sieve. Under the sand pile, a man suddenly rushed out and roared like a beast. No. His eyes were red and bloodshot, staring at Chuyi intently. How dare you kill our people from the Horn of the Apocalypse? I want you to pay with your life. The man's voice was hoarse and crazy, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, full of deep hatred. He turned his head suddenly, and his lips moved, blowing a sharp whistle. Swish, swish, swish. Before the whistle had faded, dozens of figures suddenly emerged from the surrounding yellow sand piles, each of them holding a gun, with the black muzzles pointed at Chuyi. Shun Yinxiu was so frightened that her face turned pale and her body trembled uncontrollably. She gripped the handrail of the dune buggy tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Chuyi, you lunatic, look at what you have done. We have been ambushed. The man in front is Yang Shihu from the Horn of the End Times. I fought him once before, she screamed, her voice full of desperation and reproach. Chuyi acted as if nothing had happened. He threw the body of the man in white robe away casually, as if he was throwing away a piece of garbage. Bang! The body rolled several times on the sand, splashing up a cloud of dust. Chuyi slowly got off the ATV. Each step was steady and powerful, as if he was not stepping on sand. Since I'm here, I don't plan to go back alive. Want to fight? Come on, I'll fight you to the end. Chuyi's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone, with a domineering attitude that looked down on the world. Yang Shihu, who was originally quite furious, was suppressed by Chu Ye's momentum. Who is this person? He forced himself to calm down, walked slowly to Chu Yi, and stared at him with sinister eyes. What are you doing here? The man questioned, his voice low and hoarse. Chu Yi sneered in his heart, and he was sure in his heart that he had come to the right place. These bastards are really good at hiding. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have thought that under these deserted sand dunes, there lay the lair of the Horn of the Apocalypse? However, now is not the time to turn against each other. He was thinking quickly in his mind. He knew nothing about the situation inside this organization. It would be too risky to act rashly. It would be better to pretend to be friendly first, sneak in to find out the situation, and find the location of those genetic drugs. It will not be too late to take action later. I'm here to see someone off. Chu Yi grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. He pointed at Shun Yinxiu behind him, his tone frivolous. By the way, as for some benefits. Shun Yinxiu was struck by lightning, and her eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected that Chu Yi would say such a thing. Chu Yi, you bastard! How dare you collude with the Horn of the Apocalypse? She was so angry that she was shaking all over, and her voice changed tone, becoming sharp and piercing. In cahoots with the others? Chu Yi raised his eyebrows in surprise, and the smile on his face became more playful. Shun Yinxiu, did you make a mistake? I never said that I was a good person. All I did was just to use you. Do you really think I'm your savior? The man opposite was delighted when he heard this. I see. This guy actually wanted to use Shun Yinxiu to ask for credit and reward. Humph, what an idiot. It's no big deal if organization members die. But if we can catch Shun Yinxiu, it will be a great achievement. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in the man's heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a calculating light. He decided to bring the two men back to the base first, find out their background, and then decide how to deal with them. Chapter 117. You can call me Hornmaster. Good. Yang Shiwu laughed strangely, raised his hand suddenly, and made a gesture. The Horn of the Apocalypse, members around who were originally holding guns. In an instant, Chu Yi, Shun Yinxiu, and On were surrounded, making it impossible to get out. Brothers, please check to see if you have anything you shouldn't have. Yang Shiwu spoke with a forced smile. Chu Yi sneered in his heart. These guys are really cautious. However, they would never have thought that his greatest reliance was the vast ocean space. They couldn't find it anyway. Check it. Go ahead. Chu Yi looked calm and even opened his arms, as if he was ready to be picked. Several members of Horn of the Apocalypse immediately stepped forward and began to grope Chu Yi. From head to toe, he checked carefully. Even the trouser pockets were not spared. On received the same treatment and seemed a little nervous, with a layer of fine beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead. Only Shun Yinxiu and several others were preparing to search. Shun Yinxiu frowned slightly, then stared at those people with his eyes wide open. He pointed at his clothes and said, "If you can't tell what's wrong with my clothes, then don't search them." Knowing Shun Yinxiu's strength, these people were all afraid to take action and quickly turned to look at Yang Shihu. Seeing this, Yang Shihu sneered. That's enough. She's just a woman waiting to be slaughtered. It's useless to investigate or not. Just jump over her. After a search, several members of the Horn of the Apocalypse shook their heads at Yang Shiwu. Brother Yang, there is nothing. Yang Shiwu's eyes swept over Chu Yi and the other two, feeling somewhat puzzled. Could it be that this guy really didn't bring any weapons? She was even more obedient than he had imagined. Okay, follow me. Yang Shiwu waved his hand and walked forward first. Seeing this, Chu Ye's mouth curled up slightly, and he reached out and grabbed Shun Yinxiu's wrist. What are you doing? Shun Yinxiu was startled and instinctively tried to break free. Let me go. You bastard. Scum. She lowered her voice and cursed through gritted teeth. Chu Yi was unmoved. He tilted his head slightly and whispered in Shun Yinxiu's ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I thought you were a smart guy, but you couldn't even tell that I was acting? Upon hearing this, Shun Yinxiu's body trembled. The anger on his face froze instantly, and he stared at Chu Yi blankly. Acting? Could it be that everything that happened before was fake? Chu Yi didn't explain any further, but just gave her a look that said, you know. Shun Yinxiu was very smart and finally understood what Chu Yi meant. She was saying, this guy beat up all of their puppets and made enemies with them, and he still wants to come and seek refuge? It's obviously impossible. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and the expression on her face gradually returned to calm. The group followed Yang Shiwu and came to a slope covered with yellow sand. Pushing aside the thick yellow sand, A metal door half buried in the sand appeared before everyone's eyes. Yang Shiwu walked to the door and pushed it hard. Squeak! The heavy metal door slowly opened, and a cold, damp breath mixed with a strong smell of blood hit me in the face. Behind the door was a long, deep, and narrow tunnel, with all kinds of corpses hanging on the walls on both sides. Some of the bodies had already rotted and emitted a foul odor, while others were still relatively fresh, covered in blood, and died in a miserable manner. This is simply a living hell. Shun Yinxiu and An's faces turned pale in an instant. Their stomachs churned, and they almost vomited on the spot. Vomit! Shun Yinxiu couldn't hold it in any longer and retched. Yang Shiwu turned around and looked at Chu Yi and the other two, a smug smile appearing on his face. These are the consequences of opposing our horn of the apocalypse. His voice was eerie and cold. Once their souls are completely corrupted, they will become our most loyal puppets. Puppet? Chu Yi's heart moved, and he keenly captured this key word. What is a puppet? Chu Yi asked calmly. Yang Shiwu did not answer his question, but just glanced at him coldly. Just keep up, there's no need to talk so much. The group continued to move forward along the tunnel. After passing through this disgusting corpse corridor, a wider space appeared before everyone's eyes. The space was dark and depressing, with only a few dim oil lamps emitting a faint light. Dozens of people in white robes were sitting cross-legged on the ground with their heads down, muttering to themselves, as if they were performing some mysterious ritual. What the hell is this place? Is it a cult? An's voice was trembling a little. He followed Chu Yi closely, afraid that he would fall behind. As soon as the words fell, suddenly, those people in white robes who had been praying with their heads bowed all raised their heads and turned around. Pairs of eyes were fixed on Chu Yi and the other two. Their eyes were filled with resentment and hatred, as if they wanted to eat them alive. Seeing this, Yang Shiwu quickly walked up to the white-robed men and pointed at Chu Yi and the other two. Are new here and don't know the rules. They offended the Lord. Please forgive them. He paused, pointed at Shun Yinxiu again, and changed the subject. However, this woman is somewhat useful. My lord, she is Shun Yinxiu from the black market. In the crowd, a tall man slowly stood up when he heard the name. He stared at Shun Yinxiu with his eyes wide open and pointed at Chu Yi. Bring her here. The man's voice was flat. Chu Yi didn't move at all. He just stood there quietly with no expression on his face. The man frowned when he saw Chu Yi didn't react at all, and a feeling of being offended and unhappy was clearly revealed. I am a master of the Horn of the Apocalypse. You can call me Lord Horn. If you join the Horn of the Apocalypse, you must obey my orders. Chu Yi smiled slightly and shook his head. Joining the Horn of Doom? Sure, but there has to be some benefit, right? You want me to work for you with nothing but empty words? How could such a cheap thing happen in this world? The meaning of his words was already very clear. You can join, but you have to exchange benefits for it. Otherwise, no deal. However, this was of course a lie told by Chu Yi. His real purpose was definitely to obtain genetic medicine. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall and thin man in a white robe suddenly stood up in the crowd and shouted, How dare you? How dare you disrespect the corner master? I think you are tired of living. This guy is obviously a fanatical follower of the corner master and can't bear to see his idols suffer any injustice. Before he finished his words, he pounced out like a cheetah, his body as fast as the wind, his hands curled up into eagle claws, and went straight for Chu Yi's throat. Chapter 118, What is this? This man's attack was ruthless, and even his waving hand was accompanied by a bit of strong wind, obviously wanting to kill with one blow. Chu Yi was not in a hurry and didn't even raise his eyelids. Just when the eagle's claw was about to touch his throat, a flash of cold light suddenly appeared. An extremely sharp dagger was already held in Chu Yi's hand at some point, the blade flashing with a cold light. The tall and thin man had no time to react. He only felt a sharp pain in both hands. He looked down and found that both palms had been pierced by the dagger. The shrill screams resounded throughout the space, making people shudder. Blood gushed out from the wound like a fountain, instantly dyeing the ground red. How is this possible? Where did his knife come from? I searched you just now, and there was nothing. The members of Horn of the Apocalypse were all stunned. They just couldn't figure it out. How did Chu Yi conjure up a knife out of thin air in front of everyone? Yang Shiwu was even more horrified. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward, stared at Chu Yi, and questioned in a trembling voice. Ew, how did you do that? We searched you. You couldn't have a weapon. The young man in front of him was so strange that it was completely beyond his understanding. Chu Yi lowered his head and played with the knife in his hand. I haven't officially joined the Horn of Doom yet. How can I not leave some tricks for myself? What if you turn against me? Wouldn't I be at your mercy? The leader of the Horn, who had been sitting on the daitai, could no longer sit still. I originally thought that this person was just an arrogant person, but now it seems that he is not the case. Thinking of this, he stood up suddenly and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, great. What a vigilant boy. I really was right about you. I like this kind of personality of yours. Tell me, what do you want? The leader stared at Chu Yi with burning eyes and asked in a deep voice. Chu Yi was not polite and made his request directly. You have invited the black market genetic drugs and RD team here, and I want to take a look. If you cannot meet this condition, then our cooperation will end here. His words were like a lion's mouth. Genetic medicine is the lifeblood of the Horn of the Apocalypse. How could it be easily allowed to be touched by outsiders? Presumptuous, arrogant, act recklessly. Master Horn, let me kill him. The members of Horn of the Apocalypse were immediately enraged, their eyes wide open, wishing they could tear Chu Yi into pieces. However, the leader did not attack immediately. He narrowed his eyes, looked at Chu Yi deeply, and said in a low voice, If you want this privilege, it is far from enough to just capture Xinyanqiu. Chu Yi sneered in his heart. Sure enough, this old fox was not so easily fooled. His mind moved, and the Canghai Space was activated instantly. Pressure 100, water flow 0.1, parameters setting completed. The next moment, something strange happened. Dozens of ultra-high pressure water streams as thin as hair shot out silently from a void and hit the white-robed men who were clamoring to attack Chu Yi with incredible precision. Puff, puff, puff. A series of slight noises seemed particularly harsh in the silent space. Screams rang out one after another, and the men in white robes covered their knees. They fell to the ground in pain, their faces pale and covered in cold sweat. Their knees were actually cut through by the hair-thin water flow. This is simply a miracle. The corner master suddenly jumped up from his seat, his muscles tensed, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief, and he cried out, What kind of ability is this? Chu Yi, however, remained calm and stood there indifferently, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. He spread his hands, stared at the Horn Master, and asked back word by word, Now, am I qualified to go and see it? The muscles on the Horn Master's face twitched violently, his eyes shifted constantly, but his heart was filled with excitement. After a long while, he slowly exhaled, with a strange smile on his face. Of course, I'm qualified. He nodded slowly. I'll take you there right away. He turned around and walked in one direction, motioning Chu Yi to follow. Chu Yi sneered in his heart. This old fox probably has no good intentions at all. I'm afraid he's trying to lead me into some trap. However, based on his strength, he can beat 10 people at once, and he is not afraid at all. Chu Yi looked around and waited until he arrived at the place. He must control the Horn Master as soon as possible. He will never give him any chance to take advantage. Thinking of this, Chu Yi immediately took Xinyanqiu, Lin Jiangwo, and others and followed the leader. Slowly came to a heavy door. I saw that the entire door was made of an unknown black metal. The surface is bumpy and covered with traces of erosion due to the passage of time, exuding a gloomy and depressing atmosphere. Inside, the Horned Lord pointed at the door with his dry fingers. Chu Yi did not act rashly. He paused, then turned around, stared at the corner master's face, and asked back, You open it. He is not stupid. Who knows what secret is hidden behind this door? What if it's a trap? Wouldn't I be walking into it? The smile on the corner master's face froze, and then he let out a harsh sneer. Hee kid, you're really too vigilant. However, if you touch my people, you will have to pay a price. Since you don't fall for it, don't blame me. There was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. Before he finished speaking, his dry palm suddenly slammed heavily on the door. Boom! With a loud bang, the door opened. A strong, fishy smell hit me in the face, making me sick. At the same time, the figure of the Horn Master was like a ghost. He retreated rapidly, putting some distance between himself and Chu Yi. Chu Yi's heart trembled. This guy was really cheating. He did not dare to be careless and immediately looked inside the door. I saw shadows everywhere in the dim room. Roughly speaking, there were more than a dozen dark figures. They were twisted in shape, on all fours, and slowly crawled out of the darkness like wild beasts. These people have dark and shriveled skin, like mummies that have been drained of all the water. But his muscles are strong, and full of explosive power. They bared their teeth and claws and let out low roars, as if there was sand stuck in their throats, which made people feel creepy. "What the hell is this?" Shin Yinxiu screamed. His face turned pale, and he instinctively took a few steps back. Although she was brave, she couldn't help but feel fear when facing this unknown and terrifying creature. Chapter 119, Second Generation Puppet. Oh my god! On was so frightened that he trembled and almost fell to the ground. He screamed and quickly backed away. Lin Jiangwo is very experienced. He took a step forward and stood in front of everyone, with his legs slightly bent in a defensive posture. Although he was no less frightened than the others, he still served as the shield of the team. He had to force himself to calm down. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Shui narrowed his eyes. He could tell at a glance that these monsters were exactly the same as the puppets he had seen in the black market genetic research site before. However, these things in front of me seemed to be even more powerful and more terrifying. Hey, how about it? Is it a surprise? The owner of the horn laughed triumphantly. He admired the terrified expressions on Chu Yi and others' faces, and his heart was filled with pleasure. Yes, this is the latest achievement of our Horn of the Apocalypse, the second-generation puppet. He paused, a hint of boasting in his tone. These puppets have the genes of many mutant creatures. Not only do they have strength and speed far exceeding that of ordinary people, but they also have amazing defense. The abilities of ordinary gene users will have no effect on them at all. His eyes turned and fell on Shun Yinxiu, and he smiled sinisterly. Besides, I just saw that you little girl are not really scared at all. You and this boy are clearly in the same group. He had long suspected that there was some unspeakable secret between Shun Yinxiu and Chu Yi. Now it seems that my guess was correct. Chu Yi sneered in his heart. This old fox has quite sharp observation skills. However, he is not a gene master, and his abilities are not something these puppets can resist. Old man, you are too happy too early. A hint of disdain appeared on Chu Ye's lips. His mind moved, and he instantly activated the Canghai Space. Flow 100 water curtain. In an instant, a huge water curtain appeared out of thin air at the gate. This water curtain was formed by countless fine water streams interwoven together. It was crystal clear, yet extremely tough, firmly blocking those second-generation puppets outside the door. Roar! This! Those puppets rammed the water curtain frantically, but were unable to break through. Their sharp claws, grabbing onto the water curtain, could only cause ripples, but could not cause any substantial damage. The smile on Zhaozhu's face froze instantly. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the water curtain. What kind of ability is this? He couldn't figure out how Chu Yi managed to create a water curtain out of thin air. This is simply unbelievable. You don't deserve to know. Chu Yi glanced at the Horn Master coldly. Originally, I didn't want to fight with you rubbish, but you forced me to do it. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. His eyes turned cold and murderous. The Horn Master came back to his senses, took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and spoke through gritted teeth. Okay. Even if these puppets can't do anything to you, I will personally take you down. Before he finished speaking, the white robe on his body suddenly exploded. Bang! With a dull thud, the white robe broke into pieces and flew everywhere. The skinny body of the Horn Master was revealed. His body is different from that of ordinary people. It is covered with layers of fine scales. These scales are a strange dark green color, and they flicker faintly in the dim light, making people shudder. What kind of monster is this? Shin Yinxiu screamed in shock. She had never seen such an ugly and disgusting creature before. She felt nauseous. Vomit. Owen couldn't help it and started a dry heave. Lin Jiangwo frowned. He vaguely guessed that the Horn Master's appearance might be related to gene fusion. Could it be that his genes were fused with those of a snake? He guessed secretly in his heart, and suddenly his scalp felt tingling. If you don't want to die, then get rid of this horrible look. Chu Yi pulled out a gun from his waist with a swish and pointed the black muzzle directly at the ugly, scaly face of the horn owner. This was not the first time Chu Yi had seen this type of gene. To be honest, he is not really afraid of these so-called gene people, whose strength can compare to the water in his vast ocean space. However, if we can use guns, why do we have to do it here? The leader looked at the gun, pointed at his head, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Where did you get this gun from? This kid, first he created a water curtain out of thin air, and now he pulled out a gun out of thin air? How many secrets does he have? A strong sense of greed instantly surged into the heart of the Horned Lord. No, no matter what, we must catch this kid back. Study it carefully, dig out all the secrets about him. This is a treasure that is more valuable than any genetic medicine. This. The leader of the Horn took advantage of the fact that Chewie didn't know what he was going to do. It suddenly spat out a scarlet tongue, half a foot long, which swayed in the air and then twisted rapidly. His body also began to sway strangely, just like the attacking posture a snake makes before hunting. Bang! Seeing that this man was still stubborn, Chewie pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet whizzed out and headed straight for the Cornermaster's face. However, the speed of the Hornmaster was astonishingly fast. He just tilted his head slightly and easily avoided the fatal blow. The bullet flew past his scales, creating a trail of sparks, and finally shot into the wall. The Hornmaster grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. That smile was as ferocious as it could be. Boy, you think you can hurt me with this broken thing? I forgot to tell you, what I fused is the gene of snakes. Speed is just one of its abilities. He stamped his feet so suddenly that the ground seemed to tremble. Now, let me show you my true strength. Compare speed. On was immediately happy when he heard this. He jumped up from the ground, stretched his hands and feet, and was eager to try. Old man, you found the right person. Come on, let's practice. He had been suppressed and beaten by those second-generation puppets before, and he had been holding a lot of anger for a long time. Now is a good time to vent my anger on this old monster. The Horn Master snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Speed? You little bastard, do you think this is all I am capable of? Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed and appeared in front of On in an instant. The speed was as fast as a ghost, leaving people no time to react. Be careful, Chewie exclaimed, but it's too late. On only felt a flash before his eyes, and then he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Chapter 120 Gene Fluid System Upgrade. Bang! The Hornmaster's iron-hard shoulder hit On's chest hard. Puff! As for On, he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Boom! He hit the wall heavily with a loud bang, then slid softly to the ground, his life or death unknown. Chuyie's face turned pale in an instant. This old guy is really capable. He originally thought that after integrating snake genes, at most the speed would be faster, but he didn't expect that the power would also be so amazing. It seems that I have underestimated these apocalypse horn lunatics. But that's all. A cold light flashed in Chuyie's eyes, and his mind moved, and the Canghai Space was activated again. Pressure 100, flow 30, water volume setting completed. Almost instantly, a stream of water appeared out of nowhere, like a flexible chain. It quickly wrapped around the body of the Hornmaster. The leader of the Horn felt his body tighten, and before he could react, he was tied up tightly by the water chains. What the hell is this? He was filled with shock and anger and struggled desperately, but the water chain was extremely tough, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Bang! The Hornmaster rammed his head against the water chain, trying to knock it open. However, the chain seemed to be elastic and bounced him back. Damn it! The owner of the Horn was really panicked this time. He never dreamed that Chewie actually had such a method. This water chain is not only extremely tough, but also has a strong rebound force. It is simply unsolvable. Let me go. Let me go now. The Horn owner yelled hysterically. This is the base of the Horn of the Apocalypse. You can't escape. As soon as I give the order, someone will come and tear you into pieces. Chewie looked at him coldly, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. Is he afraid of these threats? What a joke. Now that the relationship has fallen out, there's nothing to worry about. Today, he was going to make a big fuss and turn this so-called Horn of the End Times upside down. Chewie turned his head, and his eyes fell on the water curtain. At this moment, those second-generation puppets were still hitting the water curtain frantically, but they were obviously unable to do so. Uncle Lin, Shinyanshio, get ready. Chewie gave the order in a deep voice. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Hornmaster was trapped to get rid of these troublesome puppets first. Good. Lin Jiangwo couldn't wait any longer. He roared angrily, his muscles flexed, and he growled like a ferocious beast. Shinyanshio also gripped the whip tightly, his eyes flashing with excitement. Wow! Chuyie's mind moved, and the water curtain dissipated instantly. Those second-generation puppets, without any resistance, immediately poured in like a tide. Kill! Lin Jiangwo roared, waving his iron fist, and rushed into the group of puppets. His fists were powerful and heavy, and each punch carried a force of 1,000 pounds, directly knocking those puppets flying backwards. Shen Yinxiu was not to be outdone. The long whip in her hand danced in the air like a spirit snake, and every whip could accurately hit the puppet's vital points. Snap! 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 The long whip broke through the air, making a series of crisp sounds. Those puppets, under the joint attack of the two, had no power to fight back at all and were soon beaten to pieces and fell to the ground. The owner of the horn witnessed all this, and his heart was bleeding. These second-generation puppets were cultivated by him after spending countless efforts. How could he not feel sad when it was destroyed like this? Assholes! You assholes! He cursed madly, wishing he could eat Chu Yi and the others alive. Lin Jiangwo got rid of the last puppet. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to look at Shen Yinxiu. It's so fucking exciting. I haven't had such a good fight in a long time. There was a gleam of nostalgia in his eyes. Thinking back to those days when we fought side by side, it was such a joy. Shen Yinxiu trembled slightly when he heard this. She didn't say anything, but silently put away the whip. Some things, once they're over, can never be returned. Chu Yi ignored the emotions between the two and walked straight into the room. There's no one here. There was only a transparent glass bucket on a table not far away. The bucket was filled with green liquid that emitted a pungent smell. Chu Ye's gaze fell on a glass barrel filled with green liquid, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. He turned to look at Shen Yinxiu. What is this thing? Shen Yinxiu's gaze also moved over, looked at the appearance above, and spoke slowly. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the original solution of the genetic medicine. Original solution? Shen Yinxiu nodded. That's right. This stock solution is the raw material for making genetic medicine. It's still a long way from being used directly on humans. It has to go through a series of complex processing and purification before it can become the genetic medicines we have seen before. For ordinary people like us, this thing is useless. If you use it forcefully, you will only explode and die. After hearing this, Chu Ye's heart moved slightly. Since there is the original liquid here, are there other genetic medicines? At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Detect the host and see if there is any genetic medicine solution around, and whether to absorb it for upgrading. System prompt sound. Chu Ye's heart skipped a beat. What? The original liquid can also be absorbed? This is a pleasant surprise. Without hesitation, he silently said in his mind, absorb. Almost instantly, the green liquid in the glass barrel rapidly decreased until it disappeared without a trace. Congratulations to the host for gaining the ability to shape water flow. The system prompt sounded again. Chu Yi only felt a burst of clarity in his mind, as if something was instantly opened up. As soon as he thought about it, he understood the meaning of water flow shaping. To put it simply, he can control the flow of water in the vast ocean and change its shape at will. Chu Yi was ecstatic. With this ability, his means of attack will become more diverse and more difficult to defend against. He suppressed his excitement, and his eyes inadvertently swept across the corner of the room. There was actually a small bottle of medicine lying quietly, which was exactly the same as the genetic medicine used by the previous second-generation puppets. Chu Yi walked over quickly, took the bottle of medicine in his hand, and looked at it carefully. He became even more confused. Why are there only so few genetic drugs in this laboratory? What about the others? And what about the researchers? Where have they gone? Chu Yi took the potion, turned around, and walked out of the room. With a sharp gaze, he stared at the horn master who was tied up by the water chains and questioned him harshly. Where is the genetic medicine? Where are the other genetic medicines? And those researchers? Where did you take them? Chapter 121 Director Lu Jianhong. The leader looked at Chu Yi. At this moment, he had lost his previous arrogance. Want to know? Pa! The horn master gritted his teeth and spat. You little bastard. Let me go if you can. As long as you let me go, I will tell you. Otherwise, you will never know. He was gambling that Chu Yi would not dare to kill him. Chu Yi sneered when he heard this. This old guy, does he really think that I dare not touch him? Well, let me show you what real fear is. That's great. I also want to try out the effect of my new ability. The corner master was stunned and didn't understand what Chu Yi meant. The next moment, Chu Ye's mind moved, and the Canghai Space was activated again. Water fluidization knife, parameter setting completed. Almost instantly, the water flow beside the horn master underwent a strange change. The originally soft water flow suddenly solidified and became extremely sharp, like a sharp blade. Ah! The Horn Master let out a shrill scream. His right arm was actually cut off by the blade formed by the water. Blood gushed out instantly, staining the ground red. This. Shen Yinxiu was stunned by this sudden scene. She could never have imagined that Chu Yi actually had such a method. This water flow can actually turn into a blade. Lin Jiangwo and On were excited. Good. Master Chu is mighty. Master Chu has become stronger again. Let's see how arrogant this old man can be. The two of them shouted excitedly, as if they were even happier than if they had become stronger. The Horn Master was in excruciating pain. He covered his broken arm with his hands, his eyes filled with fear. He finally understood that Chu Yi was not joking. This kid really dares to kill him. You don't mess around. The voice of the Horn Master began to tremble. If you have the guts, challenge me in a one-on-one duel. He wanted to use provocation to buy himself a chance of survival. Chu Yi sneered when he heard this. One-on-one? This guy is so naive. Puff! There was another soft sound. The other arm of the Horn Master was also cut off by the water blade. Ah! The Horn Master screamed again and rolled on the ground in pain. You will die a horrible death, he roared, his voice full of despair. Chu Yi had a blank expression on his face. He controlled the water blade again and slashed at the right leg of the Horn Master. No! This time, the owner of the horn was really scared. He begged frantically for mercy. I'll tell you everything. Please, just give me a quick death. Chu Yi ignored his pleas and slashed at him mercilessly with the blade of the water flowing down. Crack! The right leg of the Horn Master was also cut off. He completely collapsed and fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. I said. The Horn Master was barely breathing and his eyes were filled with fear. The puppet experiment failed. Those researchers all died. When Chu Yi heard news, his heart sank. Dead? All dead. Those are all living resources. This horn of the end of the world is simply a bunch of lunatics. What a waste. Where's the puppet technology? Chu Yi demanded sternly. Hand over the puppet technology. He wants to obtain this technology, which will be of great use in the future, whether for self-protection or other aspects. Let me ask you, if something is not afraid of death and has no self-thoughts, isn't that a war machine? The owner of the horn suddenly opened his scarlet eyes wide and stared at Chu Yi. Suddenly, he seemed to have figured it out, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Puppet technology? The Horn Master's voice was hoarse. That thing is not in the hands of our Horn of the Apocalypse. You have to ask. Shen Yinxiu. Shen Yinxiu's delicate body trembled violently. What do you mean? What do you mean? Shen Yinxiu, you don't really think that this technology was developed by our Horn of the Apocalypse? We're just carrying it forward. This thing was created by Su Dahai. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi turned to look at Shen Yinxiu in confusion. He only saw Shen Yinxiu's face turn pale in an instant. Something is wrong. There's something wrong with this woman's expression. What the hell is going on? Chu Yi took a step forward, stood in front of Shen Yinxiu, and questioned him harshly, with unquestionable majesty in his tone. When Shen Yinxiu heard this question, he subconsciously took a step back, his lips trembling, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. In the end, he just kept repeating himself. No, impossible. Su Dahai. He wouldn't be that kind of person. The protagonist had had enough of Shen Yinxiu's loss of composure, so he spoke slowly. Shen Yinxiu, if you want to know the truth, why don't you go to Lu Jianhong, and everything will be clear, right? Upon hearing this, Chu Yi took a step forward and grabbed Shen Yinxiu's arm with such force that Shen Yinxiu felt a little painful. Chu Yi stared into Shen Yinxiu's eyes, his brows furrowed, and great doubts arose in his heart. Immediately, he questioned word by word. Who is Lu Jianhong? Lin Jiangwo also looked confused. He has been in the bureau for so many years and has known many people, big and small, but this Lu Jianhong is the first time he has heard of him. Shen Yinxiu's eyes were a little evasive. She took a deep breath and spoke slowly as if she had made a great decision. He is the Director General of the headquarters of the Sky Curtain Organization in my area. Chu Yi's heart suddenly sank. Director General. This is no small person. The Sky Curtain Organization is an existence that is superior to the patrol team. One can imagine how powerful the Director General in charge of its headquarters is. Could it be that this puppet technology is actually related to the top leaders of the Sky Curtain Organization? The more Chu Yi thought about it, the more frightened he became. If this puppet technology is used properly, its potential is definitely no less than that of genetic medicine. This kind of thing must be in your own hands. He slowly turned his head and looked at Shun Yinxiu coldly. In that case, you take us there now. Shun Yinxiu's face turned pale and blue. She also wanted to go and see for herself what was going on. Okay, I'll take you there. Shun Yinxiu gritted his teeth and nodded with difficulty. Chu Yi then let go of his hand and turned to look at the owner of the horn. This guy is no longer worth living. D. Chu Yi's voice was cold and emotionless. Before he finished his words, the water blade condensed again and slashed across the neck of the horned lord at lightning speed. A head rolled to the ground, its scarlet eyes still wide open, as if there was still a trace of unwillingness and fear. Chu Yi didn't even look at him, turned around and walked out. Chapter 122 Method for Mass Production of Genetic Warriors. Chu Yi then brought the others back to the large open space. Yang Shiwu and other members of the Horn of the Apocalypse immediately surrounded them in confusion. Chu Yi, where's our Horn Master? Yang Shiwu asked harshly, his eyes full of vigilance and hostility. Chu Yi's footsteps did not pause at all. He didn't even look at Yang Shiwu, but just uttered a few words lightly. Dead. Dead. Yang Shiwu's pupils suddenly shrank. He couldn't believe that his leader would die at Chu Yi's hands. Impossible. You're talking nonsense. Yang Shiwu roared, his emotions completely out of control. The Lord of the Horns is the soul of their apocalyptic horn. Brothers, come on. Kill this guy and avenge the Horn Master. The members of Horn of the Apocalypse all had ferocious faces. They drew their weapons and rushed towards Chu Yi. Facing this group of murderous enemies, there was no trace of emotion in Chu Yi's eyes. They are nothing but a mob. As soon as he thought about it, the system responded immediately. Water fluidized blade, parameter setting completed. Almost instantly, a water knife several people long appeared. He appeared in front of Chu Yi out of nowhere, emitting a cold light. This water knife is more solid, sharper, and more terrifying than the previous water blade. Chu Yi waved his hand gently. The water knife swept out like the scythe of the god of death. Puff, puff, puff. Along with it, a series of muffled sounds rang out one after another. Yang Shiwu and those members of the Horn of the End of the World. He didn't even have time to scream before he was cut in half by the water knife. Wherever he passed, there were broken limbs and arms everywhere, blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground red. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which was nauseating. Chu Yi walked past the corpses with an expressionless face, as if he had just stepped on a group of ants. When Shun Yinxiu saw this, his stomach churned. She tried hard not to vomit. I still couldn't help but swallow my saliva with a gulp. The strong smell of blood stimulated every pore of her body, and the ground was littered with broken limbs and arms. In this small, open space is simply a scene of hell on earth. It was deeply imprinted in her mind. It's not that she hasn't seen dead people. After the end of the world, she has even seen countless dead people. But like this. Massacre. That's right, this was a one-sided massacre. It was her first time, and thinking of this, Shun Yinxiu's heart couldn't stop trembling. She looked at Chu Yi. This man was terrifyingly calm. It was as if what had just been killed were really just a group of ants. This man's strength, as well as his decisive and ruthless killing, made Shun Yinxiu feel deeply fearful. Chu Yi didn't notice anything unusual about Shun Yinxiu. Even if he knew it, it wouldn't be a bad thing for him. In the end times, it is much better to make people afraid than to be a coward. He walked straight to Wang Dao and threw the bottle of genetic medicine he got from Zhang Dishing into Wang Dao's hands. There is only one bottle of this gene medicine. An and Zhang Wo have already used it. It will have no effect on them. It's just the right time for you to use it. Wang Dao was stunned for a moment. Then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Gene medicine. This is a treasure that can help people reach great heights in one step. Following Chu Yi was definitely the best decision he had ever made in his life. Without saying a word, he pulled out the cork and drank the liquid inside. Wang Dao, you are crazy. Shun Yinxiu suddenly cried out in surprise, and his voice changed in pitch. If you force yourself to take the genetic medicine without the assistance of researchers, you will explode and die. Shun Yinxiu stamped his feet in anxiety. This genetic medicine cannot be used by just anyone. If you're not careful, you will die. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Dao's body began to swell rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin turned red, as if it had been burned by a red-hot iron, and the blood vessels bulged as if they would burst at any time. Roar! Wang Dao let out a wild, beast-like roar. His eyes turned red, and his rationality was rapidly fading away. He began to bang his head against the walls around him frantically. The hard concrete wall was like tofu in front of him, leaving big holes with every hit. Wang Dao, calm down, calm down. Seeing this, Lin Jiangwo rushed forward to stop it. But his little bit of strength was not enough in the face of Wang Dao, who had begun to change. At this moment, the efficacy of the genetic medicine has completely evaporated. Wang Dao just waved his hand, and Lin Jiangwo was knocked to the ground, causing his old knee injury to ache again. A look of surprise appeared on Chu Ye's face. It seemed that when the genetic medicine was being fused, his strength increased several times. His mind moved, and the power of the vast ocean space was activated again. Voila! The water surged, forming a huge water curtain in an instant. The entire Wang Dao was wrapped in it. Inside the water curtain, Wang Dao's roar gradually subsided and was replaced by a dull gasp. After a while, the water curtain dissipated. Wang Dao stood there, gasping for breath, and surprisingly, there was no harm on his body. This is impossible. Shen Yinxiu widened his eyes and looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. How is this possible? There was no assistance from researchers and no special instruments. Wang Dao actually survived the transformation of the genetic medicine, and it seems it was successful. Chui frowned and asked back with some confusion. If we use this water flow to restrain his movements, wouldn't it be able to offset the damage caused by the genetic medicine? Offset? Shen Yinxiu felt that his worldview was about to collapse. The most difficult part about genetic medicine is the compatibility with the body. Shen Yinxiu's voice was trembling due to excessive shock. Everyone's body reacts differently to genetic drugs. Rejection reactions, genetic collapse. These are all fatal, which can be solved by restraining your actions. Shen Yinxiu's eyes turned more complicated when he looked at Chu Yi. How'd this man do it? His ability is just too incredible. There were also huge waves in Chu Ye's heart. He also didn't expect that his own Canghai Space would have such a wonderful use. If this is true, then doesn't it mean that as long as he has enough genetic medicine, he can mass production of genetic warriors? Such a legion composed entirely of genetic warriors. With his strength in this end times, who can compete with him? The most important thing is at the lowest cost. This bold idea quickly took shape in Chu Ye's mind. Chapter 123. The genetic ability of an iron wall. Wang Dao lowered his head, looked at his hands, and felt the surging power in his body. I just feel more powerful than ever before. I couldn't help but imagine that my body was as hard as iron at this moment. Given his current physical condition, I firmly believe that no one can hurt him. Jiangwo, try to hit me with one punch. Wang Dao said to Lin Jiangwo excitedly. Lin Jiangwo was stunned, then looked at Wang Dao with some concern. You be careful. Although he didn't know what happened to Wang Dao. But it can also be seen that Wang Dao is probably no longer an ordinary person now. Lin Jiangwo took a deep breath and threw a punch. Bang! A muffled sound. Wang Dao was knocked flying and hit the wall heavily. Lin Jiangwo was startled and rushed forward. Wang Dao, are you okay? Wang Dao got up from the ground, his face full of surprise. It's okay. I'm fine. Wang Dao shouted excitedly. My body actually has an iron wall. A relieved smile also appeared on Chu Ye's face. Another great general. He turned his head and looked at Shen Yinxiu, his eyes becoming sharp again. I thought of what the Hornmaster said before. He must get the genetic medicine. Lu Jianhong, where is he? Hearing Chu Ye's question, Shen Yinxiu turned his head abruptly and stared at Chu Yi. You want to attack Director Lu? Are you crazy? Do you know who Director Lu is? He is not a half-baked person like Jiaozhu. Shen Yinxiu was breathing rapidly. Director Lu is more than 10 times stronger than the Hornmaster. He has more than a dozen level 3 gene masters under his command. His shelter is as solid as a rock, with iron walls and a fortress of steel. If you go there, you'll be killed. There was no change on Chu Ye's face. He slowly stepped forward and approached Shen Yinxiu. Click! Chu Ye's hand tightly gripped Shen Yinxiu's slender neck. A strong feeling of suffocation instantly came over Shen Yinxiu. She struggled desperately, but couldn't shake Chu Yi at all. I let go. Shen Yinxiu's face quickly turned the color of liver. Chu Yi ignored her pleas for mercy and spoke in a cold tone without any emotion. I don't need you to teach me how to do anything. I am determined to obtain puppet technology and more advanced genetic medicines. Now I'll give you two options. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Yinxiu coughed violently. Master Chu, calm down. Seeing this, Lin Jiangwo was so frightened that he rushed forward to dissuade them. Shen Yinxiu, she's doing this for our own good. You must not be impulsive. Lin Jiangwo felt so miserable. They just destroyed the horn of the apocalypse, and now they're going to provoke the even more powerful Sky Curtain organization. Isn't this like an old man hanging himself? He thinks his life is too long, but he didn't dare say it. He knew Chu Ye's temper too well. Once this gentleman made a decision, no one could change it. He could only place his hopes on Shen Yinxiu, hoping that this Miss Shun could understand the current situation and stop adding fuel to the fire. Shen Yinxiu, just give in. Lin Jiangwo pleaded. If you go against Master Chu, you will suffer the consequences. There was deep helplessness in Shen Yinxiu's eyes. She knew she had no choice. This man is simply a lunatic, a madman who is so powerful that it is hopeless. I'll lead the way. Shen Yinxiu clenched his teeth and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. It seemed as if he used up all his strength to say each word. Chu Yi then let go of his hand. Ooh. Shen Yinxiu collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. A few minutes later, a group of people came outside. The strong wind blew up the yellow sand, covering the sky and the sun. Visibility was extremely low. Everything was turbid, as if it was the end of the world. Get in the car. Chu Yi cherishes words like gold. Shen Yinxiu climbed woodenly onto Chu Ye's specially modified beach buggy, then started the engine on his own. Buzz! The dune buggy made a low rumble. Chu Yi sat in the passenger seat, closed his eyes and rested, worrying about other people. He doesn't care. After all, with the vast ocean space in his hands, he has nothing to fear. What's more, he also possesses the ability to shape water flow, which is a more powerful killer move than the water curtain. Even if Lu Jianhong is really 10 times stronger than Jiao Zhu, so what? Chu Yi, can still trample him under his feet. In order to survive, in order to obtain resources and to stay alive, we will kill gods and Buddhas. The ATV sped across the desert, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Yi suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up, holding the iron railings on both sides of the ATV tightly with both hands, and stared straight ahead. Amidst the yellow sand, a huge shadow slowly emerged. It was a huge fortress made of steel and concrete. It stands quietly in the desert, like a huge stone statue, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. What is this place? Chu Yi asked in a deep voice. Although he already had the answer in his heart, he looked down at Shen Yinxiu and asked proactively. There! Shen Yinxiu's voice trembled a little. That's Director Lu's shelter. When Chu Yi heard this, his whole body became uncontrollably excited. He looked at the fortress, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This fortress is much better than where he lives now. Once Lu Jianhong is dealt with, this fortress will belong to him. He wants to turn this place into his most solid stronghold in the end times. Stop the car, Chu Yi ordered. Squeak. Shen Yinxiu stepped on the brakes, and the ATV stopped some distance away from the fortress. Chu Yi looked around, but didn't find any entrance. What the hell are you doing? Where's the entrance here? Chu Yi frowned and questioned, his words full of impatience. Shen Yinxiu did not answer. She slowly got out of the car and walked towards the huge fortress step by step. When he reached the fortress, Shen Yinxiu stopped, turned around, and looked at Chu Yi. Director Lu is moody and ruthless. He is a veteran third-level combat gene user. Once you go in, there is no turning back. Chu Yi nodded and urged expressionlessly. Don't talk nonsense. Lead the way. Ha ha. Great. We can have another great time. Wang Dao rubbed his hands excitedly, eager to give a try. Lin Jiangwo and An also looked at each other. Ever since they witnessed Chu Ye's strength, they had been full of confidence in the future. Shen Yinxiu took a deep breath, turned around, and placed his hand on the cold wall of the fortress. Boom! A deafening friction sound resounded through heaven and earth. Under the gaze of everyone, the tightly closed walls of the fortress slowly opened to both sides, revealing a dark entrance. Chapter 124, If You Lose, Be My Woman. Chu Yi leaned his head forward and looked inside. I saw that the interior of the fortress was not as eerie and scary as I had imagined. Instead, it exudes a cool and comfortable feeling. The sudden chill startled Chu Yi and lifted his spirits. In the end times, with the scorching heat, this coolness seems extremely precious. Da da da. Suddenly at this time, a burst of hurried footsteps broke the brief silence. A team of fully armed soldiers rushed out from the darkness, with the muzzles of their guns pointed in unison at Chu Yi and his group. The leader had a stern face and eyes as sharp as an eagle, and he asked in a harsh voice, "Who are you?" The voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. This scene made Lin Jiangwo and On's hearts skip a beat, and they subconsciously took a step back. Wang Dao didn't care at all. Instead, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and was eager to try. This guy, who had just tasted the sweetness of the genetic medicine, was now worried about having no place to vent his feelings. Shen Yinxiu remained calm and took out a metal ID card from his arms. There was a strange pattern engraved on it, which looked like the eyes of some creature. "We are here to see Director Liu Jianhong. We have something important to report." Shen Yinxiu's voice was cold and calm, as if the muzzle of the gun in front of him did not exist at all. The leader took the ID card, looked at it carefully for a moment, and his face suddenly changed. He waved his hand violently and shouted, "Put away your guns." Crash! The soldiers put away their guns in unison. Their movements were clean and neat, and it was obvious that they were well trained. "It turns out to be Miss Shen. I'm so sorry." The leader's tone instantly became respectful. "Director Liu, he is out for something and is not in the fortress for the time being. Miss Shen, you can go in and wait first." Shen Yinxiu nodded slightly to show his agreement. "Please." The leader stepped aside to make way and made a please gesture. Shen Yinxiu took the lead and walked into the fortress. Chu Yi followed closely behind, looking around. The space inside the fortress was unexpectedly spacious. In the center, there is a huge open space, as big as a football field. The ground is covered with thick sand and surrounded by high fences. "What is this used for?" Chu Yi was puzzled. As if seeing Chu Ye's confusion, Shen Yinxiu pointed to a corner of the open space. Chu Yi looked in the direction of her finger, and his pupils suddenly shrank. There were several huge iron cages. In each cage, there is a monster imprisoned. Those monsters looked like wolves, but were more than twice as big as ordinary wolves. They were covered with knotty muscles, and their hair stood up like steel needles. They had two long fangs in their mouths that flashed a cold light. They kept roaring and banging against the iron cage in the cage, making loud clang-clang sounds, which was terrifying. "This is a place for training mutant animals," Shen Yinxiu explained. Before, in order to compete for the right to distribute materials, fights between mutant animals were often held within the Tianmu organization. The winner would get more resources. Chu Ye's heart shuddered. This Sky Curtain organization is really ruthless. They actually use such a cruel method to decide the allocation of resources. This fortress, this technology, these resources, everything here was far beyond his imagination. He originally thought that he had gained enough by killing the Hornmaster. Now it seems that he was still too naive. Compared with the Tianmu organization, what Lord Jiao has is just a drop in the bucket. He must capture Liu Jianhong. He must also take this fortress. Only in this way can he have a stronger ability to survive in this doomsday. A strong desire for possession grew wildly in Chu Ye's heart. Just then, a call interrupted Chu Ye's thoughts. "Yinxiu." Chu Yi looked in the direction of the voice. A man appeared in front of them. He looked to be about 30 years old, with a slender build. He wore a well-tailored suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He was gentle and refined, with an elegant temperament. However, his eyes were sinister and made people feel uncomfortable. "Chikai, why are you here?" Shen Yinxiu frowned slightly. It seems that there is a feud between the two. Chu Yi pondered in his heart. Chikai looked Shen Yinxiu up and down, his eyes wandering over her body unscrupulously. "Yinxiu, I haven't seen you for a while. You are getting more and more beautiful." Shen Yinxiu looked unhappy. "Chikai, what on earth do you want to do?" When Chikai heard this, he paused and changed his tone with a hint of provocation. "I'm not doing anything. I lost the last duel, and I want to compete with you again. Do you want to have another fight?" Shen Yinxiu glanced at him coldly and rejected him bluntly. "Not interested." "Don't be such a downer." Chikai sneered. "I have good news for you. Director Liu just rewarded me with the corpse of a mutant animal. Did you know that by eating the flesh and blood of mutant animals, you can refine your own genetic abilities and greatly improve your strength? How about it?" Are you interested in taking a gamble? He paused, his eyes becoming more wanton. If you lose, you will be my woman. How about that? Not interested. Shun Yinxiu refused categorically, without even glancing at Chi Kai, and turned sideways, as if ready to leave. I don't have time to fool around with you here. When Shui heard that the flesh and blood of mutant animals can refine one's own genetic abilities and greatly improve one's strength, his heart suddenly felt like it was scratched by a cat's claws. Mutant animal meat? This is something new. I don't know, what effect will it have if it is eaten? Can I make my own ocean space evolve further? This thought, like weeds, grew wildly in Chu Ye's mind. He walked forward quickly, grabbed Shin Yinxiu's arm, lowered his voice, and spoke in a volume that only the two of them could hear. Promise him. Shin Yinxiu turned his head suddenly and stared at Chu Yi in disbelief. This guy actually used her as a bet? You? Shun Yinxiu gritted his teeth, almost squeezing out the word from between his teeth. She wanted to slap Chu Ye's seemingly calm face right now. However, when she met Chu Ye's eyes, all the words were choked in her throat. Those eyes were cold and deep, like a bottomless abyss, emitting a suffocating chill. What's even more terrifying is that in that icy depths, Shin Yinxiu caught a glimpse of murderous intent. Shin Yinxiu had no doubt that if he refused, this man would really kill him without hesitation. She had no doubt that Chu Yi had such ability in ruthless killing. Shin Yinxiu's body began to tremble slightly, not because of fear, but because of anger and unwillingness. Chapter 125. Shin Yinxiu, you're doomed to lose. She, Shin Yinxiu, a proud daughter of heaven, had never suffered such humiliation, but now she had to give in. In the face of absolute power, dignity and pride seemed so pale and powerless. Okay, I promise. When Chi Kai heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. He rubbed his hands excitedly and shouted loudly. Everyone heard it. Our Shun Yinxiu personally agreed to compete with me again. He deliberately emphasized the word personally, as if he was afraid that others would not know. Come on, everyone. Today I'll open your eyes and show you what real beast fighting is. Chi Kai yelled at the top of his voice, with such smugness on his face that it looked like a villain's success was almost written all over his face. Shin Yinxiu's expression became even uglier. She turned her head, glared at Chi Kai, and questioned, What do you want to do? What? Chi Kai laughed and answered loudly as he walked towards the mutant animal fighting arena. Shin Yinxiu, of course I want everyone to be a witness. After all, the stakes are so high. I'm afraid some people will refuse to admit their losses. He deliberately pronounced the word certain people particularly loudly. He even deliberately glanced at Shin Yinxiu. The provocation in his eyes was obvious. Chu Yi looked at Chi Kai's complacent look and sneered in his heart. Isn't this guy too arrogant? But it's okay this way. This is a good opportunity to take a look at how many people are in this fortress and how much combat power they have. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. Chu was thinking in his mind and followed Shin Yinxiu quietly to the center of the competition arena. As soon as I stood still, I saw two men walking towards me, leading two mutant wolves. The mutant wolf had red eyes, was breathing heavily, and saliva was dripping from its fangs, making a tapping sound. Every step you take seems to bring with it a fishy breeze that makes you shudder. They opened their bloody mouths, revealing their sharp teeth, and let out low roars from their throats, as if they would pounce on people at any time and tear them into pieces. Shin Yinxiu, I'll let you pick first this time, so you won't be accused of winning unfairly. Chi Kai pointed at the two mutant wolves and made a generous please gesture, but a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. And because of the previous publicity, quite a few people have gathered in the surrounding stands at this moment. They stretched their necks, widened their eyes, and watched the scene in front of them excitedly. In the end times, there is no entertainment equipment. It is really too boring. Right now, there is such an entertainment opportunity, which naturally attracts a lot of attention. When everyone heard Chi Kai's words, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers, whistles, and screams. One after another, the whole scene was instantly brought to a climax and boiled over. When Shun Yinxiu heard the cheers from others, his brows furrowed tightly. She always felt that things were not that simple. Chi Kai is a guy who has always been insidious and cunning. Why would he be so kind today and let her choose first? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Shin Yinxiu was alert in his heart, but at this point, he had no choice but to go ahead. She took a deep breath, walked up to the two mutant wolves and looked at them carefully. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed at one of the smaller mutant wolves. This is it. She brought the mutant wolf to her side. Chewie took a few steps back, kept his distance, and looked at the two people in the field quietly. He noticed that the moment Kai grabbed the mutant wolf, his fingers moved slightly, as if he injected something into the mutant wolf's neck. The movement was very covert and fast. If Chewie hadn't been staring at him, it would have been impossible to detect it. What is that? Chewie was confused, but he didn't say anything. He just secretly became more alert. Kai, it's time to start. Shen Yinxiu held the mutant wolf, looked at Kai coldly, and spoke first. Okay. Kai laughed grimly. Shen Yinxiu, you are doomed to lose this time. He yanked the rope in his hand hard, and the mutant wolf that had been injected with drugs. Suddenly, he became like crazy. His eyes became even redder, and he let out a deafening roar and pounced toward Shen Yinxiu. Shen Yinxiu was not to be outdone, leading his mutant wolf and rushing forward. The two mutant wolves started biting each other in an instant, with hair flying everywhere and blood and flesh flying everywhere. The scene was extremely tragic. Ouch! Roar! The howling and crashing sounds of the mutant wolves echoed in the open field, causing pain in people's eardrums. Shen Yinxiu held the rope in his hand tightly, controlling his mutant wolf, trying to make it attack the opponent's vital points. But what surprised her was that her mutant wolf was actually retreating step by step. Obviously, there's not much difference in body size, but in terms of strength, one is obviously weaker. How is this possible? There was no way she would be mistaken about the appearance of these mutant wolves. The strength of the two mutant wolves is really not much different. Even if there is some gap, it will not be so big. Shen Yinxiu was confused and worried. Could it be that Kai had done something? Right now, this seems to be the only explanation. Kai looked at Shen Yinxiu's astonished expression and laughed triumphantly. Shen Yinxiu, admit defeat. You are doomed to fail. His voice sounded particularly harsh amid the howling of the mutant wolf. Suddenly, Kai stopped moving. Bang! Accompanied by a dull crash, it suddenly sounded. The mutant wolf led by Shen Yinxiu was caught off guard and was attacked by Kai's mutant wolf that was as fast as a mad bull. He fell heavily to the ground, his four legs facing the sky, and let out a wailful cry. When everyone saw this, there was a commotion all around in an instant. Wow! The crowd watching was instantly in an uproar. Lose! Shen Yinxiu is definitely going to lose. Now we're going to have some fun. Brother Qi is mighty. Brother Qi is domineering. All kinds of noisy sounds came like a tide, deafening. Kai looked at the mutant wolf lying on the ground, his mouth grinning from ear to ear, his pride evident in his words. He even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips greedily. He looked extremely obscene. Hey, Shen Yinxiu, aren't you very capable? According to the bet, now you have to be my man, right? Upon hearing this, Shen Yinxiu's face turned pale, and his heart felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on it, so heavy that he could hardly breathe. She didn't want to come in the first place. She turned her head suddenly and looked at Chuyi. It's all this guy's fault. You forced me to agree to a beast fight. Now it's difficult to get off the tiger's back. Chuyi, you really killed me. Shen Yinxiu was anxious and angry, and he wanted to rush up and slap Chuyi hard. Chapter 126, you want to cheat. But unfortunately, she was extremely afraid of Chuyi's strength. The intersection and superposition of several emotions. Her heart at this moment was extremely complicated. On the one hand, she hated Kai's meanness and hated herself for falling into such a predicament. On the other hand, she was full of resentment towards Chuyi, feeling that he was the one who caused the current situation. And all of this was seen by Chuyi. He caught a glimpse of panic and reproach in Shen Yinxiu's eyes. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, outlining a faint smile. That smile was so calm and peaceful, as if everything here was under his control. It's really laughable, talking about petty tricks. He said, Kai, you are still far away. Having lived 2 lives, he is more confident than anyone else. Chuyi sneered in his heart, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he silently recited to the system in his heart. Water fluidization needle, parameter setting completed. Silently, Chuyi raised his hand, and a water needle as thin as an ox hair condensed at his fingertips. This water needle is crystal clear, flickering faintly in the sun, but it contains powerful power. Go! Chuyi muttered in his heart and flicked his fingers lightly. The water needle, like an arrow shot from a bow, instantly penetrated into the body of Shun Yinchio's mutant wolf at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. All this happens without anyone noticing. Even Shun Yinchio, who had been staring at Chuyi, did not notice anything unusual. On the other side, Chi Kai, seeing that he had secured victory, became more and more complacent. He tightly grasped the rope in his hand, urging his mutant wolf to deliver the final blow to Shun Yinchio's mutant wolf. "Come on, bite it to death." Chi Kai roared hysterically. His face was hideous, and he looked like a madman. At this critical moment, something strange happened. The mutant wolf, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly kicked its legs and shot up at an astonishing speed. Its eyes were red, and it let out a deafening roar. Like an enraged beast, it pounced madly on Chi Kai's mutant wolf. Ouch! The two mutant wolves started to fight each other again. But this time, the situation is completely different. Shun Yinchio's mutated wolf seemed to have changed. Its strength increased dramatically, and its speed became incredibly fast. Every attack was carried out with a resolute and ruthless force. "This what's going on?" Shun Yinchio was stunned and could not believe his eyes. She clearly remembered that her mutant wolf had no ability to fight back just now. But now, why did it suddenly become so ferocious? "Oh my god, what's going on? Is this mutant wolf on drugs? No way. Can this be turned around?" The crowd watching was also completely stunned, with their mouths wide open and exclaiming in surprise. They had never seen such a strange scene, which completely overturned their cognition. "Impossible. This is impossible." Chi Kai jumped up with excitement. He kicked his mutant wolf hard, trying to cheer it up again. Bite it to death. You piece of shit." Chi Kai roared in frustration. Chuyi looked at Chi Kai's frustrated look, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a playful smile. He raised his hand again, and 2 water needles condensed at his fingertips. "Come again." Chuyi muttered to himself and snapped his fingers. 2 water needles silently sank into the body of Shun Yinchio's mutant wolf. This time, the effect is more obvious. The mutant wolf went completely crazy, as if it had been injected with chicken blood. It completely ignored the attack of Chi Kai's mutant wolf and tried its best to bite the opponent's vital parts madly. Ouch! Suddenly, the rope in Shun Yinchio's hand loosened suddenly. She screamed, lost her balance, and almost fell to the ground. Looking more closely, the mutant wolf actually broke free from the rope and pounced directly at Chi Kai's mutant wolf. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the venue. Chi Kai's mutant wolf was bitten in the neck by Shun Yinchio's mutant wolf and died on the spot. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground red. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Before everyone could recover from their shock, the mutant wolf, which had been so majestic just now, suddenly turned around and let out a low growl towards Chi Kai. Ouch! That voice, filled with anger and murderous intent, made people shudder. Chi Kai was so frightened that his soul left his body and his face turned pale in an instant. He instinctively wanted to step back, but found that his legs were as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and he couldn't move at all. "No, don't!" Chi Kai screamed in terror, his voice changing pitch. At this critical moment, he gritted his teeth, forcibly put the rope in his hand around the mutant wolf's neck, and pulled hard. "Fall down!" Chi Kai roared and tried his best to pin the mutant wolf to the ground. Puff! He pulled out the dagger he carried with him and stabbed it into the mutant wolf's heart. The mutant wolf struggled for a few times and then became completely motionless. Ooh! Chi Kai slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. He looked at the dead mutant wolf, his eyes filled with fear and anger. Win! Shun Yinchio wins. That's amazing. This reversal is too exciting. The crowd finally came to their senses and burst into deafening cheers. They all stood up, waved their arms excitedly, and cheered for Shun Yinchio. Shun Yinchio stood there, looking confused. She looked at the corpses of the 2 mutant wolves on the ground, then looked at Chu Yi, her eyes full of confusion. What on earth is going on? Could it be Chu Yi? Shun Yinchio guessed in her heart that apart from Chu Yi, she really couldn't think of anyone else who had the ability to change the situation of the battle in such a short time. Chu Yi looked at Shun Yinchio's puzzled eyes, smiled slightly, and did not explain anything. He walked slowly to Chi Kai, looked down at him, and spoke lightly. "Chi Kai, you lose. According to the agreement, You have to hand over the mutant animal corpse that Lu Jianhong gave you as a reward. Chi Kai suddenly raised his head and stared at Chu Yi, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. I don't accept it, he said through gritted teeth. Shen Yinxiu, you must have tampered with this. This competition doesn't count. Chu Yi raised his eyebrows when he heard that and walked forward slowly, staring at Chi Kai with no expression on his cold face. Why, you want to cheat? Playing tricks? Chi Kai stood up suddenly, pointed at Chu Ye's nose and cursed. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you make such a fuss in front of me? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you have the right to speak here? Before he finished his words, Chi Kai's big hand like a palm leaf fan, carrying a strong wind, suddenly swung towards Chu Yi. Chapter 127 Lu Jianhong is here. He was so angry that he completely lost his temper. There was a flash of coldness in Chu Ye's eyes, filled with murderous intent. Facing Chi Kai's powerful attack, he did not dodge or evade, but clenched his right fist. The joints of his 5 fingers made crackling sounds as he fiercely punched Chi Kai's palm. Bang! The fists and palms collided, making a dull, loud noise. An invisible energy spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. Thump, thump, thump. Chi Kai only felt a huge force rushing wildly along his arms. His body took several steps backwards uncontrollably, and each step left a deep footprint on the hard sand. He just felt that his entire arm was numb and he had lost consciousness. This boy has great strength. Chi Kai was actually beaten back by his punch. The people around were all stunned when they saw this scene. Chi Kai is a well-known ruthless guy here. He has incredible brute force, and ordinary people are no match for him. But now, he was beaten back by a little-known kid with just one punch. Chi Kai steadied his body and felt a burning pain in his entire right arm, as if the bones were about to break. He looked at Chu Yi in disbelief, with a storm in his heart. Although he did not use his genetic abilities, his own strength is definitely top-notch. Ordinary, third-level gene warriors may not be his match, but the young man in front of him could actually knock him back with just one punch? How is this possible? Who are you? Chi Kai was shocked and angry, and questioned Shen Yinxiu in a harsh voice. Shen Yinxiu, who is this kid you brought with you? Shen Yinxiu glanced at Chi Kai coldly, with a hint of disdain on his lips. You don't deserve to know. Now, hand over the mutant animal's corpse immediately. This is your lost bet. Fart! Chi Kai roared with a ferocious look on his face. The mutant animal corpse that Director Lu gave me as a reward is a priceless treasure. How could I possibly give it to you? He knew clearly in his mind that the corpse of the mutant animal was priceless, far more valuable than ordinary genetic drugs. Even if he had to exchange it for 10 ordinary mutant wolves, he would not be willing to do it. Chi Kai's eyes turned, and his gaze fell on the body of the mutant wolf that had been bitten to death next to him. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and he suddenly raised his foot. He kicked the mutant wolf's corpse hard in front of Shen Yinxiu. Here, this is my bet. Chi Kai grinned grimly, with a scoundrel look on his face. Shen Yinxiu frowned, his face as gloomy as water. Chi Kai, you are cheating. The meat of this mutant wolf has no effect at all. Hey, so what? Chi Kai sneered repeatedly. The bet didn't say what I had to give you. What I'm giving you is the corpse of a mutant animal. Is there any problem with that? It was obvious that he did not want to hand over the mutant animal corpse that Lu Jianhong had rewarded him with, and deliberately used this useless mutant wolf corpse as an excuse. Chi Kai turned around and was about to leave. Chu looked at Chi Kai's leaving back and spoke directly. Stop! Did I let you go? Chi Kai's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and he turned his head. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Chu Yi. Boy, what do you want? I'm telling you, I'm someone that Director Lu values. If you dare to mess with me, even Shen Yinxiu can't protect you. Chi Kai's tone was full of threats. He believed that as long as he brought up Lu Jianhong's name, Chu Yi would not dare to do it again. Chu Yi couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. The reason why he didn't take action immediately was that he wanted to wait for Lu Jianhong to come back and catch them all in one fell swoop. Otherwise, with his strength, Chi Kai would have been a cold corpse long ago. Being a gambler or cheating is something that cannot be allowed no matter where you are. Chu Yi stepped forward, feeling extremely oppressive. Today, if you don't hand over your things, don't even think about leaving. That's right. What's the point of playing dirty? Chi Kai, do you still have any shame? Hand the things over quickly. Don't embarrass yourself. The audience around also spoke up and blamed Chi Kai. Although they did not dare to offend Chi Kai, at this moment, they all stood on Chu Ye's side. After all, Chi Kai's cheating behavior is really despicable. When Chi Kai heard the discussions around him, his face turned pale and blue. He turned around suddenly, his eyes were red, his muscles were knotted, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. This is the power of a third-level gene user. He was completely enraged. Prepare to fight Chu Yi regardless of the consequences. Court death. Stop. At this critical moment, a majestic voice came from behind the crowd. That majestic stop sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. The originally noisy crowd suddenly stopped making noises. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, only to see the crowded crowd retreat to both sides like Moses parting the sea, making way for a passage. A tall and straight middle-aged man, wearing a black windbreaker, was walking slowly towards them with steady steps. He had a stern expression, a standard square face, and his brows revealed the majesty of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. He scanned the entire audience with sharp eyes. Although he did not intentionally release any aura, everyone who came into contact with his gaze involuntarily lowered their heads in awe. Director Liu. It's Director Liu. Quick, meet Director Liu. Low exclamations and greetings were heard from the crowd, and those who had been watching the excitement now bowed and saluted with an attitude of extreme respect. Chu Ye's gaze narrowed slightly, fixed on the figure walking slowly towards him. Is this the Director General of the Sky Curtain Organization, Lu Jianhong? Just by looking at it from a distance, you can feel the unfathomable aura. This person's strength far exceeds that of the previous cornermaster, and may even be above that cornermaster. Chu Ye's heart trembled, and he made a judgment instantly. Now is not the time to confront him head-on. Let's wait and see what happens. Lu Jianhong ignored the greetings from the people around him and walked straight to the center of the field. He stopped in front of Chi Kai and glanced coldly at his face, which was twisted with anger. Just when Chi Kai thought Lu Jianhong would be biased towards him as usual, and was about to open his mouth to defend himself. Bang! A loud and crisp slap sounded without any warning. The air seemed to freeze. Lu Jianhong moved as fast as lightning and slapped Chi Kai hard in the face. The force was so great that the tall and strong Chi Kai staggered and turned half a circle on the spot, then fell to the ground with a thump. Puff! Chi Kai opened his mouth and spat out a small mouthful of blood mixed with tooth fragments. Half of his cheek swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving a scarlet, glaring palm print. Chapter 128 Shinyanxiu is the second person under me. Chi Kai was completely stunned, covering his burning cheeks. He looked up at Lu Jianhong in disbelief, his eyes full of astonishment and confusion. Lu, Director Lu, why? His voice was unclear, full of grievance and confusion. Director Lu had always thought highly of him, so how could he embarrass him so much in public? Not far away, Shun Yinxiu also frowned slightly. Lu Jianhong today seems a little different from before. The look in his eyes when he looked at Chi Kai was no longer one of admiration, but undisguised disgust. This change is too fast and too abrupt. Chu Yi stood aside, his eyes deep and his brows slightly frowned, but he did not speak. He was keenly aware that Lu Jianhong's slap was not just a punishment, but more like a cut, a declaration of attitude. Waste! Lu Jianhong looked down at Chi Kai lying on the ground. If you lose, you lose. If you can't afford to gamble, don't go to the gambling table. The anger in his tone was like an ice spike, piercing Chi Kai fiercely. You refused to admit defeat and cheated in public, bringing shame to our Tianmu organization. Lu Jianhong shouted angrily. If you still want to act like a rogue, get out Tianmu now. We don't need someone like you who goes against your word here. The powerful words echoed in the silent beast fighting arena, and every word struck everyone's heart. In the crowd, On and Wang Dao looked at each other and saw the excitement and relief that were hard to conceal in each other's eyes. Happy, On almost couldn't help shouting out. Chi Kai relied on Lu Jianhong's power to be arrogant and domineering just now. But now he has been humiliated, which is really gratifying. Chi Kai lay on the ground with severe pain on his cheek, but what frightened him even more was the determination in Lu Jianhong's words. He could feel that Director Lu was really angry this time. If he is really expelled from the sky, he will lose all protection in this doomsday. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and Chi Kai was extremely frightened. The look he gave Lu Jianhong was filled with fear, and he no longer dared to show the slightest disrespect. He suppressed that bit of resentment and hatred deep in his heart. Director, I was wrong. I was wrong. Chikai struggled to get up, ignoring the pain and humiliation on his face, and rolled over and bowed to Lu Jianhong. I admit it. I admit defeat. He quickly turned around and yelled at his equally frightened subordinates behind him. What are you still standing there for? Quick, bring us the mutant beast meat that Director Lu gave us as a reward. Several men woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly and carefully took out a piece of meat wrapped in special material from the insulated box they were carrying. The piece of meat was about the size of a basketball. Even through the packaging, one could vaguely see the bright color and clear texture inside. It even exuded a faint, strange fragrance, which was completely different from the fishy smell of ordinary mutant creatures. One of Chikai's men held the piece of meat in both trembling hands and handed it to Shen Yinxiu. However, just when Shen Yinxiu was about to reach out to take it, Chu Yi reached out his hand first and took the piece of meat steadily. It feels slightly heavy in the hand, and you can feel the surging energy and amazing vitality contained in it through the package. Chu Yi's eyes moved slightly, and his gaze fell on the piece of meat. Even with just a casual glance, he could judge the quality of this piece of mutant beast meat. It is definitely the best choice, far superior to any mutant creature seen before. The meat is tender and has a faint luster, as if it is not a dead thing, but is full of vitality. Nice one. The energy contained in this meat is probably comparable to several ordinary third-level genetic potions. Chu Ye's heart moved slightly, and a desire to explore arose. He resisted the urge to immediately turn against Lu Jianhong. Now is not the right time. The value of this piece of meat and its origin are worth further investigation. Chu Yi weighed the piece of meat in his hand calmly. Then he glanced at Shen Yinxiu beside him in a very subtle way out of the corner of his eye. The message that look conveyed was clear. Let Shen Yinxiu find out the origin of the meat and more information about this high-quality mutant animal meat. Shen Yinxiu instantly understood what Chu Yi meant. She was actually somewhat reluctant in her heart, so she took the initiative to ask Lu Jianhong for information. I always feel a little awkward, but on second thought, the protagonist had mentioned before that Lu Jianhong seemed to be related to puppet technology. She was indeed curious as to why this happened. And why did Lu Jianhong, who had always favored Chikai, go against his usual behavior today and not only severely punish Chikai, but also help himself? These doubts lingered in Shen Yinxiu's mind. Finally, she nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly, to show that she understood. At this moment, Lu Jianhong, who had finished dealing with Chikai, slowly turned around and his eyes fell on Shen Yinxiu. His eyes were no longer cold, but instead contained a hint of scrutiny and some indescribable meaning. Under the gaze of everyone in the audience, Lu Jianhong announced in a calm but extremely clear voice, Shen Yinxiu, from today on, you will be the second person in the Tianmu organization after me, Lu Jianhong. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a blockbuster bomb dropped into a calm lake, causing huge waves. The whole audience was in an uproar. After the deathly silence, there were sounds of uncontrollable exclamations and gasps. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at Lu Jianhong in disbelief, then at Shen Yinxiu, wondering if they had heard it wrong. The second person? The second person under Lu Jianhong. What does this mean? This means that Shen Yinxiu will have power and status second only to the Director General. How is this possible? Although Shen Yinxiu is quite powerful, she has little experience in the Tianmu organization. There are many old people above her, so it will never be her turn. No, the first person to react was Chikai, who had just climbed up. The panic on his face was instantly replaced by extreme shock and madness. He screamed almost hysterically, Director Lu, what do you mean? Why? Why did you do that? He couldn't accept that he had just been humiliated in public, while Shen Yinxiu, whom he had always regarded as a competitor and whom he could even control at will, had risen to the top overnight. Shen Yinxiu herself was stunned. She had never expected that Lu Jianhong would suddenly make such a decision. She raised her cold eyes, met Lu Jianhong's gaze, and asked in confusion, Director, why is this? She didn't understand what Lu Jianhong's intention was. Is this sudden appointment a reward? Or something else? Chu Yi stood aside, watching the dramatic scene in front of him, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. Lu Jianhong first severely punished Chikai, seemingly to uphold the rules, but in fact he cut ties with Chi Kai and then pushed Shen Yinxiu to a high position. Things are never that simple. Lu Jianhong's series of actions seemed abrupt, but they were vaguely calculated. What exactly does he want to do? Chapter 129, It is a puppet and a work of art. Chi Kai's roar was still echoing in the stadium, carrying a strong sense of unwillingness and humiliation, but it was completely strangled by Lu Jianhong's action the next second. Bang! A loud bang. Lu Jianhong didn't even look at Chi Kai. He slapped the back of a thick wooden chair next to him with his backhand. Crash! The sturdy seat broke into pieces with a loud bang, and wood chips flew everywhere. The violent force made the air buzz and fragments fly everywhere, scaring the people around so much that they stepped back violently, their faces losing all color. The venue suddenly fell silent. Even breathing seemed to stop. Lu Jianhong slowly withdrew his hand, and his cold and sharp eyes swept across the entire audience, finally stopping on Chi Kai, who was still struggling with a crazy look on his face. The appointment of Shen Yinxiu was my decision. Who dares to object again? He paused, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Kill them, don't talk about it. The last 4 words made everyone feel cold all over. The madness on Chi Kai's face froze instantly and was replaced by boundless fear. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. He watched helplessly as Lu Jianhong completely cut off his last glimmer of hope. Lu Jianhong no longer paid attention to Chi Kai, who was lying on the ground, and turned to look at Shen Yinxiu, who had a complicated expression. Shen Yinxiu, come with me to the office. Shen Yinxiu's delicate body trembled slightly. Office? Lu Jianhong called her. What on earth did he want to do? A strong feeling of uneasiness surged in her heart, making her subconsciously look at Chu Yi beside her. At this moment, a warm and strong hand gently patted her shoulder. Chu Yi took a step forward, stood in front of her, and met Lu Jianhong's deep and unfathomable gaze. Don't be afraid. I'm here. He turned his head and whispered to Shen Yinxiu. Lu Jianhong can't cause any trouble. After saying that, Chu Yi waved casually without even waiting for Lu Jianhong's response, and raised his chin to Lin Jiangwo, On, and Wang Dao behind him. Lao Lin, On, Wang Dao, follow me. Although Lin Jiangwo had a knee injury, his eyes remained firm, and he immediately responded and followed. On and Wang Dao looked at each other, and took a step forward without hesitation, following Chu Yi. They have an almost blind trust in Chu Yi. Lu Jianhong looked at Chu Yi, who almost ignored him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a barely perceptible look flashed across his eyes. But in the end, he did not get angry. He just looked at Chu Yi deeply, then turned around and walked toward the passage on the side of the venue. Shen Yinxiu calmed himself down, felt the remaining warmth on his shoulder and the power in Chu Ye's words, took a deep breath, and followed. The backs of the people leaving hurt Chi Kai's eyes deeply. He stared at Chu Ye's back, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Humiliation, anger, resentment. All kinds of emotions churned in his chest and eventually turned into a suppressed roar. He suddenly raised his foot and stomped it hard on the ground. The hard ground seemed to tremble. Shen Yinxiu, Lu Jianhong. He gritted his teeth, with crazy fire burning in his eyes. I won't let it go like this. Absolutely not. Chu Yi and his group followed Lu Jianhong in silence, passing through several slightly dim metal passages. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, and the atmosphere was depressing and solemn. Finally, Lu Jianhong stopped at the end of a corridor. In front of me was a huge steel door with a cold metallic luster. There were no signs on the door, only thick rivets and a complex electronic lock structure, indicating that something unusual was going on behind it. Lu Jianhong stopped, turned around slowly, and his eyes fell on Shen Yinxiu again. This time, there was a strange light in his eyes, as if he was examining a precious object. Yinxiu, I have been hiding a secret all along. It is the biggest secret concerning the future of the Tianmu organization. Since you are about to become my successor, you are qualified to know this secret. Successor? Shen Yinxiu's heart was filled with alarm. What exactly is Lu Jianhong up to? What is this secret? Chu Yi stood beside Shen Yinxiu, with his hands seemingly casually behind his back, looking at the huge steel door calmly. However, while he was not noticing, the system was being used. System prompt. Water flow shaping, short sword form, parameters setting completed. Sufficient energy reserve can be activated at any time. His mind moved slightly, and within the vast ocean space, The pure water element energy had already simulated the shape of an extremely sharp dagger according to his instructions, ready to go. The more Lu Jianhong tried to be mysterious, the more Chu Yi felt that there was something fishy going on. Lu Jianhong said nothing more. He took a step forward and placed his palm on the identifier next to the steel door. With a slight electronic sound, the heavy steel door made a click sound and slowly slid open. Squeak! Amid the sound of the heavy door hinges turning, an indescribable smell hit me in the face. It was a special smell mixed with dust, mildew, and some kind of decaying biological tissue, cold and pungent. Chui frowned slightly and immediately looked inside the door. The space behind the door was not too big and the light was dim, but it was enough to see the scene inside clearly. Row after row, line after line, human figures as withered as dry firewood. They are densely arranged, some standing against the wall, some curled up on the ground, in various shapes, but without exception, they all present a strange gray color. The skin was tightly attached to the bones, as if all the moisture and vitality had been completely drained away, leaving only an empty shell. The rotten smell came from these dry firewood. What is this? Xin Yanqiu's pretty face turned pale instantly, and she couldn't help but take a half step back. Her cold eyes were filled with shock and a hint of nausea that was difficult to conceal. Ugh, so disgusting. An even dry heaved, and his face turned blue. Wang Dao also had a look of disgust on his face. He suppressed his discomfort and glanced at the human figures with uncertainty. Only Lin Jiangwo frowned. Although his face looked unhappy, he did not lose his composure like the others. His eyes were also full of confusion and solemnity. Looking at the shocked and disgusted reactions of the crowd, a hint of almost crazy intoxication and fanaticism slowly appeared on Lu Jianhong's face. He opened his arms as if embracing his masterpiece. They are puppets. They are works of art. They are the future. He pointed suddenly at the firewood-like corpses, with a terrifying light flashing in his eyes. This is a technology that was accidentally developed by the traitor Su Dehai, a technology that can perfectly preserve and control biological activity. Although it is not perfect, it is enough. This is the real trump card that will enable our Sky Curtain organization to clean up the wasteland, restore order, and even rule the world in the future. Chapter 130, A Sudden Earthquake. As Lu Jianhong finished speaking, the whole place exploded like thunder. Xin Yanqiu's pupils suddenly contracted. She remembered the puppet technology mentioned by the protagonist. Could it be this? Wang Dao, An, and Lin Jiangwo took a deep breath and looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Using these things that look like mummies to rule the world? How is this possible? Are you kidding me? Lu Jianhong was immersed in his own grand blueprint and did not notice the complicated expressions of the crowd. However, Chu Yi remained calm throughout. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, fixed on Lu Jianhong's fanatical face. Puppet technology? The trump card for global domination? The successor? It all sounded too smooth, too deliberate. Lu Jianhong is definitely not a philanthropist who is willing to share power and support younger generations. He revealed the so-called biggest secret to them so easily, and even named Xin Yanqiu as the successor. There must be a deeper calculation hidden in this. Chuye's mind raced, and he instantly figured out the key point. I'm afraid that this so-called puppet is not as simple as Lu Jianhong said. Lu Jianhong, stop being so mysterious here. Chuyi stared at him and asked him bluntly, what is your real purpose in bringing us here? Hearing this, the fanatical smile on Lu Jianhong's face slowly faded. He slowly turned his head and looked at Chuyi. This time, his eyes were no longer scrutinizing or fanatical, but became extremely serious, even with a hint of solemnity. He pronounced Chu Ye's name clearly, word by word. Chu Yi. Lu Jianhong's gaze was as solid as a substance, fixed firmly on Chu Yi, with the corners of his mouth forming an arc with an ambiguous meaning. Don't worry. Why are you panicking? Swish. At the moment when Lu Jianhong said the good show has just begun, Chu Ye's figure retreated backwards like a ghost. The tip of his toes touched the cold, hard ground, instantly creating a distance of several steps. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his sharp gaze was fixed on Lu Jianhong. The aura around him instantly became icy cold. There is something wrong with this guy. Lu Jianhong. Chu Ye's voice was low, with a hint of barely perceptible vigilance. When did you recognize me? His heart tensed instantly. The invisible dagger of water flow in the vast ocean space is sharp and can break through the air at any time. Lu Jianhong looked at Chu Yi, who was as if facing a great enemy, and the ambiguous curve on his face widened a little. He spread his hands, looking nonchalant, as if the fanatical orator just now was just an illusion. Recognize you? He chuckled, and the laughter was particularly clear in the empty room. Chu Yi, I not only know who you are. He slowly turned his gaze to Lin Jiangwo, next to him, with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. I also know this brother, Lin Jiangwo, the former director of the Tianmu organization. Hearing this, Lin Jiangwo's face darkened, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jinhong's gaze fell on Shun Yanqiu's pretty face, which looked slightly pale due to shock. As for that, Yanqiu, he drawled out his words, his eyes seeming to penetrate people's hearts. Now that you're being secretly controlled by others and treated like a puppet, it must be unpleasant, right? Boom! These words were like thunder out of the blue. Shun Yanqiu's delicate body trembled violently, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, but it was immediately suppressed, and her expression became even uglier. No one should know that she was being controlled. How could Lu Jianong know? What the hell are you talking about? An was the first to get angry. He took a step forward and glared at Lu Jianhong fiercely. Wang Dao's face also turned ashen, his muscles bulged instantly, his bones made crackling sounds, and he assumed a standard fighting starting stance with a fierce look in his eyes. The tense atmosphere is about to break out. Hee hee. Lu Jianhong looked at the tense group and laughed, saying with a calmness that seemed to be in control of everything, Young man, don't be so angry. He waved his hand leisurely. If I really wanted to do something to you, do you think you would still be able to stand here and talk to me? I'm afraid you would have already become part of my collection, without anyone knowing. His words were so chilling that they froze An and Wang Dao's momentum. Indeed, with the strength displayed by Lu Jianhong and the strangeness of this fortress, if he wanted to kill, he would probably have plenty of opportunities. Seeing that everyone had calmed down a little, the smile on Lu Jianhong's face disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and heaviness. Let me tell you the truth. The Sky Curtain organization is not a monolithic organization. There is a traitor in the provincial branch above me. Insider. Chu Ye's heart moved. This amount of information was a bit too much. Those bastards have been coveting puppet technology for a long time. They will come to our doors soon and want to take it all away. And he took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with crazy determination. I will stay here and fight them to the death. These words stunned everyone present. Lu Jianhong, who just regarded them as potential threats or even prey, is going to fight them to the death in the blink of an eye. Lu Jianhong's gaze focused on Chu Yi again, this time with complicated and inexplicable emotions. Chu Yi, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. He admitted frankly, your strength and your growth rate are beyond my expectations. Very good. He changed the subject with a hint of cruel reality. However, facing those traitors in the provincial branches, especially their leaders, your current strength is not enough. He shook his head, his eyes sharpening. So, I will not hand over the puppet technology to you. I cannot let this branch fall into the hands of someone I cannot control after my death. His gaze finally settled on Shun Yanqiu, who was still somewhat dazed. I will pass this technology on to her. Lu Jianhong said firmly. Before he finished speaking, boom, boom. An extremely violent vibration suddenly came from under my feet. The entire fortress seemed to be shaken violently by an invisible giant hand, making a teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting. Crash! The ceiling above their heads shook violently, and large pieces of dust and sand fell like raindrops, hitting everyone's heads and shoulders. Chu Ye's eyes narrowed, and he looked up, only to see fine cracks appearing on the solid alloy ceiling. This what's going on? The calmness and determination on Lu Jianhong's face were instantly replaced by astonishment. He looked up suddenly, his eyes filled with incredible panic. Impossible. How could there be such a huge vibration at this depth? Is there something wrong outside? Chapter 131, The Rebels Attack. He reacted extremely quickly, turning around almost subconsciously and slapping the control panel on the wall next to him hard. Snap! The heavy steel door that held countless puppets slammed shut and locked with a harsh friction sound. After doing all this, Lu Jianhong didn't even have time to look at Chu Yi and the others. With a grim face, he ran wildly towards the passage he came from. Something happened outside. His roar echoed in the passage. Chuyi looked at Lu Jinhong's back as he left in a hurry, his brows furrowed. Lu Jinhong's momentary panic just now did not seem fake. Could it be that the traitor he mentioned has really come? Moreover, why was the commotion so huge? Follow and see. Chuyi made a prompt decision and shouted to Lin Jiangwo, Shen Yinxiu, On, and Wang Dao behind him. No matter what Lu Jinhong's conspiracy was, the current situation was clearly beyond his expectations. It is crucial to find out what is happening out there. The 5 people immediately took action, followed Lu Jinhong out of the room, and quickly returned to the central hall of the fortress along the passage. As soon as I stepped into the hall, a stronger smell of gunpowder and a sense of vibration hit me in the face. The hall was in chaos, with several members of the Sky Curtain organization who were originally guarding here running around in panic. Director Liu, a guard holding an assault rifle, his face covered in dust and blood, crawled to Lu Jianhong, who had just rushed out of the passage. Outside, there's a large group of people outside. They're using cannons. They're using cannons to bombard the gate of our fortress. What? Lu Jianhong's eyes widened. He grabbed the guard's collar and screamed, "Cannon! How could they transport heavy weapons here? Who are they?" The guard was so frightened that he trembled all over. "No, I don't know. The firepower is too strong. Brothers can't stand it anymore." Lu Jianhong pushed the guard away, his face so gloomy that water could drip out of it, and rushed to an observation point on the side of the hall, which was equipped with thick bulletproof glass. Assholes! These damn traitors! How could they possibly find the exact location of this place? Lu Jianhong looked at the scene outside and let out an extremely angry roar, with veins bulging on his forehead. Chuyi quickly followed and looked out through the bulletproof glass covered with tiny cracks. Outside the fortress, dozens of figures suddenly appeared on the originally empty and desolate sand. These people were all wearing sophisticated black combat uniforms, tactical masks on their faces, and their movements were swift and professional. The most shocking thing was that behind their formation, there were several ferocious mobile rapid-fire cannons. Boom! 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 The muzzles of the guns spewed out tongues of fire, and small shells whistled and slammed fiercely into the heavy alloy gate and outer wall of the fortress, stirring up large amounts of sparks and smoke. Every impact made the entire fortress tremble. The intensity of this firepower far exceeds any enemy Chuyi has encountered before. Chuyi frowned, looking at the well-organized and well-equipped attackers outside, with doubts in his mind. Such a precise attack, they found this place so quickly. He turned his head and looked at the furious Lu Jianhong. Lu Jianhong, is there more than one spy in your Tianmu organization? Lu Jianhong turned his head suddenly. His eyes were bloodshot and his teeth were chattering. Of course there is. He almost squeezed out these words from between his teeth. Damn it, this bunch of bastards. They're all level 3 gene enhancers. The one leading them is Feng Hao. That traitor, he has already broken through to level 4. Just the people like us are no match for them. Bang! With a dull thud, Lu Jinhong's bloodshot eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He swung his fist, which was strengthened by genetic power, and smashed it hard on the cold alloy wall beside him. The hard wall was slightly dented, splashing with yellow sand and metal debris. Puppet technology must not fall into their hands. He was breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently, his voice hoarse, with a madness that was almost desperate. These traitors, they destroyed the Sky Curtain, and now they want to take away our last hope. He turned around abruptly, his eyes swept across Chuyi and the others, and finally fell on Shen Yinxiu's face, which was still somewhat pale. The madness in his eyes faded a little, turning into a painful determination. Girl, his voice was dry. I'm sorry, things have changed. I can't pass on the puppet technology to you now. He took a deep breath, as if he had used up all his strength, and lowered his voice. Hurry up, take them, and find a way to leave here through the backup passage. The farther the better. We can't defend this place anymore. Shen Yinxiu was shocked, and a trace of confusion and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Director General. Lu Jianhong waved his hand, interrupting her, with a tragic smile on his face. I will stay and activate the fortress's self-destruction program. Even if I die, I will never let that bastard Feng Hao get these things. Is he planning to die together with those people outside? Chuyi's heart shuddered. No, puppet technology as well as the research data in this fortress and those genetic medicine researchers, are crucial to his future development and must not be destroyed. In a flash, Chuyi took a step forward, stretched out his right hand like lightning, and pressed it firmly on Lu Jianhong's shoulder. Director General Lu. Chuyi's voice was calm, as if the deafening artillery fire outside and the vibrations coming from under his feet had nothing to do with him. Perhaps things haven't come to that point yet. Lu Jianhong froze and turned back suddenly, seeing Chuyi's deep and calm eyes, which did not reflect any chaos and crisis outside. He was stunned for a moment. Then his anger grew even greater. "You," he almost shouted. "Boy, now is not the time for you to show off. Feng Hao is outside, a level 4 gene enhancer, with dozens of level 3 elites and heavy artillery. What do you have? I can help you resolve this crisis." Chuyi interrupted him, his tone still calm, but with an unquestionable power. "The conditions are simple. All the information on puppet technology, ownership of this fortress, and all the researchers under your command who are related to genetic drugs." "What did you say?" Lu Jianhong seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world and laughed out of anger. "Boy, are you crazy? Do you know who you were talking to? Do you know what's going on outside?" He suddenly raised his hand, tried to open Chuyi's hand that was pressing on his shoulder, and shouted angrily, "Get out of here! Don't get in the way here." Although Lu Jianhong did not use all his genetic power immediately due to anger and despair, he is also a high-level enhancer. Ordinary people cannot withstand this wave of power. Chapter 132, isn't it just a bombardment of shells? However, Chuyi's hand, pressed on his shoulder, seemed to have taken root, not moving at all. Lu Jianhong was suddenly shocked. This kid, how come he is so strong? He didn't feel the fluctuation of Chuyi's genetic power just now. Was it pure physical strength? How is this possible? He looked into Chuyi's eyes again. There was no trace of joking in those eyes. There was only a kind of calmness and confidence that seemed to see through everything. In this desperate situation where the fortress could be breached at any time and the artillery fire was raging, how could his eyes be so calm and composed? Could it be that he really has some hidden card? Lu Jianhong's heart was filled with surprise, suspicion, and despair, and his teeth were chattering. There was dead silence for a few seconds. The sound of gunfire outside seemed to be getting even more intense. The cracks on the top of the head spread a little bit more. Lu Jianhong suddenly shook off Chuyi's hand, with an indelible look of self-mockery and madness on his face. "Good, good, good." He said 3 good words in a row, his eyes like knives. "You want to play, right? Okay, I'll play with you." He pointed outside, almost growling. "If you can really deal with those bastards outside, if you can really survive. Puppet technology, this fortress, those researchers, I will give them all to you. Make a deal." Chuyi uttered 2 words, as if he had just completed a trivial transaction. He didn't even look at Lu Jianhong again. He turned around and looked at Lin Jiangwo behind him, his tone concise and clear. "Lin Jiangwo, break open that observation hole." "What?" Not only Lu Jianhong, but also Lin Jiangwo, An, Wang Dao, and even Xin Yanxiu were stunned. "Smash the observation port. That's thick bulletproof glass. And once it's broken, wouldn't the people outside immediately find them and aim their guns directly at them?" Lin Jiangwo hesitated for a moment, but seeing Chuyi's unquestionable look, he gritted his teeth and replied in a deep voice, "Yes." He took a step forward, took a deep breath, and his knotted muscles tensed instantly. His right fist smashed into the cracked bulletproof glass like a cannonball. Boom! A loud bang. It was even more terrifying than the sound of Lu Jianhong smashing the wall just now. The thick bulletproof glass shattered with a sound. Countless fragments shot out inward, making a sharp whistling sound. A huge gap appeared in the wall, and the violent sandstorm and pungent smell of gunpowder outside instantly poured in. "Jiuye, are you fucking crazy?" Lu Jianhong's eyes were red with anger, and he almost pounced on him. "What do you want to do? Tell your soldiers to stop now." He couldn't believe his eyes. Doesn't this guy know what this means? This is actively exposing the target. This is seeking death. Chuyi's eyes were cold, and he pulled Lu Jianhong, who was rushing towards him, aside with quick and decisive movements. "You'll know when you see." His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Xin Yanxiu's face turned pale, and her heart was beating wildly. She subconsciously took a step back, her voice trembling with uncontrollable trembling. The observation port is broken. The people outside will find us. The shells will hit us directly. Just as she expected, the moment the observation port was smashed open, the fierce artillery fire outside seemed to pause for a moment. Immediately afterwards, several gazes full of vigilance and murderous intent locked onto everyone in the hall through the gap. It's over. They found us. Lu Jianhong looked at the gun barrels turned towards him by the black figures outside, and the blood drained from his face. He stepped back in despair, roaring incoherently. We don't have any cannons. We can't stop you at all. You are looking for death. You are looking for death. Just as Lu Jianhong roared in despair, just before several rapid-fire cannons outside were about to spit out flames, Chu Yi stood in front of the huge gap, facing the strong wind and dust pouring in from outside, and slowly raised his right hand. Buzz! There was a slight vibration in the air. Next second, under the horrified gazes of Lu Jianhong, Shun Yinxiu, and all the members of the Tianmu organization, two dark and ferocious cannons with barrels flashing with cold metallic luster, out of thin air, just suddenly appeared on Chu Ye's left and right sides, standing firmly on the ground in the hall. The muzzle of the gun was slightly raised, pointing far outside the fortress. Where the hell did this come from? Lu Jianhong staggered forward a few steps, pointing at the two mobile rapid-fire cannons with trembling fingers. Shen Yinxiu was also shocked. She knew that Chu Yi possessed mysterious spatial abilities. When he took out food and weapons, she was shocked but could understand. But now, these are two cannons. This size, this weight. How big is his space? This incredible method has completely exceeded her comprehension. Chu Yi glanced at the out-of-control Lu Jianhong with an indifferent look, as if he was looking at an insignificant clown. You are not qualified to know. The cold words were like a basin of ice water poured on Lu Jianhong's head. It made him sober up instantly, and he also felt deeply humiliated. But looking at the two huge cannons emitting the breath of death, his lips moved a few times, but in the end he did not dare to ask any more questions. Chu Yi ignored him and turned his gaze to Lin Jiangwo, An, and Wang Dao, who had been on standby. Captain Lin, An, Wang Dao, one on each side. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable command. Target all active enemies below the fortress. Blast them to pieces. Yes. A blazing light burst out from the eyes of Lin Jiangwo and the other two. All the frustration of being beaten passively just now turned into boiling fighting spirit at this moment. They quickly ran to the operating positions of the two rapid-fire cannons, and with their hands almost leaving afterimages, they skillfully activated the fire control system. Buzz, buzz. The turret turned slightly, adjusting the firing angle, and the muzzle slowly lowered, locking onto the black figures below the fortress that had just been firing indiscriminately. Next moment, boom, boom. The two rapid-fire cannons emitted a deafening roar at the same time. A long tongue of fire spewed out from the muzzle, and the huge recoil caused the sturdy gun body to shake slightly. Two high-explosive grenades carrying a breath of destruction pierced through the air filled with smoke and dust, like two falling meteors, dragging a trajectory of death, and smashed down accurately below. Chu Yi stood at the edge of the gap and looked down coldly. The flames of the explosions lit up one after another below. The violent shock wave carried gravel and sand and spread wildly in all directions. The enemies who were so arrogant just now and suppressed the fortress with artillery fire were thrown to the ground in an instant. Their makeshift position was blown into a mess, and several firing points that had just been spewing flames were completely silenced. This time, we can fully see the power of these two cannons. Chapter 133: The Sea. The remaining enemies were terrified and no longer cared about attacking. They fled towards the ruins and bunkers around them, abandoning their weapons and armor like frightened rabbits. Good fight. Ha ha. Blast these sons of bitches to death. Lu Jianhong looked at the enemies fleeing in a panic below, and all his previous despair and fear disappeared. Instead, there was a morbid excitement and ecstasy. He waved his fists like a madman. Shun Yinxiu's tense body finally relaxed, and he let out a long sigh. His forehead was already covered with cold sweat. She looked at Chu Ye's back with a complicated and incomprehensible look in her eyes. Damn, he's running so fast. Awen operated the cannon and cursed. I haven't had enough fun yet. Don't be careless. Keep locked on and be ready to shoot at any time. Lin Jiangwo reminded in a deep voice, glancing down sharply. Inside the fortress, the other members of the Sky Curtain organization, who had been hiding behind their bunkers and trembling in fear, saw the enemies outside being defeated in an instant. They all stuck their heads out and burst into cheers for having survived the disaster. They were chased away. They were chased away. Great. We are saved. That's amazing. Amidst the jubilation, only Chi Kai's face looked terribly gloomy. He glanced resentfully at Chu Yi, who was surrounded by the crowd. He looked at Lu Jianhong again, who was so excited that he seemed to be losing his composure. Humph. The snipe and the clam are fighting each other. Lu Jianhong, this old man, actually pinned his hopes on an outsider. But this might be my chance, Chi Kai. As long as they both suffer heavy losses in the fight, or as long as this kid named Chu fails, then this fortress will be mine. Thinking of this, a hint of viciousness flashed in Chi Kai's eyes, and he retreated quietly into the shadow of a deeper corner, silently observing the situation. However, just as everyone was cheering, Chu Ye's brows slightly frowned. Something is wrong. Although the enemies were fleeing, their retreat routes and movements seemed too neat. They didn't look like they were completely defeated. Instead, they looked more like they were luring us or preparing for some kind of attack. Almost instinctively, Chu Ye's heart was filled with alarm bells. Captain Lin, on. Wang Dao, retreat. Quickly. He turned around suddenly and shouted loudly. Although Lin Jiangwo and the other two were puzzled, they subconsciously prepared to retreat out of trust in Chu Yi. But it's too late. At the moment Chu Yi finished speaking, several of the enemies who were originally fleeing below suddenly stopped, turned around abruptly, and carried some hideous cylindrical objects from behind. It's a bazooka. TSK. 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 3 dazzling blue flames suddenly spurted out. 3 rockets with sharp heads and long flame tails tore through the wind and sand at an astonishing speed, and with a sharp whistle, they rushed straight to the huge gap in the fortress. It's the Phantom Blue rocket. The smile on Lu Jinhong's face froze instantly, replaced by even more despair and fear than before, and he screamed. It's the Sky Curtain organization's latest model of armor-piercing weapon. They actually occupied the weapons depot. We're done for. We're completely done for. This thing can blow through the outer wall of the fortress. We can't stop it. Lin Jiangwo, On, and Wang Dao's faces also changed drastically, and their hearts instantly rose to their throats. They were closest to the gap, if they were blasted in. At the critical moment, Chu Yi stood in front of the gap, facing the 3 rockets whistling towards him. Instead of retreating, he advanced and suddenly raised his right hand. Buzz! An invisible wave spread out with him as the center. Then, it was as if a system prompt sounded directly in his mind. Generate the Sea Curtain parameter settings. Maximum defense area. Optimal energy absorption structure. Next second, under the horrified gazes of everyone, a huge, nearly transparent barrier with a shimmering sheen of water appeared out of thin air outside the fortress like a miracle, right across the path that the 3 rockets must pass. Puff, puff, puff. 3 high-speed flying dark blue rockets plunged into the seemingly soft water curtain. A strange scene happened. The rocket did not explode immediately, nor did it penetrate the water curtain. Instead, it seemed to sink into an extremely sticky quagmire, and its speed suddenly dropped sharply. The warhead moved forward with difficulty, and the blue flame at the tail swayed and flickered in the water waves. The time is now. Chu Ye's eyes condensed, and with a flick of his wrist, a pistol with a strange shape and flashing blue energy halo appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was the energy weapon he took out from the Canghai Space. Without any hesitation, he pulled the trigger continuously at the 3 rockets in the water curtain whose speed had greatly slowed down and whose trajectories were clearly visible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 slender blue beams containing terrifying energy shot into the water curtain with incredible precision and instantly hit the 3 struggling rockets. Boom! There was a thunderous roar that shook the earth. It was several times louder than the roar of the rapid-fire cannon just now. A violent explosion occurred inside the water curtain. The terrifying energy shock wave instantly blew up the huge water curtain. Crash! The sky was filled with water droplets and water vapor mixed with the shock wave of the explosion, sweeping in all directions. Countless crystal water droplets poured down like a sudden rainstorm, instantly extinguishing the diffused gunpowder smoke, and also seemed to extinguish the voices of everyone in the fortress. Lu Jianhong stood there in a daze, his face and body covered with water droplets, his mouth opened and closed unconsciously. His eyes were empty, and he just muttered to himself, "Water? Where did the water come from? Was that water just now? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. In this end times where water is more precious than gold, in this desert city where even drinking water is extremely scarce, creating such a huge water curtain out of thin air to resist rockets? This is simply a fantasy. It is a myth." Shen Yinxiu held on to the wall and barely managed to keep her balance. She looked at Chu Ye's back, the shock in her eyes beyond words. She knew Chu Yi was very strong, but every time, this man would show more incredible and unconventional power. He has become stronger again, and he is this kind of incomprehensible strength. She has mixed feelings in her heart, relief for surviving the calamity, awe for Chu Ye's strength, and an indescribable sense of alienation. Fuck. Awesome. Mr. Chu is awesome. After a brief silence, On was the first to react. He wiped the water off his face, became incoherent with excitement, and yelled in the direction of Chu Yi. "We blocked it. We survived." Lin Jiangwo and Wang Dao were also ecstatic after surviving a disaster, and their eyes were full of fanatical admiration when they looked at Chu Yi. The other survivors in the fortress were all stunned at this moment. They looked at each other with bewilderment and confusion written all over their faces. What just happened? What is that? Is it water? How did he do that? Who is this person? Chapter 134, What kind of defense is this? Following everyone's doubts. The mist in the sky gradually dissipated, bringing with it a strange feeling of freshness. It seems out of place in this world ruled by yellow sand and despair. Chu Yi slowly lowered his raised right hand. There were also many water droplets on his body. Under the weak sunlight coming through the gap in the fortress, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, without any ripples. He turned around, and his eyes fell on Lu Jianhong, who was still standing there like a sculpture. The voice was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable power. "Lu Jianhong, what are you waiting for? The enemy is in disarray. If we don't counterattack now, when will we?" "Huh? Oh, right. Counterattack." Lu Jianhong felt as if he was pricked by a needle. He shuddered suddenly and woke up from the shock that overturned his cognition. Water droplets mixed with cold sweat on his face. He looked at Chu Yi with extremely complicated eyes. There was ecstasy of surviving the calamity, awe of the miraculous water curtain, and a deep fear of facing unknown forces that he himself had not even noticed. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his pounding heart, and nodded heavily, his voice a little hoarse with excitement. "Mr. Chu, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. I, Lu Jianhong, will remember this favor." Before he finished speaking, he turned around abruptly and yelled at the survivors inside the fortress who were also shocked and dazed by the scene just now. "What the hell are you all standing there for? The enemy is outside. Pick up your weapons. Follow me out. Kill all those traitorous sons of bitches and scumbags. Roar. Kill." The threat of death and the instinct for survival were instantly ignited. The few remaining guards and some survivors who were still fierce had murderous gleams in their eyes again, and they all picked up the steel pipes, machetes, or even just stones around them. Like a trapped beast, he followed Lu Jianhong and rushed to the sand outside that had just experienced the test of life and death. Chu Yi didn't look at Lu Jianhong and the others anymore, and turned his gaze to his side. Shen Yinxiu leaned against the cold wall, his face still pale, and the look he gave him was filled with indescribable complex emotions: shock, gratitude, and a hint of imperceptible alienation. Without saying anything, he took a step forward, and with his right hand as fast as lightning, he grabbed her slender and cold wrist. "You!" Shen Yinxiu's delicate body trembled, and she instinctively tried to break free, but the power coming from her wrist was firm and warm. She couldn't move. She raised her head and looked at Chu Yi in surprise, not understanding what he was going to do. Chu Yi didn't give her a chance to ask, but just whispered, "Follow me closely." Then he grabbed her hand and jumped without hesitation. The two of them jumped directly from the gap in the observation platform that was several meters high. "Call!" The wind whistled rapidly in his ears, and a feeling of weightlessness came over him. Shin Yinxiu let out a short cry of surprise and subconsciously closed his eyes. But the expected violent impact did not come. She only felt a strong arm firmly holding her waist, which relieved her of the force of falling. Then her feet landed lightly on the soft sand. Chui held her steady, then quickly let go and looked up. In the field of vision, Lu Jianhong had already rushed out of the shadow of the fortress with the 20 or 30 people who were temporarily assembled. With the faint light from the sky, they used all kinds of guns and simple weapons in their hands to surround the dozen or so enemies in uniform who were still standing on the sand. The atmosphere is tense. However, a strange scene appeared. Those members of the Sky Curtain organization who were pointed at by dozens of guns did not have the slightest panic and fear of being surrounded on their faces. Instead, they all looked indifferent and even had a kind of playfulness and mockery like a cat playing with mouse. A middle-aged man with an extremely burly figure, a full beard, and as tall as an iron tower. He stepped out of the crowd, casually patted his dusty combat uniform, grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and his eyes were like a lone wolf in the wilderness, full of wildness and cruelty. Lu Jianhong, you're great. I really underestimated you. His voice was loud and had a hint of amusement. You can actually block the blue rockets? You must be hiding deep enough. I thought your broken fortress would fall apart if I touched it. Lu Jianhong's face turned pale. His knuckles turned white from the force he exerted on the pistol, and the muzzle of the gun was pointed at the bearded man's head. Wang Dahai, how did you find this place? Speak. You bunch of traitors. Why did you come to my place instead of guarding your own territory? If you don't explain clearly, none of you will leave alive today. He recognized this man, Wang Dahai, a senior leader in the Tianmu organization known for his ruthlessness and powerful strength. His appearance here is definitely not a good thing. Found here, Wang Dahai sneered hoarsely as if he had heard a big joke. He slowly raised his hands and spread them out in front of everyone. In the dim light, those hands actually glowed with a strange, cold metallic luster. The skin seemed to have turned into some kind of alloy, hard and full of power. These are definitely not the hands a normal human should have. With these skinny, hungry people behind you, Wang Dahai glanced disdainfully at the survivors behind Lu Jianhong, who looked nervous and had a variety of weapons. You just want to keep us here? Lu Jianhong, have you been blinded by the sandstorm, and are you still asleep? The disdain and arrogance in his tone were not concealed at all. The next second, the smile on Wang Dahai's face suddenly disappeared, and his eyes became extremely cruel. Stop talking nonsense. Go. Kill them all. Quickly and decisively. Shoot. Kill them. Lu Jianhong's pupils suddenly shrank, and almost at the same time as Wang Dahai gave the order, he roared with all his strength. He knew that the negotiations had broken down, and the only option was to fight to the death. Da, 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 da. Bang, bang, bang. All of a sudden, the roars of various old guns exploded. Dozens of tongues of fire spewed out wildly in the darkness, interweaving into a dense rain of bullets, pouring towards Wang Dahai and the dozen or so people behind him like a violent storm. However, what happened next made everyone feel as if they were falling into an icy cave and their scalps went numb. Wang Dahai, who was rushing the front, faced the dense barrage of bullets that was enough to turn an ordinary person into a sieve in an instant. But he did not dodge or evade, and did not even raise his hand to block. Countless bullets hit his metallic chest, arms, and even face. Ding, ding, zang, zang, zang. A series of strange, teeth-grinding noises, like metal colliding, rang out in succession. Sparks flew everywhere. The bullets that were powerful enough to penetrate thin steel plates only left faint white spots on his body. Then it deformed and bounced away powerlessly. His burly body didn't even shake a bit. Chapter 135. Level 4 genetically controlled people are like ants. At the same time, the men behind Wang Dahai were not as perverted as him to ignore bullets. But they are all agile and have quick reactions. They dodged nimbly in the hail of bullets. Puff, puff, puff. Ah. Ugh. The shrill screams rang out one after another. The people brought by Lu Jianhong were a hastily assembled group with outdated weapons and no training at all. Facing these well-trained, well-equipped enemies with physical fitness far exceeding that of ordinary people, it was a complete massacre. The bullets penetrated their bodies accurately, bringing up a cloud of blood mist. In just one encounter, 7 or 8 people were shot and fell to the ground, rolling and wailing in pain on the sand. The blood quickly seeped into the sand and dyed it red. The air was instantly filled with a strong and pungent smell of blood. How? How is this possible? This is impossible. Lu Jianhong watched his men fall down, and the blood color on his face faded away in an instant. There is only endless shock and despair. He couldn't understand or accept the cruel reality before him. Wang Dahai's strength has become stronger again. Is he still a human being? Not far away on the sand, Chu Yi, who witnessed all this, frowned slightly. His eyes were fixed sharply on Wang Dahai. When the bullet hit his metallic skin just now, the subtle but extremely tenacious energy fluctuation did not escape his perception. Level 4 gene user. Chu Yi whispered in his heart. Is this the power of a level 4 gene user? Strengthening a part or a large area of the body to the point where it can withstand ordinary firearms. Interesting. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful genetically modified person since he came to this apocalypse. His strength was indeed beyond the scope of ordinary people. Not far behind Chu Yi, Wang Dao, Lin Zhangwo, and An, who also saw this scene, suddenly had an uncontrollable enthusiasm and excitement in their eyes. He subconsciously clenched his fists, his heart was pounding, and his blood seemed to be burning. Level 4. Is this the power of a level 4 gene user? Too strong. It's like a human tank. Wang Dao shouted in his heart. If I can reach this level, no. Mr. Chu must have a way to make me stronger. He definitely can. Even stronger than him. The desire for power grew wildly in his heart like weeds. The intense gunfire soon died down. On Lu Jianhong's side, except for himself and a few guards hiding behind the bunkers who were still firing sporadically, most of the people had already fallen in a pool of blood and lost their combat effectiveness. The scene was a one-sided crushing. Wang Dahai slowly raised his hand and casually took it off his dusty combat uniform. Pick up a rifle bullet that has just been embedded in the surface and has been squeezed and deformed. The metal bullet was easily crushed in a fine metal powder between his thumb and index finger, which had a cold metallic luster, making a teeth-grinding crunch sound. He casually sprinkled the metal powder on the sand at his feet and looked coldly at Lu Jianhong, whose face was ashen and whose body was shaking violently with anger and despair, as if he was looking down at Nat. Did you see that? Lu Jianhong. Wang Dahai's voice was emotionless, like the cold wind of the polar regions. This is the true strength of a level 4 gene user. You ordinary people who haven't even touched the gene sequence are no different from bugs that can be crushed to death at will in front of us. Now, hand over all the core information of the puppet technology. Wang Dahai took a step forward, and the strong sense of oppression almost suffocated Lu Jianhong. I can make the decision and spare your life. Otherwise, Lu Jianhong's body was shaking violently, not because of fear, but because of extreme anger and unwillingness. He looked at his men lying in a pool of blood, their lives or deaths unknown, at the faces of those who had once struggled together to survive in the apocalypse, and his eyes were almost bleeding. Xiao, think about it. He gritted his teeth, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat, full of bloodiness and determination. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he raised his head abruptly and, with all his strength, roared at the top of his lungs towards a certain direction deep in the fortress. Zi, Kei, wait, Kei, did you hear me? Execute the highest authority order immediately. Destroy the core database. Quick, I'll hold him here. Old man, you are looking for death. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahai's face instantly became extremely ferocious, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. Puppet technology is the ultimate goal of his trip, and he must not let it fail. If you don't accept my toast, then you'll be punished. Come on, tear him apart for me. Everyone else, rush in and get the information back for me. Wang Dahai's murderous order hit the hearts of every member of the Sky Curtain organization like hail. He did not take action himself, but just waved his hand coldly. Superior. The group of genetically modified people behind him instantly pounced viciously at Lu Jianhong and others who were already at the end of their strength. Their steps were heavy, with a texture like metal friction, and every step seemed to wear through the sand beneath their feet. Roar! At this critical moment, Lu Jianhong's eyes suddenly turned red as blood. The blue veins on his neck bulged like a coiled dragon, and his whole body seemed like a barrel of explosives that was instantly ignited. An almost crazy aura burst out from his aging body. Facing the first enemy who rushed towards him with a grin, Lu Jianhong did not dodge at all. He swung his skinny right arm, which contained amazing power. Bang! An extremely crisp and loud explosion. The enemy, who was at least a level 2 gene user, instantly froze the hideous smile on his face and was replaced by boundless horror. He didn't even have time to react, and it was as if he was hit head-on by a speeding truck. Puff! A mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth spurted out. The genetically modified human flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, at a speed even faster than when he came, drawing a terrible parabola in the air. It fell heavily on the sand dozens of meters away, stirring up a cloud of dust. After spitting out blood, its body twitched twice, and then there was no sound. The speed is astonishing. This scene shocked everyone, including the arrogant Wang Dahai. Wang Dahai's pupils suddenly shrank, and a look of disbelief and astonishment flashed across his face. He stared at Lu Jianhong, who looked like a mad tiger, and his voice carried a barely perceptible solemnity. "Old man, are you burning your own vitality? Is it worth it for such a pitiful resistance?" Chapter 136, Chi Kai betrays the enemy. He could clearly feel the power unleashed by Lu Jianhong's previous attack. This has far exceeded the limits of an ordinary old man. This is definitely at the cost of overdrawing physical potential, or even life. He really is risking his life. Lu Jianhong was breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently, and his face turned from red to a sickly pale color. But the determination in his eyes became more and more intense. He clenched his teeth, and every word seemed to burst out from between his teeth. "Even if I die here, you will never get the core technology of puppets." Before Lu Jianhong's voice had completely fallen, something strange happened suddenly. From the dark entrance of the fortress, a figure staggered out. "It's Chi Kai." Lu Jianhong turned back suddenly, almost unable to believe his eyes. He had just ordered Chi Kai to carry out the highest authority and destroy everything. So how could he run away? And he was running towards Wang Dahai. "Zi Kai, what the hell are you doing?" Lu Jianhong's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared in shock and anger. "Go back. Get back now. Follow the order." However, Chi Kai turned a deaf ear to his roar. With a morbid, almost fanatical excitement on his face, he trotted to Wang Dahai and fell to his knees with a plop. "King, Chief King." Chi Kai raised his head, his face full of flattery and eagerness. "Don't kill me. I am willing to surrender. Lu Jianhong is such a stubborn old man. I have had enough of him. I know where the core database is. I'll take you there. I'll help you get the puppet technology. I only asked the leader to spare my life and take me in." Boom! These words were like a bolt from the blue, striking Lu Jianhong's heart hard. His body shook violently, and he almost lost his balance. All the blood left his face, leaving only dead despair and deep disbelief. "Chi Kai actually betrayed me?" Lu Jianhong's voice was trembling. He couldn't accept that this confidant who had followed him for many years would stab him in the back at the most critical moment. Chi Kai slowly turned around and looked at Lu Jianhong. The flattering smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a deep resentment and sneer. "Treason." Chi Kai's voice was sharp and piercing. "You old man, you forced me to do this. Look at how old you have become. This fortress, this technology, why didn't you pass it on to me? Why do you look down on me? Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust." "Ha ha! Good. Very good." Upon hearing this, Wang Dahai burst into laughter and said several good words in succession. His laughter was full of pride and cruelty. He patted Chi Kai's shoulder appreciatively. "He who knows the current situation is a hero. You have made the right choice. Don't worry, as long as you get the things, I will ensure that you will be rich and prosperous." Then, Wang Dahai turned his gaze to Lu Jianhong again, as if he was looking at a dead person. "Surround him." Wang Dahai's tone was grim. His murderous intent was evident, since he wants to die so badly. "Then let him do it. Send him to his death." Several members of the Sky Curtain organization immediately stepped forward and surrounded the crumbling Lu Jianhong, pointing their cold gun muzzles and alloy weapons that flashed with cold light at him. Lu Jianhong smiled bitterly, and the last bit of light in his eyes went out. He slowly raised his hands with only the remaining strength left, as if preparing to launch a final and most desperate counterattack. Just then, "Stop!" A calm, even somewhat indifferent voice suddenly sounded in the noisy battlefield. Everyone was stunned and subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. Chuyi had walked slowly into the field without anyone noticing and was only 10 meters away from Wang Dahai. He looked calm, as if the bloody, killing, and tense situation before him had nothing to do with him. Wang Dahai frowned slightly. His sharp eyes fell on Chuyi, looking up and down at the young man who suddenly appeared. He could feel that this person seemed a little unusual. "Who are you?" Wang Dahai asked in a deep voice, with a hint of vigilance in his tone. "Jie Uye." Before Chuyi could answer, Chi Kai beside him screamed, and the look he gave Chuyi was full of resentment and fear. This is the person. It was he who used this strange water curtain and energy weapons to block the rockets before. "Chief Wang, it's him. This man ruined my good deeds before. Kill him. Kill him quickly." Chi Kai screamed hysterically, as if Chuyi was some kind of monster. When Lu Jianhong saw Chuyi appear, he was stunned at first, and then the last light burst out in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and did something that no one expected. He did not attack the minions that surrounded him. Instead, he suddenly exerted force, using up his last bit of strength, and rushed towards Wang Dahai, who was nearby, like a cannonball. At the same time, he used all his strength to roar towards Chuyi. "Chuyi, take Shen Girl away. Go to the core control room. Destroy all the data. Go quickly." Wang Dahai had never expected that Lu Jianhong would be in such a desperate situation. He even dared to launch a suicide attack on himself, a level 4 gene person. Although he avoided the vital points due to being caught off guard, he was still knocked back by Lu Jianhong's desperate blow and fell to the ground. "You old fool. You're looking for death." Wang Dahai was furious and jumped up from the sand in an instant in a panic. He turned around and kicked with a whip-like kick containing terrifying power, hitting the already exhausted Lu Jianhong's chest hard. Bang! Then a muffled voice came. The dull sound of bones colliding could be clearly heard. Lu Jianhong was kicked out like a broken sack. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he fell heavily to the ground. Wang Dahai stood firm upon seeing this, and glanced fiercely at Chuyi, his face full of murderous intent. "Want to leave? No one of you can leave here today." The words fell. Those members of the Tianmu organization who originally besieged Lu Jianhong and followed Wang Dahai. The moment Wang Dahai gave the order, they immediately rushed towards Chuyi and dispersed extremely quickly and tacitly, surrounding Chuyi and Shun Yinxiu, Wang Dao, and others behind him in the middle. Next second, swish, a large net woven from a special alloy that flashes with faint blue arcs. It fell from the sky and suddenly opened from the hands of the members of the Sky Curtain organization. It struck Chuyi and the others head on. It seems that Chuyi and others are about to be caught in one fell swoop. When Chi Kai saw this, a twisted look of pleasure appeared on his ferocious face. He took a step forward, and his bony fingers twisted his wrist hard, making a crisp, cracking sound. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time and couldn't wait to tear Chuyi to pieces. Chapter 137. The Rampant Must Die. "Boy, weren't you very crazy just now?" Chi Kai's saliva was flying, and his voice was sharp and piercing, full of the arrogance of a villain who has succeeded. "Now that you're in our hands, let's see how you can still be so arrogant. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow to me and admit your fault. I might be in a good mood and leave you with an intact body." His eyes were like those of a poisonous snake, staring at Chuyi, trying to see a hint of fear and despair about what would happen next on his face. However, Chuyi's reaction disappointed him. Faced with the electric net rapidly falling from overhead and Chi Kai's vicious shouting, Chuyi just raised his eyelids calmly, and his indifferent gaze swept over Chi Kai, Wang Dahai, and others one by one as if sweeping over ants. "I never said I wanted to escape. Humph, you're still stubborn even when you're about to die." When Wang Dahai saw Chuyi's calm look, his face couldn't help but darken slightly. There was a weird aura about this kid, which made him feel a little uneasy. But out of confidence in his own strength, he immediately sneered, trying to break down Chuyi's psychological defenses with words. "You arrogant brat. Even that old fellow Lu Jianhong was no match for me. I beat him like a dead dog. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can turn the tables?" Hearing this, Lu Jianhong, who had been kicked to the ground and was dying, shook again. He sat dejectedly on the sand, looking at Chuyi with cloudy eyes, and the last glimmer of hope was completely extinguished. Wang Dahai is right. It's over. This kid must be crazy. Facing a level 4 gene user like Wang Dahai. With this trap, how could there be any chance of survival? Lu Jianhong felt sad, and everything in front of him seemed gloomy. Shen Yinxiu stood behind Chu Yi. His heart suddenly tightened, and his fingertips felt cold. The huge feeling of fear almost swallowed her up. However, looking at Chu Ye's still tall and calm back, for some reason, a voice deep in her heart told her, "Believe in Chu Yi. He must have a way. He must." Beside them, Lin Zhengwo, An, and Wang Dao, who were caught in the net together, also had fierce looks in their eyes. His muscles were tense, and he exuded a tough aura, ready to fight to the death at any time. Although they are trapped, they will never sit still and wait for death. "You are such a fool." Chi Kai saw that Chu Yi still dared to look down on himself and Wang Dahai at this moment. The suppressed jealousy and resentment in my heart completely erupted. He felt greatly insulted. "Since you don't want to drink my toast, I'll let you know what true despair is." Chi Kai roared angrily and suddenly took out something from his arms. It was a piece of meat about the size of a fist, with a strange pink color all over. It looked crystal clear, as if it contained tremendous energy. The surface of the meat was even pulsating slightly, emitting a strange, fishy, and sweet smell. This was the mutant animal meat that Chi Kai had used for gambling before. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chi Kai stuffed the piece of meat into his mouth without hesitation and started chewing it with big mouthfuls, making a teeth-grinding, crunching sound. Almost instantly, a violent energy flow visible to the naked eye suddenly burst out from Chi Kai. His muscles swelled and tangled at an alarming rate, and the blood vessels beneath his skin twisted like earthworms. His eyes quickly became bloodshot and turned red, and his whole body's aura continued to rise, soaring several levels in an instant. A fierce and violent aura rushed towards me. No, that's the core essence of the mutant beast. Shen Yinxiu's face changed. He screamed in surprise and hurriedly reminded Chu Yi. That thing can greatly increase the strength and speed of a gene user in a short period of time. His current strength has increased by at least 10 times. Chu Yi, don't confront him head on. Roar. Chi Kai let out a roar that was not like a human voice, his red eyes fixed on Chu Yi, and he kicked hard. Boom! A shallow pit exploded in the sand. His figure was as fast as lightning, accompanied by a scream that tore through the air, rushing towards Chu Yi as fast as lightning. The claw, which had swelled up a circle and had its nails turned black and sharp, went straight for Chu Ye's heart. He wanted to tear this man who made him feel fear and jealous into pieces with his own hands. Looking at Chi Kai's distorted face and surging ferocious aura, feeling the violent gust of wind blowing in his face. Deep in Chu Ye's eyes, a faint blue light flashed quietly. Water fluidized blade, parameter setting completed. The next moment, time seemed to have been paused. Chi Kai's figure, rushing forward, suddenly stopped when he was less than 3 meters away from Chu Yi. The ferocity and violence on his face froze in an instant, and his red eyes were filled with extreme surprise and confusion, as if he didn't understand why he stopped. Immediately following, on his muscular neck, a thin, almost invisible line of blood quietly emerged. The bloodline quickly expanded, deepened, and became clearer and clearer. Puff! A soft sound, like a ripe watermelon being cut open. The bright red blood spurted out suddenly. Chi Kai's huge head, which still retained an expression of astonishment, was completely separated from his body, rolling down the sand, covered with dust. His huge body, which had lost its head but still maintained a forward-charging posture, staggered forward 2 steps due to inertia before falling heavily to the ground with a bang, splashing a cloud of dust. The violent breath came to an abrupt halt. The entire battlefield fell into dead silence in an instant. Everyone was stunned by this sudden and extremely strange scene, especially Wang Dahai. The hideous smile on his face froze at the corners of his mouth, and his pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't even see clearly how Yi made his move. That guy was clearly standing there, not moving at all. How did Chi Kai die? What did you do? Wang Dahai's voice trembled slightly as he asked sternly, his eyes full of surprise and vigilance. This. Lu Jianhong, who was sitting on the ground, widened his eyes suddenly and could hardly believe what he saw. He struggled to stand up, his face full of horror and confusion. What has happened? Chi Kai, who had taken the essence of the mutant beast and whose power had skyrocketed, just died like that. Killed instantly. Shun Yinxiu let out a long sigh of relief. His tense heartstrings suddenly relaxed, but his palms were already covered in cold sweat. She looked at Chu Ye's calm profile and felt a little scared, but more of it was relief and excitement. Sure enough, it's right to trust him. Facing Wang Dahai's questioning, Chu Yi simply waved his hand lightly, as if he had crushed an ant to death. You don't deserve to know. Chapter 138. Just a clay chicken and a clay dog. After he finished speaking, Chu Yi no longer paid attention to Wang Dahai, whose face was gloomy, and the members of the Sky Curtain organization who were silent as a mouse. Instead, he took a step forward, walked calmly to Lu Jianhong's side. Looking down at the old man who had just wanted to die, Chu Ye's tone remained calm. I'll help you clean up this garbage, okay? But don't forget our previous agreement. The dead silence and despair were instantly dispersed. Lu Jianhong looked at Chu Yi, who was so close to him, and at Chi Kai's head lying on the ground with his eyes open, and suddenly a light of incomparable ecstasy burst out in his eyes. He was so excited that he was shaking all over and almost in tears. Hope. Unprecedented hope. He gritted his teeth, used all his strength, struggled to get up, and kowtowed heavily to Chu Yi. Mr. Chu. Lu Jianhong's voice was hoarse due to excitement, but it was filled with unprecedented determination. As long as Mr. Chu can kill Wang Dahai and his gang, say the fortress, puppet technology, I, Lu Jianhong, offer it to you with both hands. I won't hold anything back. My life, the researchers and ownership of this entire fortress are all at your disposal. I, Lu Jianhong, am willing to submit to Mr. Chu. Chi Kai's headless body was still lying on the sand, blood gushing out, dyeing the sand red. Lu Jianhong, who had just wanted to die but now rekindled the fire of hope, was using all his strength and swearing allegiance to Chu Yi in a hoarse voice. His posture was so humble that it was like being in the dust. Wang Dahai, who witnessed all this, had muscles on his face twitching wildly. His initial shock and disbelief gradually turned into a hideousness and rage after being extremely humiliated. He is a member of the Sky Curtain Organization branch and a level 4 gene user. I was actually treated with such nonchalant contempt by a kid who appeared out of nowhere in front of so many people. He also killed the men he had just subdued in seconds. Furious, Wang Dahai's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying a strong murderous intent and undisguised resentment. After killing a piece of trash who couldn't even control the essence of a mutant beast, do you really think you are invincible? He spat a mouthful of blood and swept his eyes fiercely over Chi Kai's head on the ground. A fool who can't even control his own strength deserves to die. He's not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Before he finished speaking, Wang Dahai suddenly waved his hand forward, veins on his arms bulging, and he immediately let out a hysterical roar at the members of the Sky Curtain Organization behind him, who were also shocked by Chu Ye's methods and hesitated for a moment. What the hell are you all standing there for? Come on, all of you. Kill him. Chop this guy into minced meat for me. Whoever can chop off his head will be rewarded handsomely. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. What's more, they are so numerous. Maybe that guy just used some weird sneak attack. After a brief hesitation, the remaining members of the Sky Curtain Organization rekindled their murderous gleams in their eyes, roared like wild beasts, clenched their weapons, and were about to pounce on Chu Yi. Careful! Shun Yinxiu's face froze, and almost subconsciously, with a swish, a long black whip appeared in her hand like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, and the tip of the whip made a sharp sound of breaking through the air, ready for battle. Mr. Chu, I can still fight. Lu Jianhong struggled to get up, grabbed a piece of sharp metal fragment beside him, and the flame of revenge burned in his eyes. These traitors, even if I die, I will take a few of them with me. Lin Jiangwo, On, Wang Dao, and others also reacted instantly. They each drew their weapons and stood in front of Chu Yi and Lu Jianhong with solemn expressions, ready to face a fierce battle. However, at this tense moment when the situation was tense and a war was about to break out, Chu Yi just turned his head indifferently and swept his calm eyes over Shun Yinxiu and others who were facing a formidable enemy, and a barely perceptible arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He raised one hand slightly, signaling everyone to stay calm. No need. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone with an absolute confidence that was reassuring yet frightening to the enemy. They're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Why bother to do anything? Water turns into thousands of swords, parameters set. Chu Ye's thoughts, like silent commands, instantly communicated with the vast ocean space. Next second, a scene that stunned everyone and was unforgettable for a lifetime appeared. Buzz! It seemed as if the air was shaking. In the dark sky above everyone's heads that was dyed yellow by sand and dust, countless tiny bright spots with a faint blue glow began to emerge without any warning. These bright spots condense, stretch, and shape rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, thousands of transparent swords with ancient shapes, unparalleled sharpness, and made entirely of high-density liquid water flow appeared out of thin air. They were densely packed and suspended in the sky, with their swords pointed downwards, like a huge beehive of death emitting the terrifying pressure that makes one's soul tremble. The sunlight shines through the sword, reflecting a cold and deadly light. What the hell is this? Wang Dahai, who had just threatened to tear Chu Yi into pieces, was instantly replaced by extreme horror. He tilted his head back, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. What the hell is this ability? Water control? How could such a number of water swords in such a form be condensed? This was beyond his understanding of genetic abilities. Water-related abilities? Oh my god! Lu Jianhong, who was slumped on the ground, was so shocked that he lost his voice, and his cloudy old eyes were filled with fear and confusion. How is it possible? How is it possible that someone can control so much water? This method, I have never heard of it. I have never seen it before. He suddenly remembered the scene where Chi Kai was killed instantly. That thin line of blood. Could it be this kind of water flow? Shun Yinxiu took a breath of cold air, and the palm of her hand holding the whip was instantly soaked with cold sweat. She swallowed her saliva subconsciously, and her heart was beating wildly. It turns out, he has been hiding his strength all along. From the beginning to the end, what he showed was just the tip of the iceberg. Chi Kai's death was not unjust. Faced with such incredible power, let alone a tenfold, even 100-fold increase in power would probably be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. At this moment, her perception of Chu Yi was overturned again, and a deeper awe and a trace of indescribable fear quietly grew. Different from the shock and fear of Lu Jianhong and Shun Yinxiu, Lin Zhengwo, An, Wang Dao, and others, after a brief daze, showed expressions of great fanaticism and excitement on their faces. Strong. Too strong. Chapter 139 Water turns into a sword and destroys everything. This is the leader they are willing to follow. This devastating method is like a miracle. Chu Yi ignored the different expressions and mentalities of the people around him. His eyes were still as calm as water. For him, this was just a trivial thing. He looked at the members of the Sky Curtain organization below who had been completely frightened and even forgot to attack, as well as Wang Dahai, who was pale and trembling all over. Then, he raised his right hand in the air and gently pressed down. Call! The water sword in the air received the final judgment order. The thousands of water swords hovering in the sky moved instantly. They received a unified command, with sharp shouts that tore through the air. It transformed into an impenetrable dark blue rain of swords, shooting down towards Wang Dahai and all the people he brought with him. The scene was like the Milky Way falling down and the sky pouring down, full of destructive beauty. No! Wang Dahai let out a desperate roar. His instinct for survival made him unleash all his genetic potential. Try to resist. Stop it for me. Block it for me. He roared wildly, waved his fists, and even rushed to the front regardless of everything, trying to use his strong body and energy defense to resist. A mere stream of water. Do you think you can break my defense? What the hell? Puff, 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 puff. His voice suddenly stopped. The dense, teeth-grinding sound of sharp blades entering flesh became one and the same. Wang Dahai's proud physical defense. In front of these seemingly fragile, high-pressure water swords that actually contained terrifying, penetrating power, they were torn apart in an instant like paper. Immediately afterwards, hundreds and thousands of water swords pierced through his body without any hindrance. From head to toe, no one is spared. His entire body seemed to be nailed to the spot by countless invisible needles and threads. His body instantly became riddled with holes, and blood gushed out like a fountain. It shot out from countless holes. The expression on his face was forever frozen in that final moment of fear and unwillingness, and his life force was completely strangled in an instant. And the members of the Sky Curtain organization behind him suffered even more miserable fates. They couldn't even put up a decent resistance before being completely overwhelmed by the rain of deadly swords. Puff, 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 puff. The screams came one after another, but quickly disappeared. Whether it was the ordinary members wearing simple leather armor or the few stronger small leaders, under this attack that was like a punishment from heaven, there is no difference. Their bodies were easily pierced, turning into bloody sieves, and they fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Soon there was no sound, leaving only the mess of corpses on the ground and a glaring pool of blood that quickly spread. Just a few breaths. The whistling rain of swords stopped. The water, sword in the sky, quietly dissipated, as if it had never appeared. All that was left was the scalding sand stained with blood and dead silence. The Sky Curtain organization team, which was so aggressive and numerous just now has turned into cold corpses on the ground, except for Wang Dahai's body, which was pierced by thousands of swords and died in a miserable way and was still barely standing. The entire battlefield once again fell into a dead silence that was even more thorough and even more heart-wrenching than before. Cool. Is this the level of a level 4 gene user? In the face of the current power of the vast ocean space, it is simply vulnerable. Chu Yi slowly put down his hands, feeling the surging yet controllable water energy in his body, and an unprecedented sense of power and confidence surged in his heart. After this period of nourishment and evolution, especially after absorbing the mysterious blue water drop, the power bestowed upon him by the vast ocean space has far exceeded his expectations. Flash sale. Even a genuine level 4 gene user like Wang Dahai could be killed instantly in front of him. This feeling of controlling everything and having the power of life and death fascinated him greatly. Gudong. Lu Jianhong swallowed hard and raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat that had appeared on his forehead, his heart still beating wildly. He looked at Chu Ye's still calm back, and in addition to the relief of surviving the disaster, he felt a sense of awe and fear that went deep into his bones. Fortunately, I did not choose to be his enemy. Otherwise, my fate would probably be 100 times more miserable than Wang Dahai's. This young man is not a human being at all. It's God. In other words, he is the god of death walking among the humans. In the shadow of the fortress ruins, those researchers and survivors who had managed to survive witnessed through the cracks and gaps this scene that was like a divine punishment. They were all so frightened that their faces turned pale and their legs went weak. The looks they gave Chu Yi were filled with unspeakable shock and fear. As for Shen Yinxiu, his heart was in turmoil and extremely complicated at this moment. She looked at the shocking blood on the ground, and then looked at Chu Yi, who seemed as if nothing had happened. She felt that the fog shrouding this man was getting thicker and thicker, making it harder for her to see through him. Water turns into blades. Water turns into thousands of swords. Instantly kills a level 4 gene person. What level of existence is he? Level 5? Or even higher? In this apocalypse, do such powerful individuals really exist? For the first time, she deeply doubted her own judgment. There was dead silence on the battlefield. It seemed as if even the air had frozen. The smell of blood mixed with the heat of the sand formed a disgusting smell. Chu Yi turned around slowly, and his deep eyes fell calmly on Lu Jianhong, who was not far away. There was clearly no murderous intent, not even a hint of emotional fluctuation, but Lu Jianhong, who had just crawled back from the gates of hell, felt his heart suddenly shrink. He subconsciously tensed his muscles, and cold sweat oozed out of his forehead again. This look is too calm, so calm that it makes people feel creepy. Fortress, technology, and your people. Chu Ye's voice was calm, as if he was just stating a very simple fact, but with an unquestionable majesty. Now it's time to deliver. Lu Jianhong took a deep breath, his chest aching slightly from previous injuries and excessive tension. He slowly exhaled the foul air with a hint of unspeakable bitterness and complete resignation. He knew that from the moment he chose to side with Chu Yi, there was no turning back. After witnessing the miraculous power that just now destroyed the world, he was even more grateful for his choice. Good. That one word seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He finally nodded with difficulty, turned slightly, and made a please gesture. Please follow me. Chuyi didn't even turn his head and waved his hand behind him. Lin Jiangwo, on, Wang Dao follow up. Yes. Brother Chu. Yes. Chapter 140. Initial control of puppet. The three of them nodded in response. On their faces, there was still a lingering excitement and admiration for before. Following Chu Yi was the best decision in their lives. Thinking of this, they hurriedly followed Chu Ye's pace. Their footsteps made a rustling sound on the blood-stained sand, which was particularly clear in the dead silence. The group passed through the dilapidated entrance of the fortress again, followed the passage they had taken before, and returned to the place where a large number of puppets were once imprisoned. There seemed to be a hint of burnt smell left in the air after the battle. Creak, creak. The heavy metal door made a loud friction sound as Lu Jianhong operated it and slowly opened inward. Chuyi looked around, and it was the same as the first time he came here. Rows of humanoid puppets stood quietly in the shadows, their dark eye sockets all facing the direction of the entrance. Unlike before, this time, they did not launch any attacks, but just stood there blankly. They are all under my control now. Lu Jianhong turned his head and fixed his gaze on Chuyi, his voice a little dry and hoarse. He pointed his finger into the depths of space. The core technology to control these puppets is right inside. So that's why. No wonder he dared to lead us here before. It turns out he was fearless. Chuyi understood in his heart that it seemed that Lu Jianhong was not completely without a backup plan, but he did not expect that his strength would be that strong. Chuyi said nothing and stepped in first. A faint smell of corruption mixed with engine oil, dust, and some indescribable smell hit me in the face, and it was not pleasant. Lin Jiangwo and the other two followed closely behind, looking vigilantly at the silent puppets around them, their hands always on their weapons. Shen Yinshou hesitated for a moment and followed in. She looked at Chu Ye's back with flickering eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. Chu Ye's footsteps stopped in front of a large white metal laboratory table deep into space. This laboratory table seemed to be the core of the entire area, filled with various sophisticated instruments and tools. But the most eye-catching thing was the hundreds of transparent test tubes densely and neatly arranged on it. The test tube contained a viscous liquid of varying shades, most of which were dark red, brownish red, or even almost black, and looked like some kind of blood. Lu Jianhong walked to the table, looked at the test tubes with a complicated expression, and then carefully picked up one of the test tubes containing dark red liquid. This is the raw liquid for making the puppet's neural link. He held the test tube in front of Chuyi. Through the dim light, he could see the liquid inside shaking slightly. The basis of the original liquid is the blood of some powerful mutant creatures. After special processing, the blood of the controller is added for the final blend. His tone was filled with explanation, but also a subtle hint of showing off. Perhaps it was the last bit of nostalgia for the skills he once mastered. Whoever uses blood will have supreme control over these puppets. As he spoke, he pointed to several half-person high metal cabinets next to the laboratory table, as well as some strange minerals, plant roots, and blocks of unknown materials piled on the ground. The raw materials needed to prepare the stock solution are all here. Most of the basic materials are still sufficient, but the core high-energy biological blood is very expensive and the stock is running low. Lu Jianhong put down the test tube in his hand and skillfully took some gleaming powder and a few drops of emerald green liquid from the materials next to him. He carefully added them into an empty test tube, then picked up the dark red test tube of blood, dropped a few drops into it, and shook it gently. Soon, a new transparent red liquid emitting weak energy fluctuations was prepared. He handed the freshly brewed liquid to Chuyi. Put a drop of your blood in it. Chuyi's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the test tube without any hesitation. There was a flash of silver light at his fingertips, and a drop of bright red blood was forced out from his fingertips and dripped accurately into the test tube. Laugh. The blood merged into the original liquid, making a barely audible sound. The color of the entire tube of liquid seemed to instantly become deeper and more vibrant, and the weak energy fluctuations seemed to increase a bit. Lu Jianhong took the test tube and turned to walk toward the nearest puppet, which was still standing and relatively intact. He stretched out two fingers and roughly pried open the puppet's tightly closed mouth, revealing the black and rotten tongue inside. Then carefully pour all the original liquid in the test tube into it. Almost at the moment when the original liquid was swallowed by the puppet, Chuye's heart skipped a beat. A wonderful, indescribable sense of connection was suddenly established between him and the puppet. It was as if an invisible thread appeared out of nowhere in his brain, connecting to the cold steel body. He could clearly feel its existence, and could even make the puppet move freely in his way. It was as if this puppet had become an extension of his body. His mind moved slightly. Have the puppet raise its right hand. Snap! The puppet, which was originally motionless and as still as a sculpture, suddenly raised its metal right arm. The movements were a little stiff, with slight friction sounds coming from the joints, but the instructions were executed accurately and without error. Take 3 steps forward. Chuye's words fell. Boom, boom, boom. The puppet's heavy metal footsteps stepped on the ground, making a dull sound, and it took exactly 3 steps forward. Then he stopped again, his dark eye sockets still empty, but seemed to have a hint of obedience. Success. Chuye's eyes suddenly burst into excitement. This feeling is so wonderful. Directly control such powerful combat units and use them for your own purposes. This is simply a ready-made iron army. Although the combat effectiveness of a single puppet may not be as good as that of a high-level gene person, they win in large numbers and are fearless of death. They are definitely a powerful force that cannot be ignored. Oh my god, really, I can really control it. That's awesome. Brother Chu, now we're rich. From now on, who can stop us? Lin Jiangwo, On, and Wang Dao witnessed this magical scene with their own eyes. They all gasped in surprise, their eyes slightly widened, and their faces were filled with shock, ecstasy, and undisguised excitement. The way they looked at Chu Yi had completely turned into fanatical worship of a god. With this puppet army, the strength of their base will undergo a drastic change. Only Shin Yinxiu was still standing a little further away, his hands unconsciously clenched until his knuckles turned white. Chapter 141, Is This the Monster's Lair? Shin Yinxiu looked at the puppets that were given life. She turned around and looked at Chu Yi, whose eyes were shining and seemed very interested in this technology. The complex emotions in his eyes became more and more intense. Reason and reality told her that this was a very good thing and would greatly enhance the strength of Chu Ye's team. But for some reason, she felt a little uneasy. This method of reawakening dead life and creating an absolutely obedient war tool always made her feel a little creepy. Chu Yi was now completely immersed in the excitement of mastering new abilities. As for those ethical threats, in Chu Ye's view, they are nothing to be afraid of. He became interested and walked directly to the experimental table, carefully recalling every step in detail that Lu Jianhong had just taken. Pick up various raw materials and try to mix them yourself. His learning ability is amazing, coupled with his meticulous control over his own energy and some mysterious sensation brought by the vast ocean space. On just the second try, a liquid with the same color and energy fluctuations as the one prepared by Lu Jianhong appeared in his hands. Nice ability, very valuable. Chu Yi nodded with satisfaction, looked at Lu Jianhong, whose face was a little pale, and spoke bluntly. Raw materials, I need more. Especially the core, raw materials. When Lu Jianhong heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched violently, uncontrollably, and an expression of embarrassment and deep fear instantly appeared on his face. Mr. Chu, it's not that I don't want to provide it. It's just that this kind of raw material is too difficult to obtain and is extremely dangerous. He swallowed, as if he remembered something terrible, and his voice trembled a little. There is only one known source of the best raw materials for production, a large, gathering place of mutant creatures about 50 kilometers away from here. 50 kilometers away. Chu Ye's eyebrows raised slightly. A thought flashed through his mind, and his sharp eyes instantly locked onto Lu Jianhong. Where did Chikai get those pieces of mutant beast meat that contain a lot of energy from? A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Jianhong's eyes, as if he didn't expect Chu Yi to notice even this detail. His face changed, and he waved his hands quickly, his tone becoming hurried. Mr. Chu, don't be impulsive. That place is simply a monster's lair. It's a real hell. His voice rose unconsciously, filled with fear. The number of mutant creatures inside is terrifying. Any one of them may be stronger than a level 4 gene holder like Wang Dahai, and they're extremely bloodthirsty and violent. They're not something we can easily provoke with the few manpower we have now. If we throw Wang Dahai's people in there, they won't even make a splash. He added hastily with a look of lingering fear on his face. The little bit of meat Chi brought back last time was brought back by me and my most elite men, risking our lives. We were extremely lucky and managed to hunt down a lone and seriously injured level 3 peak mutant beast. Several brothers were killed for this. We must never go to that place lightly. Chuye's eyes were calm as he swept across Lu Jianhong's face, which was filled with fear and embarrassment, and he just shook his head slightly. It's not up to you to decide whether it's dangerous or not. Your mission is just to lead the way. His voice was not loud, and one could even say it was a little indifferent, but it carried an unquestionable determination. It seemed as if the gathering place of mutant creatures that was enough to scare even level 4 gene people was just an ordinary place in his eyes. Lu Jianhong's heart skipped a beat, and he complained inwardly. This guy, does he really not know how to write the word death? Or is he really fearless? He opened his mouth and wanted to persuade her again, but when he met Chuye's deep and sharp eyes, all the words were stuck in his throat. That's all. That's all. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through Lu Jianhong's mind, but it was quickly replaced by helplessness. A newborn calf is really not afraid of a tiger. It's hard to persuade the damn ghost with kind words. Since you are determined to die, this is all I have to say. Whether you live or die depends entirely on your own luck. Although he was complaining in his heart, the situation was stronger than him. He took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the fear and turbulent emotions in his heart. Forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Okay, Mr. Chu, since you have made up your mind, I will lead the way. He gritted his teeth, as if he had made a great decision. Come with me. Chuyi said no more, and the group quickly boarded a modified off-road vehicle with a reinforced chassis. With a low roar of the engine, the tires rolled up a cloud of yellow sand and sped away in the direction Lu Jianhong pointed. The off-road vehicle sped along the bumpy edge of the ruins and the increasing amount of sand. 50 kilometers is not a short distance in the wilderness of the end times. When a vehicle slowly stopped behind a relatively flat sand dune, Lu Jianhong raised his hand and pointed forward, but his voice was full of hesitation and confusion that was difficult to conceal. It should be the area in front. Chuyi pushed open the car door and got out first, followed by Lin Jiangwo, On, and Wang Dao. He looked in the direction of Lu Jianhong's finger, and his brows instantly furrowed. Where is the shadow of the gathering place of mutant creatures in front of us? As far as the eye can see, there's only a boundless sea of yellow sand. Dead silence. Desolate. Even the twisted dead trees and broken walls that were common before the end of the world are hard to find, as if this place has been a forbidden zone for life since the beginning of time. A strong wind blew by, raising up sand all over the sky, which hit everyone's combat uniforms, making a rustling sound, adding a bit of desolation and weirdness. Is this the monster lair you mentioned? Chuyi turned his head to the side, and there was no emotion in his tone, but the faint questioning tone made Lu Jianhong break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Lu Jianhong's face looked uglier than crying, and his eyes were full of confusion and disbelief. No, that's absolutely not right. He gestured almost incoherently. The last time I brought people here, it was extremely dangerous with red-eyed beasts everywhere, but it was definitely not like this. Here should be a lot of mutated and twisted plants. There are also some building outlines half buried in the sand. How could it suddenly turn into a complete desert? Chuyi did not speak. His sharp eyes swept over this abnormal sea of sand. His intuition was frantically warning him, in this dead silence. It seems that some huge change is lurking. Keep going and slow down. He gave the order in a deep voice and sat back in the passenger seat. The vehicle started again and moved slowly on the soft sand like a ghost. Chapter 142, Mutated Animals die tragically. The wheels passed by, leaving 2 deep ruts, which were quickly smoothed out by the flowing sand. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was suffocating. Etc. Owen's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of nervousness, and he pointed sharply at the sand not far in front of the wheel. Brother Chu, look at that. What is that? Everyone immediately looked over there intently. Under a slightly raised patch of yellow sand, a piece of white bone was vaguely revealed, reflecting a cold luster in the dim sunlight. Chuyi immediately signaled to stop the car. He jumped out first, walked a few steps forward, and without hesitation stretched out his feet in tactical boots to push away the loose sand on the surface. Snap! As the sand slid away, the true appearance of the bones was revealed. It turned out to be an unusually thick leg bone that belonged to some unknown creature. The bone was incredibly huge, at least twice as thick as a human thigh, with some long-dried and blackened flesh and fascia still remaining on its surface. The most shocking thing is that its broken end showed an extremely irregular tearing shape, as if it was torn off the body alive by some unimaginable, terrifying force. This, Lu Jianhong sucked in a breath of cold air, and the color on his face instantly faded. He staggered back half a step, his voice trembling. How could this happen? How could this happen? He muttered to himself, with only boundless fear in his eyes. Here, what on earth is happening here? Chui didn't answer. He squatted down and gently brushed his fingers across the cold bones. An extremely strong sense of uneasiness instantly overwhelmed him like a cold tide. This dead silence is so abnormal. This wasteland is so weird. Everyone, highest alert. Chuyu's voice suddenly became extremely solemn. Before he finished speaking, whoa! A shrill, crazy roar filled with endless cruelty and pain. It suddenly erupted from the shadow of a sand dune less than 50 meters to their right. Chuyi turned his head suddenly, almost at the moment the voice sounded. I saw a huge and swift gray-black shadow bursting out from behind the sand dune like a ghost. The speed is amazing. It was a giant mutant wolf, as big as a small truck, but its appearance is extremely miserable. The left half of the cheek and the eyeball have disappeared, revealing the eerie skull and the wriggling and twisted dark red flesh underneath. The only remaining right eye was as red as blood, burning with pure madness and desire for destruction. Smelly and sticky saliva kept dripping from the fangs that were as sharp as daggers, and the target was clear. It was the off-road vehicle that was their uninvited guest. Careful! Lu Jianhong let out a distorted cry of surprise. Chuyu's eyes suddenly turned cold. Quick! Too fast! The speed of this mutant wolf definitely surpasses any enemy encountered before. But he is faster. Even the movement of raising his hand was so slight, his mind had already communicated with a vast ocean of space. Command, water flow blade. Parameter settings, form, high-pressure water jet. Characteristics, extreme penetration, ultra-high speed, lock target, weak point of the head. Laugh. There seemed to be an inaudible tearing sound in the air. A line of azure water as thin as a hair, almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. It appeared out of thin air and instantly broke through a distance of 50 meters. Accurate, cruel, fatal. The water blade was silent, but contained terrifying kinetic energy. With incredible precision, it flashed and disappeared from a mutant wolf's only remaining right eye, which was burning with crazy flames. It instantly pierced through its hard skull and spurted out from the back of its head, bringing out a puff of black and red dirty blood. Plop! The mutant giant wolf was rushing forward madly, but its huge body suddenly froze. The forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, and the huge inertia caused it to roll several times on the sand, stirring up a large amount of dust, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Its strong limbs twitched in vain a few times, and its single scarlet eye quickly dimmed, and it was completely lifeless. The whole process happened in a flash. Clean, neat, and extremely fast. From the time the mutant wolf appeared to the time it was killed, it took less than 2 seconds. Lin Jiangwo, On, and Wang Dao in the car didn't even have time to raise their weapons before the battle was declared over. Chuyi had a blank expression on his face, as if he had just casually crushed an ant. He walked towards the huge mutant wolf corpse, squatted down, and his eyes fell on the wound in the eye socket that was pierced by the water blade. The wound edges are smooth, which is a typical feature of high-pressure water jet cutting. But he stretched out his tactical gloved fingers and gently pushed aside the blood-stained and burnt hair around the wound. The pupil suddenly shrank. At the edge of the penetrating wound caused by the water blade, he keenly discovered a circle of extremely unnatural, charred marks. The area is not large, but it is extremely clear. Before or after the water blade hit, the wound had been burned by some kind of high-temperature energy. This is... Lu Jianhong also plucked up the courage and followed over tremblingly. When he saw the charred edge of the wound, his face suddenly turned pale and he screamed in shock. Artillery fire. Those are traces of artillery fire. They must have been caused by high explosive bombs or energy weapons. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Yi, his eyes filled with uncontrollable horror. It's them. It must be them. Those damn traitors from the sky, curtain organization. There was excitement in his tone. They found this place too. They used heavy firepower to clear this place. No wonder. No wonder this place has become like this. Sky Curtain Organization. Hearing these 4 words, a cold light flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. The uneasiness and speculation in my heart were finally confirmed. No wonder this area has turned into a dead sea of sand. It turned out that they were under fire from the Sky Curtain Organization. These bastards are haunting us. Not only do they covet the fortress and puppet technology, they're now also trying to get their hands on these high-value mutant biological resources. And their methods are so cruel. Damn it. Chu Yi cursed under his breath, stood up suddenly, and a surge of anger rose in his chest. He glanced at Lin Jiangwo, An, and Wang Dao, who all looked equally solemn, and spoke in a cold and decisive voice, with an unquestionable tone of command. You 3, immediately start a fan-shaped search around here. Look carefully for any traces of living mutants, and pay special attention to any clues that the Sky Curtain Organization may have left behind. No matter if it's a shell, equipment fragments, or anything else. I must get the core material of the puppet fluid. Yes, Brother Chu. Lin Jiangwo and the other 2 responded in unison. Without any hesitation, they immediately followed the instructions, dispersed, and searched vigilantly in different directions. Chu Yi no longer stayed. He threw his gaze sharply in the direction of the sand dune where the half-faced mutant wolf had just rushed out. Chapter 143 Escape. Chu Yi always felt that something was wrong over there. Perhaps there were more clues. Immediately, with a flip of his right wrist, the special short knife that was flashing with cold light was already tightly grasped in his palm. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and ran quickly in that direction with a nimble figure. The wind and sand were still howling, but they couldn't stop him at all. After climbing over the not-too-high sand dune, the scene in front of him made Chu Yi stop in his tracks. The pupils shrank as small as needles in an instant. There is something above the sand. One person, a man, his body covered in sand and blackened blood, was lying on his back, dying. His legs, from the knees down, had completely disappeared. The broken part was wrapped with a few dirty and tattered strips of cloth, but it was unable to stop the bleeding. The dark red blood had already soaked through the cloth, dyeing the yellow sand beneath him into a shocking dark red. The man's face was as pale as paper. His lips were cracked and covered with tiny bloody wounds. His chest was heaving violently, and every breath was accompanied by a heavy and painful gasp, as if he would die completely in the next second. The moment he saw this man, Chu Ye's heart suddenly beat violently. An indescribable excitement and relief instantly spread throughout my body. There are still survivors. There is still someone alive. He accelerated almost instantly, rushed in front of the man, and quickly squatted down. Hey, hold on. How are you? He reached out his hand to the man's carotid artery and felt a faint but still present pulsation and felt relieved. After confirming that the man still had some consciousness, Chu Yi immediately turned his head and shouted at Lin Jiangwo and others who were searching at the bottom of the sand dune. Come here quickly. There is a survivor here. At the bottom of the sand dune, hearing Chu Ye's shout that pierced through the wind and sand, Lin Jiangwo, An, and Wang Dao stopped searching almost at the same time and looked up suddenly. Alive? The 3 people's eyes suddenly lit up. Without any hesitation, they immediately put away their weapons and ran towards Chu Yi as fast as possible. Lu Jianhong was the closest, and he almost rolled and crawled up the sand dune. When his eyes fell on the bloody man with no legs on the sand, he staggered and almost fell. But the next second, when he saw the face that was covered in blood and dust but still retained some familiarity, he felt as if struck by lightning and stood still. An incredible scream of extreme fear and grief came from his throat. Xiao Zhang. Zhang Chang. It's you. Why are you here? He rushed over like a madman, and with trembling hands, he carefully helped the man called Zhang Chang up from the sand and let him lean on him. Zhang Chang. Hold on. Tell me. What happened? Where are the others? How are the others? Lu Jinhong's voice was filled with tears. His eyes instantly turned red, and hot tears mixed with dust flowed down. The man called Zhang Chang's chest heaved violently, making a ho-ho sound. He struggled to open his cloudy eyes, and his dilated pupils tried to focus on Lu Jianhong's anxious and sad face. Lu, Commander. His voice was as weak as a mosquito's, intermittent, and seemed like it would go out at any time. Suddenly, he started coughing violently, and dark red blood foam kept flowing out from the corners of his cracked mouth. Lu Jinhong's combat uniform was dyed red. Quickly, run away. Zhang Chong used up his last bit of strength to grab Lu Jinhong's arm tightly, his nails almost digging into the flesh, and his eyes burst into a last-minute flash of fear and anxiety. Luli, goddamn Luli. He is nearby, leading people to clear out the gang. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Chong's body suddenly stiffened. The hand that was holding Lu Jinhong's arm suddenly loosened. His head tilted weakly to the side, and his eyes tried to convey a final warning. It completely lost all its luster and solidified into a dead gray. The person has completely died. Zhang Chong. Lu Jinhong let out a shrill howl, holding the gradually cooling corpse, tears streaming down his face. His loyal subordinates died tragically here. A huge feeling of grief and despair instantly engulfed him. Chu Yi looked at the tragic scene in front of him with cold eyes, but there was not much emotion in his heart. In the end times, life and death have long become the norm. But that name, Lu Li, he keenly captured this key information. Seeing that Lu Jinhong was almost in a state of emotional collapse, Chu Yi stepped forward and pressed his cold palm hard on Lu Jinhong's trembling shoulder. The force was steady, carrying an unquestionable deterrent effect. Lu Jinhong. Chu Yi's voice was low and cold. Wake up. Tell me, Lu Shun and Lu Li, who are they? The huge force coming from his shoulder and the cold questioning made Lu Jinhong, who was immersed in grief, shudder suddenly. He raised his face, which was covered with tears and dust, and looked into Chu Yi's deep and sharp eyes. He took a deep breath and carefully placed Zhang Chong's body gently on the sand, his movements filled with an almost pious tenderness. Then, he stood up abruptly, wiped the tears from his face, and his eyes turned red instantly, filled with deep hatred and a hint of fear. Lu Jinhong's voice was hoarse, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. He is the largest rebel leader in our area. A complete lunatic and an ambitious person. Before, the people who attacked the fortress and wanted to steal the puppet technology were not only Wang Dahai, but also his people. As for Lu Li, a trace of deep fear flashed across Lu Jinhong's face. He is Lu Xuan's most trusted henchman and his strongest fighter. A long time ago, he was already a level 4 gene user. Level 4 gene person. As soon as these 5 words came out, the expressions of Lin Jiangwo, On, and Wang Dao, who had just arrived, suddenly changed. They know what this means. That is a terrifying power far beyond that of ordinary gene holders. Lu Jinhong's voice became more urgent, with unconcealable fear. That guy Lu Li has extremely special abilities. It is said that his body can generate unimaginable high temperatures on its own, easily reaching 200 degrees. Ordinary weapons have little effect on him. Even getting close to him will burn you. He is extremely difficult to deal with. He looked at Chu Yi suddenly, his tone extremely anxious. Zhang Chong said Lu Li is nearby. It must be them. They used heavy firepower to clear this place. They took away all the valuable mutant corpses. Mr. Chu, we have to leave here immediately. Lu Li is a mad dog who kills without blinking an eye. If he sets his sights on us, we're doomed. Chapter 144. Breeze blowing over the hills. However, before Lu Jinhong finished speaking, he suddenly turned his gaze to the sand dunes behind him. Almost at the same time, Lin Jiangwo, On, and Wang Dao also noticed something unusual. He instantly raised his weapon and took a defensive stance. I saw rows of black shadows silently emerging on the ridge of the sand dune. Soon after, more and more figures appeared. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people appeared wearing uniform black combat uniforms. Armed men with the Twisted Sky logo on their chests appeared on the sand dunes. Each of them carried a huge and hideous corpse of a mutant creature on their shoulders. They were the same kind of cyclops wolves that Chu Yi had killed before, as well as even larger lizard-like creatures. There are even a few crustacean species that exude a metallic luster. Every corpse exudes a strong smell of blood. At this moment, these 20 or so people were in a semi-encirclement posture, pointing their weapons at Chu Yi and others under the sand dunes. His eyes were cold and murderous. Chu Ye's gaze first fell on the corpses of those mutant creatures. Lots of variety and lots of energy. These should have been the core materials for him to create his puppet army. Damn it, Chu Yi cursed inwardly, feeling annoyed at being intercepted. These guys are the first to arrive. At the front of the group of Sky Curtain Organization members, a man with an exceptionally burly build, a hideous scar on his face, and a defiant look in his eyes took a step forward. He casually threw the mutant Black Panther corpse weighing at least 500 kilograms on his shoulder to the ground with a dull sound. He grinned, revealing a row of teeth yellowed by tobacco, and his eyes were fixed on Lu Jianhong. There was undisguised sarcasm and cruelty on his face. Lu Jianhong? TSK, TSK, TSK. I thought it was someone else. There's a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on breaking in. The man's voice was rough and arrogant, full of teasing. That's great. It saves me from having to bring people to your broken fortress to look for you. Tell me, that jerk Wang Dahai has lost contact. Is it related to you? Hearing this arrogant question, Lu Jianhong, who had just lost his subordinate, felt new and old hatred surge in his heart and was so angry that he trembled all over. His eyes were red as he stared at the scarred man, his teeth chattering as he squeezed out a few words. Wang Dahai, he is dead. The scarred man, obviously Lu Li. Hearing this, he was stunned at first, then burst into an even more arrogant laugh, which was full of disdain and contempt. Ha ha ha, dead? Good thing he died. That useless guy who was always causing trouble and could not do anything good. He should have died long ago. His laughter stopped, and his face turned cold in an instant. His eyes greedily swept over Lu Jianhong and finally fell on Chu Yi and others behind him. But the main focus was still Lu Jianhong. Since Wang Dahai is dead, the things he didn't get should belong to me. Lu Li licked his cracked lips, his eyes filled with naked greed. Lu Jianhong, be smart and hand over your precious puppet-making technology. I can make the decision and let you live like a dog under Lord Lu Xuan. After saying that, Lu Li's gaze slowly moved and fell on Shun Yinxiu, who was standing next to Lu Jianhong. He looked Shun Yinxiu up and down, with a hint of amusement and contempt in his eyes. Then, he finally turned his gaze to Chu Yi. The corners of Lu Li's mouth curled up into a cruel arc, and he raised his chin towards Chu Yi, his tone full of unquestionable command and obscenity. This girl next to you is quite interesting. TSK, TSK. Send her over to me, so I can have some fun with her. Maybe I can let you die more quickly. Lu Jianhong was so angry when he heard this that his hair and beard stood on end. Shun Yinxiu's body froze, her pretty face turned cold, and murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Rampant, too rampant. However, before anyone else could react, Chu Yi took a step forward and stood right in front of Shun Yinxiu and Lu Jianhong. His movements were small, but they carried an unquestionable firmness. Your request. Chu Ye's voice was calm, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. I refuse. Just 4 simple words, without any hesitation. The grim smile on Lu Li's face suddenly froze, as if he had not expected that this seemingly tender and delicate boy would dare to contradict him so bluntly. Then, the stiffness hardened into an even more brutal and violent rage. Lu Li seemed to have heard something extremely ridiculous. He stretched out his thick fingers, pointed at Chu Yi from a distance, then turned to Lu Jianhong, his tone full of mockery and disdain. Lu Jianhong, this is the reinforcement you called? A fool who doesn't know how to live or die. You're going backwards. You expect something like this to protect you? It's a huge joke. He waved his hand suddenly, pointing at the nearest subordinate who was carrying the corpse of a mutant giant wolf. He said it casually, as if he was ordering a dog around. Oh, destroy him for me. Move quickly. Yes, Master Lu. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the Tianmu member named Ah Hu. With a sinister laugh, he unhesitatingly lifted the mutant giant wolf corpse weighing at least 300 kilograms from his shoulder. There was a dull thud as it hit the sand, stir up a cloud of dust. Then he clenched his fist as big as a casserole, and his knuckles made crackling sounds. The knotted muscles bulged. He pushed his foot hard, and the sand instantly sank into a shallow pit. The whole person rushed towards Chu Ye's face with a fierce and ferocious momentum. On the sand dunes, the rest of the Sky Curtain members all showed cruel smiles. It was as if he had foreseen Chu Ye's miserable end with broken bones and tendons. Lu Jinhong's heart instantly rose to his throat. Lin Jiangwo and others also subconsciously clenched their weapons. However, facing this violent attack, Chu Yi did not even raise his eyelids. Such a person is not worthy of him having any unnecessary expressions. He just uttered two words lightly. The royal way. Before he finished speaking, Wang Dao, who has always been standing beside Chu Yi, already ready to go. Hearing this, he let out a dull growl. The big hand like a palm leaf fan suddenly stretched forward, without dodging or evading, and bravely met Hu's fierce punch. Bang! After a loud, earth-shaking noise, the air wave, centered on the point where the two people collided, suddenly spread out in all directions, blowing sand into the air. The punch was so powerful that it was enough to smash a thick wall and hit Wang Dao's arm firmly. However, Wang Dao's figure did not move at all, as solid as a rock. The violent impact force was just like the breeze blowing across the hills, unable to shake it in the slightest. Chapter 145. Lu Li's men are not good enough. Everyone looked at who was rushing towards them aggressively, and the hideous smile on his face froze instantly. Instead, there was uncontrollable astonishment and pain. He only felt that his fist seemed to hit a red-hot alloy steel plate, and an overwhelming recoil force rolled back along his arm wildly. Crack! A clear sound of bone breaking was heard. Ahu let out a shrill scream, and his entire right arm was twisted at a strange angle. It hung down limply. The huge impact force plus the recoil force made him fly backwards like a kite with a broken string. Plop! He fell to the ground 7 or 8 meters away, covering his broken arm and writhing in agony, wailing. One move. Just one move. Ahu, the seemingly fierce subordinate of Lu Li, was defeated by Wang Dao. This sudden scene made the smiles on the faces of all the Sky Curtain members on the sand dunes freeze in an instant. The look he gave Wang Dao was full of surprise and doubt. Oh! The rage on Lu Li's face subsided slightly, his eyebrows raised. A hint of surprise passed across the corners of his mouth, and then turned into even stronger contempt and amusement. You're quite capable. A defense-related genetic ability? No wonder you're so arrogant. There must be something behind it. He licked his cracked lips, but the cruelty in his eyes did not dissipate, but became even stronger. Unfortunately, being able to take a beating isn't enough. He waved his hand again, this time pointing at Chu Yi, Wang Dao, Lin Jiangwo, On, and others, his tone grim and murderous intent revealed. All of you come at me. Kill them all. Save the leader and the woman. Kill. In an instant, another 4 or 5 members of the Sky Curtain rushed down from the sand dune roaring. These people obviously learned Ahu's lesson and no longer fought alone. Instead, they cooperated with each other and encircled the enemy from different directions. Some wield alloy machetes, while others directly attack with enhanced fists and feet. Damn it, you're looking for death. Lin Jiangwo roared angrily. Without hesitation, he swung his hand and smashed hard at an enemy who was rushing towards him. Well done. A gleam of excitement flashed in On's eyes, and his figure flashed like a ghost. He dodged a sweeping kick and slashed with the dagger in his hand, leaving a bloody mark on the opponent's thigh so deep that a bone could be seen. Wang Dao's moves were powerful, and each punch and kick was accompanied by a heavy sound of breaking wind, which knocked the enemies who rushed forward back repeatedly. Bang! Bang! Snap! Fists and kicks. Weapons collide. Muffled groans, cracking bones, and screams instantly intertwined in the small, open space under the sand dune. The battle situation is chaotic, yet unusually clear. Although Lu Li's men look fierce and numerous, they are no match for the genetically enhanced Wang Dao, the experienced Lin Jiangwo, and the cunning On. Their attacks fell on Wang Dao like tickling him. Their speed could not keep up with On's ghostly steps. Their strength and skills were fully exposed in front of Lin Jiangwo's sophisticated fighting skills. It only took a dozen breaths. The members of Tiamu who rushed down were all knocked to the ground cleanly and neatly by Wang Dao, Lin Jiangwo, and On. On kicked away a guy who was trying to hug his calf, spat a mouthful of blood, and made an internationally used contempt gesture towards Lu Li and others on the sand dune, sneering with disdain on his face. Bah! I thought they were some elite troops. After all this time, more people are useless. They're just a bunch of useless rubbish. Chu Ye's eyes calmly swept across the group of people lying on the ground, thoughts racing through his mind. The strength of these Sky Curtain members is even weaker than expected. Most of them are only at the level of level 2 gene holders, and some are not even at level 2. It seems that the Lu Jianhong mentioned before is a level 4 gene person. That may be true, but that doesn't mean his men are equally powerful. Lu Jianhong's fear came more from Lu Li's strange and powerful personal ability rather than his mob-like subordinates. So, maybe this Lu Li is not as difficult to deal with as he appears? At least, with all my men gone. Thinking of this, Chu Yi was determined and no longer had any hesitation. He raised his head, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, and locked onto Lu Li, whose face had turned ashen and ugly on the sand dune. His voice suddenly rose, and he shouted loudly, "Lu Li, your men don't seem to be very good. Now, hand over all the mutant corpses you stole. Perhaps I can consider letting you die more quickly." When these words were spoken, not only the members of the Sky Curtain on the sand dunes, but also Lu Jianhong, Lin Jiangwo, and others were all stunned. They didn't expect that after gaining the upper hand, Chu Yi would be so aggressive in blackmailing Lu Li. What? Lu Li felt as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, and also as if he had suffered the greatest insult of his life. He was stunned at first, and then his hideous scarred face twisted violently with extreme anger. His eyes turned red and almost spewed fire. "Little bastard." Lu Li squeezed out these 3 words from between his teeth, each word carrying murderous intent and anger. "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you really think that just because you beat up a few losers, you have the right to act arrogantly in front of me? Lu Li, today, I will let you know what true power is." Boom! A terrifying heat wave visible to the naked eye suddenly erupted wildly in all directions, with Lu Li as the center. The air around them seemed to be ignited instantly, making crackling sounds. The temperature rose sharply. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A teeth-grinding sound was heard. The yellow sand under Lu Li's feet turned red, melted, and boiled at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small pool of molten lava with a diameter of more than 1 meter, which was sticky and hot, and emitted a dazzling orange-red light. Bubbling. The specially made black combat uniform on his body didn't even have time to burn. Under the horrifyingly high temperature, it instantly turned into charred ash and floated away, revealing his bronze upper body covered with hideous scars and muscular as if cast in steel. The horrifying high temperature even made Chu Yi and others who were standing dozens of meters away feel a scorching heat wave coming towards them. Wow, she really took it off. Is she so angry that she wants to run naked in front of us to cheer us up? An let out a strange cry and tried to use a joke to ease the sudden tense and depressing atmosphere, but his eyes were full of solemnity. Lin Jiangwo's face changed drastically. His brows were tightly furrowed. He stared at the melted sand and said in a deep voice, "Something's wrong. The temperature is too high. What on earth does this guy want to do?" Chapter 146, High Temperature Molten Sand. Only Lu Jianhong saw the molten lava under Lu Li's feet. He seemed to recall some extremely terrifying experience. His entire face turned as pale as paper in an instant. Even his lips trembled, and he screamed with all his strength. "Mr. Chu, be careful. It's high-temperature molten sand. His killer move. He's going to do something dirty." Almost at the same time as Lu Jianhong's heart-wrenching cry rang out. On the sand dune, Lu Li, with his upper body naked, had an extremely cruel and crazy grin on his face. He suddenly raised his right foot, which had turned slightly red due to the high temperature, and kicked hard at the boiling magma under his feet. Call! The yellow sand, molten lava that was directly melted by his terrifying body temperature suddenly broke away from the ground. It turned into a thick, extremely hot orange-red stream of light, carrying a terrifying high temperature and destructive power that was enough to distort the air. It shot towards Chu Ye's face right below. The speed and momentum are far beyond any previous bullets. What a fast speed. What a terrible temperature. Chu Ye's pupils suddenly shrank. Alarm bells are ringing in my heart. He could clearly feel the scorching air wave coming towards him and the violent energy contained in it. The temperature of this magma definitely exceeds the 200 degrees that Lu Jianhong mentioned, maybe even higher. If he were hit hard by this thing, even with his strengthened body, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if he doesn't die, half of his life will be burned away, and he will completely lose his combat effectiveness. Warning: high-energy thermal attack approaching. Command confirmed. Call 100 units of standard water to build a high-density, rotating water curtain barrier. Parameter: setting completed. Almost at the moment when the thought flashed through his mind, a stream of cool water began to flow in the mysterious ocean space inside Chu Ye's body. In a flash, faced with this deadly attack that could melt gold and iron, Chu Ye did not retreat, but took a step forward and suddenly raised his right hand. Crash! A stream of extremely clear water, like an elf summoned out of thin air, suddenly appeared in front of Chu Ye. As soon as this stream of water appeared, it began to rotate at an astonishing speed and instantly condensed into a circular water curtain with a diameter of about 1 meter, crystal clear, and a chilly air on the edges. The water curtain kept spinning, bringing gusts of cold wind, which formed a sharp contrast with the surrounding scorching hot air. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Next moment, the hot and violent flow of yellow sand and magma slammed heavily into the high-speed rotating ice water curtain, the ultimate collision of water and fire. Large amounts of dense white steam burst out instantly, make a deafening and piercing roar. The hot molten lava is rapidly cooled and cut by the water curtain at high speed. The energy is quickly neutralized and eliminated. The orange-red light dimmed rapidly and its size shrank dramatically. Eventually, the hot magma lost all its kinetic energy and temperature, solidified and turned black, transforming into inconspicuous black sand lumps of varying sizes. Crackling, it fell from the water curtain and scattered on the sand in front of Chu Ye's feet. The molten lava flow that was powerful enough to melt gold and iron eventually turned into inconspicuous black sand lumps on the ground, and the curling white smoke was the only proof of their existence. Chu Ye stood in place, and the circular water curtain in front of him slowly dissipated, turning into water vapor and blending into the dry air. On the sand dune, Lu Li, with his upper body naked and emitting an astonishing heat wave, froze the hideous smile on his face in an instant. He took a step forward suddenly, and the yellow sand under his feet made a hissing sound again and turned charred black in an instant. His eyes were fixed on Chu Ye, who was unharmed, and his pupils were filled with disbelief. Water? You can actually really create so much water out of thin air. Lu Li's voice was dry, with a hint of suspicion that he himself was not even aware of. This was completely beyond his understanding of the supernatural system, creating something out of nothing, and such a large amount of pure water. After a brief shock, Lu Li's eyes suddenly burst into a more greedy and fiery light. Ha! Ha ha ha! He suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter full of excitement and a morbid frenzy. It's like searching for something in vain, but it's easy to find. Chu Ye, you are simply a walking treasure, a moving reservoir. He licked his cracked lips with his tongue, his eyes locked on Chu Ye. Boy, don't think you're so great just because you blocked my attack. That was just a random test from me. Your little tricks are nothing compared to absolute power. Lu Li's voice suddenly rose, with a kind of condescending arrogance. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over your puppet technology, and then give me your secret of controlling water. Be a good dog of mine, Lu Li. Otherwise, next, I will let you have a taste of what true despair is. However, facing Lu Li's threats and the high temperature that almost ignited the air, Chu Ye's expression remained as calm as before. He didn't even lift his eyelids, but just stared at the other person calmly, with a subtle curve at the corner of his mouth. Level 4 gene person? A brute force with some temperature-controlling fur. Chu Ye's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present, with a heart-pounding calmness. That's perfect. I also want to see if your so-called realness can withstand one of my moves. What? As soon as these words came out, not only Lu Li, but also Lu Jianhong, Lin Jiangwo, and others behind Chu Ye changed their expressions drastically. Mr. Chu, Lu Jianhong almost blurted it out, his voice full of anxiety. No, after all, he is a level 4 gene user with strange abilities. Don't be too confident. Lin Jiangwo also frowned. His hands unconsciously clenched his weapon, his heart full of worry. There's no doubt that Chu Ye is powerful, but to confront a level 4 gene user who is giving his all, and in such a provocative way, the risk is too great. Lu Li on the sand dune was stunned at first, And then he seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. His entire face was distorted by extreme anger. Madman, you are a complete fucking lunatic. Luli felt that his dignity had been trampled upon like never before. How dare a young boy who appeared out of nowhere to look down on him like this? Okay, very good. Since you were so eager to die, I will grant your wish. With a roar, Luli suddenly stopped. The next second, he rushed towards Chu Yi below like an arrow. The speed was so fast that it raised a billowing cloud of dust on the sand. Chapter 147 Water Flow Chain. What was even more frightening was that under Chu Ye's observation. As Luli ran wildly, he kept grabbing with his hands, and the high temperature in his palms poured out crazily. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Wherever he passed, the yellow sand under his feet was constantly melted, grabbed, and shaped. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The streams of orange-red magma were thicker, hotter, and deeper in color than before. He threw it like a javelin, with a sharp sound that tore through the air, and shot it madly towards Chu Yi, blocked all possible spaces for Chu Yi to dodge. The temperature and power contained in each stream of magma far exceeds the tentative attack just now. Faced with this destructive attack like a storm, Chu Ye's eyes suddenly froze. But that's all. But he still didn't retreat. System. Command confirmed. Water flow shaping. Flexible chain mode. Start. Energy consumption rate. 5 units of standard water per second. Dynamically adjusting. Crash. A stream of water, even more powerful than before, emerged out of nowhere again. This time, they did not condense into a defensive water curtain, but were controlled by Chu Ye's thoughts. At an astonishing speed, they instantly woven and condensed into several extremely thick, blue-gleaming, and resilient water chains. Break it for me. Chu Yi let out a low roar and swung his arm violently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Those chains of water flow looked like a mad python. Under his control, it drew a dazzling trajectory in the air, causing bursts of sounds of breaking through the air, and danced wildly. Snap, 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 snap. The crisp sound of explosions never ceases. Those magma flows carrying terrifying high temperatures and kinetic energy hit the net the moment they came into contact with the dancing water chains. The water chain either whips, hits, entangles, or wins. With every incredibly precise interception, a large amount of thick white steam erupts. The high-temperature magma is rapidly cooled, and the flexible force of the water chain is dissipated. It quickly lost energy, solidified, turned black, and turned into a block of sand that no longer posed a threat, falling to the ground with a crackling sound. In just a few breaths, all the magma flows thrown out by Lu Li were intercepted and defeated in midair by the water chains wielded by Chu Yi. What? Lu Li, who was running wildly, saw that the long-range attack was easily resolved again, and his pupils suddenly shrank. But he had already rushed forward, and it was too late to change his moves. The ferocity on his face grew even more intense, and he simply gave up on long-range harassment and poured all his strength into his legs. His speed increased again, and he charged straight towards Chu Yi like a mad bull, trying to rely on his own powerful physical strength and high temperature to directly crush the opponent. Getting closer. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Lu Li's fist, which had been burned like a branding iron by the high temperature, was already raised high, ready to give Chu Yi a fatal blow. Just then, a cold light flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. Fine. He suddenly pointed his arm forward. Call out. The water chains that were originally dancing wildly in the air and intercepting the molten lava changed direction instantly. Like a shadow, with a biting chill, it wrapped around Lu Li, who was nearby like lightning. Sizzle. Almost in the blink of an eye, the water chains accurately wrapped around Lu Li's limbs and torso. He was tied up tightly in place. The huge impact force brought Lu Li's forward momentum to an abrupt halt. Lu Li looked down at the dark blue water chain that was tightly binding him. A hint of surprise first flashed across his face, then was replaced by extreme disdain and sarcasm. Haha. He let out a low laugh from his throat, as if he had seen something funny. You think you can trap me, Lu Li, with just these few chains made of water? Boy, you are too naive. Give it to me, Rome. Lu Li suddenly let out a loud shout. He clenched his bound hands suddenly and grabbed the water chains wrapped around his body. Boom strapje. A heat even more terrifying than before suddenly erupted from his body. Shichi-kichi-chi-chi-chi. The teeth-grinding, violent evaporation sound instantly resounded throughout the entire area. The parts of the water chains wrapped around Lu Li that were in contact with his body were boiling and vaporizing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A huge amount of extremely hot white steam gushed out like a volcanic eruption. The temperature of the steam was so high that the surrounding air was distorted and the vision became blurred. This sudden and terrifying high-temperature steam spread all around in an instant. Not good. Retreat quickly. Lu Jianhong and others' faces changed drastically, and they retreated repeatedly with exclamations. Even Lu Li's men who had originally gathered around were forced into a state of disarray by the horrific steam, and they all retreated and kept their distance. In a blink of an eye, the only people left on the field were Lu Li, who was bound by water chains and had terrifying steam coming out of his body, and Shu Yi, who was standing a few meters away from him with a still calm expression. Boy, did you see that? This is absolute power. Lu Li's voice came out from the thick steam, with unparalleled arrogance and complacency. What does it matter if you have a lot of water? It's nothing but a joke in front of my high temperature. How long can they last? 10 seconds? 20 seconds? Once these water chains are completely evaporated by me, that will be the day you die. Wah ha ha. Lu Li's men also steadied themselves at this moment, and cruel and mocking smiles appeared on their faces again. He gathered Lu Jianhong, Lin Zhengwo, An, Wang Dao, Shen Yinxiu, and others together again, but this time he didn't dare to get too close. Hey, did you hear that? Your boss is already trapped. A guy with a pointed face and monkey cheeks was grinning. Stop struggling. Hand over the things obediently, and maybe our boss will be able to leave you with an intact body. Another burly man with a face full of flesh added viciously. Bullshit. Awen was so angry that his face turned red, and he cursed. Brother Chu is invincible. How dare you, a bunch of bastards, act so arrogant. Wang Dao also clenched his fists and stared at the group of Tianmu members with cold eyes. A bunch of scum who are helping the tyrant. Once Mr. Chu has dealt with your idiot leader, you will all be dead. Shen Yinxiu bit her lips tightly. Her beautiful eyes filled with worry as she stared at the center of the battlefield shrouded in thick steam, her heart almost in her throat. Chu Yi, does he really have a way to deal with it? However, in stark contrast to everyone else's nervousness, anger, and worry, Chu Yi remained calm and composed. Facing Lu Li's rampant shouting, he just raised his eyelids lightly and responded in a calm tone. Really? Then you have to work harder and don't keep me waiting too long. After saying that, he stopped talking and just quietly watched Lu Li, who was bound by the water chain and madly releasing high temperature. Chapter 148. I can't kill you by consuming you. Want to compare consumption with me? Chu Yi looked at Lu Li and sneered in his heart. It is no exaggeration to describe the water reserves in the vast ocean as almost endless. No matter how much energy you have stored in your body, Lu Li, how long can it sustain such crazy burning? Not to mention, Chu Ye's gaze fell on the huge amount of high-temperature steam that was constantly rising from Lu Li's body, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although this high-temperature steam cannot hurt me from a distance, Lu Li is bound by the water chain and is in the center of this steam. If you continue like this, you will be steamed to death by the sauna you created before your energy is exhausted. Shichichi. The boiling steam was still gushing out wildly, completely submerging Lu Li's figure, leaving only heavy breathing and the occasional suppressed groan of pain that leaked out from steam. Time passes by every second. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, a full half hour passed. The man who was so arrogant just now and tried to melt everything. The voice at this moment was obviously trembling and weak. In the thick white steam, a silhouette could be vaguely seen trembling violently. Sweat had long since mixed with condensed water droplets, dripping continuously from his body, and was instantly evaporated again by the high temperature around him. Lu Li felt like he was in a huge steamer. Every inch of his skin and every pore was suffering from unimaginable burning pain. The energy in his body was being consumed rapidly, not only to maintain the high temperature to fight against the water chains, but also to resist the terrifying steam that was everywhere and seemed to want to steam him alive. Lu Li gasped with difficulty, and a hoarse and painful sound came from his throat. He suddenly raised his head and stared through the thinning steam gaps at the young man opposite him who had remained calm from beginning to end and seemed to have everything under control. Why? Lu Li's voice was extremely difficult, filled with extreme horror and incomprehension. Your water. How could it be? How could it be infinite? This is totally unreasonable. Even if one has awakened the water ability, it is impossible to create such a huge amount of water out of thin air. What kind of monster is this kid? Where is his limit? Facing Lu Li's questioning that was on the verge of collapse, Chu Ye's eyes did not fluctuate at all, as if he was looking at a dead object. He was too reluctant to even twitch the corners of his mouth, and just uttered a few words in an almost indifferent tone. With you? You don't deserve to know. Before he finished speaking, Chu Ye's eyes suddenly became sharp, and the water chains that bound Lu Li suddenly shone brightly. Crash! The water flow was even more turbulent than before, like a flood that broke through a dam, pouring madly into the chains. Boomstrapje! The white steam, which was already extremely dense, suddenly exploded outwards as if a huge amount of dry ice was thrown into it. The volume instantly expanded several times. It became even hotter and more violent. A heart-wrenching, inhuman scream suddenly erupted from the steam core. The sound was filled with boundless pain and despair, making everyone who heard it feel their scalp tingling and their heart stopping. Boss, what's wrong with you? Lu Li's subordinates, who were originally watching from the sidelines and hoping for a lucky break, were now completely panicked. Their faces were filled with fear and anxiety, and they screamed one after another, but they did not dare to approach the death zone. Even Lu Jianhong frowned, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. What just happened? Mr. Chu seemed to have increased the water flow, but this scream was too miserable. What's going on? An widened his eyes and subconsciously wanted to rush forward. Don't go over there. Wang Dao grabbed him and stared at the rolling white mist with serious eyes. It's so hot. Just standing on the edge, the heat wave made their skin sting and their breathing difficult. It is hard to imagine what kind of torture Lu Li, who is at the center, is enduring. Shen Yanqiu's pretty face turned pale. She stared at the white mist, gritted her teeth, and analyzed. The temperature of the water vapor is even higher. I'm afraid it has far exceeded the limit of his body's endurance. He might be able to withstand ordinary high temperatures with his special powers, but this kind of continuous, pervasive, ultra-high temperature steam, he's going to be scalded alive. As soon as she finished speaking, plop, a dull sound of something heavy falling to the ground was heard from the thick steam. Then, the heart-wrenching screams stopped abruptly. The world seemed to be quiet in an instant. Chu Yi raised his hand expressionlessly and waved it gently. Crash! The dark blue water chains that were entangled with the target lost their support and instantly turned into the purest water flow, blending into the air and disappearing. As the water chain disappeared, the wildly rolling and boiling white steam seemed to have lost its source and began to fade and dissipate rapidly. Soon, the scene on the field became clear again. I saw a human-shaped object curled up on the ground, motionless. That was Lu Li, but at this moment, he no longer had his previous arrogance and conceit. His skin was abnormally red, as if he'd been scalded by boiling water, and was swollen all over. There were even some places where the skin was broken and pus was oozing out, emitting a disgusting smell of burnt and cooked meat. His eyes were wide open, filled with fear and disbelief before death, but they had long lost any spirit. Dead. The Sky Curtain Organization's invincible high-temperature mutant. Lu Li was steamed to death by Chu Yi using the high temperature that he was so proud of. When Lu Li's men saw this horrific death, they all gasped, and the blood color on their faces instantly faded away. Dead. Boss, was he cooked? Run quickly. Fear is spreading like a plague. I don't know who shouted first, but the remaining dozen or so members of the Sky Curtain immediately scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions for their lives. They were completely frightened by Chu Ye's inhumane methods. Mr. Chu, this. Lu Jianhong looked at Lu Li's body, then looked at Chu Yi, who remained calm. His Adam's apple rolled and a storm surged in his heart. This way of killing is simply unheard of. Mr. Chu's strength and methods are truly unfathomable and terrifying. Shen Yanqiu breathed a long sigh of relief, his heart finally at ease, and the look he gave Chu Yi was filled with determination and a hint of imperceptible admiration. Sure enough, he never disappoints. Want to run? Have you asked us? On could no longer hold back and let out a hideous laugh. Today, none of you bastards will leave alive. Chapter 149, Lu Shun definitely has. When Wang Dao saw On coming up, he was also filled with murderous intent, and his eyes were red. Get started. Lin Jiangwo was the most erect. He let out a low shout and rushed out first, aiming directly at the escapee closest to him. Bang! Snap! There was almost no suspense in the battle. Having lost his backbone and being frightened by Chu Yi, these Timu members are no match for Lin Jiangwo, On, Wang Dao, and others who have high morale and strong strength. But it was only a minute or two, accompanied by a few screams and the crisp sound of bones breaking. All the members of the Sky Curtain who tried to escape were knocked to the ground, and some had their limbs broken or simply knocked unconscious, lying all over the ground. Chu Yi walked slowly to the nearest member of the Tianmu group who was still groaning in pain on the ground. This guy was holding the corpse of a mutant dog tightly in his arms. Chu Yi stepped on his wrist, bent down, and snatched the mutant dog's corpse. He stared at him with cold eyes and questioned him in a voice without a trace of warmth. What are we going to do with all these mutant creatures we killed? The member of the Tianmu member was frightened out of his wits by Chu Ye's eyes. He was shaking all over and wailing incoherently. Mercy, mercy! I say. The corpses of these mutant creatures, especially their crystal cores or flesh and blood containing energy, can enhance our strength. If we eat it, there is a certain chance that it will enhance our genetic abilities. Really? After Chu Yi heard this, there was no expression on his face. He just nodded lightly. Very good. Bang! A crisp gunshot. Chu Yi had a pistol in his hand at some point, with smoke coming out of the muzzle. A bloody hole appeared on the forehead of the Tianmu member, and his body twitched twice before he became completely silent. Chu Yi put away his gun without changing his expression and didn't even look at the corpse again. His eyes swept over the Sky Curtain captives who were either unconscious or wailing on the ground, and he gave orders to Lin Jiangwo, On, Wang Dao, and others in a cold voice. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Yes, Brother Chu. On and Wang Dao responded without hesitation with excitement in their eyes. Lin Jiangwo also nodded, wiped the blood off his face, and his eyes became cold. No, don't kill me. Please. We don't know anything. We were just following orders. Have mercy. We surrender. We are willing to pledge our allegiance. Begging for mercy and screaming were heard instantly, but Chu Yi ignored them. He turned around, no longer paying attention to the killing behind him, and walked straight to Lu Jianhong, as if he had just casually crushed a few ants to death. He looked at Lu Jianhong and got straight to the point. Now, do you know where the core material for making puppets are? Lu Jianhong's eyes fixed on the shriveled mutant dog corpse that Chu Yi had just snatched away and was still holding in his hand. He raised his trembling fingers and pointed at the head of the corpse, his voice carrying a hint of urgency and a hint of understanding after disbelief. Mr. Chu, the core ingredient you want. I'm afraid it's in this thing's head. As soon as these words were spoken, not only Chu Yi, but also Lin Jiangwo, On, Wang Dao, and even Shun Yinxiu, who had been keeping vigilant, all focused their eyes on the ugly, shriveled dog head. In the head, Chu Yi raised his eyebrows, his eyes sharp as a knife. Without hesitation, he formed the 5 fingers of his other empty hand into claws and stabbed his fingertips fiercely into the mutant dog's hard head. Phew! With a dull thud, the hard skull was crushed by his bare hands. The smelly blood and broken tissue splattered everywhere, splashing On's face who was closest to him, but he was completely unaware at the moment. His eyes were wide open, staring at Chu Ye's hand. Chu Yi remained calm as he stirred and fumbled around inside with his fingers for a moment. He seemed to feel something foreign and then pulled it out suddenly. Crash! A fist-sized ball of flesh, stained with dark red blood and grayish-white brain matter, with strange blood vessels all over its surface and still wriggling slightly, suddenly appeared in his palm. This meat ball exuded an indescribable, fishy sweet smell. What was even more strange was that it seemed to have life and was pulsating slightly in Chu Ye's palm. That's it. When Lu Jianhong saw the meatball, his eyes suddenly lit up and his tone became a little excited. This is the core biological tissue for making puppets. As long as As long as we mix it with special genetic drugs, we can activate its activity and implant it into other organisms to achieve complete control. Control the puppet. Chu Ye's heart moved, and an indescribable excitement surged in his heart. If this technology is mastered, it will be like having an absolutely loyal, tireless, and death-unafraid army in this apocalypse of supply shortages and crises. Its strategic value is simply immeasurable. He stared at Lu Jianhong with burning eyes, his voice filled with a hint of suppressed excitement. Where's the genetic medicine? Take it out. Test it now. Lin Zhengwo, An, Wang Dao, and others nearby immediately gathered around, staring at the meatball in Chu Ye's hand and Lu Jianhong with curious and passionate eyes. This thing can really control living things? This is too fucking incredible. If I can get it. Unexpectedly, the excitement on Lu Jianhong's face froze in an instant, and then turned into bitterness and fear. He waved his hands violently, cold sweat covered his forehead, and his voice even had a hint of crying. Mr. Chu, I don't have any genetic medicine. The previous research base was raided by the Sky Curtain organization, and all the researchers died. None of the formulas and finished products were brought out. What? The excitement on Chu Ye's face faded away in an instant, replaced by a biting cold. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Lu Jianhong. The air seemed to freeze, and an invisible pressure with murderous intent suddenly descended. Playing tricks on me? The two cold words, like two poisoned ice cones, pierced into Lu Jianhong's heart. He shivered all over, his calves began to tremble, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He had no doubt that if he hesitated for another second, the killer in front of him would definitely break his neck without hesitation. Damn it! How dare you, old man? Play tricks on our brother Chu. An's eyes widened. The blood that had just splashed on his face made him look even more hideous. His fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound, and his knuckles turned white. Wang Dao took a step forward, his whole body filled with murderous intent, as if he was ready to tear Lu Jianhong to pieces on the spot if they had a disagreement. No. Mr. Chu, spare me. I'm not kidding you. Lu Jianhong was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees and screamed loudly. Even though I don't have it, someone must have it. Lu Xuan, the real number 2 in the Sky Curtain organization, Lu Shun. He is in charge of the organization's logistics and the allocation of core materials. He definitely has genetic medicine of this level. There must be one. Chapter 150 Overall Strength Source. Lu Xuan? Chu Ye's eyes flickered, and the murderous intent in his heart slowly subsided. The second in command of the Tianmu organization, if he really has a large amount of genetic medicine in his hands. He assessed the current situation. The Tianmu organization has a large number of people and is powerful. Although Lin Zhengwo, An, Wang Dao, and others are loyal, they are still far behind in strength. If they really clash head-on, casualties are probably unavoidable. We must find a way to improve their combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Otherwise, let alone counterattacking Tianmu, even protecting oneself will become a problem. His gaze fell back on the slightly pulsating flesh ball in his hand, and then swept over the shriveled corpses of mutant creatures on the ground, as well as the words of the Sky Curtain member before his death about increasing strength and improving genetic ability. A bold and tempting idea was growing wildly in his mind. Since the flesh and blood of these mutant creatures can be used by the people of Tianmu to improve their strength. So why can't we? Lin Zhengwo, An, Wang Dao. Chu Ye's voice returned to calm, with an unquestionable majesty. Gather all the mutant corpses we can find here. Yes, although the three of them didn't understand what Chu Yi was going to do, they acted immediately without hesitation. He deftly dragged over a dozen grotesque corpses of mutant creatures scattered around and piled them together. After the corpses were piled up, Chu Yi threw the ball of meat in his hand to An for safekeeping, and then picked up a relatively fresh corpse that looked like a mutant hyena. He easily scratched its tough skin with his fingernails, tore off a large piece of dark red flesh with a strange fishy smell, and handed it directly to Lu Jianhong. His eyes were calm, but Lu Jianhong felt creepy. You take a bite. Lu Jianhong was stunned. Looking at the piece of meat that was still twitching slightly and emitting a strong fishy smell, he instantly understood what Chu Yi meant. Are they going to use him as a guinea pig to test the drugs? Or a poison test? Lu Jianhong felt cold and bitter in his heart. But looking at Chu Ye's eyes, as well as On and Wang Dao, who were obviously becoming impatient and had fierce looks in their eyes. He knew he had no choice. Eat or die now. He gritted his teeth, made up his mind, took the piece of meat, took a big bite, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it down. Almost instantly, boom! A strange, violent heat suddenly exploded from his stomach. Ugh! Lu Jianhong couldn't help but let out a groan that was both painful and slightly comfortable. His whole body was hunched over, with veins popping out on his face. He could clearly feel that every cell in his body was greedily absorbing this heat flow. What shocked him even more was that some of his internal organs that had been injured by the energy aftermath in the previous battle now felt waves of numbness and warmth, and the pain was rapidly subsiding. Even the genetic energy in his body, which had been stagnant for a long time, seemed to have loosened a little. Mr. Chu, look, this meat is really fine. Lu Jianhong suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Yi excitedly. Done. There was a gleam of light in Chu Ye's eyes. It was just as he expected. The flesh and blood of these mutated creatures, after the mutations of the end of the world, contain special energy that can be absorbed by the gene owners. It may be risky, but the results are remarkable. You three eat too. Chu Yi no longer hesitated. Pointing at the pile of corpses on the ground, he gave a decisive order to Lin Jiangwo, On, and Wang Dao, who were already stunned and eager to try. Yes, Brother Chu. When the three heard this, their eyes lit up with ecstasy. Increase your strength. This is what they dreamed of. In the end times, strength is everything. They pounced on them without hesitation, not caring whether they were clean or not. They each chose a corpse that looked pleasing to the eye, tore off large chunks of flesh and blood, and wolfed them down into their mouths. Buzz. Lin Jiangwo was the first to react. He only felt a force more powerful and pure than what Lu Jianhong felt crashing into his body. It was as if an invisible shackle was broken in an instant. He suddenly looked down at his hands, feeling an unprecedented sense of fullness of power in his body, his face filled with ecstasy and disbelief. I broke through. Level 2. I'm a level 2 gene user. Ha ha ha. He was so excited that he was incoherent and couldn't help laughing out loud. The bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time was actually broken through so easily by eating meat. Me too. Holy shit. I'm at level 2 too. On followed closely behind, roaring excitedly, feeling his whole body filled with explosive power. I wish I could find a blind mutant creature and fight it for 300 rounds. Although Wang Dao didn't say anything, his suddenly straightened back, clenched fists, and the terrifying light in his eyes clearly showed that he had also successfully broken through. Entered the ranks of second-level gene holders. Seeing that his subordinate strength had collectively improved, Chu Yi finally revealed a truly satisfied smile on his face. This effect is better than expected. Although it is only from level 1 to level 2, the improvement in combat effectiveness is real. His gaze turned to Shen Yinxiu, who had been standing quietly by the side, watching all this with a complicated look in his eyes. Shen Yinxiu. Chu Ye's voice was still as cold, but it sounded a little softer. Try one too. Shen Yinxiu raised his head and met Chu Ye's gaze. An indescribable warmth suddenly surged in her heart. Mr. Chu, actually you also want to improve my strength? She looked into Chu Ye's deep eyes, and a barely noticeable blush appeared on her cheeks. In addition to the awe and admiration in her heart, a strange feeling seemed to quietly grow, which made her heart beat faster. She nodded vigorously, without any hesitation, and walked forward, imitating the others. A small piece of pink flesh was torn off from the relatively clean-looking mutant cat corpse. The meat exuded a faint fragrance, completely different from the fishy stench of other corpses. She took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, and gently put the piece of meat into her mouth. Boom! A heat current that was much larger, purer, and even had a hint of gentleness than what Lin Jiangwo and others felt, burst out in her body. Shen Yinxiu groaned, his body trembling slightly, and there seemed to be a faint light flowing under his jade-white skin. She could clearly feel that her genetic strength, which had originally far surpassed that of Lin Jiangwo and others, was rising rapidly at an astonishing speed, like a downpour after a long drought. The originally extremely solid bottleneck of the third-level peak was easily broken through like paper under the impact of this pure energy. The power roared in her body like a flood breaking through a dam. Breakthrough successful. Chapter 151. Taking Shun Yinxiu back. Shun Yinxiu slowly opened his eyes and felt the strength of his body. In those clear, bright eyes, there was a gleam of incredible shock and joy that was hard to conceal. I seemed to... She felt this surging power in her body, and her voice was trembling with surprise. It's level 4. Level 4 gene person. This time, not only Shun Yinxiu himself, but even Chu Yi had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Lu Jianhong watched the energy glow around Shun Yinxiu gradually subside. Feeling the breath, which was obviously much stronger, his Adam's apple rolled violently. Without even a sigh, Shun Yinxiu ate a small piece of the mutant cat's meat. He actually soared directly from the peak of level 3 to level 4. This is simply unbelievable. Is this the difference? Lu Jianhong smiled bitterly, feeling a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Then it was covered by an even stronger desire. He needs more power. He needs Chu Ye's approval. Chu Ye's gaze fell on Shun Yinxiu. His amazement did not last long and turned into substantial satisfaction. Shun Yinxiu's potential far exceeded his expectations. The addition of a 4th-level gene person will undoubtedly be a great help to his future plans. Shun Yinxiu. Chu Ye's voice was steady, yet it carried unquestionable power. From today on, you are officially a member of my Chui base. Shun Yinxiu's delicate body trembled slightly, and she raised her eyes, which became even brighter and more charming due to the surge in strength, and looked at Chu Yi. She saw the appreciation and affirmation in his eyes, and the joy of being recognized instantly dispelled the dizziness brought about by the breakthrough. Join Mr. Chu's base. An indescribable excitement and sense of belonging surged into my heart. In this cruel doomsday, how lucky we are to be able to follow such an unfathomable and powerful person with omnipotent means. She nodded vigorously, her voice clear and firm. Yes, Mr. Chu. Yinxiu is willing. There was a barely perceptible shyness and complete trust in his words. Done, Chu Yi said in his heart. Seeing Shun Yinxiu rise to fame and be formally accepted by Chu Yi, Lu Jianhong next to him was even more anxious. He couldn't hold back any longer, rubbing his hands, forcing a flattering smile on his face, and approached Chu Yi. Chu, brother Chu, look, I also... His eyes were full of anticipation, and the meaning was self-evident. Chu Yi glanced at him indifferently, and that look was like cold water, instantly extinguishing most of Lu Jianhong's enthusiasm. You? Chu Yi curled his lips slightly, with a hint of amusement, and shook his head gently. Wait until you lead me to find Lu Xun, kill him, and get the genetic medicine from him. Then come and talk to me about joining. The tone was calm, but it revealed an unquestionable sense of determination and a transaction. The smile on Lu Jianhong's face froze suddenly, and his heart skipped a beat. Do we have to kill Lu Xun first? That guy has a lot of desperate criminals under his command, and he's also very powerful, not to mention the possible backup plans he may have. This risk. But think about it, genetic medicine. That is a treasure that can allow ordinary people to awaken directly and allow genetic users to break through quickly, if he can get it. Not to mention joining Chu Ye's base, his own strength will also improve by leaps and bounds. Damn it, do it. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Jianhong's eyes, and he nodded vigorously. Okay, don't worry, brother Chu. I will definitely take you to find that old bastard Lu Xun. Chu Yi no longer paid attention to what he was thinking and turned his gaze to the corpses of the mutant creatures that they had killed before and were scattered on the ground. These things are precious resources. His mind moved, and he casually waved his right hand forward. Buzz! An invisible wave spread out like water waves. The next second, Lu Jianhong's eyes widened in horror. All I saw were the corpses of mutant creatures piled up like a small mountain, emitting a strong stench. Including the giant mutant dog. It disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only some dark bloodstains and traces of battle were left on the ground, as if those monsters had never appeared. What the hell? Lu Jianhong's eyes almost popped out. He rushed to the place where Chu Yi had just waved, pointed at the empty sand, and shouted stutteringly with a distorted voice due to extreme shock. Where are the corpses? Brother Chu, where did all those corpses go? This is even weirder than the mutant itself. Is this an illusion? But the strong smell of blood still lingers in my nose. Lin Jiangwo and others were already used to it. To them, Chuyi just did a trivial thing. He turned a deaf ear to Lu Jianhong's clamor and was too lazy to even explain. Chuyi turned around and walked straight towards the modified, particularly ferocious-looking beach buggy parked not far away. Shen Yinxiu, Lin Zhengwo, on Wang Dao. He ordered, "Get in the car." Upon hearing this, the four of them immediately put away their surprise and suspicion and quickly followed. Shen Yinxiu even directly opened the passenger door. Lu Jianhong looked at Chu Ye's back, then looked at the empty surroundings, and his heart suddenly panicked. Chu Yi is leaving. Where's he going? Not taking him with him? A fear of being abandoned instantly gripped him. His only support now is Chu Yi. If he loses him, how can he survive in this dangerous desert? Brother Chu, wait for me. Lu Jianhong rushed towards the ATV without thinking, almost crawling. The moment Chu Yi sat in the driver's seat and was about to close the door, he grabbed the rear bumper of the ATV tightly. Buzz, boom! Chu Yi didn't even look at him. He just turned the key and stepped hard on the accelerator. The violent engine sound exploded instantly, and the beach car was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. The tires rolled up a lot of sand and dust, and it rushed forward suddenly. Lu Jianhong was caught off guard, and he staggered forward several steps due to the huge inertia and was almost thrown out. He held on to the bumper tightly, his whole body almost hanging on the back of the car, being tossed around all over the place, looking very miserable. The wind and sand whistled across my cheeks, bringing a knife-like pain. Lu Jianhong turned his head and looked in the direction where the ATV was speeding, feeling confused. Brother Chu, this is the wrong direction. He faced the strong wind and shouted with all his might. This is not the way to find Lu Xuan. This is not the direction back to the fortress. Where are we going? Chu Yi held the steering wheel, looking straight ahead, his eyes cold and calm. The wind whistled past his ears, and his calm voice was clearly heard by Lu Jianhong inside the car and at the rear of the car. Go get my people. Half an hour later, the dust raised by the beach buggy gradually subsided, and it stopped in front of a relatively intact villa area. Although the buildings here are also covered with a thick layer of sand and dust, compared to the ruins outside, they are like heaven. Chapter 152. It's so refreshing to have a sudden increase in strength. Lu Jianhong looked around in confusion. As her car just stopped, the door of one of the villas was suddenly opened from the inside. Brother Chu! A rough and excited roar sounded. A very strong and muscular man was the first to rush out, his face showing an ecstasy and excitement that was difficult to conceal. This person is actually Shirley. Brother Chu, you're finally back. Shirley rushed to the front of the car, his face flushed with excitement and his voice trembling. Following closely behind, a pretty girl, about 16 or 17 years old, with a ponytail and eyes that looked somewhat similar to Chu Yi, also ran out quickly, pulling a younger little girl in a white dress who was as delicate as a piece of jade and was looking at the outside timidly but curiously. Elder brother. Chu Yin's eyes were slightly red, and she finally felt relieved when she saw that Chu Yi was safe and sound. Brother Chu Yi. Bai Xiao also shouted timidly and hid behind Chu Yin. Behind them, a charming and gentle woman walked out quickly, holding a boy of 2 or 3 years old. It was Lin Wan and her son. She was accompanied by a tall, beautiful young woman with a hint of heroic spirit, Su Qing. When they saw Chu Yi, they all showed relieved smiles and joy from the bottom of their hearts on their faces. Mr. Chu, Chu Yi. A group of people quickly gathered around, chattering about their concerns and joy of reunion. Lu Jianhong, who was hanging at the rear of the car and covered in dust, looked at the heartwarming scene in front of him. Especially when he saw Chu Yin, Bai Xiao, Lin Wan, and Su Qing, he was completely stunned. He swallowed hard, his heart filled with turmoil. These people are Chu Ye's people? Look at them. Even though they had experienced the end of the world and their faces were inevitably weathered, their skin was still quite fair and shiny, and their figures were well proportioned, and could even be said to be plump. His eyes were bright, full of life and hope. How could they be any different from the numb, withered, and hopeless look of the survivors he saw outside? Especially the girl named Chu Yin and the little girl named Bai Xiao. It's just like the flowers in the greenhouse before the end of the world, untouched by dust. Is this the fucking end of the world? This Chu Yi, who is he? How on earth did he do that? Not only is his own strength unfathomable, but he can also take such good care of the people around him. For a moment, Lu Jianhong's offer Chu Yi was like a surging river, endless. He even began to feel lucky that he had managed to cling onto the car just now. Only by following such people can you survive. There's hope. A rare gentle look appeared on Chu Ye's face. He reached out and rubbed Chu Yin and Bai Xiao's little heads, causing the two girls to laugh happily. Be good, go in first. Then his gaze turned to Lin Wan, and his expression returned to his usual calmness. Lin Wan, pack up the important things. Food, water, medicine, weapons, and ammunition are the priority. We are leaving here soon, and we'll find another place to build our base. Change place. Lin Wan was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes lit up with surprise. Okay, great. This place is really getting more and more unsafe. I'll go clean it up right away. Yeah, are we moving? To a bigger base. Chu Yin jumped up excitedly. Seeing their excitement, Chu Yin nodded slightly, then turned his head and glanced sharply at Shirley and the other 5 men who followed him, who were also strong and alert. These 6 people were his original team and the force he trusted. As he thought about it again, several pieces of flesh and blood of mutant creatures emitting a strong energy aura appeared in his hands. Here, Chu, he casually threw the piece of meat to Shirley and others. Eat it. Shirley and the other 5 people were stunned, looking at the bloody piece of meat in their hands that was still warm and had a faint fishy smell. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion and a hint of resistance. Brother Chu, what kind of meat is this? Can I eat it? Shirley spoke hesitantly. This thing didn't look like something that could be eaten. Don't talk nonsense. Chu Ye's eyes turned cold. Eat it, and it will make you stronger. Become stronger? Shirley and the others' breathing suddenly stopped. His eyes suddenly became hot. In this apocalypse where human life is worthless, what could be more tempting than becoming stronger? Shirley no longer hesitated. He gritted his teeth, looked at Chu Ye's unquestionable eyes, closed his eyes, and hesitantly brought the dark red piece of meat to his mouth and carefully took a small bite. Hiss! Almost at the moment the piece of meat entered the stomach, an indescribable, violent yet extremely pure heat stream suddenly exploded. It instantly flowed through his limbs and bones like magma. Every cell seemed to cheer, tremble, and transform under the impact of this force. Shirley suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils contracted violently. He could clearly feel that an unprecedented explosive force was growing and rising wildly in his body. Boom! It was as if something broke inside my body. The power surges like a flood. This meat. Shirley looked down at his hands, feeling the surging power in his body, which was far greater than before. His face was filled with extreme shock and ecstasy. He felt like he could even punch through a wall with one punch. When the other 5 men saw this, huge ripples were stirred in their hearts. Gudon, someone swallowed hard. Become stronger. These 2 words seemed to have infinite magic power, instantly defeating the remaining hesitation and fear of the unknown in their hearts. Whatever meat it is, I don't care if I'll turn into a monster if I eat it, as long as I can become stronger. In this man-eating apocalypse, what is more important than strength? Damn it, let's fight. A bearded, burly man growled first, veins popping out on his neck. He closed his eyes and imitated Shirley, biting down hard. The next second, his eyes suddenly widened, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. His face turned red instantly, and the blood vessels on his thick neck were knotted, as if countless small snakes were crawling under his skin. An indescribable feeling of burning and explosive power exploded in his body like a volcanic eruption. He couldn't help but let out a suppressed growl. His muscles instantly expanded, stretching his t-shirt tight, and his bones made crackling sounds. With the first person taking the lead, the remaining 4 no longer hesitated, and they all made up their minds and stuffed the bloody piece of meat into their mouths. What a strong force! For a moment, the yard was filled with suppressed roars and heavy breathing. The 5 men were sweating profusely, their muscles were trembling, but their eyes were shining with unprecedented brilliance. They could clearly feel that their strength, speed, and even senses were skyrocketing at an incredible speed. Chapter 153. Moving the family to the fortress. Time passes slowly. The bearded man was the first to recover, feeling the surging power in his body. The look he gave Chu Yi was filled with fanatical admiration and gratitude, and his voice was trembling a little. Brother Chu, I feel like I can kill a cow. The others also looked at Chu Yi, the awe in their eyes almost overflowing, their lips moving, but they were so excited that they were a little incoherent. Thank you, Brother Chu. Brother Chu. This is incredible. Chu Ye's expression was indifferent. This was just a trivial matter. He waved his hand gently, interrupting everyone's tears of gratitude. That's all right, as long as you feel it. Go, take out the biggest wooden box in the garage. Yes, Brother Chu. These 6 men who have just undergone transformation are extremely motivated. Without any doubt, they immediately rushed to the villa's garage. Soon, they lifted out a huge wooden box that was large enough to accommodate several adults and placed it behind the sturdy beach buggy. Chewie found a tough rope from the car and quickly fixed the wooden box firmly on the rear trailer hook of the ATV, forming a simple trailer. At this time, Chu Yin, Lin Wan, Su Qing and others had also packed up the most important supplies and walked out carrying large and small bags. Brother Chu Yi, we are ready. Chu Yin held up a bulging backpack, as if she was presenting a treasure. Mr. Chu, bring food, water, and medicine, as well as some bullets. Lin Wan reported carefully. Chu Yi nodded, his eyes swept over the packages, but he did not reach out to take them, but his mind moved slightly. Buzz! An invisible wave swept by, and in the surprised eyes of Chu Yin and others, all the packages in their hands, along with some supplies they had originally planned to load into the car, disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had never existed. Where's the stuff? Bai Xiao was startled and rubbed her eyes. Chu Yin also had a bewildered look on her face. Then she seemed to have thought of something and looked at Chu Yi in surprise. Brother Chu Yi, did you do this? That's amazing. Lin Wan and Su Qing also had their beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. They had gradually gotten used to Chu Ye's endless magical methods after their initial shock, but they still felt excited every time they witnessed them with their own eyes. This man can always bring them endless sense of security and surprises. Only Lu Jianhong, who was hanging at the rear of the car, had just climbed up and was brushing off the dust on his body. He was once again stunned by the scene in front of him and almost popped his eyes out. Storage ability? Or space equipment? Fuck. How many cards does Chu Yi have left? Lu Jianhong's evaluation of Chu Yi once again reached an incredible level. He even began to feel that he had been acting like a shaman in front of the king of hell by opposing Chu Yi before. He was not knowing whether to live or die. Fortunately, I turned to the light early. Chu Yi ignored everyone's surprise and pointed at the beach buggy. Chu Yin, Bai Xiao, Sister Lin, Su Qing, take Xiao Bao and sit in the front. Then, he turned his gaze to Shirley and the other 6 people, as well as Lu Jianhong, who was also stunned, and his tone left no room for doubt. You guys sit in the box at the back. In the box. Lu Jianhong was stunned, his face twitching as he looked at the simple and bumpy wooden box. Shirley and the others had no complaints and were ready to jump in immediately. Chu didn't say anything more. After the women and Xiao Bao were seated, he walked to the gate of the villa, pressed his hands in the air, and an invisible force surged. There were only a few click sounds, and the internal structure of the door's lock seemed to have changed and was completely sealed. There is no way to open it from the outside unless you use violent means. After doing all this, Chu Yi stepped onto the driver's seat of the ATV, his eyes cold, without any hesitation. Hold on tight. Boom strapje. The engine roared, and the beach buggy kicked up a cloud of yellow sand, dragging the wooden box behind it into a ball. The 7 grown men looked at each other in bewilderment and rushed towards the fortress, leaving behind the empty villa, which gradually became blurred in the wind and sand. When Chu Yi drove his dune buggy to the gate of the fortress, the heavy metal gate had already been slowly opened following the notification from the watchtower. Inside the fortress, a lot of people rushed out when they heard the noise. Most of these people were wearing the same simple combat uniforms, and their faces showed the vigilance and numbness unique to survivors of the apocalypse. But when they saw the ATV, especially when they saw Lu Jianhong, who was in a mess at the rear of the vehicle, they all looked surprised and doubtful. Some of Lu Jianhong's former confidants showed worry and confusion on their faces. The dune buggy stopped, but Chu Yi did not get off. He just turned his head with a cold and indifferent look. He glanced at Lu Jianhong, who was still rubbing his butt with a grin on his face. That look, without any command or words, carried an unmistakable sense of oppression. Lu Jianhong's heart trembled, and he instantly understood what Chu Yi meant. He struggled to climb out of the wooden box, dusted off his body, and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces in front of him. I feel mixed emotions. Once upon a time, these people were his subordinates, but now he took a deep breath, suppressed the bitterness and helplessness in his heart, straightened his back, and declared in a deep voice with all his strength. Everyone listen up. From today on, the fortress will be taken over by Mr. Chu Yi. Mr. Chu will be our new director. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. What? Lu? Boss Lu? This? Who is Mr. Chu? The director is not. Just as everyone was talking and wondering, An and Wang Dao suddenly rushed out from the crowd. His face was filled with undisguised ecstasy and excitement. Great. Welcome, Mr. Chu. Brother Chu is so awesome. Upon seeing this, the people in the fortress echoed the words one by one. Taking the lead in expressing one's stance at this moment will undoubtedly add infinite persuasiveness to this bombshell. This person's strength might have reached a level they couldn't even imagine. In the end times, the strong are respected. This is an unchanging iron rule. After a brief commotion, one after another in the crowd lowered their heads and bent over. Meet Director Chu. We are willing to obey the orders of Chief Chu. Meet the director. The calls for surrender went from being scattered to gradually gathering into a torrent. Chu Yi was still sitting in the car, watching all this coldly. Only after everyone expressed their submission did he nod slightly and turn his gaze to Shen Yinxiu, who had just got off the car. Yinxiu, take Sister Lin and the others to settle down first and find a few clean rooms. Shen Yinxiu responded. She was now a level 4 gene user, with a strong aura, sharp eyes, and a sense of majesty. The fortress members didn't dare to look directly at her. Yes, Mr. Chu. Chapter 154, Roadblock Crisis arrives. Chu Yi met Shen Yinxiu, who was accompanied by Lin Wan, Chu Yin, and others, under the watchful eyes and guidance of several original fortress members. Walk towards the living area. Wait until they leave completely. Chu Yi finally got out of the car and glanced at Lu Jianhong, Shirlei, An, Wang Dao, and others. Come with me. The group followed Chu Yi and passed through the passage inside the fortress. Finally, we arrived at a spacious office that seemed to be used by the core figures of the fortress. Chu Yi walked unceremoniously to the leather sofa that symbolized power and was placed in the center, sat down, crossed his legs, and scanned everyone with sharp eyes. Time is of the essence, so I'll keep it short. Chu Yi's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Lu Xuan must be dealt with as soon as possible, but forcing his way in is too risky. I need more puppets to ensure that nothing goes wrong. But more puppets require genetic drugs. This is a dead end. Is there a better way? Anyone who can provide good advice will have their reward doubled. When Lu Jianhong heard this, his lips moved, as if he suddenly remembered something. He raised his head, met Chu Yi's gaze, and whispered, Mr. Chu, regarding the genetic medicine, I suddenly remembered that there's another place that may have it. Chu Yi raised his brows slightly. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Being locked in Chu Yi's gaze, Lu Jianhong felt a chill running down his spine and hurriedly explained. Mr. Chu, I didn't mean to hide it. I just didn't think of it before. And that warehouse is too dangerous. So, I never thought about it. He swallowed and explained. That's where the Sky Curtain organization stores important supplies and weapons. As far as I know, not only is the warehouse heavily guarded, but more importantly, that lunatic Wang Dahai has buried a large amount of high explosives in the core area of the warehouse. If an outside enemy breaks in by force, or the internal guards are cornered, they will detonate the explosives without hesitation. By then, not to mention the things in the warehouse, there will be absolutely no grass growing within a few hundred meters, and no one will be spared. Lu Jianhong became more and more excited and spoke frankly. That's a huge powder keg over there. Don't even touch it, Mr. Chu. Hearing this, the expressions of An, Wang Dao, and others also became solemn. Explosives are destructive weapons that transcend individual strength. Unless one has extremely powerful genes, they cannot resist them. However, after hearing this, Chu Yi showed a hint of sneer on his face. Dynamite? High explosives? He sneered inwardly. No matter how powerful the explosives are, as long as they are not detonated, they will be nothing more than a pile of useless chemicals when stored in his vast ocean space. As for the guards, in front of his space, any physical defense and traps are useless. What a huge powder keg in front of his vast ocean space. It is nothing more than a supply warehouse that can be used at any time. Danger? The corners of Chu Ye's mouth curled up in an icy arc, and there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes that looked down on the world. There is no dangerous place here. He stood up and looked down at Lu Jianhong with a firm tone. Lead the way. Ah! Lu Jianhong suddenly looked up and looked at Chu Yi in disbelief. Mr. Chu, didn't you understand? There are explosives in there. Once we were discovered. I said lead the way. Chu Yi interrupted him. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Lu Jianhong looked at Chu Ye's calm, yet crazy eyes, and felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Madman, this guy is absolutely a complete lunatic. Don't take your life seriously at all. He screamed wildly in his heart, regretting it so much that his intestines turned green. If I had known, I shouldn't have told anyone about this damn warehouse. Now, I'm being targeted by this lunatic. If I don't lead the way, the outcome will probably be worse than breaking into the warehouse. Yes, Mr. Chu. Under Chu Ye's cold gaze, Lu Jianhong finally gave in and agreed in a dry voice. But in his mind, he had already started thinking about how he would escape if the situation went wrong. Chu Yi then nodded with satisfaction and turned his gaze to Shirley, On, Wang Dao, and others. That place is very important. You stay in the fortress and strengthen the vigilance. No one is allowed to leave without my order. Yes, Brother Chu. Although Shirley and others also thought that breaking into the explosives warehouse was crazy, they chose to obey Chu Ye's orders unconditionally. Lu Jianhong, come with me. Chu Yi said this and walked straight out of the office. Lu Jianhong turned his head and quickly glanced at Chu Ye's profile. This guy, it turned out, still didn't completely trust himself, so he left Shirley and the others in the fortress. He muttered something in his heart, but tactfully kept silent. He just silently withdrew his gaze and looked at the endless yellow sand ahead. Chu Yi ignored Lu Jianhong's little thoughts, got on the ATV, and started the engine. Boom! A low roar broke the silence in front of the fortress, and the beach buggy rolled up a cloud of dust and sped away in the direction Lu Jianhong pointed. The wheels rolled over the cracked earth, and on both sides were the ruins of the collapsed city. Under the dim sky, the desolation and silence of the end of the world hits you in the face. Lu Jianhong held the handrail, feeling the bumps of the vehicle with mixed feelings. There is fear of the Skydome warehouse that he is about to face, but also a hint of awe towards the unfathomable man beside him. Maybe, just as the ATV was traveling to a relatively open area of ruins. Chu Ye's eyes suddenly froze. A strong sense of crisis, like a cold needle, instantly pierced my whole body. It's almost an instinctive reaction. Crunch. Chu Yi slammed the brakes hard. The tires made a harsh sound as they rubbed against the dry road, leaving 2 deep black marks. The sudden emergency brake caused the unprepared Lu Jianhong to fall forward violently. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and grabbed the back of the seat in front of him with both hands, thus avoiding a head-on collision. Mr. Chu? Why? Lu Jianhong was still in shock, and before he could finish his question, his pupils suddenly contracted. They saw the sand a few meters ahead of them, without any sign. Crash! Yellow sand explodes. A frighteningly thick, rusty iron chain suddenly jumped out from the ground like a lurking poisonous python. What's even more terrifying is that the iron chain is welded with densely packed sharp steel spikes. They're flashing a cold light. Puff! Puff! Without giving Chu Yi any time to react, the spiked chain accurately wrapped around and fiercely stabbed the front and rear tires of the ATV. The thick off-road tires looked as fragile as paper in front of these hideous iron spikes. The harsh sound of tires bursting rang out one after another. The beach buggy sank suddenly and broke down completely. Chapter 155, another bunch of blind rubbish. Almost at the same time the tire was scrapped. Over there. Surround them. Don't let them get away. There is a whooshing sound, and 7 or 8 figures suddenly emerged from behind the low, broken walls and the shadows of the collapsed buildings. Chu Yi looked up and saw that all these people were dressed in rags. His face bore traces of wind and sand erosion, but his eyes were unusually fierce. They held various weapons in their hands, including old hunting rifles, rusty machetes, and even a few sharpened steel pipes. They quickly formed a circle and surrounded the immobile ATV in the center. Chu Yi frowned slightly, turned his head, and swept his cold eyes over the group of uninvited guests. Ordinary people? No, Judging by the coordination of their actions and the fierceness in their eyes, they were more like thugs who made a living by looting in the apocalypse. Standing in the front was a burly man with a scar on his face and a face full of flesh. He was carrying a shiny machete and looked up and down at the sturdy-looking beach buggy. He then looked at Chu Yi and Lu Jianhong, who were dressed relatively cleanly and tidily in the car. Greedy light instantly flashed in his eyes. "Ha ha, we got rich. Brothers, we really hit the jackpot this time." Scarface was spitting excitedly and pointing his knife at the beach buggy. "Look at this car. It's powerful. It will definitely take out a lot of gas. Oil." Upon hearing this, Chu Yi calmly turned his gaze towards the scarred man, and his tone did not reveal whether he was happy or angry. "What do you need gasoline for?" Scarface was stunned by Chu Yi's sudden question. Then, as if he had been insulted, his face instantly darkened. He originally thought that these two people were trapped and would either be scared to death or beg for mercy. Who would have thought that the other party would actually dare to ask back? Moreover, the boy's calm eyes made him inexplicably uncomfortable. "Fuck, it's none of your business." Scarface spat viciously and slammed the machete to the ground, making a dull clang sound. "Get off here right now, if you know what's best for you. Leave the car and everything behind. I'm in a good mood today. Maybe I can let you guys get out of here in one piece. Otherwise," he grinned and raised his chin. "Otherwise, I'll let you guys have a taste of how sharp my knife is." Lu Jianhong sat in the passenger seat, glancing at Chu Yi, who was still expressionless beside him from the corner of his eye, and in his heart he had already begun to mourn for these blind guys. Why did you have to offend this god of death when you could offend anyone else? Bad luck? No, it's just the worst bad luck. He could almost imagine how Chu Yi would strike with lightning speed in the next second and tear these people into pieces. However, Chu Yi just raised the corner of his mouth slightly, an almost imperceptible arc, seeming to feel a little bored. It's a waste of time to deal with these minions who are not even gene users. He didn't even bother to look at the scarred face again. He turned his gaze to Lu Jianhong beside him and spoke in a calm tone, as if he was instructing a servant to dispose of garbage. "You decide." Lu Jianhong almost couldn't catch his breath, and his face turned red. "Just figure out. Just wait and see again. I just came back from the gates of hell, and now I have to be your thug to deal with this kind of trash." Lu Jianhong roared wildly in his heart. An indescribable feeling of frustration and anger rushed straight to his head. But he knew very well how terrifying Chu Yi was, so he could only suppress his anger. Instead, he directed all his anger towards the group of ignorant robbers outside. He suddenly opened the car door, stood out, glanced at everyone with a sinister look, and spoke in a bone-chilling voice. "Tell me, who are you? What's the purpose of setting a trap here? Fix the tire for us right now, and get out of here." The scarred man was stunned at first when he saw Lu Jianhong getting out of the car and still daring to be so arrogant. Then he and his companions burst into an even more unbridled laughter. "Ha ha! Fixed? Did I hear correctly?" Scarface pointed a knife at Lu Jianhong, as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? I think you are really tired of living." The other tall and thin man also agreed with a strange smile. "Brother, stop wasting time talking to him. I think this kid is very delicate and tender. If we catch him, maybe he can still court death." Lu Jianhong could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. Being suppressed by Chu Yi was fine, but now even this kind of nobody dared to act so presumptuous in front of him. A violent aura suddenly burst out from his body. "You are a bunch of ignorant fools. You came here to get yourself killed." Before he finished speaking, bang! A shallow pit suddenly appeared in the sand under Lu Jianhong's feet. His whole body was like a taut spring that was released in an instant, turning into a blurred afterimage, carrying with him the terrifying power and boundless rage of a second-level gene user, and rushed straight towards the scarred face, who was still laughing wildly. The wind is howling. The killing intent is chilling. The wild laughter on Scarface's face froze instantly. He watched helplessly as Lu Jianhong turned into an almost elusive afterimage and rushed towards him. The strong wind he brought with it made his cheeks hurt. "Mutant! Mutant! Fire! Fire now!" The thugs behind him also had pale faces, and they were scared to death. In panic, they subconsciously raised the old guns in their hands and pulled the triggers at the figure rushing towards them. Bang! Bang! Da-da-da! Suddenly, gunshots rang out. Bullets rained down on Lu Jianhong like rain. Inside the car, Chu Yi didn't even raise his eyelids. His eyes were still fixed on the endless yellow sand outside the car window. As a second-level gene person, if Lu Jianhong needs to take action to deal with this mob that can't even hold a gun, then he would be too useless. This thought just flashed through Chu Ye's mind. Swish! At the moment when the gunfire was intertwined, Lu Jianhong's figure flashed to the side like a ghost. A few bullets almost grazed the corners of his clothes, splashing a few drops of dust on the sand. The next second, he had rushed in front of a tall and thin man holding a shotgun. The tall and thin man's pupils suddenly shrank, his eyes filled with incredible fear, and before he could pull the trigger again. Bang! Lu Jianhong's kick, which was infused with terrifying power, had already hit him hard in the chest. Snap! A clear sound of bone cracking was heard, accompanied by a short scream. The tall and thin man flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit heavily on a broken wall 5 meters away. His chest collapsed visibly, and the blood spurting out of his mouth dyed the yellow sand beneath him red. It was obvious that he was not going to survive. Fuck! Hit him! Kill him for me! Scarface was shocked and angry when he saw this. He roared wildly and waved the machete in his hand wildly. But he didn't dare to move forward at all. The rest of the thugs were in complete disarray. In panic, flames were spitting out of their guns, and bullets were flying aimlessly. A few stray bullets even hit the bulletproof glass of the ATV, making crisp ding-dang-dang sounds. A bunch of rubbish. The fierce look in Lu Jianhong's eyes became even more fierce. He growled and suddenly jumped up again. He rushed into it head first, maneuvering in the sparse but chaotic rain of bullets. Every time he dodged, there was an accompanying sound of breaking bones and shrill screams. Chapter 156 Armored Vehicles Make a Big Profit. Bang! A thug who tried to attack with a steel pipe had his jaw smashed by his punch and fell to the ground. Bang! Another guy who was holding an old rifle had his neck twisted by Lu Jianhong before he could even hold the gun steady. Snap! But after just a dozen seconds, the gunfire stopped. 7 or 8 thugs had now all collapsed to the ground, some dead or injured, with wailing everywhere. A strong smell of blood filled the air. Only the scarred man was stepped on the chest by Lu Jianhong. The huge force made him unable to move. The machete flew out of his hand, and there was only endless fear and despair on his face. Chu Yi then slowly opened the car door and walked slowly to a man who was covering his broken arm and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Standing in front of the thug who was still breathing, he looked down at him with a calm voice. Intercept our car, what for? The thug trembled all over when he was looked at by Chu Ye's cold eyes. The severe pain and fear almost made him collapse, and he begged tremblingly. Have mercy! Have mercy! We just want to get some oil to refuel the military armored vehicle we found. Military armored vehicles? Chu Ye's eyes suddenly froze. Beneath the calm expression, a trace of imperceptible excitement instantly surged into his heart. Armored vehicle. In this end times with yellow sand everywhere, what does a usable military armored vehicle mean? Defense. Firepower. Flexibility. It's 100 times better than this convertible beach buggy. With it, it will be a huge help whether you are heading to the warehouse of the Sky Curtain organization or dealing with more dangerous situations that may arise in the future. Where? Chu Ye's voice carried a hint of unquestionable command. The thug did not dare to delay and quickly raised his uninjured hand, pointing tremblingly at a place not far ahead. It's in the building in front, that's half buried in the sand. Follow me. Chu Yi no longer paid attention to the ants on the ground. He gave an order to Lu Jianhong behind him and took the lead to step forward. Lu Jianhong glanced at the scarred man who was about to pee his pants under his feet. A trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. He spat, loosened his feet, and quickly caught up with Chu Yi. The two men, one in front and one behind, advanced about dozens of meters in the direction pointed by the thug. Sure enough, a dilapidated 5-story building with the lower half almost buried in yellow sand appeared in the field of vision. The entrance to the building was dark and eerie. Go in and take a look first. Chu Yi stopped and turned his head to signal Lu Jianhong. The corners of Lu Jianhong's mouth twitched slightly, and he cursed in his heart. It's me again, but when he is under someone's eaves, he has to bow his head. He nodded, took a deep breath, clenched his fists, increased the power of the second-level gene user to the extreme, and stepped into the darkness cautiously. As soon as you step in, who? In the darkness, several low, vigilant shouts were immediately heard. Immediately afterwards, several beams of flashlight suddenly lit up, causing Lu Jianhong to squint his eyes. At the end of the light beam, there were 4 or 5 men holding weapons, also in tattered clothes, but with more vigilant eyes. They blocked the entrance in an instant. It seems that he's staying behind to watch the car. Court death. Lu Jianhong was furious at the moment. So how could he have the time to talk nonsense with them? There was no place to vent the resentment caused by Chu Ye's instructions. He let out a low shout, not giving the other party any time to react, and his figure turned into an afterimage again. Bang! Snap! Ah! In the darkness, only a few short thuds of punches and kicks, the sound of bones cracking, and a sudden scream could be heard. In less than 3 seconds, everything returned to silence. Chu Yi heard the noise inside disappear. Then he walked in slowly. A strong smell of engine oil and dust hit me in the face. After adapting to the dim light inside, Chu Yi glanced around. This is a ground floor space, similar to an underground garage or a large warehouse. As expected, it was filled with the wreckage of various scrapped vehicles that had been dismantled into pieces, like a metal cemetery. In the middle of all this scrap metal, there stood a huge vehicle, covered in thick dust but still unable to conceal its hideous outline. It was a camouflage-tracked, military-armored vehicle. Although it was covered in dust, the vehicle structure was intact, the turret was held high, and there was no obvious damage to the tracks. The thick gun barrel pointed darkly forward, revealing a cold, murderous aura. It's really a good thing. A hint of heat flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. This thing's operating ability is so strong. Its defense, firepower, and off-road capabilities are far beyond what a beach buggy can compare to. With it, your safety factor will be greatly improved. He walked quickly forward, reached out, and opened the heavy cockpit door. There was a smell of leather and metal. Chu Yi sat in the driver's seat and checked the dashboard skillfully. The key was actually inserted on it. He turned the key. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The engine emitted a deep and powerful roar and started up in one go. The fuel gauge needle on the dashboard was pointing to a position close to full. It looks like these idiots haven't had time to use it yet. Chu Ye's lips curled up with a hint of satisfaction. He immediately jumped out of the car and greeted Lu Jianhong, who had just dealt with the corpse. Pump out the remaining fuel from the ATV and add it in. Don't waste it. Lu Jianhong did as he was told and quickly transferred the little oil in the ATV's tank to the armored vehicle's tank, filling it up completely. Chu Yi sat back in the driving seat, gripped the joystick, and stepped hard on the accelerator. Rumble. The heavy armored vehicle roared, its tracks rolled, crushing the debris on the ground, and then it rushed out of the warehouse door and stopped on the sand outside. The sunlight shone on its dusty body, reflecting the cold, hard luster of the metal. Get in the car. Chu Yi leaned his head out and shouted. Lu Jianhong couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Damn, this was such a pleasant surprise. He quickly climbed into the passenger seat, looking curiously at the complex instruments and sturdy interior of the car, and couldn't help but admire it. Damn it, this is the Tiger III, one of the best assault armored vehicles in the hands of the Sky Curtain organization. We made it. This thing is much better than that crappy beach buggy. Rumble. The Tiger III armored vehicle left 2 deep track marks on the sand, raising a cloud of dust. Lu Jianhong was sitting in the co-pilot's seat. The excitement on his face had not completely faded, and he was still marveling at the strength of this steel behemoth. Chu Yi held the joystick, feeling the surging power from the engine, and glanced at the desolate scene around him. His expression suddenly froze. Then he turned his head and looked at Lu Jianhong, who was still somewhat excited. You said this is something from the Sky Curtain organization? Chu Ye's voice was not loud, but it carried a hint of coldness. Why was it thrown in a place like this? Chapter 157 Zhou Xiong is still waiting for your test. Lu Jianhong heard Chu Ye's question. The excitement on his face froze for a moment, then turned into a hint of confusion. He shook his head. I don't know. Logically, they treasure this level of equipment like the apple of their eye. Even if it is damaged in battle, it should be towed back to the core base for repair. Leaving it here is really strange. Unless it was robbed or something unexpected happened, he muttered to himself. Chu Yi didn't ask any more questions. There's no point in asking. He is more concerned about another thing now, genetic medicine. Without that thing, puppet technology is just a pile of waste paper. Continue to lead the way. Chu Yi's tone left no room for doubt. Okay. Lu Jianhong immediately calmed down and pointed at a vague outline in front of him. Just follow this road, covered by sand. After about a kilometer, you will see a large factory building. That's the place I mentioned to you before. Rumble. The armored vehicle roared and started again, rolling over the sand and heading in the direction Lu Jianhong pointed. The tracks stirred up the yellow sand, making a dull sound that was particularly harsh in this deadly doomsday. About 10 minutes later, the outline of a huge building appeared at the end of the field of vision. It was a single-story steel structure factory building, covering a very large area, but the lower half had been buried under thick yellow sand. Only the rusty roof and part of the wall were exposed, and a few broken windows were dark, revealing a sense of desolation and deathly silence. The armored vehicle slowly stopped about 100 meters away from the factory entrance. Lu Jianhong pointed at the entrance of the factory, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down. He swallowed, his voice a little dry. "Chu, boss Chu, it's just ahead. Damn, this place looks weird." He felt vaguely uneasy. Chu turned off the engine, and the car suddenly became quiet, leaving only the two people's slightly rapid breathing. He looked at the factory building with sharp eyes. "Get off," Chu said coldly. "This thing is too eye-catching. Go in." "Huh? Oh, okay." Although Lu Jianhong felt that it was safer to drive an armored vehicle, he did not dare to disobey Chuye's orders. He reached for the door handle. Click! The heavy car door was just open a crack. Lu Jianhong looked up subconsciously. His pupils suddenly shrank. I saw a group of people staggering out from the shadows on the side of the factory building. There were about 7 or 8 of them, all dressed in rags but holding weapons in their hands, including machetes, steel pipes, and even 2 assault rifles that looked well-maintained. The leader was a tall, bald man with a look of impatience and expectation. When the bald man saw the Tiger 3 parked on the sand, his eyes suddenly lit up, his mouth opened wide, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and he shouted in the direction of the armored vehicle in a rough voice. "Hey, Wang Yo, what's taking you so long? Damn it, I finally got all the oil for this iron lump." Chu Yi and Lu Jianhong, who had just leaned half his body out, both froze. Looking for oil? King cattle? Chu Yi's eyes moved slightly, and he understood instantly. These guys thought we were their own people who drove away this armored vehicle. Among the warehouse guards just dealt with by Lu Jianhong, there was probably the one named Wang Yo. In a flash, Chu Yi had already made up his mind. He pushed open the car door calmly and jumped out. His movements were very natural. "Well, it took some effort, but I finally got enough." Chu Yi's voice was calm, and there was nothing unusual to hear. The bald man strode over, looked Chu Yi up and down, frowned slightly, and had a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Who are you? How come I've never seen you before? Where's that guy Wang Yo? Tell him to drive the car over here." "Really?" Chu Yi sneered in his heart, but his face remained calm, even with a hint of helplessness and complaint. "Don't mention it. Wang Yo ran into some trouble on the road and was delayed. He asked me to drive the car over first. He'll be here soon." Chu Yi spoke nonsense with an extremely calm expression. "TSK, that guy's always causing trouble." The bald man obviously had no doubts. He waved his hand impatiently. All right. Boss Zhou Xiong. We're waiting for this car to be tested. Don't delay you. Drive the car into the factory right away." Zhou Xiong? Test? Chu Yi's heart moved, but he pretended to be confused on his face, revealing a hint of doubt at the right time. "Test? Test what? Wang Yo didn't tell me." "Ah." The bald man looked at Chu Yi as if he was a fool. Then he slapped his bald head as if he suddenly realized something, and lowered his voice with a hint of excitement and ferocity. "You just got here, right? You don't even know this? Boss Zhou has long disliked that bastard Lu Shan. We got this big guy this time to test its firepower and find out what Lu Shan is up to. Damn it, it's better to just blow that bastard up." Lu Shan. Chu Yi's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously looked at Lu Jianhong next to him and saw unbelievable shock in each other's eyes. It is really true that after searching for a long time, you can finally find it without any effort. I was just worrying about how to find Lu Shan and get the genetic medicine, but I didn't expect these people to take the initiative to deliver it to my door. Zhou Xiong is going to attack Lu Shan? This is simply, what a godsend opportunity to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Chu Yi suppressed the ecstasy and shock in his heart. His face quickly replaced with an expression of realization and regret, and he slapped his head. "Oh, so that's what happened. Damn Wang Yo. He didn't even tell me such an important thing in advance." He turned around and gave a look to the still dazed Lu Jianhong, his tone carrying an unquestionable command. What are you still standing there for? Get in the car. Huh? Oh, Lu Jianhong was a little dizzy from the shock of this sudden information, but he subconsciously got back into the passenger seat. Chu Yi jumped back into the driver's seat and stepped on the accelerator amid the urging of the bald man and his men to hurry up. Bon strapia. The Tiger 3 let out a low roar. Its tracks turned, and it drove towards the huge factory entrance violently. The lights suddenly dimmed. A strong, pungent smell of nitroglycerin and dust hit them in the face, making Chu Yi and Lu Jianhong frown. With the faint light coming through the damaged roof, Chu Yi quickly scanned the interior of the factory. The pupils suddenly shrank. The interior of this extremely spacious factory was not empty as imagined, but was filled with rows and piles of neatly stacked boxes. Wooden boxes, iron boxes, various specifications, most of which are printed with eye-catching red or yellow warning signs. Danger. Explosives. No fireworks allowed. Here, there are huge arsenals. In other words, it is a warehouse of explosives. Chapter 158, What does the newcomer know? Lu Jianhong didn't lie to me. There is indeed something big hidden here, Chu Yi said in his heart. His eyes became even deeper. Lu Jianhong, who was standing next to him, turned pale and felt his scalp tingling when he saw this scene. It's like sitting on a powder keg that could explode at any time. He swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling uncontrollably, and he leaned close to Chu Ye's ear and whispered hurriedly. Chu, Boss Chu, this place is so fucking scary. It's all explosives. How about we just drive this car away while they're not paying attention? What if we were discovered by that Zhou Xiong? Lu Jianhong's voice was trembling uncontrollably, almost like begging. Running away? Chu Ye's icy gaze swept over suddenly, and two cold rays of light stung Lu Jianhong, making him shiver. Are you scared? Chu Ye's voice was not loud, but it carried a heart-pounding chill. If you're afraid, get out of here. Don't get in the way here. Get out, get out? Lu Jianhong's neck stiffened and the blood instantly drained from his face, turning pale. He looked into Chu Ye's eyes that were free of emotion, and a fear from the depths of his soul gripped him. Go down. This factory is full of Zhou Xiong's men. Going down there will lead to death. Although it is dangerous to stay in the car, at least Chu Yi is here. Oh shit, let's do it. Chu Yi saved my life, so at worst I can get it back to him. Lu Jianhong gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and swallowed back the excuses and fear that were on the tip of his tongue. He shut his mouth tightly and turned his head to the side, not daring to say another word. Chu Yi snorted coldly and ignored him, looking out the car window with sharp eyes. Looking through the dusty windshield, I saw a dozen men standing in the open space not far ahead. These people are all big and strong, holding various weapons, with a look of ferocity and numbness unique to the end of the world. It is obvious at first glance that they are not good people. Among them, there were several heavy wooden boxes placed in a mess, which were exactly the same as the boxes of explosives we had just seen. At this moment, a thin man in the crowd stepped forward, and from a distance, he suddenly stretched out his big hand and blocked the front of the Tiger 3. Crunch! Chu Yi reacted extremely quickly and slammed on the brakes almost as a conditioned reflex. The heavy armored vehicle made a harsh friction sound, and its tracks were deeply embedded in the sand, stopping less than 2 meters in front of the man. The blown dust flew onto the man's face. Damn it, why are you here just now? The thin man wiped the sand off his face and shouted impatiently towards the cab. Boss Zhou Xiong is getting impatient waiting. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Chu Yi opened the car door and jumped out calmly. He looked in the direction indicated by the thin man. In the center of the crowd of a dozen men, on a worn but fairly clean iron chair, there was a figure sitting with his arms and legs spread out. The man was wearing a greasy leather jacket with his shirt open, revealing his muscular body and a hideous scar. He had a very short shaved head, thin cheeks, high cheekbones, and sharp eyes. He was staring at Chu Yi, who had just got off the car without blinking, his eyes full of scrutiny and undisguised depression. Zhou Xiong. Chu Yi was instantly certain that the other person was the boss that the man just mentioned. You come here. Zhou Xiong's voice was rough, with the commanding tone of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. He pointed at Chu Yi, then pointed at the open space in front of him. Chu Yi's expression remained unchanged. As he walked, he quickly calculated in his mind. What exactly does Zhou Xiong want to do? Is it suspicion? Look up. Zhou Xiong spoke again, as if he wanted to see Chu Yi thoroughly from inside out. Who are you? Where is that loser Wang Yo? Sure enough, I still have doubts. Chu Yi sneered in his heart, but his face remained calm. He even pretended to have a hint of resentment towards Wang Yo. Boss Zhou, I'm Brother Wang Yo's subordinate, and I've just been with him for a while. Brother Wang Yo has something urgent on the way, so I'll drive the car over here and listen to your instructions. Humph. Useless people always have a lot of trouble. Zhou Xiong seemed to accept this explanation, or perhaps he didn't care about Wang Yo's life or death at all. He waved his hand impatiently. One of his men beside him immediately understood, took a few steps forward, and with a clang, he violently pried open the lid of a large wooden box nearby with a crowbar. The yellow, round columns of explosives were neatly stacked and lay quietly in the box, emitting a dangerous and cold breath. Chu Ye's pupils shrank slightly, almost imperceptibly. Did you see that? Zhou Xiong raised his chin, pointed at the box of explosives, and then pointed at the Tiger 3 next to it. Go, put these precious lumps into the barrel of that big guy. Hurry up. What? Chu Ye's heart was filled with alarm bells. Let me load the explosives? What does he mean? Could it be that he has seen through my identity and is testing me on purpose? Or are you looking for an excuse to get rid of me? You know, how could a newcomer who had just been with Wang Yo for a short time be allowed to operate the artillery of this kind of military armored vehicle, especially loading the ammunition? More importantly, he simply doesn't know how to do it. When Zhou Xiong saw Chu Yi standing there without moving, his brows immediately frowned, and his eyes became 3 times sharper. Huh? Why don't you move? Didn't that idiot Wang Yo teach you this? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The men behind Zhou Xiong unconsciously tightened their hands holding their weapons and focused their unfriendly eyes on Chu Yi, as if they were going to pounce on him in the next second. Lu Jianhong, who was sitting in the passenger's seat, saw that the atmosphere was not right, and Chu Yi seemed to be in a stalemate. Zhou Xiong's suspicion was almost solidified. He even saw Chu Ye's fingers move slightly. Be ready to attack at any time. No, can't do it. This is their territory, full of explosives. Once a fight breaks out, Lu Jianhong was so anxious that a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. In a split second, he no longer cared about being afraid. He pushed open the car door and rushed down, his face instantly filled with a flattering, almost servile smile. Hey, Boss Zhou, don't be angry. Look at what you said. As he spoke, he swiftly ran over to the box of explosives and explained with a nod and a bow. He's new here. He really doesn't understand. Brother Wang Yo usually treasures this car like the apple of his eye. How can you let him touch it? He's clumsy. If he breaks your treasure, 10 heads won't be enough to chop off. Having said that, he did not give Zhou Xiong and Chu Yi time to react. He suddenly bent down, used both hands, and nimbly picked up a bundle of cylindrical explosives weighing at least 10 kilograms. He turned around with skillful movements and rushed to the side of the armored vehicle in a few steps. He found the hidden ammunition loading port accurately, and with a few clicks, he stuffed the bundle of explosives in securely. The whole action was smooth and flowing, obviously an experienced person. Chapter 159, Lu Jianhong as the pioneer. Zhou Xiong watched Lu Jianhong's skillful operation, and his frown slowly relaxed, and the doubt in his eyes faded a lot. He nodded with satisfaction and looked at Lu Jianhong with a little more approval. Then, he turned his head and slapped Chu Ye's shoulder heavily with his big hand like a palm leaf fan again. Boy, did you see that? Zhou Xiong grinned, revealing 2 rows of teeth yellowed by smoke. Be smart and learn more. I don't keep useless people under my command. These words are both a warning and a warning. Chu Yi felt even colder in his heart, but he forced a simple smile on his face and nodded repeatedly. Yes, Boss Zhou taught me a lesson. I will definitely learn it well. Zhou Xiong then withdrew his hand with satisfaction, turned to Lu Jianhong, who had already loaded the explosives and was wiping his sweat, and gave a new order. You, go, point the gun at the open space outside. He casually pointed to a sand dune 100 meters outside the factory. Let me hear it. Try the power of this big guy. Lu Jianhong was stunned and subconsciously looked at Chu Yi. Chu Yi had a blank expression on his face and just nodded slightly. Lu Jianhong took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and got back into the armored vehicle. Following Zhou Xiong's instructions, he began to adjust the muzzle of the gun. The next moment, boom! A deafening bang suddenly exploded. The entire factory seemed to tremble. Chu Ye's pupils shrank suddenly, and he saw a flash of fire from the muzzle of the armored vehicle, and a visible shock wave spread out. Immediately afterwards, the piece of sand 100 meters ahead was hit hard, and a large pit with a diameter of several meters was instantly exploded. The yellow sand was blown up high, covering the sky and the sun. Gravel and sand hit the iron roof of the factory building with a crackling sound, making a teeth-grinding sound. Afterwards, the yellow sand gradually settled, and the smoke and dust caused by the shelling slowly dissipated. Chuyi leaned out half of his body and looked forward. A huge bomb crater with a diameter of more than 5 meters and a bottomless depth suddenly appeared on the originally flat sand 100 meters away. The edges were charred black, and there was even a faint smell of steam rising from the bottom of the pit. Hiss! Chuyi took a deep breath. This Tiger 3 vehicle-mounted gun is so powerful. They are several times more powerful than the modified weapons stored in his Canghai Space, and even some of the captured munitions. If this thing is fired at a fortress... Good fellow. Zhou Xiong's rough laughter interrupted Chu Ye's thoughts. His big hand landed heavily on the shoulder of Lu Jianhong, whose face was still a little pale. The shots made a bang-bang sound. Boy, you're quite capable. Much better than that loser Wang Yo. Lu Jianhong forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Boss Zhou, thank you for the compliment. Thank you for the compliment. Zhou Xiong nodded with satisfaction, a calculating gleam in his eyes, and then he waved his hand and pointed into the distance. When we fight that old fellow Lucian later, you will be in charge of firing the first shot. Hit him hard. Blast his turtle shell into pieces. What? Lu Jianhong's whole body suddenly stiffened. Let me fire the first shot? Be the vanguard. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at Chu Yi with a pleading look. Isn't this putting him on Brother Chu's head? What on earth is this bastard Zhou Xiong thinking? Chu Ye's face was as gloomy as water, but his eyes were unusually calm. He caught Lu Jianhong's gaze and nodded slightly, imperceptibly. Alex said, take it. Lu Jianhong's Adam's apple rolled, and he felt mixed emotions, but he dared not disobey Chu Ye's order. He took a deep breath, suppressed his suspicion and uneasiness, and nodded vigorously at Zhou Xiong, his voice deliberately raised with a hint of excitement. Yes, Boss Zhou, I promise to complete the mission. We will blow up that old bastard Lu Shun's lair. I don't think you dare to play tricks. Zhou Xiong snorted coldly, seeming to be quite satisfied with Lu Jianhong's attitude. Then, he turned his head suddenly and stared at Chu Yi. There was a meaningful smile on his face, which made people's backs chill. Everyone. Zhou Xiong just glanced at him and suddenly raised his voice with an unquestionable commanding tone. Set off immediately. Target. Lushuan base. Boom boom. The engine of the Tiger 3 armored vehicle roared again, and its tracks rolled over the sand, stirring up a cloud of dust, and drove towards the depths of the desert. Outside the car window, yellow sand rolled as far as the eye could see. Zhou Xiong and his dozen or so men, divided into several modified off-road vehicles and pickup trucks, tightly surrounded the armored vehicles in the middle and moved forward together. The atmosphere inside the armored vehicle was terribly depressing. Chu Yi held the steering wheel, his eyes scanning the passing vehicles outside the window sharply, and Zhou Xiong's changeable face in the rearview mirror. After a moment, he lowered his voice and spoke to Lu Jianhong beside him with a cold tone. Lu Jianhong, something is wrong. Lu Jianhong had been on edge the whole time. Upon hearing this, he immediately came over and also lowered his voice, with a serious look on his face. Brother Chu, I saw a long time ago. This Zhou Xiong is so wrong. Why do you put the two of us alone in this tin? Why would you want me to be a pioneer? Zhou Xiong's appointment just now seemed like a reward, but considering the current situation, it seemed weird no matter how you looked at it. So what should we do, Brother Chu? Lu Jianhong was a little anxious, and his hand subconsciously reached for the weapon at his waist. Or, don't be impulsive. Chu Yi interrupted him. His lips curled up and his eyes were deep. When an enemy comes, we will fight him with our army. When a flood comes, we will block it with earth. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trick is just a paper tiger. He glanced at the vehicles outside, his tone containing a hint of disdain. He's just a clown. We'll see what happens later. Lu Jianhong looked at Chu Ye's determined profile, and the anxiety in his heart subsided a little. Yes, with Brother Chu here, what is there to be afraid of? The vehicle drove for about another half an hour. At this moment, at the end of the yellow sand in front, the outline of a lonely but extremely complete building with more than 10 floors high suddenly came into view. The building seemed so out of place in the sea of sand at the end of the world. Brother Chu, look! Lu Jinhong's breathing suddenly quickened, and he pointed at the building, his voice excited but also alert. That's it. Lu Xuan's lair. Damn, this old guy really knows how to find a place. His eyes became serious. But this place must be heavily guarded. It looks peaceful from the outside, but according to the intelligence I got before, there must be a lot of explosives and automatic weapon traps buried around it. Breaking in by force is courting death. Almost at the same time, when Lu Jinhong finished speaking, the SUV that Zhou Xiong was riding in front slowed down. Zhou Xiong leaned half of his body out of the window, raised his right hand, and made a stop gesture. Chapter 160, it turns out that they were used as bait. Seeing Zhou Xiong's actions, Chui stepped on the brakes firmly. The Tiger III armored vehicle stopped behind a sand dune about 500 meters away from the tall building. Immediately afterwards, a scene occurred that made Chu Yi and Lu Jinhong's pupils shrink suddenly. Zhou Xiong did not order an attack. Instead, he called on a few trusted subordinates to carefully carry over all the remaining columnar explosives they had brought with them, in boxes and bundles. However, these explosives were not loaded into the barrel of the Tiger III. Instead, they swiftly stuffed it directly into the spare ammunition storage compartment at the rear of the armored vehicle. An extremely ominous premonition instantly enveloped Chu Yi and Lu Jinhong's hearts. All of you, get out of the way. Get away from me. Zhou Xiong waved his hand and ordered the men who were carrying the explosives to evacuate quickly, retreating to 100 meters away. Then, he turned his head and raised his chin towards Chu Yi and Lu Jinhong in the armored vehicle through the dust. His tone was cold and contained a hint of undisguised cruelty. Listen up. You two, aim at that building, blast. Blast hard. Blast everyone inside out. All around, Zhou Xiong's other men also spread out far away, holding their weapons and staring at the armored vehicles with unfriendly eyes, forming a subtle encirclement. Chu Yi's eyes fixed. He pushed open the car door, took a step forward against the wind and sand, and looked directly at Zhou Xiong on the sand dune. His voice was steady, but with a hint of questioning that was hard to conceal. Boss Zhou, just the two of us? His voice was not loud, but it came through clearly. Aren't you guys going to come along? I'm afraid our firepower won't be enough with just one car. Oh shit. Zhou Xiong's face suddenly became so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he started cursing loudly. Kid, why the hell are you talking so much? Just do it when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? He took a step forward, his finger almost poking Chu Yi's face, his tone grim. If you don't want to die, just do as I say. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. The cold wind blew up sand, which hurt my face. The last bit of hope in Chu Yi's heart completely disappeared. Really, this guy has definitely discovered our identity. The cold wind blew sand onto my face. Chu Yi met Zhou Xiong's gaze that was almost spitting fire, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold arc. He slightly turned sideways to block Zhou Xiong's view of the interior of the armored vehicle, pretended to be submissive, and nodded slightly. Okay, Boss Zhou, I'll listen to you. The voice was calm and without any ripples, as if the question just now was just a casual remark. When Zhou Xiong saw that he had surrendered, the ferocity on his face lessened slightly, but the suspicion and cruelty in his eyes did not disappear. He snorted coldly, took 2 steps back, and signaled Chu Yi to act quickly. Chu Yi turned around and got back into the driver's seat of the Tiger III. The car door slammed shut, blocking out the wind and sand outside, but couldn't block out the strong, murderous intent. He did not move immediately, but quickly approached Lu Jinhong in the passenger seat and spoke in a very low voice, almost in a whisper, with an unquestionable determination. Old Lu, listen. When I tell you to run, you immediately jump out of the back door and run in the direction we came from without looking back. Use your best effort. Do you understand? Lu Jinhong trembled all over. His face turned pale instantly, his lips trembled, and cold sweat broke out. He swallowed hard, his throat aching with dryness. Run? Where to run? This is fucking suicide. His head was buzzing. Zhou Xiong clearly wanted to use them as cannon fodder to attract Lu Shun's firepower. Once the guys in that building fight back, their armored vehicle parked in the open area will be the most conspicuous and top priority target. They will be the first to die. This is not a sheep falling into the tiger's mouth. This is the sheep being washed and skinned clean and sent directly to the tiger's mouth. Ju bo ju. Lu Jianhong's voice was filled with tears, and the despair almost drowned him. Shut up. Believe me, Chu Yi shouted, his eyes leaving no room for doubt. Do as I say. Now fire. Lu Jianhong was shocked by Chu Ye's aura, and his instinct for survival overwhelmed his fear. He gritted his teeth, his hands trembling with cold sweat, but he grasped the gun control lever with extraordinary precision. He closed his eyes and pressed the launch button hard, as if he was executing a death sentence. Boom! With a deafening roar, the Tiger III armored vehicle shook violently. A high-explosive grenade, with a dazzling tail flame, tore through the wind and sand and whistled towards the lonely high-rise building 500 meters away. The next second, the shell hit the middle of the tall building accurately. Boom! There was a violent explosion, several times louder than the previous gun test. Rubble mixed with unknown construction materials flew everywhere, and billowing smoke and dust instantly covered the area. Through the gradually dissipating smoke and dust, Chu Ye's eyes suddenly froze. He clearly saw that near the blown-up gap and behind the windows on the upper and lower floors, there were countless black shadows swaying rapidly. There are a lot of people moving around, and it's definitely not just a few. An extremely strong and terrifying sense of crisis rushed into his heart and went straight to the top of his head. Oh no! The people inside reacted. Chu Yi turned his head suddenly, his eyes passed over the sand dunes, and stared at Zhou Xiong in the distance. Zhou Xiong's rough face was filled with an almost crazy grin. He even waved his fist excitedly and yelled over the sandstorm. Damn it! Good fight! Don't stop! Keep blasting! Blast all those bastards out! With that crazy look, where's the caution and tentativeness from before? Chu Ye's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. It is true. He understood it completely. Zhou Xiong didn't want them to test their firepower, nor did he want them to be the vanguard. He wanted to pin this armored vehicle along with the two people inside it, down here. This Tiger III can not only fire to attract attention, but also rely on its heavy armor to temporarily block the first wave of counterattacks from tall buildings. This gave Zhou Xiong and his men precious time to outflank the enemy or find other breakthroughs. The two of them are the ones pushed to the front line, who can move and fire, living targets and shields. Thinking of this, an uncontrollable rage suddenly exploded from Chu Ye's chest. Zhou Xiong. Chu Ye's voice suddenly rose, carrying cold anger, and came out through the car's loudspeaker, resounding clearly in the wind and sand. Your damn calculations are too loud. Almost as soon as the words fell, Chu Ye's eyes flashed fiercely, and he shouted to Lu Jianhong beside him without hesitation. Lao Lu, retreat. Chapter 161, It's Not My Car. Chu didn't even look at Zhou Xiong's stunned expression. His right hand pressed a hidden button on the console like lightning, and at the same time his left hand pulled the joystick hard, not forward but backward. Just as the armored vehicle was about to slide backwards, Chu Yi silently said in his heart, Buzz. An invisible wave spread out with Chu Yi as the center. Under the horrified gazes of Zhou Xiong and all his men, the Tiger III heavy armored vehicle, which had been so majestic just now with the muzzle still warm, this behemoth actually disappeared out of thin air, silently, as if it had never existed. All that was left were two shallow tracks and the empty sand due to the sudden disappearance of the armored vehicle. Car. Where's the car? The hideous smile on Zhou Xiong's face froze instantly, and his eyes widened so wide that they almost popped out of their sockets. He rubbed his eyes hard, wondering if he was blinded by the wind and sand and was having hallucinations. The men behind him were all as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Their mouths open wide, and their hands holding their weapons were shaking. My brain completely froze, and I was completely unable to comprehend the supernatural scene before my eyes. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. However, the counterattack from the tall buildings will not stop because of their shock. Just when Zhou Xiong and the others were still in great shock and confusion and had not yet reacted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A piercing and sharp sound of breaking through the air, like the waving of the god of death's scythe, suddenly sounded from the direction of the tall building. Immediately afterwards, Several artillery shells with tails of flames cut through the dim sky and fell accurately towards the sand dune where Zhou Xiong and his men were gathered. What the hell? Enemy attack. Disperse quickly. Zhou Xiong's men woke up from their shock and screamed in fear. But it's too late. Boom! Earth-shaking explosions sounded one after another. Flames shot up into the sky. Sand and dust flew everywhere. The violent shock wave carried shrapnel and gravel and spread wildly in all directions. Screams, wails, and explosions mixed together in an instant. With just one round of volleys, dozens of people brought by Zhou Xiong were instantly knocked down. Broken limbs and remains were mixed in the charred sand, and the smell of blood quickly spread. At least a dozen people died, and the number of injured was countless. Damn it! Retreat! Retreat quickly! The color drained away from Zhou Xiong's face. Where was the arrogance he had just now? He jumped up from the ground, tumbling and crawling, without even bothering to look at the miserable plight of his men. He shouted at the survivors at the top of his lungs, ordering everyone to retreat. At the same time, on the open-air balcony on the top floor of the high-rise building, a man in his 50s with a sinister face, wearing a neatly ironed Zhongshan suit and with neatly combed hair, was holding a telescope and staring coldly at Zhou Xiong and others who were fleeing downstairs like stray dogs. He put down the telescope. A cruel sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he gave orders to his subordinates beside him in a grim tone. Humph! It's Zhou Xiong, the buzzing fly. He's so ignorant of life and death that he actually dared to bring people to bomb my base. Pass my orders. The man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Fire all the shells you can. Aim at that area and bomb it to death. Today I'm going to swat this annoying fly to death right here. Yes, boss. The order was passed down quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More and denser artillery shells were fired from different locations of the high-rise buildings, covering the place where Chu Yi and Lu Jianhong were just now, as well as the direction where Zhou Xiong and others fled. Looking at the dense rain of bullets, Chu Yi, who had just appeared behind another sand dune with Lu Jianhong, became extremely solemn. He subconsciously wanted to mobilize the water energy of the sea space to form a defense. But looking at the number and power of the shells, a judgment suddenly arose in his mind, relying solely on the water curtain. I'm afraid. It can't be stopped. Oh shit. Chu Yi cursed softly and looked at the rapidly falling shells. A crazy and bold idea emerged uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart. Canghai Space, since the armored vehicles can be stored in it. Then can you store these deadly shells for me as well? As soon as Chu Yi's crazy idea came out, it instantly occupied his entire brain. Lu Jianhong, who was standing next to him, was craning his neck to look at the tall building and the cannon muzzles on the roof that were faintly visible and emitting a cold metallic luster. The color drained from his face and his voice trembled. Crazy, crazy. Master Chu, there are at least a dozen heavy artillery pieces over there. There are only 2 of us. If we rush over like this, wouldn't that be courting death? Absolutely not. Lu Jianhong had lived for half his life and had seen all kinds of storms and waves, but facing this kind of ironclad firepower, the instinctive fear still made his scalp numb. Bang! A crisp sound. Chu Yi slapped Lu Jianhong on the back of his head with his backhand, neither too hard nor too light. Shut up. Chu Yi's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable cold determination. If you don't want to be blown to pieces by those deserters or the shells behind you, just follow me closely. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Jianhong was stunned by the slap and felt the cold, murderous intent in Chu Yi's tone. In that confidence, his Adam's apple rolled, but he finally swallowed back the dissuasion that was on the tip of his tongue. He lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and silently followed half a step behind Chu Yi. He knew clearly in his heart that in the current situation, if he followed this monster Chu Yi, he might have a chance of survival. If he stayed or ran around, he would be dead for sure. Their actions naturally fell into the eyes of Zhou Xiong, who was frantically reorganizing his formation not far away. Zhou Xiong wiped the sand and blood foam off his face. He saw that Chu Yi and Lu Jianhong did not run away, but instead moved towards the direction of the tall building where the fire was the most intense. His eyes were full of confusion and disbelief. These 2 guys, are they trying to kill themselves? The few remaining men around him also had a look of disbelief on their faces, which soon turned into a gloating grin. Look, boss, those 2 idiots are actually running into the muzzle of the gun. They must have been frightened by the explosion just now. It's just right. Let that old dog Lu Shuan take care of them for us. That's right. Wait for death, idiot. They hoped that Chu Yi and the other man would be blasted into ashes immediately. At the same time, on the top floor of the high-rise building, the man in the Zhongshan suit with a sinister face, Lu Shan, observing the battlefield through a high-definition telescope. Zhou Xiong's embarrassing escape made him feel good, and the sneer on his lips became more cruel. Suddenly, he frowned, adjusted the focus of the telescope, and locked onto two tiny but extremely eye-catching figures. Chapter 162. Chu Yi is also your running dog. Lu Shan let out a light exclamation and looked at the two men who were not retreating but advancing and were actually sneaking towards his base. A hint of surprise and disdain flashed in his eyes. These two people are quite courageous. Lu Shan put down the telescope and snorted coldly at his confidant beside him, with a kind of amusement like a cat playing with a mouse. Maybe it was some trash that idiot Zhou Xiong accidentally missed. Pass the order down. He waved his hand casually. Turn the two cannons around and give them a taste of their own medicine. Scare them so they know this is not a place where just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can get close. Yes. The order was conveyed quickly. Whoosh, whoosh. Two slightly smaller shells were fired with a sharp whistle from the side gun positions of the tall building, drawing two precise parabolas and heading straight for the sand dunes where Chu Yi and Lu Jianhong were. Master Chu, be careful. Lu Jianhong had been paying attention to the direction of the tall building, and he discovered it almost the moment the shell was fired. He was so frightened that he fell down subconsciously. However, Chu Yi stood there, motionless. He raised his head suddenly, and the two rapidly enlarging shells carrying the breath of death were clearly reflected in his dark pupils. There is still the sound of wind in my ears, the sound of artillery shells breaking through the air, the sound of a pounding heart. Countless thoughts flashed through Chu Ye's mind like lightning. There is Lu Shan's artillery fire in front, and Zhou Xiong's remnants behind who may catch up at any time. They have nowhere to retreat now. We must find a way to fight back. Since the vast ocean can contain everything, armored vehicles can do it, and then artillery shells, theoretically, can do it too. But the shells are too fast, and the explosive energy contained is extremely strong. Can a space handle it? The most important thing is, can it be accurately captured and transferred within those few tenths of a second before the impact? Even change their direction? This thought made Chu Ye's blood seem to burn. Bet on it. In a flash, Chu Ye's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He had no time to hesitate, and no need to hesitate. The sea is flowing against the current. Chu Yi roared wildly in his heart, and the water-based supernatural power in his body was running wildly at an unprecedented speed. A majestic and obscure spatial fluctuation was centered on him, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating a circle of invisible ripples. The two shells that were about to fall on his and Lu Jianhong's heads were less than 10 meters away from the ground and were about to explode. Buzz! Those two shells that were flashing with cold metallic light disappeared out of thin air. No explosion. No sound. There wasn't even a trace of smoke. So suddenly and strangely, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Zhou Xiong, who was waiting to see Chu Yi and Lu Jianhong being blown up into the sky, froze the grim smile on his face again, and his eyes widened even more than when he saw the armored vehicle disappear. He opened his mouth subconsciously. Again, the disappearance of the armored vehicle just now could be explained as some kind of sleight of hand or special device. But this is a high-speed flying artillery shell? How is it possible? Zhou Xiong's head was buzzing and went blank. He turned his head suddenly and stared at Chu Yi, who was standing motionless on the sand dune. A guess that made his scalp tingle came to his mind. It was him. He definitely did it. What kind of monster is this kid? On a tall building, the playful smile on Lu Shan's face froze instantly, replaced by an expression of incredible shock. He suddenly raised the telescope again and locked his eyes on Chu Ye's figure. For the first time, an indescribable, blazing golden light flashed in his sinister eyes. Spatial ability? And it's not just about storage. That kind of fluctuation just now. Was it forced interference and transfer? If I could use this ability, Lu Shan's heart began to beat uncontrollably. He originally just wanted to swat Zhou Xiong, the fly, to death and teach a lesson to the ignorant little fish, but he didn't expect that he would accidentally discover a real big fish. In just a few seconds, Zhou Xiong and Lu Shun were both in great shock. Chu Yi, who was standing on the sand dune, slowly raised the corners of his mouth into an icy arc. He succeeded. The Canghai Space can not only collect, but also stabilize the energy inside the shells in a very short time, and can control the release. He tilted his head slightly, and his gaze pierced like a sharp sword at the remnants of Zhou Xiong who were in chaos and daze not far away. I'll get it back to you, Chu Yi whispered, and his mind moved again. Buzz. The invisible waves spread again. The next second, the two shells that had just disappeared suddenly appeared on the upper side of the area where Zhou Xiong and his men gathered, as if by teleportation. And then it crashed down. Boom, boom. The violent explosion sounded again. Although there were only two shells, it was still a devastating blow to Zhou Xiong's remnants, who had just suffered heavy damage and were in a tight formation. Flames and shock waves raged. Sand mixed with broken limbs, and arms rose into the sky. Hey, run. It's happening again. Damn it. Those two guys did it. Zhou Xiong watched helplessly as several of his few remaining men were blown to pieces. 3 or 4 of them were blown to pieces on the spot. The scene was even bloodier than before. He was so frightened that he rolled over and yelled, "Retreat! Retreat quickly! Get out of this damn place!" The few surviving men seemed to have been pardoned. They no longer cared about formation or counterattack. They followed Zhou Xiong, crying and fleeing in a panic towards the direction away from the tall building and Chu Yi. From a high building, Lu Shun had a panoramic view of all of this. The shock on his face slowly faded away, replaced by a stronger interest and appreciation. Interesting. Really interesting. Lu Shun chuckled, a shrewd gleam in his eyes. He was able to take my shells and then throw them to Zhou Xiong. With this ability and courage, I still underestimated him. He licked his dry lips, and his tone became decisive and clear. Pass my orders. Stop all attacks on those two. Also, tell the people below to attack Zhou Xiong's remaining troops first. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Help our new friends first and get rid of those annoying flies. Yes, boss. The order was executed quickly, and the guns that might have been aimed at Chu Yi again changed direction or simply ceased firing. This scene made Zhou Xiong, who was fleeing for his life, tear his eyes out. He is not a fool. Lu Shun suddenly stopped attacking the two men and instead focused his fire on himself. What did this mean? Lu Shun. Zhou Xiong suddenly stopped, turned around, and pointed in the direction of the tall building, then suddenly pointed at Chu Yi with the muscles on his face twisted. You old dog, you're actually colluding with this brat. He's your running dog. At this moment, he was so overwhelmed by anger and fear that he did not think about the nature of Chu Yi's strange ability at all. He just thought that Lu Shun had used some unknown means to cooperate with Chu Yi in a drama. Even if I die, I will take your lackey with me. Chapter 163 Kill Chu Yi. Zhou Xiong let out a hysterical roar and shouted at the only 2 or 3 men left around him who were holding rocket launchers. Aim at that guy. Blast him to death. Fire. Those men were frightened by Zhou Xiong's madness, but they still subconsciously raised the rocket launchers on their shoulders and tremblingly aimed at Chu Yi in the distance. Master Chu, they want to hit us. Lu Jianhong turned around and saw the dark launch port. He was so scared that his heart almost jumped out and his voice trembled. We are being attacked from both sides now. Pinch attack. Chu Yi sneered and looked at Zhou Xiong, who was roaring like a mad dog in the distance. He then glanced at the tall building that no longer fired artillery shells at him. A hint of mockery and coldness flashed in his eyes. Old Lu, look carefully. Where are we going now? This little trick is just the right way to let them kill each other. Before he finished speaking, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several rockets, with tails of flame and shrill screams, shot toward Chu Yi and Lu Jianhong from the direction of Zhou Xiong. Chu Yi's eyes narrowed, with a cold smile on his lips. Instead of retreating, he took another step forward. The power of the vast ocean and space in the body surged quietly again. Those deadly rockets, at the moment they were about to hit their targets, buzz, once again, silently, disappeared into the air. On top of the tall building, Lu Shun's pupils suddenly contracted. Those rockets with tails of flame that were enough to flatten the sand dunes actually disappeared again. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, without even a ripple. An extremely ominous premonition instantly gripped Lu Shun's heart. The next moment, he almost instinctively shouted at the bottom, "Careful! The sound hasn't fallen yet. Buzz. Strange ripples appeared in the space again. The next second, just outside the floor where Lu Shun and his men gathered, the rockets that had just disappeared were suddenly thrown out by Chu Yi and appeared out of thin air. They changed direction and rushed towards the tall building at a faster speed than when they came, screaming with death. No! Lu Shun was furious. He never dreamed that the other party would switch targets instantly. This is no longer a skill, but a sorcery. Boom, boom, boom. More frequent and violent explosions rang out on the side of the tall building. The solid concrete walls were torn apart. The violent shock wave, carrying glass fragments, steel bars, and concrete blocks, instantly swept through the floor where Lu Shun was. Lu Shun only felt a huge force hitting his back, and the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the inner wall hard. His throat felt sweet, and he almost vomited blood. Hey, my leg is broken. Help! There were screams, wails, and the sound of falling gravel. Lu Shun endured the severe pain and turned his head suddenly to look. He saw that the few men who were on standby beside him just now were now lying all over the place, with broken limbs and body parts mixed in the rubble. The blood instantly dyed the ground red. The strong smell of gunpowder and blood made him almost nauseous. His heart is bleeding. These are the team he has cultivated with great difficulty. Retreat. Everyone retreat to the inside of the building. Quickly. Lu Shun struggled to get up and screamed into the communicator, his voice changing in pitch. The chaos and tragedy on the high-rise building naturally fell into Zhou Xiong's eyes, who was far away. The madness and anger on Zhou Xiong's face froze instantly and were replaced by a fear that penetrated deep into his bones. His hair stood on end as he looked at the demon-like figure standing on the sand dune in the distance. His lips trembled, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Evil, evil. So fucking evil. This is not a power that a human can possess. Taking away the shells and throwing them back intact. This is unheard of. Stop. Cease fire. Stop it, everyone. Zhou Xiong spoke in a deep voice to the few remaining men who were still in a daze. Stop fighting. Stop provoking him. The few remaining men woke up as if from a dream, looking at the explosions and screams coming from the tall building. Looking at Chu Yi, who was unharmed and had cold eyes in the distance. The rocket launcher in his hand fell to the sand with a clang, and the blood color on his face faded. In this brief, eerie silence, Chu Yi moved. He did not chase Zhou Xiong, nor did he pay attention to the chaos on the high-rise building. Instead, he walked slowly to Lu Jianhong. He grabbed his arm and moved closer to the position between Zhou Xiong and Lu Shun's groups. This position allows both sides to see him clearly, and is also at the potential intersection of both sides' firepower. Chu! Master Chu! Lu Jianhong was pulled by Chu Yi. He looked at the remnants of Zhou Xiong in front of him on the left, and then at the ruined high-rise building on the right rear. He felt his scalp tingling and his heart beating wildly. What are we doing? What if they join forces? Once Zhou Xiong and Lu Shun temporarily put aside their hatred, even if they just join forces for a moment and concentrate their fire on the two of them, they will definitely be dead. Chu Yi frowned slightly when he heard that. Then a mocking arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he glanced at the frightened Lu Jianhong. Join hands. Chu Ye's voice was filled with disdain. Old Lu, you think too highly of them. He paused, his eyes swept between the frightened Zhou Xiong and the disheveled Lu Shun, with a cold light flashing in the depths of his eyes that seemed to see through human nature. We just had a life and death fight, wishing to crush them to dust. Now you want them to join forces against me. Who do you think will trust whom first? And who is willing to take risks for the other? Lu Jianhong was speechless for a moment. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was indeed the truth. Zhou Xiong and Lu Shun have a deep grudge against each other, and just now they had tried to kill each other. It is almost impossible to build trust under such circumstances. But he still didn't understand what Chu Yi wanted to do. Just when Lu Jianhong was confused and uncertain, a sharp sound of electric current was heard from the tall building. Then, a slightly distorted voice, but still majestic and a little urgent, came through the loudspeaker. Lu Shun was seen holding his bleeding arm with one hand and holding a military trumpet with the other. He stood at the broken window and stared at Chu Yi with burning eyes. That friend down there, what a great trick. Really a great trick. I, Lu Shun, admire you as long as you lay down your weapons now and submit to me. I promise that you and your people will be put to good use. Status, materials, women. I, Lu Xuan, will give you the best I can. I can even make you the deputy of my sky curtain organization. In order to win over this powerful enemy with strange abilities, Lu Xun directly offered extremely tempting conditions. When Zhou Xiong heard this, he immediately became anxious. He knew very well the nature of Lu Xun, the old fox, who would eat people without leaving any bones, and he understood even more the value of Chu Ye's ability. If I let Lu Xun succeed, I will definitely not survive today. Chapter 164, Show Your Sincerity. Kid, don't listen to that old dog. Zhou Xiong no longer cared about his fear and shouted at Chu Yi at the top of his voice. You can ask around to find out what kind of person Lu Xuan is. He is good at destroying bridges after crossing them, and getting rid of the donkey after it has done its job. Come here. Come to my side. Zhou Xiong pointed at his feet and said, Let's not hold grudges against what happened just now. As long as you come to help me, I, Zhou Xiong, will guarantee your safety. Chu Yi heard this and showed a playful smile on his face, looking at Zhou Xiong. Let bygones be bygones. His voice was not loud, but it came through clearly. Captain Zhou, if I remember correctly, just a few minutes ago, you wanted to use me as bait to attract the firepower of the tall building, right? You want me to believe you just because you said you'd forgive me? Chu Yi sneered. This sincerity is too cheap. Zhou Xiong was choked, and his face turned pale and blue. He cursed Chu Yi in his heart for holding a grudge, but the situation was stronger than he was, so he had to come up with something practical. Snort. Zhou Xiong suppressed his anger, thinking that this kid was indeed a tough guy, but it seemed he was still too young and easily moved by interests. A sly look flashed in his eyes, and he spoke in a deep voice. Boy, you're so cruel. You want sincerity, right? Fine, I'll give it to you. In my base, there's a batch of genetic drugs that are strictly controlled by the military. Although there are not many, as long as you come over, I can give you some to help you improve your strength. Gene medicine. Chuya's heart suddenly moved. This is real hard currency. It is far more attractive than any status or material things. The expression on his face just showed a hint of surprise and excitement. He looked at Zhou Xiong and nodded. Gene medicine? Well, this condition sounds good. Zhou Xiong sneered in his heart when he saw this. Sure enough, he was still a young boy. He was tempted when he heard about the genetic medicine, as long as he was tricked into coming here. Not bad, isn't it? Zhou Xiong showed a sincere smile on his face, and his tone slowed down a lot, with a kind of inducement. Boy, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. That old dog Lu Xun can't even protect himself. There is no future for you to follow him. Come here. Come to me. Let's join forces and kill that old bastard Lu Xun for me first. Zhou Xiong became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. He turned around suddenly, pointed in the direction of the tall building, and laughed wildly. Lu Xuan, you old dog, did you hear that? Today is the day you die. Ha ha ha. On the high building, when Lu Xun heard Zhou Xiong's words, especially the 4 words genetic medicine, his face instantly became so gloomy that water could drip out. When he saw Zhou Xiong's arrogant face again, he was so angry that he trembled all over. Zhou Xiong, you are a despicable and shameless villain. Lu Xun cursed loudly, his clenched fists creaked, and his nails almost dug into his flesh. An icy, murderous intent surged uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart. But this murderous intent was not entirely directed at Zhou Xiong, but a considerable part of it was firmly locked on Chu Yi in the distance. No, we must not let Zhou Xiong get this kid. If this strange ability is enhanced by genetic drugs, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhou Xiong's wild laughter was still echoing on the sand. However, Chu Yi did not immediately move towards Zhou Xiong. He turned around slowly, ignoring Zhou Xiong's urging eyes, and turned his gaze back to Lu Xun, who had a grim face on the high building. Chu Ye's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard on the tall building. Chief Lu, you heard it too. The price Chief Zhou offered was for genetic medicine. So what about your sincerity? Hearing this, Zhou Xiong pointed at Chu Yi with a trembling finger, and then looked at Lu Xun on the tall building in disbelief. You, what the hell are you doing? Zhou Xiong's voice was hoarse, filled with shock, anger, and a sense of humiliation of being teased. I'm negotiating terms with you, and you go ask him. This guy actually used his offer to raise Lu Xun's price. This is simply outrageous. on the high building, Lu Shun was stunned at first, and then burst into deafening laughter. Ah! The laughter echoed in the empty sand, full of pride and ruthless mockery of Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong, Zhou Xiong, look at you. You are so happy too early. Lu Shun wiped his face and stopped laughing, but the sarcasm in his eyes became more intense. He turned his gaze back to Chu Yi, with a look of scrutiny and undisguised admiration. This friend, good, really great, very courageous, and very smart. Lu Shun said loudly, what Zhou Xiong can give, I Lu Shun can naturally give as well. Gene medicine? Of course I Lu Shun have some too. He paused and continued, not only that, I also have a portion of the essence of a second-order mutant tiger's heart. After special treatment, the effect is far superior to ordinary genetic drugs. It can greatly enhance your strength and speed. It's much better than Zhou Xiong's crappy stuff. The essence of the mutant tiger's heart. Chu Ye's pupils shrank slightly, and his heart began to beat wildly. This is something more precious than just genetic medicine. Derived directly from the core of a powerful mutant creature, the energy it contains is even purer and more violent. Really, this move is to scare the tiger with a warning. No, it is a fight between the snipe and the clam, but the fisherman benefits. It works. Lu Jianhong, who was standing behind Chu Yi, felt a chill running from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. Mr. Chu, this is simply playing with fire, jumping back and forth between the two major forces, using the price of one side to stimulate the other side. If you're not careful, you will end up in pieces. Too bold. Lu Jianhong took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart. Chu Yi slowly suppressed the excitement in his heart, but a hint of hesitation and greed appeared on his face at the right time. He turned his head suddenly, his eyes like a cold knife, scraping across Zhou Xiong's flushed face, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chief Zhou, you heard it too. Chief Lu's sincerity seems to be more sufficient. Now, it's your turn to make a new offer. You. Zhou Xiong's mouth twitched fiercely, veins on his forehead bulged, and his lungs were about to explode with anger. Damn it, this little bastard. He really knows how to take advantage of others' misfortunes. But now it's too late to back down. He has already revealed his trump card of genetic medicine. If he backs down now, not only will he be ridiculed by Lu Shun, he may also completely lose the opportunity to win over Chu Yi. Once Chu Yi turns to Lu Shun, then Zhou Xiong's teeth were chattering, and a hint of madness and ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Okay, you're so cruel. He almost squeezed out these words from between his teeth. I have mutant tiger meat too. Even though it's not the blood of my heart, it's still good meat. Not only that, Zhou Xiong slapped his thigh fiercely and made a huge investment. I'll add another portion. The spinal fluid of a third-order mutant giant elephant. This thing can greatly enhance physical fitness. Most importantly, it can greatly reduce the pain and rejection reactions when taking genetic drugs. Make the fusion success rate higher. Boy, what do you think? Is this sincerity enough? Chapter 165. Such a generous reward. Mutated elephant meat. Relieve the pain. Chu Ye's heart was shocked. This is tailor-made for my younger sister Chu Yun and those relatively weak female members in the team. The injection process of ordinary genetic drugs is extremely painful, and the success rate is not 100. Once it fails, the consequences are disastrous. With this mutant elephant meat, they can obtain genetic power more safely and smoothly. This Zhou Xiong, unexpectedly, gave him a gift that he desperately needed. Oh, the cerebrospinal fluid of a third-order mutant giant elephant. The expression of intention on Chu Ye's face became even stronger. Seeing this, Lu Shun on the high building's face changed again. He didn't expect that Zhou Xiong had such a good thing in his hands. The value of mutant elephant meat, in some ways, is even higher than his tiger blood. No, we can't let Zhou Xiong succeed. Humph. Elephant meat is nothing. It's just to strengthen the body. It's not as effective as directly improving combat power. Lu Shun immediately counterattacked. Boy, I'll add another tube of enhanced gene medicine. After improvements by the military, the effect is 1.5 times better than before. Zhou Xiong's eyes turned red and he roared. Bullshit. The enhanced type is useless. If the fusion fails, you will die. I'll give you 2 tubes of ordinary potions, plus half a piece of elephant meat. You choose. Lu Shun responded sharply. I'll give you a complete set of second-level tiger blood, plus an ordinary potion, and a tactical dagger from my collection. It can cut through iron like mud. Zhou Xiong was anxious and spoke without thinking. Damn it. I'll give you my modified off-road vehicle too. It has a weapon station. It's got lots of firepower. I'll give you a position as vice captain, second only to the captain. I'll give you half of the women in my base. The two men were like two roosters fighting each other with red eyes, spitting everywhere and their faces flushed. There was no dignity of a leader at all. They keep escalating the situation and sabotaging each other. In this fierce competition, Zhou Xiong suddenly stopped, gasping for breath, and the madness in his eyes was gradually replaced by a sense of frustration and awakening. That's enough. He waved his hands violently and roared at Lu Shun on the tall building. Lu Shun, stop the fucking hell. Lu Shun also stopped, his chest heaving violently. Obviously, he was also very angry. Zhou Xiong stared at Chu Yi with red eyes, then turned to Lu Shun, his voice filled with extreme unwillingness and anger. We are fighting to the death here. Why should this kid get away with it? Tell me, what? Upon hearing this, Lu Shun also took a few deep breaths, and the madness in his eyes was gradually replaced by cold rationality. Yes, I've been fighting with Zhou Xiong for so long, and so many brothers have died, but now we are bidding against each other like fools just to win over a kid whose background we don't know. The look he gave Chu Yi instantly turned cold, filled with scrutiny and murderous intent. That's right. Zhou Xiong, you are right. Lu Shun's voice regained its previous coldness and majesty. We can settle our grudges later. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at Chu Yi below, his tone grim. Now, why don't we join forces and kill this ignorant brat? No matter how strange his abilities are, he is still just one person. Good. Zhou Xiong's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light, and he agreed without hesitation. Let's do it. Kill him first. Then we could decide the winner. Before he finished speaking, crash. More than a dozen armed members of the Sky Curtain organization suddenly emerged from the broken windows and corridors of the high-rise building, with their guns pointed at Chu Yi below. At the same time, Zhou Xiong's men, who were originally scattered around and confronting the tall building, quickly turned their guns around and approached from behind, with their footsteps chaotic and hurried. In a blink of an eye, an even more impenetrable encirclement formed by troops from both sides trapped Chu Yi and Lu Jianhong in the center. A murderous atmosphere spreads. Lu Jianhong's face was pale, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Subconsciously, he moved closer to Chu Yi, his voice trembling slightly. Mr. Chu, what should we do now? We are surrounded. There is a wolf in front and a tiger behind. This time we are really in a desperate situation. Chu Yi's expression remained calm, as if he didn't notice the black muzzles of guns around him at all. He even had the leisure to pat Lu Jianhong's shoulders, which were tense due to nervousness. Don't panic. His voice was calm and held a strange, soothing power. Then, he raised his head and calmly glanced at Zhou Xiong, who had a ferocious face and was confident of victory, and Lu Shun, who had regained his heroic nature and had cold eyes. There was a hint of a smile on Chu Yi's lips. Two leaders, do you think? You have me in your hands? You've reached a consensus so quickly and are joining forces to deal with me. Do you think I dare to stand here and bargain with you without any preparation? He shook his head slightly, his tone slightly mocking. Innocent. Lu Shun took a step forward, fixed his eyes on Chu Yi, and snorted coldly. Boy, your ability is indeed strange and unpredictable. You can even divert military shells. It is really hard to guard against. But Lu Shun's voice suddenly rose, full of certainty and contempt. From what I've observed, your ability seems to be only usable for transfer and defense. Change the trajectory of the shells, or create some kind of invisible space barrier. What a bunch of nonsense. In the final analysis, it has no offensive power at all. Now, you are surrounded by our people. I wonder how you can move away. Even if you can block the bullets, we can still wear you down to death. Zhou Xiong's heavy breathing calmed down a little, and his eyes moved between Chu Yi and Lu Shun, who was high up. Finally, it fell on Chu Yi and nodded vigorously. That's right. Lu Shun is right. Your ability is just a mere decoration. He grinned, revealing a row of yellow teeth, and his tone was full of undisguised sarcasm. Boy, I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't use it, and you insisted on being greedy. You're fine now? It's all your fault. Now that you've fallen into our hands, I wonder how you can still act so arrogantly. How stupid. For a little profit, he put himself in a dead end. What a pity that weird ability. However, after killing him, perhaps we can find some secrets from his body? Zhou Xiong thought to himself that the look he gave Chu Yi was like looking at a prey that was about to be slaughtered. Faced with Zhou Xiong's ridicule and Lu Shun's cold, murderous intent, the smile on Chu Ye's face deepened. There was a hint of amusement and contempt in that smile. Oh, a chuckle escaped his throat. You're done. He lazily raised his eyelids and glanced at the two people. If you want me dead so badly, why are you still dawdling? Stop talking nonsense. You two and your people come together. Don't waste my time. Arrogant. Chapter 166 Enemies Meet with Jealous Eyes. Lu Shun shouted angrily, his face turning livid. Being looked down upon by a junior like this, where was his dignity as the leader of the Tianmu organization branch? He suddenly raised his hand and pointed at a muscular and fierce-eyed subordinate beside him. Zhang Meng, step out. The man named Zhang Meng took a step forward, exuding a violent aura. I'm here. Zhang Meng is already a level 4 gene user, specialized in close combat. Boy, aren't you crazy? Let him teach you how to write the word death. Lu Shun's voice was gloomy. Destroy him for me. Level 4 gene person? That sounds interesting. Chu Ye's heart was slightly moved, but his face remained calm. His reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. Chu Ye didn't even look at the aggressive Zhang Meng. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Lu Jianhong, who was pale and nervous. The tone was so calm, as if he was giving an order for a trivial matter. Lao Lu, go stretch your muscles. Lu Jianhong was stunned and almost thought he had heard wrong. Mr. Chu Chu? Me? His voice was trembling and his heart was pounding. What a joke. The opponent is specialized in fighting. By this, Chu Yi patted his shoulder, still with that hateful smile on his face. Well, go ahead. This guy is not qualified enough for me to take action. You are looking for death. Zhang Meng was furious and felt extremely humiliated. Not only was this guy in front of him extremely arrogant, but he even dared to look down on him like this guy next to him who looked like an ordinary henchman. This is even more painful than slapping him in the face. He roared and exerted force on his feet. Bang! The gravel under his feet was crushed and shattered by the huge force. The man clenched his fists, his joints made crackling sounds, and rushed straight towards Lu Jianhong. I'm going to tear you into pieces first. There was a fierce light in Zhang Meng's eyes, and his fist smashed towards Lu Jianhong's face with a whistling sound that tore through the air. Lu Jianhong was groaning in his heart. But Chu Yi had already spoken, and now the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. He took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly focused. The instinct of struggling for survival in the apocalypse for many years was completely aroused, and the original tension was instantly replaced by a kind of ruthlessness of being experienced in the battlefield. Seeing Zhang Meng's fist as big as a casserole coming at him with tremendous force, Lu Jianhong did not retreat, but advanced. His body suddenly slid half a step to the left at an extremely tricky angle, and the violent fist wind narrowly brushed past the tip of his nose. At the same time, his right elbow thrust upwards with incredible speed. Bang! A dull thud. The tip of his elbow accurately hit the soft spot under Zhang Meng's right armpit that was exposed due to his excessive rush. Well, Zhang Meng only felt a piercing pain suddenly attacking him. His breathing was choked, and his fierce attack was instantly interrupted. My body froze involuntarily. Lu Jianhong seized this fleeting opportunity and took advantage of it. He put the 5 fingers of his left hand together and accurately grabbed the wrist of Zhang Meng's right arm, which had just been struck out and not yet fully retracted. Then, he exerted force from his waist and twisted his arms violently outward and downward. A burst of cleverness mixed with his secondary genetic power burst out instantly. Snap! The sound of bones being dislocated was heard so crisp and so terrifying that it made your scalp tingle. Zhang Meng's right arm's elbow was twisted and dislocated, and it hung down limply at a strange angle. The severe pain made his face distorted. There was no time at all for Zhang Meng to react or scream. Lu Jianhong has already approached. He held a sharp dagger and chopped fiercely at the critical part of Zhang Meng's left arm, where the shoulder blade and arm were connected as he was about to raise his left arm to fight back. Snap! There was another even more terrifying sound of bones breaking, even more thorough than the previous one. This is a... Zhang Ming finally couldn't bear it any longer and let out a howl so shrill that it was completely distorted. The shoulder joint of his left arm was directly shattered by Lu Jianhong's hand knife. The blood instantly dyed his sleeves red. Both arms are disabled. He stumbled backwards. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground with a thump, curled up into a ball, veins bulging on his forehead and cold sweat pouring down. Apart from groaning in pain and rolling around, he could no longer do any other movements. Wow! The surroundings instantly fell into an eerie silence. Whether it was the members of the Sky Curtain organization who were originally confident of victory on the high building, or Zhou Xiong's men who were waiting to watch the show on the ground. They were all stunned, their faces full of disbelief. How is this possible? Zhang Ming, the fourth-level gene person who is being trained by the Tianmu organization, a warrior who specializes in close combat. Unexpectedly, within just 3 moves, both of his arms were crippled by this unknown follower. This completely overturned their cognition. Zhou Xiong's pupils also suddenly shrank, and the look he gave Lu Jianhong was full of suspicion and scrutiny. This old guy is not simple, hidden deep enough. On the broken walls of the tall building, Lu Shun's face, which originally had a cruel smile on it, froze instantly. Then his cold eyes became as sharp as an eagle's, staring intently and without blinking at Lu Jianhong, who was standing with his hands behind his back and breathing slightly in the field below. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes were full of scrutiny and a hint of imperceptible familiarity. This skill, this instant burst of power, and the technique used to destroy Zhang Ming's second arm just now, it's so familiar, very familiar. I must have seen it somewhere, or heard of it. Lu Shun's thoughts were racing. At this moment, Zhang Ming curled up and struggled on the ground. He suddenly raised his face, which was distorted by the severe pain, and stared at Lu Jianhong with bloodshot eyes. He used up his last bit of strength and shouted hoarsely and intermittently, It's you." He twisted his neck with difficulty and pointed at Lu Jianhong in the field with his chin covered in dust and blood. Lu Jianhong, former adjutant. Lu Jianhong. This name was like a blockbuster bomb, exploding in the silent air. Swish, swish. In an instant, everyone's eyes were on Tianmu's people and Zhou Xiong's people. All of them were focused on Lu Jianhong in an instant, with shock, confusion, realization, and a hint of fear. Lu Jianhong's face turned pale in an instant, even uglier than when he faced Zhang Ming just now. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans oozed out of his forehead and slid down his cheeks. He felt the gazes around him that almost pierced through him, his heart pounding wildly. But he forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying and waved his hands hurriedly. What nonsense are you talking about? You got the wrong person. I don't know any Lu Jianhong. You must be hurt so badly that you're hallucinating. He tried his best to deny it, but there was a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Suddenly, a cold and teasing voice came from above. Wrong person? Chapter 167, Where Does All the Water Come From at the End of the World? Lu Shun suddenly sneered. Then he moved and jumped down from the broken wall, silently. He landed steadily, no more than 10 meters away from Lu Jianhong, and his eyes instantly locked onto him. Others may be fooled by your appearance, but you can't fool me. Lu Jianhong. He pronounced the name word by word. There was an almost morbid excitement and undisguised cruelty in his eyes. When you crippled Zhang Ming just now, you experienced that instant burst of power and the final blow that shattered his shoulder blade. That unique genetic energy fluctuation with a shattering property. What else could it be except the second-order genetic ability of your Lu family fortress's ancestors? Stone-splitting hand? Lu Shun licked his cracked lips, and the murderous intent in his eyes almost solidified. I was just worried that I couldn't find you. I was planning to send an elite team to pull you out of that ruined fortress of yours, but I didn't expect that you would come to me obediently. It's true. After searching everywhere for something, it finally came to me without any effort. He waved his hand violently, and his voice suddenly rose, filled with murderous aura. Everyone listen up. Surround these 2 guys. Kill them, especially this Lu Jianhong. We must not let him escape today. I want him to live. Lu Jianhong, the adjutant of the fortress, Lu Jianhong. On the other side, Zhou Xiong also reacted suddenly. An expression of sudden realization appeared on his face, and then turned into rage. Damn it. No wonder I always felt that you two looked unfamiliar and something was wrong. It turns out that these two sons of a bitch were impersonating others and swindling people. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. It turns out that the former adjutant of the fortress is standing behind him. Zhou Xiong understood everything at this moment and was burning with anger. He immediately shouted to his equally shocked armed men. Everyone, pay attention to me. Block all the ways to escape. If you let those two get away today, you'll all be damned. Crash. With a command, the encirclement, which had already been tightened, was compressed inward again. Although the people from the Tiamu organization and Zhou Xiong's people were still hostile to each other, they reached a surprising consensus on the point of dealing with Chu Yi and Lu Jinhong first. Seeing this, Lu Jinhong's face turned pale and cold sweat soaked his back. He felt the gazes from all directions, a mixture of greed and murder. His throat was dry, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Now it seems that the consequences of exposing his identity are 100 times more serious than he imagined. He turned around suddenly and looked at Chu Yi, who still had a calm expression beside him, and his voice was filled with a hint of despair and a last hope. Chu Yi now, I can only rely on you. I really have no other choice. This time we have hit a wall. Lu Shun and Zhou Xiong have joined forces, plus there are so many genetic warriors. It's a dead end. Lu Jinhong felt a chill in his heart, and his only hope was the young man around him who always created miracles. Chu Yi met Lu Jinhong's almost collapsed gaze, but the corners of his mouth slowly raised up a playful arc. He took a small step forward, but it instantly attracted everyone's attention. He looked around, and his eyes finally fell on the gloomy Lu Shun and the furious Zhou Xiong. He spoke softly, his voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard in every corner. Oh, I thought it was some dangerous place, but after all the fuss, it turns out to be just a bunch of chickens and dogs. The contempt in his tone was undisguised. That's perfect. I was wondering where to get some supplies, but since you guys came to my door, then you can all stay. Is this guy crazy? This was a thought that popped up in almost everyone's mind at the same time. Court death. Lu Shun's eyes instantly became extremely ferocious. Being humiliated by a seemingly unknown boy, his anger completely exploded. Arrogant boy, you still dare to be stubborn even when you are about to die. Zhou Xiong was so angry that he was shaking all over, and the veins on his hand holding the weapon were bulging. Give it to me. Do it. Lu Shun took the lead and roared loudly. Kill. Zhou Xiong also gave the order at the same time. As the order was given, dozens of genetic warriors and armed personnel rushed towards the two people in the center from all directions with violent momentum. However, at this critical moment, deep in Chu Ye's eyes, a barely perceptible blue light flashed. System start. Water fluidization chain. Flow rate 100. Parameters setting completed. Buzz. Almost instantly, an indescribable energy wave spread out, with Chu Yi as the center. Crash. Crash. Out of thin air, thick water vapor condensed wildly on this extremely dry desert wasteland. It actually squeezed out a huge stream of liquid water. As soon as these water flows appeared, they twisted and shaped rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into several extremely thick, sparkling blue chains. These water chains are huge and long, swirling and floating around Chu Yi, emitting heart-pounding energy fluctuations and bone-chilling coldness. What kind of ability is this? Lu Shun's pupils shrank suddenly, and the hideous smile on his face froze, replaced by an expression of unbelievable shock. Control water? Impossible. Where does so much water come from in the desert? In this form. Never seen this before. This ability is unheard of. Humph playing tricks. Zhou Xiong was stunned at first, then a cruel sneer appeared on his face. So what if his abilities are so bizarre? It's just to attract attention. Too bad he'll be dead soon. He's good-looking but useless. Boy, your time of death has come. The few genetic warriors rushing in the front only paused slightly, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. But what is more is the bloodthirsty madness and confidence in one's own strength. Can a few water chains stop these enhanced genetic warriors? Break it for me. A muscular third-level gene user roared, wielded alloy boxing gloves, and smashed hard the water chain suspended in front of him. Just you guys. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Chu Ye's mouth. He swung his arm forward seemingly casually. Try it and you'll know how ignorant you are. Before he finished speaking, wow, the huge water chains floating around Chu Yi shook violently, and then swept out with a sharp scream that tore through the air. Its momentum is as overwhelming as a tidal wave. Its power is unmatched. Puff, puff, puff. The grim smiles on the faces of the genetic warriors and armed men who were rushing in the front froze instantly. Instead, there was extreme fear and disbelief. The strength and speed that they were proud of were as fragile as paper in front of the violent water chain. All I heard was a series of dense muffled sounds and the sound of bones breaking. Chapter 168 joined forces to kill them. Dozens of figures, regardless of their level or equipment, were slapped away by the sweeping water chain like flies in an instant, without any resistance. They were like kites with broken strings, drawing awkward parabolas in the sky. It fell heavily into the sand and ruins in the distance. A large amount of smoke and dust was stirred up, screams and wails were heard one after another, and a large group of people fell down in an instant. With just one strike, a large sector of the encirclement was cleared out. The fierce siege momentum just now has disappeared. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Both Lu Shun's men and Zhou Xiong's men stood there in a daze. I stared at the miraculous scene in front of me in amazement. My mind went blank. The shock on Lu Shun's face was beyond words. He stared at Chu Yi and the water chains around him that were still slowly circling and emitting terrifying pressure, his lips trembling slightly. The sneer on Zhou Xiong's face had long disappeared, leaving only horror and a trace of fear. He unconsciously exerted force on the hand holding the weapon, and his knuckles turned white. How is this possible? After several seconds, Zhou Xiong finally squeezed out these words from between his teeth with difficulty. His voice was dry and hoarse. One move, just one move, and you defeated so many of our men. What the hell is this monster? Chu Yi glanced coldly at the minions lying on the ground, their lives or deaths unknown, and his gaze finally fixed on Lu Shun and Zhou Xiong. A bunch of rubbish. He uttered four words lightly, hitting the two people's hearts. Next, it's your turn too. When Lu Shun heard this, his face became so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. He turned his head suddenly and looked at Zhou Xiong, who also had an unpleasant expression on his face. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Zhou Xiong, this guy is too weird. Don't worry about anything else. Let's work together to kill him. Otherwise, none of us can leave today. We'll settle our scores later. Zhou Xiong took a deep breath. A struggle flashed across his eyes, but looking at Chu Ye's unfathomable strength and the water chains circling around him, he finally nodded heavily. Okay, kill him first. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xiong's eyes became fierce, and he suddenly bent down. He picked up a thick-backed steel knife that was flashing with cold light from the body of a subordinate who had already fainted on the ground. Base. The tip of the knife pointed diagonally at Chu Yi. Zhou Xiong exuded a fierce aura and shouted in a deep voice. Boy, prepare to die. I'll let you taste the shocking swift sword that I've been practicing for more than 10 years. At the same time, Lu Shun also took a step forward, forming a pincer attack with Zhou Xiong. He slowly raised his hands, and an invisible force field spread out with him as the center. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The scattered metal fragments, broken steel bars, discarded auto parts on the ground around began to tremble slightly. Then it slowly floated up as if defying gravity. A sharp, cold metallic smell spread. Level 4 genetic ability, magnetic hand. There was a cruel light flashing in Lu Shun's eyes as he fixed his eyes on Chu Yi. My ability is to control metal. Boy, no matter how strange and fast your water chain is, can it be faster than the ubiquitous steel? The pressure from the level 4 gene user spreads like a substance. At this moment, when the situation is tense and the war is about to break out, Lu Shun, a roar filled with endless anger and deep hatred suddenly exploded. It's Lu Jianhong. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white and stared at Lu Shun with red eyes. His body was trembling slightly with extreme anger. Killing Zhang Ming just now gave him great confidence. You are a traitor to the Sky Curtain organization. You killed so many brothers. Today, I will kill you with my own hands. To avenge them. He thought of his former colleagues who had died tragically in internal strife and betrayal, and a surge of anger rushed to his head. Chu Yi tilted his head slightly and glanced at Lu Jianhong, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. He nodded, his voice calm. Okay, This opportunity is for you. I'll be watching you, so you don't have to worry about your safety. Just go ahead and do it." Listening to Chu Ye's indifferent promise, it was as if he and Zhou Xiong did not exist at all. The opportunity to kill Lu Shun was granted to Lu Jianhong. Lu Shun and Zhou Xiong felt a surge of anger rushing to their heads almost at the same time, especially Zhou Xiong. He had a bad temper and felt extremely humiliated at this moment. "You arrogant boy." The muscles on Zhou Xiong's face twitched and his eyes looked fierce. "I want to see what qualifications you have to speak nonsense here. Do you really think you can just walk sideways with a few broken water chains? How dare this bastard ignore me like this? I'm going to tear your head off right now." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Xiong kicked the ground hard, and sand flew everywhere. The whole person was like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing towards Chu Yi with an unparalleled fierce momentum. The thick-backed steel knife in his hand drew a cold track in the dim light. The tip of the knife condensed the strength and skills he had accumulated over the years and pierced directly into a water chain suspended in front of Chu Yi. "Break it for me," Zhou Xiong shouted. Swish! There was a slight sound, accompanied by splashing water. The seemingly indestructible water chain was actually pierced through by the tip of the knife that Zhou Xiong used all his strength to infuse. Although the water flow closed in an instant, the tip of the knife had already broken through the outer layer of defense and stabbed towards Chu Ye's heart at a faster speed. Seeing this, Zhou Xiong showed a ferocious laugh on his face. "Boy, did you see that? This is the power of a true gene owner. Your show-off, in front of me, dash. Nothing more than that." However, just when Zhou Xiong thought he was about to succeed, the smile on his face became more and more wild. "Lu Xuan, get your death." On the other side, Lu Jianhong's roar sounded like thunder. His eyes were red, filled with overwhelming hatred and anger, and he rushed towards Lu Shun frantically. "Humph! You overestimate your own abilities." There was a flash of contempt in Lu Shun's eyes, but he seemed to be at ease facing Lu Jianhong, who was like a mad tiger. With a wave of his hands, the scattered metal fragments and steel bars around him seemed to be controlled by an invisible big hand and instantly condensed into an irregular metal shield in front of him. Ding, ding, ding. Lu Jianhong's powerful fist smashed hard on the metal shield, making a deafening sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. At the same time, several sharp metal spikes pierced out silently from the edge of the shield, heading straight for Lu Jianhong's vital points. Lu Jianhong also reacted very quickly. He roared and dodged sideways, using his fists and feet to collide violently with the metal object controlled by Lu Shun. For a moment, the sound of metal clashing was endless, and the air waves were rolling. But it is obvious that Lu Jianhong is facing the metal manipulation of Lu Shun, a level 4 genetic ability user. With few attackers and much defense, they were suppressed and defeated step by step, and were in danger all around. Chapter 169, Lu Shun quickly called for help. On the other side, facing Zhou Xiong's determined fatal blow, Chu Yi just casually floated half a step to the left. The tip of the knife, which was strong enough to pierce through steel plates, narrowly brushed past the edge of his clothes, and the strong wind it created blew his hair. Chu Yi didn't even look at Zhou Xiong. Instead, his gaze turned to Lu Jianhong, who was fighting fiercely with Lu Shun, and shook his head slightly. Lu Jianhong is a guy who only has brute strength and anger, but his combat awareness is too weak, and he has too many flaws. Zhou Xiong's knife missed, and he was shocked. Then he saw that Chu Yi actually had the leisure to look elsewhere at this time, and he immediately became furious. "This is such a great shame. You bastard! How dare you ignore me?" Zhou Xiong screamed in anger, his eyes turning red with rage. "Court death!" He turned his wrist, the knife's momentum became continuous, and the speed suddenly increased several times. In an instant, the knife flashed and covered Chu Ye's vital points. Every strike of the sword came with a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air and was extremely cruel, as if he was determined to kill Chu Yi immediately. "Come and die for me." Faced with this violent attack, Chu Yi finally turned his head slowly, his eyes calmly facing the tip of the knife that was so close and flashing with cold light. The corner of his mouth even curled up into a faint arc of boredom. "There's no point in fighting you. What's the meaning?" Zhou Xiong was stunned when he heard this, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Next moment, before Zhou Xiong could react, he felt a cold and slippery touch, as well as a suffocating and terrifying restraining force suddenly coming from behind him. He looked down in horror, only to see a thick chain of water flowing out of nowhere. It snaked up silently from behind him and instantly wrapped around his body, from his waist to his chest, strangling him tightly. Ugh, hi! Zhou Xiong let out a roar of shock and anger, and all his muscles suddenly tensed up in an attempt to break free. He waved the steel knife in his hand wildly, slashing and stabbing at the water chains wrapped around his body. Puff, puff, puff. The blade hit the water chain, making a dull sound and splashing water, but it couldn't shake it at all. The water chain was flexible yet strong, locking him tightly. Ow, how is this possible? My knife. The arrogance on Zhou Xiong's face was instantly replaced by horror, and his eyes were full of disbelief. His swift sword couldn't even break the water chain's defense. Chu Yi watched his futile struggle with cold eyes. You don't even have the qualifications to struggle in front of me. It's just a stronger ant. The moment the words fell, Chu Ye's eyes became indifferent, and his mind moved slightly. Bone strapia. A teeth-grinding sound of bones squeezing was heard. The water chain wrapped around Zhou Xiong suddenly tightened. The terrifying pressure instantly acted on his whole body. Well, Zhou Xiong's eyeballs suddenly bulged out, filled with bloodshot. His mouth opened wide, but no sound came out. Phew! The next second, blood gushed out like a fountain from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose at the same time. His body was like a balloon that was crushed by an invisible giant hand. He instantly lost all his strength, his head tilted, and his life was completely gone. Bang! The heavy body fell to the sand, splashing a circle of dust. The whole process was so fast that it made people's heart flutter. What? Lu Shun, who was trying to force Lu Jinhong back with a palm and preparing to launch another fierce attack, happened to catch a glimpse of this horrifying scene out of the corner of his eye. His pupils suddenly contracted, and a bone-chilling chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head like a poisonous snake. Zhou Xiong. The Zhou Xiong with great strength and ruthless swordsmanship. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even hold out for a single encounter before being strangled to death by that strange water chain. Lu Shun just felt his scalp tingling, and the look he gave Chu Yi was filled with uncontrollable fear for the first time. Flash sale. This is an absolute instant kill. While dealing with Lu Jinhong's increasingly fierce attacks, he stared at Chu Yi intently, his voice trembling slightly with fear. Who are you? With this kind of power, could it be that you are a level 5 gene user? In his opinion, only the rare and legendary level 5 gene holders could possess such overwhelming and terrifying strength. Chu Yi slowly shifted his gaze from Zhou Xiong's body, looked at Lu Shun, whose face was pale and eyes were horrified, and shook his head slightly. Level 5. His tone was calm, and no emotion could be heard. I am nothing. No, impossible. Lu Shun didn't believe it at all. He seemed to have thought of something. His face became even more frightened, and he screamed. You are Huang Anbai's man. Right. You are one of the 10 guardians he sent. He asked you to silence him. That must be it. With this thought in mind, Lu Shun no longer cared about fighting with Lu Jinhong. With a sudden palm strike, Lu Jinhong was pushed back several steps and retreated rapidly. Want to run? Lu Jinhong steadied himself, roared, and was about to chase after him regardless of everything. At this moment, Lu Shun, who was retreating, took out something from his arms like lightning. It was a small signal gun. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he pointed the gun at the dim sky. His finger was about to pull the trigger. However, call out. A sharp sound of braking through the air rang out. Chu Ye's eyes suddenly became stern. Almost at the same time, when Lu Shun took out the signal gun, a water chain suspended beside him broke through the air as fast as lightning at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Snap! A crisp sound of bone breaking resounded throughout the silent battlefield. Ah! Lu Shun let out a howl that was extremely shrill. The chain of water that rushed overhit the arm holding the flare gun with incredible precision. The terrifying force instantly broke his arm bones. The flare gun flew out of his hand and fell on the sand. Lu Shun himself fell to the ground with a scream. Holding his arm that was twisted at a weird angle, his whole body twitched in pain and cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes. Chu Yi walked forward slowly with a blank expression on his face. As Lu Shun stared in horror and despair, A foot stepped heavily on his head next to his still intact hand, crushing his face deeply into the sand. A bone-chilling voice slowly sounded. "Who are you signaling to? Huang Amber? Who is this?" Lu Shun, who was stepped on by Chu Yi, turned his head with difficulty. He stared at Chu Ye's ankle and sneered strangely. "Pretending not to know Huang Amber in front of me? Do you think it will work?" His voice was intermittent, but with a kind of madness. "My leader has seen the signal long ago. Even if I didn't send it out, his spies have seen what's going on here. He'll be here soon. There was a gleam of revenge in Lu Shun's eyes, as if he had already seen the scene of Chu Yi being torn into pieces. "When the time comes, it won't just be you. And that old man Huang Anbai. You almost died. Chapter Yuzietmish Yeshuing. Huang Amber? This person seems to be very important." A thought flashed through Chu Ye's mind, but his face still had that frozen expression that hadn't changed for thousands of years. He looked at Lu Shun, who was still laughing wildly at his feet. Threats? Pointless. With a slight movement of his mind, a stream of water suspended on the side instantly condensed and sharpened. Laugh. Without any warning, a blue water blade is condensed as a substance instantly slashed across Lu Shun's neck. The laughter stopped abruptly. Lu Shun's one eye suddenly opened wide, filled with final astonishment and unwillingness, and then the light quickly dimmed. Plop! A head rolled on the sand, with a twisted and crazy smile still on the face, which looked particularly weird. A fountain of blood gushed out of the headless cavity, dyeing the surrounding sand red, and then it fell down limply. Hiss! Lu Jianhong, next to him, gasped and felt a chill suddenly rushing up from his spine and spreading throughout his body in an instant. Good, so decisive. He looked at the falling head, then looked at Chu Yi, who remained expressionless, and his heart began to beat wildly, uncontrollably. Fear. It comes from Chu Ye's unfathomable strength and decisive and ruthless killing. Mr. Lu Jianhong's voice trembled slightly. This Lu Shun, I have fought with him before. He is definitely a level 4 gene user. His leader, Lu Jianhong, swallowed, his face full of solemnity and worry. I'm afraid it's one of the legendary 10 great generals in the original Sky Curtain organization. That's a terrifying existence of level 5, or maybe even level 6. Will the king? Chu Yi slowly turned his head and looked at Lu Jianhong with his dark eyes, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. The General King of the Sky Curtain Organization? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Lu Jianhong showed a trace of bitterness on his face and hurriedly explained. Mr. Chu, I just heard it from others. It is said that these king generals are the core combat power of the Tianmu organization. They will not show up easily. Only the top leaders of Tianmu know their existence and code names. I also heard about it by chance when I was dealing with people from Tianmu before. The specific situation, I don't know either. So that's how it is. It's hidden deep enough. Understood. He lowered his head to look at the dead head lying on the ground, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. Level 5? Level 6? So what? Bang! Chu Yi raised his foot and kicked Lu Shun's head, which was still warm, like a ball, and kicked it hard, sending it flying and rolling far away on the sand. Humph! Even if he is a general king, it will take time to rush over. Chu Yi's tone was as cold as water. The king of generals that Lu Jianhong had just mentioned, which was enough to scare any survivors, was just an insignificant name. Let's go into this building first and search out all the treasures inside. Huh? This? Lu Jianhong looked at Chu Yi's back, stunned for a moment. But then he gritted his teeth and suppressed the fear in his heart. Damn it, I'm not afraid of anything. Mr. Chu is here. He took a deep breath, his eyes became firm again, and he quickly followed Chu Yi's pace. Yes. Mr. Chu, the two quickly rushed to the entrance of the building. The few remaining subordinates of Zhou Xiong and Lu Shun were so frightened when they saw Chu Yi approaching like a killer that some turned around and tried to run, while others raised their weapons in a cowardly manner. Chu Yi didn't even bother to even glance at him. As his mind went, several water arrows shot out. Puff, puff, puff. After a few muffled thuds, all those who tried to resist or escape were pierced through the vitals with precision and fell to the ground dead. Only the last person who looked like a small leader was left. He was tied tightly with a water chain and thrown to the ground. Tell me, where are the genetic drugs, mutant flesh, and weapon storage in the building? Chu Yi looked down at him, his voice cold and without a trace of emotion. The man was so frightened by Chu Ye's eyes that he trembled all over and yelled out everything he knew incoherently, fearing that he would be crushed to death if he was a second slower. After getting the information he wanted, Chu Ye's eyes turned indifferent. Snap! The water chain tightened slightly. The man's neck made a crisp sound. His head tilted to one side strangely, and he became silent in an instant. Chu Yi turned around and glanced at Lu Jianhong, who was still examining the corpse. I have the information. Go directly to the location, he said. Yes, Lu Jianhong responded and immediately rushed in the direction the man pointed. Chu Yi walked towards another passage, at the end of which was a heavy metal door with an electronic lock, which was obviously an important place. Chu Yi stopped and looked at the closed door without any hesitation. The right leg was raised, and the muscles tensed instantly, as if there was an invisible force in the space blessing it. Bang! A deafening bang. The heavy metal door that was strong enough to withstand a small explosion was violently kicked open by Chu Yi. The entire door frame was twisted and deformed, dented inward, and the door lock parts were scattered everywhere. Amid the huge noise and flying dust, Chu Yi looked around. Behind the door was a spacious and bright space filled with various complex instruments and glassware. The air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant and some chemical reagents. In this space, a dozen people wearing white research coats, masks, and goggles were looking up in horror, looking stiffly at the door. When they saw the person at the door emitting a cold aura, everyone's eyes were instantly filled with extreme panic. Ah! Who is it? Screams and exclamations rang out one after another. Lu Jianhong, who arrived shortly after, also widened his eyes and looked surprised when he saw this scene. Wow, this guy Lu Xuan actually hid so many researchers. The corner of Chu Ye's mouth slowly curled up into an icy arc. What a pleasant surprise. What a pleasant surprise. In this doomsday, the value of these researchers may even exceed those genetic drugs and weapons. Very good. Chu Yi felt an indescribable excitement and possessiveness in his heart. These people, I want them all. Take them away. Use them for my own purposes. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable dominance that was clearly heard by every researcher in the room. As soon as the words fell, don't even think about it, a sharp female voice rang out. In the crowd, a relatively petite woman in a white coat wearing goggles had a gleam of determination and madness in her eyes. The woman clenched her hands tightly. Her knuckles turned white from the force, and her eyes were fixed on Chu Yi, who was standing at the door. Troublesome woman. Chu Ye's brows slightly frowned, and a trace of impatience flashed through his heart. Yi Gong, Yi Shuang, don't be impulsive. The researchers behind her subconsciously took a few steps closer to her. Although everyone's face was pale and their bodies were trembling slightly, there was an uncontrollable anger and fear in their eyes. They all whispered the woman's name. Chapter 171, Why Should I Trust This Man? Chu Yi understood that this woman named Yi Shuang was their backbone. Yi Shuang took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently, her voice sharp, but with a determination to perish together with her. We will not be accomplices to the evil again. That beast Lu Xuan forced us to do so many evil researches. You want us to follow you? To continue doing those dirty things? You have to do it over my dead body. Her voice echoed in the empty laboratory, carrying with it a thick hatred and a heart-pounding madness. It turns out that he was forced to do it, and he hates Lu Xun. When Chu Yi heard this, his heart moved slightly. This saved me a lot of trouble. The coldness on his face eased slightly, but his tone remained calm. Lu Xuan? He's dead. What? Dead? The researchers behind, Yi Shuang, let out a low cry of surprise and looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Come with me. Chu Ye's eyes swept over each of them and continued. I won't let you do anything that goes against your conscience. I need your skills, that's all. Yi Shuang was stunned for a moment. Then a deeper vigilance and suspicion flashed in her eyes, and she questioned harshly. Dead? You say dead. So he's dead? Who knows if you're in cahoots with him? You changed your name and continue to deceive us. What on earth are you thinking? Stupid woman. She can't understand the situation. Chu Yi snorted in his heart. His patience was running out. The so-called King General under Lu Xun may arrive at any time. Once entangled, even for me, it will be difficult to escape. These researchers are important assets and cannot be lost like this. Time is running out, and he doesn't have time to waste on talking. Chu Yi turned his head abruptly and looked at Lu Jianhong behind him. His voice suddenly turned cold. Lu Jianhong. Here, Mr. Chu. Lu Jianhong immediately straightened his back. Go and bring me his head, Chu Yi ordered in a firm tone. Yes. Lu Jianhong was stunned at first. Then he immediately understood what Chu Yi meant. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he turned around and rushed out quickly. The atmosphere in the laboratory instantly dropped to freezing point. The remaining researchers didn't dare to breathe. They looked at Chu Yi in horror, then at Yi Shuang, not knowing what would happen next. Yi Shuang's face was even paler. Her lips were tightly pursed, and she stared at Chu Yi intently, as if she wanted to see something from his expressionless face. Soon, Lu Jianhong came back, holding a head with messy hair, wide-open eyes, and a look of fear and unwillingness on the face. It's Lu Xuan. Bang! Lu Jianhong threw the head casually on the cold ground without mercy. The head rolled twice on the smooth floor and stopped not far from Yi Shuang's feet. Those eyes that were still open seemed to be staring at her. It's really Lu Xuan. He really killed Lu Xuan. There was an uncontrollable burst of exclamations and gasps in the laboratory. Some timid researchers were so frightened that their legs went weak and they almost collapsed to the ground. Yi Shuang's pupils suddenly shrank, and she subconsciously covered her mouth. Her body trembled violently and uncontrollably as she looked at the extremely familiar head. His eyes were filled with extreme shock and disbelief. Lu Xun, this nightmare that had always weighed on their heads, just died, killed by this devil-like man in front of me. Engineer Yi, someone said in a trembling voice. What he said is true. Lu Xuan is dead. Maybe we can really. Another researcher also whispered in agreement, with a hint of hope in his tone. Seeing Lu Xun's head, some researchers were obviously shaken, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Chu Yi changed from pure fear to a hint of complexity. Yi Shuang suddenly came to her senses and shouted, "Stop right there!" She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and her eyes became sharp again. Even if Lu Xuan is dead, why should we trust him? Who knows if he is a more cruel demon than Lu Xuan? We can't. Sudden, boom boom. A slight but clear vibration was heard from a distance. The ground and walls were shaking slightly, and the glassware on the shelves made a slight collision sound. Chu Ye's eyes suddenly focused, and he turned around abruptly and looked in the direction where the vibration came from. Lu Jianhong, go and take a look. Yes. Lu Jianhong's expression also became solemn, and he quickly rushed to the laboratory door. Mr. Chu, this noise. I'm afraid it's Lu Xuan's reinforcements. Those so-called king generals may be coming. Is it really coming? Chu Yi no longer had any patience left in his heart. He turned his head and swept his cold eyes over Yi Shuang and the hesitant researchers behind her. Lu Xuan's reinforcements will arrive soon. If you want to live, follow me now, immediately. There was a pause, no emotion in his voice. If you don't want to leave, stay here and be buried with Lu Xuan. After finishing his words, Chu Yi didn't even bother to look at them again. His eyes were fixed directly on the finished genetic medicines placed on the shelves deep in the laboratory. The mutant biological meat sealed in special containers, and various precious experimental materials and data hard drives with labels. These are the most important things. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing forward. Buzz! An invisible and mysterious wave spread out instantly, like water waves with him as the center. Immediately afterwards, a scene occurred that left Yi Shuang and all the researchers dumbfounded and unforgettable for the rest of their lives. All I saw were test tubes, containers, sealed pieces of meat, precision instrument parts, hard drives. Everything, no matter how big or small, no matter how heavy, seemed to be held up gently, yet domineeringly by an invisible giant hand. It seems to be floating in the air, violating the laws of physics. The next second, these suspended materials were like stones thrown into a calm lake, or as if they were swallowed up by another dimension, creating circles of barely detectable ripples in the air, and then disappeared out of thin air, one after another. In just a few breaths, the area that was originally filled with all kinds of precious materials and research results became empty, leaving only bare metal shelves. Where's the stuff? Gone. Out of thin air. The blood color on Yi Shuang's face instantly faded away. She turned around and looked around, trying to find where those disappeared things had gone, but there was nothing around her except cold walls and empty shelves. Her cognition and her scientific views were impacted unprecedentedly at this moment. The other researchers around her opened their mouths wide, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He let out a hoarse gasp from his throat, and his eyes were dull. He was completely stunned by this unrealistic, miraculous scene before him. Chapter 172, Why didn't you tell me earlier that there's a tunnel? The look they gave Chu Yi was not just fear, but also an indescribable awe. Just as everyone was completely shocked by the mysterious means, and their minds were blank, a pale-faced researcher wearing glasses pointed his finger at Chu Yi with a trembling voice, with an incredibly sharp tone. It was him. Just now, I saw it. He was the one who did it. Those things were made to disappear. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like pouring a bucket of cold water into a boiling oil pan, causing it to explode instantly. What? He really did it? Out of thin air. How is this possible? All the surprised eyes were focused on Chu Yi. In the midst of fear, there was a hint of indescribable envy and awe. This was simply a divine move. If I could possess such power in this apocalypse. Chu Yi seemed unaware of these gazes and just nodded slightly. This is considered as acknowledging what the researcher said. His cold eyes slowly swept across the crowd, his voice calm, but with unquestionable power. Follow me. You will have plenty of food and drink. With me here, you don't have to worry about any danger. I will not force you to do any research against your will. What is the most precious thing in the end times? Safety, food, and hope. These words were like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves in the heart of the researcher who had already despaired. No worries about food and drink. No danger. No longer have to be forced by Lu Shan to conduct those experiments that distort human nature like before. This is simply a promise from heaven. I'm willing to go with you. Mr. Chu, I am willing to. Almost instantly, two quick-witted young researchers could no longer suppress their excitement and desire for life. He rushed out of the crowd, ran a few steps to Chu Yi, and looked at him with burning eyes, fearing that he would go back on his word. With someone taking the lead, the last bit of concern in the hearts of the others quickly disappeared. The instinct for survival overrides everything. I'm going to. Take me with you. Mr. Chu. More and more people flocked toward Chu Yi, and the team that was originally standing behind Yi Shuang suddenly became sparse. A barely noticeable arc appeared on Chu Ye's lips, and he was very satisfied with the result. He tilted his head and gestured. Lu Jianhong, keep an eye on them. Yes, Mr. Chu. Lu Jianhong responded in a deep voice, looking vigilantly at these new members to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. Stop. All of you stop right there. Seeing this, Yi Shuang's face instantly became extremely ugly. She rushed forward and tried to stop those who were rushing towards Chu Yi, her voice urgent and angry. Are you all crazy? You have no idea who he is. He killed Lu Xuan in such a strange and cruel way. Can you guarantee that he is not another more terrifying demon? Don't be fooled by him. Her words were quite sharp, causing several researchers who were walking a little slower to hesitate. Chu Yi slowly raised his eyelids. His cold eyes fell on Yi Shuang's anxious face. His tone was filled with a hint of sarcasm and undisguised indifference. If you want to die, no one can stop you. But don't stand in the way of those who want to live. Foolish woman, she still can't understand the situation even when she is about to die. As soon as the words fell, boom! A loud noise, louder and duller than the previous one, suddenly came from outside the building. This time it was no longer a faint vibration, but a real shock wave. The entire laboratory seemed to shake violently. The light tubes on the ceiling flickered wildly, and dust fell down. Ugh, what's going on? Outside, the laboratory was instantly in chaos, with screams and exclamations rang out one after another. Everyone subconsciously turned around to look, their faces filled with fear and confusion. Damn it, Chu Yi cursed, his eyes flashing with coldness. Lu Shun's gang is really quick. The reinforcements are downstairs. He turned around abruptly and shouted at the researchers who had just come over and were now trembling with fear. If you want to live, follow me. Quickly. Lu Jianhong reacted very quickly and rushed to a window near the outer wall. He looked outside cautiously. His face suddenly changed, and he turned back and shouted, Mr. Chu, outside. There are people everywhere. There are also armed vehicles. We are completely surrounded. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of those researchers who had just ignited hope instantly turned as pale as paper again. Surrounded? How can we escape? Chu Yi frowned slightly when he heard this. He glanced at his followers who looked desperate, and then glanced at the structure of the laboratory. His tone was a little helpless, as if he was stating a cruel fact. I can walk, but I'm afraid it will be difficult. With so many people around him, his presence would be too obvious, and he would be easily caught by the people outside. What? Mr. Chu, you can't abandon us. Please, take us with you. We don't want to die. We will work like slaves for you. Please. Everyone was completely panicked and started begging, with some even falling to their knees. They thought Chu Yi was going to give up on them. Amid the chaos and wailing, a researcher who looked a little frail and wore glasses for severe myopia suddenly seemed to have remembered a life-saving straw. He raised his head abruptly, pointed in the direction of Yi Shuang, and shouted with all his strength. Engineer Yi knows. She knows a secret passage. It's right below this building. Very hidden, she said. It can lead to the mountains 100 miles away. Swish. Everyone's eyes, including Chu Yi and Lu Jianhong, instantly focused on Yi Shuang. Chu Ye's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he was annoyed without disguising himself. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? There's actually a way out? This is a pleasant surprise. He no longer hesitated and shouted to the people who were still surrounding him. Everyone, get up, go back. After saying that, he led Lu Jianhong and the group of researchers and strode back to the central area of the laboratory. As soon as I stepped in, I saw that the place was in complete chaos. The remaining researchers cried out in panic. A few timid ones have collapsed to the ground. Yi Shuang was standing in the middle, shouting in vain, "Calm down. Everyone calm down." But her voice was quickly drowned out by the huge wave of panic and was of no use at all. "Be quiet, everyone." Chu Yi suddenly shouted in a deep voice. The voice was not loud, but seemed to contain some strange power, instantly suppressing all the noise. The chaotic scene was stagnant. Everyone was shocked by the low shout and subconsciously stopped what they were doing, looking at Chu Yi in horror. Chu Yi had an expressionless face. He walked straight through the crowd and stepped in front of Yi Shuang, whose face was pale and her body was trembling slightly. His eyes were as sharp as torches, piercing her eyes. Yi Shuang, tell me the location of the tunnel. Chapter 173. Die together or be buried together. Chu Ye's tone was unquestionable, with a strong sense of control over everything. I promise to take everyone here who wants to live away safely. This is your only chance, and their only chance as well. Yi Shuang pursed her lips and her eyes struggled violently. She subconsciously clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. Put everyone's lives in the hands of this unpredictable man who just killed Lu Shun? But if I don't tell him the enemy's outside, what should I do? What should I do? Trust him? Or die together? Looking at the deep confusion and hesitation on Yi Shuang's face, Chu Yi frowned slightly, lost his patience, and his tone became even colder. What? You would rather die here with them and be buried with Lu Shun? These heart-piercing words hit Yi Shuang hard in the heart. She looked up suddenly and met Chu Ye's eyes that were deep and seemed to see through everything. She saw coldness and indifference, but she did not see the bloodthirsty madness. Maybe he really just wanted those supplies and these researchers. Taking a deep breath, as if using up all her strength, Yi Shuang finally made a decision. Her eyes became sharp again, with a determination to burn her boats. Okay, I'll tell you. After a pause, she took a step forward, met Chu Ye's gaze fearlessly, and warned him clearly, word by word. But Chu Yi, let me be frank with you. If you dare to do anything out of line or any unfavorable action to any of them in the passage. Her voice suddenly rose, carrying a chilling chill and a desperate madness. I, Yi Shuang, will make you pay the price, even if it costs me my life. Yi Shuang's warning was filled with determination and madness. It echoed in the depressing laboratory, and the air seemed to solidify a little. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye's lips curled up into an icy arc. Taking a step forward, the distance between the two people was instantly shortened to less than half a meter. He was tall and straight, with an invisible pressure that made Yi Shuang hold her breath subconsciously. Yi Shuang, you seem to have missed the point. Chu Ye's voice was low, but it was clearly heard by everyone. I have never been interested in your lives, or rather, the lives of the weak. His eyes were sharp, and he looked straight at Yi Shuang, as if he was looking at an ant. What I value is your brains, the technology you have mastered, and the value of your ability to live in this apocalyptic world. As for the rest, it doesn't matter. Is he only interested in ability? Really? Yi Shuang looked at the deep and cold eyes of the man in front of her and was a little dazed for a moment. His words were cruel and straightforward, yet they seemed to carry a different kind of honesty. Just when she didn't know how to respond. At this time, boom! There was another loud explosion outside, and the whole building seemed to shake. This was followed by intensive gunfire and the roar of vehicle engines. Mr. Chu, they seem to be attacking. Lu Jianhong's hurried voice came from outside, his face showing unconcealable anxiety. When Yi Shuang heard this, she panicked and her face turned pale. He bit his lower lip hard, leaving teeth marks deeply embedded in the soft lips. She no longer hesitated. All she could do now was to trust this man and then turn around suddenly. Follow me. She was the first to rush out of the laboratory, her steps hurried with a desperate urgency. Everyone follow. Upon seeing this, Chu Yi immediately shouted at the frightened researchers. He then signaled Lu Jianhong to follow behind, and he followed, Yi Shuang closely. A large group of people, moving in a mighty manner but trying to keep their voices down as much as possible, passed through the messy corridor and quickly went down to the first floor. Finally, Yi Shuang stopped at the door of a storage room filled with discarded equipment and torn cardboard boxes. There was thick dust here, and the air was filled with the smell of mold and rust. It's right here. Yi Shuang's voice trembled a little as she walked to the innermost corner of the utility room. Chu Yi glanced over and saw some broken lab benches and a pile of miscellaneous items that could not be recognized from their original state. The most conspicuous thing was a huge, dirty, thick plastic sheet that almost covered half of the wall. Under the nervous and expectant gaze of the crowd, Yi Shuang took a deep breath, stretched out her hands, and pushed the heavy plastic sheet away with force. Crash! The plastic sheet raised a cloud of dust, revealing the scene hidden behind it. A dark hole suddenly appeared in a corner of the wall. The entrance to the cave was not very big, just enough for a person to enter by bending over. The edges were very irregular, as if they had been forcibly broken open by something, and there was a lot of rubble and soil scattered around. What's even more strange is that the edge of the cave entrance is covered with a thin layer of fine yellow sand, which is incompatible with this reinforced concrete building. Underground. There really is an underground tunnel. Great. We're saved. Quick, go in. The ecstasy of escaping death instantly swept over all the researchers. They were so excited that they almost jumped up. This hole was discovered accidentally when we were clearing waste a few months ago. Yi Shuang took a breath and pointed at the cave entrance to explain. Lu Xun and the others didn't know at the time. Chu Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Since you discovered it long ago, why didn't you organize people to escape? Why did you wait until now? As soon as this question was asked, the researchers, who were originally extremely excited, suddenly froze in joy on their faces. Many people subconsciously took a step back, with fear and hesitation in their eyes. A trace of bitterness and helplessness appeared on Yi Shuang's face, and she sighed softly. Mr. Chu, I also have my own difficulties. Let's go in first and don't waste time. Chu Yi's doubts grew even stronger. He noticed the obviously abnormal reactions of the other researchers, and it was obvious that this tunnel was not an easy one. This woman is really hiding something. Mr. Chu, the fire outside is getting more and more intense. I can hear the sound of heavy weapons. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Lu Jianhong urged anxiously. The sound of gunfire outside was like a death warrant, one louder than the other. No. Chu Yi nodded and didn't waste any more time thinking about it. He looked at Yi Shuang, his tone unquestionable. You lead the way. Yi Shuang's body trembled slightly, but she finally nodded, bent down first, and crawled into the dark cave. Follow me. Hurry up. Chu Yi ordered to the crowd behind him. Although the researchers were still worried about the situation inside the cave, the artillery fire outside was even more deadly. The instinct for survival overwhelmed the fear, and everyone rushed to bend down and jump in. Chapter 174, How Could There Be a Baby Elephant? Chu Yi glanced around and confirmed that everyone had entered before he was the last to step in. Lu Jianhong followed closely behind, and at the moment of jumping down, he suddenly pushed down a heavy, abandoned metal cabinet next to him. There was a loud clang, and it just blocked most of the entrance to the hole. Then they pulled over the thick plastic sheet to cover it, trying to conceal the traces as much as possible. It was pitch black in the cave, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. A sultry air mixed with the smell of soil and some unknown creatures hit me in the face, making it difficult to breathe. Under my feet was soft sand, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Chuyi circulated the energy in his body, and a faint blue light flashed in his pupils. The dark environment had little effect on him. He looked around and found that this seemed to be a naturally formed sandy passage that had been simply widened, winding downwards, leading to an unknown place. He followed, Yi Shuang slowly. The line was so long that they could only hear each other's heavy breathing and rustling footsteps. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. After walking about 100 meters forward, the passage began to become a little wider, but it was still dark and stuffy. Just then, roar, a low, suppressed roar, as if coming from some large wild beast, suddenly came from the darkness not far ahead. The sound was not loud, but it was full of warning and threat, and it seemed particularly clear and terrifying in this silent tunnel. What's that sound? There's something ahead. Is it a mutant creature? The researchers following behind were instantly in an uproar, with terrified cries and questions coming one after another. The team immediately stopped, and many people were trembling with fear. Chu Ye's eyes sharpened almost at the moment the roar sounded. With a flip of his right hand, a military dagger flashing with cold light appeared in his hand. The blade was pointed in the direction where the sound came from. What's that in front? He asked in a deep, cold voice, with a barely perceptible hint of murderous intent. No, don't do it. Just when Chu Yi was about to step forward to investigate, Yi Shuang, who was walking in front, suddenly let out a panicked scream. She turned around regardless of everything, opened her arms, and stood in front of Chu Yi. Her face was filled with fear and pleading, as if the knife in Chu Ye's hand would hurt something extremely important in the next second. A cold light flashed in Chu Ye's eyes, and the doubts and concealed anger in his heart burst out instantly. This woman's reaction is so abnormal. Click. Without hesitation, Chu Ye's left hand was as fast as lightning. He grabbed Yi Shuang's slender neck and lifted her slightly off the ground. Well, Yi Shuang suddenly had difficulty breathing. Her face flushed red, and she grabbed Chu Ye's wrist in vain with both hands, her eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Tell me, what the hell is in here? Chu Ye's voice was filled with violence and murderous intent. You want to kill us all? His strength was so great that Yi Shuang felt that her larynx was about to be crushed. Just then, whoa, a clearer cry, filled with grievance and anxiety, rang out. Then, in the darkness, a staggering, round black shadow, with short legs, rushed straight towards Chu Yi and Yi Shuang. The shadow was not very tall, probably only reaching Chu Ye's thighs, and its outline actually looked like a baby elephant. The black shadow rushed forward very quickly, aiming directly at Yi Shuang, who was being strangled by Chu Yi and had difficulty breathing. Court death. Chu Ye's eyes flashed with murderous intent. No matter what it is, anyone who stands in the way will be killed. Bang! Without even looking at her, he swung his arm violently and threw Yi Shuang to the side. Ugh! Yi Shuang screamed in pain, fell heavily to the ground, and choked and coughed. At the same time, Chu Ye's mind raced, and the energy in his body surged instantly. System prompt. Water fluidizing knife. Energy is being guided. Parameters are set. The faint blue light instantly condensed in his right hand and turned into a water blade as thin as a cicada's wing and deadly cold. The blade pointed directly at the short black shadow rushing towards him. Don't want. Just when the water blade was about to be released and slashed out, Yi Shuang, who had just been thrown to the ground, suddenly burst out with amazing strength, rolled and crawled, and suddenly pounced over, opening her arms and blocking between Chu Yi and the little elephant. Her eyes were filled with despair and madness, and she screamed, "Don't hurt it!" Chu Ye's pupils suddenly shrank. This woman is willing to sacrifice her life for this little elephant. In a flash, Chu Yi had no time to completely retract his strength, but he twisted his wrist forcefully. The condensed water blade narrowly brushed past Yi Shuang's shoulder, and with a hiss, it sank into the sand behind it, leaving a bottomless hole. But for safety's sake. At the same time, Chu Yi raised his right leg, carrying tremendous force. The goal changed from killing to driving away, and he kicked the black little elephant that rushed forward hard. Bang! A dull thud. Oh, whoa! An extremely shrill wailing sound broke out instantly. The little elephant was kicked away. It hit the earth wall of the narrow passage and rolled to the ground, whimpering in pain, its small body twitching constantly. The dark and narrow tunnel was suddenly filled with such shrill wails that it hurt people's eardrums. Baby elephant. Yi Shuang's eyes were red with anger, and she let out a cry. She didn't even care about the pain in her body, nor did she care about Chu Yi in front of her. He stumbled to the baby elephant, hugged it tightly in his arms, and tears instantly burst out. Wow, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She trembled and kept stroking the baby elephant's twitching body, her voice choked with sobs, filled with endless regret and heartache. The researchers behind were stunned and looked at each other. What's going on? Dr. Yi, do you know this mutant creature? What on earth does this mean? Doubt and fear spread among the crowd, and whispers were heard. Chu Yi slowly retracted his right hand that had condensed the water blade, and the faint blue light dissipated. He walked expressionlessly to Yi Shuang, who was kneeling on the ground, holding the baby elephant and crying, and looked down at her condescendingly. His voice was icy cold and without a trace of emotion. Explain it to me. These two simple words carry with them a huge amount of pressure. Yi Shuang suddenly raised her head, her tear-stained face filled with anger and an almost crazy hatred. She stared at Chu Yi, her voice hoarse but extremely firm. You want to know? Okay, I'll tell you. She growled through gnashing teeth as she held the whimpering baby elephant carefully in her arms. This is my secret. Mine. This passage is where I secretly dug it and hid it. It is my only hope. I'm warning you. If you dare to kill it, Yi Shuang, will fight you to the death, even if I'm torn to pieces. Chapter 175 Genetic Medicine Saves the Baby Elephant. Her eyes were filled with desperate madness. So that's why, no wonder she reacted so strongly. Chu Yi understood everything as he looked at the little elephant that was still wailing in pain and shaking constantly. The power contained in his kick just now is definitely not something that ordinary creatures can withstand. His tone softened a little, but was still cold. If you had confessed earlier, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Hiding it will only bring more trouble, like now. He didn't want to waste time in such a ghost place. Although the sound of gunfire outside was mostly blocked, the threat was not eliminated. Stand up, Chu Yi ordered. Take it and lead the way. Now. Yi Shuang's body stiffened as she looked at the painful expression of the baby elephant in her arms. She looked at the cold Chu Yi again and finally gave in. She carefully and tremblingly tried to pick up the baby elephant and stand up. Wang, perhaps because of the wound, the baby elephant howled even louder and more miserable. The sound had great penetrating power, echoing back and forth in this long and narrow enclosed tunnel. Shut it up. Chu Yi's face suddenly darkened, and he growled harshly. Are you trying to lure everyone up here? If that happens, we will all die here. Yi Shuang's face turned pale, and she was shaking with fear. She quickly covered the baby elephant's mouth tightly and tried her best to comfort it. Be good. Don't scream. Don't scream. It's okay. However, just as she was trying to comfort him, puff, the baby elephant choked and coughed violently, and a mouthful of dark red blood spurted out from between Yi Shuang's fingers as she covered its mouth, splashing all over her hand. Yi Shuang's pupils contracted sharply, and her whole body froze. She hurriedly let go of her hand and looked down to check the baby elephant's condition. She saw that the baby elephant was dying. Its eyes were dull, and blood with foam was constantly flowing from the corners of its mouth. Damn, I just hit him too hard. Chu Yi frowned slightly. His kick was enough to break the steel plate. This little thing looked thick-skinned, and its internal organs were probably seriously damaged. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. The baby elephant's weak breathing and Yi Shuang's suppressed sobbing became the only sounds in the tunnel. Just then, rustle, rustle, a slight vibration came from the top of my head. A few grains of dry sand fell from the top of the passage and landed on Chu Yi's shoulder. Chu Yi looked up suddenly. Sharp eyes. His hearing was far superior to that of ordinary people. In that slight vibration, he caught the sound of dense footsteps. Heavy, messy, and definitely a lot of it. There are a lot of people up there. Chu Yi's heart was filled with alarm bells. They're coming. His low voice broke the silence with a hint of solemnity. Right above us. The vibration coming from above clearly announced that the pursuers were here. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The vibrations from above became clearer and clearer, and the falling sand almost formed a line, as if the entire passage would collapse completely in the next second. The heavy and chaotic footsteps struck everyone's heart hard. Oh my God, they really came here. Right overhead. We've been discovered. What should I do? What should I do? We're dead. We can't escape. Panic exploded instantly. In the narrow passage, the researchers looked pale and looked upward in despair. Trembling bodies and suppressed screams filled the entire space. The shadow of death is approaching like never before. Shut up, everyone! Chuyi suddenly let out a low roar. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty and cold, murderous aura. All the noise and panic were suppressed in an instant. His sharp eyes swept across the terrified faces. Do you want to be dug out like a gopher by those bastards right now? If you don't want to die, just be quiet. Threats are always the most effective commands. The researchers shuddered all over. Based on what Chuyi had done just now, they didn't think he was joking. He immediately covered his mouth tightly, not daring to even breathe. Only a look of fear continued to flash in his eyes. In the passage, for a moment, the only sounds left were the heart-pounding footsteps overhead and the faint but continuous cries of pain from the baby elephant in Yi Shuang's arms. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Shuang and the dying baby elephant in her arms. The wailing sound was particularly harsh in the dead silence and could expose their position at any time. Yi Shuang felt the fear and a hint of unspeakable blame contained in those gazes. Her face was pale, and she desperately covered the baby elephant's mouth and nose with her hands, trying to stop the fatal sound. But her body shrank back uncontrollably, and the look she gave Chu Yi was full of pleading and extreme fear. He'll kill it. He'll kill it. All because of the cry. Chu Yi's cold gaze fell on the little elephant. Feeling the footsteps getting closer and closer overhead, his patience had been exhausted. Its sound will drag us all into hell. There was no warmth in Chu Yi's voice. Yi Shuang, you know what to do for everyone to survive. He raised his hand and clenched it into the air. Although he did not condense a water blade, the murderous intent contained in that action made Yi Shuang feel as if she had fallen into an icy cave. No! Yi Shuang screamed suddenly, tears pouring out again. She held the baby elephant tightly in her arms, like a mother animal protecting her cub, and roared with all her strength. You can't kill it. It's everything to me. Chu Yi, if you dare to touch a hair on it, I will die right here. I swear. Her voice was shrill and resolute, carrying with it the madness of dying together. Deep in Chu Yi's eyes, a hint of strong impatience and murderous intent finally emerged. This woman is such a nuisance. Maybe I could just break her neck and have some peace and quiet. His eyes swept across Yi Shuang's face, which was covered with tears and sand, and slowly turned to the group of researchers behind her who were silent and evasive. But this won't work. If I kill her, these bastards will only make things worse. What's more, in the current situation, she is still needed to temporarily stabilize people's hearts. At least, she is still useful before she tells me the end of the passage. In a flash, Chu Yi suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. Stabilizing the situation, obtaining intelligence, and escaping from danger are the top priorities. He took a deep breath and forced his tone to sound calmer, although it was still cold. Besides letting it die, is there any other way to calm it down immediately? When Yi Shuang heard this, a faint glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in her desperate eyes. She spoke quickly as if she had grasped the last straw. Yes, there's a way. Gene medicine. Just inject it with the gene medicine and let complete the mutation. Its injuries will recover quickly and it will survive. It will calm down. Chapter 176. Oops, I've been discovered. Gene medicine? Use it on it? Chuyi frowned slightly. He remembered that after the injection of this thing, the process seemed extremely painful. Quiet? Wouldn't it make the noise even louder? But he didn't object immediately. Instead, he turned his head and glanced at the researchers with sharp eyes. Is what she said true? Can the genetic drug revive this thing and make it quiet? The researchers felt frightened by his gaze, but their instinct for survival made them nod their heads desperately. Yes, yes, Dr. Yi is an authority on this. It's theoretically possible. High-level mutant creatures have extremely strong recovery abilities. As long as the mutation is complete and stabilized, it should stop barking. Chu Yi heard this and no longer hesitated. Time is running out, and the footsteps overhead are getting closer. His right hand moved casually to his side. The next second, a metal syringe that was shining with a faint blue luster and filled with mysterious energy fluctuations appeared out of thin air in his palm. It was the genetic medicine he had looted from the laboratory before. Yi Shuang suddenly widened her eyes, looked at the potion in Chu Ye's hand in disbelief, and even rubbed her eyes subconsciously. What's going on? Where did he get it from? He clearly had nothing in his hand just now. Could it be? An absurd thought flashed through her mind for a moment, but it was immediately suppressed by the desire to survive. Not only her, but the researchers around her were also dumbfounded, with their mouths wide open, faces full of shock and confusion. This method of taking things out of thin air, which was like magic, was completely beyond their understanding. Chu Yi snorted coldly, ignoring everyone's shock. His tone was absolutely domineering. You are not worthy of knowing my abilities. Before he finished speaking, he shook his wrist, and the precious genetic medicine drew a precise arc and landed steadily in Yi Shuang's hands. I'll give you 3 seconds to inject it immediately. If it screams louder or attracts pursuers. Chu Ye's voice suddenly turned harsh, revealing murderous intent. I'll crush its skull with my own hands, and then it'll be yours. Yes, yes. Yi Shuang was so frightened that she didn't dare to hesitate even for a moment. With trembling hands, she pulled off the needle cap as quickly as possible, aimed at the relatively intact hind leg muscles of the baby elephant in her arms, stabbed it hard, and then suddenly pushed all the dark blue potion into it. Woo-woo. Almost at the moment the medicine was injected, the dying baby elephant suddenly let out a scream that was louder and more shrill than any before. The voice was filled with unspeakable pain and violence. It was as if countless red-hot irons were stirring inside its body. Damn it, Chu Yi cursed inwardly. I forgot that injecting the genetic drug would cause severe pain. He didn't have time to blame Yi Shuang as the noise above his head suddenly intensified. It happened in the blink of an eye. Chu Yi took a step forward, and in front of Yi Shuang's horrified gaze, he snatched the baby elephant that was struggling violently and screaming wildly from her arms. At the same time, a faint blue light shone brightly in the palm of his left hand. Crash! A stream of pure water emerged out of nowhere, as if it had life, and quickly wrapped up the baby elephant, forming an airtight, violently fluctuating water ball. Inside the water ball, the screams of the baby elephant were instantly blocked out, and only vague and dull whimpers and the sound of violently surging water could be heard. This is Chu Yi using the Canghai Space to precisely control the water element, forming a temporary soundproof barrier. After doing all this, Chu Yi held the rolling water ball with one hand, pointed to the depths of the passage with the other hand, and issued an unquestionable order to the already frightened crowd. If you don't want to die, follow me now. Immediately. Quickly. Chu Yi held up the still violently tumbling and whimpering water ball with one hand. Inside the soundproof water ball, the little elephant was enduring the drastic pain brought about by the genetic medicine, and the dark blue energy turbulence was almost breaking the restraints of the water ball. He swung his other hand forward, and his voice, with unquestionable authority, hit the group of dazed researchers behind him. Walk! Taking a step forward, Chu Ye's figure was the first to sink into the deeper darkness ahead. Lu Jianhong followed closely behind, his tall body protecting the team's flank. Driven by the fear of death, the researchers pushed each other and stumbled to keep up. The only sounds in the corridor were heavy breathing and chaotic footsteps. Yi Shuang bit her lower lip tightly. Her tears had long been dried by the wind, leaving only a trail of dirty marks. From time to time, she looked back at the water ball in Chu Ye's hand. Her eyes were complicated, filled with worry and unspeakable fear. At the same time, just above the tunnel, the wind and sand were still howling, but a group of people strangely gathered in this area. They were dressed in uniform dark green combat uniforms, well equipped, and the air was filled with a murderous aura. Dozens of eyes were now focused on the man in the center of the team. He was a middle-aged man with a cold face, about 40 or 50 years old. He was not tall and strong, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Just by standing there, he gave off a terrifying aura of oppression. He is the mysterious boss mentioned by Lu Shun and Zhou Xiong, Yang Haichong. There was silence all around, except for the sound of the wind sweeping across the sand dunes. Yang Haichong suddenly raised his right hand and made a steady gesture, signaling everyone to be silent. The guards around him immediately held their breath and didn't even dare to breathe. Then, Yang Haichong slowly squatted down. His movements seemed slow, but they were sharp and intuitive. He removed his tactical gloves and gently pressed his ears to the hot, cracked, sandy ground below. Time seemed to have stood still. After a moment, Yang Haichong stood up suddenly. A cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a judgment was revealed in his eyes. There's movement down there. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by every one of his men. There are regular footsteps and some kind of energy fluctuations. They really did dig a rat hole here. He glanced at a muscular man holding heavy demolition tools beside him and said in a firm tone, "Dig it up." "Yes, boss." The sturdy man growled, swung the heavy hydraulic pliers and engineer's shovel in his hands that were flashing with cold metallic light, aimed at the position where Yang Haichong had just heard the sound, and smashed it down hard. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of impact echoed in the empty sand, and the sand and soil flew everywhere. Every blow was so powerful that the ground shook violently. After a moment, a crisp crack sound mixed with the sound of soil breaking was heard. Boom! The ground suddenly collapsed, and in the midst of the dust, a dark hole with a diameter of nearly 2 meters suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. A stream of damp and musty air also gushed out of the hole. Chapter 177, No One Left Behind. Yang Haichong's eyes flashed, and he quickly stepped forward and looked down. With his extraordinary eyesight, he could vaguely see the outline of the passage below. Humph! It really is an underground tunnel. These lab rats are really good at hiding. He snorted coldly, then waved his hand and issued a pursuit order. They want to escape from here. Everyone go down. Chase them. Don't let any of them go. Yes. The dark green figure, without any hesitation, immediately began to slide in an orderly manner along the edge of the collapsed pit and into the dark tunnel below. Deep in the tunnel. Boom! The huge sound of collapse and the subsequent dense footsteps came from above, exploding like thunder in the narrow passage. Gravel and sand fell down and hit everyone. Chuyi suddenly stopped and turned around. Pupils suddenly contracted. Damn it! It was discovered so quickly. They actually broke through the ground. A strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped my whole body. He could clearly sense that several powerful auras were approaching rapidly from behind. They've dug a tunnel. Chuye's voice was like thunder, ringing in everyone's ears with unprecedented urgency. The people above are coming down. Speed up. Everyone, get out here as fast as you can. If you don't want to die, run. These words were like lighting a powder keg. They're chasing us. They are chasing us. Run. Don't push me. Panic spread completely among the researchers. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. They screamed, cried, and some even used their hands and feet. He rushed forward desperately, and the situation got out of control in an instant. In the chaos, several people were pushed to the ground and trampled by the people behind them, letting out shrill screams. In the midst of this chaos, Yi Shuaing, who was at the front of the team and closest to the exit, suddenly looked up, pointed at a faint light emerging from the darkness ahead, and screamed with all her strength. Her voice was crying and a little crazy. Light! There's light ahead. It's the exit. The exit is right ahead. Everyone grasped at the last straw. He barely finished his words and didn't care about any danger anymore. He burst out at an astonishing speed. They rushed towards the faint light. In a flash, they crawled out of the cave. Seeing this, Chuyi no longer hesitated and followed closely behind him as fast as lightning. Call! As you step out of the tunnel, the dazzling sunlight instantly comes into your eyes, and the scorching hot air blows in your face, as if it is going to burn your skin. Chuyi narrowed his eyes slightly, adjusted to the light, and quickly looked around. As far as the eye can see, there is a boundless wasteland. Huge sand dunes are rolling and golden under the scorching sun. The air is filled with choking dust and heat waves. As far as the eye can see, there is no vegetation, no water source, only dead and hopeless yellow sand. This damn place. He grabbed Yi Shuaing, who had just gotten up from the ground and was still in shock. The force from his arm made her stagger. Chuye's voice was icy cold, almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Where is this? Yi Shuaing was frightened by the murderous look in his eyes and trembled all over, looking around the unfamiliar desert in a daze. His face was filled with fear and helplessness, and his voice was trembling. I don't know. I only know that there is this secret passage. It is said to lead to the mountains. But I have never really walked out of it. Waste. Chuyi cursed inwardly. I originally thought there was no danger, But now it is not the case at all. However, now is not the time to pursue responsibility. After all, the footsteps from behind could be faintly heard. He let go of Yi Shuai and pointed to a relatively flat patch of sand in front of him. He gave a stern command to the people who had come out from behind and were also stunned by the scene before them. Run the fuck away. In that direction. Don't stop. Run if you want to live. The researchers felt as if they had been pardoned. They did not dare to stop at all and immediately ran towards the direction Chu Yi had pointed. Chu Yi stopped where he was and shouted to Lu Jianhong, who came out of the cave right after him. Lao Lu, let's cover their rear. Buy them some time. Understood, Brother Chu. Lu Jianhong wiped the sweat and sand off his face, nodded solemnly, stretched his muscles, stood side by side with Chu Yi, and looked vigilantly at the tunnel exit behind him. Everyone was fleeing for their lives in the endless sea of sand. After running only a few hundred meters, Chu Yi caught a glimpse of, at the tunnel exit, a figure was swaying. Several nimble dark green figures quickly and swiftly jumped out of the dark cave. They moved extremely quickly and landed silently. Obviously, they were well-trained fighters. Oh shit, how come these bastards are so fast? Chu Yi's heart sank, and he cursed inwardly. Yang Haichong, the leader, almost got out of the cave at the moment. His sharp eyes crossed a distance of hundreds of meters, accurately locked onto the fleeing team of researchers, as well as Chu Yi and Lu Jianhong, who were guarding the rear. He saw the water ball in Chu Yi's hand that was constantly fluctuating and emitting a faint blue light, and a cruel and confident sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Oh, it's you guys after all. He raised his hand and pointed in Chu Yi's direction. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable murderous intent that reached the ears of all his men behind him. The target is over there. Chase him. Remember, leave no one behind. Yang Haichong's chilling order struck every fugitive's heart. Leave no one behind. These 4 words, with a strong smell of blood, caused the already panicked researchers to completely collapse. Someone subconsciously looked back, and at one glance, he saw a dark green figure emerging from the tunnel entrance, approaching at an alarming speed. They're catching up. Run, run, get out of the way. Fear instantly gripped their hearts. The desire to survive overwhelmed all reason, and screams and cries mixed together. The crowd rushed forward like headless flies, and the scene was even more chaotic than in the tunnel. Don't look back. Just run forward. Chu Yi's roar overwhelmed the screams, with unquestionable fierceness. Without even turning his head, he glanced sharply at Lu Jianhong beside him and lowered his voice. Old Lu, it looks like you're going to have blood again today. Lu Jianhong panted heavily and wiped the sweat and sand off his face. There was a ruthless look in his eyes, and he grinned, revealing a row of white teeth with a bit of self-mockery. Oh, if I get killed here, Brother Chu, remember to collect my body and bury it in a place where it can get some sun. Damn, this old guy is still thinking about basking in the sun at this time. Chu Yi chuckled. Don't worry, I'll scatter your ashes. I'll find you a good feng shui spot. Chapter 178, Crazy to Dare to Come Back. At this time, Chu Yi subconsciously turned around to see how far those researchers had run and was about to take action. In his field of vision, a figure was running against the flow of people, stumbling towards him and Lu Jianhong. Chu Yi's pupil shrank. The person who came was actually Yi Shuai. Is this woman crazy? Rage instantly rushed to Chu Yi's head. He shouted, Yi Shuai, get the hell back here. Do you want to die? Yi Shuai's face was covered with traces of tears and sand, but her eyes were unusually stubborn. She ignored Chu Yi's roar and just stared at the little elephant in Chu Yi's hand and called out, The little elephant, my little elephant. I want to take it with me. Give it back to me. For such a small thing, you are willing to sacrifice your life. Chu Yi couldn't believe it. Was this woman's train of thought really that hard? Notice that the footsteps and energy fluctuations from behind are getting closer. Time was running out, and Chu Yi had no time to think too much. Now was not the time to talk nonsense with her. He suddenly stuffed the baby elephant in his hand towards Yi Shuai. Take it. Get out of here. Yi Shuai was overjoyed and was about to take it with trembling hands. Call out. A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out, with a howl of death. Oh no! Sniper! Chu Yi's scalp exploded instantly. Almost instinctively, he shouted, Be careful! At the same time, he reached out with his big hand and fiercely pulled Yi Shuai, who had just hugged the water ball, into his arms. Puff! Almost at the same time, A high-speed spinning bullet brushed past the place where Yi Shuang had just stood. It shot deep into the sand, splashing up a handful of hot yellow sand. Yi Shuang only felt a huge force coming, and her whole body felt dizzy and slammed into a hard and hot chest. There was a deafening heartbeat in my ears, and the sound of bullets breaking through the air so close to me. The breath of death is so close. Her whole body went cold, and she looked up at Chu Ye's cold and hard profile in shock. An indescribable feeling of gratitude and fear instantly surged into my heart. He saved me? However, before Yi Shuang could recover from her shock, there was a sudden, mocking applause. A sound came from in front of them. Snap, snap, snap. The applause was neither fast nor slow, and it sounded particularly harsh in the dead silence of the desert. Chu Yi suddenly raised his head, pushed Yi Shuang away, and looked forward with cold eyes. In the shadow of the sand dunes, Yang Haichong was seen clapping his hands leisurely, with a playful smile on his face, like a cat playing with a mouse, walking towards him step by step. Behind him, his men spread out silently, completely blocking their way and forming an encirclement. Seeing this, Chu Ye's expression did not change at all, and he stared at Yang Haichong coldly. Are you the reinforcements Lu Xuan called for? Upon hearing this, Yang Haichong stopped clapping, looked at Chu Yi with interest, and nodded. Yeah, you reacted pretty quickly. No wonder those two losers, Lu Shun and Zhou Xiong, fell into your hands. He changed the subject, shook his head, and his eyes suddenly became cold. But what a pity. The one who killed my Tianmu, the ends of the earth, is only. His voice suddenly rose, carrying a strong, murderous intent. It's a dead end. It's over. It's all over. There are blockades in front and pursuers behind. Yi Shuang looked at the murderous Yang Haichong and his elite soldiers in front of her, feeling the suffocating oppression, and her face instantly turned as pale as paper. The arms holding the baby elephant were shaking, and he was mumbling in despair. We shouldn't have come out, die, in the tunnel. Maybe there's still a glimmer of hope. Shut up, Chu Yi shouted in a low voice, interrupting Yi Shuang's despair, and he looked directly at Yang Haichong. The corner of his mouth curled up into a defiant sneer. Why are you in such a hurry? We haven't even fought yet. It's too early to make a conclusion about who will live or die. Oh, Yang Haichong raised his eyebrows, seeming a little surprised by Chu Ye's reaction. Then he sneered. Interesting, you're the first kid who dares to be so arrogant in front of me, Yang Haichong. He no longer looked at Chu Yi. In his eyes, Chu Yi was already meat on the chopping board. He waved his hand behind him casually. Loosen up this kid's muscles and let him understand what despair is. Whoosh, whoosh. Before he finished speaking, two dark green figures behind Yang Haichong suddenly took a step forward. Boom! A powerful and oppressive aura suddenly erupted, pressed hard towards Chu Yi and Lu Jianhong. That is, the breath of a level 4 genetic warrior. And there are two of them. Lu Jianhong's face suddenly changed. He took a breath of cold air, and his pupils contracted sharply. Oh my god, level 4. Two of his random subordinates are actually strong men on the same level as Lu Xuan. How the hell do we fight this? The feeling of despair spread uncontrollably in his heart. Listening to Lu Jianhong's gasp of shock and looking at his pupils suddenly shrinking. The corner of Yang Haichong's mouth curled up in contempt, as if he was looking at a bumpkin who had never seen the world. He nodded slowly, with a condescending tone in his voice. Yes, a level 4 gene warrior. In the eyes of an ant like you who is struggling at the bottom, it is indeed an unimaginable existence. He lazily waved at the two dark green figures that exuded a terrifying aura, his tone revealing impatience. Don't waste time. Give this hero some rest, and let some ignorant brats experience the taste of despair in advance. Yes. Before the low response sounded, two dark green figures moved at an extremely fast speed, tearing through the air in an instant. So fast, Lu Jianhong's heart was filled with alarm. He saw a flash of shadow in front of his eyes, and a chilling, murderous intent was already approaching. He didn't even have time to assume a complete defensive stance, and could only rely on his fighting instincts to hastily raise his arms to block. Bang! A dull crash. Lu Jianhong only felt an irresistible force hitting his arm. Snap! Severe pain instantly swept through the whole body. He suddenly flew backwards and landed heavily on hot sand, stirring up a cloud of dust. Puff! A mouthful of blood mixed with sand spurted out of Lu Jianhong's mouth. He struggled to get up, but found that all the bones in his body seemed to be falling apart. My chest felt so stuffy that I almost suffocated, and even breathing was painful. Just one hit. He couldn't even see the opponent's figure clearly. He, a level 2 Gene warrior, was so vulnerable in front of a level 4 strongman. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Yang Haichong burst into shrill laughter, not concealing his mockery and contempt. Useless. You can't even take a single blow. How dare you follow others out to die? Shame. Lu Jianhong's face lost all color. Humiliation and anger surged in his heart. He gritted his teeth and stared at Yang Haichong, wishing he could cut the man into pieces with his eyes. However, the severe pain in his body and the deep feeling of powerlessness extinguished all his will to resist like ice water. He could only collapse on the ground and watch the enemy grinning. Chapter 179, The Price of Provoking Yang Haichong. The commotion here made the already frightened Yi Shuang even more flustered. She subconsciously shrank back, staggering. As she stepped back, the little thing that she had been holding tightly in her arms was accidentally exposed. The baby elephant was also frightened by the impact and chaos, and let out a weak but unique cry. Aya! The sound was not loud, but it was unusually clear in the silent desert. Yi Shuang's face turned pale, and she hurriedly covered the little thing's mouth with her hands, trying to hide it again. However, it's too late. Almost at the moment when the cry sounded, Yang Haichong's playful gaze, which was originally fixed on Lu Jianhong, suddenly froze. He seemed to sense something, and his gaze suddenly turned to Yi Shuang's arms. When he saw the appearance of the little black creature clearly, an incredible light suddenly burst out in his eyes, even with a hint of greed and fanaticism. Is this a rare mutant elephant? Yang Haichong's voice became a little out of tune. He stared at the baby elephant so intently that his breathing became heavy. I can't believe I can actually encounter a mutant creature of this level here. Chuye's heart was slightly moved. He had always felt that this little thing was a little special, but he didn't expect it to make Yang Haichong lose his composure like this. His face remained expressionless. His eyes fell on Yang Haichong, and he asked in a flat tone, "Oh, what's so special about this little thing? Is it worth making such a fuss?" Yang Haichong seemed to be in a very good mood at the moment, probably because he felt that Chu Yi and the others were trapped in a jar. He rarely lost his temper immediately, but instead explained in a boastful tone, "It doesn't hurt to tell you. You're going to turn into mummies in the desert soon anyway." He paused and looked at the little elephant with burning eyes. The end of the world is coming, and creatures are mutating, but there are different levels of mutation. The vast majority are ordinary mutations, with only brute strength but limited potential. But there are a very small number of them that are rare species. These mutant creatures, whether in terms of initial strength or future growth potential, are several times or even dozens of times that of ordinary mutant creatures. If they're properly cultivated, they may even... Yang Haichong didn't say anything else, but the heat in his eyes said it all. I see. Chu Ye's heart was filled with turbulent waves, but his face remained calm. Cherish the species. The potential is several times that of ordinary mutant creatures. This is such a pleasant surprise. If we can bring this baby elephant back to the base safely and raise it carefully, it will be an immeasurable help to the future development of the entire base. God help me. Chu Yi forced himself to suppress the smile that was about to rise on the corner of his mouth. His eyes were still cold as he stared directly at Yang Haichong, his tone containing a hint of playful sarcasm. I see. Thank you, Captain Yang, for your advice. Since you have given me such important information, I may consider leaving you with an intact body. What did you say? The smug smile on Yang Haichong's face froze in an instant, and then turned into rage. He couldn't believe his ears. This kid, when his death was imminent and his companions were already beaten to the ground like dead dogs, he still dared to speak nonsense. Court death. Yang Haichong's face turned pale, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. Without further ado, he waved his hand and gave stern orders to the 2 level 4 Gene warriors who had just defeated Lu Jianhong. Kill him for me. I want him to regret coming into this world. Boom! The 2 level 4 Gene warriors received the order and without hesitation, burst out with powerful energy fluctuations again. This time the target was Chu Yi, one on the left and one on the right. With the momentum of tearing everything apart, they pounced towards Chu Yi. It's over. It's really over this time. Yishuang looked at the two men rushing towards her. Feeling the despairing pressure, her face turned as pale as paper. The arms holding the baby elephant trembled even more violently, and there was only endless despair in his heart. No matter how powerful he was, how could he possibly deal with two such terrifying people at the same time? We're all going to die here. A cruel grin appeared on Yang Haichang's lips again, as if he had seen Chu Ye's miserable end of being torn into pieces. Arrogant boy, this is the price you pay for provoking me. Yang Haichang, Lu Jianhong, who was lying on the ground, endured the severe pain and stared at Chu Yi, his heart filled with worry and a faint expectation. Brother Chu, you must hold on. However, facing this powerful joint attack that was enough to kill any level 3 genetic warrior instantly, Chu Yi seemed to be unaware of it. He still stood there, his posture straight, without any panic on his face. He didn't even raise his eyelids. The two level 4 gene warriors flying towards him were just two insignificant flies. That calmness and composure formed a sharp contrast with the tension and despair around them. It seemed so out of place, and yet carried a kind of heart-pounding weirdness. Just before the two figures were about to touch Chu Ye's body, water fluidization cone, parameter setting completed. The moment the system prompt sounded in Chu Ye's mind, time seemed to be infinitely stretched. The two level 4 gene warriors, with dark green violent energy and iron fists that screamed and tore through the air, smashed into Chu Ye's temple and heart from the left and right. There was a bloodthirsty look on their faces and a cold look of completing the mission in their eyes. It seemed as if he had foreseen the sight of the target being blasted into pieces in an instant. Yishuang's heart almost stopped beating, and she closed her eyes in despair. Lu Jianhong struggled to scream, but could only make a hoarse sound. The grim smile on Yang Haichang's face grew wider. However, at that moment, those two fists containing terrifying power were less than half an inch away from Chu Ye's body. Buzz. There was an imperceptible tremor in the air. Following right on. Puff, puff. Two teeth-grinding muffled sounds rang out almost at the same time. That was not the sound of fist hitting flesh, but more like a sharp weapon piercing leather. Ah, eh. The next moment, two heart-wrenching explosions filled with unbelievable pain suddenly exploded in the sky above the dead silent desert. The two level 4 gene warriors who were rushing forward with great momentum suddenly froze, and then let out inhuman howls, as if they were electrocuted. Everyone, including Yang Haichang, who was about to enjoy the slaughter, and his men in dark green combat uniforms who were on high alert behind him, were all stunned. Yishuang suddenly opened her eyes, and the scene that came into view made her pupils shrink suddenly. The two level 4 gene warriors were still in the posture of punching, but their fists were strangely hovering in front of Chu Yi. To be more precise, the center of their fist was pierced by an invisible and colorless, yet seemingly solid, spike. Chapter 180. Does Chu Yi want to wash his feet? Blood, like a flood bursting through a dam, gushed out from the center of their pierced fists, staining their dark green combat uniforms red, and dripped onto the hot yellow sand, instantly emitting wisps of white steam. That's not a defense at all, but attack. At the moment when they're about to hit the target, a counterattack is generated out of thin air in front of the target, which is extremely fast and extremely accurate. How is this possible? One of Yang Haichang's men behind him screamed in shock. His eyes almost popped out, his face full of horror and confusion. Captain, their hands. The other man pointed at his two howling companions with a trembling voice. Yishuang's body trembled, and she subconsciously took a half step back. Her beautiful eyes opened wide as she looked at Chu Yi in disbelief. She didn't see anything at all. No weapons, no movements. Even the energy fluctuations are minimal. How'd he do it? Could it be the slightly blue water ball from before? He actually used that seemingly harmless water to block. No, seriously injure two level 4 gene warriors. Lu Jianhong, who was lying on the ground, was gasping for breath at this moment. The severe pain in his body seemed to be somewhat diluted by this horrifying scene. He stared at Chu Ye's tall back, his eyes filled with indescribable ecstasy and awe. Brother Chu is so strong. I underestimated it. I really underestimated it. This is simply amazing. Oh, my hand. My hand. Damn it. What is this? The two level 4 gene warriors whose palms were pierced finally recovered from the severe pain and shock. They didn't even bother to attack Chu Yi, as if they had seen a ghost. retreating rapidly and in a miserable state. They tightly covered their bleeding fists, their faces twisted with pain and fear, and they staggered back to Yang Haichang's side, looking at Chu Yi with eyes full of fear. The grim smile on Yang Haichang's face had long since disappeared, replaced by a look of horror and gloom. He turned his head suddenly and looked at the two men who were covering their hands and screaming. When he saw the extremely smooth wounds on the two people's fists that were instantly pierced by something extremely thin and sharp, his pupils suddenly shrank. The expression on his face instantly became extremely ugly. Boy! Yang Haichang took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, turned his head and stared at Chu Yi, his tone filled with a hint of disbelief and anger. What methods did you use? The corners of Chu Yi's mouth slowly curled up into an icy arc, his eyes calm and expressionless, as if he had just casually slapped away two mosquitoes. With you? You don't deserve to know. You're looking for death. Yang Haichang was furious. As a level 5 gene warrior and leader of a group, when had he ever been treated with such contempt? Especially after his two capable subordinates were severely injured in an instant by the opponent's strange means. This is such a great shame. Very good, very good. Yang Haichang laughed in anger, with murderous intent in his eyes. I wanted to give you a quick death. Since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me. He suddenly raised his head with a sinister look in his eyes. Boy, do you think you can beat me with this little trick? Don't be naive. I am a level 5 genetic warrior. My genetic ability allows me to freely control my body and escape into the sand. He looked around at the hot yellow sand, and a cruel smile reappeared on his face. In this desert, I am the omnipresent god of death. I will let you experience what true despair is. I will make you pay with blood for what you just said. The moment the words fell, Yang Haichang suddenly raised his hands high above his head. The next moment, in the astonished gazes of Chu Yi, Yi Shuaying, and Lu Jianhong, Yang Haichang's body sank strangely, as if he had no bones. Crash! The yellow sand surged and swallowed him like flowing water. In just a blink of an eye, Yang Haichang, who was originally standing there, completely disappeared from the spot, as if he had never appeared. Only a shallow sand pit was left, proving that what had just happened was not an illusion. Where's he? Where did he go? Lu Jianhong's face changed drastically. He endured the severe pain and struggled to get up. He looked anxiously towards the place where Yang Haichang disappeared, his eyes full of panic. This kind of underground escaping ability is simply impossible to defend against. Jie, run! Yi Shuaying was so frightened that her face turned pale. She pulled Chu Ye's arm and backed away repeatedly, her voice filled with tears. He went underground. It's too dangerous. Let's go. Boy, wait for death. No one can escape our captain's pursuit, especially in this desert. He will be like a poisonous scorpion in the desert, like a lurking sand python. He will come out for where you least expect it and break your neck. The men in dark green combat uniforms brought by Yang Haichang were not panicked by the disappearance of their leader. Instead, they all showed ferocious and excited smiles. They stared at Chu Yi with deadly eyes, shouting at each other, trying to break down Chu Yi's psychological defenses with words. However, Chu Yi still stood there, without even a ripple on his face. Oh, did he go underground? Asterisk, Chu Yi sneered in his heart. This old guy is a bit like a groundhog burrowing into the ground. Unfortunately, what I am least afraid of is this kind of trick of hiding the head and showing the tail. For him who possesses the ocean space and can skillfully control the water element, the land under the earth is not an imperceptible forbidden area. Water fluidized carpet, parameter setting completed. The cold system prompt sounded again. Almost at the same time, a stream of light blue water appeared out of nowhere without any warning under Chu Ye's feet. The water flow was not chaotic, but the moment it appeared, it seemed to have life, quickly extending and spreading, clinging to the surface of the hot sand, turning into a water carpet covering an area of several meters in radius, with a surface as smooth as a mirror and emitting a faint coolness. This sudden scene made Yang Haichang's men, who were still grinning and shouting, instantly stunned. They stared in amazement at the strange blue water carpet under Chu Ye's feet, with confusion and puzzlement written all over their faces. What is that? Water? What is he doing with water at a time like this? What the hell is this guy doing? Is he trying to wash his feet? Lu Jianhong endured the severe pain of his broken arm, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He stared at the light blue water carpet that appeared out of thin air under Chu Ye's feet, his eyes full of confusion and puzzlement. What the hell was this? Creating a puddle of water at this time? Was it to cool down the scorching sand? Yi Shuang next to him also had a bewildered look on her face. She looked at Chu Ye's calm profile, then at the strange water carpet, totally unable to understand Chu Ye's intentions. This piece of water, apart from looking a little strange, seems useless. Chapter 181 Strength is no longer effective. Just when Lu Jianhong and Yi Shuang were puzzled, Chu Ye's originally calm eyes suddenly froze. He lowered his head. His eyes seemed to penetrate the thin blanket of water and fall on the yellow sand below. Are you here? Like a mouse. You really know how to get in. A barely perceptible sneer appeared on Chu Ye's lips. He clearly sensed that deep in the sand beneath his feet, a stream of ochre-colored energy was surging up at an alarming speed. The target is directly at his feet. Almost at the moment of sensing it, Chu Yi suddenly raised his right foot, and then stepped down hard. Boom strapje! A deafening explosion suddenly occurred. It was as if explosives had exploded under Chu Ye's feet, and hot yellow sand mixed with gravel violently gushed upwards. A khaki figure, wrapped in unparalleled impact force, broke out of the ground like a demon from hell. It was Yang Haichang, who had just escaped underground. At this moment, his face was filled with a ferocious and rampant smile. His arms were muscular, and he pushed hard towards the soles of Chu Ye's feet. Kid, go to hell. Ha ha. Yang Haichang's laughter echoed in the scorching air, full of cruelty and complacency. He was confident that this blow was enough to completely shatter Chu Ye's leg bones, or even knock him flying. The powerful impact arrived as expected. Chu Yi was instantly pushed high into the sky by this violent force. Captain is mighty. Kill him. Upon seeing this, Yang Haichang's men immediately roared with excitement. In their opinion, Chu Yi was dead. In mid-air, Chu Yi, who was pushed up into the air, was unusually calm. He twisted his body incredibly in the air and managed to steady himself. He lowered his head and looked down at Yang Haichang, who was still in the upward position and laughing wildly. Old thing. Chu Ye's voice was cold, and it came through clearly through the whistling wind. Before you get too proud, you might as well look up and see what kind of person you are now. Yang Haichang's wild laughter came to an abrupt stop, as if it was suddenly cut off by an invisible pair of pliers. He subconsciously raised his head and met Chu Ye's indifferent eyes, and his own arms and chest that were covered with wet, sticky mud and sand that emitted a faint vapor. That water blanket. The moment he broke out of the ground and tried to deal a fatal blow to Chu Yi, the seemingly harmless light blue water blanket, the trap that had been waiting there for a long time, accurately covered the path of his attack. The sand and soil that were drilled out at high speed mixed with the water and instantly turned into a sticky mud that covered him all over. How is this possible? The arrogance and ferocity on Yang Haichang's face were instantly replaced by horror and disbelief. He felt as miserable as if he had just crawled out of a quagmire. This kid actually predicted his attack. He retracted his arms almost reflexively. His body fell rapidly and landed back in the sand with a thump. He staggered and swung his arms hurriedly, trying to shake off the disgusting wet sand, his face as gloomy as ink. Yang Haichang's men, who were originally cheering, now had stiff smiles on their faces, staring in amazement at the miserable appearance of their captain. He was so majestic just now, the ruler of the desert. How come in the blink of an eye? He looks like a drowned rat. Wow, Cheiyuye, you are so awesome. Yi Shuang covered her mouth in surprise, and her eyes were instantly filled with admiring little stars when she looked at Chu Yi. She was really scared just now. She didn't expect Chu Yi to resolve the crisis so easily and make that arrogant guy lose face. Lu Jianhong also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and while enduring the pain, he looked at Chu Yi with admiration. Mr. Chu's methods were truly unpredictable and incredible. The use of the water element was simply superb. Yang Haichang's face was dark. He stared at Chu Yi, who fell back to the ground. His chest heaved violently, and his eyes burned with rage and a hint of imperceptible fear. Good boy. He squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, his voice hoarse. I admit, I underestimated you. You are much more difficult to deal with than I thought. His eyes became fierce and vicious again. But don't think that this is the end. What just happened was just an appetizer. This time, you will definitely die. Just wait. Before he finished speaking, Yang Haichang no longer hesitated and used the same trick again. Crash! His body sank strangely again, and the yellow sand surged, instantly swallowing his figure again. Looking at the place where Yang Haichang disappeared, Chuyi showed a cold and playful smile on his face. Just now, you were the first to make a move. He stretched out his hand and waved it gently at the water carpet under his feet, which was a little messy because of Yang Haichang's emergence, but still had a light blue luster. Now it's my turn. As he moved, the carpet of water covering the ground no longer just stayed on the surface, but as if it had life, it quickly penetrated into the depths of the hot, dry yellow sand below. The light blue water flowed silently into the sand, like ink dripping in a rice paper, quickly spreading downwards. Yellow sand and water, natural nemesis, but also natural partners. Chuyi sneered in his heart, his eyes cold. Dry sand allows you to come and go freely, but wet sand will only become a cage that binds you. Your genetic ability allows you to hide in the sand like a fish in water, but the water in my ocean space can turn your water into a quagmire and a grave to bury you alive. Let me see how you, a self-righteous groundhog, struggle in the mud. At the same time, Yang Haichang, who had just escaped under the sand layer and was preparing to accumulate strength and look for the next opportunity for sneak attack, suddenly felt a drastic change in the surrounding environment. The yellow sand that was originally dry and hot and allowed him to move freely was rapidly becoming wet, sticky, and cold. An ominous premonition instantly enveloped his heart. What's going on? Yang Haichang was shocked. He could clearly feel that the sand on all sides was rapidly being soaked by water and was clinging tightly to his combat uniform. There was even cold water seeping through the fabric in his skin. Humph! Such a trivial trick. Do you think you could trap me like this? How naive. A trace of disdain flashed across Yang Haichang's face, and the power of a level 5 genetic warrior instantly erupted. The khaki energy light flowed across his body, and he suddenly adjusted his direction, preparing to force his way upwards. However, bang! A dull crashing sound was heard beneath the sand. Yang Haichang's head, which was trying to sprint upward with all his strength, seemed to hit hard on a piece of mud that had been soaked in water and had become extremely hard and dense. The violent impact made him dizzy and see stars. What? How could it be? Yang Haichang was filled with shock. His ability to escape underground, which he was so proud of, actually failed. Chapter 182 Suffocating Yang Haichang. The sand around him was still sand, but it seemed to have turned into an iron wall, blocking him tightly. Incredibly, he exerted his strength again, trying to break through to the side or downward, but the result was the same. Bang! Bang! No matter which direction he rushed, it was like hitting an invisible, extremely tough wall of wet mud. He was trapped by this omnipresent, wet, sticky sand. This is impossible. What the hell is this? Yang Haichang was completely panicked. An instinctive fear overwhelmed him. Above the surface, Chuyi clearly sensed Yang Haichang's futile struggle and growing panic deep underground. The curve of his mouth became increasingly cold and cruel. Do you feel it, old man? Chuyi's voice was low. Finally, I have trapped you in my trap. He slowly raised his hands and held them in front of him, as if he was controlling something invisible. So, it's time to close the net. As Chuyi finished speaking, deep underground, the wet sand soaked in water elements received the order and began to squeeze frantically towards Yang Haichang, who was trapped in the center, like a shrinking, terrifying cage made of wet sand. Yang Haichang felt the suffocating and terrifying pressure coming from all directions. The wet sand pressed tightly against his body, squeezing his chest and draining the air from his lungs bit by bit. He struggled frantically, unleashing the full power of a level 5 genetic warrior, trying to push open this quagmire of death. But the wet sand around him seemed endless, and no matter how he resisted, the squeezing force became stronger and stronger. No, don't, let me go. Yang Haichang's eyes were filled with despair and extreme fear. He felt like he was buried alive in cement. Every inch of his bones was groaning, and every breath became extremely difficult. He wanted to call for help and beg for mercy, but his throat was strangled by the wet sand, and he could only make unclear, whimpering sounds like a dying beast. Chu Yi looked indifferently at the sandpit area where Yang Haichang disappeared, feeling the last crazy and futile struggle underground. He slowly raised his hands in front of him, suddenly clenched into a fist. Pop! An extremely dull sound, like a heavy object squeezing mud, came faintly from deep underground. Then, the sand in that area suddenly sank down. It was as if something was completely crushed and crushed underneath. Then everything returned to calm. Only the moist sand, still emitting a faint vapor, silently told what had just happened. Yang Haichang, the arrogant level 5 genetic warrior who called himself the god of death in the desert, was squeezed and suffocated to death by the yellow sand he was most proud of, mixed with the water element controlled by Chu Yi, without even being able to leave a decent last words. His final destination was to be completely buried in the depths of this scorching and desperate desert by the sand, which he was best at using, without even a trace left. A dead silence that swallowed up all sounds enveloped the sand that had just experienced a silent massacre. There was a light mist in the air, mixed with the smell of yellow sand being burned by high temperatures and a faint smell of blood. Tom seemed to have stood still. 1 minute feels as long as a century. The initial vigilance and caution on the faces of the genetic warriors brought by Yang Haichang were gradually replaced by deep doubts. Boss, why haven't you made any movement yet? A man with a scar on his face couldn't help but mutter under his breath, looking around anxiously. Especially the piece of sand under Chu Ye's feet, which was obviously moist and slightly sunken. Yeah, with the boss's strength. Even if that kid has some weird tricks, he can't be trapped for so long, right? Another person echoed, a hint of anxiety in his voice that he was unwilling to admit. They're Yang Haichang's confidants, and they are well aware of the horror of their boss's level 5 genetic power combined with the ability to burrow underground. The desert should be their home ground and Yang Haichang's hunting ground. But now, the hunter seems to have disappeared. Not far away, Lu Jianhong, who had just escaped death, was covering the wound on his broken arm, his face as pale as paper. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. His breathing was rapid, his eyes were fixed on Chu Yi, and his heart was beating wildly. Although he witnessed Chu Yi using water to dissolve Yang Haichang's underground attack, he couldn't imagine that a level 5 genetic warrior would disappear so silently. Yi Shuaying's body trembled slightly, and she subconsciously hugged the sleeping baby elephant in her arms tightly. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, filled with fear and disbelief. She looked at Chu Ye's calm and almost cold profile, then looked at the strange wet sand, and a chill rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Oh! A very light but extremely clear sneer broke the stagnant air. Chu Yi turned around slowly, his eyes like two cold blades sweeping over Yang Haichang's remaining men, a mocking arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. Are you still waiting for your boss? His voice was not loud, but it had a power that could penetrate people's hearts. Wait until he crawls out from underground and gives you a surprise? The scar man's expression changed, and he shouted sternly, Kid, what do you mean? The boss is just. He's dead. Chu Yi interrupted him mercilessly, his tone so calm as if he was stating a very simple fact. I crush him to death like an ant under his favorite sand. What? Impossible. Nonsense. The boss is a level 5 genetic warrior, the king of the desert. Don't be so alarmist here, kid. Yang Haichang's men were instantly in an uproar. Shock, anger, and a hint of suppressed fear were intertwined on their faces. They could not accept that someone as powerful as Yang Haichang would die at the hands of a young man who looked to be no more than 20 years old, and in such an extremely depressing way. Don't believe it? The mockery on Chu Ye's face became even more intense. He was too lazy to even waste words. He just raised his chin casually and pointed to the wet sand area at his feet with his eyes. Why don't you dig it out and see for yourself? It was just a light sentence, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Yang Haichang's men looked at each other, their eyes full of struggle and hesitation. Reason told them that this was absolutely impossible, but Chu Ye's extremely firm attitude and the eerie tranquility of the area made the uneasiness in their hearts grow wildly. Finally, the scarred man gritted his teeth, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Wow, I want to see what this kid is up to, if he dares to lie to us. Chapter 183, Are You Crazy to Drink Directly? Before he finished speaking, he and a few brave men rushed forward, not caring about how sticky the wet sand was, and began digging frantically with their bare hands. The wet sand was dug up quickly and splashed everywhere. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the excavated area, and they even subconsciously held their breath. Lu Jianhong's heart was in his throat. Yi Shuai was so nervous that her knuckles turned white. Dig found it. A soldier in charge of digging suddenly screamed, his voice filled with indescribable trembling and fear. Everyone's attention was instantly focused. Under the wet sand, a piece of twisted and deformed combat boots covered with mud and sand was the first to appear. Next, the calf was also twisted and bent at an unnatural angle. When the corpse, which had been squeezed beyond recognition, with blurred features and all bones as if shattered, was dragged partially out of the wet sand with difficulty, a strong sense of despair and fear swept through all of Yang Haichang's men present. That familiar combat uniform, that vaguely discernible figure outline. If not Yang Haichang, then who else? Boss? No, impossible. How is this possible? Devil. You are a devil. Scary screams and desperate cries echoed throughout the desert. The genetic warriors who had been ferocious before seemed to have seen the most horrifying scene in the world. Their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled, and the look they gave Chu Yi was filled with extreme fear. Yi Shuai covered her mouth, her stomach churning, and she almost vomited on the spot. The twisted and horrible corpse in front of him formed a tragic contrast with the Yang Haichang who was so arrogant just now and claimed that he was a level 5 strong man. The way she looked at Chu Yi also changed completely. It was a mixture of shock, fear, and a hint of unspeakable awe. This man, what kind of monster is he? Call. Lu Jianhong let out a long breath, and his tense nerves finally relaxed completely. Although the pain from the beating was still piercing, the feeling of being lucky to be alive outweighed everything. When he looked at Chu Yi, in addition to the original fear, there was also a bit more sincere submission in his eyes. This young man is so scary. The means are ruthless, and the strength is unfathomable. Chu Yi ignored the screams and fears around him. His cold eyes slowly swept over the remnants of the defeated army who had completely lost their fighting spirit. Lu Jianhong. He spoke calmly. Yes. Lu Jianhong responded immediately, enduring the severe pain. Clean it up. Chu Ye's tone was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Don't leave anyone behind. Yes. There was a flash of determination in Lu Jianhong's eyes. His strong desire to survive and awe of Chu Yi made him accept the order without hesitation. The second-level genetic power is enough to deal with these ordinary genetic warriors who have lost their backbone and whose morale has collapsed. Kill! Lu Jianhong let out a low roar and pounced on the enemy closest to him. Chu Yi also moved and merged into the battle group. The light blue water jumped and condensed at his fingertips, sometimes turning into sharp ice cones, sometimes turning into flexible chains. Every time he made a move, he harvested lives accurately and efficiently. This was a massacre without any suspense. Faced with Chu Yi, who has unfathomable strength and strange methods, and Lu Jianhong, a second-level genetic warrior who fights to the death, Yang Haichang's men, who are already terrified, can't organize any effective resistance. Screams, the sound of weapons colliding, the whistling of water, the sound of bones breaking, all interweave into a bloody melody of death. But only for a moment. When the last genetic warrior who tried to escape was blown up in midair by the water whip condensed by Chu Yi, the desert returned to silence again. Only this time, the smell of blood in the air was so strong that it was sickening. There were corpses and broken limbs all over the ground, and the blood had dyed the yellow, sand a glaring dark red. Vomit! Yi Shuai couldn't bear it any longer, and ran to the side and began to retch violently. Her pretty face was pale, and her eyes were filled with uncontrollable fear. She had never seen such a tragic scene, and what frightened her even more was that Chu Yi, who caused all this, did not have the slightest expression on his face from beginning to end. Chu Yi slowly walked to Yi Shuai and looked down at her. Yi Shuai felt him approaching, and her body tensed up involuntarily. She even stopped retching. She raised her head stiffly, avoiding his gaze, not daring to look him in the face. As long as you don't cause me any trouble. Chu Ye's voice was still calm. No emotion could be heard. I won't hurt you. After saying this, without caring about Yi Shuai's reaction, he had an idea. Buzz! An invisible ripple appeared in the air, And then, in Yi Shuang's eyes widened again with shock. A military armored vehicle with tough lines and a metallic texture appeared out of thin air on the sand. Where did this come from? Spatial ability? He actually has such a trump card. Yi Shuang's heart was shocked again. Get in the car. Chu Yi gave the order succinctly and opened the passenger door first. Lu Jianhong climbed into the driver's seat swiftly. Yi Shuang hesitated for a moment, but finally sat in the back seat with some staggering. Drive and catch up with the others. Chu Yi gave orders to Lu Jianhong. Yes. Lu Jianhong immediately started the armored vehicle. The engine made a low roar, rolled over the sand, and rushed in the direction where the large force had fled before. Inside the car, Chu Yi leaned back in the passenger's seat, closed his eyes and rested for a moment, then opened his eyes and took out the genetic medicine that was shining with a faint blue light that he had seized earlier. Just Yang Haichang forced me to use up so much water element reserves in the Canghai Space, and I even needed to use a trick to trap and kill him. Chu Yi was calculating silently in his mind. This apocalypse is more dangerous than I imagined. The level 4 Gene Warrior was already so difficult to deal with, and the level 5 Yang Haichang almost made me fail. God knows what level of monsters I will encounter in the future. These potential enemies will only become stronger. We must improve our strength as soon as possible. System levels and new system capabilities are all imminent. He glanced at the genetic medicine in his hand, then glanced through the rearview mirror at Yi Shuang, who was still a little frightened in the back seat, and Lu Jianhong, who was concentrating on driving in the driver's seat, but still had a hint of complex emotions in his eyes. Although Lu Jianhong has surrendered temporarily, his loyalty still needs to be tested. This potion cannot be distributed to him for the time being. Chu Yi made a decision in a flash. He no longer hesitated, unscrewed the metal cap of the genetic medicine, and raised his head. Gulp. He drank the dark blue liquid in one gulp. Chu Yi, what are you doing? Lu Jianhong, who was sitting in the driver's seat, caught a glimpse of this scene and screamed in shock, almost turning the steering wheel crooked. Are you crazy? Chapter 184 Level 3 Ability Water Erosion. Yi Shuang in the back seat also raised her head suddenly and screamed, her face full of disbelief and horror. I'm researching this high-concentration gene solution, without any dilution or clinical trials, will cause your body to explode if you take it directly. You're courting death. However, there was no expression of pain on Chu Ye's face, as Lu Jianhong and Yi Shuang stared in horror. Fight! A cold and familiar mechanical prompt sound rang clearly in Chu Ye's mind. A high-purity genetic energy source has been detected, meeting the system upgrade conditions. The Canghai system begins to upgrade. Upgrade progress, 1. 15, 40. Upgrade progress, 75, 90, 100. Fight! A cold and clear mechanical prompt sound exploded deep in Chu Ye's mind like a sound from nature. Congratulations to the host. The high-purity gene energy source has been absorbed and the system has been successfully upgraded. Current system level, level 3. The Canghai Space is upgraded to the 3rd level simultaneously. Unlock the 3rd level of water flow control ability, water erosion. Water erosion? Chu Ye's heart moved slightly, and he immediately asked the question in his mind. Water erosion. The water flow controlled by the host has strong corrosive properties. This property can act on most organic and inorganic substances. The intensity of corrosion is related to the host's current mental power, the accuracy of water element control, and the purity of water element. The system's explanation was concise and efficient, instantly igniting the fire in Chu Ye's heart. Corrosion? This is simply a magical skill. A huge wave of emotion surged in Chu Ye's heart, and he was almost shaking with excitement. It's not just the impact, cutting, and restraint on the physical level. Now, my water can also directly destroy the structure of matter at the molecular level. Whether it was the solid alloy armor, the heavy fortifications, or those thick-skinned mutant creatures, or even the strong bodies of the genetic warriors. In an instant, countless insidious and efficient tactical applications flashed wildly through Chu Ye's mind. The emergence of this ability undoubtedly made his fighting methods and survival ability achieve a qualitative leap again. This is definitely a powerful trump card beyond imagination. Just as Chu Ye's heart was pounding, Lu Jianhong in the driver's seat was already sweating profusely. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort. Through the rearview mirror, His eyes were anxiously fixed on Chu Ye's expressionless face, and his voice was dry. Mr. Chu, are you okay? How do you feel? Yi Shuai in the back seat looked even more pale. She hugged the restlessly twisting baby elephant tightly in her arms, and her voice was filled with uncontrollable trembling and despair. It's useless. He must be about to explode in pain. Such a high concentration of gene fluid cannot be directly absorbed. It's over. He's dead. However, her desperate words with a crying tone had not yet completely fallen. Chu Yi, who had kept his eyes closed as if enduring the pain of purgatory, suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes were deep and sharp, without any trace of pain or struggle. Instead, they were frighteningly clear and even held a hint of imperceptible amusement. He glanced indifferently at the pretty face in the rearview mirror that was filled with fear and despair. Who is beyond saving? The cold and calm question instantly swept through the entire narrow and stuffy carriage. Well, Yi Shuai's screams and sobs stopped abruptly. Her eyes widened and her pupils contracted sharply due to extreme shock. You, she pointed at Chu Yi, her slender fingers trembling violently, her lips quivering, but she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. In the end, she only squeezed out 3 words from her throat, full of absurdity and disbelief. Impossible. How is this possible? That is a high-concentration liquid that can make a level 4 genetic warrior explode and die instantly. How could he be fine? Is he a monster? Call. Seeing this, Lu Jianhong, who was in the driver's seat, gasped heavily and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat from his face with the back of his trembling hand. He forced a bitter smile that was uglier than crying, and his tone was filled with exhaustion and indescribable awe after surviving a disaster. Mr. Chu, you really always give people surprises. This is not a surprise. It's clearly a shock. Chu Yi retracted his gaze, his face still showing that indifferent expression, as if what he had just swallowed was not a deadly poison, but a sip of ordinary mineral water. This genetic drug, he stated in a calm tone of fact that was enough to overturn Yi Shuai's cognition. For me, there are no side effects. He paused slightly and turned his sharp eyes to Lu Jianhong beside him, who subconsciously straightened his back. Take your clothes off. Chu Ye's command was concise and abrupt. Pull a corner over here. Lu Jianhong was stunned, his face full of confusion and puzzlement, and he was completely unable to follow Chu Ye's train of thought. What do you want my clothes corner for? Chu Yi obviously didn't have the patience to explain and didn't wait for Lu Jianhong to react. He stretched out his slender fingers and with incredible precision pinched a corner of Lu Jianhong's thick and tough special combat uniform on his left shoulder and gently pulled it towards him. At the same time, he gave instructions to the system in his mind. Lock this piece of cloth and prepare to activate the water erosion ability. Water erosion ability has locked onto the target. Special operations fiber cloth. Current ability setting completed. Almost at the moment when the system prompts sounded. Laugh. An extremely fine, almost colorless and transparent stream of water seeped out from Chu Ye's fingertips without any warning and silently stained the small piece of cloth that he was holding. The next moment, something strange happened. A pungent smell, as if concentrated sulfuric acid was poured on organic matter, with a hint of burnt barbecue, suddenly filled the carriage. Immediately afterwards, under the horrified gaze of Lu Jianhong and Yi Shuai, the corners of Lu Jianhong's special combat uniform are strong enough to resist ordinary knife cuts, fire, and wear. The part that came into contact with the tiny stream of water seemed to be ignited by an invisible flame and also seemed to be corroded by a strong acid. The cloth quickly turned black and carbonized, emitting wisps of blue smoke and a slight sizzling sound. In the end, an irregular hole the size of a fingernail was eroded and dissolved away. The edges are still melting and expanding. My clothes! Lu Jianhong screamed in fright and suddenly retracted his arm. His body bounced back as if he had been electrocuted, and the back of his head hit the inner wall of the armored vehicle with a bang. He didn't care about the pain and just stared with his eyes wide open. He pointed in horror at the still smoking hole in his shoulder. This what's going on? Yi Shuai in the back seat was so frightened that she let out a short scream. Chapter 185 Everyone is missing. Yi Shuai's reaction was almost instinctive. She hugged the equally frightened baby elephant tightly in her arms. He desperately shrunk his body to the farthest corner of the car door, wishing he could embed himself into the steel wall of the car. The look he gave Chu Yi was filled with unprecedented fear. The power is stronger than expected. Just the minimum amount of mental guidance and the smallest amount of water element can cause such rapid damage to this special fiber. Chu Yi was extremely excited. He had a more intuitive and profound understanding of the terrifying power of water erosion. This is simply a weapon that can break through defense. He calmly withdrew his finger, and the evil stream of water disappeared into thin air. Looking at his two frightened companions, he raised his hand, his tone still calm. Don't be nervous. Just give it a try. This is a new ability you just got. Lu Jianhong leaned back in his chair, still in shock. Gasping for breath, his heart pounding, he looked at the charred hole on his shoulder and then at Chu Ye's face, which was a little too calm. The awe in his eyes grew stronger, but deep within that awe, there also grew a hint of uncontrollable fear. This guy is becoming less and less like a human. Yi Shuai swallowed hard. Her throat felt dry and tight. Her arms holding the baby elephant turned slightly white from the force. Looking at Chu Ye's profile, she felt a bone-chilling chill running up along her spine to the top of her head. So scary. This person is so scary. How many such horrifying methods does he have hidden? The carriage fell into an eerie silence for a moment, with only the low roar of the armored vehicle's engine. In the deathly silence, Chu Yi tilted his head slightly, his eyes penetrating the thick bulletproof glass and sweeping towards the endless desert outside the window that was dyed a dim yellow by the sand and dust. Between heaven and earth, the only sound was the low roar of the armored vehicle's engine. He frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. How far have you driven? Chu Ye's voice broke the silence, still in a calm voice with no emotion to be heard. Lu Jianhong, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was startled and quickly regained his composure. He turned his head and quickly glanced at the monotonous scenery that was constantly receding in the rearview mirror. He combined the speed of the car and the time, did some mental calculations, and answered uncertainly. I estimate, Mr. Chu, we have driven at least 7 or 8 kilometers. At this distance, we should have seen the troops that were covering the retreat earlier. Stop the car. Chu Ye's order was concise and clear, leaving no room for doubt. Crunch. Lu Jianhong slammed on the brakes almost as a conditioned reflex. The heavy military armored vehicle left 2 deep ruts in the soft sand and stopped suddenly. The huge inertia caused the defenseless Yi Shuai to rush forward. Fortunately, she was wearing a seat belt and only groaned. Lu Jianhong steadied the steering wheel, his face full of confusion. He turned his head to look at Chu Yi in the back seat and tested him cautiously. Mr. Chu, have you discovered anything? Did you find any traces of the enemy? Bang! With a crisp sound, Chu Yi actually raised his hand and patted Lu Jianhong on the back of his head, seemingly casually. Lu Jianhong was stunned and even more confused. Did I say something wrong? 7 or 8 kilometers. Chu Ye's voice suddenly sank, with a barely perceptible chill in it. I didn't see a single person, not even a wheel track. What the hell is wrong with you? Buzz. Lu Jianhong's face turned pale instantly. He reacted suddenly, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Yes, 7 or 8 kilometers. Although their retreat was chaotic, how could there be dozens of people without leaving any traces? Unless they couldn't have run that far. Or they encountered something extremely terrible. An ominous premonition instantly entangled his heart. Yi Shuai in the back seat also understood what Chu Yi meant. She also looked out the window at the hopelessly empty sand, and her pretty face instantly lost its color. Her voice was filled with tears and uncontrollable trembling, and she looked at Chu Yi pleadingly. Mr. Chu, they won't get into any trouble, right? Please find them. Zhang Chong, he's still in there. She thought of that simple and honest man, and her heart tightened. Chu Yi did not answer, but his expression became extremely serious, with a cold and sharp light flashing in his eyes. He ordered in a deep voice, Lu Jianhong, back up the car, drive slowly, reduce the speed to the minimum, keep your eyes open, and pay attention to any movement around you, especially the ground. Yes. Lu Jianhong no longer hesitated. He gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands. His knuckles turned white from the force. He immediately put the car in reverse gear and carefully controlled the accelerator, allowing the armored vehicle to slowly retreat back the way it came. The wheels rolled over the soft sand, making a rustling sound. All around, besides the howling wind, there was only this maddeningly monotonous yellow. The whole world was swallowed up by this boundless desert. It was depressing, dead silent, and suffocating. Time passes by minute, and every second is torture. Aya, Aya. At this moment, the little elephant, who had been held tightly in Yi Shuang's arms and looked a little listless due to the previous fright. Suddenly, without any warning, he raised his head and let out an anxious and sharp cry towards a certain direction on the right side of the car window. The little body was still struggling in Yi Shuang's arms, as if wanting to pounce. Chu Ye's eyes focused, and he instantly caught the abnormality. Stop! He sternly stopped Lu Jianhong, who was still reversing. Lu Jianhong slammed on the brakes again. Chu Yi looked in the direction where the baby elephant was calling. There seems to be something wrong on the sand over there. Taking advantage of the armored vehicle's height and good visibility, he squinted his eyes and observed carefully. Really, on the seemingly flat sand, you can vaguely see some irregular drag marks. It looked like some heavy object was dragged by someone or something and left behind. The marks are very shallow and can be easily overlooked if you don't look carefully, and they seem to have been covered up by wind and sand. Drive through. Chu Yi pointed in that direction and said firmly, stay alert. Be ready to fight at any time. Lu Jinhong's heart trembled, and he immediately turned the car around and drove slowly in the direction indicated by Chu Yi. He spoke in a low voice with a heavy tone of worry as he drove. Mr. Chu, do you think they might have encountered a large group of mutant animals? Who knows how many monsters are hiding in this desert? Otherwise, it's impossible for so many people to disappear without making any noise. Chapter 186. Something bad happened and someone died. Lu Jinhong's guess is indeed one of the most likely explanations, but also one of the worst-case scenarios. The armored vehicle advanced cautiously. The closer it got to that area, the more obvious and messy the dragging marks on the ground became, and the deeper the depressions became. It was as if something had struggled here. The baby elephant in Yi Shuang's arms cried even more miserably. He became even more excited, and his little hooves kept kicking. If Yi Shuang hadn't held him tightly, he would have rushed out long ago. Chu Ye's expression became more and more solemn. He even leaned most of his body out of the seat, with his entire face almost pressed against the bulletproof glass. His eyes were as sharp as torches, scanning the ground in front of him inch by inch. His pupils suddenly contracted. Not far ahead, in a slightly sunken patch of sand, there lay a human-shaped figure, wearing the same combat uniforms they set out in. Stop the car. Chu Ye's voice was a little hurried. Without him saying anything, Lu Jinhong also saw it and slammed on the brakes. It's Xiao Li. It's Xiao Li from the reconnaissance team. Yi Shuang, who was sitting in the back seat, saw the man's clothes and figure clearly, and she screamed in surprise, tears welling up in an instant. She knows that guy. He was a young team member who was previously responsible for perimeter security. Chu Yi didn't hesitate at all. He pushed open the car door with a click, and his agile figure rushed out like a cheetah. He rushed to the side of the corpse in a few steps. The biting cold wind blew up sand and hit Chu Ye's face, but he seemed unaware. He squatted down, reached out, and carefully turned over the face-down corpse. A young, bloodless face appeared before his eyes wide open, with an expression of extreme fear and disbelief on his face. His skin was strangely pale, as if all the blood in his body had been drained. Chu Yi quickly examined the body and frowned even more tightly. There were no obvious fatal injuries, and no signs of being bitten or eaten by large beasts. This is definitely not an attack by ordinary mutant animals. This kind of death is more like man-made. Or was it caused by some extremely strange existence? Lu Jinhong, be alert to the surroundings. Chu Yi gave the order in a cold voice without even raising his head. Clear. Lu Jinhong immediately grabbed the assault rifle on the passenger seat, pushed open the car door, and jumped out, pointing the muzzle of the gun vigilantly at the empty sand around him. He leaned his back against the armored vehicle, forming a pincer attack with Chu Yi. However, just as Chu Yi finished speaking, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a blurry black shadow flashing behind a sand dune in the distance, about a few hundred meters away, and fleeing at a very fast speed towards the depths of the desert. That speed is definitely not that of an ordinary person. The one who did it. A cold light flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. Without any time to think, he suddenly stood up from the ground and threw an order in the direction of Lu Jianhong and Yi Shuai. Stay in the car. I'll chase you. Before he finished speaking, his figure shot out like an arrow. His toes tapped on the soft sand at an astonishing speed, raising a trail of dust as he chased after the rapidly disappearing black shadow. Yellow sand splashed under his feet, and Chu Ye's figure was as fast as a ghost. In just a few breaths, he had caught up with the fleeing black shadow. The man obviously also noticed the pursuers behind him, and his speed suddenly increased a bit, trying desperately to get rid of Chu Yi. Unfortunately, it was in vain. A cold light flashed in Chu Ye's eyes, and his speed exploded again. Bang! There was a dull thud. Chu Yi didn't hesitate at all. He swung out his right leg like a steel whip and accurately kicked the man's calf while he was running. Ugh! The man cried out in pain, his center of gravity instantly lost, and he fell forward to the ground in a mess, with a mouth full of sand. Before he could struggle to get up, Chu Yi had already approached like a shadow, and his cold military boots stepped heavily on his back, nailing him to the sand. Say, what are you doing sneaking around here? Where are the others? Chu Ye's voice was cold as polar ice, and every word hit that person's nerves. The man was almost suffocated by being trampled, but he suddenly turned his head, and a twisted and crazy smile appeared on his sandy face. The sand stuck to the corners of his mouth, making him look particularly hideous. Hey, you dare touch me? Boy, let me tell you, not only you but also your companions. They will all die. All of them will die. No one will survive. His eyes were filled with malice and a strange, fearless light. Chu Ye's thoughts raced. This guy is fearless. It seems that the missing person is still alive and has fallen into their hands. Is this some kind of trap? Or is there another force behind them? First stabilize him and find the person first. Then humph. Thinking of this, Chu Yi loosened his grip a little. The coldness on his face faded a little. He reached out and grabbed the man up from the sand, deliberately lowering his voice with a barely perceptible tentativeness. We have no grudges against each other. Why did you arrest our people? Are you after money? Or do you have some other purpose? Release them, and I can pretend that nothing happened. The man was grabbed by the collar and coughed violently a few times, but his eyes involuntarily glanced at the figure who looked a little weak holding the baby elephant next to the armored vehicle in the distance. Yi Shuai. Although there is a distance, the direction is clear. Then he turned his gaze back sharply and stared into Chu Ye's eyes again. The evil smile on the corner of his mouth deepened. With a morbid excitement. Hey, want to know? Want to save them? Sure. Follow me. As long as you dare to follow me, you will know. At this moment, Lu Jianhong had already carefully caught up in an armored vehicle and stopped not far away. He pushed open the car door and jumped out, then quickly walked to Chu Ye's side, tightly gripping the assault rifle, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. At the same time, he moved closer to Chu Yi, lowering his voice, full of solemnity and vigilance. Mr. Chu, be careful. There is definitely something fishy about this guy. Who knows what kind of ghost things might be hiding in this desert? Chu Yi nodded imperceptibly and responded in a low voice with a firm tone. I know, but since he dared to say that, it means the hostages should still be there. Now, even if it's a dangerous place, we have to go in. He turned his head and gave instructions to Yi Shuai, who had already gotten out of the car and was looking at this side with a worried look on her face. Yi Shuai, stay close to me and stay alert. Be ready to respond to any emergency at any time. Yi Shuai nodded vigorously, her pale face full of nervousness, but she still hugged the restless little elephant in her arms tightly and walked to Chu Ye's left side. Chu Yi released his hand that was grabbing the man's collar and said coldly, Lead the way. Chapter 187, This place is our territory. A trace of a triumphant grin flashed in the man's eyes. He rubbed his calf that was kicked and, without saying much, turned around and limped towards the depths of the desert. 3 people, one in front and 2 behind, trudged through the endless yellow sand, 1 step deep and 1 step shallow. Not far away, there were ruins in front of us. It was obviously a marginal area of the city before the disaster, and now only the skeleton of the buildings eroded beyond recognition by wind and sand remained. Under the dim, bloody sky, exuding an ominous atmosphere. After walking around a half-collapsed wall, Chu Ye's pupils suddenly shrank at the sight in front of him. I saw a group of people gathered in the middle of a relatively empty ruin in front of me. A dozen people wearing white researcher coats, their faces filled with fear and despair. They were gathered together, trembling. They are none other than the missing research team members. Around them, 5 or 6 men holding automatic rifles, with fierce looks and wearing tattered but practical leather armor, were surrounding them like they were guarding livestock. Those researchers obviously also saw Chu Yi and the other two, and the flames of hope instantly ignited in their desperate eyes. Mr. Chu, it's Mr. Chu. Help! Mr. Chu, save us. Save us quickly. Several emotional researchers seemed to have grasped the last straw. He cried out desperately. His voice was shrill, filled with the fear of surviving a disaster and the desire to live. What are you arguing about? Shut the fuck up. If you keep yelling, I'll kill you first. A big, gun-wielding man with a face full of flesh and fierce eyes suddenly raised the butt of his gun and smashed it hard on the back of a middle-aged researcher who was trying to rush forward. Plop! The researcher screamed, was knocked to the ground, and curled up in pain. The gunman then put away the butt of his gun with satisfaction. He turned to look at the man who led the way, grinned with his yellow teeth, and laughed out loud. Monkey, you're great. You have sharp eyes and good luck. You brought back 3 more new goods for us. It looks like there are 2 boys and 1 girl. Monkey? New arrival? Chu Ye's eyebrows instantly twisted into a deep frown. He stared at the man called Monkey, the guy he just captured and released, and his tone suddenly became icy cold. What's going on? The monkey no longer had any of the embarrassment and fear he had just had when he was captured. Instead, his face had a look of arrogance that came from a successful villain. He trotted quickly to the group of armed men and stopped. Then he turned around, looked Chu Yi up and down with the eyes of an idiot, and then burst into a harsh laugh. What's going on? Ha ha ha. You're so damn naive. Idiot. I was lying to you. Do you really think I'm afraid of your tricks? Let me tell you. He puffed out his chest triumphantly, then put on a ferocious expression, waved his hand violently, pointed at Chu Yi and the other 2, and gave a stern order to his accomplices. Brothers, don't just stand there. Tie up these 3 stupid fools, especially that woman. His eyes were fixed on Yi Shuang's figure, which looked even more fragile due to tension and fear. He stuck out his tongue and licked his cracked lips, his eyes filled with undisguised greed and lust. Hee. Boss Wang specifically told me that this woman will be very useful. How dare you? Lu Jianhong was furious. He exudes the bravery of a veteran on the battlefield. He took a sudden step forward, glaring at the monkey and the group of gun-wielding thugs. Humph! Dare! The monkey seemed to have heard a huge joke and sneered with extreme disdain. He pointed at Lu Jianhong with the barrel of the gun, and then glanced at Chu Yi, whose face was as gloomy as water, and Yi Shuang, who was pale. I think you 3 don't understand the current situation. In this damn place, you have fallen into our hands, and you still dare to resist. You are courting death. Before he finished speaking, crash! A sharp sound of metal friction and the bolt being pulled suddenly rang out. The 5 or 6 gun-wielding men who had surrounded the researcher turned their guns around without hesitation. The black muzzles of the guns, with a cold metallic luster, were all pointed at Chu Yi, Lu Jianhong, and Yi Shuang, who were at the entrance of the ruins. The cold muzzle of the gun was fixed on the 3 people at the entrance of the ruins. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, leaving only the researchers' suppressed sobs and the heavy breathing of the gun-wielding thugs. Yi Shuang was so frightened that her whole body trembled. She subconsciously hugged the anxious and twisting little elephant in her arms tightly. Almost instantly, she took small steps to Chu Ye's side, seeking the only shelter that could bring her a sense of security. There was no blood on her pale face. Only her frightened eyes still retained a trace of stubbornness as she stared at Chu Ye's back. Boss Wang. Chu Ye's sharp eyes swept across the black muzzles of the guns and finally stopped on the face of the monkey, who looked like a smug villain. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry in his voice, but it carried an invisible pressure. Which Boss Wang? What's his name? This sudden calm inquiry made the monkey stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Chu Yi would panic or resist in a cowardly manner, but he did not expect that the other party would be so calm. Does this kid have something to rely on? The monkey grumbled in his heart for a moment, but was soon overwhelmed by the upcoming merit and beauty. He puffed out his skinny chest, put a smug look on his face again, and started yelling with spit flying. Hey, you're still talking nonsense when you're about to die. It doesn't hurt to tell you. Our boss is called Huang Xiao. Who in our area doesn't know the reputation of Boss Huang? If you know what's best for you, put down your weapons and follow us. Otherwise, Huang Xiao? Chu Yi frowned slightly. He had indeed never heard of this name. Is he the leader of a new force that emerged after the disaster? Or is he just a clown that popped out from some corner? Judging from the equipment and qualities of these men, they don't seem to be that strong. Even their combat uniforms are worn-out leather armor. However, if they can form a team in this desert and know how to capture researchers, perhaps they have some resources in their hands? An idea flashed through Chu Ye's mind. Perhaps he could pretend to surrender and test the strength of Huang Qiao to see if there was any value worth exploiting. Just as Chu Ye's mind was racing, Lu Jianhong beside him could no longer hold back. The muscles in his arms were tense. He lowered his voice and asked in a hurried tone that only the two of them could hear. "Mr. Chu, when are we going to start?" "Don't move." Chu Yi signaled with his eyes, and at the same time stretched out his hand inconspicuously, gently pressing down the broken arm that Lu Jianhong wanted to lift. The voice remained calm. "Don't resist yet." Chapter 188. Baby is a big baby. Lu Jianhong looked at Chu Yi suddenly, his eyes full of shock and confusion. "What?" With Mr. Chu's strength, dealing with these small fry is no problem at all. So why should he surrender? What is this for? Lu Jianhong really wanted to ask, but his many years of military career and absolute trust in Chu Yi made him finally suppress the doubts and anger in his heart. He nodded heavily and silently took a half step back, but the rage bursting from his I almost burned the monkey in front of him to ashes. The monkey saw all the little movements of the two people, and when he saw that Chu Yi actually stopped his companion, a sneer of contempt immediately appeared on his face. "Huh, you are a man who knows the current situation." He spat with contempt, thinking that Chu Yi was nothing but a weakling, and that his calmness just now was just an act. "What are you still standing there for? Go ahead, tie up all three of them." The monkey gave orders to his accomplices behind him in a domineering manner. Then his cloudy triangular eyes once again wantonly slid towards Yi Shuang, his gaze roaming over her chest that was heaving with fear and her trembling body, and a disgusting lewd laugh escaped his mouth. "Especially this woman. Be gentle, don't hurt yourself. Before we capture him and present him to Boss Wang, let's take good care of him and give him a taste of his freshness." "That's right. I haven't seen such a pretty girl in a long time." "Brother Monkey, this is a good idea. Let the brothers have some fun first." "Ha ha, it's so exciting just looking at it." The thugs around immediately laughed knowingly, licking their cracked lips, their eyes like hungry wolves seeing their prey, full of naked desire and cruelty. When the besieged researchers heard this, they turned pale with fear, and several female researchers even started to cry quietly. No, Mr. Chu, save me, save me." Yi Shuang could no longer remain calm. She screamed in horror, tears streaming down her face. She looked at Chu Yi in despair, as if he was her only lifeline. A flash of cold light flashed in Chu Yi's eyes. He originally wanted to pretend for a while longer and get more information. But Monkey's words and his undisguised dirty thoughts completely touched his bottom line. It seems that the feigned surrender can no longer continue. "Well, this is a good opportunity to try out the third-level ability I just acquired." Chu Yi snorted in his heart and pulled the frightened Yi Shuang behind him to block those dirty eyes. His voice suddenly turned cold, and every word was filled with murderous intent. "It's really boring. Shut your dog mouth. If you dare to touch her, I promise you will die miserably." "Yo-ho!" The monkey was shocked for a moment by Chu Ye's sudden outburst of momentum, but then became angry and embarrassed, as if he had been greatly insulted. "How dare you confront me? Didn't you just act cowardly? What? Are you willing to give up your life for a woman? What a fool who doesn't know how to live or die." He completely lost his patience and waved his hands viciously. "Damn it, you have no shame. Go for it. Beat up the men. Catch the women alive. Quick." The moment Monkey finished speaking, Chu Ye's mind moved slightly. The energy core in the body suddenly accelerated, and a cold and violent force instantly surged throughout the body. Asterisk now, we must take action. It's a good time to test the power of water erosion. Asterisk. Flow rate 100, water erosion, parameter setting completed. A cold electronic prompt sound flashed through my mind. The next moment, laugh. A subtle but clear sound of flowing water was heard. Under everyone's astonished gaze, a stream of faint blue water, like a spirit snake, silently meandered out from the tip of Chu Ye's slightly raised right index finger. In this desert ruin where the air is so dry that it seems to be burning, a stream of water that appears out of nowhere, even if it's just a thin stream, is enough to drive anyone crazy. Water! It's water! The monkey's eyes widened. and he could hardly believe what he saw. Then, incomparable ecstasy and greed instantly replaced his anger, and he screamed, his voice changing pitch. He can make water. Quick, catch him. Catch this kid. He's a treasure, an absolute big treasure. Boss Huang will definitely reward us handsomely. Capture him alive. We must capture him alive. Not only the monkey, but several other thugs also became excited instantly. Water. In this damn apocalypse, water is life. It is countless times more precious than gold, weapons, and even women. This man in front of me can actually create water out of thin air. The huge temptation made these desperados completely lose their minds. There was a crazy light flashing in their eyes. They no longer cared about orders or Yishuaing. Their only target was Chu Yi. Catch him. Water. It's mine. Kill those two who are in the way. This kid belongs to me. Amid the excited roars, 5 or 6 thugs' eyes turned red, and they threw away their automatic rifles one after another. That thing is actually in the way here. Instead, they took out the machetes, rusty iron bars, and even sharpened steel pipes they carried with them, howling, and rushed towards Chu Yi. The expressions on their faces were ferocious and greedy. When they looked at Chu Yi, they were not looking at a person at all. Instead, they were looking at a moving, inexhaustible reservoir of pure water. Mr. Chu, be careful. Lu Jianhong roared angrily and was about to rush forward to shield himself with his body, but Chu Yi grabbed his shoulder. Lu Jianhong turned around in surprise and met Chu Ye's deep and cold eyes. Then he saw that the seemingly slender dark blue water stream at Chu Ye's fingertips suddenly surged. Wow! The water flow was no longer a trickle, but turned into a nimble and deadly water whip. With an indescribable corrosive aura, at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to capture, and with the sound of breaking through the air, it fiercely lashed towards the thugs who were rushing in the front. I saw the dark blue water whip suddenly appear out of thin air and dance like a snake. The monkey was stunned at first, then a very strange grin appeared on his face. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and stuck his lips at the water whip with a tone full of sarcasm. Oh, huh? You have quite a lot of tricks here, don't you? Why? Do you want to give us guys a bath and get rid of the sand? Ha ha! Brother Monkey is right. This kid wants to serve us. This little bit of water is barely enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. Who are you trying to scare? Damn it. When I catch him, I'm going to make him spit out the water so I can wash my feet. The thugs behind him also laughed and swore obscenities. Chapter 189 Water Erosion Corrodes Flesh. The look he gave Chu Yi was full of mockery and disdain, as if he was looking at a clown who didn't know his own limitations. In their opinion, this little water flow poses no threat at all except to prove Chu Ye's value. The researchers who were trapped in the corner saw the last trace of blood drain from their faces. They watched helplessly as those ferocious thugs brandished their weapons and rushed towards Chu Yi and the seemingly strange flow of water in Chu Ye's hand. In their eyes, it seemed so fragile that it would break at any touch. It's over. It's all over. This young man may have some special abilities, but in front of these desperados, he is ultimately no match for them. They seem to have seen Chu Yi being hacked to death. Then they themselves could not escape the miserable fate. Despair, like cold sea water, instantly drowned them. The ignorant are fearless. Well, let you feel what real fear is in the last moment of your life. Chu Yi sneered in his heart. His eyes did not fluctuate at all. The next moment, before the monkey's sarcastic words had completely fallen, bang! A crisp and explosive whip sound. The dark blue water whip, at a speed beyond the limits of vision, hit the monkey in front with incredible precision. Ouch! The hideous smile on the monkey's face froze instantly, replaced by extreme distortion and pain. He only felt a piercing, bone-chilling burning pain suddenly erupt from the place where he was hit by the water whip. The feeling was not like being pumped by water at all, but rather like being severely burned by a red-hot iron containing strong acid. At the same time, the water whip seemed to have life, and it swung its tail skillfully. The whip tip swept accurately across the weapons in the hands of several other thugs. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A teeth-grinding corrosion sound was heard. Visible to the naked eye are the machetes, iron bars, and steel pipes wherever they come into contact with the dark blue water. Pungent white smoke rose instantly. The rusty surface of the iron quickly became bumpy, as if it had been splashed with strong acid. The sharp machete blade curled, blackened, and dissolved at an alarming speed. My knife! Shit! What the hell? Several thugs widened their eyes in horror. Before they could react, the seemingly flexible water whip had become like a maggot on the tarsal bone. It spread upwards like lightning along the arms holding their weapons. Ay! Heart-wrenching screams suddenly rang out, one after another, instantly drowning out the sound of the wind in the ruins. These thugs were so arrogant just now. At this moment, they threw away the remaining remnants of weapons in their hands, hugged the parts of their bodies that were stained by the water, and let out painful wails that were not like human voices. Their skin and clothes quickly turned black and rotted under the erosion of the dark blue water, emitting white smoke and a burnt smell. In an instant, the 5 or 6 thugs who had been so aggressive before all fell to the ground screaming. They rolled and struggled desperately, trying to put out the burning pain like a maggot in their tarsal bones. But it was in vain. This sudden and shocking reversal left everyone stunned. What's going on? Water. Is that water poisonous? No, is it corrosive? Oh my God. What did he do? The researchers on the ground were stunned, and the despair on their faces was replaced by great shock. They looked at the thugs rolling on the ground in pain, then looked at Chu Yi, who was standing with his hands behind his back with a cold expression, and for a moment they even forgot to breathe. Yi Shuang's body trembled, and the scene where Chu Yi used that strange water ball to block out the sound on the armored vehicle flashed through her mind. At that time, she only felt it was magical, but she didn't expect that this water would have such terrifying lethality. She swallowed subconsciously and looked at Chu Yi with eyes full of incredible horror and an indescribable awe. This man is much more terrifying than she imagined. Only Lu Jinhong, after a brief moment of surprise, could not hide the excitement on his face and clenched his fists subconsciously. Mr. Chu is indeed unfathomable. This ability is too strong. Chu Yi ignored the reactions of the people around him. He slowly walked to the monkey that was still twitching and wailing on the ground. Looking down at him, the monkey's clothes had been torn to pieces where it had been hit by the water whip. Its skin and flesh were charred black, and even its white bones could be vaguely seen. The air was filled with the unpleasant smell of burning protein. The water erosion capability did not disappoint me. It is extremely corrosive and seems to have a lasting burning effect. It's perfect for dealing with these bastards. Chu Yi pondered in his heart and was quite satisfied with the power of the 3rd-level ability he had just acquired. The monkey felt Chu Yi approaching and struggling to raise his head, enduring the severe pain that almost burned his soul. When he saw Chu Ye's cold and indifferent eyes without a trace of emotion, an unprecedented fear instantly gripped his heart. He finally understood what kind of existence he had provoked. Mercy, mercy! The monkey used all his strength to flip over from the ground, not caring about the sand and gravel on the ground. He knelt in front of Chu Yi with a thud and hit his forehead hard on the ground. Hero, Grandpa, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I didn't recognize a great man. Please be magnanimous and spare my life. The severe pain made his speech intermittent, and his body twitched violently and uncontrollably due to the unbearable pain. Chu Yi had a blank expression on his face, and his voice was cold, without any emotion at all. Now you know you're wrong? If you had known this earlier, why did you do it in the first place? Yes. It's my fault for being so mean. I deserve to die. The monkey's tears were streaming down his face, mixed with the blood oozing from his wounds, and he looked extremely miserable. As long as you let me go, I will give you whatever you want. Everything. I know where the supplies are nearby. I know Boss Huang's secret base. Please have mercy on me. Chu Ye's eyes moved slightly. Huang Xiao, tell me everything you know about him. The monkey was stunned when he heard this, and while enduring the severe pain, he looked up with some confusion. Boss Huang? What? What do you want to do with him? It seems that the pain in your body is not enough. Chu Ye's voice suddenly turned harsh, and the index finger of his right hand moved slightly, and there seemed to be a faint blue light flashing at the fingertips again. That subtle change caught the monkey's attention. No. I'll tell you. Please, first take out this deadly water. The monkey was so frightened that he kowtowed repeatedly and spoke incoherently. Chu Yi snorted coldly. His mind moved slightly, and the dark blue water current lingering on the monkey and other thugs receded like the tide and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Once the water erosion force was reduced, the soul-eating pain in the tarsal bones was suddenly alleviated by more than half. Chapter 1, 90 Huang Qiao's sudden arrival. Although these people's wounds still hurt, at least they no longer had that constant, horrible burning sensation. Monkey and several other thugs who were still able to breathe, almost at the same time, collapsed to the ground as if all the bones in their bodies had been pulled out. He was breathing heavily, his whole body was soaked in cold sweat, and he was shaking constantly. The researchers around them seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden. Many of them felt their legs go limp and collapsed to the ground. The monkey lay on the ground, his body shaking constantly. The relief of surviving the disaster and the fear of Chu Yi intertwined together, almost making him faint. At this moment, Chu Yi took a step forward and stepped on the monkey's back with his cold military boots without any hesitation, pressing him to the ground. Explain. The cold military boots seemed to crush not the sand, but the last bit of hope left for the monkey. Under the double torture of severe pain and fear, the monkey trembled all over and almost fainted, but was pressed to the brink of reality by the heavy force on his back. I say. The monkey no longer dared to hesitate and spoke quickly, his voice hoarse and trembling. Huang. Boss Huang is our boss. This whole ruin is his territory. We all rely on him for a living. He turned his head with difficulty and pointed with his still-moving arm at the researchers who had just been untied and were still in shock. Capture. Arrest them. It was also Boss Huang's idea. The monkey gasped and explained eagerly. Boss Huang said that Master Huang Anbai's birthday is coming soon, so we should catch some useful researchers and send them to him as gifts, which will please him. Huang Amber. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi paused slightly on the monkey's foot, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. He bent down suddenly, grabbed the monkey's tattered collar, and half lifted him up. His cold eyes almost pierced through the monkey's soul. Huang Amber. What is his relationship with Huang Qiao? Chu Ye's voice was low, with a hint of solemnity that was barely noticeable. He remembers Huang Anbai. At that time, that idiot Lu Shun even thought that I was the guardian sent by Huang Anbai. Unexpectedly, this name appeared here again. Chu Ye's thoughts raced, stared at by Chu Ye's almost suffocating gaze. The monkey was so scared that he almost peed himself and shook his head hurriedly. Master Huang Amber is the boss of our Master Huang. He is a real big shot. Boss Huang Qiao is just one of the 10 guardians under Master Huang Anbai, one of the 10 Dharma protectors. Chu Ye's pupils shrank slightly, and he instantly made a judgment in his mind. Yang Haichang, who claimed to be a level 5 gene user, was not very strong, but he was by no means a weakling. Being able to become the protector of the big shot Huang Anbai, this Huang Qiao must be at least a level 4 gene person, maybe even stronger. There are too many people here. If these unarmed researchers are entangled by Huang Qiao, the consequences will be disastrous. Can't stay here. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. He swung his arm violently and threw the monkey to the ground again, raising a cloud of dust. He ignored the groaning monkey on the ground and the other injured thugs. He glanced at the terrified researchers and raised his voice suddenly, with an unquestionable commanding tone. Everyone get up. If you don't want to die here, leave with me immediately. His voice was deep and powerful, instantly penetrating the fear and despair of these people. Those researchers who had just gained their freedom were stunned at first, and then burst into great surprise and desire to survive. We're saved. We're saved. Quick, follow this gentleman. Thank you. Thank you. Like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw, the researchers were so excited that they burst into tears. One by one, they struggled to get up from the ground and stumbled towards Chu Yi. He was the only beacon in the darkness. Chu Ye's palm moved slightly, and at the same time, he signaled Lu Jianhong next to him with his eyes. Lu Jianhong understood instantly, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. Mr. Chu wants to eliminate future troubles. That's good, so that these scum won't cause trouble in the future. He immediately stepped forward and greeted in a deep voice. Come on, everyone. Follow me. Line up, and let's get out of here right away. Under his organization, although the researchers were excited, they quickly calmed down and followed Lu Jianhong and Yi Shuaing to quickly evacuate in the direction they came from, which was where the armored vehicle was parked. In the blink of an eye, the only ones left in the originally chaotic ruins were Chu Yi and the 5 or 6 wailing and struggling thugs on the ground. Monkey watched Lu Jianhong leave with those gifts and the woman who had frightened him. But Chu Yi stood there like a cold statue, motionless, and an extremely ominous premonition instantly gripped his heart. He endured the severe pain in his back, struggled to raise his head, and look at Chu Yi, forcing a smile uglier than crying and swallowing nervously. Hero, you see, we have released all the people, and we have also done as you said. You are. Chu Yi turned around slowly, with no expression on his face, except for the faint blue light in the depths of his eyes, which was like deep sea ice, making people shudder. The corner of his mouth curled up into a very faint but extremely cruel sneer. I just asked them to release the hostages, but I never told them to let you go. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, instantly shattering the last bit of hope in the hearts of Monkey and the other thugs. No, have mercy. Run. The fear of death overwhelmed the pain. The monkey let out a shrill scream and, not caring about the injuries on his body, used his hands and feet to crawl in the opposite direction. The other few thugs who were still able to move were like frightened rabbits. They rolled and crawled, trying their best to run in different directions, just wanted to get farther and farther away from this demon. Chu Ye's eyes were cold, and he slowly raised his right hand. The faint blue light at his fingertips condensed again. It seemed as if water vapor was rapidly gathering in the air, carrying a breath of destruction, just when he was about to launch a fatal attack and completely clean up these debris. Call! A gust of wind so fierce that it seemed to be able to tear steel apart came roaring from the side and rear without any warning. The wind was sharp and piercing, blowing up dust all over the sky, forming a turbid air wave visible to the naked eye, and rushing straight to Chu Ye's back at an astonishing speed. So fast, so strong. Chu Ye's expression suddenly froze, and he turned around abruptly, almost instinctively. At the critical moment, his mind raced. Canghai Space Command. Flow 100, water volume 100, water shield form, parameters set completed. Buzz. The next moment, a dark blue stream appeared out of nowhere, rapidly spinning, compressing, and solidifying in front of him. Chapter 1, 91 Wind's Genetic Ability. With a swish sound, a thick, solid, round water shield with a faint blue luster took shape instantly and blocked him steadily. Bang! Almost at the same time, when the water shield was formed, the violent hurricane hit the water shield hard. There was a dull sound like a drum beating. The air wave exploded, and countless water droplets were shaken and splashed everywhere, and then instantly returned to the shield under Chu Ye's control. The water shield trembled violently, and ripples appeared on its surface, but it finally blocked the sudden and powerful blow. Chu Yi looked sharply through the water shield and towards the direction where the strong wind was coming from. The dust slowly settled, and the figure of a young man appeared quietly not far from him. The man looked to be no more than 25 or 26 years old. He was wearing a relatively neat combat uniform and had a handsome face, but there was an indelible arrogance and indifference between his brows. At this moment, he had his hands behind his back, his chin slightly raised, and was staring coldly at Chu Yi and the strange water shield in front of him with a scrutinizing look. The monkey, who had been lying limp on the ground, full of despair, suddenly had a light of ecstasy in his eyes the moment he saw the face of the person coming. As if he had grabbed the last straw, he rolled and crawled, using all his strength to move towards the young man, screaming at the top of his lungs. Wong! Boss Wong! Help! Help, Boss Wong! His shout was heard by others. The remaining few thugs who were still able to move seemed to have seen a savior. They struggled, shouted in surprise and joy, and rushed to get closer to the young man, which was their safest harbor. Boss Wong is here. We are saved. Boss, kill this kid. Chu Ye's eyes darkened when he heard that, and the solid water shield in front of him quietly dissipated and turned into invisible water vapor again. He frowned slightly. His eyes swept over the team of researchers that were still slowly evacuating not far away, and he said to himself, not good. Lu Jianhong and the others haven't gone far. This guy who suddenly appeared is very powerful. The wind pressure of his previous attack was at least level 3, or even higher. At the moment, most of Lu Jianhong and his men have been under control. The young man was the one the monkey called Big Huang, Huang Xiao. Only then did he shift his scrutinizing gaze away from Chu Yi and turn to look at the monkeys who were surrounding him like pugs. When they saw their miserable state of being covered in wounds and their weapons corroded beyond recognition, a hint of surprise flashed across his handsome face, and then his brows furrowed, his tone filled with obvious displeasure. What happened? Who were you like this? It's him, Boss Wong. The monkey endured the severe pain on his back caused by water erosion, and pointed at Chu Yi not far away with a trembling hand, his eyes full of resentment and anger. It's this guy. He's so cruel. He ruined everything we did. The other thugs also cried and echoed. Yes, it's him. He wants to kill us. Boss Huang, you have to make the decision for us. Huang Xiao's gaze suddenly turned back and fell on Chu Yi. His original arrogance was covered by a layer of obvious anger. He looked Chu Yi up and down, especially noting the faint blue energy fluctuations on Chu Ye's body. His tone was cold and questioning. Who are you? How dare you touch my people from Huang Xiao? Huang Xiao? Huang Aba's men? They were definitely coming for these researchers. Chu Yi understood in his heart, but there was no fear on his face. He met Huang Xiao's gaze with a steady voice, but with unquestionable determination. They were the ones who arrested my people first with bad intentions. I was just fighting back in self-defense. Huang Xiao looked in the direction Chu Ye's gaze had just gone, and saw those researchers who were cowering and moving with difficulty at the urging of Lu Jianhong and Yi Shuaying, but who obviously did not dare to take another step forward. A hint of realization flashed across his eyes, and then he sneered contemptuously and pointed at the group of people. Your people? Oh, so you're in the same group with them. He paused, raised his chin higher, and spoke in a proud and condescending tone. Okay, these people belong to me now. You, get out of here right now. I can pretend that nothing happened and spare your life. Otherwise, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Don't blame me for being rude. Chu Yi shook his head, his eyes not wavering at all, and responded firmly. I must take them away. Ha ha ha. Huang Xiao laughed out loud as if he had heard a huge joke, and his laughter was full of disdain and cruelty. Good. You are so brave. You dare to say no in front of me, Huang Xiao. The laughter stopped abruptly. His face instantly turned gloomy, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. Boy, that wind blade move just now was just a test. I have roughly figured out your background. Are you a water-based mutant? The energy intensity barely reaches level 3, but the control is pretty good. Unfortunately, it's not good enough in front of me. He roared suddenly, and his voice echoed in the empty ruins, carrying powerful energy fluctuations. It seems that you don't want to drink the wine when I toast you. Then I'll let you see for yourself. My genetic ability is to control the wind. In this desert ruins with yellow sand everywhere and no shelter, my strength is far greater than the sum of my parts. Call. Before he finished his words, a hurricane more violent and fierce than before suddenly surged up from all directions. Woo! A sharp whistling sound tore through the air. The sand, gravel, and ruined building debris on the ground were all swept into the air. The yellow sand instantly blocked out the sun, forming a huge, constantly rotating vortex of sand and dust that trapped Chu Yi firmly in the center. The wind was so strong that even Lu Jianhong and others who were far away couldn't stand steadily. Visibility dropped sharply to less than 1 meter. The air was filled with a choking smell of sand, and the fine gravel mixed in the wind was like countless fine blades, constantly cutting through all obstacles. It seemed as if the whole world was swallowed up by this violent sandstorm. Ha ha! Boss Wang is so awesome. The monkey covered his mouth and nose, shouting excitedly in the strong wind. Looking at Chu Yi, who was swallowed by the dust, his eyes flashed with the pleasure of revenge. Kid, you're dead. See how you can block it this time. Turn into minced meat. The other thugs also had grim grins on their faces, their eyes full of gloating. In the distance, Lu Jianhong and Yi Shuaying, who were struggling to protect the researchers, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Chu Yi when they saw this. Mr. Chu, Lu Jianhong shouted anxiously in the face of the wind and sand, but his voice was instantly swallowed up by the strong wind. He clenched his fists. The wound on his arm seemed to ache again, and his eyes were full of solemnity and worry. This wind control ability is very effective in melee combat, and the range is so large. It's difficult. Chapter 192, My Water Erosion, is not that simple. Yi Shuaying's face turned pale, and she subconsciously clung to a slightly stable broken wall beside her. Her delicate body swayed in the strong wind, and her heart was filled with unspeakable uneasiness. This person is so strong. Can Chu Yi do it? The researchers who were protected in the middle looked even more pale. They had just escaped from a group of thugs, and in the blink of an eye, they fell into the control of an even more terrifying strongman, and the flame of hope had just risen. It was as if everything was completely extinguished by the sandstorm in an instant, leaving only desperate wails and sobs. It's over. It's completely over now. This wind is so terrible. Are we all going to die here? Chuyi was in the center of the storm, his clothes rustling in the strong wind and his hair dancing wildly. He narrowed his eyes, allowing the sand particles with cutting force to hit his body surface, and raised a barely detectable layer of water film for defense. This guy's wind control ability is indeed more difficult to deal with than Yang Haichang's pure power type, especially in this environment. He is like a fish in water. He made a quick judgment in his mind. Although Yang Haichang's earth-based abilities are powerful, his attack method is relatively direct. Huang Qiao's wind control not only has a wide attack range, but can also use the sand and dust in the environment to launch mixed attacks, obscure vision, and interfere with actions, making it more flexible and changeable. However, a range attack means that the energy is relatively dispersed. No matter how strong the control is, there's only one core. Besides wind, sand, it's still a material form, after all. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Chu Ye's mouth. My water erosion is more than just corroding metal. Thinking of this, Chu Ye's eyes suddenly became sharp. The dark blue energy in the body began to circulate rapidly. Canghai Space Command. Flow 100, water erosion, parameter, setting completed. Buzz. As Chu Ye's mind moved, a faint blue energy halo spread out from his body. Then, pure water condensed out of thin air, like two fluttering blue ribbons. It slowly floated and circled in front of him, actually isolating the violently flying sand and gravel around it. The water reflects the faint light, which is particularly eye-catching in the center of this dim sandstorm. Haha, a dying struggle. This guy, can he still condense water elements in this situation? It's a little interesting, but that's all. In my wind realm, any struggle is futile. Huang Qiao's voice pierced through the wind and sand, carrying with it a strong sense of sarcasm and disdain. Boy, my storm comes from all directions and penetrates every hole. Can you rely on your little water? How can it stop you? Wishful thinking. Chu Ye's eyes were indifferent, as if the devastating sandstorm around him was just a breeze blowing on his face. He didn't even raise his eyelids. His voice was steady and clear to Huang Qiao's ears. Your words don't count. The next moment, Chu Yi pushed his hands forward suddenly. The two blue streams did not turn into shields or water arrows for defense, as Huang Qiao expected, but exploded suddenly. Crash! Countless tiny water droplets instantly spread out, transforming into a dark blue mist that was so thick that one could hardly see one's hand in front of one's face. It quickly spread wildly in all directions. This mist is not ordinary water vapor. It contains the special energy fluctuations of Chu Ye's upgraded water erosion ability and carries an indescribable corrosive breath. Canghai Space Command. Water erosion start. Huang Qiao frowned, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. What the hell is this? Using water mist? Do you think you can use this little bit of moisture to block the wind and sand? Ridiculous. Humph. You're playing tricks. The monkey lying on the ground endured the severe pain, with a look of disdain on his face, and shouted in the direction of Huang Qiao. Boss, don't be fooled by him. I think he is just running out of tricks and is doing these fancy things. The other thugs also nodded, thinking that Chu Ye's actions were simply seeking his own death. The researchers in the distance, the glimmer of hope that had just risen, was extinguished again. They looked at the rapidly spreading blue fog, their hearts filled with despair. It's over. Use water mist to fight such strong sandstorms? This is simply a mantis trying to stop a chariot. We are doomed. However, Lu Jianhong did not think so. He was stunned at first, and then seemed to suddenly think of something key. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his hands involuntarily clenched into fists. Etc. Water corrosion. Mr. Chu used this trick to corrode the weapons of those thugs before. Could it be that? His breathing suddenly became rapid, and he cried out in surprise. I understand. Mr. Chu wants to use water erosion to deal with the sand. Yi Shuang was bewildered and didn't understand what Lu Jianhong meant at all. I just looked at the strange blue fog more nervously. Corroding sand? How is this possible? Sizzle, sizzle. At the moment when everyone was thinking different things, the dark blue mist had already come into contact with the violently rotating sand wall. An extremely strange scene happened. The hard gravel blown up by the strong wind, enough to grind marks on steel, was like a red-hot iron meeting ice water the moment it touched the water mist. A subtle and intensive corrosion sound was emitted. The surface of the gravel quickly became bumpy, and the structure was destroyed and dissolved. Immediately afterwards, countless grains of sand that had been eroded and lost their edges could no longer be carried or restrained by the strong wind, and turned into turbid mud-like droplets, dripping from the air. It was like a dirty sand rain. Plop, plop, leaving dark brown, wet pits on the ground. On the outskirts of the storm, the yellow sand barrier that covered the sky and the sun began to become thinner and more transparent visibly. What? This is impossible. The sarcasm and arrogance on Huang Qiao's face froze in an instant and were replaced by unbelievable horror. He could clearly feel that the sandstorm that he was so proud of and that was invincible was actually being quickly corroded and disintegrated by the strange blue mist. The sand and dust that make up the main body of the storm are becoming ineffective in large quantities. What the hell? The sand is really melting. It really blocked it. The hideous smiles on the faces of Monkey and his accomplices froze completely. They were all stunned with their mouths wide open, as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. Oh my God, the sand is melting. The wind seems to have gotten weaker. Some of the researchers cried out in shock, trembling, and in their desperate eyes, a bright light called hope burst out again. They stared at the blurry figure in the center of the storm, as if they saw a savior. Sure enough, it's really like this. Lu Jianhong was so excited that he almost jumped up and punched the broken wall next to him hard, causing gravel to fly everywhere. I should have thought of this long ago. Mr. Chu's water erosion ability can even corrode special alloys, let alone these ordinary sands. Huang Qiao's ability to control the wind is powerful, but once the sand and dust are lost as the medium of attack, the power will be at least halved. Ha ha ha! Huang Qiao, you're dead. Chapter 193 Chu, ye can always create miracles. Yi Shuaying finally understood, and her heart, which had been hanging in the air, was finally put at ease. She let out a long sigh of relief, and when she looked at Chu Ye's back, her beautiful eyes shone with excitement. This man can always create miracles. Damn it! Huang Qiao was furious. His handsome face was distorted by extreme anger, looking a little hideous. I admit that I underestimated you. Your strange water ability is really quite powerful. But do you think you can beat me like this? He suddenly raised his head and howled, the energy in his body bursting out without reservation, veins all over his body exposed. Break it for me! Huh! A gale that was several times stronger, purer, and more violent than the previous one. It was no longer mixed with so much sand and dust, but was generated out of thin air with the pure power of the wind element. The wind was so strong that it seemed to tear the space apart. The sharp whistling sound pierced people's eardrums, and the terrifying pressure swept wildly in all directions. Some people who were already close were caught off guard and were blown away by the powerful shockwave. They crashed into the ruins in the distance, screaming and almost fainted. Watch out! Get down! Everyone get down! Lu Jianhong's face changed drastically as he felt a huge force coming at him. He grabbed a relatively solid piece of the broken wall to steady himself and prevent himself from being blown away, while yelling at the researchers behind him at the top of his lungs. The researchers were so frightened that they no longer cared about their image. They screamed, cried, and lay on the ground with their hands and feet, letting the gravel and the strong wind hit them, their bodies shaking like leaves in the wind. Chu Yi stood in the eye of the wind. His clothes were blown tight to his body by the pure, strong wind, rustling, and his hair dancing wildly. He looked at Huang Qiao's frustrated and desperate appearance, and just shook his head slightly, with a hint of almost pity in his eyes. Sand is useless. Is that all you can do? Increase the wind speed. His tone was calm, but it contained a kind of all-knowing sarcasm. With this little strength, you dare to imitate others and steal things? You are too weak. You're looking for death. Huang Qiao was so angry at Chu Ye's understated comment that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Being humiliated by a kid he thought he could crush at will is such a shame. His eyes were bloodshot. His murderous intent was boiling. He stopped talking nonsense, gathered all his energy, and prepared to launch a fatal attack. Show me your moves? Chu Ye's eyes narrowed, and facing this violent attack of pure wind element, The dark blue energy in his body began to circulate rapidly again. Now that the sand is gone, I'll crush you with sheer force. Flow rate 100, water erosion, parameter setting completed. Water fluidization shield, parameter setting completed. Two cold commands rang out in his heart almost at the same time. The dark blue light shone brightly in front of him again. Buzz. The command takes effect. Chewie did not put his hands together to form a traditional shield, but suddenly spread them to both sides. The dark blue mist that was about to spread out suddenly shrank and condensed as if it had received a new command. In the blink of an eye, a spherical shield formed around him, rotating at a high speed, constantly emitting dark blue light and corrosive energy. Outside the shield, there was a violent gale that was strong enough to tear steel apart. It emitted a sharp and piercing whistle and swept up the remaining gravel and sand and crashed wildly. However, within the protective shield, Chewie was calm and composed. Not even the corners of his clothes fluttered at all, and his expression was terrifyingly calm, as if all the chaos in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Is this the wind controllability of a level 4 genetic warrior? After removing the sand and dust, its power is indeed much stronger, but unfortunately, it is still too weak. Chewie shook his head slightly, his heart calm. With my current strength at level 3, plus the characteristics of water erosion, even if there are 10 ordinary level 4 warriors, they may not be able to do anything to me. The thought just flashed through his mind, and Chewie was too lazy to waste any more time with this clown. He fixed his eyes on Huang Xiao, who looked a little pale due to his full-strength burst, and gently pushed his right hand forward through the air. Whoosh! The high-speed rotating dark blue mist shield did not dissipate, but moved forward as a whole, like a blue meteor containing terrifying corrosive power. In an instant, the strong wind tore through any obstacles along the way, crushed the remaining sand and gravel, and crashed straight into Huang Xiao. Its speed was so fast that it even left a faint blue afterimage in the air. Boss, be careful. That damn thing is coming. The monkey lying paralyzed in the ruins far away, enduring the severe pain as if his bones were broken, was so frightened when he saw this scene that he tried his best to shout a warning. Humph! Such a trifle. There was a hint of doubt in Huang Xiao's eyes, but more of it was absolute confidence in his own strength. He laughed arrogantly and fiercely. Instead of retreating, he took the initiative to face forward. My body has been genetically enhanced 3 times, and its hardness is comparable to that of fine steel. You want to hurt me with just a ball of water mist? Watch me break it with one punch. It's just some bluffing. As long as your core strength is strong enough, any tricks are just paper tigers. Before he finished speaking, Huang Xiao took a deep breath. The muscles in his right arm bulged, and the veins became knotted, pushing the energy of the wind element and physical strength to the extreme. The air around his fist made an exploding sound as it was overwhelmed. His eyes were fierce, and he gathered all his strength, punching hard at the rapidly approaching dark blue mist ball. Laugh! The moment the fist came into contact with the water mist, there was no earth-shattering explosion, but instead a tooth-grinding, hair-raising corrosion sound was heard. It's like pressing a large piece of red-hot iron into a strong, acid solution. AA! The arrogant grin on Huang Xiao's face froze in an instant, and then turned into extreme pain and unbelievable horror. A sharp pain that seemed to be able to melt the soul spread wildly from the point of contact of the fist and instantly swept across his entire right arm. His eyes were wide open, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets, and were bloodshot with fear. He pulled his right hand back almost instinctively like lightning. After taking a closer look, even though Huang Xiao was a cruel person, he couldn't help but gasp, and his stomach churned. The fist that was once powerful enough to break stones and shone with a metallic luster was now completely out of shape. Skin, muscles, tendons, everything was completely corroded, turning into a blurry, rotten flesh mixed with burnt black and dark red blood. You could even see the eerily twisted finger bones underneath. And the corrosion did not seem to stop. It was still spreading upwards along his wrist, making a terrifying, sizzling sound. Shit, boss's hand. His hand is broken. Chapter 194 Corrosion of Huang Xiao's legs. The monkey and the few remaining thugs who could still move were so frightened when they saw this scene that they rolled and crawled, using all their strength to escape to a farther place, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. Oh my God! What? What is that water? If you touch it, your hand will rot. All the researchers' faces were as pale as paper, and they were shaking uncontrollably. Some even covered their mouths, trying hard to resist the urge to vomit. They looked at Chu Yi with eyes filled with extreme fear and awe. This is beyond their understanding of ability. Yi Shuiying subconsciously covered her mouth tightly. Her beautiful eyes widened, her heart pounding so hard that it almost jumped out of her throat. She swallowed hard, and when she looked at Chu Ye's tall and straight back, in addition to admiration, she also felt a bit of deep fear and relief. Fortunately, I didn't really betray him. This man is simply a devil. Good. Lu Jinhong's face turned red with excitement. He punched hard and shouted excitedly. Well done, Mr. Chu. That's awesome. Kill him. Quick, kill this idiot. Chu turned a deaf ear to the noise coming from Lu Jinhong's side. He just waved his hand lightly, signaling him to keep quiet. Don't be so quick to applaud. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone, with a calmness that seemed to be in control of everything. Then, he took a step forward, slowly and unhurriedly, and walked towards Huang Xiao, who was holding his broken arm, rolling on the ground and wailing in pain. Ugh! Huang Xiao's muscles were cramping in pain. Cold sweat kept rolling down his forehead, soaking the sand on the ground. He watched Chu Yi approaching like the god of death, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped him. The huge fear overwhelmed the severe pain in his body. He struggled to support his body with his left hand, which was still able to move, and roared in a cowardly manner. You don't come over here. What kind of monster are you? I'm telling you, my eldest brother is Huang Amber, the strongest man in the base, a level 5 gene warrior. If you dare to kill me, my eldest brother will definitely cut you into pieces. He will never let you go. However, before he could finish his threatening words, Chu Yi had already walked in front of him. Bang! Chu Yi's eyes were cold, without any emotion fluctuation, and he kicked Huang Xiao hard in the chest. Puff! Huang Xiao only felt a huge force coming, and his sternum seemed to be broken. He lost his support in an instant, flew backwards, and hit the broken wall a few meters away heavily, then rolled to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. Before he could catch his breath, Chu Yi appeared in front of him like a ghost. He leaned over, grabbed his hair, which was disheveled due to severe pain and fear, and forcibly lifted up his face, which was distorted by pain and blood, forcing him to look into his eyes. Killing Huang Xiao would indeed cause a lot of trouble, but he had already been provoked, and now he must be killed. Huang Anbai will certainly use all his strength to track down the suspect. With so many researchers, the target is too big, and it will be difficult to hide for a long time. Rather than living in fear and passively being beaten in the future, it is better to... Chu Yi's thoughts raced in his mind, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Why not take the initiative and nip the hidden danger in the bud? Huang Anbai. So what if he's a level 5 fighter? It just so happens that even his and his subordinates' resources were harvested. In the end times, only the dead will not cause trouble. Thinking of this, Chu Yi's mouth slowly curled up into a cold and bloodthirsty arc. Looking down at Huang Xiao's eyes full of fear and despair, his voice was flat but with a chill that made one shudder in the soul. Huang Amber? Who is he? That's great. It saves me the trouble of looking for it later. I will personally send you two brothers to hell to reunite together. Huang Xiao was grabbed by the hair by Chu Yi and was forced to look up at that young and extremely cold face. Listening to those words that were more desperate than a declaration of death, his nerves that were on the verge of collapse were finally completely ignited. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood foam mixed with sand and broken teeth, and a crazy grin appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, cough cough. You overestimate your abilities. Who do you think you are? Do you know what a level 5 genetic warrior means? Huang Xiao's voice was hoarse and sharp, using up all his strength. That's a force you can't imagine. My brother can crush you to death with just one finger. Even if you kill me, you can't escape. He will find you and, ahem, break every bone in your body. This kid is too arrogant. He doesn't understand the gap between level 5 and level 4 at all. As long as the eldest brother takes action, he will definitely die. Chu Yi had a blank expression on his face, and there wasn't even a ripple in his eyes. The level 5 warrior that Huang Xiao described as being capable of destroying the world was nothing more than a stone on the side of the road in his eyes. He released his grip on Huang Xiao's hair and let him collapse to the ground, his voice indifferent and without any emotion. In that case, Tell me where Huang Amber is now." Huang Qiao gasped violently when he heard this. The pain from his broken arm and the fear of death made him tremble all over, but he still gritted his teeth tightly, with resentment and a last glimmer of luck flashing in his eyes. "You want to know? Forget it. Unless you kill me if you dare. Or, as long as you let me go, I can pretend that nothing happened." Huang Qiao knew that once he said it out loud, he would have no way out. "As long as I can survive. As long as we can wait until Big Brother finds his place. It seems that you haven't figured out your situation yet." Chuyi shook his head slightly, a little impatient. It's such a waste of time. His mind moved slightly, and the dark blue energy in his body surged again. Flow rate 100, water turns into sword. Parameters set complete. Buzz! A faint blue light appeared out of nowhere in Chu Ye's right hand, quickly condensing and stretching, turning into a transparent water sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing, but emitting a deadly chill. There are even spots of faint blue light lingering around the sword like stardust, which is the manifestation of highly compressed water erosion energy. Huang Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted, and a sense of crisis of death that was even stronger than when his arm was crippled just now instantly gripped him. What are you going to do?" Chuyi didn't answer. He just casually, as if brushing off dust, gently swung at Huang Xiao's right leg. Sizzle. There were no obstacles. The seemingly fragile water sword actually contains terrifying cutting and corrosive power. With a slight sound that made one's teeth ache, Huang Xiao's right leg broke cleanly below the knee. There was no blood on the broken edge, but it was burned and carbonized by the high temperature and corrosive energy the moment it touched the water sword, emitting wisps of green smoke and a burnt smell. Hey, my legs! My legs! Chapter 195. Strike first to avoid future troubles. Huang Xiao let out a howl that was 10 times more miserable than before, and he rolled and twisted wildly on the ground like a dying fish thrown ashore. The severe pain hit his nerves like a tide, almost tearing his consciousness apart completely. Kill me. Kill me. Please. Just give me some quick death." Oh, he burst into tears and completely collapsed, with only the most primitive instinct to die. Chu Ye's eyes were still cold, without any mercy. He raised the water sword in his hand again and swung it at Huang Xiao's remaining left leg. Sizzle. Same location, same result. Huang Xiao's left leg was also cut off and burned instantly. Oof, oof. Huang Xiao's screams came to an abrupt end. A gurgling sound like air leaking out of his throat came out, his eyes rolled back, and it seemed that he would faint from the pain at any moment. However, his strong desire to survive and boundless fear allowed him to maintain the last bit of clarity. Run, run. The monkeys in the distance almost popped their eyes out of their heads. They were terrified to see their boss being cut into a human stick so cruelly. He rolled and crawled up from the ground, not caring about the severe pain in his body, and turned around to escape into the depths of the ruins. The remaining thugs also reacted and were terrified. They struggled to get up and try to flee in all directions. Humph! Want to run? Have you asked me? A fierce look flashed in Lu Jianhong's eyes, and his body moved as fast as lightning. With a few steps, he blocked the retreat path of Monkey and others. Although his broken arm was still bandaged, his remaining left arm was strong and powerful. Coupled with the power of the second-level gene, it blocked his way like an iron tower. He had a bloodthirsty sneer on his face. "Mr. Chu didn't let you go. If anyone dares to take another step forward, I will tear him apart alive right now." Those researchers who were originally trembling with fear now plucked up their courage. Although they were afraid of Chu Yi, they were even more afraid of these inhuman thugs. The instinct for survival made them subconsciously move closer to Lu Jianhong, forming a sparse but resolute human wall, blocking Monkey and others in the middle. Their eyes were filled with fear, but more of it was a kind of ruthlessness that made them desperate. At the same time, there's also the feeling of relief at having survived the disaster. We can't let them run away. Otherwise, we will all die. Monkey and the others looked at Lu Jianhong, who was looking murderous in front of them, then looked at the researcher who was scared but had fierce eyes behind them, and then glanced at Chu Yi, who was standing over there like a devil, and their legs suddenly went weak. With a few thumps, they all collapsed to the ground, and even the courage to escape was completely gone. Chu Yi seemed not to notice the commotion over there at all. He walked up to Huang Xiao, who was left with only his torso and head, and looked down at him condescendingly, his voice still flat. "Now, can you tell me? Where's Huang Amber? Huang Xiao's whole body was twitching, and blood foam mixed with internal organ fragments kept pouring out his mouth. The extreme physical pain and complete mental collapse finally destroyed his last line of defense. He used up his last bit of strength to squeeze out a few unclear words from his throat. East, Dahuang, mountain, the base at the foot of the mountain. Very good. Chu Yi nodded slightly, very satisfied with Huang Xiao's answer. He raised the dark blue water sword in his hand, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Huang Xiao's brow, and his tone was as if he was stating an established fact. You can go on your journey with peace of mind. I will keep my promise and give you a quick death. Before he finished speaking, phew, the water sword pierced Huang Xiao's head without any hesitation and came out from the back of his head. The water erosion, energy on the sword exploded instantly, turning his brain into a complete mess. The last ray of light in Huang Xiao's eyes completely went out. His body suddenly straightened up and then completely collapsed without any sound. Don't kill us. Please spare me. Mr. Chu, please spare me. We were all forced by Huang Xiao. We don't know anything. Seeing Huang Xiao being killed so quickly and efficiently, Monkey and the remaining thugs were completely frightened. They seemed to have their backbones pulled out. They knelt on the ground one after another, cowed out and begged for mercy, their faces covered with snot and tears. The scene was in a state of disarray. Chu Yi slowly drew back the water sword without even looking at the praying mantises. The dark blue water sword in his hand flashed and swept towards the thugs who were kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Puff, 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 puff. Several muffled sounds were heard one after another, accompanied by heads rolling and blood gushing out. Monkey and his accomplices didn't even have time to utter a complete scream before they followed in Huang Xiao's footsteps. Their heads and bodies separated, and they died on the spot. The strong smell of blood mixed with the burnt smell filled the ruins, making people sick. Well, a few timid researchers couldn't bear it any longer and ran to the side, covering their mouths and retching violently. The rest of the people also turned pale and subconsciously took a few steps back, looking at Chu Yi with eyes filled with unspeakable fear and awe. Decisive to kill, cold-blooded and ruthless. This young man is even more terrifying than the end of the world itself. Yi Shuang's body trembled slightly. She bit her lips tightly, not daring to make sound. She was glad for her previous choice. The water sword in Chu Ye's hand slowly dissipated, turning into dots of faint blue light and blending into the air. He walked over to Lu Jianhong. His eyes calmly swept over the researchers who were silent and pale, and his voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Did you see it clearly? This is what happens when you try to scheme against me, or when you don't obey. Keep in mind, I don't want the same thing to happen a second time. The cold words were like small hammers, hitting every researcher's heart and making their souls tremble. After a pause, Chu Yi looked towards the east, which was the direction of Dahuang Mountain, with a deep look in his eyes. I'm going to meet that Huang Amber. He turned to look at Lu Jianhong and those researchers. Take them and stay here. Clean up the scene and collect all the useful supplies. Wait until I come back. Lu Jianhong looked at Chu Ye's profile, which seemed to be covered with a layer of eternal ice. He glanced at the bodies on the ground that were still twitching and bloody, and his Adam's apple rolled involuntarily. The strong smell of blood and burnt odor stimulated his nerves, causing the wound on his arm to start to ache again. This guy is a complete lunatic. He took a deep breath of the air mixed with sand and blood, took a step forward, and his voice trembled slightly. But it is more of a subordinate's absolute obedience to the strong. Mr. Chu, are we really going to look for Huang Anbai now? He paused, his tone thick with worry. That's a level 5 gene warrior. Although Huang Xiao just said it arrogantly, the gap between level 5 and level 4, I'm afraid it's a world of difference. Besides, we have only just found out where his base is. Isn't it too risky to go there rashly? Chapter 196, this is too risky. This is simply putting your neck on the edge of a knife. Level 5, what does that mean? Just move your fingers, and you'll find that all of us combined are not enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Chu Yi turned his head slowly. His dark eyes were calm. The level 5 warrior that Lu Jianhong described as being capable of destroying the world. It was really just a stone on the roadside, not even worthy of a second glance. Adventure. The corner of Chu Ye's mouth curled up in a hint of sarcasm, and his voice was as cold as the chill wind in the desert at night. Yang Haichong, Lu Shun, Zhou Xiong, and this Huang Xiao just now? Do you think that Huang Anbai will act as if nothing happened after we killed so many people?" He raised his hand and pointed at the corpse on the ground. His tone was indifferent, but with an unquestionable determination. "The news will reach his ears sooner or later. Rather than waiting for him to gather his forces and set up a dragnet to seek revenge on us, it is better to attack us now, while he is still enjoying the joy of his brother catching a researcher for him. Give him a surprise." A cold light flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. "The first to strike is the strongest, the last to strike will suffer. This principle is especially applicable in this cannibalistic apocalypse. Instead of passively defending, it is better to take the initiative to attack and nip all threats in the bud." Lu Jinhong's heart shuddered when he saw Chu Ye's cold gaze. The chill that penetrated deep into his bones instantly made him give up all thoughts of dissuading him. He straightened his back suddenly. The worried look on his face was replaced by determination, and he responded in a deep voice. "Understand. Don't worry, Mr. Chu. Leave this to me. I promise to guard this place with the researchers, collect all the supplies, and never let anyone get close. That's all. Following such a ruthless person, we either live together or die together. Hesitation is the stupidest choice." Chui nodded slightly and said no more. His mind moved slightly, and the air in front of him rippled like water waves. Buzz, along with a slight fluctuation in space, a huge black armored vehicle with ferocious horns and heavy armor appeared out of thin air above the ruins. The sunlight shines on the cold metal shell, reflecting a terrifying cold light. The researchers around were once again stunned by this miraculous skill, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Chu Yi was filled with awe and a bit of fanaticism. Yi Shuang subconsciously covered her mouth, with a strange light in her beautiful eyes. Is this the power of the Canghai Space? It's simply unbelievable. Chu Yi opened the car door expressionlessly and sat in the driver's seat. Boom! The engine let out a low and violent roar. Chu Yi stepped on the accelerator suddenly, and the armored vehicle rolled up a cloud of dust, rolled over the gravel and blood on the ground, and rushed towards the east, towards the endless sea of sand that indicated the direction of Dawangshan. Only Lu Jianhong and a group of researchers were left, as well as corpses all over the ground. In this dead, silent ruin, they watched the steel torrent disappear at the end of their sight. The wheels rolled, crushing the dry and cracked earth. As far as the eye can see, there's only monotonous khaki color. The rolling yellow sand stretched as far as the eye could see. The rising heat waves distorted the distant view, and hanging in the sky was the sun that seemed to never set, emitting a poisonous light. It seemed as if the whole world was left with only this lonely armored vehicle, traveling through the dead silent desert. Chu Ye's eyes were sharp. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and headed east according to the information Huang Qiao provided before his death. I don't know how long it took, but at the end of the horizon, the outline of a huge mountain range gradually became clear. The entire mountain is the same khaki color as the surrounding desert, as if it were made up of endless piles of yellow sand. The mountain is not steep, but it is rolling, exuding a desolate and heavy atmosphere. Is that Dawangshan? Chu Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. As the distance gets closer, the outline of the foot of Dawangshan mountain gradually emerges. Chu Yi drove the armored vehicle away from the relatively flat area and stopped on the leeward side of a sand dune. He turned off the engine and communicated with the vast ocean space with his mind again. The huge armored vehicle disappeared without a trace in a ripple of space, as if it had never appeared. He jumped out of the car and looked around. The desert wind brought the faint sound of human voices in the distance. Chu Ye's eyes flashed. He listened attentively, then quickly dodged and hid quietly behind a pile of sand. Soon, a patrol team wearing uniform khaki combat uniforms and carrying assault rifles walked by not far away, cursing. Damn, this weather is so damn hot. I really don't know what's wrong with Mr. Huang. He makes such a big fuss about his birthday. A short man wiped the sweat from his forehead and complained. Keep your voice down, kid. If the boss hears you, you'll be in big trouble. The companion next to him looked around vigilantly and lowered his voice. Have you heard? This birthday banquet is very special. Not only people from our base will be there, but it seems that there are many big shots outside who will come to celebrate Boss Huang's birthday. That's why we're asked to increase patrols and strictly check invitation letters. Another team member chimed in. The boss has issued a death order. Anyone who approaches the base without an invitation or with suspicious behavior will be killed without mercy. We must not allow any outsiders to sneak in and disrupt Boss Huang's birthday party. Birthday party? An invitation? Kill without mercy? Chu Yi, hiding behind the sand dunes, listened to every word of the conversation with a gleam in his eyes. It was like a pillow was delivered to me when I was sleepy. Breaking into the base by force was too risky. If I could get an invitation letter and sneak in to test the waters, it might be a better option. And these few people. Chu Ye's gaze fell on the approaching patrol team, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. You could just borrow one from me. Having made up his mind, Chu Yi no longer hesitated. He suddenly stood up from behind the sand dune, shook off the sand on his body, and walked slowly towards the patrol team, as if he was taking a stroll. Who is it? Stop right there and don't move. The patrol team obviously didn't expect someone to suddenly appear here, and they were immediately startled. It was almost an instinctive reaction. Several people pulled the bolts of their guns with a clatter. The black muzzles of their guns were all pointed at Chu Yi, questioning him harshly. Who are you? What are you doing sneaking around here? Chu Yi seemed not to notice the guns pointed at him. He did not stop, and even had a faint smile on his face as he continued to approach step by step. That calm attitude actually brought tremendous psychological pressure to the patrol members. This guy, isn't he afraid of death? Or was there anything else you can rely on? When the two sides were less than 10 meters apart, a faint blue light flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. Flow rate 100, water fluidization chain, parameter setting completed. Chapter 197, handing over the invitation. Buzz. No signs at all. Several streams of dark blue water shot out from Chu Ye's palm in an instant, like living poisonous snakes. They twisted and intertwined in the air, making a slight sound of flowing water. They were extremely fast, and with the sound of breaking through the air, they wrapped around the stunned patrol members like lightning. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The water chains precisely entangled their hands, feet, and bodies, and even their fingers that pulled the trigger were instantly restrained. The powerful force pulled them backwards. Several of them lost their balance and fell to the ground with screams. The guns in their hands flew out of their hands and scattered on the sand. Enemy attack. Help. The leading team member just opened his mouth to shout for help, and a dark blue water chain came like a whip and slapped him hard in the face with a snap. The force was so great that his mouth was filled with blood, and he had to hold back the rest of his words. Snap, snap, snap. A few more crisp slaps were heard, and several other team members who tried to shout suffered the same treatment and were hit by the water chains and saw stars. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, and he closed his mouth completely, only able to whimper in pain. These patrolmen, who had just been so arrogant, were struggling in vain on the sand, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Woo, Ing, hero, spare my life. You, what are you going to do? We are Boss Huang Amber's men. One of the guys who looked smarter endured the pain and fear, begged for mercy with a sad face, and tried to move out of the backstage. Chu Yi walked up to them and looked down at these miserable guys with a flat tone, without any emotion in his voice. Hand over the invitation. Invitation, invitation. Several people were stunned, and then a look of realization appeared on their faces, but more of it was fear and hesitation. This guy, is he trying to sneak into the base? It seems you don't want to live anymore. Chu Ye's voice suddenly turned cold, and the water chains wrapped around them suddenly tightened. Give. We'll give. Don't kill me. The invitation is in my arms. The intense feeling of suffocation and the threat of death instantly broke down their psychological defenses. The leading team member struggled, and with his trembling fingers that could still move, he took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Chu Yi. It was an exquisitely made red hard card with the words, Mr. Huang Anbai's 50th birthday, written on it in gold-plated fonts, and a special anti-counterfeiting mark printed on it. Chu Yi stretched out his hand expressionlessly and took the red card that symbolized the admission ticket steadily in his hand. Hero, spare my life. We've already given you the invitation. Please, have mercy on us and give us a chance to live. Several patrol members were tied to the hot sand by water chains. Looking at the red card in Chu Ye's hand that determines their fate, tears streamed down his face, and he wailed hoarsely, filled with extreme fear of death. Now that he got what he wanted, he should let us go, right? I think so, right? Chu Yi turned his head, and his deep eyes swept over the people who were struggling on the ground, with no warmth on his face. He shook his head slowly, with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth, as if stating a simple fact. Let you go. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone with a desperate calmness. Then wait for you to go back and tip off and tell me that Huang Onbai's patrol team was killed and the invitation letter was stolen? No, no way. We swear. We won't say anything. The leading team member seemed to have grasped the last straw and swore an oath. Chu Yi sneered softly, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Swear? In this apocalypse, oaths are cheaper than sand. He paused, his eyes fixed on the men as if they were real, and said in a grim tone, For my own safety. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. The moment the words fell, a bone-chilling murderous intent suddenly erupted. Run! Those patrol members were scared to death. The instinct to survive overwhelmed their fear. They didn't know where they got the strength from, but they struggled to get up and run away. However, it was all in vain. The dark blue light in Chu Ye's eyes suddenly increased. Flow rate 300, water flow, turns in a blade, target locked. Buzz! The water chains wrapped around them changed shape instantly, and countless fine and sharp dark blue water blades condensed out of thin air. Then, like flowers scattering from heaven, it rushed towards their vital parts. Phew! Phew! Puff! The sound of sharp blades cutting flesh and blood rang out frequently, accompanied by several short and desperate screams. Blood spurted out like a fountain, instantly dyeing the yellow sand under his feet red. In just a breath, the few living people who had been begging for mercy just now had turned into a few incomplete, bloody corpses. They twitched a few times and then became completely silent. The strong smell of blood quickly spread in the hot air. Kill decisively and leave no trouble behind. This is the law of survival in the end times. Chuyi had a blank expression on his face, and there was no ripple in his heart. He walked forward, and with a slight movement of his mind, the sand under his feet surged up like a living thing, quickly swallowing up and burying the corpses along with their scattered weapons, and soon the sand returned to being flat, as if nothing had happened. Only the lingering smell of blood in the air proved the brief and brutal massacre that had just taken place. After dealing with the traces, Chuyi straightened his collar, put the red invitation letter neatly into his arms, and cast his eyes towards the heavily guarded base gate that was built against the mountain not far away. He took a step forward and walked slowly towards the gate of the base. When I got closer, I found that there was already a not-so-short line forming in front of the entrance of the base. Most of the people queuing were men and women wearing various clothes. Some of them were ragged and had fierce looks on their faces. They looked like desperate criminals who were willing to risk their lives. Some of them were dressed relatively neatly, looked arrogant, and seemed to be of some importance. They were all waiting patiently for the gate guard to check. It seems that Huang Onbai's birthday party caused quite a stir. Chuyi pondered in his heart, walked to the end of the line calmly, lowered his head slightly, and tried his best to make himself less noticeable. He had just stood firm when he saw a man in front of him wearing a worn leather jacket. The thin man with a pointed face and a wandering look turned around stealthily and nudged him lightly with his elbow. He whispered, "Hey, brother." Chapter 198, Wang Ershu joins in the fun. Chuyi frowned slightly, raised his eyelids, and his sharp gaze, like a cold blade, met the man's gaze directly. It was almost an instinctive reaction. The dark blue energy in his body stagnated slightly, and a very faint wave of water quietly gathered at his fingertips. "What's up?" His voice was low and cold, with a hint of subtle vigilance. The man with a pointed chin and monkey face felt his heart skip a beat when he saw Chu Ye's gaze. This guy has a very strong aura, and his eyes are like knives. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. A creepy feeling welled up in my heart. But he looks like a lone ranger. Maybe I can get close to him. Wang Ershu thought so, and subconsciously shrank his neck, but a flattering smile immediately appeared on his face. "Hey, brother, don't be nervous. I saw you were queuing alone, and you looked unfamiliar. I wanted to get to know you and make friends with you." He rubbed his hands together and introduced himself carefully. "My name is Wang Ershu. My friends on the street call me Brother Shu out of respect. What's your name, brother?" Chuyi looked at his wretched and somewhat gangster-like appearance, and his vigilance was slightly lowered, but he still kept his distance. Wang Ershu? Sounds like a small-time character at the bottom of society. Chuyi. He gave his name briefly. "Brother Chu." Wang Ershu immediately called out in a familiar manner, with the obscene smile on his face becoming even wider. He lowered his voice and moved closer mysteriously. "Brother Chu, You are also coming here to watch the fun and try your luck, right? Watching the fun? A hint of doubt flashed across Chu Ye's eyes. Take a chance? What kind of luck? Oh my. Brother Chu, you are really out of touch with the news, aren't you? When Wang Ershu saw Chu Ye's confused face, his eyes widened immediately. Then he lowered his voice and began to explain with saliva flying, as if he was sharing some shocking secret. Don't you know? Tonight is Boss Wang Amwa's 50th birthday, and he has prepared a big gift as a prize for the banquet. He stretched out 4 fingers and gestured, his tone full of envy and fanaticism. I heard it's a genetic medicine that can allow people to directly break through to level 4. Level 4? My goodness. Whoever wins the battle at the banquet will get that thing. Once this news gets out, which of the nearby genetic warriors with some strength wouldn't be jealous? They all want to come over and fight for it. Level 4 gene medicine? Battle stakes? Chuya's heart moved slightly when he heard this. He originally just wanted to sneak in to check on Huang Anbai's strength and wait for an opportunity to take action. But he didn't expect to have such an unexpected surprise. A potion that can directly break through to level 4. If you can get it, whether you use it yourself or sacrifice it to the system in exchange for energy, it will be a huge gain. It seems that this birthday party is more lively than I imagined. I see. Chuyi nodded calmly, as if he had just learned the news. Just then, the team slowly moved forward, and soon it was their turn. 2 rows of armed guards stood at the entrance of the base, scanning everyone who approached with sharp eyes. The captain of the guard, who was at the head of the group, had a calm aura and an eagle-like gaze, and it was obvious that he was quite powerful. Wang Ershu handed over his invitation letter with a flattering smile. After the guard checked it, he waved his hand and let him in. When it was Chu Ye's turn, he calmly took out the red heart invitation from his arms and handed it over. However, when the guard in charge of checking took the invitation letter and his eyes fell on it, his body suddenly stiffened, and a look of obvious surprise and doubt appeared on his face. He subconsciously looked up at Chu Yi. Chu Ye's brows furrowed instantly. What's going on? He clearly captured the guard's abnormal reaction at that moment, and alarm bells rang in his heart. The dark blue light at the fingertips flickered slightly, and a cold, murderous intent was looming. Invitation. Chu Ye's voice carried a barely perceptible chill. Is there a problem? The guard was swept by Chu Ye's cold gaze and shuddered suddenly, as if he was being stared at by something terrifying. He quickly lowered his head to hide the surprise on his face, and shook his head quickly, his voice carrying a hint of unnatural haste. No, it's okay. No problem at all. Sir, please come in. Having said that, he quickly handed the invitation back to Chu Yi, stepped aside to make way, and made a pleased gesture. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi glanced across the guard's frightened face and caught a glimpse of panic in the depths of his eyes. There's indeed a problem. He snorted in his heart, but did not lose his temper on the spot. Now is not the time to alert the enemy. He slowly withdrew his hand, which was ready to go with a faint blue mist lingering on his fingertips, and took the strange red invitation letter expressionlessly and put it back into his arms. Thank you very much. The word indifferent does not reveal any emotion. Then, without even looking at the guard, he stepped forward and walked into the heavy metal gate of the base. A dull closing sound came from behind, blocking out the yellow sand and scorching heat outside. As he stepped into the base, a slightly stuffy air hit him in the face. There are rough cement walls all around, cold and hard, and simple lighting tubes above, emitting dim light. The temperature was indeed much lower than the desert outside, but there was still a lingering feeling of heat, mixed with sweat, engine oil, and some indescribable foul smell. The environment is shabby, the temperature is only slightly lower than outside, the ventilation is poor, and the air is polluted. Can people live in a place like this? For a man of this strength, the place he lives in is just like this. Chu Yi looked around, frowned slightly, and a trace of disdain flashed through his mind. Wang Ershu, who was following behind him, was looking around curiously at this moment, and heard Chu Ye's comment, which was almost talking to himself. He came over immediately with a Philistine, slightly sarcastic smile on his face. Hey, Brother Chu, what you said is a bit ridiculous. Wang Ershu curled his lips, his tone sounding a bit sour. These days, it's good enough to have a shelter from the wind and rain in a place like this. Although Boss Wang's base is not as big as the big cities before the disaster, it is already a safe zone in this barren wasteland. Do you dare to say that the place you live is better than this? Where do I live? Chu Yi glanced at him, with a playful smile on his lips. If this mouse knew that my Canghai Space is not only spring-like all year round with gurgling spiritual springs, but also has endless fresh food and clear sweet springs, I'm afraid his jaw would drop to the ground in shock, right? However, there is no need to brag about this kind of thing to a small-time acquaintance. Chapter 199. The First Appearance of Taizan. Chuyi reached out and patted the sharp-faced Wang Ershu on the shoulder, interrupting his chattering. Okay, stop wasting time here. Didn't you say there was something exciting to watch? Lead the way to the venue. Yeah, okay. Wang Ershu was slapped by Chuyi and was so shocked that he crouched down. Then he remembered his real purpose and nodded and bowed hurriedly, leading the way. At the same time, at the gate of the base, the guard who had just let Chuyi in still looked a little pale. He tightly grasped the registration information strip of Chu Ye's invitation letter in his hand and walked quickly to the captain of the guard. He lowered his voice very low, with undisguised surprise and suspicion. Captain, that person just now, his invitation letter. The captain of the guard frowned, his eyes as sharp as a knife. What's wrong? Is there a problem? It's red. It's a hard card with Mr. Huang Amber's 50th birthday printed in gold. Then, isn't that a special invitation letter only available to our inner core circle and the distinguished guests personally invited by Mr. Huang? The guard spoke rapidly. But I think that boy looks very unfamiliar, and his temperament is very wrong. He seems to be a lone traveler. How could he have an invitation of this level? Another guard came over and whispered in agreement. Yes, Captain. Those red card invitations are issued in very small quantities, and each one is recorded. Logically, they shouldn't fall into the hands of outsiders. Could it be? The captain of the guard's face darkened, and a hint of solemnity flashed in his eyes. The red invitation could be the entourage of some important person, or was it stolen? He pondered for a moment and gave the order decisively. Third brother, follow him quietly. Find out where that kid came from and who he went to meet. Report any unusual movements immediately. Remember, don't alarm him. Yes, Captain. A relatively thin and agile guard took the order, quietly blended into the crowd, and followed the direction Chuyi left. Chuyi seemed to be completely unaware of the tale that might be following him, or perhaps he simply didn't care. He followed Wang Ershu through a cement corridor that was not very spacious, but was extremely crowded with people. From time to time, you can see some tightly closed metal doors on both sides of the corridor, with vague numbers marked on them. Occasionally, people in uniform walking hurriedly passed by. The air was filled with all kinds of noisy sounds, people talking, footsteps, and the faint sound of machinery running in the distance, mixed into a hustle and bustle unique to a doomsday base. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, the view in front of me suddenly opened up. A huge, empty field, similar to an indoor basketball court before the disaster, appeared before our eyes. The venue was already crowded with people, estimated to be no less than several hundred. These people were dressed differently and had different expressions. There were mercenaries with fleshy faces and murderous looks. There were scavengers with flickering eyes and sneaky looks. And there were also a few who were dressed relatively well and had arrogant expressions, and they seemed to be the leaders of some small forces. They surrounded the large open space in the center, all eyes focused on the front of the venue. There, a temporary platform about 2 meters above the ground was built. There was a long table on the platform, and about 10 men were sitting behind the table. Chuyi and Wang Ershu found a relatively back seat and squeezed in. As soon as they sat down, Wang Ershu couldn't suppress his excitement. He poked Chuyi with his elbow and pointed his finger covertly at the platform. Look, Brother Chu, on the high platform. His voice was low, but full of excitement and awe. See? The old man sitting in the middle, wearing a black tang suit, with gray hair but a spirited look. That's Huang Anbai, the boss of the Huangshan base. Did those people on both sides of him see that? They all had calm auras and eyes like knives. They're all Boss Huang's trusted guardians. It is said that each of them is at the peak of level 3 or even close to level 4. Their strength is unfathomable. Any one of them can sweep a large area. With them around, who dares to run wild in Boss Huang's territory? Chuyi looked in the direction he pointed, his gaze calmly falling on the old man in the center of the platform called Huang Anbai. The old man looked to be around 60 years old, which seemed a little different from the 50th birthday on the invitation. I guess the end of the world makes people grow old quickly. He had a thin face, his eyes were slightly closed, and his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. He seemed calm, But between his brows there was a hint of majesty and subtle hostility from someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Is this Huang Anbai? His mental power fluctuations are not weak, probably around the middle level of level 4. Among the guardians nearby, some are indeed at the peak of level 3. Chuyi made a quick assessment in his mind. It seems that forcing in is not the best strategy. We have to find a suitable opportunity, preferably to kill them with one blow, or find a location where the research team is being held first. At this moment, Huang Anbai on the podium suddenly opened his eyes. His furrowed brows showed his displeasure. He glanced at the audience and asked in a low voice. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the venue. Where's my brother Huang Xiao? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Has anyone seen him? There was a sudden commotion in the audience. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Huang Xiao? An almost invisible sneer appeared on Chu Ye's lips, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had the bad luck to have offended me, and now he is feeding sandworms in the desert with those thugs. I'm afraid you will never see him in this life. Seeing no one answering, Huang Anbai's face became even gloomier, with a hint of irritation and hidden worry in his eyes. He suddenly raised his hand and slammed it hard on the table in front of him with a bang. You bastard! Go find him. Send someone out to find him for me. If he's alive, I must find him. If he's dead, I must find his body. He growled an order to a guard behind him, then turned around and swept the entire room with a sharp gaze, his tone filled with unquestionable majesty. No more waiting. My birthday party is also a chance for you to show your strength and win rewards. The competition begins now. As soon as the words fell, roar! A wild roar suddenly exploded. A strong man, nearly 2 meters tall, with torn muscles and a body as strong as an iron tower, suddenly jumped out from the crowd. It landed heavily on the open space in the center, shaking the ground so much that it seemed to tremble. He was shirtless. His bronze skin was covered with hideous scars. His eyes were like copper bells, and he looked around with a fierce look, and his voice was like a bell. Who dares to come up and fight me, Taizhan? I'll take that level 4 gene potion. This. I saw the strong man, Iron Mountain, leap into the field like a ferocious beast. Wang Ershu gasped, his eyes almost popping out his head in shock. He tugged at Chu Ye's sleeve, his voice trembling. Oh my god, it's Taizhan. Why is he the first one to jump out? How can we fight him? Chapter 200, Even Jesus Can't Save. Chu Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced sideways at Wang Ershu, who was almost jumping up beside him. Iron Mountain? Quite interesting. Very famous? He asked in a flat tone, as if he was just asking casually. More than just famous. Wang Ershu had an expression that said, you really have never seen the world, and lowered his voice with saliva flying. Brother Chu, you just got here and you don't know. This Taizhan is one of the most powerful men in our Dawangshan base. A genuine third-level genetic warrior, mainly enhanced in strength and defense. His body is as strong as iron. Even ordinary swords and guns may not be able to hurt him. I don't know how many people died at his hands. Once he comes up, I don't think anyone else will be able to use this level 4 potion. Before Wang Ershu finished speaking, something strange happened on the scene. I'll come meet you. Another figure jumped out from the crowd at an extremely fast speed, carrying a fierce aura, and rushed straight towards Taizhan. The man had a relatively agile figure and held a shiny short blade in his hand. He was obviously a genetic warrior who specialized in agile assassination. Court death. Taizhan let out a sinister laugh, and faced with the short blade that was coming at him, he did not dodge or evade. His big hand, like a palm leaf fan, suddenly grabbed forward. Swish! The short blade drew a streak of sparks on the bronze arm, but only left a faint white mark. The challenger's face changed drastically, but it's too late. Tieshan's big hand grabbed the challenger's wrist in an instant. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking can be heard clearly. Ah! The challenger let out a shrill howl. Tieshan's eyes became more ferocious, and he clenched his other hand into a fist and smashed it hard into the challenger's chest like a battering ram. Bang! A dull thud was accompanied by the sound of the sternum collapsing. The challenger flew backwards like a rag bag, blood gushing out his mouth. He fell to the ground, twitched twice, and then there was no sound. It only took a few breaths. A life is gone just like that. The ground was stained red with blood, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Chu Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Cruel and direct enough. A fight to the death, not even following the basic rules. He looked towards the platform. Huang Anbai and his bodyguards didn't even raise their eyelids, as if the death of a person was as common as crushing an ant. Hey, seeing that Chu Yi seemed a little confused, Wang Ershu nudged him with his elbow, with a hint of cruel, accustomed mockery on his face. Brother Chu, are you dumbfounded? Let me tell you here, the bigger the fist, the rule is. Once you're on stage, your life and death are your own responsibility. No one cares about you. See, Taizan is such a tyrant. Anyone who goes up has to think twice. I think this level 4 gene potion is definitely in his pocket. It's really boring. I thought I could watch more performances. Uncertain. These 3 light words are like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Chui stood up slowly. Wang Ershu was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned pale. He suddenly grabbed Chu Ye's arm tightly, and his voice changed. Boju, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Hurry up and sit down. That's an iron mountain. It can kill people. Do you want to live? Chu Ye's actions also attracted the attention of the people around him. For a moment, countless eyes were focused on him, filled with shock, confusion, and then undisguised ridicule and pity. Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. Look at how skinny he is. He's not even strong enough to fill Tieshan's teeth. Are you crazy? Are you willing to sacrifice your life just to get a level 4 gene potion? TSK, another idiot who wanted to reach the sky in one step, but ended up falling to his death. Discussions and sneers arose one after another, surging towards Chu Yi like a tide. On the high platform, Huang Anbai finally turned his gaze to Chu Yi, frowning slightly. Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar. The several guardians around him also had suspicious expressions on their faces and whispered a few words to each other, all saying that they had never seen this person before. There doesn't seem to be any strong energy fluctuations from this person, and he doesn't seem like a hidden master. In the center of the field, Taizan, who had just slaughtered his opponent, was enjoying the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone. Suddenly, he was stunned to see Chu Yi, this skinny chicken, dare to stand up, and then he burst into wild laughter. He pounded his solid chest with both hands, making a muffled bang-bang sound. He looked at Chu Yi provocatively and roared in a muffled voice. Where did you come from, you little jerk? How dare you come up here and die? I can tear your head off with just one punch. Chu Yi ignored the noise around him and Tieshan's shouting. He just struggled slightly. How could Wang Ershu hold him back with that little strength? His arm easily slipped out of Wang Ershu's hand. His eyes swept across the platform calmly and finally landed on the tightly protected level 4 genetic potion in the middle of the field that exuded an attractive luster. That thing has caught my eye. I'm going to buy it. His voice was not loud, but extremely clear with an unquestionable certainty. Wang Ershu looked at Chu Ye's back, which was not very tall, but seemed extremely resolute at the moment, and walked towards the center of the field step by step. He felt cold all over, his lips trembled, and he muttered to himself. It's over. It's over. It's completely over now. This kid really doesn't want to live. He's dead. Definitely dead. Chu Yi walked to the center of the field and stood about 10 meters away from Taizan, forming a sharp contrast with the mountain-like body. He stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, as if he was not facing a notorious third-level gene warrior, but an insignificant ant. He even raised his chin slightly and said calmly to Taizan, I'll give you the chance to make the first move. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent at first, and then burst into laughter even louder than before. Ha ha! Did I hear it right? He let Taizan make the first move. This kid is either crazy or a complete fool. You're showing off in front of Taizan? You think your life is too long. He's dead. Even Jesus can't save him this time. Wang Ershu covered his face in despair, not even daring to look any further. He had already started thinking about how he would sneak over later. Let's see if we can save the body of this ignorant Brother Chu intact. On the high platform, Huang Anbai was stunned at first. Then a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he shook his head gently, his eyes full of contempt. It's interesting, but unfortunately, I was too eager to show it. Young man, don't know what's good for you. Soon, he would pay the price of his arrogance with his life. In the field, you little bastard, you're looking for death. Taizan was completely enraged by Chu Ye's nonchalant attitude. He felt humiliated like never before. His eyes turned red with violent rage, and all the knotted muscles in his body instantly tensed up, and his bones made a crackling sound as he could not bear the weight.